Dear family, the protagonist of our tale, having traversed the realms of Douluo continent, finds himself burdened with a harrowing mission to eliminate Tang San. Upon awakening his martial soul and acquiring a recommendation letter, he arrives at Notting Academy only to be humiliated by the gatekeeper. Just when hope seems lost, the master makes his grand entrance. Yet the protagonist refuses to submit to his tutelage, revealing his twin martial souls. What a thrilling development awaits. Allow me to recount my experience upon arriving at the gates of Notting Academy, where I encountered an oblivious gatekeeper. This fellow was insufferably arrogant, launching into a tirade of mockery, disparaging my humble village and demeaning my martial soul as worthless. My temper flared momentarily, yet I chose to remain composed. To my astonishment, he brazenly tossed my recommendation letter, issued by the Spirit Hall, to the ground and stomped upon it. At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking he had just bitten off more than he could chew. I refrained from engaging in a dispute, bent down to retrieve the letter, dusted it off, and fixed him with a cold gaze. To openly insult the Spirit Hall and maliciously obstruct the admission of Spirit Master Candidate Testo, you not ponder the consequences that await you? The gatekeeper, clearly incensed, raised his fists, prepared to strike. Just then, a commanding voice echoed behind me. Impudence. It was the master, Yu Xiaojiang, making a stunning entrance. Wait a moment. How did I jump straight into this tale? Let us rewind to the very beginning, back to the day I first traversed into this world. Upon opening my eyes, I was utterly bewildered. I, a promising youth of the 21st century, had inexplicably shrunk into the form of a 6-year-old child, lying in a quaint, dilapidated wooden hut. Beside me, an elderly gentleman, the village chief, was anxiously wiping the sweat from my brow. As I attempted to inquire, "Where am I?" my voice emerged as a high-pitched squeak. I was momentarily stunned and quickly glanced down to assess my situation. Thankfully, all parts were intact, though the model was decidedly smaller. Just as I was grappling with my dismay, a notification chimed in my mind, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary system. A phenomenon called the Heavenly Fortune Seizing System began flashing across my consciousness. Current world, Douluo continent. Ultimate mission: eliminate Tang San and seize his fortune. Who among you comprehends the gravity of this predicament? I had unwittingly accepted a task of hellish difficulty. The primary objective was to enroll in the academy and acquire a spirit ring, with the reward being Tang San's martial art secrets. In that moment, a singular thought coursed through my mind: exhilaration. At last, I could live a life less constrained. As I pondered these prospects, the village chief, known as Mo Zhang of Mo Family Village, noticed my awakening and cautiously inquired about my condition. Instinctively, I transformed into a dramatic performer, blinking my large, doe-like eyes, feigning innocence and vulnerability, claiming I could remember nothing. At that instant, a voice rang out from outside. "Village chief, the Spirit Hall representatives have arrived." Seizing the opportunity, I sprang from my bed, executing a deep bow, nearly kissing the floor, pleading with the village chief to take me along to awaken my martial soul. I expressed my desire to join Mo Family Village and vowed to care for him in his old age. After all, it was merely a matter of weaving a tale. Who cannot spin a good yarn? The village chief, swayed by my pitiful demeanor, relented and even concocted a fabricated identity for me as a distant nephew. Upon reaching the Spirit Hall, I encountered an old acquaintance, the steadfast Su Yuntao. Standing at the rear of the line, I observed as one child after another awakened their spirits. Some manifested shovels, others sickles, and yet others blue-silver, grass only, to be met with the inevitable proclamation of no spirit power. I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Su Yuntao's year-end bonus. At last, it was my turn. As I stepped forward, a warm current surged through my body, and with a sudden whoosh, a particularly exquisite but utterly blank tome floated into my palm. The expressions on both Su Yuntao and I mirrored one another, a blend of bewilderment and disbelief. A book? What on earth could this possibly do? Am I to use it as a blunt instrument? Su Yuntao, likely adhering to his professional instincts, despite his evident disdain, urged me to measure my spirit power. I placed my hand upon the crystal ball, and in an instant, a brilliant light blazed forth, illuminating nearly half of it. Innate spirit power at level 6. A twinge of dissatisfaction coursed through me. With a system at my disposal, I was granted only a level 6? How miserly! Su Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, but upon seeing the book in my hand, his expression morphed into one of sheer incredulity. He must have been pondering the utility of such an item. Was it meant for memorizing the 24-character incantation? Ultimately, the legendary Su Yuntao lived up to his reputation. While lamenting my seemingly useless martial soul, he provided me with a letter of recommendation to attend the school in Notting City. As for joining the Spirit Hall, he suggested we revisit that notion once I reached level 10. I understood, merely wished to ascertain the nature of my first spirit ring. If it proved of no value, I would be dismissed. This routine was all too familiar to me. Upon receiving the recommendation letter, I had no desire to linger even a moment longer. I informed the village chief of my immediate intention to journey to Notting City. The old man, witnessing my apparent maturity, felt a mix of sorrow and pride. He returned to his home and retrieved a pouch filled with gold coins, the entirety of his life savings, and pressed it into my hands. To be candid, at that moment, even my steely heart quivered. Without a second thought, I knelt before the old man, bowing deeply 3 times, vowing to return and care for him in his twilight years. This time, tears flowed genuinely. Yet, despite the emotional farewell, I understood that the path ahead was mine to tread alone. With the pouch of coins in hand, I departed without looking back. My sole objective was crystal clear: intercept Tang San. He intended to seek out Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor, so I resolved to arrive at Notting Academy first and confront him. Although Yu Xiaojiang was an intellectual powerhouse, he was currently regarded as a theoretical master with little credence, languishing in obscurity. I would bring him warmth, utilizing his knowledge to elucidate the mysteries of my book Martial Soul. As for Xiao Wu, I hoped she would be discerning otherwise. I would not hesitate to indulge in a feast of spicy rabbit heads and shredded rabbit legs. On the carriage to Notting City, I stumbled upon another surprise. It appeared I possessed a second martial soul within Mimi Very Bones. A primary martial soul. It sounded impressively formidable, did it not? Yet, in practice, it manifested as the ultimate show-off form upon activation. My bones would protrude from my flesh, performing a grotesque display of bloodshed. Truly, a perilous ability. 2 days later, I arrived in Notting City. Navigating the familiar paths, I found the academy, and thus unfolded the scene I had previously lamented to you. Yu Xiaojiang led me away, leaving the doorman pale with fright. I turned back and gave him a cold smirk, saying, 3 gold soul coins, let's consider this settled. He'll hand it over to the master tomorrow. A bit of extortion, but not too shabby. When I arrived at Yu Xiaojiang's rather rudimentary office, he inquired about my purpose for visiting. I summoned my martial soul without hesitation, expressing earnestly, Master, I have perused your 10 core theories of martial souls, and I have faith in you. Therefore, I seek your assistance. I must say, the expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face at that moment was exquisite. His excitement was palpable, his eyes glistening with emotion after so many years. He finally found a kindred spirit. His hands trembled as he asked, Do you truly wish to believe in me? With a stoic expression, I nodded. He immediately became elated. Then would you be willing to take me as your master? I must decline, I replied firmly. What a joke. If I became your disciple, wouldn't that make me a brother to Tang San? That would spoil the fun. Yet, I merely said, I do not wish to be a burden to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was even more touched, believing I was both sensible and principled. Internally, I chuckled at his you who should not drag me down. Seeing him lost in self-congratulation, I decided to add a little more fuel to the fire. I gazed at him and calmly said, Moreover, it seems I possess a martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in astonishment. A twin martial soul? I slowly nodded, raising my left hand. Oh, the pain was excruciating. It felt akin to getting a manicure, only to have the nail bed torn off. A stark white bone spur emerged unceremoniously from the flesh of my pinky finger. Grimacing, I presented my hand to Yu Xiaojiang, saying, Master, does this martial soul seem a bit problematic? Every time I use it, I must first perform a physical penetration on myself. I haven't even attacked anyone yet, and am already injuring myself. What kind of nonsense is this? Yu Xiaojiang, however, remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. A minor issue, do not panic. He explained that my situation resembled that of the Bone Dalu from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, albeit with a different approach. He advised me to refrain from being so forceful instead, envision it as a thread, gently drawing it out little by little, which would minimize the damage. Remarkably, it sounded akin to peeling an onion, quite vivid in imagery. I nodded, setting that matter aside for the moment, and asked him so, Master, what about that tattered book of mine? Yu Xiaojiang stroked his scruffy beard, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Your book is exceedingly rare. I have scoured the archives, and have yet to encounter a martial soul of such a nature. He then inquired about my thoughts on it. What else could I think? I replied, A book, after all, cannot be used to strike someone, can it? It must be for assistance or control. Just look at the plant-type martial souls. Even without using soul techniques, their vines can lash out. What about my book? I surely cannot chant urgent command to wield it. Its sole purpose is to record information, and my abilities must surely relate to that. Yu Xiaojiang was thoroughly pleased, nodding repeatedly. Just as we were engaged in conversation, my stomach let out an embarrassing growl, akin to a grand social faux pas. I must confess, the 2 golden soul coins bestowed upon me by the village chief were merely a fraction of a lifetime's savings, utterly insufficient for my needs. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang proved to be quite accommodating. He promptly retrieved 5 golden soul coins from his drawer and placed them in my hand, declaring it an act of goodwill, with the promise to repay me once he was financially stable. Such words were music to my ears. Without hesitation, I pocketed the coins and accompanied him for a delightful meal. After satisfying our appetites, my fondness for this gentleman soared to new heights. Once we had dined, it was time to get to work. We returned to his office to delve into the enigmatic book of no words. Yu Xiaojiang took a pen and cautiously touched it to the page. To our astonishment, the moment the ink made contact, it was instantaneously washed away by the soul power emanating from the book, leaving no trace behind. We then experimented with condensing soul power, utilizing plant sap, and even the blood of soul beasts. Good heavens, my martial soul was simply. The non-stick pot was utterly ineffective, yielding no results after a lengthy ordeal. Yu Xiaojiang was thoroughly exasperated. There was no alternative. I had to return to my dormitory. I offered him a piece of bone for his research while I sat cross-legged in meditation. This practice extended over several days. Who among my family could comprehend the struggle? Having traversed from a vibrant world, I found myself immersed in meditation daily, deprived of the delightful distractions of animated images on my phone. It felt akin to experiencing withdrawal symptoms, and I was on the verge of losing my sanity. My spiritual energy, however, had ascended to level 7, yet I felt an overwhelming void within. I resolved to take action. Tang San and Xiao were soon to arrive, and I had to devise a strategy to pry Yu Xiaojiang, this powerful ally, away from Tang San. With this thought in mind, I sought out Yu Xiaojiang and boldly proposed, "Master, I have an audacious idea. Do you think my bone martial spirit can absorb the bones of other soul beasts to enhance itself?" The moment my words left my lips, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up, brighter than a light bulb. He grasped me and exclaimed, "Let us go. Time for an experiment." I was taken aback. I had approached him to delay his encounter with Tang San, and yet my words had inadvertently propelled us into action. What a twist of fate. Yu Xiaojiang, assuming I was concerned about expenses, generously declared, "Don't worry, this one's on me." He then whisked me straight to the Soul Beast Market in Nuading City. The Soul Beast Market was a quintessential example of filth and chaos. The ground was stained with blood, and the air was thick with a foul stench, accompanied by the cacophony of beast roars and merchants hawking their wares. We navigated through the live animal sections to the slaughterhouse at the back. Yu Xiaojiang, in his fervor, approached the largest stall and inquired, "What is your best offering?" The vendor, a burly man towering over 2 meters, grinned with a sly expression, a 3,000-year-old Gale wolf. Just arrived. When Yu Xiaojiang asked the price for a paw, the vendor nonchalantly quoted 50 gold soul coins. I was taken aback, and I could see Yu Xiaojiang's face twitching in distress. "Huh, let us see how you handle this." Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and painfully extracted the coins from a soul guide device. Truly, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Upon returning to our room with the wolf's paw, we commenced our dissection. I extended my bone spikes, and after much effort realized that the bones of the 3,000-year-old soul beast were as hard as diamonds, proving nearly impossible to penetrate. Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who, with immense effort, managed to pry open a phalanx. I brought my bone spike close to the marrow inside, and, in that instant, an immense suction force erupted from my body. My meager level 7 soul power was instantly depleted, akin to a phone S battery plummeting from 100% to 1. The marrow of the Gale wolf was drawn into my phalanx. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Once the marrow entered, it behaved like a tourist, wandering within my bones without fusing with me. I had no choice but to repeatedly absorb it. It took 3 whole days to completely extract the marrow from those tiny phalanges. In the end, I found a layer of film coating my left hand's bone, which proved to be of little use. I suspected something was amiss and attempted to expel it from my body. To my astonishment, the liquid marrow solidified into a pale blue orb the moment it left my body, radiating a halo akin to a blade of wind. I was stunned. This was the legendary soul bone. I had inadvertently unlocked the secrets of artificially creating soul bones. Just as I was lost in contemplation of the orb, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open. A young girl bounded in, clad in a pink dress with a scorpion braid. Goodness, Xiao had arrived early. The other children in the dorm, upon seeing a girl, attempted to revert to old traditions by fighting to determine the leader. I stepped forward and stated, "Gentlemen, spare yourselves. Even if you all join forces, Yu and Ti stand a chance against her." I then cheerfully proposed to Xiaowu, "If you wish to be the leader, let us change the rules. How about a wager? If I win, you teach me how to fight. If you win, I'll cover your meals for a month, and you can have half of my blanket." I had already discerned that this little rabbit was quite impoverished, having brought no bedding with her. She was indeed intrigued and inquired how we would compete. I grinned and declared rock, paper, scissors. The entire room fell silent. I was not truly aiming to win. My intention was simply to forge a connection with her. As fate would have it, I lost. However, it mattered not. My goal was achieved. In a matter of moments, Xiaowu effortlessly subdued the rest of the dormitory, officially claiming the title of Big Sister of the 7th dormitory. She then glared at me, as if demanding my submission. I promptly activated my charm and said, "Big Sister, I'm your caretaker. The cafeteria's carrots and cabbages rely on me." I then shifted the conversation, adding, "And what about braised rabbit heads?" Xiaowu's face flushed with anger, and she exclaimed, "How can you eat such a cute rabbit?" Haha, I caught her bait. Amidst our playful banter, I led her to the cafeteria. As we ate, I calmly asked, "You're a soul beast, aren't you?" She froze, dropping the carrot in her hand, her expression a textbook example of panic. Her reaction was so telling that it nearly spelled out, "I am a soul beast," across her face. Despite her feigned ignorance, she insisted, "What did you say?" I didn't understand. I chuckled, "Sister, remember to keep your composure next time you hear such remarks. Your reaction is akin to self-sabotage." She immediately deflated, resembling a deflated balloon, her rabbit ears drooping. Upon leaving the cafeteria, she pitifully asked how I'd figured it out. Could I admit to being a time traveler? Certainly not. Instead, I half-truthfully reassured her, "I possess twin martial spirits, and the other one is particularly sensitive to energy, sensing that you are different." Observing her near tears, I added, "Are you foolish? If I intended to expose you, would I be leisurely strolling with you here?" Her eyes brightened at my words, but she quickly became defensive, stating, "I'm not foolish. I'm undergoing a transformation. It's not a loss of intelligence." She was quite sensitive about that. I grew weary of the debate and wielded my trump card. All right, transformation it is. But if there are no carrots tomorrow, okay, I'll make sure to bring you carrots every day," she replied, her annoyance evaporating at the mere mention of carrots. I slyly teased her. "What do you need the carrots for, planning to cuddle with them at night? With me around, why would you need that?" I was careful not to voice the latter part, for I still could not contend with her. Moreover, the thought of my disappointing little brother stirred a wave of melancholy within me. Hence, I decided against returning to the dorm to avoid an awkward encounter with Tang-san. It would be uncomfortable, neither fighting nor retreating. Instead, I wandered aimlessly around the school with Xiaowu, taking the opportunity to impart some wisdom. Remember, don't engage in random fights. There are many capable individuals in this world. If one of them catches you off guard, exposing your vulnerabilities, we're both finished, understand? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu nervously bit her lip and nodded, assuring me, "Don't worry, if that day comes, I will never drag you down." Stroking her fluffy rabbit ears, "Who can't make promises? You are my exclusive little pet. I will protect you, provided, of course, that you obey." Her cheeks flushed, leaving me uncertain whether it was shyness or something else. To be honest, while I am indeed infatuated, risking my life for a girl? Absolutely not. As twilight approached, we sauntered back to the 7th dormitory. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by several new faces. My gaze swiftly locked onto a modestly dressed boy with a particularly bright demeanor, Tang San. There was no escaping it. I greeted each of the newly arrived work-study students, including Tang San, my eyes lingering on his face for a mere second, too long for comfort. Now was not the time to confront him. His father, Tang Hao, was lurking in the shadows, keeping watch. I needed to maintain my composure. Clearing my throat, I commenced to impart some motivational wisdom to this group of youngsters. Brothers, as work-study students, our foundation here relies on our strength. From now on, we must unite as one. Upon hearing these words, their self-esteem surged instantly, each one thumping their chests in assurance of their allegiance to me. Mission accomplished. With a subtle nod, I signaled Xiao Wu to shift her bedding closer to me. Do not inquire further. I simply lack the strength to do so myself, preferring to let my pet take on such tasks. Thus, the night passed uneventfully, while Tang San remained in silence, devoid of anyone delivering him a blanket. This indicated he had yet to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang. A wave of satisfaction washed over me. My maneuver had effectively incapacitated the protagonist for the time being. The following morning, as I opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu nearly draped over me, rendering any notion of personal space non-existent. Savoring the warmth and softness beside me, I glanced down and, to my dismay, found my dignity still in slumber. I could no longer afford to delay. It was imperative I take action. As dawn broke, I gently roused Xiao Wu from her sleep. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place. Where to? She inquired, still groggy, bouncing alongside me. I whispered 3 words, Soul Beast Market. Instantly, she froze, retreating slightly with a gaze akin to that reserved for a human trafficker. I hastily softened my tone, stroking her rabbit ears, my gaze earnest. Trust me, as long as you do not wish me harm, I shall never bring you harm. But what exactly do you intend to do? She asked. A little experiment, I replied mysteriously, initiating my performance. I have previously mentioned that I possess a twin martial soul, correct? Aside from the celestial book, I also possess a skeletal martial soul. You see, I have uncovered your secret, and now I shall share mine with you. This is what we call sharing. In truth, I had my own agenda. First, I needed to take her away to prevent Tang San from seizing the opportunity in my absence. Second, the little rabbit currently viewed me more with fear than trust. I had to employ a strategy to evoke an emotional roller coaster, first shocking her, then instilling in her a great hope, thus warming our relationship. Observing my innocent and sincere eyes, Xiao Wu hesitated but ultimately decided to follow me. I continued my ruse. My second martial soul is my own bones, yet they lack sufficient strength, so I wish to attempt using the bones of the soul beast to enhance myself. This statement was half-truth after all. She could not comprehend it fully. Upon entering the soul beast market and witnessing the creatures confined within their cages, Xiao Wu's compassionate heart overflowed, and she asked me with a pained expression, "Must humans always hunt soul beasts?" My friends, who could understand? How could a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years still be so naive? I doused her with cold water. Stop dreaming. A millennium ago, your kind consumed humans. A millennium hence, we soul masters hunt soul beasts to ascend. This is the cycle, do you understand? If we do not evolve, in a few decades, humans will again become your delicacies. Moreover, do not carnivorous soul beasts also hunt each other? In this world, weakness is the original sin. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Wu fell silent, her worldview evidently shaken. I paid her no mind and approached a butcher's stall. Boss, I require a complete set of 100-year-old wind wolf bones. I intend to use them to brew some restorative soup. The shopkeeper, perceptive as he was, glanced at me and then at the bashful Xiao Wu, smirking. Young man, feeling a bit weak? Need to replenish? Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. I chuckled heartily. Save it for later. I shall need it eventually. With a substantial load of bones, we headed to a tavern to secure a room. Indeed, it was precisely the kind of room you are envisioning. Upon entering, I directed Xiao Wu. Come, assist me in cracking the bones to extract the marrow. Xiao Wu obediently complied. I took out a crystal vial, carefully filling it with the marrow. Then, extending my left index finger, a bone spike shot forth. "Is this your second martial soul?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously. "Indeed, it is still in the research phase." While I spoke, I inserted the spike into the marrow and began channeling my soul power. What an exhilarating sensation! A steady stream of pure soul power surged into my body, propelling my cultivation speed to rocket-like heights compared to my previous meditative efforts. Though this substance would not directly grant me soul rings, the acceleration in my advancement was worth every effort. Admittedly, it was rather costly. The marrow of a 100-year-old soul beast could not be consumed in just a day or two. After sealing the remainder, I took Xiao Wu back to the academy. I needed to consult Yu Xiaojiang and gauge his intentions. Knocking on Yu Xiaojiang's door, he greeted me with a smile. "So, how does it feel to absorb the soul bone?" "The speed of my cultivation has noticeably increased. Nothing else to report," I responded candidly. He frowned, requesting I procure more bones for him to study, and casually handed me a file containing soul beast information. Just as I expressed my gratitude, his next words struck me like a bolt of lightning. "By the way, I just accepted a disciple today, and tomorrow we shall venture to hunt for soul rings. Once you reach level 10, I shall accompany you." In that moment, a flood of expletives surged through my mind. The inevitable had arrived. Just after accepting a disciple, he would take him to the soul-hunting forest. Who else could it be but Tang San? This protagonist's halo was truly extraordinary. I had meticulously thwarted their meeting. Yet here they were again. I managed to maintain a cheerful demeanor. "Congratulations, master," while mentally cursing the two of them repeatedly. After a brief conversation, I made my swift exit. The moment the door closed, my expression darkened. The connection with Yu Xiaojiang had been severed, and I could not afford any complications with Xiao Wu. However, I was relieved that I had obtained what I desired. I glanced at the soul beast information in my arms, my countenance slightly improving. "Stay calm. Do not panic. It is manageable." I had delayed them for 2 days. There was no guarantee they would encounter that formidable mandala snake. However, Tang San could not remain in Nuoding City any longer. If necessary, even Yu Xiaojiang would have to be eliminated. Upon returning to the dormitory, I crossed my legs on the bed and began my cultivation. Noticing my troubled expression, Xiao Wu wisely refrained from disturbing me and quietly sat beside me. Time flew by swiftly. On the first day of school, I intentionally did not arrive late. As expected, Tang San's seat was empty, undoubtedly off on a romantic escapade with Yu Xiaojiang. As the teacher droned on endlessly at the podium, I grew weary and discreetly retrieved the crystal vial from beneath the table to continue absorbing the marrow. "Xing Si, Xing Si, the teacher is calling you." Xiao Wu prodded me vigorously. I glanced up, and with a resounding thud, a piece of chalk struck my forehead with precision. This sensation felt oddly familiar. "The teacher requests a self-introduction." Xiao Wu chuckled beside me. I rose, succinctly stating, "Yingxi Auxiliary System Weapon Martial Soul, Celestial Book, Soul Power Level 7. The teacher's expression softened considerably upon hearing this. After all, possessing innate soul power above level 6 in this small town was considered quite exceptional. However, no sooner had I taken my seat than a mocking voice rang out behind me. "Tisich, a mere work-study student. What is there to be arrogant about?" I turned to see a flamboyantly dressed noble youth, his gaze filled with jealousy. "Huh, a pathetic wretch with only level 2 innate soul power." The first class passed uneventfully. On the way to the cafeteria, a group of noble youths blocked our path. I could scarcely muster the energy to lift my eyelids. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Just as their leader began to announce his lineage, I patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. "Xiao Wu, it's your turn." "Hey, aren't you the boy? Why should I go first?" Xiao Wu protested, pointing incredulously at herself. I shrugged, nonchalantly declaring, "I am auxiliary. My combat power is non-existent." "Thank you, you scoundrel." Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, but ultimately agreed. She rolled her wrists, clearly eager to unleash her pent-up frustration on these oblivious fools. Class 1, Year 1, Level 7 Soul Master, Martial Soul Twin Sticks, Xiao Lu. The leader appeared rather respectful in his demeanor. Xiao Wu revealed her soul ring, a yellow 100-year soul ring rising before her. a first-year student from Class 3, an 11th level one-ring battle soul master, with a martial soul of a soft bone rabbit. Opposite her, Xiao Lu's face turned pale, yet he stubbornly retorted that levels meant nothing. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Wu swiftly appeared before him. I must tell you, her speed was astonishing. Xiao Lu only saw a small, white foot magnifying in front of him, and with a resounding thud, his nasal bridge fractured, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. What followed was Xiao Wu's solo performance, as those noble youths were sent flying one by one like ping-pong balls, the scene turning exceedingly brutal. The hard-working students behind me were left dumbfounded, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Sister Xiao Wu is magnificent. Xiao Wu strutted over to me, raising her chin, eagerly awaiting my praise. I first joined in the cheer. Sister Xiao Wu is magnificent, then leaned closer to her ear, lowering my voice to say, Sister Xiao Wu, my little pet is truly remarkable. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and all her pride faded. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and announced to the hard-working students, Did you all see that? From today on, we won't start trouble, but we won't shy away from it either. Your Sister Xiao Wu will protect you. As we walked along the road, I suddenly remembered, by the way, have you registered at the Wuhan Temple? Register for what? Soul Masters receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin each month. Don't you want a carrot? Upon hearing about money, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled like 2 bright carrots. I'll go right now. Will you come with me? No, I need to cultivate. I waved my hand, feeling embarrassed to fall behind my little pet. Xiao Wu huffed in a proud manner and ran off, swinging her scorpion braid. For the next 5 days, I entered seclusion. Finally, on the 5th day, I suddenly opened my eyes, feeling an unusual sensation in my left hand. I channeled my soul power into it, and my palm was instantly enveloped in a layer of light blue wolf claw, slicing through the air with vigor. It was done. This was the soul bone. Although I succeeded, the cost was considerable. The 100-year Gale Wolf bone only yielded a 70-year soul bone, a reduction of 1/3. Moreover, this item generated within my body would have limited impact on my level. Fortunately, my bone martial soul was special, allowing me to extract this soul bone. This opened up a realm of possibilities. I immediately found a hotel to stay in, preparing for a significant endeavor. I must tell you, the process was almost unbearable. I forcibly stimulated my soul power, pushing the soul bone from my left arm. My skin ruptured, blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain nearly made me faint. My teeth were on the verge of shattering. My whole body trembled uncontrollably, and eventually I collapsed to the ground, entering a sage-like state. I touched my arm, which felt as limp as a noodle, and let out a bitter laugh. For a mere 70-year soul bone, I nearly incapacitated myself. However, it was worth it. After tending to my wounds, I donned a black robe, stepped into height-enhancing shoes, and altered my voice before heading to the auction house in Notting City. A child selling a soul bone? That would be a death wish. I found an old appraisal master and slammed the soul bone on the table. 70-year Gale Wolf soul bone. Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell. The old man's eyes lit up, recognizing the item's dubious origins, and promptly offered. One price, 10,000 gold soul coins. Though slightly lower than expected, it was still acceptable. I decisively made the transaction, pocketing a black card containing 10,000 gold soul coins, and left. After a series of twists and turns on the street, ensuring no one was following, I quickly shed the black robe, stowed my equipment, and made my escape. Who would have thought that the mysterious figure in black was actually a little rascal, with money in hand? I first went to the best medical clinic to treat my injuries, as they were quite severe, nearly dropping my cultivation back to level 6. Then, I reserved a long-term banquet of soul beast delicacies at the finest restaurant. I also issued a bounty, offering 3,000 gold coins for a complete soul beast skeleton over 15,000 years old. Though the chances were slim, one must always have dreams. Dragging my weary body back to school, I immediately spotted Tang San, who had a soul guide device called 24 Bridges Under the Moon hanging from his waist. It would be a lie to say I wasn't envious, but what could I do? I wasn't a direct disciple. Ingshi, what's wrong? Xiao noticed my pale complexion and quickly supported me. I forced a smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired. At that moment, Tang San approached on his own. Hello, I am Tang San, a disciple of the master. Hello, I am Ingshi. I wore a friendly smile and congratulated him on obtaining his first soul ring. Although I knew we were rivals, I had to admit that aside from being somewhat arrogant, Tang San truly had commendable character. Unfortunately, our differing allegiances destined us for a life-and-death struggle. The master said that when you reach level 10, he will take you to hunt soul beasts. Tang San was quite polite. Then please thank the master for me. I casually asked, by the way, which soul ring did you absorb? Oh, I absorbed a 200-year poison python. Upon hearing this, my eyes instantly brightened. Who among my family understands? The butterfly effect had taken flight. In the original story, he absorbed a nearly maximum 400-year mandala snake, and now it had become 200 years. My efforts over the past 2 days were not in vain. I suppressed my excitement and congratulated him with a smile. That night, as I lay in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just the thought of Tang San, that arrogant figure, brought me no sense of security. I had to devise a plan to thoroughly suppress him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through my mind. Yes, I knew how to deal with him. The next day, Master Matthew from the Wu Hun Temple branch in Notting City had just finished his day's work and was leisurely strolling down the pedestrian street when he unexpectedly stumbled upon 2 fellows performing a secretive act. I assure you, the scene was exceedingly awkward, as the 2 were so close their heads nearly collided, whispering in hushed tones, afraid others would hear. What happened next? Their volume was such that I could hear them clearly from 8 paces away. What were they saying? The chaotic wind hammer technique was making a comeback. It is said that it belongs to a mysterious family. Oh my, their acting was reminiscent of a celebrity trying to get famous while unwilling to admit it. Simply classic. Passers-by regarded them as lunatics, ignoring them, but Master Matthew was different. His ears were sharp. The chaotic wind hammer technique? His brow furrowed, recognizing that name from somewhere. He walked over, waving his hand. Hey, you 2, come here. The 2 actors, upon seeing the master from the Wu Hun Temple, immediately switched to a respectful mode. Master, what can we do for you? Master Matthew stroked his goatee and asked leisurely, could you elaborate on that chaotic wind hammer technique you just mentioned? One of them immediately began reciting lines. Master, this chaotic wind hammer technique is renowned in the blacksmithing community. It's a unique skill, and its combat power is astonishing. Blacksmithing. Kumba. I tell you, just those 2 words struck Master Matthew like a lightning bolt to the crown of his head. The leisurely demeanor on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and seriousness. His gaze transformed. He grasped the man tightly. Quickly tell me, who uses this hammer technique? The 2 were so intimidated by his aura that their legs turned to jelly, trembling as they stammered out a few words. It's said to be a child named Tang San from a blacksmith shop. Tang San. Tang San. Master Matthew's eyes lit up instantly. Although he lived in this small place of Notting City, he had seen plenty. His mind raced, connecting the dots. A Tang with blacksmithing skills using such a domineering hammer technique. My goodness, if it's as he imagines, he would achieve great merit. Without another word, the old man turned and ran, his speed akin to a gust of wind as he vanished from sight. Once he left, that is, Ingshi, in a black robe, sauntered past, nonchalantly flicking my fingers to drop 6 gold soul coins at the feet of the 2 actors. They picked up the coins, their faces lighting up with surprise. Perfect, the script was flawless. That essay rap. Family, who understands this? I have been planning this for several days. A few days ago, while chatting with those youngsters in Chisha, I casually mentioned Tang San. They exclaimed that this kid could wield a hammer and forge iron at the mere age of 6. Truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, inspiration struck me. I bet that among the people from the Wu Hun Temple in Notting City, there would be at least 1 or 2 who recognize the value of the chaotic wind and are aware of how it can sect. Even if they are unaware, I have my backup plan. At worst, I can spread rumors throughout the city and, if necessary, send an anonymous tip directly to the Wu Hun Temple headquarters. Once Tang San is exposed, he will no longer be able to follow Master peacefully, cannot go to Shrek, nor obtain the celestial herbs from Douluo. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Though I cannot contend with him now, I can eradicate his advantages from the root. Seeing the hurried figure of Messieurs Nual, I knew this plan would succeed. Having dealt with the situation concerning Tang San, I must swiftly enhance my own abilities. I turned and headed to the soul beast market, for my bone spirit was truly a treasure. Suddenly, a bold idea struck me. Could I possibly feed my soul bone? For instance, if I had a left arm soul bone from a Gale Wolf, and I continuously infused it with the essence of Gale Wolf marrow, would it upgrade? Would its age increase? The more I pondered, the more exhilarated I became. If this works, wouldn't I be striking gold? Upon reaching the butcher shop, the owner greeted me like an old friend. "Ah, you're back again?" I directly inquired. "Boss, what are the most common soul beasts here?" "Gale Wolf, Fiery Rabbit, and Triangular Sheep." I stroked my chin in contemplation. Fiery Rabbit? No, if Xiao Wu finds out, she would surely come after me. Triangular Sheep? That is utterly worthless. Then I said to the owner, 3 portions of Fiery Rabbit bones and 1 portion of Gale Wolf bones. Please extract the marrow for me. I will pay for the labor. I certainly did not want to haul a bunch of bones back to the dormitory myself. After receiving a full backpack of marrow essence, I rushed back to the dormitory to practice. To be honest, the speed of my cultivation was painfully slow. Tang San and Xiao Wu, with their innate full soul power, managed to ascend from level 10 to level 30 in just 4 years. As for me, even with the marrow as my protein supplement, my progress barely kept pace, especially considering my innate level was 4 levels lower than his. I also had to sell soul bones to earn money, and this back and forth only widened the gap. Nearly a month had passed, and I had just managed to recover from my previous losses in soul bone extraction. Alas, the speed of cultivation was utterly maddening. To ascertain the movements of the Wuhuan Temple, I spent my days dining in the largest tavern in Notting City. This place was well informed, and they served soul beast meat, which was beneficial for cultivation. Previously, I often brought Xiao Wu along, transforming a vegetarian rabbit into a carnivore. But now, I calculated that the leaders of the Wuhuan Temple would soon arrive, and a titled Douluo could easily see through her disguise. I hurriedly sent her back to the Stardow Forest to avoid any trouble. Just as I was chewing on a piece of Gale Wolf tenderloin, I caught sight of something. Oh my goodness, a piece of meat nearly lodged in my throat, almost sending me off to the afterlife. Who did I see? A golden-haired youth, strikingly handsome, but with a slightly pale complexion, exuding an air of nobility. TMD. Wasn't he that Qianren Xue, disguised as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe? What was she doing here? Behind her were 2 elderly men, their imposing presence unmistakably those of titled Douluos. I quickly lowered my head and furiously resumed eating, silently repeating, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." And what happened? Murphy's Law did not fail me. A gentle voice resonated beside me. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" My heart sank and I felt a chill. I stiffly looked up, forcing a smile uglier than a cry. "Of course, please, esteemed guests." Qianren Xue regarded me with a serene smile. "Young man, may I ask why you seem so surprised to see us?" A life-threatening question. This was indeed a perilous inquiry. My mind raced, and I forced myself to fabricate a response. I feel that the older gentlemen and your esteemed elders are not ordinary individuals. There have been many unfamiliar experts in the city lately, and you all give me the strongest impression." She blinked, curiously asking, "Oh, but you need not be so startled as to nearly choke, right?" This woman was too difficult to handle. I steeled myself and directly revealed my unique martial spirit. My martial spirit is somewhat special. It can vaguely sense the strength of others. After all, no one had ever seen this martial spirit. I could claim anything. This tactic proved effective. Qianren Xue was intrigued, and one of the elderly men scoffed disdainfully. Yet she paid no heed and instead extended an invitation to me. "Would you like to join the Tiando Royal Academy?" To be honest, I was tempted. That was the best Soul Master Academy in the nation. But on second thought, no. With my current abilities, I would just be a lowly underling, engaging in power struggles with those noble offspring daily, and would hardly have time to cultivate. Moreover, my soul bone selling business would be exposed in such a place in no time. Most importantly, I had to seize opportunities in Shrek. I could only regretfully decline. I'm currently too weak. I would not receive the attention I deserve. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly not refuse your kind offer. Qian Renshue gazed deeply at me and surprisingly smiled. Very well, then it is settled. With that, she departed with her companions. Once they left, my back was drenched in sweat. However, since Qian Renshue had come personally, Tang San and Tang Hao would surely suffer this time. Just as I was reveling in my thoughts, I frowned. Wait, she is now the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. If she aids the Wuhuan Temple in pursuing Tang Hao, wouldn't he that expose her identity? Forget it, I will not dwell on that. Let me just watch the show. I quickly finished my meal and turned towards the academy. Although the academy was currently at the center of the storm, I must return. I had appeared too clever in front of Qian Renshue. If I deliberately did not return, it would instead raise suspicions. Upon returning to the academy, I immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A figure clad in black moved like a ghost within the teaching building, seemingly unnoticed by the throngs of people in the corridor. His target was clear, Tang San. Just as he was about to strike, a terrifying gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the black-clad figure's chest. The man was sent flying like a broken sack, spitting blood as he crashed into the wall. Tang Hao. He had arrived. Moments later. Several terrifying presences descended from the sky, encircling Tang Hao. Father! Tang San exclaimed joyfully. But at that moment, the aftermath of the battle surged toward Tang San like a tsunami. Master shouted anxiously from the side. Little San, be careful. Tang San instantly activated his purple extreme magic eye, dodging frantically with all his might, but he was over 80 levels lower than the title Douluo. How could he evade? Although he exerted every effort to avoid a fatal blow, half of his body was still obliterated by the energy. The 24 Bridges' bright moon night on his waist shattered into countless fragments. Tang Hao caught his unconscious son in a flash, his eyes instantly turning crimson, filled with boundless rage. He glared at the figures above, gritting his teeth and roaring, Wuhuan Temple. You truly cannot let go. A dignified title Douluo actually dared to attack a child. In the next moment, the ground beneath Tang Hao cracked inch by inch, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. A gigantic black hammer materialized in his hand, followed by 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings spiraled upward. I will make you pay for this. The overwhelming killing intent enveloped the entire academy in an instant, and I, unfortunately, found myself within the range of this murderous aura. That killing intent pressed down upon me like a mountain, causing me to kneel, my bones creaking, my consciousness nearly eroded. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, Tang Hao moved. Let me tell you, his expression at that moment resembled that of a man whose wife had been taken, whose child had been harmed, and whose home had been robbed. His eyes were so red they could drip blood. He wasted no words and directly opted for the most aggressive strategy of mutual destruction. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Martial Soul, True Body, Explosive Ring. Upon witnessing the 2 ancient soul rings of a vibrant yellow hue upon his body, they erupted with a resounding bang, akin to 2 large firecrackers, causing an immediate explosion. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. My friend, are you truly playing this grand? Did the soul rings simply refuse to exist? The Haotian hammer instantly transformed as if imbued with steroids, overshadowing the sky as dark clouds swirled ominously, accompanied by the tumult of thunder and lightning, all converging towards that hammer as if they were free for the taking. The spectacle suggested that the very city of New Oding was on the brink of being flattened by a single strike of that hammer. Opposite, Zhu Huaguan's face turned pale, and he shrieked his 9th soul skill, Zhu Hua Can, Man Di Shang, reminiscent of a karaoke performance. Let me tell you, this explosive ring technique is a unique secret of the Haotian sect, akin to a premium cheat code. When employed, the subsequent attack power doubles and doubles again. Yet the side effects are considerable. After its use, one becomes severely weakened, and the soul ring requires time to recuperate. However, Tang Hao, this formidable warrior, was wholly unconcerned, as the colossal hammer, now charged with lightning and the powers of 2 soul rings, came crashing down upon Zhu Huaguan's vast chrysanthemum martial spirit. The explosion resonated with such ferocity that my ears buzzed, and my heart felt as if it might leap from my throat. The ground trembled as I sheltered behind a large tree, only to be shaken so violently that I spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Huaguan's gigantic chrysanthemum was creaking ominously, on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth until his lips bled, he threatened, "Tang Hao, you seek death." Yet, Tang Hao paid him no heed, as his third purple soul ring detonated. Just as he prepared to strike, Zhu Huaguan once more. A flicker of shadow appeared beside him. The ghost Douluo Mei intended to launch a surprise attack. But who was Tang Hao? A seasoned fighter with maximum combat experience. He had long anticipated this. With a fiery glare, he pivoted the Haotian hammer, now brimming with destructive lightning, and struck Gue Mei with a swift counter. A tremendous clang echoed as Gue Mei was sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing through the adjacent teaching building and shattering the wall. Without pause, the fourth soul ring detonated. Tang Hao had gone mad with fury, disregarding the beleaguered Zhu Huaguan, intent on eliminating Gue Mei, the wielder of the martial spirit fusion technique. Yet at that moment, another shadow sprang forth. Another elder of the spirit hall, the ghost leopard Dalu. This fellow activated his martial spirit's true form, transforming into a colossal leopard ready to pounce. Now, Tang Hao found himself besieged from both sides, ensnared in a dilemma. If he pressed on to eliminate Gue Mei, he would suffer grievous injury himself. In a flash of instinct, he twisted the hammer midair, clashing purely by strength with the ghost leopard Douluo, resulting in another earth-shattering boom as the ghost leopard Douluo was also hammered into the ground, carving a deep trench. By heavens, the rhythm of this battle was extraordinary. Tang Hao turned to Zhu Huaguan and unleashed another secret technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammering method. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The immense Haotian hammer in his grasp moved as if it were a mere toy, each strike more ferocious than the last, forcing Zhu Huaguan to retreat step by step. Gue Mei crawled from the ruins, sensing the situation was dire. If allowed to continue, Zhu Huaguan would be reduced to a mere paste. The two exchanged glances and unleashed their ultimate martial spirit fusion technique, the dual polar stillness domain. In that instant, the air around us felt as if it had solidified, and Tang Hao's movements slowed to a crawl, the once unstoppable chaotic wind hammering method now restrained. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost leopard Douluo lunged again. I felt a jolt of panic as it appeared Tang Hao was doomed. Yet, this madman had even more ferocity in store. Gritting his teeth, he detonated his 5th 10,000-year soul ring. The 6th followed suit, and then the 7th. Dear readers, this was not merely a clash of divinities. It was akin to detonating a server. The energy storm unleashed by the consecutive, self-destructing 10,000-year soul rings shattered the so-called stillness domain into fragments. Zhu Huaguan and the ghost dog turned ashen, screaming to flee, while the ghost leopard dog scrambled away from the battlefield in desperate haste. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying energy storm erupted, engulfing New Oding Academy as if struck by a nuclear bomb. The earth quaked, and all structures were instantaneously reduced to dust. Clinging desperately to the roots of a tree, I could only think, curse it, I miscalculated. Tang Hao is far too relentless. Does he not fear that his son Tang, Sand, might perish from the aftershocks? When I finally regained consciousness, the world had fallen silent. I looked up to see the massive tree that had shielded me, now cleaved in half. Stumbling to my feet, my mind was a blank slate, and I felt several wooden splinters embedded in my body without registering any pain. The scene before me resembled a hellish nightmare. Ruined walls and desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. The once loquacious gatekeeper, who had bantered with me daily, lay peacefully in the security room, a gaping wound in his forehead, already cold to the touch. I approached, silently closing his eyes. As I ventured further, I beheld the teaching building half collapsed, with bodies scattered haphazardly across the ground. Teachers and students alike, some in their 20s, others merely 6 or 7 years old. The majority devoid of breath. A few surviving teachers, their eyes bloodshot, were frantically rescuing the living amidst the rubble. Upon seeing me, one teacher patted my shoulder, urging me to rest. But like a fool, I could not hear. pressing onward. I spotted a familiar figure, my newly acquired underling, Zhao Gang. He had once dared to provoke me, only to be won over by a feast. Yet now his body was grotesquely twisted, contorted at an impossible angle. No divine intervention could save him. My homeroom teacher still clung to life, but with an arm crushed and bleeding profusely, merely awaiting death in this dire circumstance. Witnessing the faces I recognized fade away, my breath grew heavier. Truthfully, I had orchestrated this disastrous scene, yet I had never envisioned the cost would be so harrowing. An overwhelming guilt threatened to consume me, and with a sudden crash, I fell to my knees, clutching my chest and howling like a beast. I, Ingshi, in 2 lifetimes, had never harmed so much as a fish, yet today, I had indirectly caused the deaths of so many. I am uncertain how much time passed before I slowly rose, closing my eyes to engrave the faces of the departed into my memory, then erasing the last vestiges of guilt from my heart. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. From this day forth, those who obstruct my path shall find themselves beyond the salvation of gods and Buddhas. With a strained resolve, I continued my journey through the debris, when suddenly, I spotted a figure, Master Yu Xiaojiang. He leaned against a broken wall, unconscious. I rushed over, utilizing my bone martial spirit to assess his condition. 3 ribs were fractured, and his left arm was broken. At that moment, I noticed he clutched several jade orbs tightly in his hand, the very soul guide from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Seeing no one was watching, I discreetly pried open his fingers and tucked away the 2 intact jade orbs into my pocket. Such a treasure, a spatial soul guide. After completing this act, I began to shake him, calling out, "Master, Master." He stirred awake, weakly murmuring, "Tang-san, where are you?" My expression froze in disbelief. Even on the brink of death, he was preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved disciple. I had once entertained the notion of replacing Tang-san in his heart, but it seemed I had been naive. I slowly closed my eyes, and upon reopening them, only a frigid resolve remained in my gaze. I removed the wooden splinters from his body, then summoned my bone martial spirit. A bone thread emerged from my fingertip, penetrating his wound. The excruciating pain jolted him awake, and as he beheld my indifferent face, comprehension dawned upon him, terror filling his eyes as he pointed at me, stammering, "Master, no farewells." The bone thread pierced through his heart in an instant. "My apologies, Master. Your narrative has reached its conclusion." Just as I prepared to retract my bone martial spirit, the thread suddenly spiraled out of control, as if ravenously siphoning something from within Yu Xiaojiang's body. My soul power was instantly drained, and shortly thereafter, the 600-year soul bone within me began to be depleted of energy. 10 seconds later, with a resounding crack, the soul bone shattered into pieces. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in frustration, could this be the legendary backlash of fate? Trembling, I withdrew my finger, revealing a small bone bead in my palm, while Yu Xiaojiang's lifeless body lay slumped on the ground like a puddle of mud. A teacher, witnessing my distress, hurried over to support me and examine the master's corpse, sighing deeply. "The child's spine has been shattered. There is no hope." I understood the bond one had with the master, yet this was the fate of soul masters. Assisted to the gathering of the wounded, I succumbed to exhaustion, both mentally and physically, and fell into a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was already noon the next day. A sudden realization struck me. My golden finger, my extraordinary ability, had finally arrived. The system announced that my luck had suffered a slight loss, and thus, it had activated in advance. The Luck Mall system was now open, and due to my actions against Tang-san, having incapacitated his mentor Yu Xiaojiang and taken away Xiao Wu, I had been rewarded with 1,017 luck points. With a mere thought, the so-called mall materialized upon my Tian Shu Wuhan. Each month, 7 random items would refresh. Upon inspection, I was astonished to find an array of offerings, including a 13,000-year-old soul bone, Ling Bo Wei Bu, and even items like a certain e-commerce brand's diapers and a superfruit phone. This system was rather unconventional. Yet what astounded me most was a coordinate to an unknown low-level world. Without hesitation, I spent 500 points to exchange for Ling Bo Wei Bu and the world coordinate, which promptly revealed the location, the Harry Potter world. Could it truly be possible to cross realms? This was immensely beneficial to my current situation. Subsequently, under the pretext of sorting through the master's belongings, I ventured into his quarters. I had no interest in his meager soul coins. What I sought were his research notes and tokens of identity. Though Yu Xiaojing was inept, his connections were formidable, including figures such as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the principal of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong. These relationships would soon become mine. The following 10 months were quite uneventful, monotonous even, as I devoted myself to relentless training, only managing to ascend 3 levels, ultimately reaching the 10th level bottleneck. The pace was dishearteningly slow, and I had barely grasped the fundamentals of Lingbo Weibu. During this span, the population of Nodding City dwindled sharply due to the earlier battle, resulting in a desolate atmosphere. To earn a living, I resorted to secretly crafting Millennium Soul Bones to sell in other cities. At last, the day had come for me to acquire my first soul ring. I was thoroughly prepared, adorned with Millennium Soul Bones that bolstered my physical prowess, making the absorption of a 1,200-year soul ring a feasible endeavor. To ensure absolute safety, I spent 20,000 soul coins to hire 2 soul hunting teams led by level 40 soul masters. I was no fool to entrust my life to a band of reckless mercenaries. Hence, I doubled the expense and hired 2 separate groups to maintain a check on one another, emphasizing professionalism and distrust. However, upon their arrival, the leader, a soul master named Fu Xiang, cast a skeptical glance at the throng of people behind me and mockingly inquired whether I truly needed such a grand display for a mere Millennium Soul Beast. His gaze hinted at intentions of treachery. I merely smiled, remaining silent, fully aware he was probing me. When he realized I was unfazed, he switched tactics, asking if I possessed a hunting license from the Spirit Hall. I was annoyed and decided to forego the charade, producing the master's token from my pocket and nonchalantly tossing it at him as if discarding trash. I patted his shoulder and said, "Do you believe that someone willing to spend 20,000 soul coins for their first soul ring is an ordinary person without backing?" Upon inspecting the token, his expression morphed from mockery to shock. The token bore 3 distinct symbols, unlike the single one that signified an ordinary hunter. The brilliance of those symbols left the mercenaries momentarily blinded. Fu Xiang's demeanor shifted rapidly. One moment he addressed me as Ing Shi, and the next, he respectfully referred to me as Lord Ing Shi. With my point made, I ordered them to disperse, instructing them to gather at the forest entrance the following morning. Having dealt with them, I chose not to return to school, but instead headed to a tavern. Xiao Wu was waiting at the entrance, kicking pebbles in anticipation of my arrival. Upon seeing me, her face lit up with joy. She immediately flaunted her little arm, playfully accusing me of not taking her to hunt soul beasts, claiming her prowess was formidable. I gently pinched her nose and replied, "Oh, please, with your limited skills. In the event of danger, I would be able to escape alone, but taking you along would only be a burden." Once inside the private room, the dishes were served, and Xiao Wu's eyes nearly sparkled with delight. I, being a professional at teasing, pointed to the most exquisite dish and urged her to try it, proclaiming it to be a delicacy. She eagerly scooped up a hefty portion, savoring it enthusiastically before incoherently inquiring about the type of meat. I struggled to contain my laughter and enigmatically informed her it's rabbit meat. For those who understand, her chopsticks clattered to the table as she froze, her cheeks bulging with food, momentarily forgetting to swallow the diced carrots. I continued to tease her, elaborating on the exclusive recipe behind the dish. "You see, this dish requires the carrots to be finely chopped and fed to the rabbit for a month, allowing the sweetness to permeate every fiber of its meat. Then, at the moment of utmost indulgence, with a swift motion, you must strike to ensure the meat remains tender." Xiao Wu's large eyes widened, tears welling up as I delivered the final blow, leaning close to her ear to whisper, "So, you are no longer an innocent little rabbit." With a gasp, she burst into tears and ran off, the remnants of her carrot flying from her mouth. The scene was quite the spectacle. I watched her retreat, calmly taking a bite of my food. This little girl truly thought she could push me around. The next morning, I donned my soul beast leather armor, secured a bone knife on my waist, and cleverly sewed the most crucial soul guiding orbs taken from Tang's sand into my undergarments. Do not laugh. This is a tactical maneuver. Who would dare to strip a 7-year-old child? The element of surprise was on my side. Entering the soul-hunting forest, I witnessed the mercenaries' true nature. They indiscriminately attacked every soul beast they encountered, regardless of age, driven by the greed for the rare soul bones. I silently cursed, but remained focused, as my target was the soul spirit beast, known for its weak attack but extraordinary ability to seal other soul power, tailor-made for my Tianshu Wuhan. After 2 days of searching, I finally located a soul spirit beast, approximately 900 years old, which they quickly subdued. Fu Xiang questioned my resolve, doubting the beast's worth. I had no time to explain. I drew my bone knife and swiftly ended its life. A deep yellow soul ring gradually ascended, igniting my excitement. I swiftly sat cross-legged to begin the absorption process. With 4 soul bones assisting me, the absorption was remarkably smooth, completing in under half an hour. As I stood, invigorated by the surge of power within me, the system notification chimed, indicating the completion of my main quest and unveiling a new task. Just as I began to celebrate, suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The commotion resembled the last fight with Tang Hao. A suffocating pressure descended upon me. A 10,000-year soul beast. That thought raced through my mind as I turned and fled without hesitation. The soul beast roared, sending shockwaves that numbed my very soul, leaving me momentarily paralyzed as I stumbled to the ground. The mercenaries around me were hardly in better shape. Apart from the 2 captains, the rest lay flat on the ground. I bit down hard on my tongue, the sharp pain jolting me back to reality. Instantly, I activated the Lingbo Weibo technique and ran for my life. Yet, no matter how fast I moved, I was still just a child. Those scoundrels fled at the most critical moment, leaving me behind as a mere snack for the colossal beast. Didn't they? Damn it. As I sprinted, I reached into my trousers, pulling out some powder to mask my scent, hoping to remain undetected. I then invoked the soul bone skill, Jifeng, to accelerate my escape, racing towards a small cave that seemed suitable for concealment. Just as I was nearing safety, the monstrous creature drew closer. With a surge of determination, I dove into the nearby brush, holding my breath. The enormous beast lumbered past me, and I felt as though my heart might leap from my throat. Once it had moved far enough away, I finally exhaled in relief, my legs trembling, preparing to stand. Suddenly, I heard a hissing sound. I looked down to find a small snake, its entire body of vivid crimson, glaring at me. The color indicated its venomous nature. My mind raced, my body stiffened, and I dare not move. In the distance, the ancient soul beast roared again, sending a shiver down my spine and provoking the little snake. It coiled and shot towards me like a bullet. In that split second, I instinctively shouted, "First soul skill, Lying Jingu." A yellow soul ring erupted from my body, and an invisible force pinned the snake mid-air. It hurtled straight toward me, colliding with my face like a small stone, failing to bite me. My skill was indeed powerful, capable of forcibly silencing targets and interrupting their abilities. However, it came at a cost. While using the skill, I became as immobile as a human popsicle. Thus, I found myself in a standoff with a venomous snake plastered against my face, a living target. In that moment of despair, a gentle hand rested on my shoulder. A voice as melodious as a lark whispered in my ear, "What troubles you?" With great effort, I managed to squeeze out a few words. "Help me deal with the snake." As soon as I finished speaking, the world before me was suddenly filled by a long, fair, straight leg. It moved like lightning, and with a single step, it crushed the little snake into a puddle of mush. The crisis averted, my body went limp as I collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, I raised my head, eager to see which goddess had saved me, and upon that glance, I was utterly entranced. Golden hair, a perfect silhouette, clad in tight-fitting battle armor with a tattered veil draped over it, revealed a breathtaking sight, though her face was pale and marked with injuries. The blend of heroism and vulnerability in her demeanor captivated my very soul. I clutched my chest, feeling as if I had been poisoned more severely than by the snake. It appeared that the beautiful savior was also on the verge of collapse. She swayed and began to fall toward me. I rushed forward and caught her in my arms. With her on my back, I made my way to the cave we had previously spotted. Gazing at the exquisite beauty lying before me, I noticed a deep, bone-revealing wound on her abdomen, still oozing blood. I realized that ordinary medicine would be of no use to her. I licked my lips, steeling my resolve. For the sake of winning her heart, today I would have to make a significant sacrifice. Just as my hand reached into my pocket for my precious item, her eyes fluttered open. The scene was surreal. Our gazes locked, and the air around us seemed to freeze, as if time had hit the pause button. Family, who understands? She was barely covered by tattered bandages, exposing her while I, on the other hand, had one hand awkwardly tucked in my trousers. This moment was utterly unredeemable. Her expression shifted from shock to a mix of astonishment and disdain, and I felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. No, don't misunderstand. I'm just retrieving something, I stammered, hastily pulling out a small white jade vial from the soul-guiding device affixed to my undergarments. This vial contained my lifeline, a 5th-grade recovery pill, a treasure acquired at the cost of 30 points of luck. It represented the culmination of my efforts, a result of nearly exhausting Tang Hao and his son, and for the past 10 months, not a single coin had been gained. It was pure consumable wealth. The beauty appeared skeptical, rolling her eyes and attempting to move, only for her wound to reopen with a hiss, fresh blood oozing forth. Her face paled instantly, a flicker of fear in her eyes. In this world of Douluo Dalu, where martial souls reign supreme, the medical knowledge is woefully inadequate, without a healing soul master nearby. Her chances of survival were less than 20%. As she seemed resigned to her fate, I hurriedly extended the precious pill toward her. You might want to give it a try. To my dismay, she scoffed and replied, what could a first-ring soul master possibly offer? My temper flared. I uncorked the vial, and the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the cave. I could confidently assert that just one whiff would send her soul power soaring. Her eyes widened with desire, practically begging for the pill. The opportunity was ripe. I swiftly flipped my wrist, retracting the jade vial, and declared, this is incredibly valuable. What will you offer me in return? She appeared stunned, likely unaccustomed to such demands as a favored daughter of heaven. Gritting her teeth, she finally said, name your price, and I promise not to haggle. My heart soared with glee as I boldly declared, unconditionally agree to 3 of my requests. Impossible. I'll offer you 100,000 gold soul coins. I chuckled coldly, reclaiming the vial. Do you think this is mere cabbage? I am not in need of money. Either swear an oath on your martial soul, or you may await your demise here. Her chest heaved with anger, her glare fierce enough to incinerate me. Yet, the reality was stark. Her body was failing, and her life was at stake. Ultimately, she clenched her silver teeth and swore the oath. Only then did I feel satisfied enough to place the pill in her mouth. The effect was astonishing, akin to a full revival on the spot. The wound visibly began to heal and scab over, and her soul power swiftly returned. Without hesitation, she crossed her legs and commenced meditative practice. Watching her, I felt a pang of regret. Y&T, I purchased that fruit phone when it appeared in the system store. A snapshot of this moment would have been priceless for the future. Approximately half an hour later, she concluded her meditation, her injuries stabilized. Looking at me, curiosity glimmered in her eyes. What is your name? I am Ingshi, and you? I am Shueqian. My mind went blank. Shueqian? Reverse it, and it spells Qian Shui. Qianren Shui. Good heavens. I had inadvertently intruded upon the lair of the princess of the Spirit Hall. This was catastrophic. 10 months prior, I had encountered her disguised as a man at a hotel, where she had revealed my heavenly book martial soul. Now, there was no need for her to investigate. She had already connected the dots. Had I not just delivered myself on a silver platter? Seeing my stunned expression, she misinterpreted it as me ogling her body, and her cheeks flushed as she quickly donned clothing from her soul-guiding device, admonishing me not to look. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. I had to seize this opportunity while she was vulnerable, not to take her life, but to completely secure my advantage. I cleared my throat and announced, For my first request, from this moment until your full recovery, I shall dictate what you wear." Her hand, poised a dress, froze instantly, clearly taken aback by my outrageous demand. I reminded her, "You have sworn an oath with your martial soul. Do you wish to go back on your word? If so, you may never advance in your cultivation." Her teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes radiating murderous intent. Suddenly, she smiled slyly and, as her outer garment slipped, produced a dagger and lunged at me. I was startled, my mouth racing ahead of my mind, and I blurted out the second condition. "You must never harm me in any way." The dagger's tip was a mere 0.01 centimeters from my throat, and she halted abruptly, resentfully retracting the dagger, gritting her teeth as she said, "The third." Stated all at once. The third condition was simple. I leaned closer, grinning like a little imp, and declared, "If I manage to defeat you within 10 years, you must marry me. During this period, you are forbidden from flirting with any other men." She appeared utterly bewildered, likely having never considered the prospect of marriage throughout her life. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized that I was nearly 40 levels beneath her in soul power. How could I possibly catch up to her in a decade? Curiously, she asked, "Why do you make such a demand? You must know how great our disparity is." I feigned a deeply emotional expression, replying, "In 10 years, you will still be in your prime. What if I were to pass away one day? I wouldn't want to hold you back for a lifetime." Yet internally, I thought 10 years? With me as a time-traveling spoiler, defeating you'll be a matter of moments. It seemed she was genuinely touched. But being the cunning actress she was, she maintained her composure, pretending to be angry as she reached out to tug at my ear, saying, "Oh, you little rascal. How dare you have designs on me?" I quickly responded, Hey, be careful with that. You might open up my wound again, and I would have to dress it for you once more." At the mention of my astonishing bandaging technique, her face flushed, and she reluctantly released me. "Where's your martial soul? Show it to me," she demanded. There was no escaping this. I had to summon my Tion Shu martial soul. Upon seeing this peculiar martial soul and connecting it to my name, her expression changed in an instant. I knew she had remembered me as that composed little brat from the hotel. However, she chose not to reveal it, as she herself harbored even greater secrets. After sensing my soul power fluctuations, her astonishment grew. "You're already at level 14? I nodded eagerly as a deep yellow soul ring emerged. Moreover, it was a 900-year soul ring. She quickly discerned my true capabilities. Being a formidable soul king, her insight was sharp. I straightened my chest and looked at her earnestly, saying, "Sister, I am 7 years old this year, level 14, with a first soul ring of 900 years. Would you say I am qualified to marry you?" She burst into laughter. "Little rascal, we have a significant age difference." "That is fine. I prefer the mature ones." This remark sent her into a fit of giggles. And she teased, "Oh, if you wish to marry me, you better put in the effort, for I am already a soul king." I declared, "At your age, I will undoubtedly be a soul king too." A fire of determination ignited within my gaze. She looked at my youthful face juxtaposed with an unexpectedly mature glint in my eyes, paused for a moment, then smiled. "All right, I will wait for you." In the days that followed, we cozied up in the small cave. She inquired about my first soul skill, and I revealed it to be Law of Binding, a powerful technique capable of forcibly interrupting an opponent's skills and sealing their soul power. Though I would be immobilized with teammates, it was virtually invincible. She gasped, exclaiming that this skill was too overpowered. She then taught me how to cultivate soul power more efficiently, her experience rich, being a direct disciple of the Pope. However, with such a stunning beauty before me, how could I focus solely on training? My gaze inevitably strayed to places it shouldn't be. Noticing my distraction, she produced a small stick from somewhere and struck my head with it, saying, "Oh, my little rascal dares to daydream? Do you still want to learn? Do you think I, Ingshi, am the kind of person who succumbs to coercion?" In a moment of impulsiveness, I leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Qian Rushue was instantly petrified, her 5 soul rings flaring to life, exuding a murderous aura. I quickly remedied the situation. "Don't be alarmed. This is the reward for what I will teach you next." She regarded me with skepticism, tapping the stick against her palm, and said, "Oh, I will give you a chance. If you fail to teach me something worthwhile, just wait and see how I deal with you. Do you think the 5,000 years of Chinese culture is worthless? Allow me to showcase a set of Lingbo Weibo. This extraordinary footwork left her utterly dumbfounded. Its enhancement for Soul Masters rivals that of a soul bone. Her expression turned serious, and she questioned which family's secret skill this was, worried about potential troubles if she learned it. I secretly chuckled, yet spoke earnestly. Rest assured, this is called Lingbo Weibo, and I'm the only one in the world who knows it. You may learn it, but you must not teach anyone before I marry you. Do you think you can control me once I learn it? She scoffed. I merely smiled silently, as this maneuver was all about psychological manipulation. What was my aim? Her beauty. In other words, love. It was this pure sentiment that compelled me to share unparalleled skills, a lethal force for someone like her, who had grown up amid treachery and loneliness. Seizing the moment, I raised my chin and made my demands. If you wish to learn the subsequent techniques, you must sleep by my side tonight, wearing only that black robe. She hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced for the sake of the skills, gritting her teeth as she agreed. Fine. This woman's learning ability was astonishing. As I gradually dismantled and imparted the techniques, she grasped them with incredible speed, even managing to produce afterimages. While teaching, I explained, Lingbo Weibo is a footwork technique cultivated through movement, allowing you to train even while walking. At this point, I suddenly froze. She noticed my pause and urged, continue. Why'd you stop talking? I stared at her blankly, feeling dazed. I just realized our agreement is for a duel in 10 years. It seems I am inadvertently helping you accelerate your training, so you can hit me even harder in a decade? The implications of this struck me like a dagger. Qian Rushue was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, her amusement shaking her. You're laughing? Let's see if I'll still teach you later. I sulked on the ground, drawing circles in frustration. All right. I suppose I can go easy on you when the time comes. I raised both hands, forming a gesture of 10. I will seal my soul power at level 10. Deal. As the sky outside darkened, we worked together to block the cave entrance. Gazing through the cracks at the starry sky and listening to the sounds of insects and beasts, she suddenly became contemplative and asked what I believed the future of Dalu would be, and who would triumph between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. Was this not placing myself in the line of fire? I immediately analyzed the overarching trends, discussing the hidden strengths of Hao-Ian sect and the inevitable emergence of a generation of geniuses. I even mentioned Tang San, embellishing his innate full soul power, twin martial souls, and his extraordinary feats of slaying monsters beyond his level, causing Qian Rushue's expression to shift as she filled with trepidation towards this unacquainted rival. I warned her that only one of us could survive. She then inquired how I would swiftly enhance a faction's national strength if I were in her position. I stroked my chin and revealed my most profound knowledge. It's simple. Establish an organization called Luo Wang, gathering idle soul masters to form a platform for assassins or mercenaries. Those with wealth contribute financially, while those with strength provide support. Utilize this power to continuously weaken the two great empires while growing stronger ourselves. My astute strategy left the future female pope nodding in agreement, her gaze toward me markedly different, while I was ensconced in affectionate exchanges with my future wife, plotting grand ambitions. Poor Tang San was enduring a harrowing fate. The aftermath of his battle against the titled Douluo left him in tatters, his body nearly shattered. He could only rely on his mother, Lan Yinhuang, and Lan Yinwang, who joined forces to forcefully expedite his martial soul awakening for survival. Such a course of action jeopardized his foundation, making the road ahead increasingly arduous. Tang Hao, witnessing his half-destroyed son, felt an intense fury boiling within him. Yet all he could do was swallow his anger, deepening his hatred for the Spirit Hall. Transitory moments of beauty are often fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. I spent my time in close companionship with Qian Rengshu, sharing modern concepts and imparting the art of Lingbo Weibo, while she introduced me to the cultivation methods of Dalu, guiding me in my training. Frankly speaking, the development of soul power in Dalu is indeed remarkable, yet it is astonishingly deficient in terms of intelligence and tactics. Let me illustrate just how outrageous this deficiency is. Take the Shrek team, for instance. They have not even changed their name, merely donning tattered masks to fight in Suatawa City for an extended period. And what was the result? By the time of the Advanced Soul Master Tournament, the 5-element academies were as lost as if they had seen a ghost, lacking any intelligence and having to start from square one. It is truly absurd. ISNT, the Spirit Hall, renowned for its extensive presence across the continent. Every village boasts a branch of yours. Yet you cannot even gather this minimal information? This is nothing short of idly occupying a position without merit. I express my frustrations to Qian Ringshu, urging her to take action. You hold the power of both the Tiendo Empire and the Spirit Hall. It is imperative that you establish an intelligence network. If this is accomplished, my future endeavors will be facilitated, will they not? Alas, this idyllic world for two came to an abrupt end. Just as we were lost in each other's company, a thunderous roar emanated from outside the cave, filled with impotent rage. Qian Ringshu and I instantly sat upright, bewildered. I had scattered scent-masking powder at the cave entrance. How on earth did that ancient soul beast manage to find us? Unbelievable. With a wry smile, Qian Ringshu apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." In my mind, I thought there was nothing to be sorry about. My feelings were akin to watching a horror film. It is indeed frightening when a ghost suddenly appears. Yet if one knows beforehand about its presence, the sensation is entirely different. I dared to enter the soul-hunting forest with those people. Did I not have some tricks up my sleeve? I disregarded her expression and asked the crucial question, "To what extent has your soul power recovered?" She paused briefly before honestly responding, "Approximately to the level of a 4-ring soul master. If I exert myself, I could barely unleash the combat power of a soul king." I pondered this for a moment. It would suffice. I then inquired, "How long until you can escape from the range of its attacks?" Qian Ringshu, not foolish in the least, immediately grasped my intention. I was suggesting that I stay behind to allow her to flee first. She was deeply moved, suddenly embracing me from behind, resting her small head on my shoulder. Had she not been kneeling, the scene would have been exceptionally picturesque. She said, "Your strength is too low. You won't be able to delay for long." I patted her little hand, chuckled, and decided to deliver a small shock. Leaning closer to her ear, I lowered my voice and said, "I sense the aura of the angel god from you. Do I not, Qian Ringshu?" Those who understand would know. The astonishment in her eyes was palpable. In her mind, I was merely an ordinary soul master with slightly better talent. Yet here I was, acknowledging the divine and specifically naming the angel god. I continued my pretense, stating boldly, "I dare to declare my intent to marry you, the one who has passed the angel god's 9th trial. Do you think I am merely an ordinary person?" Observing my composed demeanor, her expression blossomed like a flower, radiating brilliance. She leaned closer, her breath brushing against my face, asking, "Can you guarantee your safety?" "Nonsense. Is there anything in this world that is absolute?" I playfully teased her. "This time I save you. What will you offer in return?" She pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I marry you in the future?" I scoffed dismissively, "Not a chance. Once you grow up, I will storm the Spirit Hall and take you back. That doesn't count. Choose another." Her indignation was evident. She was both embarrassed and angry, biting my neck like a small dog. She retorted, "You speak so grandly. Our Spirit Hall has nearly 10 titled Douluo, and my mother is nearing the level of a peerless Douluo." Mentioning her mother, Bibi Dong, caused her expression to falter slightly. This provoked me further, and I declared, "If your mother dares to obstruct me, I will take her down as well." Oh, at this, she truly put her all into it. I pinched her face and said, "Here's the deal. If you escape this time, you must unconditionally agree to one request of mine, even if it goes against your moral principles." She scrutinized me from head to toe, as if discovering a new continent, and asked, "You wouldn't truly have thoughts about that esteemed pope, would you?" Could I admit that? I channeled my inner domineering CEO, replying, "What of it? Do you have any objections? Keep them to yourself." She let out a laugh, exuding a captivating charm. "If you truly have the ability to take down that loathsome woman, I wouldn't mind." No sooner had she finished speaking than the stones blocking the cave entrance exploded with a thunderous crash. Debris flew everywhere, and then two enormous eyes, the size of lanterns, fixed their gaze upon us. "Lend me your soul power, then flee with all your might," I shouted at her, and the Tian Shu martial spirit materialized in my hand. Qian Rengshu wasted no time, pouring her abundant soul power into me. Instantly, I unleashed my first soul skill, Law of Command Confinement. Countless invisible chains instantly ensnare the ancient soul beast, forcefully suppressing its soul power. "Let us go," I roared. Qian Rengshu swiftly planted a kiss on my cheek, leaving behind a heartfelt "take care," before soaring into the air, not daring to look back. She understood that to help me restrain this soul beast, her own soul power was down to 20%. Staying behind would only lead to her demise. Meanwhile, my soul power was leaking like a gushing faucet, desperately binding the ancient soul beast. Fortunately, although this creature possessed strength hundreds of times greater than mine, its intelligence was lacking. It did not know how to precisely control its power, merely charging about chaotically, which made it easier for me to manage. The wave of soul power support from Qian Rengshu had sustained me through the initial drain. Now it was a matter of how long I could endure. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Cold sweat poured down my forehead as my soul power neared exhaustion. The muscles of the soul beast began to tremble violently, indicating an impending escape. 25 seconds. I felt as though my body had been drained, and my legs went weak, causing me to collapse to the ground. Roar! The ancient soul beast broke free. Its gaze was filled with a desire to devour me whole. But was I frightened? Not in the slightest. I leisurely positioned the Tian Shu martial spirit before me, flipping through its pages until I reached one inscribed with a mysterious array. Just as the beast lunged at me, my body vanished from sight. On the other side, Qian Rengshu was sprinting for her life, her heart tightening at the roars behind her. Yet she knew that returning now would be futile. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared before her, her two titled Douluo bodyguards. One of them appeared quite disheveled, with one arm hanging limply. Upon seeing her reinforcements, Qian Rengshu's expression hardened. She pointed in the direction of the soul beast and commanded, "Kill that soul beast." For title Douluo, dispatching a 10,000-year soul beast was akin to child's play. It would be dispatched in an instant. Without even glancing at the corpse of the soul beast, Qian Rengshu hurried back to the cave, only to find it eerily empty. Her brow furrowed, and she immediately ordered Elder Tsishua, "Dissect it. I want to see what's inside." Those who understand would know. She actually thought I had been devoured. Elder Tsishua, though puzzled, complied, only to discover a belly full of rotten bones, with no intact corpse. Only then did Qian Rengshu breathe a sigh of relief. She then inquired about the pressing matter. "By the way, how is Tang Hao?" It was then that I learned astonishingly that Qian Rengshu had intended to hunt for her fifth soul ring a few days prior, only to be ambushed by Tang Hao. At that time, she had only one title Douluo by her side, under the pressure of Tang Hao's explosive ring, coupled with the fact that the soul beast she was hunting was the mate of the ancient soul beast. A series of unforeseen events led to her sustaining serious injuries and fleeing to me. Upon hearing the report, Qian Rengshu gritted her teeth and declared, "Tang San must be eliminated swiftly." However, Tang Hao's recent assault on the Tiando Empire's royal family has fortuitously provided us with an opportunity. She intended to leverage her identity as Xue Qinghe to completely sever the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Hao Tianzong. Meanwhile, I found myself in a dimly lit alley, feeling disoriented. I coughed twice, my soul power depleted, and my mental state was severely compromised. Upon sensing my surroundings, I realized the energy in this realm was as sparse as the oxygen atop the Himalayas, even less than in our Majia village. Hastily, I sat cross-legged to recover my soul power, spending an hour to regain merely 30%. Then, I retrieved a more suitable outfit from my 24-bridge Mingwen Night storage belt. Though I was only 7, my bone martial soul made me appear as if I were 12 or 13. Stepping out of the alley and seeing the streets filled with golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals, I felt a pang of discomfort. My limited English amounted to only a few phrases, which only exacerbated my frustration. Reluctantly, I spent 10 luck points to exchange for proficiency in English in the Heavenly Book Mall. I pondered that I was in London, England, and if I was to seek the magical realm, I must first locate the local power brokers. Where to find them? In Chinatown. Wherever there are Chinese people, there lies Chinatown, and alongside it, the likelihood of Chinese gangs. I donned a black cloak, adorned a striking mask, and slightly adjusted my height to appear more adult-like. Entering Chinatown, I found the sight of black-haired, dark-eyed individuals to be much more agreeable. I ignored the small vendors and sought out the idle, intimidating figures. Soon, I pinpointed my target, a place called the Joy Bar. The pink sign, featuring a bikini-clad woman, exuded a rather dubious allure. A few young men in spiked jackets loitered at the entrance. I approached them directly and asked, "Are you part of a gang?" The group paused, likely bewildered by my appearance. One of them was about to retort, but without hesitation, I reached for a hollow iron rod propping a sign and, channeling my soul power, crushed it effortlessly before their eyes. They were left dumbfounded. I smiled and reassured them, "Don't be alarmed. I'm here to discuss a business proposition, a favorable one." Sensing their hesitation, I grew impatient and lightly stomped my foot, causing the tiles beneath me to shatter. This made them comply immediately. The leader quickly stated, "Please wait, sir. I shall report this at once." Before long, a burly man in a suit emerged, grinning broadly. "Your presence honors us, sir." I forwent pleasantries and tossed a gold soul coin from my pocket. The man, known as Huang Yi, weighed it and even bit into it, his eyes lighting up. I casually remarked, "I have many such coins. I need your assistance. Consider it my employment of you." He responded with enthusiasm, "Of course, sir. Please, let's discuss this in detail." In a private room of the bar, he dismissed others and inquired about my name. "Ingshi," I stated, cutting to the chase. "I require firearms, the best available: sniper rifles, grenades, tear gas, incendiary devices, all of it. At least 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Price is not an issue. Can you manage this?" Huang Yi gasped. "This isn't just a request for firearms. It's akin to demanding an armory." He claimed he could not fulfill such a request. I informed him, "We can arrange the transfer in other countries, even in war-torn nations if necessary, but it must be swift." He hesitated. I realized I needed to apply a little pressure. Noticing he had a cigarette unlit, I smiled ominously. "It seems you lack a flame." I extended my finger, and a small flame flickered to life. His eyes widened in astonishment. I added, "It appears the flame is rather modest." The fireball expanded to the size of a fist, and he began sweating profusely. Still not enough. I decided to escalate further, conjuring a massive fireball that nearly filled the room. I controlled the fireball to approach him, igniting his cigarette. "Sir, we will certainly do our utmost." He stood up, bowing deeply, his voice trembling. "Upon completion of the task, I will pay you an additional 50 gold coins. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, though it will not be free." His face radiated joy. Before I departed, I added a final flourish. "Have you heard of wizards? If they dare to betray one another, I can assure you none shall survive." With that, I stepped onto the ground and vanished in an instant, leaving him in a state of existential doubt. Returning to my lodgings, I suddenly recalled that I had yet to claim the rewards for my main quest. I promptly opened the Heavenly Book Martial Soul and, without hesitation, selected the ZG Ma Tone. After all, I had yet to acquire a method for enhancing my mental power. This ability was incredibly valuable. It felt tailor-made for me. Consider, in this world, firearms exist. With the ZG Ma Tone, I would possess the precision of a human auto-targeting system. As for Tong San's so-called hidden weapon techniques and Xian Tiangong, I would be merely flaunting my naivety. He had decades of experience. Employing the same tactics as him would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, where was I headed next? The wizarding realm. The magical energies, they're simply another form of mental power. The ZG Ma Tong paves a highway for my future path as a wizard. The plan is set. I immediately unfolded a map, and my next objective became clear: to amass wealth. Target: the world of Harry Potter. Though I could not yet enter Hogwarts, I could visit Diagon Alley and and Nocturne Alley. Such places are abundant with treasures. The only issue was that I had forgotten the precise locations, recalling only a general idea. Additionally, who among my family understood? I am currently a shadowy figure, with pockets emptier than my face, lacking even a single galleon. To enter Diagon Alley openly? Impossible. Thus, I had but one target, Nocturne Alley, a place rife with both danger and opportunity, perfect for someone like me who thrives in the shadows. I found a rooftop, took out a telescope, and stealthily observed how the dark wizards entered. After watching 3 to 5 individuals, I grasped the technique. I was ready to proceed. Upon entering the alley, the temperature dropped significantly, creating an eerie atmosphere. An elderly woman selling grotesque, bloodied magical creature hearts made my stomach churn. Ignoring her, I sought a dark magic shop, pushing the door open with my soul power, exuding confidence. An old one-eyed man emerged and inquired about my needs. I wasted no time and produced a 10-year-old plant-type soul beast from my soul guide, resembling a lotus pod. I boldly offered a brand new magical plant, with naming rights belonging to you, for 500 galleons. His eyes lit up, but being a seasoned negotiator, he immediately countered with 200. I scoffed and turned to leave, declaring, "Take it or leave it. I am no longer interested." He quickly relented. "Wait, 300. That is my final offer." Without looking back, I countered 350, plus a habitat for a pack of magical creatures. His demeanor shifted to one of aggression, as if ready to draw his wand. I thought to myself, "Do you think you can intimidate me?" Raising my left hand, I sent a fireball directly at his face. Armored protection. He reacted swiftly, but the next moment, his expression shifted from anger to sheer terror, exclaiming, "Non-wand magic." The fear in his eyes was palpable. This was a moment of overwhelming dominance. He quickly capitulated. "All right, we have a deal. My first earnings secured, 350 galleons, along with a map to the centaurs." His name was Lion, and upon realizing I was a valuable customer, he donned a cunning merchant smile and inquired if I had any other goods to sell. I thought to myself, just right, I need potions, a substantial quantity. Half an hour later, I emerged. To my dismay, I had lost a hefty sum of 350 galleons, along with a century-old and a 50-year-old soul beast. However, the rewards were considerable. I exchanged for 7 different potions and had him assist me in acquiring the complete set of textbooks for the 1st to 6th years at Hogwarts, complete with notes. Next, I planned to head to the Knower Pingyuan marked on the map he provided to hunt centaurs and continue amassing wealth. Why centaurs, you ask? They are abundant in number and possess only a modicum of magic, making them ideal for a novice magician like me to practice on. While they are indeed clever, as long as they refrain from employing high-end tricks against me, I remain confident in confronting them directly. I drove my off-road vehicle to the outskirts of Knower Pingyuan, concealed my vehicle, and ventured forth. Thanks to my recently acquired ZG Magic Eye, the magical barrier shielding muggles appeared non-existent to me. I inspected my equipment, a pistol, a bone dagger, and an infrared detector, fully armed. After walking for over 2 hours without a glimpse of any creature, I began to suspect whether that old man had deceived me. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind me. My hair stood on end, and without a moment's thought, I executed a roll on the ground. The next instant, a spear struck the very spot where I had stood. I nearly met my end before the adventure had even begun. My temper flared. How dare they ambush me? I swiftly drew my silenced pistol, activating my ZG Magic Eye. Astonishingly, I could discern every hair on the centaur's face from 100 meters away, its muscles resembling stone. However, my marksmanship was lacking, as I had only practiced for 2 days. Resolute, I activated my soul bone skill, Gale, and propelled myself forward like a cannonball. The centaur, fiercely charging towards me, was met with my sudden halt. I slid low to the ground, slipping beneath its belly while rapidly emptying the magazine of my gun. The centaur let out a wretched cry, staggered forward a few steps, cast a begrudging glance at me, and then collapsed lifelessly. Gasping for breath, I must say, the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death is simply intoxicating. The subsequent skinning process, however, turned my stomach, leading me into a state of contemplative despair. Regrettably, I had obliterated its chest, meaning the specimen would fetch a meager price. Thus, 3 days passed. On the first day, I killed 3. On the second, my skill sharpened, and I dispatched 5. On the third, they had grown wise, and I managed to slay only 3. Moreover, last night, I grew overconfident and attempted a direct confrontation, resulting in 2 broken ribs from a single kick. Had it not been for my bone martial spirit's self-healing ability, I would have fled long ago. Over these days, I had slain 11 centaurs, but due to my crude dissection skills, the materials combined were worth only about 2,000 galleons. Insufficient even for a single bottle of Felix Felicis. On the 4th morning, as I prepared to continue my work, an unsettling feeling gripped my heart. I swiftly concealed myself behind a tree and retrieved my infrared detector. To my astonishment, the area ahead was teeming with red dots. At least 20 centaurs. They had formed a group to confront me. Initially, I considered laying some butterfly traps, but upon reflection, I knew they wouldn't eliminate many, and I would still have to contend with the rest. The only solution was to wait for them to disperse. I found a rocky outcrop to conceal myself and observed with my binoculars. The lead centaur was covered in scars, clearly a formidable opponent, though I couldn't decipher their language. It was evident they were strategizing my demise. As expected, after searching for over an hour without locating me, their patience waned, and they began to split up into smaller groups. The opportunity had arrived. They mistakenly believed that being in groups of 3 ensured their safety, oblivious to the fact that this was precisely what I desired. The psychological duel between hunter and prey is truly a battle of patience. I lay still for over 2 hours, waiting until the centaurs grew restless, expanding their search radius while it took them ages to regroup. The moment was ripe. I leaped from behind a rock, my body stiff with fatigue, crouching low as I approached the outermost trio. I had calculated that the nearest backup would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. 5 minutes? In high-stakes scenarios, a mere second can determine life or death. Drawing closer, I could smell the distinct scent of horses. I retrieved my automatic rifle from my spatial ring, and just as I peeked out, a dark spear whizzed towards my face. If I had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, I would have met my end there. I swiftly recoiled, and the spear embedded itself into a tree behind me, which was thicker than my waist. Immediately, one of the centaurs, invigorated as if on adrenaline, let out a thunderous roar, its sound echoing for miles, evidently rallying its companions. I thought to myself, this is bad. Their vigilance exceeds my expectations. I couldn't hesitate. I dashed out from the other side of the tree, my eyes flashing with purple light as I activated my enhanced vision. My automatic rifle unleashed a barrage of bullets, suppressing their firepower, showering them in a hail of projectiles. The trio before me was evidently taken aback, likely never having witnessed such dark sorcery capable of firing dozens of rounds in an instant. 2 of the slower centaurs fell, riddled with bullets, convulsing as they succumbed. The last centaur, terrified, sought cover, refusing to reveal itself. With the other centaur's roars drawing closer, I realized it was time to retreat. However, as I turned, another volley of spears came flying at me. Several narrowly missed my scalp, embedding themselves in the ground and blocking my escape route. Simultaneously, the final centaur, its eyes red as a rabbit S, charged at me with a furious cry. I assure you, the scene was beyond the grasp of AI artistry. As it approached, it hurled spears, each imbued with an eerie dark glow, traveling at an astonishing speed. I had no time to draw my blade and could only instinctively use my rifle to defend myself. With a deafening clang, the spear embedded itself into my rifle's body, the immense force nearly toppling me, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath my feet. This was undoubtedly magic-enhanced. My ZG magic, I remained active just enough for me to keep pace with its speed, yet I suffered greatly from this first encounter. No sooner had I caught my breath than several more spears hurtled towards me. I had no choice but to unleash a skill. Teleportation. The skill from my left leg's sole bone activated, and I vanished from my position, reappearing 3 meters away. This move was powerful, but drained my energy significantly. At full capacity, I could only use it 5 times before becoming vulnerable. Furthermore, it had a 5-second cooldown period. In high-stakes engagements, 5 seconds can mean the difference between life and death. Just as I landed, the centaur was less than 5 meters away, its spear raised high, ready to skewer me. The more perilous the situation, the calmer I became. My left hand shot out like lightning. Fingers pointed at it as the soul of the heavenly book manifested behind me. And my first soul ring illuminated. Binding command. The centaur's charge froze instantaneously, its hooves seemingly welded to the ground, forced to glide forward by inertia. I, expressionless, with violet light radiating from my eyes, perceived its every movement in slow motion. Now was the moment. I channeled half of my soul energy into my left index finger, activating my bone skill, finger bullet. My fingertip shot forth like a genuine bullet. The centaur's pupils dilated in shock, but it was too late. The binding skill rendered it immobile. In the next heartbeat, my fingertip pierced its forehead, triumphantly securing my victory. Yet I had no time to celebrate, for at least 2 groups of centaurs were swiftly approaching and being ensnared with spell doom. I turned and fled, only to feel the ominous presence of 2 javelins pursuing me from behind. With a burst of speed, I activated the skill of my right leg's soul bone and darted through the forest like a whirlwind. As I glimpsed the relentless centaurs trailing behind, a smirk crept upon my lips. Pursue me? Have you ever heard of the art known as guilei? I propel myself off the ground, leaping between the trunks of the trees, and deftly set a small trap. The centaurs, unaccustomed to such cunning technology, plunged headlong into it. The foremost among them, seemingly puzzled, glanced down as if he had tripped over something. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing him and 2 unfortunate companions beside him in a fiery blaze. I listened to the resounding blast, landing securely on a branch, and retrieved my prized sniper rifle from my soul guide. Through the smoke, I activated my purple extreme magic eye, ready to take aim. Bang! The tremendous recoil jolted my shoulder, but my soul power steadied my form. My first shot went slightly astray, but it was of little consequence. I adjusted my stance against the tree and pulled the bolt again. Bang! Bang! With my third shot, a centaur's head exploded like a watermelon. Scanning the battlefield, I noticed an intriguing detail. The one who had sprinted the fastest and tripped over my trap was the sole survivor, while his 2 companions had met a gruesome fate. It dawned on me that my guilei had a delay, and the centaur's rapid dash had propelled him beyond the explosion's epicenter. Noted, I shall improve next time. Just as I contemplated this, another javelin whistled through the air towards me. I quickly dodged, only to see the javelin embedded in a tree, emitting ominous black smoke, an indication of corrosive effects. So it was dark sorcery, was it? Very well, I shall let you play. I raised my weapon and dispatched the last remaining member of that group, sending him to join his fallen comrades. Now, I had stirred a hornet's nest. A centaur, clearly the leader, charged forth, yelling at me in broken English. Damn dark wizard, I will. Before he could finish, I had switched to dual pistols, unleashing a hail of bullets upon him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he began chanting, enveloping himself in a translucent layer of armor. Armored protection. I furrowed my brow. Despite having taken down many, this was the first time I encountered one who could conjure a shield. However, no matter how much magic you possess, can it surpass my ammunition? I emptied 2 magazines without so much as a glance, retrieving fresh ones from my person and continuing to fire. The clattering sounds of gunfire rang out, and the leader's countenance grew increasingly grim. My aim may falter in motion, yet at close range, that tortoise shell of his would inevitably shatter. He shot me a fierce glare, evidently contemplating retreat to summon reinforcements. Would I allow that? My hunting plans would be for naught. I instantly switched to taunting mode, unleashing the most venomous words. Hey, you cowardly trash, run. Once I skin your companions and feed their entrails to the crows. To amplify the effect, I fired a few rounds into the corpses on the ground, splattering blood and flesh. You seek death. The centaur leader, Olin, felt an immediate surge of rage, his eyes turning crimson as he lost all semblance of reason, charging at me like an enraged lion, exuding a dreadful aura. My heart sank, This was no ordinary foe. I could sense that my soul power was insufficient for another shot, and the prospect of fleeing crossed my mind. Yet he was already upon me. Adopting a knightly charge stance, the color of his armor deepening, clearly intent on determining our fates in one decisive clash. I narrow my eyes, swiftly swapping my handgun for the sniper rifle, chambering a round and taking aim. A palpable sense of mortal peril enveloped me. The leader began to chant about some great centaur god, and without hesitation, I pulled the trigger. To my astonishment, the powerful sniper bullet was deflected by an invisible barrier. Retreat. I turned to flee, but he was faster, and several pale golden rays, seemingly guided, pursued me relentlessly. Utilizing my utmost agility, I evaded with all my might. Yet one ray struck me squarely in the back. Gasping, I spat blood as pain surged through my chest. Seeing Olin closing in, I gritted my teeth and executed a dramatic sniper maneuver. While it looked impressive, the terrifying recoil of the sniper rifle shattered my wrist. The excruciating pain caused my vision to blur, and although the second bullet was also blocked, the barrier had clearly weakened. No time left. Olin had already reached my rear, and a javelin, now gleaming golden, aimed directly at my heart. Teleport. My final survival skill. I instantly appeared behind him, flicking my wrist to release several small green iron balls. Simultaneously, I channeled all my soul power into my legs, propelling myself like a spring. Olin had just turned around when a violent explosion consumed him. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I retrieved my sniper rifle midair and fired 3 shots towards the explosion's epicenter. Upon landing, I swiftly swallowed a restoration pill. As the dust settled, Olin stood there, his body seemingly coated in gold. Such trickery! Drawing upon the scant soul power restored by the pill, I forcibly mended my shattered wrist, raised my sniper rifle, and loaded an armor-piercing round, aiming for his head. Bang! The armor-piercing round struck the already precarious barrier before him. With a crisp crack, the barrier shattered, and the bullet unerringly obliterated his head. Thus fell a renowned centaur leader. I coughed twice, wiping the blood from my lips, and cautiously approached. As I drew near, my bone martial spirit quivered with excitement. This corpse was undoubtedly a treasure, ignoring the remaining centaurs. I promptly stored his intact body along with the golden spear into my 24 Bridges bright moonlit night and hastily sought refuge in a cave to recuperate. The following day, I embarked on my return journey. The spoils of my conquest were too abundant. My storage space was overflowing, and I couldn't even muster the inclination to purge the remaining centaurs. Upon returning to the black magic shop in Diagonal Alley, I pushed open the door, and the proprietor, Ryan, rushed towards me with enthusiasm. "Oh, my friend, how I have missed you." Smiling, I placed a hefty stack of freshly butchered centaur pelts, 32 in total, upon his counter. Ryan's eyes widened in shock, but as he touched the pelts, his expression suddenly shifted, and he stared at me with a mixture of fear and astonishment. "You're not a wizard, are you?" In an instant, I drew the bone blade from my waist, and the atmosphere in the shop plummeted to freezing temperatures. How did this old rascal discern that? He frantically waved his hands, pointing at the pelts. "Don't be alarmed. Look, your pelts are still so fresh. The blood hasn't even dried. It takes several days to get from here to Nuar Plains, and the Wizard's Infinite Extension spell has no preservation function." Suddenly enlightened, I realized my soul guide had given me away. This device held time in stasis, entirely different from their magical pouches. Noticing the glint of danger in my eyes, Ryan hastily said, "My friend, though I am a crooked merchant, I am sincere towards friends. I can swear an unbreakable oath to never harm you." I was tempted. In the wizarding world, I was but a blind man, and having a seasoned veteran as a guide would yield countless advantages. For safety's sake, I took him along and casually found several adult wizards on the street as witnesses, making him solemnly swear the magical oath on the spot. Back in the shop, the atmosphere had relaxed considerably. I removed my bony mask, and Ryan, gazing at my youthful face, burst into laughter. "No wonder you wear a mask. With that Asian doll-like face of yours, anyone who sees it would never forget." I shot him a disdainful glance and poured out all the spoils from this escapade. After inspecting the goods, Lane promptly offered a price, 32 pelts, along with some entrails, totaling 7,000 gold gallons. What do you think? I calculated in my mind. His price was exceedingly fair, even generous. It seemed my acquaintance was worthwhile. I agreed on the spot, reserving 1,000 gold gallons for pocket money, and requested that the remainder be exchanged for fulling potions, whatever quantity he had available. The deal was struck. Lane's merchant visage beamed with delight, relishing in my willingness to make an immediate purchase. Just as I thought this transaction was nearly complete, a thought struck me. All right, Lane, could you take a look at this treasure for me? With that, I produced the corpse of the centaur leader, Orlon, from my spatial pouch. I tell you, Lane, who had been grinning just a second prior, was rendered speechless, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Oh, Merlin's beard, Merlin's magnificent beard, as dense as the dark forest. He howled, startling me. This is the Centaur King, my friend. Moreover, he had just awakened his bloodline power. In a frenzy, he began to jump up and down, urging me to hurry and secure it. Only your infinite expansion spell pouch could preserve its power from dissipating. Although bewildered, I obediently returned the body to my pouch. You wouldn't believe it. This fellow was so distressed that he waved his wand, carefully collecting the few drops of blood on the ground into a vial. Not a single drop was to be wasted. I wondered just how valuable this was to elicit such excitement from him. Lane's expression mirrored that of someone who had lost a fortune, his features contorted in pain. My friend, had we not just signed the spell, I would have surely taken advantage of you today. I must have this. He sighed deeply, poured me a drink, and began to educate me. In simple terms, this creature is known as the Centaur King, a manifestation of ancient bloodline awakening, a rarity among generations of centaurs. What's worse, it seems I had slain him just as he had begun to awaken his powers. You see, Lane pointed at me, his voice filled with anguish. This intact body, if sold now, would fetch at least 50,000 gold gallons. And that's for one who hasn't fully awakened. If you had waited a year or two, it could be worth 100,000 gold gallons or more, with no market available. I was so taken aback by the figure of 50,000 gold gallons that I could hardly fathom how many fulling potions I could buy. I had stumbled upon an incredible fortune. However, Lane quickly doused my enthusiasm with a cold reality check. You've slain a newly born king. This is no trivial matter. What ahead? Did you leave any survivors? I pondered and shook my head in confusion. I smashed the head, and in the heat of battle, I didn't think to preserve it. However, I did eliminate all the warriors in the tribe, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. Lane's brow furrowed even deeper. Centaur kin can sense one another, even if only a drop of blood remains. The pelts and entrails you possess should not be sold for the time being. Upon hearing this, I shot him a sidelong glance. Are you trying to leverage this to lower your price? Lane erupted in anger, pointing a finger at me and unleashing a torrent of curses so profane I was too embarrassed to repeat them. I chose not to engage further, conjuring a flame in my hand and watching him silently. He instantly fell silent. Just a jest, my friend, I chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Do not be angry. I apologize. What do you suggest we do? Lane exhaled, likely still shaken by my earlier display. If you trust me, I will take this batch off your hands. However, I am short on cash. I will give you 5,000 gold gallons now, and repay the remaining 2,000 gradually. I nodded in agreement. 5,000 gold gallons would suffice for a while. Noticing he still seemed a bit miffed, I decided to surprise him. Don't say I'm not a good friend. Here's a gift for you. I retrieved a colorful piece of bone from my soul guide device, the soul bone of the fire rabbit. This item was obtained from a magical rabbit capable of breathing fire. If integrated into your body, you too could wield fire like me. Lane's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with excitement. Really? My friend, I adore you. I pushed him away in mock disdain, tossing the soul bone to him. Don't move. I'll help you refine it. What? Refining? What does that entail? He looked utterly perplexed. I didn't bother to explain, directly channeling my soul power into him. In no time, the soul bone successfully melded with his being. Lane raised his hand in exhilaration, infusing it with magic. And then, to my amusement, with a pop. A spark of fire ignited before extinguishing almost immediately. The moment was undeniably awkward. Apologies, I got a bit too excited. Let us try again. He sheepishly ruffled his greasy hair and soon mastered the technique, conjuring a flame in his palm and delighting in it like a child. From that moment onward, Lane treated me as family. When purchasing potions, he even took me to his upstream suppliers. In the realm of dark wizards, this act was tantamount to entrusting me with his lifeline. I understood the courtesy, allowing Lane to handle the negotiations without uttering a single word to the source. Respect begets respect, after all. The 5,000 gold gallons were quickly spent on an array of potions, an entire set of Hogwarts textbooks, and even a flying carpet. In return, I generously gifted him some blood of the Centaur King and shared the contact information for my gang in the real world, a gesture of reciprocity. In the days that followed, I resided in Lane's dark magic shop, waiting for my arms while learning dark sorcery from him. However, there was one incident that drove him particularly mad. I brought out my bone knife before him and began to absorb the essence from the skeleton of the Centaur King. I watched as Lane's expression morphed from pained to heartbroken, eventually settling into one of despair. The essence transformed into a golden thread embedded in the hilt of my knife. Looking splendid. After spending 21 days in the Harry Potter world, once the arms deal concluded, it was time for me to return. I bid farewell to Lane and stepped through the spatial portal, finding myself back in the soul-hunting forest. It was the same cave, yet the air felt different. Glancing down, I noticed a token from the spirit hall on the ground, engraved with 5 symbols. This was the highest rank of insignia apart from the Pope's decree. I picked it up, and a familiar figure flashed through my mind. Looking skyward, I silently vowed, "Soon, when I return, I shall surprise you greatly." However, before the surprise, I was met with a shock. Goodness, I was lost. In my frantic evasion of that ancient soul beast, I had run blindly, now unable to discern north from south. With no choice left, I summoned the flying carpet, shakily ascending into the sky, scanning the map for direction. Finally, I spotted the outline of Nodding City and descended quickly, returning to the academy. Upon entering, I found Xiao Wu sitting alone on a bench, gazing at a carrot, her eyes reddened with tears. Feeling playful, I crept up behind her and covered her eyes. "Guess who I am?" At the sound of my voice, she came alive, spinning around to embrace me tightly. "You're back, you scoundrel. I thought you wouldn't return." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking my shirt. I sighed, gently ruffling her rabbit ears. "Xiao Wu, my dear, I only left provisions for a month. How could I possibly not come back?" Her ears are her sensitive spots. When I pinched them, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, yet she clung to me fiercely, unwilling to let go. To be honest, it was somewhat touching, albeit just a tad. Once her tears had subsided, I retrieved a small box from my backpack and handed it to her, saying, "Here, your gift." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she opened it. In the next moment, however, her expression shifted from sunny to stormy, her rosy little fist shaking in front of me. "Hey, is this all you got me? Ingshi, do you think your close combat skills are already impressive?" Inside the box was a model of a braised rabbit head dish. "Calm down, I was just teasing you. The real gift is underneath," I quickly added. With a hint of skepticism, she opened the compartment, revealing a beautiful little cloth bag. I explained that this item was akin to a soul guide device, but lacked the ability to preserve freshness. Her anger transformed into joy, and she cherished it like a treasure. In return, she pulled something from her small backpack and handed it to me, a sandalwood comb. My heart skipped a beat. I understood the significance of this comb all too well, as it was something her mother had left for her future son-in-law. Goodness, what a heavy burden to bear. My mind was instantly filled with conflict. Xiao Wu, however, paid no mind to my turmoil and dragged me towards the teaching building. Just then, a chill swept over the back of my neck, triggering my cyber sense, warning me that I was being watched. I swiftly turned around, activating my ZGMO tong, expanding my field of vision rapidly. Nothing. I found nothing. I furrowed my brow. I was about 80% sure that someone was indeed watching. Gripping Xiao Wu's shoulder, she was still in a daze when a warm current surged from my palm into her body. I directly transferred half of my soul bones ability to her, concealing the aura of her 100,000-year soul beast. Meanwhile, a soul emperor-level powerhouse in the distance was perplexed, wondering how a mere one-ringed spirit could possibly detect him. Upon returning to the small courtyard where we lived with old man Mo Zhang, I pushed the door open and was taken aback. On the bed lay a black-clad man, covered in blood, with several wounds deep enough to expose bone. Xiao was startled too. "Grandfather, who is this person?" Old man Mo Zhang remained unfazed. "Oh, I picked him up on the road. He was severely injured, so I brought him back." My mouth hung open for a while, utterly speechless. "My goodness, old man. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to randomly bring a soul master back? Whoever injured him must be extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, saving a beautiful woman is one thing, but why bring back a man?" Yet upon reflection, I too was taken in by the old man's kindness long ago. "Fine, I'll just deal with it as it comes." Resigned, I took out some healing ointment, preparing to tend to his wounds. As I pulled back the collar of his shirt, I chuckled. On the back of his neck was a black spider web pattern. It all made sense now. For years later, Ingshi, are you still in bed? Today is the day you set off." The booming voice of old man Mo Zhang echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. I, Ingshi, now 11 years old, stood at a height of 1.70 meters. My soul power reaching the 30th level bottleneck. Since I was heading far away, I had returned to Mo family village to spend some time with the old man. The door burst open with a bang, and Xiao Wu bounced in, exclaiming, "Xiao Shi, hurry up and get up." Leaning on his cane, the old man looked at me with disappointment. "Are you going to get ready or not? If you don't hurry, the carriage will be gone." I lazily stretched. "Old man, we are second-ring soul masters. We could buy 100 carriages. Stop wasting time. Get up. Look at how diligent Xiao Wu is. You're nothing like her." I pouted, thinking that it wasn't tea sloth, but rather my unique cultivation method. Lying down was how I refined the soul beast marrow in my body. Who could I explain this to? After finishing our meal, the moment of departure finally arrived. The old man patted my shoulder, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Go, my child. You belong to the vast sky outside. I will be waiting to see you at the Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition." I assured him I will definitely attend the competition. I would feel embarrassed to return if I don't make a name for myself. Waving goodbye, I mounted my horse and rode off without looking back. Let me tell you, the journey was a rush, but we finally arrived in Suatawa City with Xiao Wu. As soon as we entered the city, something fell off. I made an excuse for Xiao Wu to find a place to stay while I donned in a black cloak and a ghost mask. Strolled to the outskirts beneath a willow tree. There, I found a fellow dressed similarly, standing like a telephone pole. We were there, meeting as if we were underground operatives, exchanging coded words. I swear that code was so awkward it could make my toes curl. "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger?" I whispered. "Little chick stewed with mushrooms." He replied, "Well, little chick, tiger whip." Good heavens, we matched. Without further ado, he grabbed a wooden box from the side and tossed it to me. I caught it, weighing it in my hands. It was round, and upon opening it, there it was Daimubai's big, golden-haired head, staring right at me. My mind buzzed. 300 points credited. Delightful. The fellow added coolly, "As per your request, he will die in a woman's belly and 1T be discovered until tomorrow." I nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a box from my soul guide device and tossing it back, saying, "Here, as the 300-year-old right leg bone of a wind wolf. Check the goods. Let me tell you, in these times, black eating black is practically standard procedure." Once he verified the goods, the moment the soul bone touched his pocket, his soul power exploded forth, and 4 soul rings shone brightly, clearly intending to kill me and silence me. I couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, planning to swallow both the person and the goods? What a joke. I'm a master of assassination. As soon as he moved, my martial spirit, the heavenly book, activated instantly, and my first soul skill bound him in place. At the same time, I activated my left leg soul bone skill and teleported 10 meters away. The 4-ringed soul master stood frozen, like a wooden mannequin. I licked my lips and flashed him a devilish smile. "Have you ever heard of art?" With a snap of my fingers, art is Patrick's star. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the explosives I had buried earlier sent him soaring into the sky, and the world instantly fell silent. I I strolled over and picked up the soul bone he had been clutching just before being blown to bits, brushing off the dust. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The package I just sent out has been returned to me. What a hassle. After dealing with that mess, I headed back to find Xiao Wu. Arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, she began to grumble, saying I was passing up the prestigious Tiendo Royal Academy to come to this shabby place that looked like a village registration office. I rubbed her rabbit ears, too lazy to explain. Let me tell you, I graded my own operation 100 out of 100. Guess what? Next to the registration office, there lay a golden-haired handsome guy, lounging about, looking exactly like Daimú Bai. Xiao Wu was astonished, but I was clear on the truth. That was a decoy. I had hired an actor who had consumed a potion akin to that from Harry Potter, transforming him to look just like him. The real Daimú Bai? Long gone. Who would ever suspect that this clever ruse was orchestrated by an 11-year-old? With so many enemies, good luck tracing it back to me. After paying the 20 gold soul coins registration fee, the teacher in charge, Li Yusong, began to examine us. Xiao Wu's bone age was normal. But when it came to me, he felt my wrist and his brow furrowed, as if trying to squish a fly. Kid, your bone age doesn't add up. I promptly produced the certificates from the Spirit Hall and Nodding Academy, explaining that I practiced a body-refining soul skill and all my bones had been enhanced, making it undetectable. The teacher, half convinced, took the certificate and upon reading it, leaped from his chair, pointing at my soul master's notebook. His voice trembling. Why your second soul ring is 1,000 years. I calmly nodded. Yes, to be precise, it's a 3,000-year-old parasitic evil spirit insect. My family remains oblivious to the fact that in my pursuit of this endeavor, I consumed a potion of fortune and nearly lost my life in the Qingdou Sunland. Ultimately, due to an unequal distribution of spoils, my soul hunting team erupted into infighting, causing chaos akin to a dogfight, compelling me to seek refuge in the world of Harry Potter. Thus, I decided to ally myself with the esteemed Shrek Academy and sought the guidance of dependable instructors to assist me in acquiring my soul rings. The gaze of Li Yusong towards me has transformed, akin to that of a national treasure, and without hesitation, he directed the imposter Daimú Bai to lead us to the final challenge. Along the way, we encountered two young ladies, one named Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, adorned in resplendent jewels, radiating beauty. The other, Zhu Zhuqing, exuded an aura of aloofness, yet her physique, when compared to my companion Xiao Wu, revealed that even a flat chest possesses its own unique charm. All four of us, with soul power exceeding the 25th level, were promptly taken to the final stage, where we met Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. This man, robust as a bear, was somewhat diminutive in stature, even shorter than myself. Upon noticing that we boasted levels above 30, he declared that the imposter Daimú Bai was insufficient and that he would personally join us for the challenge. The rules were straightforward. We were to withstand the burning of an incense stick in his presence. Zhao Wujia, a formidable 76-level assault system soul sage, announced his title, causing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to blanch. We huddled together to discuss strategy, while I had to ensure he did not eavesdrop. I called out to him, "Hey, soul sage, surely this is not an insurmountable task for you?" His face flushed with embarrassment as he refrained from retorting, which I found amusing. Retreating to a small wooden cabin, I introduced myself directly. I am Ing Shi, a 30-level control system soul master with the martial soul of the heavenly book. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback, wondering if a book could indeed serve as a martial soul. Regardless, I urged them to heed my soul abilities. My first soul skill, Law of Binding, forcibly interrupts and seals, albeit at the cost of my own mobility. Their eyes lit up, exclaiming, "What a divine skill!" I quickly doused their enthusiasm, explaining that facing a 76-level powerhouse, with a deficit of over 40 levels in soul power, I could only maintain control for half a second. And after 3 uses, my energy would be depleted, so they should not expect me to carry the team. The expressions of the two young ladies fell instantly. Subsequently, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each introduced themselves and their abilities. One was a 31st level assault type, another a 27th level agility type, and the last was the first auxiliary system on the continent, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. After assimilating this information, I took charge. All right, here is the situation. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will be our main attackers, while Ning Rongrong, you stand behind me to provide buffs. This round, follow my lead. As soon as my words fell, the imposing figure of Zhao Wujia suddenly opened his eyes wide. The pressure of his soul power was palpable, akin to the activation of a 5G signal. He recalled our earlier encounter, eager to impart a lesson to us younglings. He produced an incense stick from his soul guide, ignited it, and thrust it into the ground, readying himself for combat. I quickly called for a pause. Wait. Teacher Zhao, does this mean that once the incense burns out, we have passed the challenge, correct? He nodded impatiently. Of course. Don't waste my time with tricks. In that moment, I could not help but chuckle, thinking to myself that I had been waiting for this very statement. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned the incense stick into my hand. Zhao Wujia, arms crossed, was likely wondering what I would conjure next. In the next instant, flames erupted from my palm, reducing the incense to ashes in less than half a second. The spectacle left everyone in shock, mouths agape, as if they had lost their sense of identity. Zhao Wujia's expression morphed into one of disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. Feigning ignorance, I innocently inquired, Teacher, does this mean we have one? Zhao Wujia, momentarily stunned, stammered, No, that doesn't count. How could that possibly count? I immediately interjected, but Zhao Laosher, you explicitly stated that once the incense burns out, we would pass. Everyone heard you. I must say, Zhao Wujia's prowess was truly formidable, yet his straightforwardness was amusing. He had never encountered such a cunning maneuver. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were already doubled over in laughter beside me. Zhao Wujia's face flushed crimson as he began to backtrack. No, the dean is absent. I make the rules. This round doesn't count. We will start over. I clapped my hands in realization. Oh, so Shrek Academy is a place where words hold no weight? No wonder it is located in this small village, emphasizing the virtue of dishonesty. This statement left him speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally sputtered, You little rascal. Who would believe you? I could no longer tolerate his dismissal. I promptly began to unbuckle my belt. Come, let me show you if I have indeed grown. Xiao Wu and the others quickly covered their faces, muttering about my shamelessness, yet their smiles were unmistakable. Zhao Wujia, being a man of the world, quickly regained his composure. Go ahead, strip. If you do, I'll toss you out without hesitation. Let us see who ends up embarrassed. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, I swiftly changed my strategy, pointing to Ning Rongrong. What I say may not carry weight, but this young lady here is the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If she were to speak out, can you imagine the consequences? The mischievous Ning Rongrong chimed in, puffing out her chest. Exactly. If you dare to renege, I will inform my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu, and they will come to dismantle your shabby school. At this point, Zhao Wujia was utterly at a loss, his face turning a shade akin to that of pig liver. He must have regretted taking on such a challenging task, confronting a group that play by no rules. Sensing the moment was ripe, I decided to offer him an escape route, as I would need his assistance for future battles. Clearing my throat, I said, Of course. Teacher, Zhao merely wishes to test our abilities. With 2 supports on our side, we surely cannot hold our ground, thus resorting to this clever tactic. Please bear with us. Now, Teacher Zhao, I humbly request your guidance. With this invitation, Zhao Wujia seized the opportunity, his expression fierce as he glared at me, his fists cracking ominously. Very well. Let us see what you've got. In an instant, his soul power surged, and a massive bear silhouette emerged behind him. His first soul skill, immovable King Kong body, enveloped him in a golden glow, akin to a protective dome. Seeing this, I understood he was genuinely serious and prepared to unleash his full strength. Yet, did I feel panic? Not in the slightest. I reached for my soul guide ring and produced a gleaming desert eagle. Teacher Zhao, watch out, I exclaimed, my eyes shimmering with purple light as I activated my Ziji magic eyes, locking onto my target. Bang, bang, bang. I did not afford him any time to react. A barrage of bullets erupted. The recoil of the desert eagle was exhilarating. Zhao Wujia, who had been posturing as a master, stood dumbfounded as the gunfire rang out. Several rounds struck, shattering his golden dome, and even dislodging a piece of armor from his shoulder. His pupils dilated, realizing that I was the true threat. Zhu Qing, quick on her feet, seized the opportunity to launch an ethereal strike, leaving a white mark on him that failed to break through his defense. Xiao Wu, ever bold, grabbed a wooden crate and swung it at Zhao Wujia's head, only for the box to splinter while he remained unscathed. Amused by our amateur antics, Zhao Wujia unleashed a surge of soul power, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing flying. Then, like a tank, his massive form charged toward me. Kid, here I come. His speed was astonishing, a soul sage indeed, moving with extraordinary swiftness. Yet, with my footwork honed by Xiao Wu, I slipped through his relentless attacks like an eel. Liang Yi, I called out, and Xiao Wu teleported behind Zhao Wujia. The connection of our soul powers was instantaneous, forming a singular entity. Ning Rongrong's support arrived promptly. As the 7 treasures turned to the Lioli, and the first enhancement was speed, our velocity surged dramatically, leaving Zhao Wujia unable to grasp us, his frustration manifesting in loud exclamations of disbelief. Realizing the dire situation, he wasted no time in unleashing his third soul skill, gravity increase. A resonant hum echoed as the gravitational force within a 100-meter radius escalated instantaneously. I felt as though a mountain had been placed upon me, rendering my movements rigid. To my astonishment, he employed a diversionary tactic, yet his true target remained me. In this precarious moment, Ning Rongrong's support surged forth again. The first enhancement was strength. I immediately commanded, attack. Empowered by my soul power and Ning Rongrong's augmentation, Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wujia's back. This strike shattered his protective soul power. In pain, Zhao Wujia retaliated with a mighty golden armored palm, an overwhelming force descending upon us from above, leaving no room for evasion. We had no choice but to confront it head-on. My left hand summoned my celestial book martial soul, activating my first soul skill, Binding Edict. An invisible force instantaneously ensnared Zhao Wujia. His newly formed golden armored palm dissipated on the spot. However, I too faced repercussions. The disparity in soul power was immense, causing a backlash that left my throat sweet with blood. Upon witnessing my injury, Xiao Wu's eyes reddened. With a teleportation and a swift kick, she seized the moment of Zhao Wujia's immobilization and unleashed all her strength, sending that immovable king of light crashing into a nearby wooden house, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Zhao Wujia, covered in dust, emerged from the wreckage, intending to challenge us again. But I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and smiled as I intercepted him. No more fighting, Teacher Zhao, it is over. He appeared bewildered. Wasn't he the incense burned by you? I stepped behind a nearby pillar and picked up 2 extinguished incense stubs. The incense is indeed burned out, but not the one you saw. Long before you tasked us with strategizing, we lit 2 sticks connected end to end, hidden here. 1 stick for strategizing, the other for combat. The timing was just right. I waved the last spark in my hand and blew it out. Behold, it is now completely extinguished. Teacher Zhao, may we enroll now? Zhao Wujia stared at me in disbelief, then glanced at Dai Mubai, who could only offer a wry smile and a nod. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted between shades of green and white, ultimately swallowing back a curse, his interest piqued by my peculiar soul skill. I briefly elucidated my binding technique and the manipulation of my second soul skill, and when he beheld my yellow and purple soul rings, his eyes widened in astonishment. Remarkable. He clapped me on the shoulder, congratulating us on our acceptance into Shrek Academy. This capability of yours should be termed Extreme Control System. Just as we were conversing, a rotund figure with red hair, Ma Hongjun, sauntered over, astonished by the chaos before him. He leaned conspiratorially toward Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, are we still going to have fun later? Didn't we agree to find Xiao Hua yesterday? The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere froze. Zhu Qing's face turned pale, her eyes filled with disdain and coldness as she muttered a curse and turned to leave. Ning Rongrong, the little imp, relished the drama. mocking Dai Mubai. Oh, can't manage your own woman, yet you don't allow others to mention it? Dai Mubai, struck where hurt, snapped back at Ning Rongrong. I'll tell you, Ning Rongrong, this has nothing to do with you. With a surge of soul power, he forcefully pushed Ning Rongrong to the ground, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. I rushed to mediate, persuading him to calm down. As soon as Dai Mubai left, Oscar arrived, immediately noticing Ning Rongrong on the ground and approaching her with feigned concern. However, Ning Rongrong was already infuriated. She had never endured such humiliation. With tear-filled eyes, she pointed at the direction Dai Mubai had gone and yelled at all of us. Kill him for me. Whoever helps me kill him will be a guest of the Seven Treasures Liuli School. I will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. She turned to me, nearly shouting, Ingshi, help me kill him. I will pay you. The Seven Treasures Liuli School will treat you as our best friend. Observing her irrational demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. This little princess was truly losing her composure, daring to utter anything. My words rendered her utterly speechless. She stomped her foot in frustration, likely unable to confront me, and could only cast a resentful glance at Zhao Wujie, who stood like a statue, before turning and running away in tears. I must say, witnessing her retreating figure filled me with immense satisfaction. Perfect. Everything unfolded according to my plan. Of course, the individual impersonating Dai Mubai was the true master of deception. I merely orchestrated the events with my words. Task accomplished, I patted Oscar, who was still in shock, on the shoulder and prepared to leave with Xiao Wu. Before departing, I decided to deliver one final blow, extinguishing his hopes in the cradle. I said, my friend, let me enlighten you. The Seven Treasures Liuli School has an unspoken rule. The partners of direct disciples must be top-tier battle soul masters. You, a mere sausage vendor, should probably reconsider. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression dimmed instantly, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. His image of the goddess crumbled, and now even the qualification to pursue her was stripped away by my words, an undeniable double blow. Yet he remained undeterred, weakly inquiring, what if she isn't a direct disciple? I looked at him as if viewing a lovesick fool. I replied, brother, wake up. She was already at level 26 at 12 years old. Isn't such talent a treasure within the sect? Just look at her attire, a sky blue outfit, the highest standard. A privilege reserved for direct disciples. What do you think? Oscar was left speechless, sighing as if his heart shattered into pieces. I had no intention of lingering on the matter. I turned to Zhao Wujie and casually asked, Teacher Zhao, I heard the principal has opened a small shop. Shall we go shopping and take a look? My display of understanding and rationality pleased Zhao Wujie, who nodded and provided me with the address. I gestured an okay sign, saying, I leave this in your capable hands, Teacher Zhao. With that, I whisked Xiao Wu away. Shopping served two purposes, to accompany Xiao Wu and to keep my mind on the crystal concealing the dragon beard needle that Flender possessed. Though I cannot use it, it would gather dust here rather than be handed to Tang San as an advantage. Anyone who understands knows that a woman's purchasing power is truly terrifying. In just one afternoon, Xiao Wu depleted dozens of gold soul coins from my wallet, leaving me feeling as though it was ablaze. The next morning, after a night tormented by mosquitoes, I barely rose when Xiao Wu kicked my door open with a loud crash. I exclaimed, My lady, what is the meaning of this? She stood with her hands on her hips, even more brazen than I. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All day long, just sleeping. Have you turned into a pig? Fine. I'm used to it. We dawdled to the meeting point, only to find that Dai Mubai and the principal had yet to arrive. Zhao Wujie also came over, looking puzzled. Mubai hasn't returned since going out yesterday afternoon, and the principal should be here by now. No sooner had he spoken than a soul, power-imbued owl swooped down before us, its visage mirroring that of a stormy cloud. The first words from Principal Flender were shocking. Who among you saw Dai Mubai yesterday? My heart raced. The moment of truth had arrived. Instantly, I switched to actor mode, feigning innocence. After our battle, we went shopping and didn't notice where our senior went. Flender didn't seem to harbor suspicions, likely too anxious. Someone inquired about the situation. He hesitated before uttering a few words, Dai Mubai is dead. Boom! The crowd erupted, all eyes fixated on Ning Rongrong. She had been the one to squabble most fiercely with Dai Mubai yesterday, nearly coming to blows before the teacher. Ning Rongrong's face drained of color, her hands trembling like a rattle drum. It wasn't Team Me. It truly wasn't Team Me. Seeing her on the verge of fainting, I stepped forward. I believe it wasn't her. I leisurely pondered. Although this little princess is quite willful, she is not inherently bad. I inquired of teacher Zhao. Turning to Zhao Wujia, after she ran out yesterday, has she left again? Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, she has been crying there all this time. Then that settles it. I continued. Our academy is protected by a soul sage. Unless it is a top-tier assassin-type soul sage or a soul Douluo, teacher Zhao would certainly have sent something. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Flander then turned to ask Ma Hongjun, who looked pale and stammered. Teacher, we did go out, but Dalu took a girl to the Rose Bar to check in. I don't know what happened afterward. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant and terrifying, as if her spirit had been instantly drained. I hurried over to support her, feigning concern as I asked, "What is wrong?" She let out a bitter laugh, perhaps out of despair, and said softly, Dai Mubai is the prince of the Xinglua Empire, and I am his fiancée. I pretended to be shocked, and, after a long pause, managed to say, "My condolences." "You don't understand." She shook her head, her gaze filled with desolation. In a struggle for the throne of the Xinglua Empire, it is either victory or death. He has lost, and I cannot survive either. They will soon send someone to assassinate me, eliminating the last potential threat. Goodness, what a revelation. I immediately turned to Flander and Zhao Wujia, stating decisively, Dean, if you are unwilling to protect her, I will take her to the Tiando Royal Academy. They will surely take her in. Flander waved his hand. Once she enters Shrek, she is one of us. We will take care of this matter. Zhu Zhuqing looked at us, tears streaming down her face, and murmured a thank you. That night, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Several girls consoled Zhu Zhuqing in one room, while Oscar rushed over to find me, looking terrified. Ingshi, this is an imperial-level manhunt. What should we do? I couldn't help but want to laugh. What should we do? Just relax. Isn't this a comprehensive service I arranged? Calmly, I replied. What is there to fear? As long as we withstand the first wave and let them know we are not to be trifled with, they will not waste their efforts again. Rest assured, just stay alert while you sleep. As night deepened, I lay in bed, utterly untroubled. To be honest, hiring someone to kill oneself is an experience I had never encountered before. It was thrilling. 50,000 gold soul coins would only hire 1 or 2 soul emperors at most. It was not a big deal. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's voice rang directly in my mind. It was a secret transmission. Get up, little ones. They have arrived. I instantly opened my eyes, burst through the door, and the girls followed suit. Zhao Wujia and several other teachers from the academy had gathered, the atmosphere charged. How many have come? I inquired. 1 soul emperor leading about 10 soul zone and soul zune. Zhao Wujia grinned, his excitement palpable. Flander has long wished to lure them out. Today is just right. We will leave 5 soul zune for you. Consider it your practical assessment. I smirked. Assessment? Perfectly suitable. I immediately began to command. Zhu Qing at the forefront. I and Xiao Wu in the second row, Rongrong and Oscar in the middle, and the fat guy at the rear, providing protection and support. Everyone responded in unison. Though Ning Rongrong's face was ashen, likely her legs felt weak. Shadows swiftly appeared, and Zhao Wujia bellowed, "Increase gravity." The ground shook violently, pinning most people in place. The leading soul emperor shouted, "You all go kill. Leave this to me." 5 soul zune immediately broke away from the group and charged towards us. Zhao Wujia single-handedly blocked the remaining foes, displaying remarkable prowess. As the fight approached, I smiled. One of the soul zune looked at me with disdain. A mere second ring brat dares to challenge 2 of us at once? Shall we find out? I retorted. No sooner had I spoken than the first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, command binding. I grasped the air, immobilizing one of the soul zune instantly. Following this, I unleashed my second 1,000-year soul ring. Second soul skill, Command manipulation. The eyes of the immobilized fellow became vacant, and in the next moment, his body was no longer under his control. Let me tell you, this technique is practically a cheat. It directly burns out the CPU of the opponent and takes over their body. Another Soul Zune was still shouting, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" I commanded my new puppet to raise his iron sword martial soul and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon his companion. Utilizing my third soul skill with reckless abandon, the unfortunate fellow was completely bewildered, shouting, "What are you doing?" The answer came in the form of even more ferocious strikes. Under my precise manipulation, the puppet's soul power was swiftly depleted, but it was not over. I commanded him to abandon his martial soul and to firmly embrace his companion. Self-explode. Boom! With a deafening roar, the puppet transformed into a cloud of blood mist. And while that unfortunate soul did not perish, he was severely injured. Before he could regain his composure, I had already disengaged from the control state, drawing my bone knife from my waist, diving into the swirling blood mist like a specter. The fellow stared in horror, forcibly activating his martial soul in an attempt to use sound waves to repel me. Alas, it was too slow. I activated my light wave step, effortlessly evading the attack range and instantly closing in on him. He roared as he attempted to shred me with sheer physical might. I narrowed my eyes slightly, activating the Brahma Dragon Elephant skill. A layer of faint golden aura enveloped my body, and my strength surged. The bone knife, infused with immense power, struck down fiercely. He attempted to block with his soul power-congealed wolf claw, but before my specially crafted bone knife, made from dark gold and the bones of a fearsome bear. It was as fragile as tofu, cleaving through effortlessly. In a flash, a head soared into the air. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others were struggling against their foes. The level disparity was too great. I casually caught the sausage Oscar tossed my way, took a couple of bites, wiped the blood off my knife, and charged toward the battlefield near the fat guy. After a fierce melee, all the invading enemies were annihilated. Observing my companions, pale from their first experience of killing, I patted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulders and spoke gently. "Congratulations, Rongrong, you now have partners with whom you can entrust your life. And congratulations, Zhuqing. From this day forth, you are free." With that, I turned and returned to the dormitory, keeping my accomplishments hidden. The next day, Oscar and the fat guy were nearly sleep-deprived, looking utterly drained. I, on the other hand, felt invigorated and slipped away to a secret chamber in Swatowa City. A figure in black stood guard at the door and gestured for me to enter. I opened the door to find a young man seated inside, a grotesque scar running across his face. He looked up at me and rasped, "You've come?" I nodded yes. I then sat directly across from him without removing my mask and got straight to the point. "Let me tell you, that fellow," the one impersonating Dai Mubai with the scarred face, coughed several times, resembling Lin Daiyu. I thought to myself, given his health, how could he dare to take on such a deadly job? I didn't bother with pleasantries and pushed a black card towards him, 20,000 gold soul coins. As agreed, the final payment. He looked at the card with a bitter smile. My curiosity piqued. I couldn't help but ask, "What is your motive? If you had any sense, you'd realize that taking on dirty work for a personal employer like me means you survive after the job is done. Do you understand what a gag order is?" To be fair, this guy was in his 30s, level 39, with decent talent. If he hung in there, he could easily become a soul emperor and find a decent sect. Why would he risk his life for 20,000 gold soul coins? The cost-benefit ratio was too low. And guess what he said? With a bitter smile, he told me, "My body is failing. My martial soul has a problem," he explained. "It continually drains my life force to exchange for soul power. Even if you don't kill me, I survive for many more years. Thus, no sect is willing to accept a short-lived wretch like me. Who among my family can comprehend this?" Upon hearing these words, my heart sank momentarily. Though I possess a dark heart, I am not devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, I maintain my expressionless demeanor, for feigning sympathy serves no purpose. I had prepared my celestial tome martial soul, initially intending to test if I could control him, but upon his utterance, I silently stowed it away. I coldly informed him, "You should understand that regardless of what you say, You will not leave this door today. To my surprise, he smiled, a smile that seemed to transcend life and death, an eerie sensation I cannot describe. I understood his plea. I implore you, please give this money to my family. I swear, I have never mentioned you to them. Naturally, I agreed to this request. After all, I am not lacking in funds. However, I am no fool. Long before he accepted the task, I had dispatched another group to keep an eye on his family, ensuring a flawless operation. In this netherworld, trusting others is merely a path to self-inflicted discomfort. I replied, very well, as long as your family does not provoke me, I shall send the money anonymously. However, whether they can safeguard it is not my concern. Thank you, esteemed one. He rose and bowed, his entire being relaxing as if he had relinquished all his burdens. Yet, I could not resist asking once more, I give you one last chance. Is your condition genuine? Indeed. Sighing, I must admit, I was tempted to recruit him. This fellow possesses remarkable capabilities. Alas, if he is truly near death, it would be a waste to utilize my treasure on him. What is your name? I inquired. Douluo, he replied, bursting into laughter before abruptly plunging a dagger into his own chest. Remarkable. He truly possesses such fortitude. He has taken his own life. I gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, remaining silent for several moments. Sympathy aside, professionalism must prevail. I quietly drew my pistol and shot him in the head again. A crucial lesson, dear readers. It is essential to finish the job, lest he possess some deceptive death technique. I then doused the room in oil and ignited it in flames. Upon exiting, I found a masked individual waiting for me outside. He was sent by the netherworld to clean up. It was over. After 3 years, the trap was finally set. Per our agreement, all witnesses were to be eliminated, with compensation being a piece of 3,000-year-old soul bone. I nodded and tossed the soul bone box to him. After inspecting it, he handed me a black token inscribed with the character for Earth. I gazed at the token and smiled. Please extend my gratitude to your superior. Inform her that I shall visit her soon. The masked man stiffened, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. I waved my hand dismissively, no need to be tense. By the way, the concept of a netherworld was originally my suggestion. I must say, this matter has grown quite intriguing. 3 years ago, while conversing with Qian Renshue, I casually mentioned the espionage organization under Qin Shi Huang, suggesting she could create one, even providing the name Netherworld. To my amusement, her execution was remarkable. Within a month, she had established the framework. The situation became even more amusing when, shortly after, an alleged critically injured assassin from the Netherworld showed up at my doorstep, forcibly recruiting me into the organization and directly handing me a token of absolute command. A fool could see that this was orchestrated by her. Upon hearing my explanation, the dark-clad figure's murderous intent dissipated, his eyes now gleaming with curiosity. Here, this is from the leader for you. He presented me with a token inscribed with the character for heaven. Oh, no more pretense? You're laying your cards on the table. I see. I handed him the 20,000 gold soul coins belonging to Douluo. Please deliver this to his family. To my surprise, the masked man became quite chatty, exclaiming, I find it utterly perplexing. You just eliminated the man, and now you're sending money to his family. What's your thought process? And what do you gain from assisting that Davis fellow? I truly cannot comprehend you. I shot him a glance, countering. Did you have a hand in Douluo's fate? Not precisely, but finding such a talented, short-lived individual was no easy task. Upon hearing his thick Northeast dialect, my curiosity piqued further. Which esteemed member of the withTwin Temple are you affiliated with? You need not know who I am. Merely knowing that I am a high-ranking offering suffices. Ah, a member of Qian Dalu's faction, which means he is an ally of Qian Renshue. He then queried, since you are aware of my backing, why not simply allow us to assist you in acquiring soul rings? Why come to this dilapidated Shrek Academy? I paused, turning to look at him. Have you ever encountered a student from Shrek? Indeed, their talent is impressive. They all rank as soul masters at the very least. If I take a year or two to eliminate this cohort of future powerhouses, how valuable would that be? I continued to weave my grand vision. If even that little girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were to join me, with Ning Fengji's sole precious daughter on my side, the entire sect would align with me. Imagine the magnitude of such an acquisition. The man stood there, momentarily rendered speechless. I paid him no further mind and departed. Only after I had walked a distance did I sense a surge of soul power behind me. Goodness, that fellow is actually a soul emperor. Upon returning to Shrek, Oscar and the others looked as if they had been struck dumb with shock. However, fortune often arises from misfortune. Oscar had managed to break through to level 30 amid the crisis the previous day. Zhao Wujia, noticing our dismal state, refrained from rushing us into soul hunting, allowing us 3 full days to recuperate. One day, Zhao Wujia approached me. Xiao Shi, what age of soul ring do you plan to hunt for your third? Everyone in Shrek perked up, for my second soul ring was already 3,000 years old, and they were curious about my next endeavor. I replied with calm assurance. I intend to seek a 10,000-year-old plant type soul ring. 10,000 years. The room erupted in astonishment. Zhao Wujia's expression turned grave. Ing Shi, do not act recklessly. The difference between a 2,000-year jump for the second soul ring and an 8,000-year leap for the third is monumental. Your body may not withstand it. I had long prepared my retort and began my performance. Teacher, when I absorbed my first soul ring, I acquired an external soul bone, one that cannot be stripped away. It is due to this that I can absorb beyond my level. An external soul bone. Zhao Wujia's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. I must clarify, this is entirely fabricated. My ability to absorb beyond my level is due to the soul bones in my limbs, but that is not something I could disclose. My external soul bone is merely a nest, utterly useless. For now, I could only half-truthfully deceive them. I continued to elaborate on my external soul bone's uniqueness, stating that it lacks a form but significantly enhances physical endurance and can aid you all in absorbing soul rings beyond your level. Upon hearing this, the fatty became quite excited. Really? Then we can also aim for a 10,000-year soul ring for our third. I disdainfully pushed him aside. Dream on. Higher soul ring ages are not always better. If the attributes clash, you might as well wait for death. Moreover, the leap from 1,000 to 10,000 years is a significant hurdle. It can cause soul shock, and if you cannot withstand it, you may end up a fool. My ability can only enhance your absorption by 2,000 to 3,000 years at most. Zhao Wujia appeared dumbfounded and genuinely believed me. This theory is new to me, but it seems plausible. Sensing an opportunity, I added a bit more. This external soul bone can also store the abilities of soul beasts. The power I currently wield is the teleportation of the lightning rabbit. At this declaration, Xiao Wu's face immediately puffed up, glaring at me with indignation. She despises it when I mention that lightning rabbit soul bone, as it always requires me to soothe her for quite some time. I hurriedly rubbed her rabbit ears, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry. I only selected it because I knew that 10,000-year plant-type soul beasts possess weaker spiritual power." Finally, everyone was sufficiently convinced by my ruse. Zhao Wujia decisively declared, "All right, everyone, rest early. Tomorrow we set out with Xiao Shi and Xiao Ao to the Star Do Great Forest." The following morning, we embarked on our journey. Upon entering the Star Do Great Forest, I must say, I was utterly exhilarated. Previously, I had to navigate this place on my own, calculating every step, but now, with a formidable soul sage leading us, the feeling was simply delightful. Armed with the precise map I had obtained from the netherworld, we ventured deeper into the forest. In our journey, we endeavored to cater to Xiao Wu's emotions, opting for restraint in our actions. As dusk approached, we prepared to set up camp when suddenly, I sensed a fluctuation of soul power. Zhao Wujia's voice boomed, "Be on guard." Activating my ZGMO Tong, I was astounded to behold a Foamway Jigwatch, its speed astonishing as it darted towards us in the blink of an eye. "Xiao Wu," I called, and she promptly took her position behind me, channeling her soul power into my body. My first soul skill, Lingling Jingu, ensnared the serpent with an invisible force, holding it suspended in midair. Working in unison, Xiao Wu and I managed to subdue it effectively. Zhao Wujia reacted swiftly, unleashing his martial soul to absorb the impact of the serpent's charge, shouting, "Xiao Ao, quickly, finish it off. Its weak point is the crest." Oscar lunged forward with a single strike, and a purple soul ring gradually ascended. In mere seconds, the battle concluded with utmost professionalism. I glanced at the serpent's lifeless body, riddled with wounds, clearly at the end of its strength. I understood that the snake matriarch Xiang and her companions were nearing, and this enmity was now established. Oscar expressed his disdain, commenting that the soul ring was not even 2,000 years old. I was tempted to retort, questioning if he would refuse such fortune. Zhao Wujie scolded him. "You rascal, do you have any idea how exceptional this soul beast is?" I shook my head, indicating that it was unnecessary to use my external soul bone to assist him, just as Oscar prepared to absorb the soul ring. An elderly woman accompanied by a young girl approached. Upon seeing the deceased Fengwei Jiguansh, her expression darkened considerably. "Esteemed guests, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" The old woman slammed her serpent staff onto the ground, and 6 soul rings promptly illuminated. Zhao Wujie, unable to tolerate her arrogance, countered with his 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, overwhelming her in terms of presence. Explanation? Is this Dardo forest your territory? The old woman, recognizing Zhao Wujie as a soul sage, tempered her ire slightly, but still seethed. "Sir, we have pursued this serpent for an entire day. And just when we were about to capture it, you intervened." Zhao Wujie glanced at the serpent's injuries, acknowledging our fault, yet retorted, "Elder, while your words hold some truth, my student has already slain it. What do you propose we do now?" The old woman fumed, her chest heaving, while the girl, Mengaran, erupted. "You think you can just leave after stealing my soul ring? Not a chance. You won't be able to leave at all." As she spoke, a voice resonated throughout the forest, seemingly emanating from all directions, akin to a surround sound system, making it impossible to discern its source. Soon after, an elderly man and woman emerged from the woods, leaning on a dragon-headed cane and a serpent-headed staff, respectively. Zhao Wujie's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down as he stammered, "The legendary dragon and serpent." It was over. He instantly caved, rushing to apologize. It is the esteemed dragon Lord Meng Shu and snake matriarch Xiang. A misunderstanding. Only a misunderstanding. We will compensate for your granddaughter's soul ring, ensuring we find an even better one. The dragon lord, however, responded with indifference, slamming his cane onto the ground, sending a shockwave that pushed us back several steps. He regarded Zhao Wujie with a cold smile. "What? Were you not quite so arrogant just a moment ago?" The murderous intent in his gaze was palpable, as if ready to strike us down at any second. Just as Zhao Wujie prepared to unleash his martial soul in desperation, guess who stepped forward? It was Ingshi, our esteemed brothering. The old man's oppressive aura felt like a tenfold increase in gravity, making it hard to breathe. Yet Ingshi stood firm against the pressure, saying, "Elder, please hold." This young man, a master of negotiation, did not delve into other matters immediately, but sought to stabilize the situation. "Elder, should we resort to violence? It would be a dire outcome for all involved. We acknowledge our fault and are willing to make amends. But may I ask for a moment to express my thoughts?" The old man, intrigued by Ingshi's audacity, replied, "Oh, you possess some courage. Do go on." The opportunity arose. Ingshi turned to Rongrong, signaling her to present her treasure. With a flourish, Ning Rongrong revealed her dazzling 7-treasure glazed tile, 2 yellow soul rings shining brightly. The elderly couple's eyes widened in astonishment. The 7-treasure glazed sect? Those present understood the significance of the moment. At critical junctures, financial power, or rather, sex strength, was paramount. However, Meng Iran, a stubborn girl, continued to scoff. The 7-treasure glazed sect is impressive, but with so many disciples, who would notice if one perished? Ingshi chuckled, retorting, "She is 12 years old and at level 25. Can you guess her standing within a sect? Try laying a finger on her and see if any prominent figures come to collect your remains." "Oh, have you not yet heard my conditions? You might find them enticing." Meng Iran remained unconvinced. Ingshi, undeterred, activated his martial soul. To everyone's astonishment, a yellow and a purple ring glimmered before them. The second ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. The atmosphere fell silent. The elderly couple's jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. While Meng Ran stammered, "How is this possible? How could the second ring be 1,000 years old?" The scene was nothing short of shocking for her entire family. This shift in circumstances resulted in a complete turnaround in the Dragon Lord's attitude, as he politely inquired, "Young friend, what compensation do you propose?" Ingshi, resembling a cunning fox, unveiled a bombshell. "I know of a human-faced demon spider in the Stardew Forest that would be perfect for your granddaughter, with a 30% chance of yielding an external soul bone." An external soul bone. My goodness. Such items were akin to hidden treasures in SSR, capable of leveling up alongside their bearer. Everyone present inhaled sharply. The old man attempted to argue. "You have revealed your information. What gives you the right to negotiate?" Ingshi countered with a cold smile. "You can go ahead, but your granddaughter must be brave enough to absorb it. That creature requires at least 2,000 years of cultivation. Without me, she is as good as dead." He then enumerated our backgrounds. "See that individual? A member of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. That one. The second young lady of the Zhu family from the Xinglua Empire. Our Shrek Academy's principal, the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, and from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Do you think if you keep us here, your legendary dragon and serpent family will see another sunrise? A mutually beneficial resolution or mutual destruction? If the elder is inclined, I am more than willing to engage further." Zhao Wujia also played his part, stepping forward with an air that signaled he would fight if they dare to harm him. The Dragon Lord was momentarily rendered speechless by this combination of tactics, finally breaking into laughter. "Haha, good lad. You have guts. Speak, what are your conditions? And why is the human-faced demon spider untouchable?" Ingshi explained, "That creature is exceedingly fierce and far beyond its years. Your granddaughter would face certain death in attempting to absorb it." Even after Ingshi's clarifications, Meng Iran remained obstinate, believing herself to be the chosen one. Ingshi switched to a biting retort, showcasing our formidable group. "The one preparing to absorb the soul ring possesses innate food system abilities with 30 levels of soul power. Xiao Wu, at 12 years old, is a level 31 battle spirit. Zhu Qing is at level 27. And Ning Rongrong, need I say more? Harsh as it may sound, with your talent, you wouldn't even pass the entrance exam at Shrek Academy." The young girl turned pale, her eyes reddening with indignation as she retreated behind her grandfather. In the end, Ingshi proposed that they arrange 5 soul rings for him to reach Soul Sage, along with a guarantee of 1 unconditional assist. The old man's expression darkened, feeling that Ingshi was making unreasonable demands. Ingshi swiftly retorted, "A growth-capable external soul bone, coupled with your granddaughter's life and future, is a fair trade. Wouldn't you agree?" The elder was left utterly speechless, conceding but imposing a condition, that my granddaughter be allowed to join your Shrek Academy. What a stroke of genius from Ingshi, orchestrating such a grand maneuver just to bind these 2 formidable beings as guardians. Now, they were willingly offering themselves, along with his granddaughter. Seeing the situation unfold, Teacher Zhao had no choice but to nod in agreement. Thus, it was settled. Oscar hastily absorbed the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. And guess what? The third soul skill, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage. Consuming it allowed one to soar for a minute at a speed akin to a specter. Incredible. Even a food-type soul master could fly. Where could one find justification for that? The next day, while searching for the face spider demon, we had long gone and long to consume Oscar's mushroom sausage to scout from the skies. However, instead of encountering the spider, we stumbled upon another group clad in drab red uniforms, fervently slaughtering soul beasts. The ground was littered with corpses, soul rings floating about as if a soul beast buffet had been unleashed. Xiao Wu exploded with rage, her eyes turning crimson. Had it not been for Ingshi's firm grip, she would have rushed in without a second thought. One of the leading teachers on the opposing side was quite audacious, ordering us to scram, claiming this was the territory of their Tsanghui Academy. Ingshi paid him no heed. His Tianshu martial soul manifested instantly, displaying 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Upon seeing this configuration, the teacher Yi Zhiqiu immediately faltered, attempting to smooth over the situation. But Ingshi offered him no chance. A cruel grin forming on his lips as his soul rings flared to life. The first soul skill, Law of Binding. The second soul skill, Law of Manipulation. Just as the opposing team went on high alert, something outrageous occurred. One student from their ranks suddenly became vacant in expression, drawing a dagger and stabbing it into their teacher Yi Zhiqiu's back with a swift thrust. The entire scene was left in shock. That teacher must have perished in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend how he had been backstabbed by his own student. Before he could even react, Ingshi drew forth a dark, sleek sniper rifle. Bang! The bullet had already been chambered, and the armor-piercing round erupted from the barrel, bursting a gaping wound in his chest, even taking down the student who had attempted the ambush with a single shot. Witnessing Ingshi's cruel smile, the remaining students from Tsanghue Academy were paralyzed with fear, shrieking. "Run!" Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly before he commanded, "Teacher Zhao, restrain these individuals. Not a single one is to escape. I must tell you at that moment." Zhao Wujia's imposing presence surged forth, and the students from Tsanghue Academy found their legs turning to jelly as if immobilized by an invisible force. One of them naively inquired, "What do we do wrong?" That cracked me up. I coldly replied, "You did nothing wrong. You merely slaughtered soul beasts in front of me, which displeased me. Do you understand?" I then turned and called out to Xiao Wu, "Take action. Eliminate them." At this, Xiao Wu was struck dumb, her face paling as she stared at me in disbelief. She wanted to avenge the soul beasts, but I suspect her mind had only considered giving them a good beating. She never expected me to push her to go all out. Zhao Wujia watched the unfolding drama with great interest. I instructed him to prevent any escape, and he nodded, his expression almost saying, "Kid, you have my full support." I disregarded Xiao Wu's astonishment, my gaze icy as I fixed it upon her and asked, "What? Are you not going to act? Isn't this what you desired?" Xiao Wu's mouth opened and closed for a long while before she managed to stammer. "I wanted to act, but I didn't mean to kill them." Upon hearing this, I laughed and turned to the kneeling student. "You are from Tsanghue Academy? What level is your principal?" The student, thinking he had found a glimmer of hope, hurriedly blurted out, Yes. Our principal is a soul sage. The vice principal too. Please spare us." Having gathered the necessary information, I refocused on Xiao Wu. I told her at that moment I was truly the embodiment of a ruthless coach. If one fails to eliminate a snake, they may suffer its bite. Do you not understand this principle? The moment you act against them, a bond has been formed. While you found satisfaction in your words, did you consider the repercussions for us all? My voice grew louder, each word piercing. Have you considered that if we were weak today, they would have spared us? Have you thought about how we, Shrek, would reckon with a loss of even one member in a conflict? Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, her rabbit ears drooping in distress. "You're passionate and impulsive, and I stood up for you. Now, it is time for you to take responsibility." I produced a dagger from my soul guide and thrust it into her hands, my face nearly touching hers as I whispered fiercely, "Two choices. 1. Kill them, ensuring no future threats. 2. Release them and await their principal to come and slaughter us one by one. Tell me, what is your choice?" Xiao was left in a daze by my barrage of commands. She was not afraid. She merely found me unfamiliar and terrifying. I added fuel to the fire. Nearly roaring, I just eliminated their soul king. If you show mercy now, you are merely inviting them to return and inform their soul sage principal to hunt us down. Tell me, what is your choice? Finally, Xiao Wu lowered her head. When she lifted it again, the innocence had vanished, replaced by a cold seriousness. She gripped the dagger tightly and approached the first student from Tsanghue Academy. The student attempted to resist, about to unleash a soul skill, but Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year-old rabbit, was exceedingly swift. With a swift motion, blood spurted forth, and the first one was no more. I did not allow her to continue, but turned to Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, it's your turn." Zhuqing's complexion paled slightly, yet her demeanor remained composed. She took the dagger and swiftly dealt with the second. Next, I turned to Ning Rongrong. With someone of her stature, one must employ a stern approach. "Rongrong, if you do not act, I will leave you behind here. Guess what these remaining men will do to you? They do not care if you are from the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong shivered. I pressed the blade against her neck, the cold steel drawing blood. She collapsed in despair, screaming as she rushed forward, eyes shut tight as she plunged the dagger into Wan's heart. She then crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. I picked her up, thinking, my goodness, who understands this? I felt a warm stream as this young lady had nearly frightened the life out of me. Next was Meng Iran. Her grandfather, long gone, clearly wished for her to witness bloodshed as well. I prodded her with a few words until her veins bulged, and she too took down one of them. Finally, Oscar and Ma Hongjun each delivered a finishing blow, bringing the ordeal to a close. The scene fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere palpable. I held the still trembling Xiao Wu, my voice softening. I know I was overly extreme just now, but I only wish to impart to you that mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself. We must maintain a double standard, reserving our harshest side for our foes while showing our best to our friends. Zhao Wujia, having listened intently, inquired about my past experiences. I concocted a tale, claiming that I had once been betrayed by the most trusted friend over a soul bone, nearly losing my life. The bloodshed was too intense. We hastily relocated our camp. Gathered around the campfire, I provided Xiao Wu with another lesson on the concept of sacrifice, discussing the well-known dilemma of a besieged city with dwindling supplies. If 10,000 people were on the brink of starvation, and you had enough food for only 100, what would you do? Xiao Wu pondered for a long while before declaring that she would choose to save 100 lives. I asked her how she would select them, and she faltered once more. I surveyed everyone before announcing my answer. My answer is to hoard. I would save no one but myself. All were left in astonishment. I smiled softly and informed them that this is the essence of humanity. You may rescue 100 young adults, yet, in their quest for survival, they could readily betray you and seize all your provisions. Therefore, one should never test the depths of human nature. I expressed my hope that if one day I strayed too far down this merciless path, they would be there to pull me back. Xiao Wu clasped my hand tightly, her gaze resolute. I will not let that happen. Regardless of the circumstances, I will stand by you. A warmth enveloped my heart as I gently ruffled her rabbit ears. However, in that tender moment, an abrupt, chilling electronic tone resonated in my mind. Ding! The demise of Shrek Academy has occurred. Soul Sage Flandra, Soul Sage Zhao Hexen, Soul Emperor Liu Song, and Soul Emperor Lu Qibin have perished, severing Tang San's path to growth. Reward: 100 luck points. My entire being felt as if it had overheated. The hand that was caressing the rabbit ears froze in midair. What on earth? Shrek has fallen? Flandra and the others have died. What madness had Tang Hao unleashed, stealing from my homeland? The plot had unraveled. After such a lengthy preparation, how had I been burdened with this unjust blame? Let's rewind the clock 2 hours prior. Our miserly principal, Flandra, was cornered by noble officials from Soto City, who were humiliating him. The incident originated from Dai Mubai, who had met his end on the belly of a woman at the Rose Hotel. The authorities had seized his corpse and demanded a ransom of 1,000 gold soul coins. An official named Loved, along with his son Lavki, berated Flandra, accusing him. Flandra, you are nothing but a coward. Your own student has died, and yet you dare not utter a word. Flandra's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddening with rage. But for the sake of the academy, he endured. Ultimately, he was forcibly dragged away by teacher Li Yusong, his back portraying a profound sense of frustration. Unable to swallow the humiliation, Flandra summoned his martial soul and soared into the sky for some fresh air, seeking solace. Yet, fate had other plans as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the forest below, and his pupils dilated in shock. What did he behold? A cloaked figure clad in black, wielding a dazzling Haotian hammer, accompanied by a blinding red soul ring pulsating rhythmically, a sight unmistakable across the continent. It was none other than the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. At that moment, Flandra was undoubtedly overwhelmed. All the humiliation and frustration found their perfect outlet. He paid no heed to the opponent's rank as a titled Douluo, nor did he consider the gap in strength, allowing his pent-up fury to erupt in a roar. Tang Hao, 7th soul skill, Cat Owl True Form. He transformed into a colossal owl, plummeting from the sky like a vengeful missile aimed directly at Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Tang Hao merely cast a disinterested glance skyward. He intended to handle matters discreetly, but was inadvertently spotted. Observing the approaching owl, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his expression resembling that of someone gazing at a foolish moth. A mere soul sage, seeking death. Xiao San, observe closely. This is the true power of our Haotian hammer. No sooner had he spoken than the hammer buzzed, expanding dramatically. Without even invoking a soul skill, it swung with great force towards the descending Flandre, delivering a devastating blow. I initially anticipated a monumental clash, yet what transpired was a clear dimensional suppression. Flandre's owl martial soul crumbled upon contact with the hammer, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. His chest caved in, a truly pitiful sight. Tang Hao, akin to teleportation, swiftly appeared before Flandre, the hammer crackling with lightning, aimed at his face, demanding to know if he was sent by the spirit hall. Flandre, coughing blood, gazed at the disheveled yet formidable figure before him, managing a wry smile, but the hatred in his eyes was palpable as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, oh Xiao Gang, you were wise all your life, yet foolish in this instance." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The name Xiao Gang was familiar to him, as he was the teacher of his son, and the renowned Golden Iron Triangle had a reputation that rivaled their Haotian twin stars. Recognizing Flandre's owl martial soul, he quickly connected the dots. "You are the Flandre of the Golden Iron Triangle? Ha ha ha, you still remember us." Flandre was ecstatic, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Hao. "You killed my brother, yet you allowed your son to be taken in by Xiao Gang?" Tang Hao, rarely frowning, offered an explanation. "I did not kill him. It was an accidental collateral during battle." I must say, his explanation was amusing. Flandre erupted in a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Humph. You can protect your son, ensuring he returns unharmed, but you could not do the same for Xiao Gang." He gestured towards the impeccably handsome Tang San, incensed, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Tang Hao, equally troubled, replied, "Xiao San was also gravely injured. It took him 4 to 5 years to recover." Gravely injured? Flandre was incredulous, as Tang San showed no signs of injury whatsoever. This was an undeniable case of not a single silver piece hidden here. Tang San, ever sincere, caught on to the situation and promptly asked, "Are you a friend of my father's?" Witnessing Flandre's agony, he knelt down, bowing his head repeatedly, and expressed remorse. "I am sorry. My father acted to save me, and it inadvertently affected the teacher. The fault lies with me." Observing Tang San's genuine display of emotion, Flandre was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, he understood that Tang Hao could not have intentionally harmed Yu Xiao Gang, as doing so would not only offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but also tarnish Tang San with the label of a teacher's murderer. Yet, he could not suppress his anger. "Why was it that your son fared well, while my brother met his demise?" Tang San continued to explain, stating that he had only recovered due to his martial soul awakening, which had delayed his training for several years. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Flandre sighed deeply, closing his eyes in pain and choosing silence. Tang San tugged at Tang Hao's sleeve, pleading for his father to assist Flandre in receiving treatment in the city. Tang Hao was conflicted. At such a critical juncture, it was wiser to avoid further complications by returning his recently defeated adversary to safety. However, seeing the pleading gaze of his son, he ultimately relented, retracting his hammer and asking Flandre, "Shall I escort you, or will you manage on your own?" "No need for your grace, Haotian." Flandre, forcing himself to stand, cast a lingering glance at the father and son duo, then limped towards Soto City. But who could fathom the impending calamity? No sooner had he departed than disaster struck. Flandre intended to return to Shrek Academy to seek treatment from teacher Xiao Xian of the food department. Yet midway, he was ambushed by a group of people. The leader was his arch-nemesis, Loved, the Minister of Education in Soto City. This man had long harbored disdain for Shrek, and upon witnessing Flandre alone and gravely wounded, it was an opportune moment. He was accompanied by a soul sage, clearly intent on eliminating the threat altogether. Flandre's heart brimmed with regret. He sought to summon his martial soul, Yet as soon as his soul power stirred, his injuries worsened, and he spat another mouthful of blood. Gazing upon the grotesque grins of his adversaries, despair filled his eyes. In the next instant, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a head was severed, marking Flandra's tragic end. The scene shifted back to our side, where tension and excitement reigned. Following Long Gongmeng's shoe through the forest, he suddenly raised his hand, signaling us to halt. Ingshi, with a flash of purple light in his eyes, activated a high-powered scope, spotting several purple spider legs in the distance, exclaiming, "It appears to be a human-faced demon spider." My goodness, everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Long Gong, without uttering a word, waved his dragon head staff, unleashing a surge of dragon-shaped energy towards his foe. The Run Mian Mo Zhu, ever quick to respond, spewed forth an enormous web. In a spectacular display, the dragon energy shattered the web, yet it continued to surge towards us. "Fatty!" Ingshi shouted, prompting Ma Hongjun to swiftly unleash a torrent of phoenix fire. Remarkably, the spider's web proved remarkably resilient, requiring a considerable effort from Fatty to incinerate it completely. Just as the Ren Mian Mo Zhu contemplated retreat, Ingshi seized the moment. First soul skill, order, restrain. Instantly, the gigantic spider appeared as if it had been pressed on pause, rendered immobile. Ingshi then instructed Meng Yiran, "Utilize your martial spirit and torment it severely." Long Gong frowned at this, remarking, "Young lad, while tormenting a soul beast may ease the absorption process, relying solely on this method for a higher level absorption seems implausible." Ingshi shrugged, exuding confidence, "Fear not. This is merely a supplementary method." Observing Long Gong's lingering hesitation, he revealed his soul ring configuration, which included a millennium-level ring. Long Gong's faith increased to 60% upon seeing it. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, educated us on the methods to facilitate soul ring absorption and enhance the chances of obtaining a soul bone. He stated that one could either torment the soul beast to the brink of despair, making it perceive death as a release, or have it willingly submit to absorption. Clearly, Ingshi was employing the former approach, emphasizing a conceptual abstraction. Meng Yiran, a fierce individual herself, showed no mercy towards the grotesque Ren Mian Mo Zhu, unleashing countless serpentine blades that viciously carved into the spider's form. Its anguished cries sent shivers down my spine. Ingshi cautioned, "This spider is female. Beware of its offspring seeking vengeance." They were truly relentless, severing the spider's 8 legs one by one and crushing them before it. Eventually, noticing that everyone was nearing exhaustion, Ingshi instructed Meng Yiran to grant it a swift end. A violet millennium soul ring gracefully ascended. Subsequently, Ingshi produced a small crystal vial containing a few drops of transparent liquid, his trump card, the Fu Ling potion. Long Gong regarded this meager offering with skepticism. Ingshi laid his cards on the table. "You may doubt me, but I will not gamble with my friend's life. Now, it is time for you to pledge your martial spirit oath. Otherwise, I shall not proceed with the final step." The elderly couple exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to solemnly vow, placing their hands over their hearts, promising that should they renege, their soul power would never progress again. Satisfied, Ingshi nodded and placed his Tian Shu martial spirit atop Meng Yiran's head. In reality, he temporarily lent her the power of his external soul bone, enhancing her physical capabilities. However, he had further contingencies in place, leaving a hidden mechanism within Meng Yiran's body, ensuring that should any treachery arise, she would share in the dire consequences. Meng Yiran felt a warm current enveloping her entire being, and her strength surged dramatically. I tell you, the torment, the potion, combined with Ingshi's soulbone power, was a trifecta aimed at enabling her to absorb beyond her level while also potentially yielding the fabled external soulbone. "All right, let us men withdraw." Ingshi waved his hand. The explosion of the external soulbone might cause clothing to shred. "Be wary of those 2 old geezers trying to gouge out your eyes." No sooner had we retreated than Long Gong approached, his face etched with concern as he queried Ingshi, "Young lad, do you truly possess confidence?" Ingshi, with a sardonic glance, retorted, "If I lack confidence, Your granddaughter is doomed. What did you say? Long Gong sprang to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers. What can you do now, even if it is indeed hopeless? Yingxi's sharp reply silenced him. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, turned pale, thinking to himself that this lad was truly fearless, daring to provoke even the soul Douluo. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the woods, revealing a swarm of smaller Ren Mian Mo Zhu, presumably seeking vengeance. Long Gong, in a fit of rage, slammed his dragon head staff into the ground, unleashing a torrent of soul power that sent the tiny spiders flying. Yingxi called out, "Just contain them. Do not kill." Long Gong, grumbling under his breath, complied. Once the spiders retreated, Long Gong questioned Yingxi about their purpose. Yingxi, while roasting meat, replied, "I have invested considerable effort into acquiring this external soul bone. Should your granddaughter be unfortunate enough not to obtain it, I have contingencies in place to allow her to absorb the power of a similar soul beast, which would also enhance the outcome." Long Gong, hearing this, wished to express his frustration, but found no grounds to do so, as it was for the sake of his granddaughter. He could only stew in silence. After approximately half an hour, an agonizing scream erupted from Meng Yiran's vicinity. Long Gong could no longer remain seated. Yingxi, unfazed, remarked, "Do you think the soul ring of the Run Mian Mo Zhu is easily absorbed? The perilous phase has passed. We are now in the process of growing the external soul bone. 8 spider legs must forcefully grow from your body, utilizing your bones as material. Does it not hurt?" Upon hearing this, Long Gong fell silent, his expression a mixture of concern and schadenfreude, likely contemplating how his dear granddaughter would suffer at the thought of gifting such a splendid external soul bone to another. The screams persisted for a considerable duration before finally ceasing. Long Pei assisted Meng Yiran, who staggered towards us, her face radiant with joy. "How is it?" Long Gong rushed forward. "It is an external soul bone, but it appears to have reacted with my martial spirit." The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Yingxi furrowed his brow. The absence of shredded clothing indicated that she had not obtained the Ba Zhu Miao. What followed was astonishing. Meng Yiran extended her hand, revealing 2 staves. One was her original snake staff, while the other astonishingly resembled a dragon staff. Dual martial spirits. Yingxi could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Is the effect of the Fu Ling potion truly this extraordinary?" "Not quite," Long Pa clarified. "The power of the external soul bone reacted with my husband's bloodline, resulting in a mutation of her martial spirit. It can now be referred to as a dual spirit with 1 ring. The newly birthed dragon staff can utilize the soul rings of the snake staff, and her cultivation has skyrocketed to 34. What an incredible turn of events. This was akin to an SSR directly ascending to UR. Such fortune was truly astonishing." Long Gong's smile beamed with delight, more jubilant than if he had leveled up himself. Yingxi rose, preparing to reclaim his soul bone power. Long Gong jested, "Young lad, could you not be more generous and leave it for my granddaughter?" Yingxi coldly retorted, extracting the soul bone power, feeling as though he had lost a part of himself. He encouraged Meng Yiran to test her new martial spirit, to ascertain whether the Ba Zhu Miao's devouring ability remained intact. Long Gong continued to jest, "Young lad, are you not concerned that someone might abscond with your external soul bone?" Yingxi, with defiance, shot back, "Have you ever seen an external soul bone that can be stripped away? If I had no contingencies, would I dare to play this game? Should it fail to return, it would self-destruct. Can you guess what fate awaits your granddaughter?" Long Gong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man was indeed meticulous in his planning. Just then, Meng Yiran summoned the dragon staff, preparing to poke at the smaller spiders. To everyone's astonishment, Yingxi extended his hand, forming a claw shape, and an unexpected surge of soul power erupted from him, generating a pulling force that caused the dragon staff in Meng Yiran's grasp to shoot forth and land directly in Yingxi's hands. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Yingxi, who quickly tossed the dragon staff to the ground, wary of potential toxins. Long Gong and Long Pa exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Wujia stroked his chin, theorizing, "It is likely that during the fusion of the external soul bone, Yixi's power became intertwined, granting him a degree of control over the dragon staff. I assure you, Zhao Wujia's speculation was not far from the truth. I felt it instinctively. I could control that wretched snake staff. To confirm, I threw caution to the wind, foregoing any protective measures and directly grasped it. You wouldn't believe it. There was no adverse effect. Its touch was smooth, devoid of toxins, or even the slightest hint of numbness. And wielding, it was a breeze, far more fluid than the bone knife I had carried for 5 years. The two ancient beings, Long Gong and Long Pa, exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with significance, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, sending a shiver down my spine. In this moment, Meng Yiran was not idle either. Wielding her own serpent staff, she swiftly pierced through the bound little humanoid spider demons with precision. Remarkably, she began to absorb their essence on sight, her pale complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. Her grandmother, Chao Tianxiang, expressed her concern. "Yiran, how are you faring?" Without hesitation, Meng Yiran replied, "Grandma, I feel much better. I'll be fully revived in no time." Satisfied, Chao Tianxiang nodded, but her gaze lingered on me with an unsettling warmth, making my skin crawl, as if she viewed me as her family's future golden son-in-law. Now it was my turn. My objective was clear: a plant-type soul beast that had existed for over 10,000 years, known as Duankong Lu. I had already marked the location, and with the elite guardians, Long Gong and Long Pa, accompanying us, traversing the periphery of the Star Do Forest felt as safe as strolling through a garden. Along the way, Long Gongmeng Shu took the opportunity to engage me in conversation, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Likely impressed by my ability to handle his granddaughter's staff. With a serious tone, he cautioned, "Young man, you are about to absorb a soul ring that is 8,000 years old. This is not comparable to Yiran's few hundred years. Have you truly considered this?" I chuckled, responding confidently, "Old man, just watch. I've prepared for this day for a long time." Seeing my unwavering confidence, they ceased their warnings. Before long, we arrived at our destination. The Duankong Lu was a colossal willow tree. Its abilities straightforward. It could conjure 9 invisible air shields around it and lash out wildly with its branches. Do not underestimate those branches. Under the enhancement of soul power, a single strike could bring a soul master to their knees. I began the pre-battle briefing. The plan was simple. The 9 invisible shields were crucial. If you can manage to distract them all, I will take it down in an instant. Zhao Wujia and the couple exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. We assigned roles. Zhao Wujia, with his tough exterior but singular attack style, would take on 1 shield. Long Pa, with her area of effect attacks, could manage 2 simultaneously. The most formidable was Long Gong, a powerhouse who could draw the ire of 5 shields alone. Remarkably, this added up to 8 shields, leaving 1 unaccounted for. I promptly tossed my treasured sniper rifle to Xiao Wu. I had previously instructed her on its use at the Nodding Academy. Although her marksmanship was mediocre, she would surely not miss a stationary giant tree. The plan was initiated. In an instant, Zhao Wujia and the 2 other strong fighters surged forward, each targeting their assigned shield, and all 9 invisible defensive barriers were promptly distracted. It was my moment to shine. I withdrew a collection of oil bombs from my soul guide and hurled them into the range of the Duankong Lu's attacks. The tree, caught off guard, lashed out frantically with its branches, exploding the oil bombs with a series of loud pops. Little did it know that was precisely my intention. I kept throwing more, 5, 10, 100, until each branch glistened with oil stains. Then I produced a specially crafted incendiary bomb, grinning as I tossed it forward. The Duankong Lu seemed to sense something amiss, but it was too late. As the incendiary bomb made contact with the branches, it erupted in flames, which rapidly spread across its entire form. What did it matter that it was a 10,000-year soul beast? Fire counters wood. This is basic knowledge. My incendiary bomb was specially designed to generate temperatures high enough to melt steel. Incinerating a tree was but a trivial task. Long Gongmeng Shu watched in astonishment, likely pondering what other treasures I concealed. Soon, the raging inferno subsided, and the once mighty Duankong Lu was reduced to a massive charcoal remnant. I sat cross-legged upon the still warm ashes as the black 10,000-year soul ring slowly ascended. A grin stretched across my face because the item I had thrown was not just an incendiary bomb. I had secretly added a soul-curse potion I had acquired from the world of Harry Potter. I quickly consumed the antidote and a fortifying potion before beginning to absorb the soul ring. Perhaps thanks to the fortifying potion, I felt no impact from the soul beast's spiritual assault. Rather, the immense soul power surged through me, creaking my bones. Fortunately, my skeletal martial soul, complemented by 4 soul bones, helped alleviate the pressure. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly, and 3 hours later, I had completed the absorption. I stood, bowing to Zhao Wujia and the illustrious couple. Thank you all for your protection. The young members of Shrek could no longer contain their excitement, gathering around me eagerly. Xiao Shi, how did it go? Show us your new soul skill. I smiled and said to Xiao Wu, Meng Aran, and Zhu Zhuqing, you 3, come at me together. The trio exchanged glances and charged at me from 3 directions. Zhu Zhuqing was the fastest, executing a swift attack. Just as her dark energy blade was about to strike me, an invisible wall abruptly blocked it. I grasped her calf and, channeling my soul power, flung her aside. Next, Xiao Wu arrived, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow. I focused my thoughts. Third soul skill, Line Duancong. Xiao Wu's waist bow collided with another invisible wall, sending her staggering. Just as she attempted to escape using teleportation, I swiftly conjured a wall behind her, trapping her in a sandwich-like predicament. Xiao Wu hurriedly teleported out, and Meng Iran soon followed, bringing her serpent staff crashing down. Yet again, a crisp sound echoed as it was repelled. The prominent figures present were wide-eyed. In a brief moment, I had utilized my lying Duancong 4 times, and my soul power remained abundant. The trio landed, ceasing their attacks, and the outcome was evident. I then explained, my third soul skill, lying Duancong, allows me to create soul power plates, each lasting 30 seconds, with a maximum of 3 existing simultaneously. With my 34th level of soul power, I can deploy 5 to 6 times. Zhao Wujia stroked his chin, nodding in approval. Not bad. This soul skill significantly enhances your area control abilities. Previously, you could only achieve a 1-for-1 exchange, leaving you vulnerable. Now you're a competent control-type soul master. Long Gong could not contain his curiosity. How much force can these soul power plates withstand? I estimated, within the same rank, even the most formidable martial souls would struggle to break through. Beyond that, we would have to test it to find out. This was a monumental achievement. Not only had I gained a powerful control skill, but I had also unexpectedly acquired an external soul bone, the Seed of Life. This gem was incredible. It was akin to having an extra life. Even if I were to be killed, I could resurrect thanks to it. Just as we prepared to depart, 2 figures cloaked in black suddenly swept past us. Their appearance was so eerie, so sudden, that even Zhao Wujia and Long Gong, of such high caliber, were completely unaware. Following their apprehensive gazes, I froze in place. Through the tattered hat, I recognized a face I could never forget, Tang Hao. Accompanied by him was a blue-haired youth. Tang-san. My mind went blank in an instant, cold sweat pouring down my back. I seized Xiao Wu, channeling my bone power into her, desperately concealing her presence. Tang Hao's piercing gaze swept over us, prompting Long Gong and Long Pa to instinctively take defensive stances. His gaze scanned the formidable couple before finally settling on the unsuspecting Xiao Wu. My heart raced like a drum. This was disastrous. If he discovered that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, it would mean doom, not just for me, but for everyone present. It was entirely possible that Long Gong and Long Pa would turn against us to seize the soul ring. Tang Hao fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu for a moment, murmuring, a soul bone? No wonder. Upon finishing his words, he unexpectedly averted his gaze, leading Tang San deeper into the forest without so much as a backward glance. As if we were mere shadows, completely unnoticed. As I watched them recede into the distance, I realized that I was drenched to the bone, my legs trembling uncontrollably. Who among my family could possibly understand? In that fleeting moment, I truly felt as though I had danced on the brink of death. Xiao Wu, still bewildered, inquired about my condition. What could I possibly articulate? I could hardly confess that I had almost been annihilated by the father of the future God King. Thankfully, I had previously infused Xiao Wu with the essence of soul bones as a precaution against Long Gong and Long Pa, which afforded me the necessary time to react, completely masking her soul beast's primal essence. It was likely that Tang Hao perceived Xiao Wu as a human bearing precious treasures. I had indeed been excessively careless. The system had clearly warned me of the connection between Flinder's demise and Tang Hao. How could I have overlooked the possibility of his appearance in the Xingdou Great Forest? Just as I was engulfed in regret, the system's notification resonated in my mind. Ding! Acquired the third soul ring, with all limb soul bones reaching a millennium level. Ding! Reward. Qualification for the Shura God S9 trials. Ding! Shura God S first trial. Personally slay 10 soul masters. Ding! Main quest 3 issued. Complete the first 3 trials of the Shura God within 6 months. Quest reward. A living 10-year cultivation of the three-eyed golden lion, capable of manipulation for sacrificial purposes. Upon glimpsing the final reward, I nearly erupted in uncontrollable joy. The three-eyed golden lion, an imperial auspicious beast, an entity wielding the power of destiny. Although it was merely a decade in age, this creature could grow. Moreover, the system offered a living being that could actively be sacrificed. This was akin to having an external aid placed directly before me. I cast a profound glance toward the direction in which Tang Hao and his son had vanished. It seemed that the narrative had spiraled out of control due to my intervention. At this very moment, the ultimate antagonist we presumed to be Tang Hao was confidently striding into the heart of the Xingdou Great Forest with Tang San, heading toward the Lake of Life. As he arrived, a colossal, bull-headed creature emerged from the water, its lantern-sized eyes fixated upon him. The Tianqing Niu Mang. Human, what is your purpose here? The voice of the Tianqing Niu Mang boomed like thunder. Tang Hao's response was straightforward and ferocious, brimming with murderous intent. It's simple. I desire your soul ring and soul bones. No sooner had he spoken than the domain of the god of slaughter was unleashed. The Tianqing Niu Mang wasted no time, retaliating with its own deceleration domain. The collision of these two formidable domains sent shockwaves through the air. Tang Hao was acutely aware that 2 great sovereigns occupied the forest, the Tianqing Niu Mang and the Titan Giant Ape. With the Titan Giant Ape absent today, this was an extraordinary opportunity that demanded swift resolution. Human, you are already a titled Douluo. Why persist in sowing chaos? The Tianqing Niu Mang sensed the imminent threat and attempted to dissuade him. However, Tang Hao had no intention of engaging in dialogue. The true form of the Hao Yian appeared. A massive Hao Yian hammer materialized, dark clouds converging and lightning dancing. Without hesitation, Tang Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes. 9 hammers, 18 hammers, 36 hammers. The speed was so great that only afterimages remained. Enraged, the Tianqing Niu Mang let out a furious roar, summoning divine thunder from the heavens, but instead of sustaining injury, its momentum surged. Human, you seek your own demise. The terrifying force of the thunder transformed into serpentine lightning, hurtling toward Tang Hao. He did not flinch or evade. The 39th hammer struck the lightning serpent with tremendous force. The violent collision of energies sent him staggering back several meters. Yet he shattered the lightning serpent with a single blow. Seizing the momentum, Tang Hao leaped, the Hao Yian hammer swelling to dozens of meters as he brought it crashing down. The Tianqing Niu Mang's massive claws met the blow, bearing the soul skill's locking effect, rendering evasion impossible. Tang Hao had no choice but to withstand it. With a resounding crash, the giant hammer collided with the giant claw, sending Tang Hao hurtling backward. In terms of raw power, he was still at a disadvantage. Yet his assault did not falter. The 40th hammer, he steadied himself and charged once more, striking again. Boom! 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 Initially, each clash sent Tang Hao reeling. But as the strikes accumulated, he transitioned from being hurled back to merely stepping back, eventually managing to exchange blows with the Tianqing Niu Mang. both parties retreating. It must be noted that this was the corporeal form of a century-old soul beast. In the distance, the Titan giant ape sensed the battle and rushed back in a frenzy. Tang Hao's strikes accelerated. 75 hammers. 78 hammers. The Haotian hammer struck the Tianqing Niumang's head with such force that it caved in, eliciting a pained howl. As the Tianqing Niumang attempted to submerge into the depths of the lake, Tang Hao instantly appeared beneath it, delivering an upward blow with the 80th hammer, propelling its massive body into the air. Now was the moment. Seizing upon its momentary daze, Tang Hao's chaotic hammer technique reached its pinnacle, 9 times returning to 1. Explosive ring. The first 5 of Tang Hao's soul rings detonated simultaneously in an instant. The terrifying soul power entwined with the ultimate essence of the chaotic hammer technique coalesced into a cataclysmic strike, crashing down upon the Tianqing Niumang's head. Roar! The Tianqing Niumang's skull was obliterated, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek as its enormous body collapsed. Just then, the Titan giant ape finally arrived. Upon witnessing its elder brother grievously injured, it erupted in fury, unleashing its gravity control domain, which combined with the remaining deceleration domain of the Tianqing Niumang, exerting a dual pressure upon Tang Hao. Explosive ring. Tang Hao's 6th soul ring shattered in response. Celestial strike. He withstood the dual pressure and struck the Titan giant ape's arm with all his might, only to be flung back once more by the overwhelming force. The 7th soul ring. Explosive ring. Tang Hao's eyes turned crimson, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The 8th soul ring. Explosive. This was to be his final strike. He needed to preserve the 9th soul ring for his life. Tang Hao channeled all his soul power into the Haotian hammer, sacrificing the god of slaughter's domain to forcibly tear through the dual pressure, instantaneously confronting the Titan giant ape, delivering a final hammer strike that drove its head deep into the ground. Second brother. The Tianqing Niumang summoned its final reserves of strength, unleashing a bolt of annihilation, divine thunder. Though Tang Hao attempted to evade, he was a moment too late, and his entire left arm was reduced to ash. The battle concluded. By the lakeside, one bull serpent lay on the brink of death, while a giant ape was embedded in the ground, immobile, and a man stood on the verge of collapse, missing an arm. Tang Hao gazed at the 2 severely injured soul beasts, his voice hoarse as he spoke. I am Tang Hao. Now I present you with 2 choices. Sacrifice yourselves to my son Tang San, allowing your souls to reside within the soul rings, granting you rebirth when he ascends to divinity. Or, I can end your lives right now, eliminating any future threat. Meanwhile, as this earth-shattering battle unfolded in the core of the Qingdao Great Forest, our Shrek group finally stumbled out of the forest. Ma Ongjun stretched widely, a look of relief washing over his face. Ah, finally able to rest. These past few days have truly worn me out. Oscar, standing nearby, retorted with irritation. Oh please. The mushroom sausages we've been eating during our journey were all made by me. What have you actually done? Xiao Wu beside them playfully smacked Ma Hongjun on the head, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was exasperated by his lack of understanding. However, just as the group was laughing and chatting while approaching the gates of Shrek Academy, the smiles on their faces abruptly froze. The interior of Shrek Academy lay in ruins, the numerous wooden cabins inexplicably reduced to splinters. As the Shrek members arrived, a throng of Barak soldiers swiftly surged from within the academy, encircling them in a tight formation. Zhao Wuji's fury was nearly uncontrollable, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. What in the world is going on here? Zhao Wujian's 7 soul rings pulsated in harmony, and the Dolly King Kong bear instantly completed its attachment. As Zhao Wujian spoke, he prepared to take action, yet was firmly restrained by Ying Shi. Teacher Zhao, it is unwise to act hastily before the situation is clarified. Zhao Wujian's chest heaved violently, the intensity of his breaths causing Ying Shi to feel dizzy, nearing the level of Zhu Zhuqing's fury, revealing the extent of his anger. Although Shrek Academy has always been at odds with the nobles of Suatawa City, and such nobles frequently cause trouble, The events unfolding today were unprecedented. The plaque of Shrek Academy was torn down, shattering into pieces on the ground, while a significant portion of the wooden structures within the academy collapsed. Most importantly, even amidst the chaos, the mentors had vanished without a trace. Zhao Wujian did not believe they had fled. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden grounds? The members of Shrek looked on as soldiers from the Baloch Kingdom surrounded them, taking defensive stances. Oh, weren't you from Shrek Academy quite formidable? How does it feel to be annihilated now? At that moment, a middle-aged, portly man stepped forward from the Baloch army. Annihilated? Could it be you? Zhao Wujian's expression darkened, his anger barely contained, his body trembling with overwhelming soul power. If you possess any discernment, you should recognize who these two are. Ingshi stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on the rotund official. Though the portly official harbored a deep disdain for Shrek Academy, he had been unable to eradicate it, primarily due to its formidable strength, bolstered by 3 soul saints. Even with only 1 soul saint remaining, Zhao Wujian's combat prowess positioned him at the pinnacle of soul saints. The official, ultimately retaining some semblance of rationality, instinctively glanced in the direction Ingshi pointed, where stood Long Gongmeng Shu and Long Pachao Tianxiang. Though the legendary couple had been absent from the Soul Master world for some time, their martial souls bore distinctive characteristics. Upon seeing the dragon staff and snake staff in their hands, the official was taken aback, his body chilled to the core, and his heart raced with trepidation. Are you the legendary dragon and snake couple? The official immediately bowed deeply, recognizing that he could disregard a soul saint or even a soul Douluo. But the fusion technique of the dragon and snake couple possessed the power to counter a tidal Douluo, a force that could profoundly influence the outcome of a national conflict, far beyond his capacity to offend. It is known that even the mighty Tiando Empire has only 1 tidal Douluo, the poison Douluo, as a protector, while the other 2 are within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. If this is the case for Tiando, it is inconceivable for the 4 subordinate kingdoms beneath it. Indeed, I am Long Gongmeng Shu, he stated, casting a glance at Ingshi, as if to imply that the time would come when Ingshi would require his aid. Yet he refrained from hindering Shi's display of authority. Sir, may I inquire what exactly transpired at Shrek Academy? Shi's tone was indifferent, his gaze equally so, yet he maintained a facade of respect. The official's mouth twitched. Had he known that the dragon and snake couple had ties to Shrek, he would not have sought trouble in such a manner. It is as follows. A few days ago, the esteemed Principal Vlad of Shrek offended a formidable soul master, who severely injured him. Following this, the powerful soul master ordered the obliteration of Shrek Academy, and we had no choice but to comply. The portly official bent deeply, his face etched with a bitter plea, fully aware that if these individuals desired his death, he could not withstand it, and even the Baloch Kingdom would not intervene. Did you not notice that the soul saint assigned to restrain Zhao Wujian has yet to appear? Clearly, he has fled. Zhao Wujian clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, his strength waning, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had shared years of camaraderie with the mentors at Shrek Academy, and their bond was profound. But was this how it would end? After 20 arduous years of building Shrek Academy, had it truly met its demise today? Zhao Wujian turned to gaze at the dragon and snake couple, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Despite having faced the relentless pursuit of 16 soul emperors from the Spirit Hall without flinching, he found himself kneeling before the dragon and snake couple. A man does not shed tears lightly, but this is a moment of despair. Esteemed seniors, I humbly beseech you to aid in avenging the mentors of Shrek Academy. I, Zhao Wujian, would willingly serve without complaint, even if it meant toiling like a beast. With that, Zhao Wujian bowed thrice before the dragon and snake couple in front of all present. The members of Shrek stood in stunned silence, even she taken aback by Zhao Wujian's intense reaction. Though anger coursed through him, Zhao Wujian did not lose his composure. Decades of experience as a soul master had acquainted him with the cycle of life and death. Yet, the thought of his longtime comrades, his brothers, being lost left his heart feeling as though it had been caught in a meat grinder. He sensed that within Shrek Academy, there remained 1 soul saint and several soul emperors, yet it was evident that their enemies numbered beyond these few. If there were only one soul saint, it would be impossible for them to leave Flender alive, and the orchestrators behind this calamity must be those from the education department of Suatuwa City. Alone, he could not seek vengeance for Flender and the others. Long Gong Meng Shu did not linger long before Zhao Wujian, shifting his gaze to Ying Shi. I will only intervene for you once. Are you certain you wish to use that opportunity here? Upon hearing Long Gong Meng Shu's words, Zhao Wujian immediately cast a pleading glance at Ying Shi. Beside them, Long Pachao Tianxiang, upon hearing her husband's statement, tugged at the hem of his garment. Unable to comprehend why the usually rational Long Gong Meng Shu would make such an unwise decision. Since Ying Shi had begun wielding the dragon staff, his fate had become intertwined with that of Meng Yiran. While Ying Shi may not require Meng Yiran, the latter would undoubtedly gain more benefits by staying with him and would go further in the future. The awakening of the dragon staff was the finest testament to this. Thus, as their relationship deepened, it was certain that Long Gong Meng Shu would not limit his assistance to Ying Shi to a single occasion. But why? To understand the current actions of Long Gong Meng Shu, one could say he is taking advantage of the situation. Not only has he offended Zhao Wuji, but he has also severely displeased Ying Shi. In Chapter 60, titled Human Sentiment, Long Gong Meng Shu gently shook his head at the side of Shi Pachao Tianxiang, indicating that he was well aware of the situation. Observing Zhao Wuji's gaze filled with hatred and a plea for help, Ying Shi could not help but sigh. To exchange a favor from a being as powerful as the unparalleled Long Serpent for a favor from Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, seems an undeniably poor bargain. Ying Shi and Xiao Wu had only just arrived at the Shrek Academy. It would be absurd to claim they were utterly heartbroken over Flander's death. However, Ying Shi had to contemplate not only Zhao Wuji's feelings, but also the sentiments of the other Shrek members. After much hardship, Ying Shi had chosen to come to Shrek instead of the Tiando Royal Academy. Why? Beyond the concern of Xiao Wu's identity being exposed, was it not for this group of talented youngsters? Yet, in the eyes of the Shrek members, Ying Shi had already shown some inclination towards a malevolent faction. If he chose not to assist this time, he would likely face some murmurings from the Shrek crowd. Apart from the camaraderie shared between Fatty, Oscar, and Flander, the others, such as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, held no strong opinions about Flander. Conversely, the Shrek members had a solid relationship with Zhao Wuji, especially after the recent events in the Stardow Forest, where Zhao Wuji chose to protect everyone even in the face of the unparalleled Long Serpent couple. This act left a lasting impression on all, marking Zhao Wuji's favor in their hearts. Ying Shi could refuse to aid Flander's group, but he cannot turn his back on Zhao Wuji. If he were to remain indifferent this time, the good rapport he had built with Zhao Wuji would be irrevocably lost. Very well, I shall trouble the two esteemed elders for assistance. Ying Shi sighed deeply, then respectfully bowed to the Long Serpent couple before hurriedly helping Zhao Wuji to his feet. His face bore an expression of resignation, devoid of any visible dissatisfaction towards the Long Serpent couple's opportunistic behavior. To be precise, he did not reveal any displeasure, but it must be said that the actions of the Long Serpent couple did indeed irritate him. Although Ying Shi often engaged in questionable activities, there was a distinct difference between doing so himself and being subjected to it. Ying Shi, you are quite commendable. No matter the circumstances, we are still students of Shrek, and aiding Dean Flander in his quest for vengeance is our duty. There is no need to squander your goodwill, remarked Long Gong Meng Shu. However, these individuals are ultimately nobles of the Balik Kingdom. I can help shield you from their pursuers, but I will not assist in their demise. So I hope you can understand my position. Long Gong Meng Shu stroked his beard and nodded appreciatively at Ying Shi. It was a favorable sign that Ying Shi was not ungrateful, which bodes well for their future investments, indicating that they would not cultivate a thankless wolf. Upon hearing Long Gong Meng Shu's words, Shi Pachao Tianxiang also sighed in relief, realizing that the prior comments were merely a test for Ying Shi. Ying Shi listened to Long Gong Meng Shu, and his lips twitched slightly. Must we not be a bit more straightforward? Is it so difficult to trust one another? Why must every matter be turned into a spectacle? He longed for a simpler existence, one filled with unadulterated joy, such as transferring 1,000 billion RMB to Xiao Wu or showcasing nuclear fireworks to Ning Rongrong while buying all the aircraft carriers in the world for Zhu Zhuqing, posing in various shapes. Nevertheless, it was indeed a good thing that Long Gongming Shu made such a decision. It was only natural that he would refrain from taking action himself. After all, the Bala Kingdom was a genuine kingdom, and while it might lack title Douluo level experts, the Long Serpent couple was not inclined to offend the Bala Kingdom lightly. Zhao Wuji understood this as well, though somewhat regretful. He expressed his gratitude towards the Long Serpent couple with a bow. The matter of revenge could be handled by him alone, as long as the Shrek students were alive. Then the 20 years of hard work would not have been in vain. Upon hearing Long Gongming Shu's remarks, Ingshi fell into contemplation. If that is the case, I would advise against the two esteemed elders taking action at this moment. The crowd present was momentarily taken aback, looking at Ingshi with confusion. However, not a hint of dissatisfaction arose among them, including Zhao Wuji, for the Long Serpent couple had already stated that their intervention would not count as a favor owed to Ingshi. To act directly would be rather unwise. Regardless of their actions, be they virtuous or malevolent, they were all sole masters and officials of the Bala Kingdom. While we might privately eliminate them, we cannot do so openly. Ingshi pondered, stroking his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his features. What difference does it make? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, looking quizzically at Ingshi. Killing them would simply be a slap in the face of the Bala Kingdom, setting aside the ensuing risks. The Bala Kingdom serves as the gateway to the Tiando Empire, and though they may be at odds internally, the Tiando Empire must maintain a facade of decorum. However, as long as we do not slay these individuals in front of others, the circumstances would be entirely different. The Bala Kingdom would not be foolish enough to offend the unparalleled Long Serpent couple over a few mere soul sages. Thus, we must ensure that the Bala Kingdom preserves some semblance of dignity. Even if they were to issue a bounty, it would merely be on a mysterious, powerful entity, leaving us unscathed. Furthermore, should we act recklessly and kill them, we may not even capture all of Flanders' enemies, risking the chance of letting some slip through the cracks. Ingshi had already contemplated this matter, but chose not to voice it. This was largely due to the complexities of human sentiment. It is a convoluted matter, and when subjective consciousness prevails, all inconsistencies are often rationalized. If Ingshi were to refuse the Long Serpent couple's intervention, no matter how eloquently he explained, he would ultimately be perceived as reluctant to expend that favor. However, once the Long Serpent couple expressed their willingness to assist without claiming a favor, Ingshi was free to articulate his thoughts without issue, as his position had already been established. I, Ingshi, unconditionally and wholeheartedly support you, teacher Zhao Wuji, in your quest for vengeance, even if it means expending the goodwill of the Long Serpent couple. After Zhao Wuji made his stance clear, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Ingshi. He then began to seriously and rationally reevaluate Ingshi's opinions. Rather than subjectively concluding that Ingshi was merely reluctant to part with the favor owed to the couple, Gai Shi Long Shi. Since the couple was willing to assist teacher Zhao in his quest for revenge, it would be prudent to devise a well-thought-out plan. This would not only alleviate many uncertainties, but also ensure that even if the kingdom of Balak sought to blame anyone, it would not fall upon them. Listening to Ingshi's calm analysis, everyone present nodded in agreement, with Zhao Wuji suppressing his sorrow and anger. Indeed, Ingshi's words held merit. In private, the two of us could take action. Gai Shi Long, she also nodded in strong agreement with Ingshi's perspective. Previously, Ingshi had resolved to go to any lengths for the revenge of Flander and the others, and Zhao Wuji could not disregard the feelings of Ingshi and his companions. What do you propose? Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Ingshi, his breath growing heavy, yet he ultimately managed to endure. Even with the assistance of the two esteemed figures, Gai Shi Long Shi, the task of slaying a soul sage in Soto City without attracting significant attention remained daunting. This required careful planning. Moreover, who could inflict serious harm on Dean Flander? As a soul sage of the flight system, even if he were outmatched, he could still escape. To injure Dean Flander to such a degree would likely require someone of at least the soul Douluo level. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts had been entirely consumed by the prospect of Flanders' death, neglecting these crucial considerations. Furthermore, these individuals were likely not the sole culprits, and further inquiries were necessary. Zhao Wujin nodded firmly, his eyes reddening as he patted Yingxi's shoulder, causing a sharp pain, yet Yingxi gritted his teeth and concealed his discomfort. Xiaoxi, I entrust this matter to you. I will repay this debt of gratitude. Yingxi nodded, pushing past the crowd to approach the people from the kingdom of Balak. You heard me. We intend to seek full revenge. As soon as Yingxi's words fell, the plump official sank to the ground, kneeling weakly. However, I offer you a chance. Answer our questions honestly, and I will grant you a path to survival. Yingxi's statement instilled immense courage in the official. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Chapter 61. Interrogation. Yingxi waved his hand, motioning for the official to rise. First, have the surrounding soldiers withdraw. There are matters I do not wish for others to overhear. Yingxi cast a cold glance at the plump official, who appeared hesitant and somewhat uneasy. Observing the official's uncertainty, impatience began to manifest in Yingxi's eyes. You should be well aware that those behind me wish to kill you. This group cannot protect you. Do you truly believe that the kingdom of Balak would seek retribution for the death of a mere soul master? The plump official resigned, nodded with a bitter expression, and gestured for the soldiers of the kingdom of Balak to retreat. Yingxi led the plump official a few steps outward before tossing him a vial of potion. Drink this. Upon witnessing Yingxi's indifferent demeanor, the official's face turned pale. This substance is not toxic. I merely require it to ascertain certain information. If you refuse, you shall perish here. Despite Yingxi's insistence, the official remained apprehensive, trembling as he uncorked the vial. However, given the tremor in his hands, it seemed he might spill half of it before even tasting it. Teacher Zhao. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Wujia immediately sprang into action upon hearing Yingxi call for him. Without hesitation, he forcibly seized the potion from the official's grasp and pried open his mouth, pouring it down his throat. Zhao Wujia's actions were exceedingly rough, inadvertently crushing one of the official's arms in the process. The official cried out in agony, yet Zhao Wujia's grip on his chin was unyielding, preventing him from closing his mouth as the potion flowed unreservedly into him. Watching the official cough violently as the potion entered his trachea, Yingxi narrowed his eyes and produced another vial, tossing it to Zhao Wujia. Although Zhao Wujia was unclear about Yingxi's intentions, he trusted that Yingxi would not engage in futile efforts. After the third vial of potion was poured into the official's mouth, his gaze grew vacant and lifeless. Tell me, what is the true situation regarding Shrek Academy? The potions administered by Zhao Wujia were, of course, truth serum, yet the official was still a 4-ring soul master. After undergoing the enhancement of 4 soul rings, both his mental fortitude and physical resilience were notably robust. It took 3 vials of high-purity truth serum for it to barely take effect. Dean Flander was severely injured by a mysterious powerhouse, subsequently beheaded by Lord Loft, who then dispatched the garrison from Soto City to eradicate Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia staggered back a few steps, nearly losing control as he felt an overwhelming urge to tear the plump official to shreds, but he was held back firmly by Long Gongmeng Shu. Beheaded. The words echoed like thunder in Zhao Wujia's mind. Teacher Zhao, I will leave him to you for your vengeance, but not yet. We have not finished our inquiries. Who is it that gravely injured Dean Flander? Yingxi turned to the rotund official and inquired, Do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of that individual? The official replied, his gaze blank and devoid of emotion. I do not know. No one has seen him. Yingxi stroked his chin, harboring a few speculations in his heart. Director Flander bears some conspicuous injuries, he continued. The official, still staring vacantly ahead, responded, Flander's martial soul essence has been shattered by an overwhelming force, resulting in a significant indentation in his chest, akin to a blunt weapon injury. Additionally, there are marks on his skin resembling those caused by lightning strikes. Upon hearing this, Yingxi could not help but let out a sigh, for he knew precisely who was responsible. He then proceeded to list all the key officials involved in the siege against Shrek Academy until the official had recited every name in one breath. Only then did Ingshi hand over the portly official to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie let out a roar, his eyes ablaze with fury as he forcefully tore off the official's arm. The intense pain jolted the official out of the effects of the truth serum. Yet the agony was nearly unbearable, causing him to scream in terror. The members of Shrek Academy turned away, visibly uncomfortable, as the cries echoed chillingly in the air. However, despite Zhao Wujie's actions, the remaining individuals from Shrek Academy seemed oblivious, remaining silent. Even the pampered Ning Rongrong, who turned away, suppressing her discomfort without uttering a word. After a considerable time had passed, Zhao Wujie had nearly reduced the official to a pulp, and his fury finally began to subside slightly. "Teacher Zhao, whatever I say next, please restrain yourself," Ingshi said, his tone earnest. Although Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat dissatisfied, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence upon meeting Ingshi's serious gaze. Ingshi, accompanied by the rest of the Shrek members, returned to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Summoned the one in charge, he commanded, casting a cold glance over the quaking soldiers of the Ballot Kingdom, followed by a derisive snort. In today's world, all kingdoms and empires primarily consist of ordinary soldiers, while the Soul Masters are used as trump cards. The soldiers besieging Shrek Academy are mostly ordinary people, with very few Soul Masters among them. Yet within Shrek Academy, an eerie silence prevailed. "Come forth. I am aware that among you there remains a Soul King. If you do not step forward, then you shall all perish." Indeed, aside from one remaining Soul King, the rest of the Soul Masters had fled. It was precisely because Ingshi discovered this too late that Zhao Wujie had to endure. The slaughter of these individuals would yield no meaningful outcome other than venting his anger, and it would inevitably lead to a cascade of complications. A middle-aged man, visibly apprehensive, stepped forward, maintaining a rigid posture. He clasped his hands in greeting towards Ingshi and the others. "What is your name?" Ingshi inquired, intrigued by the man before him. "I am Shen Wuqing. Honored to meet you all," he replied. After a thorough assessment of Shen Wuqing, Ingshi felt a flicker of interest. "Return and inform your superiors that by sunset today, 5,000 gold soul coins must be delivered, and this matter shall be resolved. Otherwise, we shall determine whether your Soto city possesses the combat strength of a titled Douluo." As soon as Ingshi's words fell, Long Gongmeng's shoe slammed his dragon staff on the ground, revealing 8 soul rings in sequence, his expression mirroring that of an aggrieved grandfather. "Begone," Ingshi declared, turning away and ignoring Shen Wuqing. Zhao Wujie, feeling dissatisfied that Ingshi had chosen to spare them, took a few steps forward. At that moment, he had completely forgotten Ingshi's prior admonition. Hearing that Ingshi intended to let them go, he clenched his fists, ready to act. However, upon surveying the area, he realized only the Soul King remained, while the others had long since vanished, leaving him with no choice but to relent for the time being. As the people of Soto City withdrew from Shrek, Ingshi casually found a place to sit. "Ingshi, why did you let those individuals go?" Zhao Wujie asked, slapping the ground in frustration as he regarded Ingshi with discontent. Ingshi sighed, understanding Zhao Wujie's displeasure, but insisted those people were merely pawns. The true masterminds have already escaped. Slaying them may provide a sense of retribution, yet it would only serve to jeopardize our standing. Chapter 62, Dispute. Observing Zhao Wujie's expression, Ingshi sighed helplessly. The reason they did not take these ordinary soldiers with them was twofold: to provide cover and to ensure safety. While Soul Masters are of a higher status than ordinary people, their advantages stem from the exploitation of the latter. However, the majority of the world consists of ordinary individuals. Soul Masters can slay each other, as can they kill ordinary people. But to massacre an entire army composed of ordinary citizens would tarnish our reputation irreparably. Zhao Wujie, incensed by Ingshi's reasoning, retorted, "At this moment, you are concerned about reputation? I need not ruin your reputation. I will take action myself, without your assistance," he declared. Ingshi rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by a headache. "Teacher Zhao, do you not comprehend? Reputation matters little. However, the education department of Soto City will portray your actions as a massacre of ordinary citizens, amplifying it into a narrative of your senseless slaughter of innocents. which would become widely known, inciting public outrage. Moreover, you have been pursued by the Spirit Hall years ago. They may exploit this to instigate attacks against us. Given the rising discontent among the populace of the Baloch Kingdom, even if they wish to avoid conflict, they will be compelled to act. Should that occur, unless we resort to citywide slaughter, you will have no hope for revenge. Ingshi was unyielding, striking the ground emphatically, although he bore no affection for Flander. Viewing him as an adversary in a certain sense, it was inconceivable for Ingshi to feel sorrow or anguish over the death of his foe. He could assist Zhao Wujia in seeking vengeance, provided it was advantageous to him and posed no threat to his own safety. The two elderly figures from the Geisher Long, she were formidable, yet they were only at their most powerful when employing their martial soul fusion technique, which required time to execute. Even the fusion techniques of the two titled Dalu, Gui Dalu, and Zhu Douluo had been thwarted by Jian Chen's prowess. Furthermore, the snake matriarch of the Gai, Shilong, she was merely a soul emperor, and should she be assassinated, the entire Gai Shilong she would be rendered ineffective, nullifying all of Ingshi's previous investments. The external soul bone given to Mengaran would be better spent on Bibi Dong. My greatest fear is the Baloch Kingdom taking action. As long as the royal family remains passive, it is the safest means of revenge. Should they intervene, not only would we fail in our retribution, but the two esteemed elders of the Gai, Shilong, she could also fall victim. Witnessing the torment etched on Zhao Wujia's face, Ingshi sighed once more in resignation. Additionally, this was a strategy to lure them. With only one Soul King remaining in the previous group, their slaughter would only serve to alert their allies. As for those nobles in Soto City, I have my methods, but Tang Hao remains beyond my control. Ingshi uttered these words with a deep sigh, losing the cunning demeanor he had previously displayed. No one relishes the feeling of being powerless. Every man who wishes to stand tall and be a true hero desires to avoid living in the shadows. However, Ingshi found himself without formidable allies and could only rely on his own efforts to advance step by step. In the realm of Douluo Dalu, strength reigned supreme, and under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, Ingshi's intellect was rendered nearly futile. This was why he tirelessly schemed to gather powerful allies to confront Tang Hao before his own rise. Tang Hao, the name, long buried in the annals of memory, suddenly rekindled the recollections of Zhao Wujin and the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. The youngest titled Douluo on the continent, Zhao Wujin hesitated to voice his thoughts, his eyes betraying confusion and doubt. Alas, Ingshi sighed deeply and began recounting his experiences. 4 years ago, I studied at the Nuoding City Primary Academy alongside Xiao Wu. I believe you're familiar with some of the individuals there. The others present, apart from Xiao Wu, gazed at Ingshi with incredulity. The incident had garnered significant attention. News of Tang Hao's defeat of Qiang Sunji had been suppressed, known only to high-ranking soul masters. Most ordinary soul masters and common folk remained oblivious to the matter. Nuoding City, despite its modest size, had suffered a devastating loss, with over half of its soul master students gone. Thus, the events that transpired there quickly spread. And with the Soul Hall's active promotion, over 70% of Douluo Dalu's populace became aware of it. Yet, the primary focus of the narrative was not merely Tang Hao's defeat of 3 titled Douluos, but rather that he obliterated the Nuoding Primary Academy before departing. At that time, I was visiting home, and only Xiao Shi remained there. As Ingshi spoke, Xiao Wu lowered her head in disappointment, her rabbit ears drooping helplessly. 4 years ago, Tang Hao, the son of the Hao Qianhua, Tang San, entered the Nuoding City Primary Academy with me, but was unexpectedly discovered by the Soul Hall. The Soul Hall dispatched 3 titled Douluos to hunt him down, yet Tang Hao fought his way out. However, during that battle, the wise master from the Golden Iron Triangle tragically perished due to the aftermath of the conflict. Dean Flanders, also a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, likely clashed with Tang Hao for this very reason. After all, very few soul masters could easily break through Dean Flanders' martial soul true form and Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, imbued with potent lightning attributes, perfectly aligned with this. It is probable that Dean Flanders inadvertently uncovered the presence of the Haotian hammer, leading to their confrontation. With so many titled Douluos on the continent, why did Tang Hao appear here? Inquisitively, Long Gong Meng Shu interjected. I am uncertain, but the two figures cloaked in black we encountered in the Stardo forest were indeed Tang Hao and Tang San. Ingshi shut his eyes, a weary expression overtaking his features. Countless nights had been haunted by dreams of that battle in Nuoding City. Beyond the indelible shadow cast by Tang Hao's power, he often envisioned familiar yet distant companions. Ingshi was ruthless and merciless in pursuit of his goals, yet he still fell short of being a true tyrant. He was not afraid of Tang San, but Tang Hao was a force he could not currently contend with, especially given Tang Hao's terrifying combat prowess. However, soon, very soon, Ingshi's eyes suddenly snapped open. He needed only to bide his time until his plans were nearly complete, and then he would possess the qualifications to challenge Tang Hao. It is no wonder your expression was so peculiar at that time, Ning Rongrong remarked with a sigh, her voice soft yet audible to all present. No one responded to her comment. Teacher Zhao, I must ask for your understanding. I will not aid you in opposing Tang Hao until I reach the level of title Douluo. This statement from Ingshi was not an admission of weakness, but rather an effort to reassure the dragon and serpent couple. The Haotian hammer was renowned as the foremost martial soul, and Tang Hao was the youngest title Douluo in Douluo Dalu. The Haotian sect was the preeminent sect in the realm, especially during the youth of the dragon and serpent couple. The name Haotian sect resonated powerfully. Ingshi did not wish for the couple, whom he had only recently gathered to his side, to depart out of fear of the Haotian sect. The conflict between Ingshi and the Haotian sect was destined to be one of life and death. However, for now, Ingshi needed to instill confidence in the dragon and serpent couple, granting them time to digest these revelations. He aimed to convince them that collaborating with him would yield far greater benefits than opposing the Haotian sect would incur in losses. Chapter 63. The scheme observing the exhaustion etched on Ingshi's face, Zhao Wujin felt as though he had been doused with cold water, finally regaining his composure. With a deep sigh, the once erect posture of Zhao Wujin gradually slumped. Although all who entered Shrek Academy formed a collective, such unity required nurturing bonds over time. Ingshi and his companions, who had only recently joined Shrek, were already displaying remarkable loyalty by standing by him through such tribulations. Zhao Wujin understood that in Douluo Dalu, only unblemished youths like Ning Rongrong, untouched by hardship, would possess such unwavering hearts, willing to risk themselves for someone they barely knew. If Ingshi's companions were replaced by soul masters over 30, it would be a miracle if even one remained loyal. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, I implore each of you to set aside your animosity towards Tang Hao. Once, Tang Hao had been Zhao Wujin's target. No, he was the aspiration of the majority of soul masters in Douluo Dalu, the youngest title Douluo in the continent's history, who, upon just becoming a title Douluo, could severely injure the Pope of the Soul Hall and several title Douluo-level elders of the Soul Hall. Yet now, sometimes reality is more dramatic than fiction. In an attempt to eliminate Tang Hao and his son, Ingshi had deliberately attracted the attention of the Soul Hall. After Tang Hao departed with the Soul Hall, Ingshi had personally witnessed the demise of Master Yu Shaojiang. With no visible external injuries on Master Yu, he was deemed to have perished due to the shockwaves of the battle between Tang Hao and the Soul Hall, prompting Dean Flanders to pursue Tang Hao relentlessly. Tang Hao spared Flanders once, but due to the severe injuries he inflicted upon Flanders, shattering his martial soul true form, Flanders subsequently lacked the strength to resist love, leading to his demise. Flanders' death, coupled with Zhao Wujin's absence from Shrek and Love's inherent trepidation, culminated in the destruction of Shrek Academy. Who could be blamed for all this? Ultimately, the root cause is Ingshi. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the group. No one dared to utter a word as they sat in a daze. Under the formidable influence of the Gaishi Longshi couple, the nobility of Sutuwa City exhibited an unprecedented unity. Within merely 2 hours, a 30-level flying system soul master arrived to deliver a black card containing 50,000 gold soul coins, along with the return of the corpses of all the Shrek Academy instructors. Naturally, the messenger soul master met a grim fate at the hands of Zhao Wujia, who flattened him with a single slap, seizing the sole guidance device in the process. After laying to rest the many mentors of Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia handed the black card to Yingxi, casting a pleading glance as he inquired, "Yingxi, what shall we do next?" Yingxi thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied with composure, "With Dean Flander deceased, it remains uncertain whether Tang Hao will seek to eradicate all traces of us. Thus, we cannot linger within Shrek Academy. However, for the sake of revenge, we must not leave Suatoa City just yet. My suggestion is to take refuge in a nearby village, but we must first take a detour." Zhao Wujin nodded vigorously, affirming, "I shall follow your lead. Now that Shrek Academy no longer exists, I will not impede those who wish to depart." Oscar and Ma Hongjun were the first to shake their heads. Both had spent considerable time at Shrek, particularly Ma Hongjun, who was a direct disciple of Flander. Leaving now would weigh heavily on their conscience. Xiao Wu was adamant in her loyalty to Yingxi. She would not leave unless he did. Zhu Zhuqing, who had received great kindness from Zhao Wujia by thwarting an assassination from the Xinglua Empire, also chose to stay. Ning Rongrong had found true companions here whom she could rely on, and unsurprisingly, she opted to remain as well. "What do you do next? After revenge, where will you go?" Long Gongmeng Shu pondered aloud, his tone laced with significance. Yingxi cast a sidelong glance at Long Gongmeng Shu, initially intending to mock him. But sensing the gravity of the atmosphere, he maintained a serious demeanor. "I plan to seek out the final piece of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Killing Horn Lu Erlong, who has established an academy in the Tiando Imperial City. There, we should find sanctuary." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, expressing no discontent. Not only was he supportive of Yingxi's quest to locate Lu Erlong, but he also believed that once revenge was exacted, their destination would be inconsequential. Long Gongmeng Shu shook his head with regret, having thought he might lure some of the local talents back with him. Yingxi's intention to head to Lamba Academy was, of course, well considered. Without delay, Yingxi and his companions departed from Shrek Academy's premises, not heading straight out of the city, but rather making their way to the local branch of the web. Yingxi and Zhao Wujia forcefully pushed open the doors of the web and strode inside. "May I assist you?" A provocatively dressed bunny girl greeted them with a respectful bow. The deep cleavage accentuated by her tightly bound corset momentarily caught Yingxi's attention. But observing Zhao Wujia's austere demeanor, he resolved to focus on business. Yingxi produced a token, the DZ Web token. Upon seeing it, the bunny girl trembled and promptly gestured for them to enter a private room for a detailed discussion. Yingxi waved his hand, opting to converse in the open hall. "Here is 50,000 gold soul coins. Any assassin from the web may be contracted to eliminate members of the Suatoa City Education Department and the local nobility, with the bounty distributed according to their ranks until the funds are exhausted. The assassins accepting this task will have no conditions. Even ordinary individuals may participate." After stating this, Yingxi tossed the black card containing 50,000 gold soul coins to the bunny girl and turned to leave with Zhao Wujia. As they departed Suatoa City, Zhao Wujia looked at Yingxi with confusion. "Why did you specify 50,000 gold soul coins and announce the assassination targets in the hall?" Zhao Wujia sensed a deeper meaning in Yingxi's actions that eluded him. Chapter 64. The plan. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Yingxi sighed. Wishing for a strategist by his side, sometimes his intellect felt insufficient. "The scope of our revenge is vast, encompassing nearly half of the nobility and officials within Suatoa City. While these nobles and officials harbor numerous conflicts, they unite when facing external threats. In the presence of formidable figures like Gaishi Longxi, they will surely band together for protection. The greater the threat, the tighter their unity, and even Gaishi Longxi may find themselves constrained. After all, a soul master indiscriminately slaughtering civilians is an egregious crime that no nation would tolerate, as the populace is the very foundation of soul masters and the country itself. The nobility and officials of Suatoa City use commoners as a shield, which inevitably restricts our actions. Thus, I intend to allocate the compensation we demand towards assassination operations via the web. Furthermore, as we depart Suatoa City, they will undoubtedly breathe a sigh of relief. as the assassins contracted for 50,000 gold soul coins will not be particularly formidable. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the web, unless it pertains to the fundamental interests of the state, even the government would hesitate to offend the web and its affiliates. Once we leave and the assassinations commence, those officials and nobles who initially sought refuge together will inevitably fracture. After all, the bounty will only cease once the funds are depleted, and the assassins do not concern themselves with the identities of their targets. The depletion of the bounty will likely result in the demise of many nobles, who will turn on one another to ensure their own survival, seizing the opportunity to eliminate their rivals. This explains why I did not specify assassination targets. At that juncture, those responsible for the downfall of Shrek Academy will inevitably face blame and ostracism from others, though that is of little consequence. During that turmoil, we can execute precise assassinations and conceal our actions with greater ease. Zhao Wujia's expression transformed to one of realization. So, your intention in publicly stating the targets for assassination was to disseminate that information? Ingshi nodded, a hint of fatigue evident on his face, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Wujia wore a look of satisfaction, while Long Gongming, Shu could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, secretly relieved that Ingshi had not joined their family. Otherwise, they would not have known how they might perish. The members of Shrek Academy shivered involuntarily, exchanging glances and resolutely deciding never to provoke Ingshi again. Will they discern your scheme? Xiao Wu inquired with concern, her gaze fixed cautiously on Ingshi. Ingshi's lips curled into a mysterious smile. They will undoubtedly see through it. After all, this world is not devoid of clever minds. However, unless they possess an extraordinary level of cunning, understanding this plan will require time. Once the plan is in motion for a day or two, even if they perceive it, what can they do? By then, the nobility in Suatua City will no longer trust one another easily. How will they navigate that situation? Certainly, there is one more point that Ingshi has not mentioned. The more intricate the situation, the more Zhao Wuji recalls the favor owed to Ingshi. This strategy primarily hinges on human sentiments. Among the high-ranking officials and nobles, there exists a substantial discord. It is not that they are unaware of my attempts to sow discord, nor does this imply that their conflicts cease or that they can genuinely collaborate with sincerity. It is already commendable if they refrain from taking advantage of each other's misfortunes. The likelihood of true cooperation is nearly non-existent, unless faced with a dire crisis. Although teacher Zhao possesses commendable strength, it is merely sufficient to defeat them. The chances of executing a fatal blow, especially within the confines of Suwa City, are exceedingly low. Indeed, the unfolding events align with Ingshi's expectations, as news of the unparalleled Longsha's appearance swiftly circulated among the nobles of Suwa City. Ingshi's issuance of an assassination order via the dizzy Luoang Ling left many nobles in despair, particularly the lesser nobles and officials, who were utterly terrified and vocally condemned Luo food. However, they found themselves powerless. The reason they are lesser nobles is either due to insufficient assets or inadequate strength. The notion of hiring other soul masters for protection is fraught with risk, as one cannot ascertain whether the hired soul master is, in fact, an assassin from Luoang. Such a predicament would be quite ludicrous. A few years ago, the Great Soul Arena was the prime venue for low-ranking soul masters to reap rewards. Yet now, despite the perilous nature of Luoang's missions, the gains are manifold, often exceeding those of the Great Soul Arena by several times or even dozens of times. Ingshi settled in a village near Suatua City with others, but secretly departed to return to Suatua City. Ingshi first obtained Shen Wuqing's address from Luoang, then quietly traversed to Shen Wuqing's residence with Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Shen Wuqing was evidently aware of some news, anticipating the possibility of unwelcome intruders attempting to assassinate them. Thus, he sat in the courtyard of his home, sipping tea while remaining vigilant. Yet, he appeared somewhat composed. Despite his lowly status and modest bounty, he was indeed a soul king. The difficulty of taking his life was not commensurate with the potential rewards. Unless one were truly foolish, who would dare to attempt his assassination? However, just as Shen Wuqing had muttered his thoughts, two such fools entered. Upon seeing Yingxi and Zhao Wuji scale the wall, a familiar look of despair crept onto his face. Dear gentlemen, if anyone could provide me with a method to break this deadlock, I would gladly employ your suggestions to pen 2 additional chapters of wit and combat. Of course, the timeline cannot extend too far. I would appreciate a response before the latest chapters leave Suotawa City for Tiendo City's Lamba Academy. If feasible, I shall amend my manuscript accordingly, though I must ask that it not be entirely overthrown, as I may find myself unable to adapt. Furthermore, my intellect is indeed limited, so please be gentle and nurturing, as even men are like flowers, requiring votes of support, collections, and affectionate comments to flourish. The foundational settings are as follows, with further additions as necessary. 1. Luoyang shall not cease its assassination operations for any reason, unless funds are exhausted. 2. The return of the Shrek team to the vicinity of Suotawa City will remain undisclosed and undetected. 3. Due to the constraints of the dizzy Luoyangling, Luoyang will not divulge the location of the Shrek team. This will be elaborated upon in subsequent chapters. 4. Yingxi possesses a substantial amount of golden soul coins. Once Luoyang's funds are depleted, they shall be promptly replenished, though the replenishment process will remain undetectable by the Suotawa City Education Department, given the discrepancies inherent in the dizzy Luoyangling. 5. The Suotawa City Education Department is unaware of Yingxi's plans and will not react significantly within a day or 2, as it is quite easy to suppress such matters initially. I shall refrain from revealing this flaw. 6. The Ballot Kingdom will not lightly act against the couple known as the Unparalleled Longxi, as there are no title Douluo-level experts within the Ballot Kingdom. 7. Within Suotawa City, the strongest beings include a level 73 Control System Battle Soul Saint and Luo Food, a level 69 Battle Soul Emperor. The available personnel in the Education Department consist of a military level 73 Control System Battle Soul Saint, 3 Battle Soul Emperors, and 5 Battle Soul Kings. The remainder of the military forces in Suotawa City cannot be mobilized. Gentlemen, I implore you to speak a few words. Writing can be quite exhausting. Please let me know how many of you are reading my work. If necessary, a simple acknowledgement would suffice, or a check-in on the chapter's homepage. I extend my greetings to all esteemed gentlemen present. Chapter 65, The Grand Ancestor's Long Fist, Part 1. 300 recommendations for an additional update. If it were merely an ordinary Luoyang assassin, it would be manageable. However, Zhao Wuji is a soul saint, and the Shrek Academy is backed by the formidable couple, the Unparalleled Longxi. Gentlemen, this situation is my folly, yet it bears no relation to my family. I implore you both to spare my family, considering I have not taken any action against Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji cast a curious glance at Yingxi, silently admiring Yingxi's astuteness. Yingxi had previously informed Zhao Wuji that Shun Wuqing was undoubtedly a discarded pawn and likely had not attacked the members of Shrek Academy. If you truly have not acted against them, not only will I spare your family, but I shall also refrain from taking your life. However, you must undertake certain tasks for us, and afterward, we shall provide you with a means of escape or a substantial amount of golden soul coins. Shun Wuqing, having been left to bear the wrath of Zhao Wuji and others while all soul masters retreated, clearly indicated his unpopularity within noble or official circles. Nevertheless, during his time at Shrek Academy, even knowing the high likelihood of his demise, he maintained his composure and dared to meet Yingxi's gaze, indicating his integrity. Most crucially, Shun Wuqing is merely a soul king, possessing some reputation and strength in Suotawa City. Yet before the numerous mentors of Shrek, he would likely fall with a single strike. Shun Wuqing's eyes brightened. Who would not wish to survive, especially when it would spare their family from harm? Please, gentlemen, speak plainly. Yingxi shook his head, opting not to divulge details. Instead, he tossed a vial of truth serum to Shun Wuqing. Consume this. Relinquish all resistance within your soul, or your entire family shall perish. Without hesitation, Shun Wuqing uncorked the vial and emptied its contents into his mouth. Within mere seconds, his gaze turned exceedingly vacant. Embracing the serum voluntarily maximized its efficacy. Initially, a soul sect had required 3 vials, yet Shun Wuqing, a soul king, needed only 1. Ingshi, having learned to discern the authenticity of the truth serum's effects, recognized Shen Wuqing's demeanor as indicative of the serum's impact. Although Shen Wuqing exhibited commendable composure, Ingshi remained optimistic about him. However, Zhao Wuji's reservations would not easily dissipate unless Shen Wuqing could establish his innocence, demonstrating that he had not harmed the mentors of Shrek. Have you ever acted against the mentors of Shrek Academy? Ingshi directly posed the question that weighed most heavily on Zhao Wuji's mind. Only by addressing this inquiry could Shen Wuqing have a chance at survival. Having not yet heard Shen Wuqing's response, Zhao Wuji could not help but let out a sigh, subsequently gesturing for Ingshi to proceed as he saw fit. The second question was whether Shen Wuqing was genuinely willing to assist them and where his limits lay. As long as you do not harm my family or the citizens of Suotawa City, I will serve you loyally, Shen Wuqing declared. Ingshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Balik Kingdom had become somewhat militaristic, yet was there truly a spirit of selflessness for the nation and its people within the confines of Suotawa City? Nonetheless, since Shen Wuqing had passed the initial test, they could move on to the next stage. Ingshi snapped his fingers gently, and in an instant, Shen Wuqing was freed from the effects of the truth serum. Excellent. You have successfully completed my trial. Reflecting on the earlier experience, Shen Wuqing cast a fearful glance at Ingshi. What had that peculiar substance been? Despite being over 40 years old and having encountered numerous strange martial souls, he had never before encountered something that could compel one to divulge their innermost thoughts. The first requirement was for Shen Wuqing to find a residence sufficient for 20 individuals, leaving his family in Ingshi's custody as hostages. Without hesitation, Shen Wuqing respectfully bowed to Ingshi and acquiesced. Given his current circumstances, he had no alternative. The second requirement was that while employed at the education department in Suotawa City, he must report any disturbances. Following this, he would face two choices: either take 5,000 gold soul coins and leave Suotawa City, or become a teacher at the Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. Before him stood Shen Wuqing, age 43, a rank 53 defense system soul king with a martial soul of an ice shield. While his talent may not have been extraordinary, it was still commendable. Moreover, Shen Wuqing was of good character and possessed qualities worthy of cultivation. However, Ingshi would not expend excessive resources on him. Thank you for your leniency, my lord. Shen Wuqing refrained from immediately disclosing his choice, opting instead to express gratitude, as he currently lacked the privilege of choice. My lord, I have a manor outside Suotawa City that can easily accommodate 20 people. Ingshi nodded in agreement. Although Suotawa City could not be termed as prime real estate, it was certainly not a place where someone of Shen Wuqing's modest background could afford a large house. Furthermore, with Ingshi and his associates looking after Shen Wuqing's family, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Before dawn, the members of Shrek Academy and Shen Wuqing's family successfully completed their relocation. Exhausted, everyone soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high, the information relayed by the members of the net reached Ingshi. That evening, 3 minor nobles had been assassinated, their fortunes plundered, and a bounty of 300 gold soul coins had been claimed. Indeed, it was 300 coins. The bounty rankings of the net were primarily determined by status. While these minor nobles possessed some assets, they were not soul masters and held low rank, making them unlikely targets during ordinary times. However, the situation had changed. All the nobles of Suotawa City were desperately trying to protect themselves, and none would come to their aid. Thus, the bounty of 300 gold soul coins was quite substantial, yet it must be noted that even minor nobles were still nobles, and their accumulated wealth represented a significant income for ordinary individuals or soul masters. Chaos had finally begun. However, Ingshi refrained from taking action. The first and second days were undeniably the most precarious. To embark on assassinations at this juncture would risk exposing the fact that the members of Shrek had not yet departed. After all, formidable individuals would not act recklessly, and the deaths of several high-ranking soul masters on the first day would likely raise suspicions. After some time, the members of Shrek gradually awakened. The fatigue from their strenuous lives in the Stardoe Forest, compounded by the upheaval within Shrek and the long journey. made it quite fortunate that they were awakening at all. Ingshi gathered the members of Shrek in a small courtyard. Although there had been some setbacks in the plan to consolidate Shrek, it was still not too late to commence. Xiaoxi, why have you called us here? Fatima Hongjun gazed listlessly at Ingshi, his heart heavy with sorrow due to the demise of his mentor, teacher Flandra. Today, he had gathered everyone primarily to impart a martial arts technique, particularly urging Rongrong and Xiao Ao to dedicate themselves fully to their studies. However, he imposed a stipulation. None were to teach the Taizu Changquan to others without his explicit permission. Upon concluding his address, Ingshi effortlessly demonstrated a complete set of Taizu Changquan before the assembly. This martial art holds immense significance within the realm of Huaxia's martial traditions. Often dubbed the mother of all fists, as many other martial techniques draw inspiration from it. The Taizu Changquan that Ingshi acquired from the fortune marketplace is not merely a simple martial art. It embodies a method for harnessing inner strength as well. Despite lacking inner power, Ingshi possesses soul power and has had ample time to study the Taizu Changquan, although he devoted most of his efforts to honing his swordsmanship instead. While the art of boxing is commendable, it ultimately serves as a blunt instrument. In contrast, weapons such as knives, spears, swords, and halberds are keen and lethal, inflicting damage while expending far less physical and soul power than boxing techniques. Of course, boxing also has its merits. It does not falter in combat due to the loss of one's weapon. Regrettably, there's been a dearth of knife or sword techniques in the fortune marketplace for a full 5 years. Although Ingshi cannot be deemed an expert in Taizu Changquan, he is capable of demonstrating the foundational forms for the others. Chapter 66, Taizu Changquan, Part 2. Once infused with soul power, Taizu Changquan exhibits considerable offensive capability. Although its strength pales in comparison to the attack-type soul skills of soul masters, it boasts the advantage of no cooldown period and minimal soul power expenditure. This is especially advantageous for support-type soul masters. Most notably, Taizu Changquan possesses remarkable adaptability. For instance, after the transformation of Fatty's soul power through his martial soul, it becomes a fire attribute imbued with explosive and burning effects. The Taizu Changquan, under the influence of fire attribute soul power, similarly gains explosive and burning properties. As Ingshi gradually elucidated the Taizu Changquan, Zhao Wujia observed with newfound interest. Zhao Wujia, a pure close combat soul saint, primarily engages in melee attacks. Although he possesses some ranged capabilities, their effectiveness is limited. Learning the Taizu Changquan would greatly benefit him. Ingshi, recognizing Zhao Wujia's potential, welcomed his eagerness to learn. While Taizu Changquan has its unique traits, Ingshi is not particularly adept at it. Thus, utilizing it to achieve his goals is the most pragmatic approach. Fatty, upon learning Taizu Changquan, found himself pleasantly surprised. His martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, is a top-tier offensive beast martial soul. Yet its primary attacks rely on fire elements rather than close combat. By mastering Taizu Changquan, he significantly compensates for his shortcomings in melee combat, and the explosive effects of the technique can rival his first soul skill in certain aspects. Meanwhile, the couple known as the world-shattering dragon and snake, who had been spectating, looked on with astonished expressions as they witnessed Ingshi's teachings. Although the attack power of Taizu Changquan is not remarkable, its intricacy far surpasses other martial arts present in the mainly martial, soul-dominated Douluo continent. The surprises Ingshi has brought forth are numerous, aside from his innate talent. His composure and strategic acumen set him apart from the average individual. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, decisions are predominantly determined by strength, with intellect seldom playing a decisive role. Just as oranges thrive in the south, while bitter oranges grow in the north, individuals raised under different circumstances and rules possess distinct worldviews. This is akin to how some parents in the past were hesitant to send their children abroad at a young age, as the cultural climates are vastly different. Exposing a child, whose worldview is not yet fully formed, to foreign influences too early may lead to significant conflicts with their parents' perspectives as they grow. With China's illustrious history replete with cunning figures navigating through the torrents of time, it is evident that personal strength alone cannot sway the course of significant events. In contrast, on the Douluo continent, a titled Dalu can alter the outcome of a battle, while a strategist aiming to defeat one must pay a heavy price. Thus, the inhabitants of the Douluo continent often rely on brute force to determine outcomes rather than intellect. Yet, Ingshi possesses both intellect and talent. The world-shattering dragon and snake couple believe that Meng Yiran, by staying close to Ingshi, will soon witness an even more brilliant future, where even the title Dalu may not be beyond reach. Although Ingshi forbade the Shrek members from teaching Taizu Changquan to others, he did not require them to swear oaths with their martial souls. To Ingshi, Taizu Changquan is not a precious treasure, it serves as bait. Ingshi's true objective lies in establishing a connection with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and acquiring their skill known as mind control. While this skill was once inconsequential to Ingshi, it has become crucial now. His third soul skill, Lu Ling Duankong, allows him to summon 3 invisible shields simultaneously, but controlling them is imperative. Currently, each shield can last for 30 seconds, with the potential for longer durations in the future. Moreover, Ingshi only possesses his third soul ring, with many more awaiting him. Little Shi, may I speak with you privately? After imparting the Taizu Changquan, Ning Rongrong approached Ingshi, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Ingshi nodded, casting a glance at the slightly pouting Xiao Wu, before following Ning Rongrong into a secluded grove. Little Shi, may I teach Taizu Changquan to my clan members? Your people, as you know, possess limited self-preservation abilities. Xiao Shi, regardless of the conditions you may propose, is amenable. Ning Rongrong brings her hands together in a fist-like gesture, resting them upon her chest, occasionally revealing a hint of shyness while conversing with Ingshi. Although Ingshi is not akin to the Sea King, he is certainly close. During his time at the Chujuxian in Nodding City, several young ladies pursued him, albeit thwarted by Xiao Wu. Currently, Ning Rongrong's demeanor strikingly resembles that of those young women. Could it be that Ning Rongrong, having lingered in a world of singular supremacy, has subtly developed tendencies towards a submissive disposition? After all, Ingshi has predominantly chastised Ning Rongrong, offering her scant comfort. Without indulging in prolonged contemplation, Ingshi promptly responded, of course, as for the reward. I wish to learn the art of distraction control from your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rest assured, I will be the sole recipient of this knowledge and shall not impart it to others without your consent. I can vow this with my martial soul. Nay, Xiaoxi, I can directly impart the art of distraction control to you, without your need for a martial soul vow, especially since you have not demanded one from us. A subtle smile graced Ingshi's lips as he gently placed his hand upon Ning Rongrong's head, affectionately stroking her silky hair in a tender manner. No, the importance of Taizu Changquan to me pales in comparison to the significance of distraction control for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Until I receive your father's approval, I shall refrain from learning this technique. We have been rather busy lately. Let us seek your father's counsel once we arrive in Tiando City. Gazing at Ingshi's gentle and tender visage, a blush crept upon Ning Rongrong's fair cheeks. Very well, then let us discuss this after we reach Tiando City. Upon concluding her words, Ning Rongrong lightly kissed Ingshi's cheek, cupping her flushed face in her hands before turning to flee. Observing her retreating figure, Ingshi sighed quietly. The intricacies of human emotions are indeed complex. Nevertheless, this was akin to a peeled apple, willingly presenting itself to him. How could he resist taking a hearty bite, especially given his striking appearance? Chapter 67. Thoughts on publication. In crafting this note of gratitude, I have sought inspiration from several novels. Since commencing this story on October 12th, it has now been a month and a day. There is much to reflect upon, but in summary, I extend my heartfelt thanks. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the loyal readers who have supported me. Your encouragement has propelled me to this point. Just yesterday, I believed I was indulging in solitary pursuits, yet today I received word that my work will be published at noon. Secondly, I owe thanks to Wei Xiao. As a novice, striving to garner attention and experience from nothing, The journey has been arduous and lengthy. However, it is thanks to the immensely popular title of Douluo Dalu that I have been able to attract such an audience. Furthermore, I must thank Zhuede. It was through their recognition of my work and the 2 consecutive recommendations provided that I have been able to continue writing. Regarding subscriptions, I must candidly admit that I possess no clear understanding, as this is my first published work. After publication, I aim for a daily target of 6,000 subscriptions. Should I reach 100, I will add 3 additional chapters, and for every subsequent 100 subscriptions, I shall add 1 more chapter. Thank you all for your support. I earnestly seek monthly votes, collections, and recommendations. Chapter 68. The Turmoil of Nodding City as Night Fell. Ying Shi and Zhao Wuji donned their night attire. Contrary to Ying Shi's initial intentions, he did not plan to act so soon. The numerous high-ranking soul masters in Soto City have managed to endure the bounty that Ying Shi has placed upon them, largely due to the intimidation posed by the formidable couple, the Great Dragon and Serpent. Additionally, the meager sum of 50,000 gold soul coins barely suffices for the cost of eliminating 1 or 2 soul emperors, making it impractical to pursue further. Engaging a soul emperor requires only 20 to 30,000 gold soul coins, yet to slay one demands a significantly greater investment. The disparity in difficulty between hiring a soul emperor and eliminating one is stark. For the elite of Soto City, the matter appears distant, since it does not personally affect them, and the actions of the bounty hunters may cleanse some lesser nobles. They see no reason to delve too deeply into the situation. After all, the cost of attempting to slay Zhao Wuji and others in the presence of the Great Dragon and Serpent would be exorbitantly high. Thus, the choice becomes a simple one: to avoid entanglement and accept the light burden of inaction. This is, of course, predicated on the assumption that Zhao Wuji and the rest of the Shrek group have departed without any further retaliation. Should there be additional actions, it could very well provoke backlash from the nobles of Soto City. After all, if death is inevitable, why not take the adversary down with you? How many individuals capable of reaching the Soul Sage level do not bear the weight of a life or 2 on their conscience? And how many are genuinely selfless? However, Zhao Wuji could no longer contain himself, prompting Ying Shi to decide to accompany him. Ostensibly, she intended to assist Zhao Wuji in gathering intelligence from the Luo Wang. But in reality, she harbored intentions of assassinating nobility. Ying Shi's Shura 9 trials predominantly revolved around slaying, and given her current insufficient strength, she was ill-prepared for the more advanced trials. Confronting 10 soul masters was not particularly challenging. The first trial was akin to a mere formality. Yet, the subsequent challenges would only escalate in difficulty. To genuinely fulfill the Shura God-S trials, a journey to the City of Slaughter seemed inevitable. The predicament lay in the fact that Tang Chun had already completed the 8th examination of the Shura God. Ying Shi's foray into the City of Slaughter could not simply be likened to searching for filth in a latrine. Although Tang Chen's condition was somewhat peculiar, and he might not be fully aware of Ying Shi's circumstances, the gradual completion of the Shura God-S trials would inevitably endow Ying Shi with a certain affinity towards the Shura God, which could easily attract Tang Chen's attention. Nevertheless, avoiding the City of Slaughter was not a viable option, for it housed the true legacy of the Shura God. Although Ying Shi had acquired the Shura God S9 trials from the system, the continuation of these trials would demand an increasing number of soul masters to be slain, making it progressively arduous to conceal her tracks, thus rendering her a potential target. Hence, the City of Slaughter remained the singular location capable of expeditiously fulfilling the Shura God-S examinations. Ying Shi shook her head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. She and Zhao Wuji first visited the Luo Wang to procure some intelligence. After all, the list of enemies Ying Shi possessed was merely a roster, devoid of any substantial details. The adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, was the paramount reason for Ying Shi's continued survival thus far. The Luo Wang provided Ying Shi with immense convenience, enabling her to effortlessly obtain the information she sought. Teacher Zhao, regardless of whether you return to Shan Wuqing's residence, remember not to reveal your identity too soon. Otherwise, the backlash from those fellows could be quite unbearable, Ingshi cautioned as she handed the intelligence from the Luo Wang to Zhao Wuji, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Having not endured the struggles of others, she felt unqualified to urge Zhao Wuji towards benevolence, but she could only advise him for the sake of safety. Should Zhao Wuji expose himself, while the assassination operations of the Luo Wang would remain unchanged, the rest of Shrek would inevitably encounter difficulties. The nobility of Soto City were not merely inept. Many possessed considerable capabilities, such as love from the Soto City Education Department. Love could incite various noble factions to torment a Shrek Academy boasting 3 soul saints, indicating that his methods were not to be underestimated. In the event of their desperate retaliation, Ingshi was uncertain of her chances of escape, for although she and her comrades displayed commendable talent, they lacked sufficient time for cultivation. Zhao Wuji nodded, a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he patted Ingshi on the shoulder, advising her to exercise caution on her return. He then donned his hat and turned to leave. Ingshi, of course, would not simply return to the camp. Doing so would render her Shura God S9 trials uncertain in terms of completion, especially considering the immense allure of the 10-year, 3-eyed golden lion. Ingshi's target was a minor noble family of an official in Soto City. They were not only nobility, but also held positions within the city's governance. In truth, the majority of officials in Soto City stem from small noble families. Otherwise, how could they ascend to such ranks? This noble family comprised 5 soul masters, conveniently forming a complete household, with the highest-ranking member being the grandfather, a level 43 Songlong Battle Soul Master. By eliminating this family, Ingshi could complete half of the first trial of the Shura God. Should fortune favor her, she might accomplish the first trial that very night. Although the reward was meager, a mere level of soul power and lacking even the Shura God affinity, it would still be a small boon. The level of soul power stored by the system, while ineffective beyond level 70, would significantly save Ingshi time if utilized in her 60s. It is worth mentioning that this small family had not participated in the assault against Shrek, as their strongest member was merely at the Soul Master level, utterly outmatched by Shrek Academy's minimum Soul Emperor tier. However, they had previously engaged in suppressing Shrek Academy, and while they were not wholly culpable, the world is seldom just. It is merely a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Ingshi tightened her large hooded cloak and swiftly traversed the night, employing her light-footed technique. Given that she had offered 50,000 gold soul coins for an assassination through the Luo Wang, the streets were now eerily deserted, with only the occasional patrol of ordinary soldiers making their rounds. Clearly, this was a precaution taken by the nobility of Soto City, as the number of patrolling soldiers had surged to several times the usual. Regrettably, the majority of those capable of killing were soul masters. Could mere ordinary soldiers pose a barrier? Ingshi's figure abruptly vanished from her location, and with a few agile leaps, she effortlessly scaled rooftops. Although she was not a beast spirit master, her repeated absorption of soul rings beyond their age limits had significantly enhanced her physical prowess. Gazing at the brightly lit home before her, where a family reveled in warmth, Ingshi felt a stir of softness within her heart. Yet, rather than mere softness, it was a profound yearning. It was akin to an individual who had endured a lifetime of intrigue and betrayal within a harem, relegated to a cold palace, suffering in silence, only to be brought to tears by a single word from a beloved kin. The absence only intensified the desire. This assassination was less about vengeance and more a simple completion of the Shura God S9 trials. One could even say it was a pursuit of personal gain. To fulfill this examination, Ingshi would seek an opportunity to complete her task, even in the absence of a grievance against Shrek. Ingshi slapped herself fiercely, her gaze gradually turning cold. The family before her all possessed wolf-like martial spirits, their keen senses notably heightened, especially during the night. Who goes there? Ingshi had just stepped into the courtyard when the elderly member of the Songlong Soul clan immediately detected his presence. Aware that he had been exposed, Ingshi abandoned any intention of concealment. With a flick of his wrists, 2 desert eagles materialized in his hands. The sound of gunfire echoed as the 2 desert eagles discharged bullets at the Songlong Soul Master before him. The Soul Master had sensed an ominous shift the moment Ingshi drew his weapons, a battle instinct that had saved him on several occasions. The Songlong Soul Master's reflexes were remarkably swift, honed by extensive combat experience. Upon sensing the lethal threat, he rapidly expended a significant amount of soul power to unleash his fourth soul skill. In an instant, an ethereal silhouette of a Songlong wolf materialized behind him, merging into his body and forming a protective layer of soul power around him. However, the Desert Eagle, renowned for its formidable firepower, ranked among the most powerful handguns. Unless one were a purely defensive soul master, it was improbable to withstand the bullets with the fourth soul skill. One might deflect a single shot, but not for long. Just as the 11th bullet struck the soul master's protective shield, it shattered under the impact. A flicker of fear crossed the soul master's face. Although 11 bullets seemed a considerable number, it was merely a few seconds of continuous fire. With the enhancement of Ing Shi's ZGMO Tong, his accuracy was alarmingly high, shattering the strongest defense skill in mere seconds, seemingly without expending any soul power. "Qinger, do not come out. Run!" The Songlong Soul Master shouted urgently. Simultaneously, he activated his fourth soul skill once more, blood mist beginning to emanate around him, charging towards Ing Shi. The scent of blood wafting into his nostrils made Ing Shi's expression grow grave. Was he truly resorting to such desperate measures? This ability was a rare, life-risking tactic employed by beast soul masters, akin to a soul beast's self-detonation, sacrificing one's vitality for a temporary boost in combat prowess. Ing Shi swiftly reloaded his magazine, taking aim at the Songlong Soul Master again. Although the Songlong martial spirit was typically aggressive, its speed was commendable among beast masters, making it a semi-attack speed type. The Songlong Soul Master's speed was impressive, and Ing Shi could barely keep pace with his movements, the Soul Master being several levels above him. While Ing Shi battled the Songlong Soul Master, the other Soul Masters were not idle. Although this Songlong Soul Master had allowed his family to flee, it was evident that the others had no intention of escaping. In a world filled with heartless individuals, there were still many who valued loyalty. Regrettably, they were merely his adversaries. Ing Shi sighed inwardly as he observed the other Soul Masters rushing out from the dwelling, reflecting on how the more ruthless one was. The more they yearned for affection. Ing Shi had meticulously calculated the actions of those around him, fearing betrayal from those he deemed close. It was said that genuine emotions would be reciprocated with sincerity, but had Ing Shi truly offered his unreserved feelings? Perhaps he had done so for a select few, but he would never fully extend his heart to anyone, nor would he ever do so in this lifetime. He had calculated their worth and made no grand promises. Yet as long as they did not abandon him, he would strive to protect them. With the activation of his third soul skill, Lu Ling Duankong, a black 10,000-year soul ring pulsated around Ing Shi, conjuring an invisible barrier behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the three-ringed soul master of the Songlong had managed to maneuver behind him. The collision between the barrier and the Songlong soul master's claws resonated with waves of soul power. However, Ing Shi remained unaffected by the fluctuations, shielded by the barrier's exceptional defense. The Songlong soul master, realizing his strike had failed, attempted to retreat. But Ing Shi's barrier swiftly shifted to another side. Without hesitation, Ing Shi turned to fire 4 shots at the Songlong Soul Master. The relatively young, three-ringed Soul Master possessed commendable combat experience. The moment Ing Shi aimed at him, he unleashed his strongest soul skill and distanced himself. Despite the Songlong Soul Master's rapid movements, the proximity made it nearly impossible to evade the bullets. While he managed to avoid a fatal blow, a bullet struck his thigh, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. A Soul King? No, that is not right. The Songlong Soul Master's expression turned grave as he gazed at the pulsating black soul ring around Ing Shi. Yet he felt no overwhelming pressure of soul power emanating from him. Be cautious of what he wields. Its power is immense. A 4-ringed Songlong Soul Master positioned himself before Ing Shi, accompanied by a 3-ringed Soul Master and 2 2-ringed Great Soul Masters. A cold smile crept across Ing Shi's lips as he regarded the 4 approaching Soul Masters, their attacking angles shrewdly devised, effectively cornering him. The 4-ringed Songlong Soul Master discerned that Ing Shi's combat capability was relatively low primarily relying on his weapon. While the invisible barrier could withstand a single attack, it was insufficient against four assailants. Ingshi could use his weapon to eliminate one Soul Master and shield himself against another, but he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries from the remaining two Songlong Soul Masters. Moreover, continuously deploying such a 10,000-year soul skill would severely deplete Ingshi's resources. Perhaps this was the essence of familial bonds. Despite knowing there was a 1 in 4 chance of death, none chose to retreat or flee. For these aristocrats, the common folk were mere subjects of oppression, yet they had expended everything for their kin. Alas, just as the four Soul Masters closed in within 3 meters of Ingshi, their claws poised to rend him apart, he abruptly pulled the pins from 2 high-explosive grenades. Soul Bone skill, Shuni. Ingshi's form vanished suddenly, reappearing 5 meters away from his original position. Yet that was not the end. Without regard for the cooldown of the Soul Bone skill, he forcibly activated it once more. Although this reckless use would inflict harm upon his body and significantly increase the required soul power, it was a price he deemed worthy. Run! Songlong Huanzong roared as he beheld 2 high-explosive grenades before him, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to grasp them and shield the others. However, it was too late. The grenades detonated instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying explosion accompanied by a barrage of shrapnel. In that fleeting moment, a rupture in the void manifested before Ingshi. The originally confined barrier of the rupture expanded rapidly under the infusion of soul power, transforming into an invisible shield that stood resolutely in front of Ingshi. Absorbing the impact of the explosion through the translucent barrier, Ingshi could even see several shards of shrapnel embedded within it. Observing the remnants of Soul Masters torn into countless pieces by the explosion, Ingshi furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. Although he had taken many lives, the gruesome dismemberment they had suffered stirred an unsettling feeling within him. With a wave of his hand, the barrier dissipated and the embedded shrapnel fell away. His gaze shifted to a trembling young Soul Master cowering in the corner, merely a boy of 13 or 14. What a pity! With a decisive bang, the mission objective was halfway complete, and it was time to move on to the next target. With the aid of firearms, Ingshi found it relatively easy to eliminate low-ranking Soul Masters. The night was still young, and before dawn broke, he had accomplished the first trial of his Shura God 9 trials. Congratulations! You have completed the first trial of the Shura God 9 trials, gaining 1 level of soul power, applicable below level 70. Stored successfully. Congratulations! Second trial of the Shura God 9 trials. Slay 30 Soul Masters, of which 10 must possess a soul power level higher than your own. Task reward: 1 level increase in soul power, storable. What the heck? Seeing the words displayed on the heavenly book Martial Soul, Ingshi felt a wave of exasperation. It was known that the total number of Soul Masters on the Douluo continent was barely under 100,000. Was he expected to eradicate all Soul Masters on the continent with a few more trials? Ingshi chuckled wryly, shaking his head, and then retracted his heavenly book Martial Soul. He sensed that his remaining soul power was now below 30%. By the time he fully recovered, it would likely be dawn. Although he could still carry out another assassination, the risks would significantly increase. Moreover, the others at Shrek were still unaware that he had ventured out for this purpose, so he needed to return before they awoke. Thus, he tidied up briefly and headed straight back to Shrek's base. Upon returning, Ingshi entered his private room and sat cross-legged, opting for meditation over sleep. In the early morning, he gradually concluded his practice. The night's training had completely restored his soul power, with a hint of progress. He touched his left arm, from which the previous soul bone had been shed, as a new one was in the process of forming. The soul bone he was currently nurturing was that of the King of the Earth, the source of the future fatty's 4th soul skill derived from a soul beast. The magma eruption of the King of the Earth was a soul skill Ingshi greatly admired, as its explosive power was sufficient to compensate for his lack of offensive strength. Ingshi! Hearing Oscar's voice calling from outside, Ingshi lazily descended from his bed and opened the door. As he swung open the door, a figure lunged toward him, only to crash to the ground due to gravity. So clumsy! Just as Ingshi opened the door, Oscar stumbled and fell flat in front of him, shaking off the daze. Oscar quickly stood up, disregarding his pain, and handed Ingshi a letter. Ingshi, it's bad news. Teacher Zhao Wujing didn't return last night, and from the letter, it seems he won't be back for a while. Taking the letter, Ingshi glanced at it, shaking his head in resignation. The letter was indeed from Zhao Wujing, who could no longer endure Ingshi's leisurely revenge plan and decided to take matters into his own hands. The immovable king remained true to his nature. After years of teaching, his sharp edges had been smoothed out, but he ultimately reverted to his inherent ferocity. Well, Teacher Zhao is a soul sage after all. Even if he encounters trouble, he should manage to escape, especially with the assistance of the formidable Long Shi and Gai Shi. Ingshi shrugged, patting Oscar on the shoulder, and tucked Zhao Wujing's letter into his soul guide before leading Oscar to breakfast. Contemplating Zhao Wujing's impulsiveness, Ingshi sighed. His own plan was reasonable, yet Zhao Wujing's choice had not exceeded his expectations. To Ingshi, Zhao Wujing was a ruthless yet simple-minded individual, whose years at Shrek Academy had gradually tempered his former aggression. However, the recent upheaval at Shrek Academy had reignited Zhao Wujing's latent fierceness. Neither Zhao Wujing's choice nor Ingshi's approach were wrong. Regardless of how Ingshi arranged his next steps, a direct confrontation was unavoidable. He merely hoped to strike when chaos reigned in Nodding City. Arriving in the hall with a worried Oscar, they found Shen Wuqing's wife preparing breakfast for everyone, while Xiao Wu and several other girls had already gathered. Before even stepping into the hall, Ingshi heard Xiao Wu's cheerful voice. "Wow, Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. Can you teach me how to make carrots?" As Shen Wuqing's wife busily cooked while wearing her apron, Xiao Wu gazed at the fragrant dishes with sparkling eyes, pleading earnestly. Seeing the adorable and lively Xiao Wu, Shen Wuqing's wife had no reason to refuse. "Of course, I'd be happy to." Noticing Ingshi's arrival, Shen Wuqing immediately stood up to offer him a seat, but Ingshi waved his hand, indicating for him to carry on as usual. Concerned about his wife and child, Shen Wuqing refrained from revealing the whole truth to her. Ingshi understood that a man striving to provide for his family must maintain a certain dignity, especially in front of outsiders like himself. Thus, he informed Shen Wuqing's wife that he and his companions were merely staying temporarily. Ingshi's intention was not solely to win Shen Wuqing over, but also to demonstrate to the other members of Shrek and the formidable Long Shi that his heart was not entirely devoid of compassion. Additionally, this habit stemmed from his past life, where he maintained a respectful demeanor towards everyone, including his adversaries. At all times, Ingshi would not overlook his enemies, but would choose to grant them a dignified exit. When one is destined to fail in their career, would they prefer to retreat amidst the mockery of others or to depart under the indifferent gazes of the crowd? Though both scenarios are equally humiliating, the latter preserves a semblance of dignity. When a person loses everything, what they ultimately seek is that dignity. To inquire if there exists in this world anyone capable of assuring their eternal invincibility, one might only consider the legendary Son of Destiny. As the ancients have said, one may earn renown both in life and posthumously. However, for Ingshi, the significance of all that transpires during one's lifetime far outweighs any legacy left behind. Yet, when all that once was is lost, what remains but the echoes of one's legacy? To live fiercely in the present and to transform into a lonely spirit in death presents a paradox that, while stirring and passionate, fills Ingshi with an insatiable yearning. Life, more often than not, feels like a torment worse than death. Nevertheless, survival offers hope and the potential for a resurgence. Regardless of the circumstances, should Ingshi be destined to exit the stage, he aspires to retain his final dignity. If Ingshi holds such respect for his adversaries, he ought to extend even greater regard to those who may become his allies. Should Shen Wuqi become Ingshi's subordinate, in a certain sense, he would be akin to a loyal hound at Ingshi's side. However, the matter is more complex than mere terminology. Humanity is an emotional species. Sometimes, even the slightest fluctuation in sentiment can yield profound consequences. By bestowing respect and benefits upon his subordinates, their loyalty is cultivated. After all, in this world. Eternal loyalty is a myth, while perpetual self-interest reigns supreme. As Yingshi's thoughts wandered into the ether, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly broke through the silence. "My lord, here is the intelligence you requested." At that moment, a figure clad in black gracefully crossed the threshold, kneeling respectfully before Yingshi. Those who possess the DZ Luo Wang order are granted special privileges by the Luo Wang. For instance, the Luo Wang does not disclose any current information regarding holders of the Tianzi and DZ orders, and upon arriving in any city, they are assigned a dedicated intelligence officer for their personal use, albeit at a considerable cost. However, those who wield the Tianzi and DZ orders invariably have formidable powers backing them, rendering the expense trivial. Except, of course, in the case of the Bai family. After receiving the intelligence, Yingshi waved his hand, signaling the figure to wait outside. He harbored no particular sentiments toward the Luo Wang personnel, as they were not his subordinates. As long as they did not act with malice, that was sufficient. Respect does not equate to intimacy. A superior must extend proper deference to their inferiors while also maintaining an appropriate level of pressure. Excessive familiarity can lead to recklessness, which can be detrimental. "Xiao Shi, what is it?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, bounding over to Yingshi and fervently shaking his arm. Since arriving at the Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu sensed something amiss, especially after Ning Rongrong blushed at the mere mention of Yingshi's name, which instilled a profound sense of urgency within her. Yingshi handed the intelligence to Xiao Wu for her perusal and playfully flicked her forehead. "So, was it as you anticipated?" At this juncture, Long Gongmeng Shu, accompanied by Shi Pe, entered the hall, observing the recently vanished Luo Wang assassin with keen interest. Although Long Gongmeng Shu also possessed a DZ assassin order, he had never utilized it, as he regarded the Luo Wang as a repository of filth unworthy of his alignment. Indeed, last night, at least 7 members of minor noble families perished, including one sole king whose head was quite literally crushed into his abdomen, Yingshi remarked, a mysterious smile creeping upon his lips. Oh, the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, exchanged glances of astonishment at Yingshi's unexpected efficacy. Xiao Wu, perceptive as ever, promptly relayed the intelligence to Long Gongmeng Shu. It was clear that the Soul King had fallen victim to Zhao Laosher's hand, who, in the heat of battle, had struck with such force that only a practitioner of immense strength, one above the Soul Emperor level, could achieve such a feat. Oscar and the plump companion exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, their mutual sighs filled with resignation. Zhao Wujing, though harboring resentment, maintained a degree of restraint. Well, that is commendable. The very next day, a Soul King and 3 Soul Ancestors, along with several Soul Masters, have met their fates. That is already quite a satisfactory outcome. Long Gongmeng Shu remarked as he reviewed the intelligence and casually tossed it to the eager plump companion. However, Yingshi, observing from the sidelines, could only muster a wry smile, reflecting inwardly that the prior night he himself had also slain a Soul Ancestor. Thus, the Luo Wang's covert operations had only succeeded in eliminating 2 Soul Ancestors and several Soul Masters. While the numbers may seem substantial, the outcome had not met Yingshi's expectations. Chapter 71. A new strategy. It is not so simple. The bounty of 50,000 gold soul coins had diminished by a full 10th in just one day. And this was due to Zhao Laosher's failure to claim the reward. Since the Luo Wang had not achieved Yingshi's predetermined objectives, alternative measures must be employed. The situation can no longer afford to linger. Zhao Wujing was evidently at the end of his patience. The single Soul King slain last night was the result of his pent-up frustrations. If the Luo Wang again fails to eliminate multiple Soul Ancestors tonight, their intimidating influence would significantly wane. After all, what Yingshi sought was the dread of Loved and his associates, not the fear of ordinary officials. Caution was paramount. Otherwise, Yingshi's plans would be compromised. Clapping his hands, Yingshi summoned the Luo Wang assassin once more, presenting him with a black card and turning to Shun Wuqi for confirmation. While he had received the news, it was prudent to verify with someone well-versed in all matters. How many soul saints and soul emperors are present within the education department of Soto City? Shinwuchi immediately set aside his bowl and chopsticks, his demeanor growing respectful. There are no soul saints within the education department. The minister, Loved, is a 69th level soul emperor, as is the vice minister, Russell. Additionally, there are 3 other soul kings, and a military ally of Loved is a 73rd level soul saint. The political landscape of Soto City comprises numerous factions, among which 2 are the most powerful: the Education Department managing the Soul Master Academy and the Soto City Guard overseeing military affairs. These 2 factions operate independently. The significance of Soul Masters in this Douluo continent is evident, as they represent the pinnacle of combat prowess, capable of altering the tides of war. Ingshi pondered for a moment before continuing, what the financial backing of Loved and Russell. After a brief contemplation, Shunwuchi responded, in terms of financial strength, Loved is the more formidable. Upon hearing this, Ingshi produced a black card containing 100,000 gold soul coins and handed it to the Luo Wang. You shall take this back. Offer a bounty of 40,000 gold soul coins for Loved and 60,000 for Russell. Should one fall, the bounty for the other will be immediately revoked. For now, you may return. Yes, my lord. The Luo Wang assassin clasped his hands in salute, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Are you not concerned that the Luo Wang assassin may abscond with the gold soul coins? Gazing at the remnants of dark mist before him, Long Gong Meng, Shu looked at Ingshi with a hint of skepticism. Meng Qianbei, you still do not comprehend the intricacies of Luo Wang. The DZ Luo Wang Ling allows one to acquire a dedicated intelligence officer in any city. This officer is cultivated by the unseen hands of Luo Wang, with their families held captive by the organization. While they possess the potential for betrayal, the likelihood remains minimal. Long Gong Meng Shu nodded, having previously held a certain trepidation towards Luo Wang, thus lacking direct interaction. He was surprised to discover the organization's genuine prowess. It was no wonder it had expanded so significantly in just a few short years. As he contemplated Shi's actions, the rationale became clear. Inquiring about family wealth and status seemed merely a ploy to incite conflict between the 2 parties. Although not particularly clever, it proved effective. Even if they were to uncover Shi's involvement, could they continue their close collaboration? The Minister of Education in Suotawa City represents a lucrative position. After all, the decision to offer a relatively modest bounty of 40,000 gold soul coins for the higher-ranking Luo Fu De was clearly influenced by the limited financial resources of the nearby Russell. Of course, Shi's strategy also bore considerable flaws. While he appeared to produce the 40,000 gold soul coins effortlessly, he possessed the ability to create high-level soul bones. Although the Ministry of Education in Suotawa City is a profitable role, the profits shared among the ranks are not substantial, rendering them incomparable to Shi's capacity. It is notable that the highest-tier teachers at the Tiando Royal Academy receive merely 3,000 gold soul coins monthly, a figure bolstered by the financial support of the Tiando Empire, where many noble youths are affluent. Meanwhile, the annual tax revenue of the Bala Kingdom is limited, with a portion allocated to the Spirit Hall for distribution among soul masters as welfare. By the time one reaches the soul saint level, welfare is non-existent unless one joins a state or faction, as Flandra would hardly fret over a few hundred gold soul coins. Furthermore, as the gateway to the Tiando Empire, the Bala Kingdom's second-largest economic expenditure is its border military, followed by the various offerings within the kingdom, and lastly the officials in each city. Although Suotawa City houses a considerable number of soul masters, most of the academies within are attended by commoners, resulting in limited wealth. For instance, Luo Fuda's monthly stipend is merely 1,000 gold soul coins, with bribes totaling around 1,500 to 2,000, which, after daily expenses and training, leaves little remainder. Nobles like Russell, possessing family ties, typically do not retain much liquid capital, as banking in this world lacks interest, necessitating continual investment for wealth generation. Thus, Russell's attempt to mobilize 40,000 gold soul coins to reward Luo Fu De is significant and challenging to conceal. Investigating further, Luo Fu could easily ascertain the source of the bounty. Conversely, Russell could discern that the reward placed upon him likely did not originate from Luo Fu, given that Luo Fu could not casually produce 60,000 gold soul coins without cause. However, for Russell to advance, he must eliminate Luo Fu. Russell and Luo Fu are of equal standing. However, Luo Fu has the advantage due to his alliance with a military soul saint. Their relationship is not one of deep friendship, but rather one of mutual benefit. Should Russell invest sufficiently, he might attract that military soul saint support. To solidify his own position, Luo Fu must also remove Russell. Yet, with limited positions available in the Ballot Kingdom, it remains challenging to reassign either party. Thus, even while both are aware of the scheme, genuine collaboration is improbable, a fact that suffices for Yingxi's plans. Zhao Wuji, in terms of raw power, surpasses both men. However, should they join forces, it would be arduous for him to defeat them swiftly. Should a great battle erupt within the city guards would be compelled to intervene. Once the guard strongholds arrive, Zhao Wuji's demise would be imminent, while the couple, the Gai Shilong Shi, would prefer to abstain from involvement. Yet, if they were to intervene, the situation could spiral into chaos. Their methods must be precise and lethal, leaving minimal traces, even refraining from using their martial souls. Yingxi's original plan was to discreetly and continuously increase the bounty, with Luo Wang refraining from publicizing the remaining unclaimed rewards. This strategy would not only entice soul masters from outside Tuo City to assassinate the nobles within, but also instill a sense of urgency in the assassins, compelling them to act before the bounty dissipated. Ultimately, he intended to strike swiftly in one night, eliminating all soul saints and soul emperors before departing. Given that Yingxi and his companions had long vacated Tuo City, the Ballot Kingdom lacked sufficient evidence to hold them accountable and would not dare offend the Gai Shilong Shi over a deceased individual. Regrettably, the chaos within Tuo City escalated with each passing day, the conflicts among nobles growing increasingly pronounced. Some assassins from Luo Wang even dared to act openly during daylight, displaying audacity to an extreme degree. Meanwhile, Yingxi completed the third trial of the Shura God within 3 days, accumulating another tier of soul power. Thus far, he could potentially ascend 3 levels. However, the third trial proved to be exceptionally challenging, requiring the elimination of 100 soul masters, 30 of whom must exceed Yingxi's own level. Presently, he could manage this, yet would likely become progressively difficult moving forward. As his soul power elevated, the disparities between levels would widen, diminishing the likelihood of overcoming stronger opponents. Yingxi surmised that future trials of the Shura God could only be accomplished in places like the City of Slaughter, where soul power is sealed. However, that city had already fallen under Tang Chen's control, as he had completed the first 8 trials of the Shura God. Had it not been for the interference of the power of the Luo Sha God, he might have already ascended to divine status. Thus, it is understandable that others cannot undergo the Shura God's trials. Yet, would she not be walking into a trap by venturing there? At this moment, further contemplation is necessary. Chapter 72, The Scheduled Plan. On this afternoon, Shrek Academy was engaged in sparring within the courtyard. At that moment, a figure clad in black stood silently outside, observing the scene within, particularly focusing on Yingxi. Xiao Wu, noticing the distant black-clad individual, furrowed her brow in concern. Yet she refrained from interrupting Yingxi's actions. Xiao Wu, there's no need to worry. Haven't members of the Luo Wang been delivering messages daily for the past few days? Ning Rongrong, observing Xiao Wu's anxious expression, gently grasped her hand and offered comfort. Xiao Wu shook her head lightly. It was evident that this person differed significantly from the previous members of the Luo Wang. If the earlier member was merely an information bearer, this individual emanated a palpable aura of bloodshed, unmistakably formidable. Moreover, the scar at the corner of his eye was familiar to her. She had encountered this person multiple times during her days at the Notting City Junior Academy. She had never inquired about Yingxi's affairs, as she trusted that Yingxi would not harm her. What is happening? Yingxi scanned the black-clad figure with her ZGMO tongue, sensing a similar aura, yet remaining vigilant. The Luo Wang was a double-edged sword. One misstep could lead to self-harm. "My lord, here is the latest information." The black-clad figure addressed Ingshi with respect, albeit reluctantly, as he extended a letter with one hand. Despite the mask obscuring his face, it was clear he was not particularly eager to engage with someone as young as Ingshi, particularly given his status as a battle-hardened soul emperor. In this world of Douluo, strength reigned supreme. Ingshi accepted the letter and inspected its sealed state before slowly opening it. The contents revealed a single line. "Target time has an error. Would you like to change the time? Target?" Ever since Dai Mubai's demise, Ingshi had successfully joined Shrek Academy. Although several predetermined objectives remained unfulfilled, only one task could still be accomplished through the Luo Wang. This involved the members of the Imperial fighting team, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. Dugu Yin was backed by the poisoned Douluo, and capturing her would yield significant benefits, while Yi Lingling's extensive area healing abilities were particularly remarkable. Furthermore, Yi Lingling was associated with one of the three great clans, the Jiu Xin Haitang clan. The top three sects of the seven great sects were referred to as the Tian San Zone, contrasted by the Di San Zone. The Di San Zone comprised families whose martial souls were not inferior to those of the Tian San Zone, yet due to issues with soul inheritance, their direct descendants were few, hence their designation. However, in terms of the quality of martial souls, the Di San Zone's inherited martial souls were not at all inferior to those of the Tian San Zone, and in some aspects, they might even surpass them, considering the limited number of inheritors in each generation. Consequently, upon receiving the invitation from the Luo Wang, Ingshi promptly began her strategic planning. To be candid, Ingshi's scheme was not particularly complex. It did not require the assassination of anyone nor the plotting against anyone. It merely involved manipulating the relationships among the current members of the Imperial fighting team, while the members could forge strong friendships in their original world. It did not guarantee that they could maintain amicable relations under Ingshi's instigation. Conflicts certainly existed among the members of the Imperial fighting team. For instance, the Captain Yu Tianheng hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top three sects, and was known for his arrogance. In contrast, Shimo and Shimo, though composed, possessed formidable beast martial souls, the Xuanwu turtle, which were not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial soul. However, due to the dispersion of Xuanwu turtle soul masters and the lack of a systematic clan, their renown paled in comparison to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Ingshi merely needed to whisper to Shimo and Shimo that Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan looked down upon their Xuanwu turtle martial soul, thereby making the ensuing conflict inevitable. Of course, this could also be resolved since, while Yu Tianheng was arrogant, he was not a fool. After all, he was a scion of a prominent family and received a good education. However, who was Ingshi's backing? Qianren Xue. In the present day, one can easily disguise themselves as the great prince of the Tiando Empire. The three esteemed members of the Spirit Douluo level from the Tiando Royal Academy are all under the influence of Qian Rengshu, Zwiking. One must realize that although Qian Rengshu has not disclosed her undercover activities to Ingshi, she maintains a correspondence with him each month. To avoid arousing Qian Rengshu's suspicions, Ingshi initially requested a substantial amount of intelligence regarding the Tiando Empire, and only then revealed his subsequent plans. The members of the Royal Battle Team each possess significant backgrounds, particularly Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of the Poisoned Douluo, despite the Poisoned Douluo soul power being a mere 92, rendering him not particularly formidable among the titled Douluo. He is nonetheless a figure few dare to provoke. The threat of his final counterattack is sufficient to obliterate an entire sect. Although Dugu Bo may not triumph over any titled Douluo, he can ensure that his adversaries are left with nothing but titled Douluo survivors. Should Dugu Bo fight to the death, even if the top three sects were to ultimately slay him, many soul masters within his clan would perish from his poison. However, while Dugu Bo is known as the Poisoned Douluo, he himself is ravaged by toxins, severely affecting even his closest kin. Ingshi can leverage this condition to win Dugu Bo's favor. Dugu Bo, known for his eccentric nature, is nonetheless a man of his word. Ingshi, utterly unversed in toxins, faces considerable risk in attempting to gain Douluo's trust through the trials akin to those faced by Tang San in the original world. However, if he could connect with Douluo through Douluo, the latter might not make things difficult for Ingshi out of respect for Douluo and would earnestly consider his suggestions. Moreover, since Ingshi possesses the ability to alleviate Douluo's toxins, this opens a potential avenue for alliance. Despite the significant discord between Douluo and the Spirit Hall, it is worth noting that Douluo's son met his demise at his own hands. Douluo, as Douluo's granddaughter, carries a substantial amount of toxins within her, which poses a grave threat to her health. If left unresolved, Douluo may not survive for long. Douluo is a direct descendant of Douluo, with the legacy of their martial souls having already skipped a generation, yet she remains perilously close to death, underscoring the terrifying potency of the toxins that claimed Douluo's son. In the original world, Douluo, utilizing Tang San's hidden weapon, the mother and child soul-devouring gall, severely injured the Moonlight Flower Douluo. At that moment, Douluo even had the opportunity to slay the Moonlight Flower, but ultimately chose to spare him. This decision stemmed partly from his apprehension of the Spirit Hall's might, and partly because the hatred in Douluo's heart was not as profound as one might assume. Had it been a pure vendetta for his son's death, Douluo would have disregarded the Spirit Hall's strength, for he could have taken down an entire city along with its inhabitants if he so desired. Currently, Douluo's entire focus is directed towards Douluo. Ingshi, serving as a bridge, could effectively align Douluo with the Spirit Hall. Even if a direct alliance cannot be forged, employing mercenary tactics might suffice, as Douluo's presence alongside Ingshi would compel Douluo to take notice. Gaining Douluo's allegiance equates to securing an alliance with a title Douluo, making this endeavor exceedingly profitable. Additionally, Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia martial soul boasts extraordinary capabilities, renowned for its area-wide healing abilities. Should Yi Lingling's level increase in the future, her power could rival that of a strategic weapon akin to a nuclear bomb. However, it is essential to note that Yi Lingling's family lineage is afflicted with a unique flaw. A third individual with a nine-heart begonia martial soul cannot emerge within the same generation. The continuation of this lineage can only occur upon the demise of the previous wielder. Tragically, Yi Lingling's relatives have sacrificed their lives to facilitate her awakening of the nine-heart begonia, which has shaped her rather cold demeanor. Similarly, Yi Lingling would never allow anyone to insult her deceased kin, especially the one who sacrificed everything for her awakening. Although spreading rumors is not a commendable practice, Ingshi adheres to a principle of ruthless tactics to achieve his objectives. Inciting discord among the younger generation is not a challenging task. As they grow, the likelihood of reconciliation diminishes, though it is not entirely impossible. Nevertheless, Ingshi is no fool. He can continue to sow discord. To avoid revealing his identity, he need only engage in minor provocations occasionally, which would be sufficient to alter the harmonious relations within the royal battle team. Winning over Yi Lingling would effectively mean gaining the support of the nine-heart begonia family, whose healing prowess, though not overwhelmingly powerful, remains exceptional. Securing Douluo would undermine the Tiando Empire's strength, solidify Qian Ringshu's position, and draw Douluo, the old poison master, into their fold. However, Ingshi had initially presumed that with the chaos engulfing Suatawa City, the Tiando Royal Academy would refrain from venturing there. Were these youngsters truly so obstinate? Suddenly, Ingshi's soul power surged, shattering the letter in his grasp. The response required merely stated that the original plan remained unchanged. The messenger, being a direct soul master of the Spirit Hall, could not ascertain Ingshi's specific plans from such vague content. Ingshi's original strategy involved executing his plans upon the royal battle team's appearance, a timing he could not precisely determine. Claims of errors regarding the target timing were mere fabrications. Without a fixed time, how could one err? In essence, it was a notification to Ingshi that the target had arrived and it was time to act. By stating that they would proceed according to the original plan, he indicated readiness for action whenever required. As he observed the retreating figure of the cloaked individual, a smile graced Ingshi's lips. Although his intervention had altered the narrative significantly, it remained within acceptable bounds. Once he completed this venture, The original plot would bear little relevance to him. The trap set for Tang San and his father was nearing completion. Gazing into the distance, Ingshi noted the evening glow painting the sky in hues of crimson, a breathtaking sight that captivated him. Chapter 73. The Heart's Voice of Xiao Wu. Thanks to the book friend's Iching, Xiaoxi. Just as Ingshi was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him. Xiaoxi, why are you taking so long? Xiao Wu stared at Ingshi with dissatisfaction, having worried for him all this time, only to find him admiring the sunset alone. Why do you seem so much more relaxed? Xiao Wu observed the genuine smile on Ingshi's face, her surprise evident. For as long as she could remember, Xiao Wu had despised the forced smiles Ingshi wore. Often, he would contemplate his words thrice before uttering them. However, she believed this change in him stemmed from the incident at the Nodding City Junior Academy. When Xiao Wu returned, she was nearly taken aback by the drastic reduction in the populace of Nodding City, and the number of students and instructors at the Junior Academy had also significantly dwindled. It's nothing. I can finally breathe easy. Ingshi is confronted by Tang San, a seemingly invincible being, along with Tang Hao and the numerous, formidable title Douluo of the Haotian clan. It is indeed difficult for Ingshi to relax. However, with the Haotian clan currently in seclusion, there is a slight reprieve for Ingshi. Nevertheless, Tang Hao's combat prowess is undeniably overwhelming. Even 3 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, each at levels 94 and 95, could not prevent Tang Hao from escaping with Tang San. Ingshi genuinely lacks confidence in dealing with him. Fortunately, Ingshi now has the unparalleled couple, the Geisher Long Shi, by his side, as well as the soon-to-be ally, Douluo, the Poison Douluo. As for Ning Rongrong's Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Ingshi requires further planning. Moreover, in a moment of crisis, Qianren Shue would undoubtedly come to Ingshi's aid, which brings him a rare sense of relief. Xiaoxi, I am uncertain of your plans, but I am willing to share the burden with you. Xiao Wu gently embraced Ingshi from behind. Ingshi turned around, holding the blushing Xiao Wu, whose pure gaze elicited a bittersweet smile from him. However, this smile soon transformed into a cunning grin as he sees Xiao Wu's 2 rabbit ears and lifted her up. Xiao Wu, bewildered, gazed at Ingshi, perplexed by his actions, and lost her previous fiery demeanor. Ah, indeed, the male rabbit's foot is elusive, while the female rabbit's eyes are dreamy. The ancients did not deceive me. Ingshi set Xiao Wu down, caressing her silky hair while softly reassuring her, soon, very soon, I shall reveal everything to you, but not at this moment. I trust you. A radiant smile graced Xiao Wu's face as Ingshi watched the twitching rabbit ears atop her head. He could not resist playfully ruffling them, leaving her blushing furiously. For the time being, Ingshi had not disclosed to the Shrek group his possession of Ashura God's 9 trials, as he intended to keep some cards close to his chest. Thus, during the day, he practiced with the Shrek members, while at night, he stealthily infiltrated Suatawa City to carry out assassinations and complete the Shura God examination. As dusk fell, the Shrek members entered a meditative state of training. Ingshi donned his hat and silently left his chamber. However, at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly obstructed his path. Xiao Wu. Ingshi slightly raised his head, revealing his face beneath the hat, and was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Xiao Wu's innocent and pure visage. He had sensed no fluctuations in her aura upon leaving, indicating that she had been waiting for quite some time. Otherwise, even a slight movement would have revealed her presence. Since Xiao Wu was deliberately waiting here, it was evident she had discerned Ingshi's actions, rendering it unnecessary for him to feign ignorance. Did you wait for me? Ingshi lifted the veil of his robe, gazing into Xiao Wu's watery eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of sorrow. He fell silent, as his recent tireless endeavors had left him visibly fatigued. Though he replaced sleep with training, he appeared as if he had slept only a few hours, rather than having practiced through the night. Since 4 years ago, when old master Mo Zhang rescued that soul master, Ingshi had often vanished without a trace. Xiao Wu had chosen to ignore it, but observing the dark circles under Ingshi's eyes and his extreme exhaustion, she could no longer suppress her concerns. Xiaoxi, what are you truly attempting to do? Why must you exhaust yourself like this? Xiao Wu felt a slight sting in her eyes, as love often encompasses unwavering trust in another. She believed Yingxi would not harm her and could tolerate his secrecy. Yet she yearned to contribute to his burdens rather than allow him to shoulder everything alone. Previously, when hunting for the first soul ring, Yingxi had disappeared for a month. After Old Master Imo Zhang rescued the cloaked soul master, Yingxi had consistently vanished for a day or two, following the hunt for the second soul ring. He had toiled for half a year, and now he was engaged in mysterious endeavors day and night. Yingxi gazed into Xiao Wu's yearning eyes, feeling an unprecedented hesitation. For years, he had made decisions with unwavering resolve, but now he did not wish to deceive Xiao Wu. As the saying goes, humans are not mere grass or wood. Who can be without feelings? Once, I regarded you merely as a means to an end, but now I cannot bring myself to do so. Xiao Wu, if you were to learn of my actions, you would be deeply disappointed. Yingxi's expression grew complex. After living alongside Xiao Wu for so many years, there were certain truths she could not have overlooked. Yet, he hoped the moment of revelation could be indefinitely postponed, perhaps even for eternity. No, I do not need to know what you have done or your intentions, but I believe I can help you in some way. After all, I am now a soul master. Yingxi fell silent, lost in thought for an extended period. My initial intention was to kill you to obtain your soul ring and soul bone. However, at that time, I was unable to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, so I chose to spare you temporarily. Even now, should you wish to leave me, I might still resort to killing you. Yet, do you still trust me? Yingxi's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu. Understand, Xiao Wu's face bore no trace of disappointment, not even the slightest hint, and perhaps even a flicker of joy. The allure of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone is an irresistible temptation for any soul master. And she was aware that there is no love or hatred without reason. She recognized that Yingxi had approached her with ulterior motives, but that mattered little. She believed he would not harm her. If needed, she was willing to offer her soul ring, disregarding its age for his absorption. A sense of unprecedented delight radiated from Xiao Wu as her smile blossomed like a flower, thrilled that Yingxi had shared his truth with her. Although her delicate features lacked the allure of Qian Renxua, they possessed an unexpected charm, as if a refreshing stream had been poured over Yingxi's parched heart, warming him. Ha! Yingxi chuckled softly, a smile breaking across his face. 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone may be precious, but I do not hold them in high regard. I know there are many places teeming with 100,000-year soul beasts. A blush crept onto Xiao Wu's cheeks, her rabbit ears dancing adorably. Let's go on a date. She winked at Yingxi, perhaps spurred by his laughter, which had caught the attention of others. Ying fiken no tiket ningrong suking. And Meng ran, peering through the window from the girls' dormitory, along with the peculiar expressions on the faces of Fatty and Oscar as they watched him. All right. Yingxi's face revealed a hint of a smile as he took Xiao's hand, turning to leave the Shrek Academy. Xiao Shi, if it's inconvenient for you to share your intentions, I can wait here for you, Xiao softly spoke after they departed from his residence, her eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. I will ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to know? But if you learn of it and choose to leave me one day, I assure you, I shall take your life. She added, why not I offer myself as a sacrifice, thus binding our souls together for eternity? With a firm grip on Yingxi's arm, she seemed to test his resolve. First betrayal. Second murder. Third seduction. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes in a display of confusion. Laughing, Yingxi leaned in close to her ear and elaborated on his upcoming plans. Though Xiao Wu was taken aback by his scheme, she chose to support him wholeheartedly. She was a pure-hearted rabbit who had lived in the mountains for 100,000 years, never losing her innocent nature. As long as Yingxi did not harm her friends, Xiao Wu would never betray him. Xiao Shi, is your course of action solely for revenge? Yingxi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head before speaking again. The attack on Mo Dingcheng was orchestrated by me. What right do I have to speak of vengeance? Although I did not anticipate such great casualties, I severely underestimated the power of the title Douluo. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered. She had long suspected this. For the timing of Yingxi sending her away had been too fortuitous, as if he had foreseen it. What could possibly compel you to endure such hardship? A trace of confusion crossed Yingxi's eyes. While one should aspire to lofty goals, how many in this world truly possess such ambitions? At least he did not. All he could do was strive for a life of brilliance, for it was his duty as a human to live splendidly. Chapter 74. Soul, Sealing Curse, Subscription Requested. Ultimately, I do not know what my final purpose is. There are certain secrets I cannot divulge at this moment, but I can tell you that, in a sense, I am currently striving for that divine seat. Divine seat? Xiao Wu's pupils contracted in shock. The very term was overwhelmingly profound. It had been many years since anyone had ascended to such a status in the Douluo continent, and even the concept of deities had become rarely discussed. I understand now. I will assist you at all costs. Xiao nodded seriously, her gaze reflecting a newfound determination. By the way, Xiao, I know Bibidong holds a grudge against you, but I cannot help you kill her. In fact, I cannot take her life. Seeing the shock and grievance in Xiao's eyes, Yingxi hurriedly continued. However, I have a 70% certainty of reviving your mother. If that happens, would you be willing to relinquish your hatred and possibly live with her in the future? Upon hearing Yingxi's words, a surge of joy washed over Shu's face, and she nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I am willing. As long as my mother can return, I would abandon all hatred. Good. Then you must behave from now on. Yingxi gently ruffled Xiao's rabbit ears and added, By the way, Xiaoxi, I've been feeling strangely unsettled lately, as if something has happened without entering. Suddenly, Xiao grasped Yingxi's sleeve, her brow furrowing. Daming, Arming. Naturally, Yingxi was aware of who Daming and Arming were. Setting aside past lives, Xiao had mentioned them to him a few years prior. They were both ancient soul beasts, having lived for 100,000 years. Who could possibly? Before Yingxi could finish his thought, he froze, as a figure flashed before his eyes. Tang Hao. This cannot be. Tang Hao's soul rings are complete. Tang San, while he possesses dual martial spirits, could not possibly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at this moment, unless it were through sacrifice. But what grounds do they have for such a sacrifice? Although Tang San had delayed much of his training, his innate talent would undoubtedly allow him to achieve title Douluo status without issue. Once he did, wouldn't those 200,000-year soul rings and soul bones be immensely beneficial? Why must it be now? A sense of panic crept into Yingxi's eyes. The storyline was slipping from his grasp once more. Yet he quickly narrowed his eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts. Regardless of Tang Hao's actions, they must not interfere with his plans. Moreover, the stronger Tang Hao and his son became, the more imperative it was for Yingxi to avoid any missteps. Xiao Wu's unexpected involvement had altered Yingxi's original plans. After all, if it were just him alone, he could always retreat to the world of Harry Potter for refuge in times of danger. However, Xiao Wu accompanying him brought both advantages and disadvantages. Her presence could provide external support and assist him in matters he could not handle alone. Although this expedition was merely experimental and did not require Xiao Wu's assistance, her presence would undoubtedly make the subsequent actions more seamless. Wasn't it a splendid excuse to rendezvous with Xiao Wu under the moonlight and engage in some mischievous activities? As they observed the street lamps extinguished, a continuous stream of soldiers patrolled the area. Ordinary people and soul masters had become two entirely different beings. Once one attained the rank of soul master, they entered the realm of the extraordinary. Yingxi and Xiao Wu stealthily approached a hotel. Xiao Wu's personality bore a resemblance to Ning Rongyong's, exuding a sense of mischief, which made her feel unexpectedly exhilarated by this operation. Xiao Wu clung to Yingxi's arm, watching him consume clove after clove of garlic. Her eyes filled with perplexity. Throughout the journey, Yingxi had devoured several cloves. Could it be that garlic sharpened the mind? Note: consuming 2 to 3 cloves of garlic daily is appropriate. Excess can be detrimental to health. Xiaoxi, why are you eating garlic? The odor is overwhelming. Xiao Wu playfully pinched her nose and teased him. Yingxi snorted dismissively. Women are so particular. Garlic is a wonderful thing. It aids digestion, detoxifies, invigorates the blood, and enhances vitality. With this, the spiciness when we kiss. Ah, it was akin to the sensation of applying a soothing balm. The children, misbehaving, were cautioned not to ask questions. Ingshi fiercely grasped the rabbit ears of Xiaowu, squeezing them tightly. Xiaowu's small fists lightly tapped against Ingshi's chest, her face a blend of shyness and mild annoyance. A protective barrier, invisible to ordinary individuals, was established. Ingshi retrieved her wand from her bosom and set up enchantments outside the inn to deter the mundane soldiers from interrupting her. With great care, she extracted a magic carpet from her soul guide, lying upon it and gradually ascending, swiftly reaching the window of a room on the 3rd floor. Douluo, open. A faint sound echoed as the window lock clicked open. Ingshi immediately seized the window and leaped inside, collapsing onto the floor. With 2 incantations, the 2 soul masters, already in slumber, lost all semblance of will. It was only then that Ingshi sighed in relief. Adjusting her mask, which seemed on the verge of slipping off as she gazed upon the sleeping Yu Qianheng, who was indeed quite handsome. Yet, his good looks bore no relevance to Ingshi. Ingshi had not only targeted the members of the Imperial fighting team, but had also employed methods against Huo Wu and Xue Bin. Yet only the Imperial fighting team fell victim to her schemes. The reason for sparing Feng Xiaotian, who possessed similar talents, was unclear. Come forth, class representative. Huo Wu and Xue Binger, though not on par with the Lan Dianbawang family, maintained close ties with the Qihua Academy and the Tianxue Academy within the 5 Elements Academy. Ingshi could not manipulate them, and in fact, nearly exposed her own intentions. With a deep breath, Ingshi concentrated her entire mental energy, casting the most powerful spell she could muster. The Soul Departure Incantation, also known as the Soul Snatching Curse, allowed one to control another's mind. As the magical ray struck Yu Qianheng, he slowly opened his eyes, albeit with a hint of daze. The spell had drained Ingshi significantly, causing her to kneel, clutching her hair in agony, gritting her teeth to stifle any sound. Yu Qianheng was a formidable rank 39 attack-type soul master, with the powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus as his martial spirit, just a level shy of becoming a 4-ring soul ancestor. Though his mental strength could not quite match Ingshi's. Having trained with the Ziji magic eyes, it was still formidable, especially given Ingshi's current condition. Forcing the soul-snatching curse was indeed a strain, and the backlash from her mental energy left her dizzy. Hastily, she retrieved a potion from her soul guide and drank it. The potion primarily served to soothe her mental energy, providing minimal recovery but alleviating some pain. This time, Ingshi did not attempt to fly down our magic carpet. As her mental energy was nearly depleted, she could only slide down using a grappling hook, lacking even the energy to use the carpet. Upon reaching the ground, she pressed her hands against her temples, her mind akin to a durian undergoing intense training, throbbing with pain. Yu Qianheng removed the grappling hook from the window and tossed it down to Ingshi before shutting and locking the window, erasing all evidence. Xiao rushed to support Ingshi, observing her agony, unsure of what to say. The struggle for divine positions was merciless. Though Yu Qianheng was innocent, the soul beasts hunted in this world were equally blameless. Were not the young nobles slain by Ingshi also innocent? Weakness itself was a sin, an inability to wield the power to dictate one's fate. This was a colossal injustice. In every second of the world, innocents were ensnared. Yet what could be done? Only by firmly grasping the power in one's hands and seizing one's destiny could one hope to avoid entanglement with others and protect those nearby. Ingshi and Xiaowu embraced as they entered the inn, with Ingshi seemingly draped over Xiaowu, which was indeed the case, given the toll mental exhaustion had taken on her. The attendant, noticing such a beautiful young lady assisting Ingshi in securing a room, couldn't help but envy. What could they possibly be doing so late? Surely it wasn't merely to jest about the garlic in her stomach. Of course not. Garlic had certain invigorating properties. Liking mint, Ingshi could only rely on garlic for a temporary boost. Though its effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. Matters of action needed to be postponed, as Ingshi's mental energy had been severely depleted. Only the warm embrace of the goddess, along with the tumultuous waves of her spirit, could rejuvenate Ingshi. She glanced at Xiaowu with a hint of suspicion, contemplating whether it was A or B. After approximately half an hour of recuperation, Yingxi's mental state began to stabilize. She manipulated Yu Tianheng to stand slowly, pushing open the door to the room where Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin resided. Initially, Yingxi had considered employing a web to assassinate Yu Tianheng. However, the costs were exorbitant, given the formidable background of the Imperial fighting team. Especially Yu Tianheng of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, whose martial spirit was glaringly obvious. Ordinary assassins would not dare approach him. Moreover, frequent assassination attempts would inevitably raise suspicion among her companions, with Yingxi being the primary suspect due to her peculiar behavior. The Imperial fighting team was currently training at the Great Soul Arena in Soto City. Thus they were resting in a nearby hotel, a group of 7, with 2 ladies rooming together while the remaining 5 occupied 2 other rooms. Among them, Yu Tianheng shared a room with Asuro, while the other 3 stayed in another. Yu Tianheng's eyes were somewhat vacant, yet in the darkness of the room, this was not immediately apparent. His movements were fluid, as though he were truly the Yu Tianheng everyone knew. He had pursued Yi Lingling for quite some time, yet she had persistently ignored his existence, igniting within him a profound anger that compelled him to teach her a lesson by invading her room and capturing her. Unbeknownst to him, Yingxi's voice resonated in his ears. The soul-snatching curse did not erase one's will but compelled the victim to unconditionally obey the commands of the caster. A shadowy expression quickly crossed Yu Tianheng's face as he forcefully opened the door and charged towards Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin's room. With a resounding crash, Yu Tianheng kicked open the door to their room. "What are you doing?" Yingxi had no intention of allowing Yu Tianheng to take advantage. How else could she awaken Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling? Dugu Yin was abruptly awakened by the violent sound of a door being kicked open. Upon witnessing the forceful intrusion of Yu Tianheng, her expression shifted dramatically. Memories of several years ago flooded back, when he had insulted her and her grandfather's martial soul as being worthless. In a flurry, Dugu hastily retrieved garments from her soul guide to conceal her delicate nightgown, which barely covered her skin, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Dugu Yin, with her violet hair and emerald eyes, bore the marks of a toxin that had tainted her even in the womb, resulting in her abnormal hair and eye color. However, Yu Tianheng's gaze was not fixated on Dugu Yin's face. Rather, it was directed at Yi Lingling, who stood nearby. "Yi Lingling, I have pursued you for so long, yet you remain utterly unresponsive, even flirting with others. Do you truly look down upon my blue lightning tyrant dragon family?" Yu Tianheng's voice, emanating from the dim corner of the room, carried an unsettling chill and resentment. Yi Lingling, bewildered by Yu Tianheng's demeanor, internally protested, "When did you ever pursue me? I am aware of Asuro's affections, but when have you ever expressed any fondness for me?" However, she dared not voice her thoughts, as Yu Tianheng's state was clearly erratic. She merely gazed in confusion and, despite having only one person behind her, was accompanied by the renowned Poison Douluo, a formidable presence capable of annihilating an entire sect single-handedly. To offend Yu Tianheng was troublesome, yet to provoke Van was even more perilous. After all, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was powerful, it was merely one of the top 3 sections. Not to mention, the internal strife within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family often hindered their unity. However, if Van were to become enraged, the Poison Douluo would not hesitate to act. Who could forget the Poison Douluo's unpredictable temperament? It was not inconceivable that she could wipe out an entire clan. Although the Nine-Heart Sea-Tang sect held the esteemed position of one of the top 3 sects, it boasted only a singular 89th level Soul Douluo. "Yu Tianheng, leave at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." A shadow of a green serpent emerged abruptly behind Yan, adorned with myriad strange patterns, as emerald gas wafted through the air. Yet, Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was even more formidable. A mere hybrid serpent dares to be brazen before my blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul," Yu Tianheng declared, his soul rings swirling around him as the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul manifested instantaneously, accompanied by a deafening downpour of thunder. "Lingling, you must flee through the window." Vivian urged, her eyes filled with apprehension as she surveyed the room's electrifying chaos. Despite Yu Tianheng's harsh words, the blue lightning tyrant dragon was indeed the pinnacle of martial souls in this era. The emerald phosphor serpent could not compete with it in this regard, and the serpent's soul masters were inevitably at a disadvantage against dragon-type soul masters. Observing the fervent intensity in Yu Tianheng's eyes, Yi Lingling sensed the gravity of the situation. The other members of the royal battle team were nearby. They simply needed to endure for a moment longer until reinforcements arrived. Go! Du Guiyan commanded once more, and Yi Lingling, without hesitation, leapt through the window to escape. Yu Qianheng attempted to pursue, but was forcefully repelled by a cloud of toxic mist emitted by Du Guiyan. Yu Qianheng, he shouted. Thunder Dragon Claw. He shaped his hand into a claw, unleashing a torrent of soul power that transformed into an unending cascade of thunder from his body. The collision of thunder and toxin resulted in a violent clash. Thunder, a manifestation of the world's overwhelming power, had a strong restraining effect against toxins. Conversely, the potency of toxins lay in their corrosive nature, rather than in direct confrontation, which explained why the poison Douluo, despite her prowess, did not rank among the most powerful titled Douluos. A series of chilling sounds echoed as thunder and toxin battled one another. Meanwhile, in a nearby room of the inn, Ingshi felt the ground tremble beneath her. Shortly thereafter, an exceptionally piercing howl resonated, causing the entire inn to erupt in chaos as vibrations from the violent clash of soul powers reverberated throughout. Ingshi was not naive. While she wished to enlist the help of the poisoned Douluo, she could not allow members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family to perish at the hands of Du Guiyan. To do so would not be to seek assistance, but to invite trouble. What is happening? Lingling, where is Lingling? Captain, what are you doing? With the onset of the battle between Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyan, then was already in turmoil, and several nearby members of the royal battle team hastily rushed to the scene. The fastest to arrive was Osro, a sensitive attack type soul master residing next door, who was also a suitor of Yi Lingling. However, under Ing Shi's instigation, their relationship was evidently not as close as it had once been. What are you doing? Yu Tianheng. At this moment, the mentor of the Huangdo team, Qin Ming, swiftly arrived at the center of the gathering. His countenance dark as he scrutinized the team leader, Yu Tianheng, once a remarkable student of Shrek Academy and the most outstanding pupil prior to Tang San. Qin Ming now holds the esteemed position of a top-tier instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Notably, he has been recorded as the second youngest genius to break through to the Soul Emperor rank, a title that stood before the rise of Tang San and his peers. Since taking charge of the Huangdo team, Qin Ming has endeavored to mediate the internal conflicts within the group. However, the enmity rooted in their childhoods, marked by familial insults, has made reconciliation exceedingly difficult. Even after forming the team, they sporadically erupt into conflict, influenced by the factors of potion use, leading to a lack of cohesion during team battles despite each member's formidable combat prowess. Although Qin Ming possesses extraordinary talent, with the potential to reach the rank of titled Douluo, he finds himself constrained by the overwhelming backgrounds of each Huangdo team member. His influence extends only to persuasion and corporal punishment, unable to compel them to reconcile. Despite this, Yu Tianheng, undeterred by Qin Ming's presence, maintains a defiant stance. Though Qin Ming boasts significant strength, being a mere six-ring soul emperor stands in stark contrast to the numerous soul saints and soul Douluo within the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan to which Yu Tianheng belongs. The clan even boasts a title Douluo of over 95 levels. Thus, Yu Tianheng does not offer Qin Ming much respect. Nevertheless, Yu Tianheng realizes that as long as Qin Ming is present, he cannot act freely, compelling him to restrain himself. Even Qin Ming, known for his calm demeanor, finds his patience tested by Yu Tianheng's arrogance, leading to visible tension upon his forehead. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming resolved to report this matter to the three members of the Education Committee upon his return to the Tiando Royal Academy. He cast a lingering glance at Yu Tianheng before instructing Du Guiyan to seek out Yi Lingling. Osro glared resentfully at the Huangdo team leader, Yu Tianheng, but ultimately turned away in frustration, knowing the power of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan loomed behind him. He stormed off in search of Yi Lingling, prompting even the usually composed Sure Mo and Sure Mo to sigh. The Huangdo team, despite its many conflicts, had managed to scrape by, but now, with this recent incident, it seemed the team was on the verge of disbandment, as the heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoed along the corridor. Xiao Wu looked at Ing Shi with surprise. Is that soul-capturing spell of yours really that effective? Noting Xiao Wu's eager expression, Ing Shi chuckled wryly. While the soul-capturing spell is indeed powerful, maintaining it requires at least 80% of my mental energy. Moreover, casting it repeatedly on the same individual will eventually lead to resistance. Ing Shi had already disclosed most of his plans to Xiao Wu, and, at this stage, their bond was strong enough to deter outside interference. Ing Shi regarded Xiao Wu with trust, as she was the one individual he felt most secure with in this world. Even more so than Xianren Xue. Observing the fleeing guests from the inn, the innkeeper could only offer a resigned smile. The young soul masters before him had reached the soul master rank at such a tender age, one of whom hailed from the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The thought of them fighting in his establishment or even demolishing it was beyond his capacity to contest. Nonetheless, Qin Ming displayed a measure of goodwill, leaving behind a substantial pouch filled with gold soul coins as compensation. Osro, the fastest among them, dashed out of the inn in the blink of an eye and rushed to Yi Lingling's side, concern etched on his face. Lingling, are you all right? Yi Lingling slowly shook her head, her expression gradually reverting to a semblance of the aloofness akin to Zhu Zhuqing. However, while Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor stemmed from her family's cold policies, Yi Lingling's was attributed to the peculiar nature of her nine-heart sea butterfly, martial soul. Ing Shi and Xiao Wu followed the flow of people out, with Ing Shi narrowing his eyes at the Huangdo team, now appearing to fragment into several groups. It seemed they were not yet ready for this step, but for today, they would have to pause, as rushing could arouse suspicion. However, Ing Shi understood that they could not continue to emerge every day, as that too would raise eyebrows, given that indulgence can lead to transgressions. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand and maneuvered through the Huangdo team, intending to return to Shun Wuqin's residence. Yet in that fleeting moment, a chill enveloped Ing Shi, as if he had been doused in icy water, feeling the piercing gaze of a ferocious beast. Turning stiffly, he beheld two figures clad in hats, the last individuals he wished to encounter, Tang Hao and his son. However, Tang Hao's eyes did not linger on Ing Shi, but were fixated on Xiao Wu, gazing at her as if she were an unparalleled treasure. Ing Shi swallowed hard, sensing that trouble was brewing. Chapter 76. The crisis of Huang Shirtang. A year had passed since acquiring the first soul ring, and Ing Shi had grown considerably taller, transforming from a diminutive figure into a more average stature. Ing Shi, are you leaving again? How long will you be gone this time? Xiao Wu pouted, her eyes filled with reproach towards Ing Shi. Following the intense battle between Tang Hao and the three-titled Dalu of the Spirit Hall, the Nodding City Junior Academy had suffered a drastic reduction in its numbers, losing over half its students. As the leader of the academy, Xiao Wu felt her authority waning, with the school now hosting barely over 100 individuals, including both students and teachers. This was a stark contrast to the previous enrollment of over 300. Ing Shi smiled gently. The feeling of being awaited at home was genuinely heartwarming. He reached out to pat Xiao Wu's slightly listless rabbit ears, habitually needing them. This time, it might take a bit longer. I have serious matters to attend to. Xiao Wu huffed, kicking a pebble with dissatisfaction, as if the innocent stone were her adversary. You better come back soon to play with me, and you must bring me gifts. Otherwise, I will unleash my soft skills on you. She waved her small pink fist in front of Ing Shi. Ing Shi remained silent. During a woman's anger, it is often best to smile and say nothing. Apologies can sometimes lead a woman to believe that the man is truly at fault, without apologies, merely intensifying the conflict, which leads to rampant looting, the ultimate consequences of which are unpredictable. Ing Shi waved his hand to bid farewell to Xiao Wu and departed from the Nodding City Junior College, traversing through the invisible spatial gate, and once again arrived in the world of Harry Potter. In terms of air freshness, this place pales in comparison to Douluo Dalu. However, It also bestows upon Ingshi a sense of otherworldliness. London was still basking in daylight, and Ingshi donned his customary black robe, swiftly navigating through Chinatown. The street vendors and passers-by regarded the oddly dressed Ingshi with astonishment, yet none dared to interrupt him. It was a case of indifference. Those who had their fill were not inclined to stir trouble, unless they were protagonists or simply unhinged. Yet Ingshi sought no trouble, though it seemed that trouble was determined to find him. Upon entering Huang Shirtang's bar, he was surprised to find it unusually empty. Ingshi's brow furrowed slightly. What festival could it be today? Observing the distracted demeanor of the few thugs present, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. "Excuse me, may I intrude?" Ingshi's hand suddenly landed on one of the thugs, who was evidently unprepared and startled by the sudden contact. Already in a foul mood, he could hardly tolerate such provocation. The thug, clearly skilled, reacted swiftly. As Ingshi grasped his shoulder, the thug immediately countered, gripping Ingshi's hand. Following this, he delivered a sharp elbow strike backward. For an ordinary person, such a blow would be excruciating. At that moment, however, Ingshi, having reinforced his height with bone protection, was shielded even around his abdomen. As the thug's elbow struck Ingshi's abdomen, he frowned. Something felt distinctly amiss. The thug's thoughts raced, yet his speed did not falter. He pivoted, using his waist strength to whip his arm towards Ingshi's head. Though still young and not fully grown, Ingshi possessed formidable soul bones and soul power. In an instant, Ingshi summoned his soul power, raising his right arm to deflect the blow. The collision of their limbs saw Ingshi's body remain steady, while the thug was forcefully pushed back several steps by the impact of the soul power, struggling to regain his balance against a nearby table. The thug's expression turned grave as he regarded Ingshi. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire about Huang Shirtang's situation." Ingshi's tone remained cold. "Might I ask what your relationship with Lord Huang is?" The thug, relieved that Ingshi showed no intent to continue fighting, exhaled. "I would say I am an enemy of Huang Shirtang. Capturing you would be the first step to interrogation." After a moment's hesitation, he disclosed, "Lord Huang is currently at war with Bloodblade Hall." Upon hearing this, Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. He held no personal ties to Huang Shirtang, only a transactional relationship. Nevertheless, after one successful transaction, a measure of trust had developed between them. The task Ingshi was about to undertake required the cooperation of capable individuals. Although he could seek out new collaborators, the time consumed and their reliability remained questionable. Conversely, assisting Huang Shirtang would surely earn him a favor in return. With both goodwill and strength in play, as long as Huang Shirtang remained wise, he would not act foolishly. After all, Ingshi could either aid Huang Shirtang in his predicament or assist another faction in dismantling him. "Take me there." The thug's eyes brightened instantly. Although Huang Shirtang was in dire straits, his unique identity prevented him from directly intervening. Despite their brief exchange, Ingshi's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. "Very well, but due to other reasons, I cannot accompany you. However, I will arrange for someone to guide you. If you can resolve Lord Huang's troubles, we shall reward you handsomely." Ingshi nodded, not overly concerned. How substantial could this handsome reward be? Was it 3 to 5 tons of gold, or something akin to an unparalleled beauty? The thug acted swiftly, perhaps due to the urgency of Huang Shirtang's situation. The guide disregarded traffic signals entirely, barreling forward. What are the rules when your gang fights? The driver glanced at Ingshi through the rearview mirror, then replied, "In gang fights, as long as no firearms are involved and no innocents are harmed, there are no restrictions." Ingshi nodded slightly. If firearms were involved, he might indeed feel intimidated, but if it were merely cold weapons, he held no fear of them. What if there are fatalities? It matters not. The designated location is an abandoned warehouse, where a battle will determine life or death. The number of casualties is of no concern. Ingshi nodded again, choosing silence. With a screech, they arrived at the abandoned warehouse. Inside, chaos reigned, and as he stepped a mere 2 paces into the premises, Ingshi spotted a corpse beneath his feet. "Do you kill so indiscriminately? Are you not afraid of the police investigating?" "Investigate? Of course, we fear that. However, as long as there is money, no problem remains unresolved. Ingshi drew the bone knife from his waist, stepping into the fray. At the center of the battlefield, two factions clashed violently, blood spraying and staining the ground. Although Ingshi's arrival garnered little attention, his peculiar attire drew the gaze of both battling sides. "Hey, who are you?" One burly man in black, wielding a steel knife, aimed to intimidate Ingshi. Yet, Ingshi's waist bent slightly, and in an instant, he unleashed the speed of the wolf leg technique, propelling himself towards the black-clad brute. The thug's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld Ingshi's approach, and the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers and the whirling of the bone knife, the thug's head was severed cleanly from his body. After dispatching the black-clad thug, Ingshi's movements momentarily halted, as though gathering strength, and he pivoted, the bone knife tracing a graceful arc to fend off the surrounding thugs. With the power of the soul bone amplifying his strength threefold, Ingshi transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter, reaping the rewards of 2 years of diligent training. The purple hue in his eyes began to manifest as the Ziji demon eye fully activated, slowing down the actions of all surrounding thugs in his perception. Shifting his gaze to the most heated battle, Ingshi spotted Huang Shirtang, who was visibly in poor condition, marked by deep gashes from a long knife. With a swift descent of his bone knife, he cleaved the long knife held by a thug in front of Huang Shirtang in two. Subsequently, Ingshi stepped back, pausing momentarily, as if preparing for an imminent strike. The henchmen also sensed it. A profound sense of crisis surged within them. They wished to withdraw, but it was already too late. A glint of cold light flashed as the bone blade, empowered by soul force, emitted a faint halo. The bone blade rapidly enlarged before the henchman. Accompanied by an overwhelming force, it brutally embedded itself into the henchman's skull. The soul force gushed forth, and the henchman was mercilessly cleaved in two by Ingshi. What ferocity! The individual who had brought Ingshi here was taken aback by the scene before him. Though aware of Ingshi's formidable combat prowess, he had not anticipated it to such an extent, cleaving a man in half. What terrifying power! Ingshi's fearsome fighting ability instinctively caused the surrounding henchmen to distance themselves from him. Ingshi cast a cold glance at the surrounding henchmen, who were as silent as the grave, and strode towards Huang Shirtang. As he advanced deeper, some unaware henchmen attempted to obstruct him, but were restrained by their companions, preventing them from standing in Ingshi's path. The commotion quickly reached Huang Shirtang, who instinctively glanced towards Ingshi. Upon seeing that familiar black robe, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Ingshi nodded slightly at Huang Shirtang, casually flicking the bone blade to shake off the blood that clung to it onto the ground. "Kill him. I will give you 10,000. The apparent leader across the way hastily pointed at Ingshi, speaking with urgency. "But I wonder if you have the life to claim it." To be precise, there was no life to claim it with. However, under the lure of generous rewards, a group of individuals brandished long knives and charged towards Ingshi. Ingshi let out a cold chuckle. There was hardly any sense of accomplishment in bullying these ordinary people. As the soul bone technique and soul force surged forth simultaneously, the sharpness of the bone blade in Ingshi's hand escalated several tiers. Even a casual swing could effortlessly sever the weapons held by the henchmen. At this moment, Ingshi did not even employ the Lingbo Weibu. He simply charged ahead, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As he moved, the black robe splattered with blood. An air of dread began to permeate the surroundings. The morale of Huang Shirtang's group surged in response. 20 minutes later, Ingshi sat quietly on a tire with his arms crossed, perhaps due to his previous brutality. There was not a soul daring to approach within several meters of him as he observed Huang Shirtang dealing with the captured individuals. "I truly appreciate Mr. Ingshi," Huang Shirtang said respectfully, wiping the blood from his hands and cupping them in salute. Ingshi waved his hand dismissively, indicating Huang Shirtang need not dwell on it. Upon returning to Huang Shirtang's residence, Huang Shirtang respectfully presented the prepared materials to Ingshi. At this moment, Huang Shirtang silently rejoiced. Although he had been somewhat negligent in fulfilling Ingshi's request, the prolonged absence of Ingshi had kept it unnoticed. If previously there had merely been respect for Ingshi, now it had transformed into awe. The former Ingshi had relied solely on power to intimidate. But today's massacre not only assisted Huang Shirtang, but also conveyed a singular message. Cross me, and I shall end you. Sometimes, when mere power fails to instill fear, bloodshed becomes the necessary means to evoke terror. Ingshi nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a plan from the soul guide, instructing Huang Shirtang to execute its contents. Naturally, Ingshi would also promptly cultivate his own trusted aides. After all, external forces are ultimately just that, external, incapable of being wielded like an extension of oneself. Chapter 77. Severe Injury, Part 1. Seeking subscription, 100,000 Years of Soul Beasts? Tang Hao's deep and resonant voice echoed, though softly. It struck Ingshi's ears like a thunderclap. It seems that what one lacks is precisely what one receives. Just as Xiao San's second martial soul required a soul ring, this arrival is fortuitous. Ingshi's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he commanded Yu Tianheng to charge directly at Tang Hao. In an instant, Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul erupted forth. Boundless thunder surged from Yu Tianheng's body, scattering lightning across the ground and kicking up clouds of earth and stone. Tang Hao frowned slightly at the sight of Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Although the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are both among the top 3 sects, they are also competitors. However, the prospect of a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone could easily overshadow their rivalry. At that point, a Tang San possessing 3 100,000-year soul rings and 4 100,000-year soul bones before reaching level 40 would undoubtedly become the most outstanding figure of the Haotian sect in a century, even rivaling Tang Chun. Moreover, as long as he does not kill the Yu Tianheng before him, everything else can be negotiated. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family may be formidable, but is the Haotian sect to be trifled with? At this moment, the Heavenly Book Martial Soul in Ingshi's hand burst forth, prepared to open a dimensional portal. Though the portal was imperceptible, it emanated a subtle energy fluctuation. While Tang Hao could not clearly discern it, he sensed something distinctly different. Instinctively, Tang Hao felt a sense of foreboding. The domain of the god of death erupted instantaneously, and the terrifying killing intent forced Ingshi to bend over in pain. Even though Tang Hao's domain of the god of death had been fractured during the battle with 200,000-year soul beasts, it still rendered Ingshi nearly breathless. However, under the control of the soul-seizing curse, Yu Tianheng felt none of this. In Ingshi's implanted consciousness, he had but one thought: reckless abandon. As the wind swept and the clouds obscured the sun, the dragon soared to the heavens. Yu Tianheng expended nearly all his life force, channeling it into a single strike, and boundless thunder erupted from his body. The power of this strike likely surpassed that of the vast majority of the Soul Masters. Flee, you wretched fool! No matter how grievously injured Tang Hao was, he remained a titled Douluo. With a casual grip, he easily seized Yu Tianheng's head. Although Tang Hao had voluntarily withdrawn from the Haotian sect, he was still a pinnacle titled Douluo on the continent. How dare a mere soul master charge at him? While Tang Hao admired Yu Tianheng's courage, he could not help but curse him as a fool. Though the top 3 sects were powerful, not everyone feared them. Seal all consciousness. Self-destruct. Watching Yu Tianheng utterly powerless in Tang Hao's grasp, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Ingshi's eyes. Yu Tianheng's actions were devoid of hesitation. The once frenzied soul force quickly converged upon him. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Was this Yu Tianheng a madman? Had he lost his mind? Tang Hao immediately focused his soul force, attempting to interrupt Yu Tianheng's self-detonation, but suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Damn it! The injuries unexpectedly erupted at this moment. Tang Hao cursed under his breath. At this point, Yu Tianheng's self-detonation was beyond prevention. Tang Hao, whose reflexes were remarkably swift, contemplated casting Yu Tianheng aside, yet the sudden backlash from his injuries rendered him incapable of controlling the situation. With a resounding boom, Yu Tianheng's body instantaneously swelled, and in the next heartbeat, he transformed into a billowing mist of blood. For Tang Hao, even though he was gravely injured, The explosive force generated by Yu Tianheng's demise inflicted no significant harm upon him. However, the absence of effect on Tang Hao did not imply that it would be harmless to Tang San, who stood behind him. With a vigorous wave of his hand, Tang Hao forcefully suppressed the energy unleashed by Yu Tianheng's explosion. Nevertheless, with his injuries already severe, Tang Hao, in a desperate effort to channel his soul power once more, spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of the explosion billowed his black cloak, unveiling his weathered visage and the severed arm he had sacrificed in the battle against the Tianqing Yolong and the Titan Great Ape, which had also exacerbated his internal injuries. How could you chin him? Qin Ming's pupils abruptly contracted. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Yu Tianheng, murmuring to himself. Qin Ming's eyes were filled with incredulity, yet his movements were swift as his martial soul promptly manifested behind him, 6 soul rings pulsating in unison. Tang Hao regarded Qin Ming with a grave expression. In former times, he could have effortlessly slain Qin Ming without even invoking his martial soul. But now, that was not an option. The loss of his arm had drastically diminished Tang Hao's combat prowess, and coupled with the simultaneous eruption of new and old injuries, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Haotian hammer materialized in Tang Hao's grasp, with 9 soul rings encircling him. Title Douluo. Qin Ming's pupils contracted once more. Regardless of the implication of the 9 soul rings representing the pinnacle of combat power, the mere presence of the Haotian hammer, the legendary weapon of the world's foremost sect, sent chills through Qin Ming's heart. The crimson soul ring at the top further constricted his gaze. Qin Ming's heart sank. Fully aware of the implications, Tang Hao's unveiling of the Haotian hammer signified that he would show no mercy. Xiao Shi, I promised I would always be with you. Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang Hao adorned with 9 soul rings, felt her heart plunge into despair. A bittersweet smile graced her face, blooming like a flower, as she gently grasped Ding Shi's arm, resting her head against her shoulder as if bidding a final farewell. In that moment, a faint halo began to emanate from Xiao Wu, signaling her readiness to sacrifice herself. No, there is still a chance. As soon as Ding Shi uttered her words, she forcefully pried Xiao Wu's clasped hands apart, interrupting her sacrificial act. The celestial book martial soul unfurled, and the spatial passageway opened wide. Without hesitation, Ding Shi hurled Xiao Wu into the dimensional rift. Stop! Tang Hao's face contorted with rage as he glimpsed Xiao Wu's vanishing silhouette. Given the current circumstances, allowing Xiao Wu to escape would be a grave loss. Tang Hao had already made enemies of the Spirit Hall. Having a prodigy from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan perish here, even if not by his hand, would cast a shadow over his fate. Should Yu Tianheng's death implicate the Haotian sect, his situation would become even more dire. Go, I will hold him off, Qin Ming declared as he unleashed his most powerful soul skill, lunging at Tang Hao. She hurriedly set about sealing the dimensional passage. Although their planned scheme had completely unraveled, as long as they were alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, just as the rift was about to close, the Shimo brothers swiftly shoved Duguyan and Yi Lingling into the spatial passage. They intended to follow suit, but the rift rapidly began to seal. No, Tang Hao Zhao. Though he could not perceive the intangible spatial rift, he could see Shi and Xiao Wu slowly fading from view. A terrifying wave of soul power surged forth, sending Shi hurtling backward, colliding violently against the wall on the other side of the passage. Du Guyan seized Shi by the collar. Her composure lost as she exclaimed angrily, "Hurry, open the passage." However, at that moment, Shi was incapable of even standing. She could only feel her internal organs shifting, her ribcage shattered into countless fragments. Though Tang Hao's attack was a mere flicker of his soul power, it still left Shi gravely injured. Let go. Do you not know who saved you? Xiao Wu, having also suffered the repercussions of her interrupted sacrifice, was in a far better state than Shi. Without hesitation, she kicked Du Guyan aside. You scoundrel. Though Du Guyan harbored disdain for Yu Tianheng, she held a favorable view of the Shimo brothers, who had saved her life. They were indeed trustworthy allies. Yin Yan. Yi Lingling urgently grasped Du Guyan, her pallid face shaking her head slowly, her eyes betraying a sense of helpless sorrow. It is futile. He is a titled Douluo. Only by surviving can we seize the opportunity for revenge. The gaze of Douluo momentarily faltered. Her grandfather, Dalu, was the renowned titled Douluo, and she was acutely aware of the terror that such a title bore. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Xiao Wu watched as Yingxi collapsed onto the ground, blood flowing ceaselessly from her 7 orifices, her arm twisted into an unnatural shape. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly turned crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yingxi struggled to retrieve a recovery pill from her soul guide, but her body remained utterly immobile. Even speaking had become exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the residual soul power from Tang Hao continued to wreak havoc within Yingxi's body. Merely defending against the remnants of that power was a formidable challenge. Yi Lingling gazed at the severely injured Yingxi and sighed helplessly. 9-heart begonia. Yi Lingling's martial spirit manifested instantly, petals from the 9-heart begonia cascading down onto Yingxi. A gentle stream of soul power poured into Yingxi, mending her damaged body. Douluo cast a resentful glance at the grievously wounded Yingxi and then at Yi Lingling, who was treating her. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. The title Douluo was indeed terrifying. Although team leader Qin Ming was a sole emperor of level 62, he was utterly defenseless against the title Douluo had it not been for Tang Hao's own injuries, which had exacerbated his past wounds. They would have found no chance to escape, unless Tang Hao showed mercy and spared her companions. Those who were merely at level 30 would hardly stand a chance of survival. As Yi Lingling's soul power gradually waned, Yingxi's body was also continuously restored. Leaning against the wall, although the soul power left behind by the Hao Yanhuo was formidable, it was ultimately a rootless force. With Yingxi's relentless efforts to expel it, it was gradually being eliminated from her body. Yingxi activated her bone martial spirit, drawing upon her meager soul power to begin the painstaking process of realigning her shattered arm. As time passed, in the 3rd hour, Yingxi finally managed to restore her broken bones to a preliminary state. Although her internal injuries remained severe, she could at least move to some extent. "Thank you for your assistance," Yingxi said with a bitter smile, then clasped her hands in gratitude towards Yi Lingling. "There's no need for thanks. Without you, we would certainly not survive. Let's consider it even," Yi Lingling replied. However, as Yingxi bowed her head in gratitude, a wicked smile crept onto her lips. "Since you have said that, then I shall proceed without any psychological barriers." "Hey, where's this place?" Douluo asked, her expression complex, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Yingxi slowly shook her head, naturally unwilling to reveal the truth. "This is the 3rd soul skill of my martial spirit, which can randomly transport us to a location. I am unsure of the specifics. Let us rest briefly before venturing out to investigate," she suggested. Upon hearing this, Douluo frowned. "Are we to remain here? In a few days, when I have recovered sufficiently and Tang Hao has departed, we can leave this place." Everyone took out some food to eat. After all, both Yingxi and Xiao Wu possessed soul guides, and Douluo was accompanied by the poisoned Douluo, ensuring an ample supply of soul guides. Yi Lingling's family, while not large, was renowned for being a support-type family and was not lacking in soul guides either. Yingxi, meanwhile, sat in place, continuously refining her soul power to heal her injuries, while Xiao Wu sat beside her, her spirit visibly low. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Yingxi inquired softly, noticing something was amiss. I seem to sense the presence of Xiao Ming and Air Ming from that blue-haired figure in black behind." Yingxi sighed in resignation. She had long suspected this outcome, but the confirmation weighed heavily on her. After all, she had witnessed Tang Hao's combat prowess. Yet how could he have allowed Yingxi and her companions to escape? It was entirely incongruous with his capabilities. However, if he had engaged in a fierce battle with De Ming and Air Ming and sustained grave injuries, such a possibility could arise. Moreover, there were few individuals in the entire Douluo continent capable of severing Tang Hao's arm. Yingxi bit her lip fiercely, astonished that Tang San had managed to acquire 200,000-year soul bones in such a short span. No, including a Yin's blue-silver emperor soul bone. That made 300,000-year soul bones, and he might even have obtained 200,000-year soul rings. Yet, how could Tang San possibly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? Was it a sacrificial offering? But why would Ming and Ming make such a sacrifice? The confusion was overwhelming. Observing Yin and Yi Lingling casting wary glances at her, Yingxi set aside her doubts for the moment, redirecting her attention to the two beside her. They needed to be dealt with. Although Tang Hao's voice had not been loud, the two women had likely overheard the revelation that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. However, given the unknown circumstances, they might be feigning ignorance, as the passage had been opened by Yingxi, making it difficult for them to guard against her potential abilities. This was a secret underground chamber constructed by Yingxi years ago, specifically designed for traversing between two worlds, a precaution that had ultimately granted them this opportunity. Otherwise, should Yin and Yi Lingling leave, retrieving them would prove exceedingly troublesome for Yingxi. Though she had not wished to employ such a tactic, it seemed unavoidable. Watching Yin and Yi Lingling, who were both on high alert, Yingxi silently contemplated. They were unaware of her soul skills, while Yin's primary ability was poison, and Yi Lingling had no combat prowess. At this stage, if Yin were to utilize poison, it could lead to a disastrous end for everyone present. However, as long as Yingxi seized the initiative, Yin and Yi Lingling would lack the capacity to resist. The first soul skill, Law of Binding. In an unexpected turn, a deep yellow soul skill was unleashed, exacerbating Yingxi's existing injuries and further depleting her remaining soul power. Blood seeped from the corner of Yingxi's mouth. Yet due to the soul skill, she was utterly immobilized. What do you intend to do? Yi Lingling hastily rose to her feet and tugged at Yin. Yet Yin remained unresponsive. Yingxi's assault was executed with such swiftness that she was unable to react in time, falling under his control. As an auxiliary system soul master, Yi Lingling's soul ability lay in healing, and in terms of combat prowess, she would likely struggle against even a second-ring soul master. Thus, capturing Yin signified a decisive victory. The external soul bone, parasitic evil spirit insect nest, was swiftly turned to within Yingxi's hands as he flipped through the pages of his heavenly book Martial Soul until he reached one that depicted an insect nest. This was the external soul bone acquired during Yingxi's second soul ring, which had never been employed due to its peculiar capabilities. The parasitic evil spirit beast could invade the minds of soul beasts, thereby manipulating them, while Yingxi's insect nest ability allowed for the cultivation of parasitic evil spirit insects. Although these insects do not devour human brains upon entering a body, they can forcibly alter certain aspects of an individual's thought process, rendering them both eerie and formidable. However, this ability bore significant flaws. The parasitic evil spirit insects possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever and had alarmingly feeble defenses. Even an ordinary child could easily crush them. Additionally, nurturing these insects proved exceedingly challenging, necessitating the consumption of a vast amount of soul beast brain marrow. It was for this reason that Yingxi continuously produced soul bones, with half of the gold soul coins acquired being spent on this endeavor. Thus far, he had only succeeded in cultivating 3 parasitic evil spirit insects, each capable of being utilized only once. Yingxi had not initially intended to employ them on these 2 individuals, but the circumstances had shifted. It was highly probable that they were aware of Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast and of Yingxi's hidden cards, necessitating a resolution, either by elimination or by retention. However, it would indeed be regrettable to eliminate Yin and Yi Lingling. With Yin firmly under Yingxi's control, she found herself utterly incapacitated, her entire soul power forcibly sealed within her. In an instant, Xiao Wu appeared beside Yi Lingling, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing against the wall, thereby securing her control. The heavenly book Martial Soul emitted a chorus of insect sounds as the parasitic evil spirit insects slowly emerged from it, inching closer to the 2 women in their terror, eventually burrowing into their brains through their ears. A sinister smile adorned Yingxi's face, and he understood the implications all too well. The 2 women simultaneously let out anguished cries, yet Yingxi remained unmoved. Showing mercy now could lead to insurmountable troubles in the future. Capturing Yin was tantamount to indirectly controlling poison Douluo, and although the plan had deviated, It was nonetheless deemed successful. However, there is uncertainty regarding whether Tang Hao would remain nearby. If so, complications could arise. Observing the two women collapsed on the ground, unconscious, Ingshi leaned against the wall, feeling faint. Despite lacking a romantic partner, he felt the exhaustion akin to that of one who does. Although he had sustained serious injuries, he had recovered somewhat under the healing of Jiao Exine Haidang. Yet enduring a blow from a tidal Douluo was no trivial matter. Furthermore, forcibly utilizing soul power exacerbated his internal wounds. Nevertheless, to eliminate potential future hazards, he had no choice but to forcibly activate his soul skill and seize control of the two women before him. Fortunately, the benefits reaped were substantial. Jiao Exine Haitang's healing effects were unparalleled, ensuring that if further injuries were incurred, aid would be available. This was also the reason behind Ingshi's reluctance to consume the recovery elixir, as he valued the ongoing healing provided by Jiao Exine Haitang, which, albeit weaker than the elixir, was ceaseless and, with Lingling soul power enhancement, would significantly improve healing efficacy. Moreover, in a certain sense, controlling Duguyan also meant controlling Douluo. Although Douluo was regarded as a disgrace among titled Douluos, few could rival his area of effect attack capabilities. After the parasitic evil spirit insects infiltrated the minds of the two women, their bodies transformed into a wondrous source of mental energy, continuously reshaping their brains. Approximately half an hour later, Duguyan was the first to awaken, her gaze towards Ingshi devoid of any unfamiliarity, replaced instead by a sense of dependence. Before Ingshi could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, courtesy of Xiao Wu. "You wicked villain! How could you harbor such malevolent creatures?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she grasped her petite waist, glaring at Ingshi. Ingshi could only manage a wry smile. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no ulterior motives, but what could he do now that he had already established control? "Xiao Wu, my apologies. I nearly harmed you just now," Duguyan said apologetically as she approached Ingshi, unabashedly seizing one of Xiao Wu's arms and embracing him tightly. Xiao Wu stared at Duguyan with an odd expression, torn between resentment and uncertainty. Lingling soon regained consciousness as well, her gaze toward Ingshi imbued with a coolness that was tinged with warmth. Jiao Exine Haidang. Ingshi felt himself enveloped in a comforting warmth, sensing the gradual healing of every part of his being. "Lingling, have you broken through?" Duguyan exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Lingling. "Indeed, the fusion with the parasitic evil spirit insect has elevated my soul power from level 35 to level 36. Lingling stated flatly, causing Ingshi's lips to twitch. Her tone suggested she did not harbor any aversion to the fusion with the parasitic evil spirit insect. Xiao Wu, I want one too." Xiao Wu gazed at the two unexpectedly appearing beauties with a look of yearning, her face reflecting a sense of grievance as she vigorously shook Ingshi's arm. Wait. Cultivating parasitic evil spirit insects is exceedingly difficult, and we only have one left to preserve for later." Ingshi awkwardly chuckled, eager to divert the topic. "Xiao Wu, what should we do next?" After soothing Xiao Wu for a while, her temper finally subsided. Ingshi surveyed the three women before him and said, "It is highly likely that Tang Hao is lurking nearby. We cannot leave just yet. I will step out to make some arrangements while you rest here." Xiao Wu's expression wavered as she replied, "But Ingshi, your injuries are still quite severe." Ingshi gently caressed Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, a smile gracing his lips. "It's all right. There are other methods. Let's take a moment to rest. You have worked hard." Lingling. "It is no trouble. It is my duty," Lingling replied. Ingshi then closed his eyes, beginning to reorganize the soul power within his body. After approximately an hour had passed, he felt that his body could barely endure, and thus he promptly set about his tasks. Under Ingshi's manipulation, Tang Hao had slain members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, which would inevitably lead to a surrounding massacre to silence witnesses. After all, the conflicts among the three great sects were not so simple. The Haotian sect had already been compelled by the martial Soul Palace to live in seclusion. Adding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family into the mix would not be a trifling matter. Therefore, there was over a 70% probability that Tang Hao would remain nearby. for the only course of action left to him was this. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. However, Ingshi could not afford any risk. Caution and survival were the only reasons he had made it this far. Normally, Ingshi could linger in the Harry Potter world for a good 10 to 15 days. Although Tang Hao sought to kill him, he could not remain here indefinitely. Yet, that was not an option. Chapter 80. The escape plan. The identity of the royal fighting team was anything but ordinary, yet Ingshi had to expedite his return. Should he and Xiaowu fail to return to Shrek Academy the following morning, the others from Shrek would likely come to Soto City in search of him. If Tang Hao were to kill them, it would effectively sever a significant aid to Ingshi. After all, he had never anticipated Tang Hao's presence here, nor that he would unmask Xiaowu's identity. Ingshi had made no arrangements for this, and he was uncertain whether there were members of the Luo Wang nearby, or if they would inform the others. Thus, no matter the circumstances, Ingshi had to return swiftly to avert a confrontation between Shrek and Tang Hao. You all stay here. Do not go anywhere. Ingshi instructed the three women before him, who nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Ingshi opened the door to the secret chamber and hurried towards Ryan's shop in the alley. He roughly shoved the door open, and, at that moment, Ryan was in a small shop crafting dark magical items. He was startled by the abrupt interruption. Ruffling his greasy hair, visible veins bulging on his forehead, Ryan could only suppress his irritation upon seeing Ingshi. "Oh, my friend, it has truly been a while," Ryan exclaimed, his expression resembling one who had tasted something foul. Ingshi did not engage in idle chatter. He got straight to the point. "I need your assistance." Ryan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He had witnessed Ingshi's formidable and enigmatic nature before, yet he now appeared quite disheveled. "What do you require?" he inquired earnestly. Regardless of the magical contract they had signed, their friendship alone was sufficient for Ryan to aid Ingshi. A potion for transformation, and a spell that could be reversed at will. Ingshi's goal was to open an invisible dimensional passage, transform into a mouse to escape, and then revert back after a certain duration or by consuming specific potions. Ryan furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. "The potion is manageable. I have several friends with stock. However, the spell that can be reversed at will is not so simple." Ingshi continued with utmost seriousness. "My current transformation can only turn a matchstick into a needle. But I need to become a mouse to flee, one that can be reverted after a certain time or by taking a specific potion." Transformation magic was among the more perilous spells in the Harry Potter universe, as many magical creatures had emerged from wizards who, after transforming, could not revert to their original forms. Without guidance from another wizard, Ingshi dared not learn transformation magic recklessly. Certainly, this could be viewed as Ingshi's cowardice, or simply as prudence. Presently, his mental energy was severely depleted, leaving him with less than 20%. Though his bones had barely returned to their original positions, Ingshi felt like a porcelain doll, fragile and easily shattered. In such a state, employing a highly dangerous transformation spell was akin to courting death. Ryan's expression grew increasingly pensive as he paced around the shop several times, before finally shaking his head slowly. Setting aside the dangers of transformation magic, while some potions can reverse it, they must be prepared on the spot, and ready-made stock is nearly impossible to find. Even temporary preparations would take at least 2 to 3 days. Ingshi's brow furrowed deeply. This was the crucial link in his escape plan. Without it, his chances of returning alive would plummet. Could it be that after all this time spent laying the trap, he was truly to abandon it? He clenched his teeth in frustration, anger, and helplessness, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. "What kind of enemy have you encountered to leave you in such a state?" Ryan asked, his face filled with astonishment. Ingshi cast a glance at him and sighed. "You wouldn't recognize him. He is a being capable of moving mountains with a single strike. I could barely withstand a single breath in his presence." Ryan gasped, taking a moment to appraise Ingshi, then continued, "Is your enemy a wizard?" Ingshi's brow knitted slightly, a vague notion stirring within him, yet he could not grasp the fleeting inspiration. He slowly shook his head, though he seemed to ponder. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Ryan clapped his hands decisively, a plan forming in his mind. "What about an invisibility cloak?" Ingshi's eyes brightened momentarily, but then he shook his head. The so-called invisibility cloak was akin to the one among Harry Potter's three legendary artifacts, albeit far inferior. Artificially crafted invisibility cloaks had a mere lifespan of 2 to 3 years and lacked sufficient concealment. Many powerful wizards could sense the presence of someone donning such a cloak through their spells. While invisibility cloaks could obscure one's form, they could not mask one's aura, which often attracted more attention than mere appearance. Furthermore, there was an individual with formidable mental prowess capable of seeing through illusions. Setting aside Tang Hao's formidable title Douluo strength, Tang San's purple extreme magic, I had a high probability of penetrating the invisibility cloak. What if we combine the invisibility potion with the transformation potion? Yingxi's expression shifted to elation, embracing Ryan tightly, disregarding the faint odor that lingered on him. The pressure Tang Hao exerted on Yingxi was immense, causing him to lose his previously absolute rationality. Thanks to Ryan, although the likelihood of success was not 100%, it was at least over 70%. Yet, that was more than sufficient. In this world, who possesses absolute certainty? Furthermore, Yingxi holds an external soul bone and the life seed within his grasp. I require 6 individuals capable of enduring a compound potion for over 3 hours simultaneously. In my possession lies a compound potion potent enough for a single individual to utilize for 5 hours. Additionally, I have 2 of the fastest flying brooms available. Ryan nodded without hesitation and continued, "All right, I will contact my friends, and I will also prepare the invisibility cloaks. Let us meet in 3 hours." Yingxi nodded in agreement, preparing to depart directly, but then recalled something and turned back to say, "Ryan, how many times can you consecutively cast the soul-snatching spell on an ordinary muggle?" Ryan paused momentarily, suddenly grasping Yingxi's intention. For muggles, casting it more than 5 times is absolutely feasible. Yingxi nodded indifferently and then turned to leave, understanding the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action without delay. Chapter 81. Farewell to Huang Sherdang. Having exited the alley, Yingxi hurriedly made his way to Huaran Street, moving swiftly with a lightness akin to a dancing wave as he entered Huang Sherdang's room, forcefully pushing the door open. At that moment, Huang Sherdang was entwined with 2 voluptuous women, engaged in activities unfit for description. Huang Sherdang. Yingxi's cold voice pierced the air, causing Huang Sherdang to shudder involuntarily. The 2 women beside Huang Sherdang gasped in terror upon seeing Yingxi, clad in a black robe and mask. Huang Sherdang's body trembled as he instinctively retrieved a handgun from beneath his pillow. "It's me." Yingxi waved a hand, and a surge of soul power sent Huang Sherdang's gun flying. Amidst his fear, Huang Sherdang finally recognized Yingxi's voice and patted his chest to calm his racing heart. "My lord, you nearly frightened me to death." Yingxi had no time for idle chatter. "I need 4 individuals. They will be destined to die, regardless of their morality. I require them immediately, or you can provide me with an address, and I shall procure them myself. I shall remember this favor and will compensate you upon our next meeting." As he spoke, Yingxi glanced at Huang Sherdang's now limp lower half, feeling an inexplicable lessening of urgency. "My lord, is there a priority in terms of good and evil?" Huang Sherdang quickly wrapped himself in a towel and inquired. "The more vicious they are, the better. They won't live to see the end of this endeavor. However, I must have them all within the hour, otherwise I will have to capture whoever I can." "Understood, my lord. Grant me 3 minutes." Huang Sherdang nodded and picked up the phone. 4 years prior, after encountering Yingxi, Huang Sherdang was introduced to Ryan, and thus they reached a mutual understanding. Yingxi aided Huang Sherdang in attaining the title of the Gangster Patriarch of Huaran Street. Yingxi and Ryan, benefiting from a continuous supply of resources, amassed a considerable fortune in gold galleons, which they split evenly. Huang Sherdang's headquarters was established in the bustling Tianshang Renjian of Huaran Street. With Yingxi's foresight, Huang Sherdang solidified his position as the most powerful gangster in the area, and due to his adherence to rules, he garnered a respectable reputation. Even the British police required Huang Sherdang's assistance when apprehending suspects in Huaran Street. Yingxi, recognizing the unspoken agreement, never interfered in Huang Sherdang's gang affairs. Once, A subordinate of Huang Shitang attempted to secretly align with Ingshi, but was promptly brought before Huang Shitang, resulting in a swift and unforgiving punishment. In return, Huang Shitang showed utmost respect towards Ingshi. When Ingshi visited, he would typically present a token of authority to gain entry. However, this time, Ingshi was pressed for time and did not have the luxury of formalities. Though Huang Shitang promised 3 minutes, it was merely a little over a minute before he placed the call. "My lord, we have 7 death row inmates, 5 Chinese and 2 British, all male. If you require them, they can be brought forth." "Ah, you have some audacity, imprisoning British men and bringing honor to our people," Ingshi remarked, raising an eyebrow and patting Huang Shitang on the shoulder in approval. "Haha, it is all thanks to your support in the past, my lord." Huang Shitang laughed heartily, though he did not let pride cloud his judgment. "We have collaborated for many years. There's no need for such formalities. Furthermore, you are the patriarch, henceforth. Simply call me Ingshi." Huang Shitang's face brightened. Although Ingshi had consistently supported him, Huang Shitang recognized the vast chasm that existed between them. Not to mention, the abilities of Ingshi's subordinates he had encountered were unfathomably powerful. The fact that Ingshi permitted him to address him by name was a sign of true acceptance. "Then I shall call you sir from now on." "Very well. I must retrieve the individuals now. Is it convenient?" "Convenient. They're already being brought out and placed in the van." "Excellent," Ingshi replied, withdrawing a vial of powder from his soul-guiding device. "This is a potent potion from the wizarding world, beneficial to humans." He tossed it to Huang Shitang, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the 2 women who were covering themselves with blankets. "Quite a helpful concoction," he remarked. "Haha, thank you, sir." The matters proceeded smoothly, a testament to the fruitful combination of power and influence. Ryan also completed his tasks swiftly. An hour and a half later, Ingshi and Ryan convened in Ingshi's secret warehouse. "They will serve as scapegoats." "Who are you? Do you not know who I am?" One of the blindfolded, emaciated men snarled, his voice dripping with malice. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression changed, and she instantly appeared before the man, poised to deliver a kick. However, Ingshi hastily intervened. A kick from Xiaowu would render this individual incapacitated. Even an ordinary person in Dalu would possess superior physical capabilities compared to a commoner in the Harry Potter world. Meanwhile, Ryan watched in astonishment as Xiaowu moved with incredible speed, akin to apparition, yet without a trace of disturbance, and she appeared quite youthful. "Trouble ahead, Ryan. I will explain later when the opportunity arises." Rain drew his wand and sequentially cast the soul-binding curse on the 4 muggles before him. Their mental fortitude paled in comparison to that of wizards. Thus, even after casting the spell 3 times in succession, Rain experienced minimal exhaustion. Following this, Ingshi plucked the hair of Duge-Yin, Yi Lingling, and Xiao Wu, placing it into the polyjuice potion and administering it to the mouths of several doppelgangers. Ingshi then produced a vial of polyjuice potion, uncorked it, and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The hair chosen by Ingshi belonged to an ordinary passerby, making it the most suitable for concealment. In almost an instant, Ingshi's internal organs began to churn violently, akin to having ingested a horde of live insects. These insects thrashed about within him, inducing a wave of nausea. A searing sensation rapidly spread from Ingshi's stomach throughout his entire body, from his trachea to the crown of his head, and from his lower abdomen to his toes. Soon after, he felt as if his body was melting away like a cotton candy subjected to flames. Ingshi watched in astonishment as his hands began to swell, fingers thickening, nails widening, and knuckles protruding like bolts. His shoulders sagged, and it seemed as though his height was being compressed by a hydraulic press, while his chest heaved like a worn-out suitcase. After several minutes, these unpleasant sensations gradually subsided, and Ingshi's aura had entirely transformed, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of soul power. Conversely, the 3 muggles under the influence of the soul-binding curse exhibited faint fluctuations of soul power. Ingshi retrieved 4 sets of clothing worn by commoners from Douluo and tossed them to the ground for the 4 individuals to don. A change of attire was imperative. After all, Tang Hao was no fool, and Ingshi's group was escaping. Wouldn't Tang Hao be suspicious if they exited the spatial passageway clad in their conspicuously distinctive clothing? Rain observed the peculiar garments on the ground with curiosity, his interest piqued. Is this the attire of your world? It could be said that the clothing worn by the nobility is sufficient for these commoners' sustenance for several years. Naturally, as a member of the privileged class himself, Ingshi refrained from disparaging soul masters excessively. Rain retrieved an invisibility cloak from a nearby box. When he draped the orange-black cloak over himself, its hue gradually shifted to transparency. The purple extreme magic eye. A flash of violet surged into Ingshi's pupils. Ingshi's purple extreme magic eye was identical to Tang San's. If Ingshi could see through, then Tang San surely could as well. For Tang San's mastery of the purple extreme magic eye was unlikely to be inferior to his own. Although Ingshi was unaware of the experiences Tang San had undergone over the past 5 years, he was aware that the latter had undoubtedly amassed a wealth of experience. Ultimately, Tang San had studied the purple extreme magic eye for many more years than Ingshi. Under the scrutiny of the purple extreme magic eye, Ingshi still could not discern Rain's figure. However, he could sense a subtle distortion in the space where Rain resided. There was indeed a flaw, yet it was sufficient for his purposes. Ingshi had done all he could. The rest was left to fate. Rain, thank you. If fate allows, I shall repay you. Rain smiled and shook his head, then turned to leave the secret chamber. Just as he stepped out, he paused, turned back to Ingshi, and said, "You are the only friend I have had over the years. Returning alive is the greatest repayment to me. Remember to bring back some magical plants." With that, Rain firmly closed the door to the secret chamber. Ingshi stroked his chin, conducting a final review of his thoughts, pondering if there were any remaining vulnerabilities. Gradually, his gaze shifted to Xiao Wu. Although the deceased prisoner had consumed the polyjuice potion and taken on Xiao Wu's appearance, she would not possess Xiao Wu's century-old spirit ring nor drop any soul bones upon her demise. A look of guilt crossed Ingshi's face, and he found it difficult to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. "Xiao Wu, bear with it." Xiao Wu nodded. Although she was unaware of Ingshi's intentions, she chose to trust him. A trace of sorrow flickered in Ingshi's eyes. The anguish of being unable to protect the woman he loved was profound and heart-wrenching. Yet now, survival was paramount. "Gulme, bite down." Ingshi placed his arm before Xiao Wu's mouth, prompting her to clamp down on his arm. A sharp crack echoed as a bone snapped. In an instant, Ingshi fractured Xiao Wu's fingers and, utilizing the properties of his bone martial spirit, gradually extracted the phalanges from her body. Xiao Wu instinctively closed her mouth in response to the pain, biting fiercely into Ingshi's arm, leaving deep tooth marks as blood trickled down. As Ingshi felt the agony in his arm, a sense of relief washed over him. He understood the sensation of having bones forcibly removed from a body. However, his greater pain stemmed from the anguish of seeing Xiao Wu suffer. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears curled like measuring tapes, her face betraying her torment. Yet she endured the excruciating pain and released her grip on Ingshi's arm, gently leaning against his chest while occasionally emitting pained whimpers. Ingshi tenderly caressed Xiao Wu's hair, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. At present, Ingshi's remaining soul power was insufficient to gradually extract Xiao Wu's bones, and the only way to deceive Tang Hao was through such means. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling was taken aback by Ingshi's ruthlessness and hastily employed her martial spirit to assist in treating both Ingshi and Xiao Wu. Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea fairy could heal physical wounds, though was incapable of regenerating severed limbs. Nevertheless, her healing significantly alleviated Xiao Wu's agony. For Xiao Wu's bones to fully recover, Ingshi's bone martial spirit was required, and complete restoration would take time. Ingshi then retrieved a piece of a 9,000-year-old fire rabbit soul bone from the soul guide, the very one that had been extracted from him years prior. The fire rabbit soul bone, being of the same species as Xiao Wu, would carry some of her essence upon integration. Although he was uncertain if it could truly deceive others, he had no other choice. Ingshi tossed the soul bone to Duge Yin, instructing her to channel her soul power to integrate it into the body of the deceased prisoner masquerading as Xiao Wu. Currently, Yi Lingling's soul power was needed to treat the injuries of both Ingshi and Xiao Wu. Yingxi's soul power was nearly depleted, and Xiao Wu lacked the strength to integrate the soul bone, leaving only Dugu Yin capable of undertaking this task. The moment of destiny had arrived. A bittersweet expression crossed Yingxi's eyes. After so much scheming, he still found himself unable to thwart Tang Hao's might. How was one to endure such a plight? The ethereal martial soul of the heavenly book gradually materialized. Yet during its slow unfolding, Yingxi suddenly found himself momentarily transfixed. On this very day, the fortune mall of the heavenly book martial soul had received its monthly update, ushering in a brand new month. To speak candidly, it had been quite some time since Yingxi last perused the fortune mall, to the extent that its very existence had nearly slipped from his memory. A year ago, Yingxi's fortune points had dwindled perilously low. Even if he spotted something exquisite in the mall, he dared not make a purchase. After all, he needed to conserve his remaining points for traversing between worlds. Even with the additional 300 fortune points contributed by his companion Daimu Bai, Yingxi possessed a mere 432 points in total. However, among the newly refreshed items this month, one particularly caught his eye, the true Crimson Eye Black Dragon, available for 300 fortune points. Though this was but a fleeting statement, it ignited a profound interest within Yingxi. It was noteworthy that the esteemed Ling Bo Wei Bu, which had captured the attention of the illustrious Qian Renshua, only cost 100 fortune points. A single world crossing required merely 10 points. Yet this card demanded a staggering 300 points, a discrepancy of considerable magnitude. Despite the fortune mall often being rife with inferior wares, which had left Yingxi with little satisfaction, he had discerned a fundamental truth. The quantity of fortune points directly corresponded to the rarity of the items. This was an undeniable rule within the fortune mall. I shall purchase it. Ding! 300 fortune points deducted, acquiring the True Crimson Eye Black Dragon card. True Crimson Eye Black Dragon card. One time use tear this card to summon the True Crimson Eye Black Dragon from another world, capable of transformation based on the characteristics of a realm. Once summoned, it can be controlled for 1 hour, after which the True Crimson Eye Black Dragon will regain its freedom. Note, for each point of fortune sacrificed, the dragon's age increases by a century. Note, the True Crimson Eye Black Dragon possesses a powerful dragon lineage, though it remains only partially unlocked, rendering its current strength relatively modest. Another trump card in my possession, although this card is somewhat costly, especially for our protagonists. Chapter 83. Escape. All preparations were complete. Observing Xiao Wu, who appeared to be in considerable pain, yet remained silent, a warm current flowed through Yingxi's heart. He exhaled a breath of murky air and exchanged glances with the girls, assuring them to wait patiently. Xiaoxi, we await your return. A smile tugged at the corners of Yingxi's mouth. Today, you sought to thwart me. Next time, I shall ensure your demise. A fierce glint flickered in Yingxi's eyes as the spatial passageway suddenly opened. Cloaked in invisibility, he briskly exited the passage. The opening of the spatial corridor was devoid of any presence, visible only to Yingxi. The power of space was relatively concealed. Even Tang Hao could merely sense its existence with difficulty. Should Tang Hao discover it, he would not do so instantaneously. Hence, Yingxi's early departure was indeed safer. He dared not accelerate his pace too much, for the invisibility cloak relied solely on optical concealment. If he moved too swiftly, it might alert Tang Hao. Just as Yingxi exited the spatial corridor, he sensed waves of mental power scanning his form. Yet, he could only feign calmness, continuing to advance step by step while striving to widen the distance, avoiding potential harm in the imminent conflict. At that moment, Yingxi's body abruptly stiffened. His foot poised to step forward halted in an instant, as a probing mental force swept around him. It seemed to have detected something amiss, causing Yingxi to freeze, holding his breath and diligently suppressing his aura to a minimum. At that juncture, 4 death row substitutes surged forth from the dimensional passage. Subsequently, they would split into 3 groups, executing their planned escape. However, Yingxi's concerns were unfounded. The moment the 4 substitutes emerged from the spatial passage, Tang Hao's domain of slaughter descended, enveloping the surroundings in familiar, yet terrifying murderous intent. Damn it, Yingxi could only curse inwardly. feigning the disorientation of a civilian struck by the domain's shockwave, which propelled him forcefully against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Gulp! Ingshi swallowed the blood that surged to his throat, the remnants of his previous injuries not yet healed, now exacerbated, causing his mind to swirl. Yet, he endured the discomfort, squinting to observe the substitutes not far away. The complexion of Dugu Yin among the four substitutes shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, "Tang Hao, do you truly wish to oppose the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, to stand against the Heavenly Do Empire? If we perish here, do you think the Heavenly Do Empire will remain silent?" Tang Hao regarded Dugu Yin, his expression unchanged. For him, even in a less than ideal state, a brief period of recuperation would suffice to obliterate the Spirit Douluo. Yet currently, his greatest adversary was the Spirit Hall, and offending the Heavenly Do Empire was far from a prudent choice. The previous day's battle could not be avoided. Although the Spirit Hall's Soto City Lord attempted to intervene, he was swiftly slain by Tang Hao. However, while Tang Hao could inadvertently eliminate some civilians, annihilating all of Soto City's populace would tarnish the reputation of the Haotian sect irreparably. Particularly now, the Spirit Halls standing among the common folk far surpassed that of the Heavenly Do Empire. Depart, but leave those two behind. Tang Hao coldly surveyed Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, pausing briefly before speaking with icy indifference. Very well, we are not particularly acquainted with them anyway. Yi Lingling appeared somewhat reluctant, her heart heavy, as if she wished to voice her thoughts, but was firmly tugged away by Dugu Yin. As they departed, she cast a lingering glance at Tang Hao's face, as though wishing to engrave it in her memory. Watching Dugu Yin and his companions exit, Ingshi felt a twinge of unease. Had Tang Hao truly refrained from his previous aggression, or did he harbor another scheme? Ingshi's brow furrowed slightly, for the information at hand was exceedingly scant, rendering it impossible to ascertain the precise circumstances. Nevertheless, Tang Hao's restraint inadvertently caused Ingshi considerable trouble. If the royal fighting team had not been entirely annihilated, the identities of those two substitutes would soon be revealed. However, if Tang Hao aimed for a thorough extermination, it would pose significant complications. In an effort to maintain the authenticity of his ruse, all four individuals were equipped with soul-guiding devices, all genuine. Of course, the devices contained only mundane items and some gold soul coins. The truly valuable possessions had already been appropriated by Ingshi. Sensing a shift in Xiao Wu's aura since the previous night, Tang Hao did not dwell on it further. If you willingly sacrifice yourself, I may spare him. Tang Hao turned to Xiao Wu, and his cold yet resonant voice echoed once more. Senior, you must be mistaken. Mo Xiaoyu is not a soul beast. She is a soul master. Tang Hao was likely unaware of the identities of Ingshi and Xiao Wu, and Ingshi had no intention of revealing her true name. It was uncertain whether Tang San still remembered his childhood classmates, but their appearances had changed significantly over the years, as had their attire. It seems you are stubbornly ignorant. Tang Hao scoffed, as a terrifying surge of soul power enveloped Ingshi, lifting her off the ground. Senior, I truly am not a soul beast. I merely possess a soul bone. I beg you, do not kill him. As she watched Xiao Wu kneeling in anguish, pleading desperately, a flicker of doubt crossed Tang Hao's eyes. Though their clothing had changed, their visages were unmistakably those of the two from the previous night. However, narrowing his eyes slightly, Tang Hao grasped Xiao Wu's shoulder, allowing an overwhelming wave of soul power to surge into her body, causing the energy to roam wildly within her. As expected, a faint aura of a soul bone emanated from the leg area of Xiao Wu, remarkably similar to what he had sensed before. Yet at this juncture, he preferred to err on the side of caution rather than miss the final opportunity. A soul bone aged 10,000 years, along with a soul ring, could easily drive any soul master to madness. With a cold snort, Tang Hao unleashed his power, causing Xiao Wu's body to explode violently, transforming into a sky filled with blood mist. A soul bone radiating a spectrum of colors slowly detached from her body, hovering in the air and exuding a dark red glow. A 7,000-year fire attribute soul bone. How unfortunate, he muttered, observing that no soul rings emerged from Xiao Wu's form. prompting him to curse inwardly. "You wretched soul, you seek death. I shall fight you." Ingshi roared in fury, her eyes brimming with blood tears. "Truly absurd," Tang Hao coldly retorted, dismissively waving his hand and reducing Ingshi's body to mere fragments scattered across the ground. "How fragile!" Tang Hao Thao Wen, sensing an unexpected delicacy in both Ingshi and Xiao Wu's forms. However, he had no time to dwell on this, as his gaze shifted to the nearby Huang Do battle team. Although Ingshi could not see the team from afar, she dared not activate her Ziji demon eye. She could only vaguely discern 5 silhouettes. Aside from Yu Lingling and Dugi Yin, 3 others were present. The Huangdo team, including their leader Qin Ming, consisted of 8 individuals, implying that besides Yu Qianheng, 2 others had perished. Yet, their identities remained unknown. With the aura of the god of death dissipating, Ingshi exhaled deeply. After a multitude of civilians were hurled away by the god of death's domain, she seized the opportunity to conceal her invisibility cloak. Watching as Tang Hao and Tang San departed, Ingshi felt a weight lift from her heart. However, the situation was far from resolved. The distance to the Tiando Royal Academy was still considerable. On foot, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to arrive. This meant that Ingshi lacked sufficient restorative potions to impersonate Yi Lingling and Dugi Yin until they returned to the academy. Furthermore, the restorative potion could not replicate their soul rings. While it might suffice for a short while, prolonged use would inevitably lead to exposure. Moreover, it was highly likely that Tang Hao had merely chosen to spare Dugi Yin and Yi Lingling temporarily, intending to annihilate the entire Huang Do battle team later, possibly ambushing them during their journey. Just because he could not kill them openly did not mean he would not do so covertly. After all, killing one or killing all amounted to the same. Thus, the matter was far from settled. Vigilance must be maintained. A sharp glint flickered in Ingshi's eyes. The substitutes must not be exposed, or both Xiao Wu and Ingshi would be in peril. Tang Hao was deceived by Ingshi simply because he was unaware of the existence of witchcraft and the world of Harry Potter. However, should he come to understand that there exists a means to mimic a person's appearance and mannerisms, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious of Ingshi and Xiao Wu. As she observed Tang Hao's departure, at least ostensibly, Ingshi hastened to a nearby inn, releasing the true Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin, and Yi Lingling. Lingling, Yin Yin, you two must return to the Royal Academy with the Huangdo battle team for now. We will meet again at the Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin nodded, seizing an opportunity to exchange with their substitutes and ensure the latter's complete destruction. In a certain sense, Ingshi's actions signified her abandonment of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. After all, she was acutely aware of the danger they faced from Tang Hao, yet she allowed them to depart. Nevertheless, Ingshi felt no emotional burden regarding them. At least for now, she had no qualms about their fate. In contrast, Xiao Wu was different. She had endured so much for Ingshi, and this unconditional support deeply moved her. Ingshi could no longer bear to let Xiao Wu suffer any longer. Observing that the sun was nearing noon, she returned to the residence of the Shrek members with Xiao Wu. "Where have you two been? Why were you absent from training during the day?" Zhao Wujia reprimanded Ingshi and Xiao Wu furiously upon seeing them. "Teacher Zhao, you're back," Ingshi exclaimed, relieved to see Zhao Wujia return safely. "Yes, I heard from the people of the Luo network that Tang Hao had appeared, so I rushed back to check on you." Ingshi nodded, grateful that Zhao Wujia retained some rationality and did not seek out Tang Hao for a confrontation. "Teacher Zhao, we encountered Tang Hao. He killed the captain of the Tiando Royal Battle Team, Yu Qianheng, along with the team's leader, a man named Qin Ming, and a member named Douluo." Zhao Wujia's shock was palpable as he suddenly seized Ingshi by her collar, lifting her. "Who did you say? Who is the leader of that team?" Ingshi, feigning ignorance of Qin Ming's true identity, replied, "I think his name was Qin Ming. He's a Soul Emperor, but I don't know more than that." Qin Ming, Soul Emperor, Royal Academy. Zhao Wujia's fists clenched tightly, his fingers cracking ominously, but ultimately he released his grip weakly. "Tang Hao, I will not rest until you are dead." Zhao Wujia's eyes blazed with rage, suppressing all other emotions. First, it was the master who had been killed by Ingshi. Then it was Flander Li Yusong, and now, the once most outstanding student of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming. Teacher Zhao, do you know that Qin Ming? Beside him, Ning Rongrong observed Zhao Wujie, who seemed on the verge of an outburst, and cautiously inquired. Zhao Wujie sighed helplessly. His eyes reddened, whether from overwhelming sorrow or fierce anger was unclear. Qin Ming, your senior, is not only the most outstanding disciple of our Shrek Academy, but also the second fastest individual to break through to the Soul Emperor, as recorded by the Spirit Hall. This is common knowledge to Yingxi. To speak candidly, there is no conflict between Qin Ming and Yingxi. Collaborating with him would indeed be of great benefit to Yingxi. The death of Flinder at the hands of Tang Hao signifies an unending feud with the deeply loyal Qin Ming. As long as Qin Ming continues to grow, he possesses a probability exceeding 70% of attaining the rank of title Douluo. This is precisely why the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy and the Prince of Shueshing were so alarmed when Qin Ming departed from the academy in the original world. Although the speed of cultivation does not solely determine future talent, it certainly represents a significant portion of it. The younger the soul masters, the greater their inherent talent for cultivation, and thus the higher their chances of becoming titled Douluos in the future. Regrettably, Qin Ming met his demise in this battle. The crowd gasped in astonishment, fully aware of the implications of a 30-something breaking through to Soul Emperor. First, it was Director Flinder, followed by numerous mentors. And now the most exceptional disciple in Shrek's history has been slain. The vendetta has escalated immensely. Teacher Zhao, although I do not wish to undermine your confidence, we should leave. Only in Tiando Imperial City can we hope to ensure our safety. Survival is our only hope for revenge. Zhao Wujie clenched his fists weakly, then reluctantly released them. But what about Flinder's grudge? Zhao Wujie gazed at Yingxi with a hint of reluctance. Clearing his throat, Yingxi coughed lightly. His injuries still not fully healed, exacerbated by Tang Hao's killing domain. You are injured, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with concern upon seeing Yingxi's condition. I was merely caught in the fray. It is nothing that some rest won't remedy, Yingxi replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Observing Zhao Wujie's lingering discontent, Yingxi spoke, then let us act tomorrow night. I will make the necessary arrangements. If we are to strike, it shall be then. If not, we will withdraw immediately and seek vengeance for Director Flinder on another day. Zhao Wujie nodded vigorously, understanding the immense risk Yingxi was undertaking. Oscar swiftly approached Yingxi and handed him a recovery sausage. While the healing effects of the sausage pale in comparison to Yi Lingling's, it remains a valuable resource at this stage. Thereafter, they all continued to wait. Just as Yingxi's words settled, he suddenly faltered. This was not a time of safety. Only 3 high-level fighters remained present. The couple, the dragon and serpent, along with Zhao Wujie. Although Shen Wuqin had temporarily allied with Yingxi, his allegiance was contingent upon Zhao Wujie and the dragon and serpent. Should those 3 be absent, Yingxi lacked absolute confidence. Shen Wuqin would not harm the Shrek members. Despite the low likelihood of Shen Wuqin's betrayal, the risk was too great. After all, he was aware that their adversary was none other than the youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao. Furthermore, Shen Wuqin had been coerced into compliance, with his family used as leverage. Although Yingxi believed he had treated Shen Wuqin fairly, granting him ample respect, the risk was too substantial. This world is perilous. Trusting others can cost one their life. Forget it. I will have the people from the Luo network send a message. Yingxi sighed, and with Xiao Wu's assistance, he first returned to rest. On the following night, Yingxi scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, narrowing his eyes. According to the information, after Tang Hao killed Yingxi and Xiao Wu's substitutes the previous day, he promptly departed from Suatuo City. This brought some relief to Yingxi, nonetheless. The shadow Tang Hao cast over him was immense, leading him to repeatedly send messages before daring to act tonight. Earlier that afternoon, the Shrek members had already settled into an inn within Suatuo City for rest. As for Shen Wuqin's family, Yingxi made no arrangements for them, merely leaving behind 10,000 gold soul coins along with the address of Lamba Academy, allowing Shen Wuqin to choose his own path forward. We shall wait here for you. If circumstances turn adverse, we will retreat immediately. There will be other opportunities. After all, It is merely one soul sage and two soul emperors. The dragon and serpent exchanged glances, then glanced at the eager Zhao Wujie. The trio's departure left the Shrek members feeling uneasy. They had faced an overwhelming number of troubles lately. Without strong guardians to oversee them, everyone felt vulnerable, especially in the treacherous Sotoa city rife with assassins. However, remaining outside the city posed even greater risks. Although Ingshi felt a sense of unease, he chose to continue cultivating and healing his wounds. Throughout that day, Ingshi consumed sausages to the point of nausea, yet the effects were commendable. Oscar's sausage spirit truly lived up to its reputation as a premium food-type spirit. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed, and suddenly Ingshi's eyes snapped open. The appointed time had arrived. Almost the instant Ingshi opened his eyes, he was met with a series of violent rumblings, followed by the cacophony of intense combat echoing nearby. A lively tumult indeed. The fluctuations of battle between soul emperors and soul sages were extraordinarily formidable, necessitating a swift resolution within Soatoa City. This urgency explained the predetermined timing for their actions. However, the specifics of the battle remained unknown to Ingshi. At that moment, he emerged from his meditative state, rhythmically tapping his hands on the table, producing a steady sound. The combat noises subsided after only a few minutes, which somewhat reassured Ingshi. Ingshi, what do you think has happened to Teacher Zhao and the others? Oscar and the fatty paced anxiously in the room, causing Ingshi to feel somewhat dizzy. Ingshi smiled faintly, attempting to reassure them, do not worry. The battle lasted only a few minutes, so there should be no significant issues. Though he bore a gentle smile, Ingshi's heart was far from certain. With a click, the door lock echoed, and everyone instantly stood alert, gazing at the entrance. It is us. Long Gong Meng Shu emerged first, removing his mask to reveal his true appearance. Upon seeing that everyone was safe and unharmed, Ingshi's anxious heart finally settled. Thank you all truly. Zhao Wujie deeply bowed to everyone present. They had certainly gone through quite a tumultuous time, with Ingshi and Xiao Wu almost failing to return. Thank you, Xiao Shi, Zhao Wujie said earnestly, looking at Ingshi with immense gratitude. Ingshi forced a smile, shaking his head, his face marked by an unprecedented sense of disappointment. All the schemes and calculations ultimately rely on sheer strength. This marks the complete failure of Ingshi's first implementation of the plan. What purpose did it serve? Although Ingshi's intentions were noble, the plan yielded no relative effect, instead introducing countless uncertainties. What use is such scheming? When an individual's strength reaches a certain level, they can shatter myriad laws. Ha ha ha. Long Gongmeng Shu chuckled softly, patting Ingshi on the shoulder, then soothingly remarked, not all schemes in this world can achieve their intended goals. More often than not, one ends up with nothing. However, only by maintaining sufficient vigilance can one continue forward. Ingshi, amused by Long Gongmeng Shu's words, couldn't help but laugh. I say, old Meng, when did you become a spiritual mentor? Observing Ingshi's teasing gaze, Long Gongmeng Shu's expression momentarily froze before he raised his cane and gently tapped Ingshi on the head. How disrespectful. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Witnessing Ingshi's rare moment of embarrassment, those present could not help but laugh. Even the perpetually stoic Zhao Wujie let out a subdued chuckle. Ah, how nostalgic those days were, Zhao Wujie mused, glancing at the profound night sky outside, as if reminiscing about his own adventures in the world. Looking at these talented youths before him, he seemed to find a purpose for the remainder of his days. Chapter 86, The Flying Magic Carpet. Let us get ready. We have rested a whole day. We shall set off tonight. Hearing Zhao Wujie's somewhat hoarse voice, Ingshi felt a wave of relief. He feared Zhao Wujie would cling to the matter indefinitely, since they were preparing to head to the Tiando Royal Academy. Ingshi's plan was about to reach its final phase. Once this condition was fulfilled, the strategy would transform from a tactical narrative to an exhilarating tale. Let's hasten our journey with my flying mushroom sausage. Oscar had long wished to leave this place of troubles, but due to the presence of Flandra and others, he hesitated to speak up. As a food-type soul master lacking any combat ability, Oscar was undoubtedly the most anxious among them. Though Ning Rongrong was also an auxiliary soul master, she was backed by the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your flying mushroom sausage has commendable abilities, yet its duration is too short. Observing Oscar's relieved expression, Ingshi chuckled lightly. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage was exceptionally swift, with a flight speed exceeding 2,000 meters per minute, equating to approximately 33 meters per second. This speed was quite remarkable within the realm of soul masters. Aside from select few flying-type soul masters with exceptional abilities, the majority would require at least a soul sage or even a soul Douluo to achieve such distance. It is worth noting that even Zhao Wuji's full-speed burst could not match the speed of Oscar's flying mushroom sausage. Moreover, this was merely the speed of Oscar's third soul skill, already comparable to the normal flight speed of a proficient flying-type soul emperor. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, while a commendable soul skill, could only allow others to fly for a mere minute, and Oscar, as the soul skill's owner, could only manage half that time. However, I possess something remarkable. Observing the curious expressions of the crowd, Ingshi suddenly grinned. Under the inquisitive gazes of the Shrek members, Ingshi produced 2 exquisitely crafted flying carpets from his soul guide device. Except for Xiao Wu, the others looked bewildered, questioning their own identities and locations. These are flying magic carpets, which can be controlled through mental power to achieve flight. I have 2 sets of flying magic carpets, each capable of accommodating 3 to 4 individuals. Ingshi explained as he extracted 2 flying carpets. Their maximum flight speed was slightly slower than Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, yet comparable. However, controlling the flying magic carpet requires considerable mental strength. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Mengaran, you 4, being of lighter weight, can share 1 carpet. Xiao will instruct you on its operation, and you will take turns controlling it. The other shall be shared by the 2 esteemed seniors, Long and Shi, along with Oscar. What about us? The portly one hastily pressed his large face close to Ingshi, with evident distaste. Ingshi pushed him aside and retrieved 3 flying broomsticks from the soul guide device. This item is known as the flying broomstick, which serve a similar purpose to the flying magic carpet, but is intended for individual use. Furthermore, it requires exceptional control skills. If you cannot manage, portly one, you will have to rely on Zhao's flying mushroom sausage for travel. The portly one gazed longingly at the flying broomstick in Ingshi's hand, prompting Ingshi to helplessly toss one toward him. It is worth mentioning that when Ingshi initially purchased these broomsticks, he only considered their utility for fleeing in case Tang how discovered their whereabouts. The 2 additional ones were merely precautionary backups. Zhao Wuji took the broomstick handed to him by Ingshi and examined it with interest. Although Zhao Wuji was not particularly adept at mental power, he was, after all, a level 76 battle soul saint, with a soul force vastly superior to Ingshi's. Under Ingshi's guidance, he quickly learned how to use it. The couple, Long and Shi, also mastered the operation of the flying magic carpet in no time. However, the portly one, observing him holding the broomstick with a despondent expression, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. The portly one, suffering from a deficiency in mental strength and excessive weight, found the broomstick utterly incapable of lifting him. This is unfair. He plopped down onto the ground, casting a forlorn glance at Ingshi and the others. I have no choice. You must use my mushroom sausage. Oscar patted the portly one sympathetically on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a teasing expression. The portly one, infuriated by Oscar's mocking gaze, shoved him aside and pitifully appealed to Ingshi. By the way, Xiaoxi, could you bring one more person along? Ingshi looked at the portly one shy. Round face, a hint of pink flashing across it, causing him to be somewhat taken aback. Who? The others nearby stifled their laughter, while only Ingshi and Zhao Wuji appeared perplexed. Weren't we supposed to act separately this afternoon? You and Teacher Zhao were gathering intelligence in the Luo network. Ingshi nodded in confusion, but what did that have to do with bringing another person along? The portly one revealed that he had rescued a girl from the clutches of 3 ruffians on the way, and she had agreed to his courtship. Ingshi blinked in surprise, gazing at the portly one with an odd expression. This is possible? Were those 3 ruffians not displeased? Suddenly, Ingshi recalled something and curiously inquired about the portly one. Hey, Xiaoxi, how did you know? The plump fellow was quite astonished, for it seemed that even without Ingxi's presence, he was well aware of the matter at hand. When discussing the ruffians within Suatua City, alongside the soul masters who abduct innocent maidens, it appeared that only these three individuals could be implicated. Ingshi stroked his chin, casually fabricating an excuse, yet expressed surprise at how quickly the plump one had made an acquaintance, remarking on the unfathomable depths of the sea. As he pondered the peculiar romantic escapades of the plump one, Ingshi couldn't help but click his tongue, deeming it a positive development, especially considering the enigmatic origins of the plump fellow. Isn't it curious? Despite being part of a collective effort to rescue her, it was solely due to the plump one's intervention that she chose to accompany him. Oscar wore a constipated expression as a bearded young man. He had yet to find a girlfriend, only to see the plump one beat him to it. Ingshi found this understandable. Although the plump one was somewhat portly, his martial soul was an extraordinary fire attribute phoenix of exceptional quality. In contrast, Xian was merely an ordinary person lacking even soul power. Thus, upon revealing her identity, it would not be implausible for her to accept the plump one. Go on, plump one, we shall await your return. Should she refuse, inform her that I possess the means to secure her a place within the Tiando Imperial City's Grand Soul Arena, and inquire if she would be willing to go. Truth be told, Ingshi felt a sense of contentment in seeing the plump one find love, for he was a rather tragic figure in the realm of Douluo Dalu. Ingshi held a unique affection for him, reminiscent of his dearest friend in a past life, who was also a chubby lad. Though less exaggerated, his visage was still on the rounder side. Furthermore, the plump one's future beloved belonged to the Bai family, a sect under the Haotian zone, a connection that was fated to be fraught with conflict for Ingshi. Chapter 87. Shirwei. See, perhaps it was the influence of love that spurred the plump fellow into swift action. In a mere 20 minutes, he returned with Xian to the inn. Upon seeing the illustrious figures before her, Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. You are the plump one's girlfriend, thus our friend. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us. You shall travel with the female group on the flying carpet, while Xiao Wu accompanies me on the broom. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded in agreement, her rabbit ears twitching adorably, although her energy seemed somewhat lacking. While Ingshi and Xiao Wu had shared a bed for a time, they had since parted ways after moving out of the dormitory. However, such close proximity was not a first for them. Alas, when shall we be able to embrace at a closer distance? Feeling the refreshing warmth and fragrance of Xiao Wu, Ingshi experienced peculiar sensations, while Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she kept her head lowered, unable to utter a word. Even with the assistance of the flying magic carpet and broom, the group from Shrek moved at a leisurely pace, taking 2 full days to reach the capital of the Shirwei Sea Kingdom. Observing the splendid lights of the capital and the weary expressions of his companions, Ingshi suggested, Teacher Zhao, esteemed seniors Gaishi Longsha, shall we rest here tonight? Perhaps we could also engage in a group battle for soul fighting, gently guiding the broom to land. Ingshi turned his gaze towards the 3 formidable individuals nearby. As the captain of the team, he felt a sense of camaraderie with them, yet he recognized the necessity of showing them due respect. A battle for soul fighting? In your current state, do you believe you can participate? Long Gongmingshu stroked his beard, glancing at the pale-faced members of Shrek. Nevertheless, he did not decline, for he understood that such an obvious issue would not escape Ingxi's notice, nor would he propose a foolish idea. While we have encountered death and taken lives, our mindset has yet to stabilize. As I understand it, anyone who reaches the rank of Soul King carries some debt of life. The majority of us have had a smooth path in our cultivation, which is inconsistent with our mental state. Long Gongmingshu exchanged glances with Long Pizeo Tiangxiang and Zhao Wuji before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, if that is your intention, what do you propose we do? A confident smile graced Ingxi's lips as he replied, Even in an ordinary city like Suo, there exist ruthless teams akin to the frenzied warriors. How could the Grand Soul Arena of the Shirwei Sea Kingdom lack such a team? Moreover, we could seize a considerable fortune here. Ingshi was well aware of a formidable team known as the Fierce God Squad, yet he refrained from voicing this. How shall we proceed? Given your current condition, it seems perilous to engage in direct confrontation. Ingshi smiled slightly, revealing a premeditated expression. From his soul guide, he retrieved 5 exquisitely crafted iron boxes resembling small containers. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, and Ingshie's gaze flickered toward Ning Rongrong, hoping she would take the bait. This item, known as the Desert Eagle, or hand cannon, possesses the remarkable capability to easily penetrate the bodies of those below the Soul King level. Even the 3rd soul skill of a 4-ring Soul Master, or the 2nd soul skill of a 5-ring Soul King, may struggle to withstand its might. Comparatively, the Desert Eagle and Tang San's Zhuge crossbow each have their advantages and disadvantages. The Desert Eagle is smaller and more suited for stealthy assassinations, yet its discharge is notably loud, whereas the Zhuge crossbow produces only muted sounds. The Desert Eagle boasts greater power, but it can only fire a single bullet at a time, although the bullet's destructive force cannot be compared to that of the Zhuge crossbow. The Desert Eagle's lethality is undeniable. However, it is not commonly equipped in the Harry Potter universe due to its weight and recoil. Ning Rongrong gazed at Ingshi in astonishment before reaching out to touch the Desert Eagle. Oh, how heavy! Ning Rongrong never anticipated that this small object would be so weighty. Without the application of soul power, she inadvertently let it slip from her grasp, causing it to crash to the ground. The Desert Eagle, even without ammunition, weighs around 2 kilograms, combined with a fully loaded magazine. Ning Rongrong, lacking sufficient strength and forethought, found herself momentarily overwhelmed. The recoil of this item is notably formidable, necessitating the use of soul power to mitigate it, especially for Rongrong and Yu Xiao Ao. Ingshi, observing the mildly intrigued expressions of the 3 individuals before him, hastily retrieved 3 silver and black Desert Eagles from his soul guide and presented them before Zhao Wujia and the Gaishi Longshi couple, along with 100 rounds of ammunition for each. Behold, this is how you operate this weapon. Ingshi elucidated the Desert Eagle's mechanisms and maintenance procedures. He then lifted the Desert Eagle and aimed it at a nearby tree, firing a shot with a resounding bang. Following the discharge, the spectators collectively inhaled sharply at the sight of the tree not far away. The firing speed of the Desert Eagle was astonishingly swift, rendering even agile soul masters incapable of reacting in time. Moreover, its destructive power was equally impressive. Indeed, even I might struggle to withstand it without deploying my soul skills, Zhao Wujie remarked, sensing the unnerving gazes of the Gaishi Longshi couple, quickly amending his statement. Ingshi gifted each person 100 rounds of ammo and 2 magazines. Noticing the awkward expressions of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who seemed at a loss for where to place their newfound items, Ingshi provided each of them with a bag imbued with an infinite stretching spell, including one for Xian. Although the plump individual's background might be complex, he remained merely a student of Flander, lacking any soul guides to carry his belongings. Oscar's plight was even more dire, as a mere sausage vendor. He had no access to tens of thousands of gold soul coins. While the spatial equipment held negligible value for Ingshi, it remained a precious commodity in Douluo Dalu. After practicing for several minutes and gaining a rudimentary understanding of how to wield the Desert Eagle, Ingshi instructed Ma Hongjun to incinerate the tree designated for experimentation. Tree, what have I done to deserve this? It was bad enough to have so many holes shot into me, but now I am set ablaze. The act of setting the tree ablaze was merely a casual gesture from Ingshi, indicative of his cautious habits. Chapter 88. Preparations before the team stand at the Great Soul Arena of Silva City. Ingshi retrieved the Iron Soul badge of the Shrek team from his soul guide and addressed the front desk. Do you have any team that specializes in life and death battles? Upon observing the masked faces of Ingshi and his companions, the male staff member hesitated before responding. Yes, there's the Fierce God team. A Silver Soul team at level 40, with a record of 46 matches, 31 victories, a total of 63 opponent kills, and 98 injuries inflicted. They are indeed a weapon among Silver Soul teams. That's the one. Ingshi presented his Iron Soul badge. Are you certain? Not only must you exceed level 10 in soul power for the challenge, but But you also wish to confront the Silver Soul team with an Iron Soul challenge? The front desk staff could hardly believe what he was hearing. This was unprecedented in the history of the Great Soul Arena, akin to courting death. Yes, please proceed swiftly. The front desk staff, twitching at the corners of his mouth, accepted Ingshi's badge and complied with his command. Here are 300,000 gold soul coins. Later, I would appreciate it if teacher Zhao could assist with the betting. Aside from the principal, 10% will be allocated to the 7 of us, 30% to the 3 of you, and the remaining 60% will go to the families of those harm soul masters. Zhao Wujia and his companions exchanged astonished glances with Ingshi. All along, they had perceived Ingshi as ruthless, yet they were taken aback by his considerate gesture. Do not misunderstand. If I were to acquire a rare treasure, I would not share it. Anyone who attempts to claim it would find themselves evaded. However, gold soul coins hold little significance for me, so I do not mind performing a good deed. After all, one must find solace in life. Ingshi's words stirred feelings of reflection in Zhao Wujia and the Gaishi Longshi couple. Many soul masters pride themselves on their righteousness while completely disregarding the struggles of the common folk. In contrast, the seemingly cold-hearted Ingshi sometimes reveals his compassion, undertaking acts of kindness within his means. The Great Soul Arena was filled with curiosity regarding the unprecedented challenge presented by Ingshi and his companions. Not only did they publicize it extensively, but they also arranged the finest accommodations for Ingshi and his team, as if they would never require them again after today. You have heard of the Fierce God team's notorious reputation. My only demand is that not a single one is spared. Each individual must personally eliminate a member of the Fierce God team. We shall arrange ourselves in a long snake formation. For instance, if I am the third person from the left, I shall be responsible for taking down the third person directly opposite me. I lay down this challenge. Should anyone dare to show leniency, we shall take to the skies, and they shall remain below, resting only upon reaching Tiando City, including you. Rongrong and Yidian, those behind you will not count with me. The two women bit their lips in determination, nodding resolutely. Ingshi is known for his unwavering resolve, and he has shown a willingness to invest in Shrek. Not to mention the formidable Desert Eagle, he has also imparted the marvelous Taizu Chongquan, a technique akin to a family heirloom. As the group stood in contemplative silence, Xian, accustomed to the life and death nature of the Great Soul Arena, appeared more accepting than anyone else present. May I interject? Xian cautiously addressed the group, her beauty rendered inconsequential in the presence of such prodigies, causing her to speak softly. Speak. Ingshi glanced at the plump individual before responding. The Great Soul Arena does not guarantee that higher investments lead to greater returns. Sometimes, after reaching a certain threshold, the returns plateau. Ingshi was genuinely unaware of this matter. He had sufficient funds and did not need to exploit the Great Soul Arena for profit, as the gains would be minimal. He looked towards the Longshi couple and Zhao Wujia, who all shook their heads in ignorance. In that case, let Miss Xian handle the investments. The 7 of us will become 8. No, my share can go to Xian. There is no need for you to continue spending. Xiaoxi, the plump individual hastily refused. You all require a sufficient starting capital. My resources are not free, and acquiring ammunition will necessitate your own expenditures. Hence, initial funding is indispensable. It is settled, and I am not lacking in gold soul coins. Seeing Ingshi's determination, a warmth enveloped the group. Although Ingshi could be ruthless, he was undeniably generous toward his friends. Approximately half an hour later, at the central arena of the Silvis Great Soul Arena, an announcement rang out. Now, we present the most disparate level challenge in the history of the Silvis Great Soul Arena. The Shrek team versus the Fierce God team. The Shrek team has recently registered this month and is currently only a 30-level Iron Soul team. Yet, they are daring to challenge the formidable Fury God team, which belongs to the 40-level Silver Soul category. Remarkably, this Iron Soul team includes several great soul masters who have not yet reached the 30-level mark. This match appears to lack suspense. However, we still anticipate how long Shrek can endure. Ingshi cast a glance at the commentator who possessed the bat-wing martial soul. The commentator's tongue was as sharp as ever. Yet to captivate the audience, a biting tongue is indispensable. Were it not for the substantial backing of these two empires behind the Grand Soul Arena, even they would be wary. And one can only imagine how many times this commentator would have faced dire consequences. As both sides prepared, accompanied by the commentator's lengthy warning, the captain of the Fury God team, Meng Li, fiercely struck his fist, a sinister smile directed at Ingshi and the others. Considering you are our only business recently, I shall treat you well. This was the best form of silent rebuttal. Although Ingshi remained unfazed, having faced titled Douluo like Tang Hao multiple times, and having hunted centaurs in the Nor plains of Harry Potter, as well as venturing into the Soul Beast Forest numerous times, he had experienced many life and death situations. The others, however, were not as composed. The calmest among them were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The former, having lived for 100,000 years, inevitably encountered human soul masters and had slain numerous soul beasts. The latter, Zhu Zhuqing, had fled from the Xingluo Empire to the Tiando Empire, facing countless dangers along the way. As for the others, including Meng Yiran, they were not as resilient. Individuals like Ning Rongrong, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, were trembling with fear. Nevertheless, after several previous bloodbaths, they managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Ingshi did not wish to provoke them further. Instead, he calmly commanded, "Prepare." With the host's order, the overwhelming aura of the Fury God team surged forth. The terrifying wave of soul power and momentum unleashed by the 7 soul sect members above level 40 affected even Ingshi. This was a matter of psychological disparity. To illustrate simply, the aura emanating from the Fury God team could be seen as the embryonic form of the Killing God domain, although it was merely a rudimentary form. The development of the Killing God domain is achieved through the accumulation of killing intent, which through sublimation finally manifests as the Killing God domain. This notion is not difficult to comprehend. A vicious murderer can paralyze their victim with a mere glance, demonstrating the basic utilization of killing intent, which also serves as a psychological assault. If one is already intimidated before the battle begins, their combat effectiveness is bound to differ significantly. Ingshi slightly tilted his head and surveyed those around him. This was a trial for everyone, simultaneously deepening Ingshi's standing among the members of Shrek. While the elevation of Shrek's members to divinity was influenced significantly by Tang San's fortune, even without his aid, they would at least be a group of titled Dalu. Who knows how long the conflict between Ingshi and Hao Ian sect will persist. Keeping a few trump cards would undoubtedly enhance their chances. Observing the relentless advance of the Fury God team, Ingshi's expression remained unperturbed. Fire! At Ingshi's command, the 7 individuals present activated their soul power to withstand the recoil of the Desert Eagle. Accompanied by the continuous sound of gunfire, several bullets were relentlessly discharged. Meanwhile, the couple, the dragon and snake of the VIP box, clutched their dragon staff and snake staff tightly. Should any irregularities arise, they would not hesitate to intervene. Disregarding the rules of the Grand Soul Arena, for Meng Yiran was their only granddaughter. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, the once feared Fury God team found 6 of its members felled in an instant. Yet, their captain, Meng Li, remained vigilant and survived. Although he bore some bullet wounds, his injuries were not severe. Ingshi glanced over and noted that the 3rd individual to act was Ning Rongrong. The Desert Eagle, unlike the Zhuge Shun Bao, possessed greater power but only targeted a straight line, unlike the latter's area of effect. Sensing the danger, Meng Li promptly activated his 4th soul skill to defend himself, narrowly escaping death. Ingshi frowned slightly, feeling somewhat vexed. Had Meng Li been able to overpower the Shrek members, Ingshi would have turned and left without hesitation. Gold soul coins, although valuable, could never compare to one's life. Yet, with only Meng Li surviving from the Fury God team, the outcome of the ensuing confrontation remained uncertain, which was rather exasperating. After some contemplation, Ingshi concluded that possessing a handgun would ensure his safety. Thus, he decided to use this opportunity to test the Shrek members. No retreat, no reloading, unleash your martial souls, and attack fiercely. Meng Li, a level 47 assault-type soul master, faced a team with 4 members above 30 levels. Though the advantage was not glaring, The sheer number of 7 against 1 level 45 Assault-type Soul Master was advantageous, yet it also presented certain disadvantages. The numerical superiority allowed them to collectively attack the captain, Meng Li, who could not withstand all the assaults. However, while the Shrek members were numerous, they lacked defensive Soul Masters, and Meng Li's attacks were exceedingly fierce. A single hit could result in either death or severe injury. Coupled with the group's poor mental state, even achieving 50 to 60% of their original capabilities would be commendable. In reality, only 3 individuals possessed genuine combat power: Yingxi, Meng Yiran, and Xiao Wu. However, Yingxi's body was not yet fully recovered, and without activating his martial soul, he had little confidence in withstanding Meng Li's onslaught. Yet, the fearsome nature of Yingxi's soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion once revealed. Currently, they were evading Tang Hao's scrutiny. You're seeking death. Captain Meng Li of the Fury God team, filled with a mix of fear and anger, watched as the others stowed away their bizarre items, leading him to gradually abandon thoughts of retreat. It appeared that the item could not be used frequently. Activating his 3rd soul skill, Violent Might, and his 4th soul skill, Bloodbath, Meng Li unleashed his 2 most powerful abilities. As the highest level purple 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, the surrounding blood seemed to be drawn towards him. Not daring to show any carelessness, he activated his 4th soul skill. Meng Li possesses the optimal soul ring configuration. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms, wearing a look of schadenfreude as he observed below. If there were still 2 or 3 individuals remaining on the field, perhaps Zhao Wujie would have refrained from such behavior. However, with only 1 person left, Yingxi's exceptional control abilities would undoubtedly prevail. It was precisely for this reason that Yingxi dared to utilize Meng Li to train the members of Shrek. However, as the 4th soul skill of Meng Li emerged, Zhao Wujie's countenance instantly fell into despair. The blood of his fallen comrades gradually coalesced around Meng Li, forming what appeared to be his suit of armor. The sacrifice of teammates summoned boundless magical power. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Meng Li, Yingxi's lips involuntarily twitched, having neglected to examine the detailed report beforehand. He now faced the dire consequences of underestimating his opponent. Behind Meng Li, a colossal bear relentlessly pounded its chest, its crimson claws razor-sharp, and its cold eyes fixated menacingly on the group. What are you waiting for? Attack! As Meng Li's claws descended with ferocity, Yingxi's body surged forward, drawing forth a pristine white long sword to shield Zhu Zhuqing behind him. The overwhelming force threatened to crush Yingxi, the bones in his body creaking under the immense pressure. This individual, Yingxi squinted slightly. Despite having overestimated Meng Li's capabilities, he found himself regrettably mistaken. The optimal configuration of soul rings, paired with soul beasts perfectly suited to Meng Li's martial soul, the giant bear, made him a formidable adversary. Although Meng Li's innate talent for cultivation was rather ordinary, his combat prowess among peers was indeed terrifying, especially with the 4th soul skill that demanded the sacrifice of teammates, rendering Yingxi nearly incapable of withstanding it. Yingxi pushed Zhu Zhuqing aside, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you wish to die? Activate your martial soul. Oscar, prepare the super recovery sausage immediately. Ning Rongrong, be ready to assist. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu will distract, while Ma Hongjun provides support from the rear. Meng Yiran will confront him head-on. After a brief moment of terror, the members of Shrek gradually regained their composure. Although their performance remained somewhat lacking, they were no longer in a state of awaiting death. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda radiated 4 beams of light, momentarily enveloping Yingxi, Meng Yiran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Currently, their soul power was not particularly high, but Ning Rongrong could still manage to assist Yingxi and the others simultaneously. After bestowing enhancements upon everyone, Ning Rongrong's soul power was nearly depleted. It was unfathomable that the Shrek team boasted a 7-treasure glazed tile soul master. The announcer's infuriating voice echoed once more. Oscar hurriedly offered a super recovery sausage, and Ning Rongrong, with no time to feel repulsed, sank to the ground, her legs trembling. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. The portly one hastily deployed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. However, his soul power ultimately fell short by 20 levels compared to the fearsome team leader, Mengli. Although the Phoenix Martial Soul had certain advantages over Beast Martial Souls, the 20-level disparity in soul power, compounded by the defensive prowess of Mengli's fourth soul skill, rendered the Phoenix Fire line utterly ineffective. Flames licked at the blood-red armor enveloping Mengli, yet they failed to inflict any damage, instead forcing Zhu Zhuqing to retreat. Ha ha ha! You insignificant wretches dare to destroy my fearsome god team? I shall see to your demise. Mengli's eyes glowed crimson as his fists pounded the ground. Truly troublesome. Although Yingshi's Tianshu martial soul possessed exceptional control capabilities, it offered little augmentation to his offensive power. Thus, Yingshi detested such defensively robust entities, as breaching their defenses proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the disparity in soul power between him and Mengli was a staggering 11 levels. The first layer of the Prajna Dragon Elephant. A flash of golden light enveloped Yingshi, causing the bone sword in his grasp to swell in size, resolutely interposing itself before Mengli. An immense influx of soul power surged into the bone sword, barely allowing him to block Mengli's terrifying strike. You seek death. Noticing Yingshi being suppressed, Xiao Wu's eyes reddened with determination. The third soul skill, instantaneous movement. The first soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu channeled her soul power and appeared behind Mengli, her hands deftly pressing onto his shoulders. Mengli attempted to seize Xiao Wu, yet she evaded his grasp with her agile techniques. The third soul skill, Dragon Staff Thrust. Meng Yiran activated her third soul skill and wielded the powerful Dragon Staff. Comparatively, Meng Yiran's Dragon Staff martial soul surpassed Mengli's in quality, and with the accumulation of numerous soul rings, she forcefully pushed Mengli back. Damn it! Yingshi clutched his chest, feeling a wave of pain wash over him. While the cultivation of the Prajna Dragon Elephant significantly enhanced a practitioner's strength, Yingshi had only cultivated to the first layer after 2 years. Mere gossamer away from the second layer. Oscar hurriedly tossed a super recovery sausage, and without hesitation, Yingshi bit into it ferociously, prompting Oscar to feel a pang of discomfort. The second soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zhu Zhuqing immediately unleashed her most potent soul skill, appearing beside Mengli in an instant, unleashing a flurry of dark blades that swiftly sliced at him. Yingshi's eyes narrowed, swinging his bone sword forcefully towards Mengli. Although he withstood multiple attacks, his relatively low soul power made it no easy feat. Mengli's fourth soul skill soon began to dissipate his soul power. You seek death, Mengli roared, activating his second soul skill, Giant Bear Slam. Scatter. At Yingshi's command, the Shrek team immediately dispersed, while the portly one promptly unleashed the Phoenix Fire line, even augmenting its power with his second soul skill, in an attempt to hinder Mengli's advance. Xiaoxi, what should we do next? Xiao Wu swiftly darted to Yingshi's side, inquiring earnestly. Mengli's soul power vastly exceeds ours. Though his attack is formidable, his speed is lacking. We shall kite him. Excellent. Having evaded Mengli's second soul skill, Yingshi and Meng Yiran boldly confronted him, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu positioned themselves on either flank, prepared for a surprise attack. Mengli's assaults were exceedingly daunting, particularly after the sacrifice of his comrades. Each strike bore an oppressive weight. Coupled with Yingshi's unresolved injuries, resisting became a Herculean task. After all, Yingshi's Tianshu martial soul did not provide him with additional enhancements, and while absorbing soul rings granted an all-attribute boost, the majority of this power fortified his soul skills rather than his physical form. Though Yingshi's intrinsic bone martial soul had absorbed numerous soul beasts and soul bones, the essence was primarily utilized for crafting soul bones, leading to minimal enhancement of his own skeletal structure. Thus, each blow he endured felt overwhelmingly arduous. Were it not for the influence of the Prajna Dragon Elephant technique, he would have been unable to withstand such pressure. The bone blade struck forcefully against Mengli's arms. It was thwarted by the iron gauntlets and blood-red shield adorning him. Mengli gazed at Yingshi as he launched his attack, a mocking smile forming at the corners of his lips. After successfully fending off Yingshi's assault, he struck back with force, aiming to incapacitate him with a blow that could potentially leave him gravely injured. In his fervor to eliminate Yingshi, he disregarded the presence of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Wu appeared before him, her index finger shyly brushing against her lips, adopting a pitiful expression. In an instant, a pink hue enveloped Meng Li's vision, causing his movements to freeze momentarily. However, the disparity in soul power between Xiao Wu and Meng Li was too great, and he quickly regained control. Xiao Wu, too, experienced a backlash from her soul skill. But this brief moment proved sufficient for Yingshi and the others. Yingshi retreated swiftly, while Meng Iran delivered a precise thrust with her dragon staff, sending Meng Li hurtling through the air. In mid-flight, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, Yoming Bai Zhao, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Meng Li. Despite his desperate resistance, the continuous onslaught hindered his ability to gather soul power in the air. Although his blood-red shield protected him, he found it impossible to counterattack. With a swift motion, he activated his third soul skill, Shuani, and combined it with his first soul skill, Yao Gong. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill concluded, Xiao Wu closed in once more. She teleported right in front of Meng Li and executed a somersault, channeling all her strength into her legs. With a powerful kick, she struck him fiercely in the lower back, causing the soul power he had just gathered to dissipate in an instant. Xiao Wu's figure flickered as she rapidly executed her third soul skill, Shuan Yi, and her first soul skill, Yao Gong, sending Meng Li soaring into the sky. Realizing he could no longer endure, he sensed that despite the strength of his blood-red shield, it would inevitably be depleted against the relentless assaults from the Shrek team. Meng Li's body surged with soul power, and he forcefully activated his third soul skill, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that propelled Xiao Wu away. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu had exhausted her soul power, and even her teleportation became difficult to execute. Yingshi narrowed his eyes slightly and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a sniper rifle into his hands. The moment he caught sight of the elongated iron barrel, Meng Li's heart raced with a sense of impending doom. With a deafening bang, the force of the recoil made Yingshi's body tremble slightly as he fired an armor-piercing round aimed directly at Meng Li. Undoubtedly, the high-tech bullet breached Meng Li's blood-red shield almost instantaneously, embedding itself deep within his body. In the blink of an eye, a gaping wound appeared on Meng Li's left side. He crashed heavily to the ground, his blood-red shield shattered and wounded as he was. He had lost the ability to retaliate. Seeing the unyielding intent to kill in Yingshi's eyes, Meng Li raised his hand, attempting to surrender. However, Yingshi would not afford him that opportunity again. The sniper rifle had only one round loaded, so he swiftly switched to another. Such was the advantage of soul-guided weapons. With another shot, the armor-piercing bullet struck Meng Li squarely in the chest. Without soul power or the protection of his blood-red shield, he was utterly defenseless against this strike. With great difficulty, Meng Li lowered his head to gaze at the gaping wound in his chest and reached out, trying to grasp Yingshi. Yet his body felt impossibly heavy. Was it over? Meng Li murmured softly, and for some reason, the faces of the soul masters he had slain floated before his eyes. Was this retribution? No. For soul masters, life and death are not retribution, but fate. As Meng Li's body lay lifeless on the ground, Yingshi exhaled deeply, glancing back at the disheveled members of Shrek, shaking his head in resignation. With so many spectators present, revealing his soul rings would draw too much attention, which was unsuitable for their subsequent actions, especially since he was still evading Tang Hao. Moreover, with the Longshi couple by his side, it was best to refrain from using soulbone techniques. While one may harbor ill intentions, it is crucial to remain vigilant against the intentions of others. For any soul master aside from Yingshi, soulbones are indeed treasures. Ning Rong Rong, this is your fault. Provide cover. Ying fi koldi atreset ning rong rong. Placing the blame for their predicament squarely on her shoulders. Tears welled in Ning Rong Rong's crystal-like eyes, yet she bit her lip, determined to hold back. Although Meng Li had not been killed, she was one of the causes, and not all the responsibility lay with her. However, In this world, one need not commit a grave mistake to bear the burden of accountability. Every minor slip could exact a heavy toll. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ingshi mused that Meng Li's attack had indeed been formidable, a costly endeavor, but ultimately worthwhile. He stole a glance at Ning Rongrong, who was looking at him with a complex mixture of emotions in her eyes. Ingshi instinctively lowered his head, a smile emerging on his face. Since ancient times, true feelings are elusive. Only the schemes of the heart endure. Chapter 91. A provocation. The group's condition was far from ideal, prompting them to delay their journey and stay at the opulent hotel in Zyreways. On the following morning, Ingshi, rubbing his chest, made his way to the hall to join the Shrek team for breakfast. However, it was already well past noon, and only Zhao Wujing and the Longshi couple remained. "You're reckless, pushing yourself to fight even when you're still injured," Zhao Wujing admonished Ingshi, shaking his head in disapproval. Ingshi shrugged at a loss for words. His initial determination to recruit the Nine Hearts Si Tang Soul Master, Yi Lingling, stemmed from this very reason. In the countless battles across myriad worlds, injuries such as these are inevitable. During those times, the presence of a Nine Hearts Si Tang Soul Master would prove invaluable, as they can heal at any moment and even adjust the level of treatment. Most importantly, such healing would not cost a penny. Healing elixirs are exceedingly rare, and even if they are available in the Lux store, they seldom appear. Thus, if he could successfully recruit Yi Lingling, the journey through the endless dimensions would be considerably more assured. After some time, the members of Shrek finally gathered, yet even the usually lively Fatty merely sat there, chopsticks in hand, unable to summon the courage to eat amidst the lavish spread before them, especially that most frustrating tofu adorned with red sauce. The sight of the plump figure amidst the white and red made one's scalp prickle, accompanied by a resounding knock. The supervisor of the Zyreways City Great Soul Arena slowly approached the crowd. "Leaders of the Shrek team, here is your wager. It has been delivered to you today." The supervisor regarded Ingshi and the others, a smirk of subtle derision playing across his features. In the previous betting round, the Great Soul Arena had not anticipated that Ingshi and his companions would emerge victorious. The odd for the Shrek team reached a staggering 117, while Ziyuan directly wagered 100,000 gold soul coins, amounting to a terrifying total of 1,700,000 gold soul coins. This nearly depleted the reserves of the Great Soul Arena, although the wager on the Fierce God team also exceeded 1 million gold soul coins. The losses for the Great Soul Arena were nonetheless substantial. Ordinarily, as one side's wager increases, the odds would gradually shift. Yet, even with Ingshi's hefty bet of 100,000 gold soul coins, the wager for the Fierce God team remained unchanged. Perhaps because the Great Soul Arena had deemed Ingshi and his companions incapable of winning. Just as Ingshi grasped the black card, the door was abruptly kicked open with brute force. A middle-aged man dressed in the official garb of Zyreways entered, his square face appearing honest and earnest, yet harboring darkness within. Though ostensibly inquiring about the missing card, the middle-aged man approached Ingshi directly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards the black card in Ingshi's hand. "Is this what you speak of?" Ingshi inquired, lifting several black cards and waving them in front of the square-faced official. The official, taken aback by Ingshi's perceptiveness, maintained a facade of professionalism. It is possible. This is evidence I need to take." The official extended his hand, but Ingshi swiftly retracted the card into his soul tool. "Are you intending to conceal evidence?" Ingshi raised an eyebrow, feeling pent-up frustration since the last failed scheme. Observing the tense atmosphere, members of the Shrek team assumed defensive stances, while only Zhao Wuji and the couple, Gaisher Longshi, remained casually watching. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from the plump figure beside Ingshi. "Please, is now the time for your stomach to rumble?" The plump man, embarrassed, scratched his head and sheepishly explained, "I didn't eat anything last night, my apologies." A radiant smile illuminated Ingshi's face, reminiscent of the innocence of childhood. In a split second, a Barrett sniper rifle appeared, and Ingshi, with the speed of lightning, fired a shot at the square-faced official. The suddenness of his action, coupled with the earlier distraction of the plump man's stomach, drew the official's full attention, resulting in a fatal shot. Blood splattered across the table and the dishes, prompting Oscar to retch uncontrollably, though nothing but saliva emerged. As the headless body of the official crumpled to the floor, a look of satisfaction spread across Ingxi's face. "You have lost your mind," exclaimed a soldier from the Zyreway's kingdom, raising his spear to apprehend Ingxi and his companions. Long Gongmeng Shu sighed helplessly, contemplating when he would ever finish cleaning up such messes. His dragon staff trembled slightly, and 8 soul rings emerged before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Soul Douluo. The supervisor of the Zyreway's Great Soul Arena stared in horror at Long Gongmeng Shu. A title Douluo does not appear without cause. A soul Douluo reigns supreme. Even the most formidable soul master in the Great Soul Arena was merely an 81st level soul Douluo. Moreover, since he had instigated this incident, its revelation would be a devastating blow to the reputation of the Great Soul Arena, especially as the Luo Wang continued to rise in prominence. Enough. Withdraw. Another official from the Zyreway's kingdom hastily commanded the soldiers. Although these dozen individuals were all soul masters, they were no more formidable than ants in the face of a soul Douluo. Did you witness the events? Do you comprehend what has transpired? Ingxi leisurely stored his Barrett sniper rifle in the soul tool, producing a handkerchief as he nonchalantly wiped the blood from his hands while reclining casually. The remaining official from Zyreway's was drenched in cold sweat, recognizing that a soul Douluo had intervened, and given that the fault lay with the Zyreway's kingdom, they would likely not pursue the matter further. To quell Long Gongmeng Shu's wrath, they might even consider offering him up. Indeed, my lord, all of this is the result of their scheming. Please trust us from the Zyreway's kingdom. We will handle this matter fairly. The official bowed his head, sweat beading on his forehead. Ingxi nodded in satisfaction before rising leisurely, circling the official twice. Not an adequate position, I see. If you manage this well, that position will be yours. The couple, Gaisher Long Shi, will support you. However, if you fail, Ingxi lightly patted the official's shoulder, grinning. Gaisher Long Shi. These 4 words thundered in the ears of the official. For the martial soul fusion technique of Gai Shilong, she was no less formidable than that of a title Douluo. To have offended such individuals was a grave misstep. The official's face twitched as he silently cursed the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena and his own headless superior. Rest assured, esteemed lords, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Ingxi reflected, this is the essence of power. The strong dictate the rules, while the weak abide by them. Had Tang Hao, the Haoqian Duo, executed the officials of Suatoa City on the spot, it is likely that the city would have remained silent. For the Haoqian Douluo and the Haoqian sect possess the might to annihilate an entire kingdom. Ingxi clenched his fists, his yearning for power intensifying. At that moment, another overwhelming presence materialized. The newcomer was clad in a suit of golden armor, emanating a terrifying wave of soul power that far surpassed Zhao Wuji's. Presumably, this individual was also a soul Douluo. After all, this was the capital of the 4 affiliated kingdoms of the Tiando Empire. Although soul Douluos were rare, they did exist. As the soul Douluo stepped forward, the stone bricks beneath their feet crumbled, signaling their malevolent intent. Long Gongmeng Shu lightly snorted, his soul power transforming into an intangible presence that surged toward the soul Douluo. The soul Douluo, taken aback by Long Gongmeng Shu's terrifying aura, found himself compelled to retreat several steps. The golden-armored soul Douluo's gaze flickered uncertainly. However, when his eyes fell upon Long Gongmeng Shu's dragon staff and the snake staff held by the old woman, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The insights of a soul Douluo transcend those of ordinary soul masters, focusing on matters that are at least on par with their own rank or higher. The renowned couple, the great dragon and snake, had a significant reputation within the realm of soul masters, and it was only natural for him to recognize them. With a dragon martial spirit wielded by a soul Douluo and the presence of an elderly woman with a snake staff, who else could it be but the great dragon and snake? The golden-armored soul Douluo cast a glance at the silent supervisor of the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he made a decisive choice. Although this situation was tacitly approved by him, The great dragon and snake were not entities that a newcomer soul Douluo, like him, could contend with. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the matter. In a sudden strike, the golden-armored soul Douluo crushed the supervisor's skull with his bare hands. With a faint smile, he inclined his head toward the great dragon and snake, exclaiming, "Haha, I presume you two are the leaders of the Shrek team? I heard about yesterday's events, but I never imagined this fellow would engage in such despicable actions." Witnessing the abrupt shift in the golden-armored soul Douluo's demeanor, an understanding dawned upon everyone present. Power is indeed the greatest tool for controlling one's destiny. Had it not been for the great dragon and snake, the situation could have been dire for them all. The sum of 7 million gold soul coins was an astronomical figure for a soul Douluo. Thus, I express my gratitude for your generous candor, esteemed elder. Ingshi bowed to the golden-armored soul Douluo and continued, as per our previous agreement, 170,000 gold soul coins will go to teacher Zhao Wuji, while 340,000 will be allocated to the great dragon and snake. Let us gather an integer, distributing 30,000 gold soul coins among you seven. As Ingshi spoke, he flicked his wrist, producing 6 black cards, each worth 30,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, Xiao Wu's share was covered by Ingshi. If memory serves, the Fierce God team has eliminated 63 opponents and incapacitated 98, with each incapacitated soul master receiving 3,000 gold soul coins and the families of the deceased receiving 5,000 each. Ingshi distributed 12 black cards of gold soul coins to those present, then pushed the final card worth 550,000 gold soul coins toward a cloaked figure. The surplus of 50,000 gold soul coins would serve as a bounty. Anyone daring to seize this, some would be killed on the spot. Upon seeing the kill order presented by Ingshi, the golden-armored soul Douluo's pupils involuntarily narrowed. The Earth-level command has already reached the management tier, possessing the capability to influence a portion of a network's power. Moreover, the individual wielding this Earth-level command was none other than the young Ingshi. "Do you believe one is insufficient?" he asked, turning to Meng Shu. "Might I borrow your network command, senior?" The specialized network members have undergone rigorous training. Thus, such fundamental errors would be unthinkable. Ingshi's dissatisfaction was merely a means to intimidate the golden-armored soul Douluo. With the protection of the great dragon and snake, Ingshi and his companions would face minimal difficulties on their journey to Tiando City. However, the families of the soul masters harmed by the Fierce God team were in a different predicament. They could not withstand the threat posed by the golden-armored soul Douluo. While he dismissed the 3,000 and 5,000 gold soul coins, the total of 550,000 gold soul coins was more than sufficient to justify his actions. The great dragon and snake had remained silent, which led the golden-armored soul Douluo to assume that the Earth-level command belonged to them. However, if 2 Earth-level commands were simultaneously in play, the golden-armored soul Douluo would think twice about his actions. Ingshi, a mysterious figure, had yet to reveal his martial spirit, making it impossible to trace his background. "Kid, you don't intend to keep the remaining 600,000 for yourself, do you?" Long Gong Meng Shu chuckled, stroking his beard and teasingly glancing at Ingshi. Yet, the old man's movements were swift, tossing the Earth-level command to Ingshi. The golden-armored soul, who had been overlooked and felt slighted, observed the 2 Earth-level commands before him, his expression growing grave. As an 81st-level soul Douluo, he had reached the pinnacle of strength, yet the Earth-level commands had yet to be issued to him. This was partially due to his efforts to suppress the Grand Soul Arena, but also because his cultivation and combat prowess fell slightly short. The presence of the Earth-level command in the hands of the great dragon and snake was anticipated. Yet Ingshi's ability to produce one so readily was troublesome. This indicated that Ingshi was likely backed by a powerful soul Douluo, perhaps even a title Douluo, and their relationship must be exceptionally close, for otherwise, such a command would not have fallen into Ingshi's hands. Furthermore, Ingshi's ability to produce over 100,000 gold soul coins while participating in a wager underscored his unique status. "Meng Sr., do you truly underestimate me?" Ingshi remarked. While he did not feel obliged to show deference to these elders, he knew he must extend due respect to outsiders. After all, overreaching is not a prudent habit. For the families of a few soul masters, 3,000 to 5,000 gold soul coins constituted a substantial sum, and exceeding that amount might incite some nobles to take reckless risks. As for the remaining 300,000 gold soul coins, I plan to use them for disaster relief. The resources of soul masters originate from the common folk, yet many still suffer greatly. This sum could establish several orphanages, nurturing these children into adulthood. All present regarded Ing Shi with a hint of admiration, simultaneously acknowledging his adaptability. If given the chance to be benevolent, who would wish to take on the role of a villain? Sometimes, malevolence is merely a means to expedite a resolution. While enjoying applause, who would willingly endure scorn? Yet, in most cases, violence remains the most effective solution. Ing Shi's motivations were not solely rooted in sympathy, but also in a desire for reassurance. Ning Rongrong, do you have any objections to running to Tiando City from here? Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling somewhat bashful as she looked at Ing Shi. She had sustained the most severe injuries in the previous battle, alongside Xiao Wu. Ing Shi's prior injuries had not fully healed, and with new wounds, he found it difficult to endure. However, his injuries were not as severe as they appeared, and due to the recent battle, his Banro Dragon Elephant skill had successfully advanced to the second layer by that evening. 5 days later, the group, weary and worn, finally arrived at Tiando City. They opted to run the final stretch instead of using a flying magic carpet, although it was initially said that only Ning Rongrong would face punishment. The others were equally willing to share the burden. Chapter 93. Lu Erlong. Seeking subscription, Tiando City, one of the capitals of the two great empires of the world, was indeed bustling, with soul masters visible on every street corner. The quantity is fundamentally several times that of the capital of Zyreways, and even the quality is significantly superior. The group checked into an inn, and, as expected of a capital, the expenses were exorbitantly high. The standard inn here costs over 70% more than the inns in Suatawa City. Ing Shi, where do you intend to take us to study? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Although there are numerous academies in Tiando City, only a select few are renowned and worthy of the group. Among them are the Tiando Royal Academy, Xiangjia Academy, Qihua Academy, Leitang Academy, Tinshui Academy, and the Plan Academy. Notably, Xiangjia Academy, while also open to external enrollment, predominantly features direct disciples of the Xiangjia sect in its elite competitions. And regrettably, none among Ing Shi's companions meet the academy's criteria. The other 4 elemental academies similarly recruit only soul masters of the same attribute, and evidently, apart from Tiando Royal Academy, the remaining institutions would not accept all members of the Shrek group. However, Tiando Royal Academy exclusively admits nobles. Thus many here do not meet that requirement. In a couple of days, you'll find out. For now, settle in, and I will notify them and return once arrangements are made. Observing Ing Shi's enigmatic demeanor, curiosity stirred among the group, yet Ing Shi remained tight-lipped, leaving them with no recourse. Ing Shi's methods are ruthless, and her vision is extraordinarily keen. One cannot help but wonder which academy has captured her favor. The academy Ing Shi wishes to join is naturally the Lamba Academy, founded by Lu Erlong. However, acquiring control over Lamba Academy swiftly will require additional means, although somewhat ruthless. It is worthwhile. As the saying goes, men conquer the world, while women conquer men, but sometimes the roles can be reversed, especially considering the saying that women over 30 can bestow kingdoms. Note, Lu Erlong seems to be indeed over 30 years older than Ing Shi. Pardon me, I wish to join Lamba Academy. Would you kindly notify them on my behalf? Ing Shi said, extending her soul master credentials to the gatekeeper of Lamba Academy. The gatekeeper, surprised, glanced at Ing Shi. Although not yet 13, she had already acquired her 3rd soul ring, marking her as a prodigy. Such talent would easily qualify her for the 5 Elements Academy, likely due to her unique martial soul combined with her commoner status. The gatekeeper inspected the credentials and then regarded the young Ing Shi, mentally speculating. Please wait a moment. I will notify them right away. The gatekeeper at Lambo Academy was far more polite than the one at Notting City's Junior Academy, possibly due to the hidden talents within Tiando City, where even soul masters do not dare to act arrogantly, let alone a mere commoner. However, recalling the conflict with the previous gatekeeper brought forth another memory, and a bitter smile crept across Yingshi's face. Tang Hao, you truly are an inescapable nightmare. But soon, the wait was over. Perhaps due to Yingshi's cultivation attracting the interest of Lamba Academy's higher-ups, an admissions instructor personally escorted Yingshi inside. Young one, have you truly reached level 30? Yingshi nodded slightly, and then spoke. Could you please deliver this to Director Lu Erlong? Inform her, it is a memento from an old acquaintance. The admissions teacher scrutinized Yingshi curiously, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seemed Yingshi's intentions extended beyond merely entering the academy. With her talent, she could easily gain admission to a superior institution. Although Lamba Academy is commendable, it pales in comparison to Tiando Royal Academy. Given Yingshi's aptitude, she could be accepted there as an exception. What she handed over was a handwritten notebook by Master Yu Xiaojing, along with a note from Flandra. Lu Erlong, along with these two, was part of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle. After so many years apart, recognizing their handwriting should pose no challenge. Not long after, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and the grand door before Yingshi swung open with a resounding crash. A woman in black attire gracefully entered. This was Lu Erlong, appearing at least 40 years old, yet her complexion resembled that of a young girl, and a joyful expression graced her face. Young one, do you know Xiaojing and Flandra? Lu Erlong eagerly grasped Yingshi's shoulders and inquired. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yingshi's eyes, followed by a hint of sorrow, before she slowly nodded. Observing the change in Yingshi's expression, Lu Erlong felt a pang of concern, but noticing Yingshi's gaze subtly dart towards the academy instructor, she suppressed her unease and led Yingshi to the garden at the back of the academy, ordering that no one may enter. Speak, what has happened? Lu Erlong inhaled deeply before asking. Master Yu Xiaojing and Director Flandra are both deceased. The words struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Lu Erlong's pupils to dilate as disbelief washed over her. She staggered back a few steps. No, no, no. Lu Erlong's eyes began to redden, an ominous fury brewing within her. News of Master Yu Xiaojing's demise had long circulated, yet Lu Erlong had distanced herself from the world after establishing the academy, preferring seclusion and remaining uninvolved in worldly affairs. The oppressive aura of her soul power nearly rendered Yingshi unable to lift her head, especially as it bore the overwhelming might of a dragon. For dragon-type martial souls are inherently formidable, their power exponentially surpassing that of ordinary martial souls. Director Lu Erlong. Yingshi bowed slightly, gritting her teeth to whisper, finally rousing Lu Erlong from her stupor. Lu Erlong hastily reined in her soul power, and Yingshi felt a burden lift, nearly collapsing onto the ground. I apologize. Could you tell me who is responsible for this? Yingshi retrieved a small vial from her soul guide and handed it to Lu Erlong. This is a calming elixir. I understand your anger, but to seek vengeance, one must first survive. I came here seeking assistance, not to court death. Lu Erlong glanced at Yingshi with deep remorse, her thoughts a tangled mess, struggling to maintain her composure. Noting the sorrowful glimmer in Yingshi's eyes, Lu Erlong seized the vial and drank it in one swift motion. Coughing lightly, Yingshi began her narrative, her youthful voice imbued with a magnetic resonance. 5 years ago, I entered Nuo Dingqing Junior College. Due to the uniqueness of my martial soul, I sought the assistance of a master. Subsequently, the master accepted a disciple named Tong San. However, Tong San is the son of the Hao, Douluo. Upon discovering his whereabouts, the Spirit Hall dispatched 3 titled Douluo to hunt him down, resulting in a fierce battle that led to the death of Tong Hao, the Hao Douluo, by the aftermath of the conflict. As she recounted this tale, she cast a furtive glance at Lu Erlong, whose teeth were clenched tightly on her lip, drawing blood. Shortly thereafter, Tong Hao departed with Tong San. Not long ago, at the behest of the master, I ventured to Shi Lai Ka Academy, only to discover that Tang Hao had taken his son to the Qingdou Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Due to the Master's influence, Dean Fulan Day clashed with Tang Hao, resulting in the shattering of Fulan Day's martial soul and a significant decline in his power, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of an enemy. As Yingxi spoke, she retrieved a bottle of wine from her soul guide and took a hearty swig. Liu Erlong's eyes were reddened with tears, yet the effects of the awakening potion compelled her to endure the anguish. The pain she felt was unprecedentedly intense, surpassing even the torment of her forced separation from Yu Xiaogong in the past. Though that separation was painful, it had left her with a glimmer of hope. Liu Erlong seized the wine from Yingxi's hand and drank deeply. Observing this, Yingxi produced another jug, but before she could pour it, it was snatched away by Liu Erlong once more. Witnessing Liu Erlong's frantic consumption of the wine, Yingxi decided to empty the entire contents of her soul guide. The bottle was raised high, spilling wine onto Yingxi's collar, soaking her garments. However, unbeknownst to Liu Erlong, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Yingxi's mouth. Was this wine? Indeed, it was, yet also was not. The potion Liu Erlong consumed was a true awakening potion, devoid of any other substances. The second jug contained genuine wine, rich and pure. Yet the third jug was tainted with other ingredients, notably the love potion. Although the love potion had the capacity to incite love within the consumer for Liu Erlong, whose soul power had reached the rank of soul sage, it was wholly insufficient. Furthermore, Liu Erlong's soul power encompassed both thunder and fire attributes, both of which counteract the effects of the potion. The awakening potion forced Liu Erlong to perceive her suffering with acute clarity, suppressing her fury without anger. Only the heart-wrenching pain remained. In her torment, she sought solace in intoxication. Yet would she utilize her soul power? The answer was no. Liu Erlong even actively suppressed her soul power, yearning to become drunk to escape her anguish. The third jug contained less than 1/10 of the love potion, yet the fourth held 1/5. By the sixth jug, it contained a substance known as amortentia, famously recognized as the most potent love potion in the realm of Harry Potter. The love potion cannot bestow genuine love, but how many true loves exist in this world? What is love? Unwavering loyalty? Generosity? Yingxi was uncertain, for there has never been an accurate definition, as love is immeasurable. 1,000 individuals perceive 1,000 versions of Hamlet. Although Yingxi has never seen Hamlet, it does not hinder the author from referencing it. Many relationships are merely a compromise, a result of circumstances preventing separation. Yet, the value of love lies in its differing perceptions, with some dismissing it while others cherish it. In this vast world, there has never been a shortage of those willing to sacrifice for the sake of love. Is this love? Perhaps. However, among countless sacrifices, how many are merely impulsive? Yingxi yearned for love, yet she recognized her own cold-heartedness. If someone like her were to deserve love, it would truly defy reason. What a false love. If such a love could endure for a year, a decade, or a century, then it would become a genuine love. Liu Erlong possessed sufficient resistance to the potion. It mattered not, for Yingxi had an abundance of gold coins. If one bottle of the love potion was insufficient, then 10 or 100 would suffice. For this moment, Yingxi had prepared for many years, and at last, she would possess a true soul sage loyal to her. As Liu Erlong continued to pour the wine into her mouth, Yingxi set her cup down and began to recount her own tale, sharing her experiences with Tang Hao. After a considerable time, as empty bottles littered the floor, a flush of crimson appeared on Liu Erlong's face, her gaze toward Yingxi revealing a hint of infatuation. Liu Erlong gently embraced Yingxi, resting her head against her chest, seemingly captivated by her scent, while Yingxi's expression remained indifferent. Will you trust me? Yingxi leaned down, gently lifting Liu Erlong's long black hair, a charming smile gracing her lips as she queried softly. Of course, you're my dearest. A look of rapture dawned on Liu Erlong's face. Yingxi gradually summoned her Tian Shu martial soul. Do not resist, trust me. Yingxi's voice possessed a mystical allure, rendering Liu Erlong utterly defenseless. The Tian Shu martial soul began to turn its pages, soon revealing one adorned with the image of a parasitic evil spirit insect. Obey, seal away all your soul power, and envision yourself as an ordinary person. The Tianshu martial soul emitted a gentle radiance, and a small parasitic evil spirit insect emerged from within. This was Ingshi's remaining parasitic evil spirit insect. Should this plan fail or deviate, she would need to escape with utmost haste. Liu Erlong offered no resistance, as if Ingshi's words were divine decree, immediately sealing away all her soul power. First soul skill, law binding. Second soul skill, law of manipulation. With Liu Erlong's unparalleled cooperation, Ingshi's control was unprecedentedly effortless, even simpler than commanding a soul master. Ingshi guided the parasitic evil spirit insect to slowly enter through Liu Erlong's ear. Liu Erlong bit down on her crimson lip, as if enduring immense agony, yet she steadfastly maintained the sealing of her soul power. As the parasitic evil spirit insect burrowed deeper, traces of blood began to trickle from Liu Erlong's ear. The process of parasitism was remarkably smooth. However, Liu Erlong's formidable strength meant that even after 10 minutes, the parasitism was not yet complete. Yet, Ingshi's soul power was nearing its limit. Although Liu Erlong was highly cooperative, her body, having been enhanced by 7 soul rings, possessed a resilience that far exceeded Ingshi's expectations. Gradually, the pain faded from Liu Erlong's visage, and Ingshi's soul skill dissipated into nothingness. As Liu Erlong opened her eyes, Ingshi instinctively prepared to activate the dimensional portal, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Liu Erlong, speaking softly, parted her crimson lips and sank her teeth firmly into Ingshi's neck, slowly trailing downward, to conserve the substantial amount of money for the gentleman. Further details shall be spared. The following day, Ingshi pushed open the door to Liu Erlong's chamber. At that moment, Ingshi's legs trembled incessantly, and a hint of darkness lingered in her eyes. The combat prowess of this female dragon was truly terrifying. She had reached a level of power that was beyond Ingshi's imagination. Had it not been for Ingshi's forceful command to stop, her grand endeavor could very well have met its untimely end. There would be no future opportunities to pursue such ambitions. With great effort, Ingshi moved a few steps, feeling as though a great weight bore down upon her. A sharp pain radiated from a certain area of her body. Trembling, she retrieved a recovery pill from her soul guide and placed it in her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even after enduring Tang Hao's assault, she had refrained from consuming this last recovery pill, only to falter here. Yet in her current state, Ingshi was at a loss on how to confront her companions from Shrek. Xiao Shi, sensing a warmth enveloping her from behind, Ingshi involuntarily shivered. "Do you wish to bring your companions over?" She nodded slowly. "Then let us do this. You choose a name, and we shall change ours to Shi Lu Academy." "How does that sound?" Ingshi's lips twitched slightly, and she hastily voiced her objection. "That's a jest. As the Sea King, the foremost principle is to safeguard certain secrets at all times. Otherwise, exposure would lead to a battlefield of chaos." "What about Glory Academy?" The Qin Rong Yao represents the Qin people's beginnings in this world, embarking on a journey across the myriad realms. "That sounds delightful." Thus, Ingshi took a moment to recuperate before turning to seek out her companions from Shrek. On the next day, after Ingshi's arrival in the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, the remaining 5 members of the royal battle team finally returned to the Royal Academy. The tragic demise of Yu Tianheng, the direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as well as the sole Emperor Qin Ming and several other members of the royal battle team, stirred a tremendous uproar within the Tiando Royal Academy, even catching the attention of the poisoned Douluo. In the dormitory of the Tiando Royal Academy, the figure of the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo, suddenly appeared before Duguyen. He scrutinized Duguyen, and upon seeing her unscathed, he slowly exhaled a sigh of relief. "Yin Yin, what on earth happened?" Duguyen let out a deep sigh, grasping Dugubo's arm as she sat on the bed. "That night, Yu Qianheng attempted to force his way into my room with Lingling, aiming to assault Yi Lingling, but I managed to thwart him. However, at that moment, Tang Hao just happened to appear. In a fit of rage, Yu Qianheng recklessly attacked Tang Hao and was swiftly killed. Later, Tang Hao intended to eliminate all members of the royal battle team to silence them. But for reasons unknown, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo crushed the teacup in his hand into fragments. Now, the only family he had left was Douluo before him. How dare Tang Hao defy the heavens and lay his hands on the royal battle team? It is worth noting that every individual in the royal battle team has powerful factions backing them, to varying degrees of strength. Even when combined, facing the number one sect. The Haotian sect would not be an easy feat, of course. Douluo Bo was unaware that in the coming years, nearly 10 titled law would emerge from the Haotian sect. Otherwise, he would not harbor such thoughts. Later, someone risked their life to save both me and Yi Lingling, using their ability to feign death with a substitute to deceive Tang Hao, thereby escaping. Douluo Bo clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fury, yet feeling utterly powerless. Although he was a 92nd level titled Dalu, he bore the shame of being labeled the disgrace among titled Dalu. A phrase encapsulates Douluo Bo perfectly. He succeeded through poison and failed through poison. When facing titled Dalu, he was hardly a match for anyone. Even Tang Hao, at the Soul Dalu level, after employing his explosive ring ability, could likely contend with Douluo Bo for several rounds. Thus, even if Douluo Bo sought revenge against Tang Hao, he would find it impossible, as his strength lay in group battles. Yet the Haotian sect remained elusive, its whereabouts unknown. Alas, Douluo Bo weakly slapped the table, realizing at that moment he was merely a grandfather, not the renowned title Dalu. He gazed at his hands, having achieved the rank of title Dalu, yet still unable to protect those he wished to safeguard. Grandfather, I no longer wish to remain at the Royal Academy. Douluo gently shook Douluo Bo's arm. Her expression one of vulnerability. Douluo Bo's brows furrowed slightly. The Tiando Royal Academy was one of the best institutions in the Tiando Empire, and he could not fathom where his granddaughter might go if she left. However, considering that his granddaughter had just escaped from death's grasp, he refrained from speaking harshly. With his authority as a titled Dalu, should Douluo wish to return, the Tiando Royal Academy would not deny her. Yin, only the Royal Academy can provide you with the best training. Do you truly wish to leave? Upon hearing Douluo Bo's words, a hint of crimson flushed Douluo's cheeks, and she hesitantly replied, Grandfather, I know someone who is only 12 years old, but has already reached level 34 and possesses 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year soul rings. I want to be with him. Douluo Bo observed Douluo's increasingly flushed face, initially displaying a smile of appreciation. However, upon hearing of 100-year, 1,000-year, and a 10,000-year soul ring, he could no longer maintain his composure. Yin, are you certain? 12 years old and 34 levels. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. The age of a soul ring does not merely represent the power of the soul skill. It also symbolizes potential. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it grants an all-encompassing enhancement to their body. The higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the enhancement, and the broader the future paths will be. Look at all the living titled Dalu today. Can any of them lack optimal soul ring configurations? Douluo Bo could almost conclude that if this person truly existed, achieving title Dalu would be a certainty. Such innate talent would pose no problem for Douluo. In fact, she might be considered a bit of a high flyer. After all, while Douluo's talent was commendable, her Bailin Snake martial soul bore significant flaws, making the path to title Dalu somewhat challenging. Yin, do you have feelings for him? Douluo Bo inquired solemnly, gazing intently at Douluo. Although Douluo Bo was a carefree spirit, he could not genuinely abandon his granddaughter to pursue leisure. If his granddaughter lacked sufficient leverage, he would have to add his own. Though Douluo Bo's combat strength was lacking, his prowess in group battles was unrivaled in the world. Douluo stammered, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her chest, yet she could not bring herself to utter a single word. Observing Douluo's expression, Douluo Bo had already deduced that she had truly developed feelings for this individual. Grandfather has consented, so I shall take it upon myself to elucidate matters regarding the Tiando Royal Academy. By the way, Grandfather, the Lingling family will likely not permit her to depart easily. After all, she has saved my life, and we are the best of friends. Listening to Dugu Yin, Bo could not help but feel a slight headache. The family behind Yi Lingling is one of the Earth 3 clans, and the power of their martial soul is not inferior to that of the upper 3 clans, perhaps even surpassing it slightly, but they remain obscure due to their dwindling numbers. Moreover, although there are no title Douluo experts within the Nine-Heart Sea Tulip sect of Yi Lingling, they have managed to recruit a formidable 89th level soul Douluo. Grandfather! Dugu Yin vigorously shook Bo's arm, displaying a demeanor that suggested she would not relent unless he agreed. Observing the indecision in Bo's expression, Dugu Yin resolved to deliver one final blow. Grandfather, beside Ingshi, there is a girl named Xiao Wu, who discreetly informed me that Ingshi is one who has undergone the divine trial. Bo's countenance immediately shifted once more. The divine trial. That is the legendary divine trial. Even after so many years as a title Douluo, Bo had yet to glean any information regarding it. Yet, Ingshi has directly attained the divine trial, which momentarily instilled in Bo the thought of eliminating Ingshi to extract the secrets of the divine trial. Chapter 96. The initial stage of the grand scheme. Part 2. Grandfather. The reason Xiao Wu was willing to share this with me is that the candidates for the divine trial have already been determined, and it is a matter of selecting one from 3. No one else may participate. Furthermore, among the remaining 2 candidates, one is Tang Hao's son, Tang San, and the other is a mysterious individual whose identity remains unknown, though it is said that he has reached the level of title Douluo. Douluo faded sharply, pacing back and forth in the room, overwhelmed by the influx of information that rendered him nearly incapable of thought. Cultivating a good relationship with Ingshi could yield immense benefits for the Dugu family. Should she succeed, his granddaughter might ascend to the level of a title Douluo. And if Ingshi were to attain divinity, then, however, the risks are considerable. Setting aside Tang Hao, the youngest title Douluo, the Haotian sect behind him is certainly not to be trifled with. Although Tang Hao has been expelled from the Haotian sect, should news of Tang San's possession of the divine trial reach them, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly do everything in their power to protect him. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. I will join Ingshi's team. If Ingshi dies, then I shall die too. Witnessing the unwavering gaze of Dugu Yin, Bo realized that further persuasion was futile. What if I were to eliminate that Xiao Wu? I can assure you it would be done silently and without notice. Bo sighed and then unveiled a malicious plan. No, grandfather, you must not lay a finger on her companions. If you do, I shall disown you. You must trust in the allure of your granddaughter. Dugu Yin interjected with utmost seriousness. It would be a jest should Bo eliminate Xiao Wu. Ingshi would undoubtedly disregard his intentions and retaliate fiercely. Very well. If that individual is truly as you say, I shall acquiesce. However, I must first assess the situation. Bo's latter statement remained unspoken as he gazed silently out the window, lost in thought. In response to Ingshi's invitation, the members of Shrek displayed no hesitation, all joining the Glory Academy. Meanwhile, the illustrious couple, the dragon and snake, became guest elders of the Glory Academy, and Zhao Wujia unexpectedly took on the role of vice president. Consequently, the Glory Academy now boasted a presence comparable to a title Douluo and 2 soul saints, greatly enhancing their strength. Director Lu Erlong, Vice President Zhao Wujia, 2 young 35th level soul masters have arrived seeking to join us at Lamba Academy. Oh, I mean Glory Academy. Lamba. Why not refer to it as Red Daddy? 2 young ladies, one with white hair and the other with purple hair? Ingshi inquired of the instructor responsible for recruiting students. Indeed, the instructor reminisced briefly before responding. In this world, white hair does exist, but purple hair and azure eyes are exceedingly rare, making them quite memorable. I recognize these 2. They're students of the Royal Battle Team, who previously expressed their desire to join our Glory Academy, and now they have truly arrived. Xiao Wu shot a dissatisfied glance at Ingshi, pinching the soft flesh at her waist, yet she said nothing. Let's invite them in. As Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin slowly entered the room, Ingshi rose to introduce them. This white-haired individual is named Yi Lingling. a 35th level auxiliary soul master with a 9-heart sea tulip martial soul, whose sole ability is to provide area-wide group healing. 9-heart sea tulip, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name, and upon noticing the puzzled expressions around her, she elaborated. My father once mentioned that there exists a miraculous martial soul, known as the 9-heart sea tulip, said to have only one individual per generation. There cannot be more than 2 9-heart sea tulip soul masters alive simultaneously. With a 9-heart sea tulip soul master present, it would be quite difficult to perish. The assembled crowd, including Zhao Wujia, collectively gasped. While such claims may sound easy to utter, they're challenging to realize, even more so as they come from Ning Fengji, the most powerful auxiliary soul master on the continent, thus carrying great credibility. This one is called Duguyan, the only granddaughter of the Bailin Douluo, who has inherited the martial soul of the Bailin Snake, a 38th level control-type battle soul master, renowned for her terrifying poison capabilities. The gathering erupted in astonished exclamations once again. This was indeed a true title Douluo. Even Ning Rongrong cast an extra glance at Duguyan. There are only a little over a dozen title Douluo across the entire continent, and to encounter another today was quite unexpected. Though Ning Rongrong had long heard of Douluo's name, he was known for his reclusive nature, and their 7 treasures glazed tile sect supported the crown prince. Xueqinghe. Douluo was invited as a guest elder by Prince Xuexing, who supported the 4th prince. Naturally, this was merely something Ning Fengji had mentioned casually during discussions with the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, which Ning Rongrong overheard. Following this, Ingshi pointed to the members of Shrek and introduced each of them to Yi Lingling and Duguyan, as they would soon be united in purpose. Just as the group began to familiarize themselves with one another, a sudden sweet and pungent aroma filled the air. The illustrious couple, the dragon and snake, were the first to react, springing to their feet with grave expressions, soon joined by Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujia. We are honored by the presence of a senior. The couple sensed the delicate sweetness in the air, their expressions shifting slightly. May I inquire if it is the poison Douluo who graces us with their presence? Ingshi waved her hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. Just as her words fell, Douluo, adorned in thin armor etched with green patterns, materialized beside Ingshi, leaving her no time to react. Impressive, young one. You could discern my arrival merely by scent. The arrival of Douluo instantly aroused the vigilance of those present. Renowned for his eccentricity and ruthless disposition, he had undoubtedly garnered a notorious reputation. However, it is worth noting that Douluo was also one of Ingshi's most favored male characters. The elder did not intentionally conceal his aura, and thus, Ingshi felt unworthy of such commendation. Observing Ingshi's composed demeanor, Douluo nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the courage befitting one who had passed the divine test. He then firmly grasped Ingshi's shoulder and led him out of the room. Lu Erlong was about to unleash her red dragon form, but was halted by Duguyan. Everyone, that is my grandfather. He would not harm Ingshi. If a single hair on Ingshi's head is harmed, I shall pay with my life. Witnessing Duguyan's earnest declaration, the onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to sit and await Ingshi's return. Young man, you seem remarkably unperturbed, Douluo remarked as he set Ingshi down on the lawn, crossing his arms and regarding him with a cold smirk. Since my granddaughter has come to our Glory Academy, it signifies that she will not act against you. She is merely here to test you. Douluo let out a dismissive grunt and, with an air of arrogance, instructed, show your martial soul. A confident and slightly mocking smile crept onto Ingshi's lips. Which martial soul are you referring to? Douluo's cold smile faltered. Which one? Are you implying that you possess more than one martial soul? Are you a twin martial soul? Douluo inquired, his skepticism evident. In the past century, only 3 instances of twin martial souls had been recorded, making their occurrence exceedingly rare. Ingshi's left hand manifested a celestial tome, while several fingers of his other hand revealed a segment of ghastly white bone. My first martial soul is the heavenly book, and my second is my intrinsic martial soul. As Douluo observed the shimmering yellow, purple, and black soul rings fluctuating about Ingshi's left hand, he couldn't help but express astonishment. Not only did Ingshi possess soul rings beyond comprehension, but he also harbored other hidden talents. Young man, if you allow your female companions to leave, I can offer you my unconditional support. What do you say? Ingshi raised an eyebrow, having anticipated this development. It is merely a minor trial. In truth, it hardly qualifies as a trial. It simply involves the family of my companions arriving. What significance does that hold? Senior Douluo, one of my team members, is the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. If I acquiesce to your request today, what do you think will happen when the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School presents the same conditions to me? Will I agree or refuse? Ingshi spoke boldly. Unflinching before Douluo's expression darkened as he lifted Ingshi with a surge of soul power. Should I decide to kill you now, you would lose everything. Ingshi coughed lightly, then replied, You cannot kill me, Senior. I possess an external spirit bone known as the birth seed, which allows me to resurrect after death. Should you take my life, you would gain nothing and instead offend a formidable adversary. Douluo's expression shifted once more, grappling with the revelation of an external spirit bone. How can I trust that you speak the truth? It matters not whether it is true. What is crucial is that if you kill me, your granddaughter will not survive long either. The sinister look on Douluo's face deepened. If his earlier threats were mere intimidation, this time he genuinely contemplated taking a life. What have you done to my granddaughter? Douluo demanded, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Ingshi, as if a single misstep would lead to dire consequences. It is not I who has wronged her, but you. Ingshi countered. Your granddaughter has inherited your toxins. If not resolved, how much longer can she survive? Douluo's expression soured further. This young man was indeed infuriating. I am the poison Douluo, do you jest? Ingshi abruptly interrupted. Do you truly believe that as one of the inheritors of divine power, I would have any reason to deceive you? At this juncture, what remains to be concealed? Old poisoner, having been lifted by Douluo, Ingshi showed no resistance. As the adage goes, gentlemen can be deceived. And while Douluo may not fit that mold, Ingshi understood that holding leverage over him would render him incapable of causing harm. The poison emanating from Douluo intensified, his expression fluctuating, yet he ultimately relented and released Ingshi. Ingshi coughed softly before rising to declare, You shall alleviate the toxins afflicting your granddaughter, as well as those affecting yourself, in exchange for my completion of 3 tasks. Douluo's face exhibited hesitation. First, what are these tasks? And then how shall we resolve this? Old poisoner, I despise leveraging favors. I much prefer exchanges of benefits. Assist me, and I shall grant you even more. I assure you that I can not only help your granddaughter rid herself of toxins, but also aid in her ascension to title Douluo. Upon hearing Ingshi's words, Douluo's expression shifted to one of begrudging admiration. The eccentric elder loathed the notion of leveraging favors, and Ingshi's approach satisfied his appetites. Nevertheless, Douluo remained noncommittal. First, you must not harm any of my companions in any manner. Second, I require you to join a certain organization, though merely as a guest elder, which would greatly benefit you. Third, when I come to your aid, I will need access to your medicinal garden to procure any herbs I desire, and in addition to securing the necessary soul rings for me, I require you to assist me on 3 occasions. Young lad, that amounts to not 3 conditions, but 6. Moreover, I am not fond of constraints, nor do I wish to join any organizations, much less multiple. Douluo smacked Ingshi's head with a harshness that was anything but gentle. Old poisoner, why not listen to the conditions first? Douluo regarded Ingshi, perplexed by his unwavering confidence. I can also offer you a tome on poisons, a rare classic, which would undoubtedly elevate your mastery of toxins. Then why not simply trade the tome for the conditions up front instead of after the fact? Douluo questioned, though he held no doubts about Ingshi's words. Despite his youth and the absence of toxins in his martial soul, Ingshi boldly claimed he could cure both himself and Douluo's granddaughter, suggesting he possessed some external assistance, likely rooted in that tome. Old poisoner, do you wish to hear the truth? Ingshi sat down against a nearby tree, rubbing his neck, which had turned red from the pressure of soul power. Of course, Douluo retorted, incredulous at the notion of hearing anything but the truth. I intend to strip your medicinal garden bare, but I fear you would resist. Thus this is my approach. Old poisoner, I would rather you not speak the truth. Then why are you being truthful now? Douluo nearly suffered internal injury from the frustration, yet he questioned curiously. Because I am confident in my ability to ensure you willingly relinquish all your herbs. Oh, Douluo was instantly intrigued. Indeed, there are few matters that can pique his interest. I stated that I prioritize the interests of the lesser before the greater. And you must swear by your martial soul that you shall not harm me or those around me. Only then can I reveal the truth to you. Ingshi earnestly gazed at Douluo as she spoke. Douluo was more akin to a candid devil, unpredictable in temperament, yet unwavering in his commitments. However, one must always be prepared for contingencies. Entrusting one's fate to another is a grave folly. Observing Ingshi's serious expression, Douluo hesitated before pledging his oath using his martial soul. Ingshi smiled at Douluo and remarked, "Have you not realized that even if I were to remain silent now, you still cannot harm me?" Douluo exclaimed in shock. Chapter 98. Celestial grade herbs. Noticing the veins bulging on Douluo's forehead, Ingshi hastily sought to remedy the situation, saying, "To be frank, this exhilarating feeling of lingering on the brink of life and death is undeniably thrilling. Especially witnessing Douluo's expression of wanting to eliminate me, yet being utterly powerless to do so, which brings me immense satisfaction. My second martial soul, the bone martial soul, can absorb the bones of soul beasts, allowing for the artificial creation of soul bones." Douluo's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Ingshi. "As you can see, I currently possess 4 soul bones, 1 for each limb. However, to detach my own soul bones, I would need to regress in cultivation. Moreover, crafting a soul bone is no simple feat. My current capabilities require at least half a year to absorb a soul bone over 50,000 years in age. And the age of a soul bone derived from soul beast bones would be reduced by a third." Douluo licked his lips, his gaze toward Ingshi shifting once more. If he had initially been impressed by Ingshi's talent, now he saw tangible benefits. It is known that the so-called poison daw, revered for his supremacy in poison, possesses merely 1,000-year-old Medusa skull bone. While soul bones are not hard to find for titled Douluos, suitable ones are exceedingly rare. Even so, this was an extraordinary situation. It was no wonder you dared to absorb soul rings beyond your rank, as you had already possessed 4 soul bones to support you. Douluo sighed, genuinely enlightened by this revelation. "Very well, I shall accede to your requests, but please elaborate on your second condition." "Old Poison Master, you are aware of the challenges I face. Thus, I need to forge an alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I intend to have either the Sword Daw or the Bone Dalu, along with the formidable couple, the Dragon and Serpent, join your Bai Lin Shi family as guest elders. In turn, you, Old Poison Master, must also join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Dragon and Serpent couple as a guest elder. And you'll need to affiliate with one of the 3 lands, the Jiao Xian Haidang family." Douluo couldn't help but gasp. This was indeed a grand scheme. While the total number of titled Douluos remained unchanged, viewing it from another perspective altered the entire landscape. According to Ingshi's calculations, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, already ranked second among the top 3 sects, could potentially replace the Haoyan School, provided the outside world remained unaware that the Haoyan School would soon gain several titled Douluos. If Ingshi's strategy succeeded, it would mean that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would consolidate the power of the top 3 sects, the influence of 2 second-tier sects, alongside 2 figures rivaling titled Douluos in combat prowess, the Sword Daw and the Bone Dalu, complemented by the invincible Poison Dalu and the formidable Dragon and Serpent duo. Thus, the deterrent power of any family would be significantly enhanced. In other words, while the Old Poison Master may be seen as a solitary figure, he is also regarded as the leader of the Bai Lin Shi family, which consists of 2 members yet boasts 2 guest elders of titled Douluo caliber. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would suddenly gain 2 title level patrons and a plethora of healing-type soul masters from the Jiao Xian Haidang family. The Dragon and Serpent family would similarly benefit. With the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the outcome would be entirely different. Moreover, the head of this academy, is actually the illegitimate daughter of the Lan Dianba Wang family as second elder. Douluo inhaled sharply, and unbeknownst to him, he had already resolved to embrace this undertaking. Slowly, he nodded. Very well, I shall wager my life on this grand venture. Douluo chuked khartili. Ingshi's strategic game was finally set to unfold. Not only did Douluo foresee the possibility of Dug Yin advancing to title Dalu, but he also envisioned his own cultivation progressing rapidly. When do you intend to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Douluo inquired curiously. Your medicinal garden should be the legendary Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, where a particular herb exists that, if I am not mistaken, could potentially allow Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasure Pagoda to evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Acquiring that herb would give me genuine leverage for negotiation. Douluo nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you when the time comes. Indeed, this old poison master truly aligns with my taste. Conversing with intelligent individuals is refreshingly straightforward. Observing the dialogue between Ingshi and Douluo, the members of Shrek felt a wave of relief. Approaching the group, Douluo, still maintaining the haughty demeanor of the poisoned daw, stood aloof with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. It is as follows. Senior Poison Dalu intends to become a guest elder of our Glory Academy and ally with the Dragon and Serpent couple's family. How do the two esteemed seniors feel about this? The Dragon and Serpent couple were momentarily taken aback. The distinction between a title Dalu and one with title low-level combat prowess is significant. Although they possess such strength, they were still inferior to a formal title Dalu. Since the esteemed Poison Dalu values this, we have no reason to refuse. Hearing the predictable response from the Dragon and Serpent, Ingshi nodded with a smile. By the way, Rongrong, did you not mention wanting to order a batch of weapons for me? Yes, indeed, Xiaoxi, but this matter ultimately requires my father's approval. I shall inquire with him right away. Observing Ning Rongrong's slightly anxious demeanor, Ingshi gently shook her head and spoke. No need. In a few days, I intend to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, hoping to establish an alliance with the Dragon and Serpent couple and Senior Douluo. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened instantly. Securing the allegiance of two title, low-level combatants for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is no trivial matter. Of course, however, I still have some matters to discuss with Senior Douluo. You may focus on your cultivation here. The group nodded in agreement. The surprises Ingshi brought forth were indeed overwhelming, and they had no interest in probing into her secrets. On the journey to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, Ingshi presented the Tang Sect's poison manual, obtained from the system, to Douluo note. In the original work, only the 6 major techniques of the Tang Sect are mentioned, with no indication of how Tang San learned poison techniques, hence the establishment of the Tang Sect's poison manual here. Plans often succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Since Douluo trusted Ingshi and had sworn an oath by his martial soul, she would not overly scrutinize him. With Douluo Yin in her possession, Ingshi was not concerned about Douluo turning against her. Douluo initially merely flipped through the pages casually, checking whether Ingshi had been bragging. Yet almost instantly, his gaze became fixated on the Dujing. Old poison, be sure to copy a manuscript and return it to me. Do not ruin it, for I lack a backup. Chapter 99. The Eye of Ice and Fire. As for the poison you possess and that of your granddaughter, they require the combination of the Bajiao Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xing Jiao Shu, which must be melted together to extract the initial medicinal properties, before merging your poison into the soul bone. Ingshi spoke at length, yet Douluo remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Ingshi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Turning around, she found Douluo standing there, entranced. Where did you acquire this? Douluo carefully cradled the Dujing in his hands. Having believed he would never surpass the 92nd rank, the title Dalu, to his astonishment, today he unexpectedly found such an opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, as he gazed at Ingshi, his expression softened. Don't ask. If you do, I'll say I found it. Observing Ingshi shrugging and refusing to reveal the truth, Douluo rolled his eyes in resignation and continued onward with her toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. This site is one of the 3 great treasures of the world, with an environment exceptionally suited for plant-type soul masters to cultivate, making it a veritable paradise for them. However, the aura inadvertently emitted by the Eye of Ice and Fire is exceedingly terrifying, unbearable for ordinary soul masters. This is referred to as a simulated cultivation environment. Once a soul master reaches level 30, they will gain a degree of sensitivity towards their surroundings. If the environment is highly conducive to cultivation, it is termed a simulated cultivation environment. For Yingxi, the most suitable places for her cultivation would be a library or a graveyard. Of course, she had yet to test this. It was merely a conjecture. For Yi Lingling, this was indeed an ideal location, provided she could overcome the hazardous aura of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The best method to counteract the harmful aura is to simultaneously consume the Bajiao Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu. Both are genuine celestial-grade herbs. Yingxi's choice to exchange for the Du Jing was not solely to bribe Douluo. She aimed to understand the characteristics of these celestial herbs. Each celestial herb has its unique method of consumption, and indiscriminate use could be tantamount to courting death. You mustn't perish, otherwise I would have no way to explain. Each celestial herb has a distinct application, which is why Yingxi was insistent on acquiring the Du Jing. The younger the celestial herb, the more potent its effects when consumed. At Douluo's level, taking them would hardly result in a level increase. Yingxi's objective is indeed to entirely take away Douluo's Eye of Ice and Fire. However, if she later informed Douluo, he might not voice any objections, yet he would likely feel discomfort. Conversely, if she candidly disclosed her intentions and brazenly carried it away, Douluo might be angered but would not hinder her, as this approach aligns with his character. Are you truly certain you wish to consume those celestial herbs, knowing they're highly toxic? Douluo regarded Yingxi with concern. In his eyes, Yingxi's potential was limitless, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Old poison. If I do not consume them, shall you? While you could detoxify with both celestial herbs, it would undoubtedly deplete your own poisonous abilities. At that point, your granddaughter might reach Soul Master, while you would regress to a Soul Master yourself. It could indeed become quite a tale. Hearing Yingxi's mocking words, Douluo's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he resolutely decided to give Yingxi a good thrashing to vent his frustration. What about the poison? Although the two celestial herbs might greatly benefit you when neutralized, they would also produce a potent toxin. You cannot integrate poison into your heavenly book martial soul. And your other martial soul is your original one. If you fuse it into that, you would likely perish instantly. Listening to Nugu Bosterisning. Yingxi promptly retrieved the bone knife from behind her and presented it before him. Here, this knife is forged from my own bones, combined with those of countless soul beasts, entirely crafted to serve as my self-made external soul bone, albeit lacking any added skills or attribute enhancements. Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, then slowly nodded in agreement. Ceasing further discussion, upon entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, a wave of pure, yet terrifying icy and fiery aura surged forth, causing Yingxi's brow to furrow. Such an aura was indeed quite formidable, and given her current cultivation and physical condition, she could hardly remain there for long. Taking a deep breath, she manipulated her bone martial soul, enveloping her internal soul bones one by one. It was impossible for Yingxi to absorb the Bajiao Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu entirely at once. The majority of the essence would flow into her bones and the meridians throughout her body. However, the four soul bones within her were destined for future extraction. Currently infusing energy into them would be a significant waste. Yet at this stage, she lacked the capacity to extract all four soul bones in a short time. If she truly attempted such a feat, dropping 4 or 5 levels was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yingxi enveloped her soul bones with her bone martial soul, preventing the celestial herbs from refining them, then shook the bone knife in her hand, leaving only a core portion formed from her own bones, while the remaining bone fragments fell to the ground. Under the influence of Yingxi's soul power, the bone knife gradually softened, coiling around her chest like a small serpent, resembling a gentleman's corset. Ultimately, she surrendered all her soul tools to Douluo and approached the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire clad merely in her undergarments. Yingxi glanced at Douluo, who instantly understood. Douluo manipulated the jade fragments with his soul power, casting the Bajiao, Xianbing grass, and Lihua, Xingjiao Shu out before swiftly severing his soul power. As the two opposing celestial herbs drew near, they unexpectedly became harmonious. However, after 10 breaths, they would completely lose their efficacy. Without hesitation, Yingxi seized both celestial herbs and swallowed them whole. Almost instantaneously, the two herbs transformed into a torrent of heat and cold, intertwining as they surged from her throat to her abdomen. The contrasting energies released waves of soul power that nearly caused Yingxi to lose consciousness, proving the formidable potency of the celestial herbs. Yingxi's body suddenly halted, as if in free fall, plummeting into the eye of ice and fire. Alas, Douluo sighed, realizing that there was no way to prevent it now, and could only watch as Yingxi proceeded. Chapter 100, Refinement. Days passed, and Douluo remained beside the eye of ice and fire, diligently studying the Dujing. The more he read, the more it pained him, and he would occasionally chastise Yingxi. It was only after truly studying the Dujing that Douluo comprehended the extraordinary value of the eye of ice and fire and the rarity of its celestial herbs. However, Douluo had no intention of breaching the agreement. He occupied the Binghua Liangyi Yin primarily to suppress the toxins within his body. Furthermore, Douluo had already attained the level of a tidal Dalu, rendering the celestial grade herbs virtually ineffective for him. Nevertheless, this did not impede Douluo's discontent. As a connoisseur of poisons, he possessed an intense curiosity towards all toxins in the world, which led him to berate Yingxi a few times while studying the toxic classics. 3 days swiftly passed, and at last, Yingxi gradually opened his eyes within the Binghua Liangyi Yin. At this moment, the volatile aura emanating from the Binghua Liangyi Yin no longer posed a threat to him, lying in this realm that even titled Douluos dared not linger. It felt akin to a grand bathhouse, with one side being warm water and the other cool. "Old Poison Master, where are my pants?" Douluo, engrossed in his research, was abruptly called to attention by Yingxi. On one hand, he was somewhat relieved to see Yingxi safe, while on the other, he harbored thoughts of giving him a good thrashing. Reflecting on why he had so foolishly agreed to this boy's request, Douluo felt a pang of regret. "You little rascal, you're not dead. How disappointing. Let me see the results of your efforts over these past few days." Before Yingxi could even don his pants, Douluo acted swiftly, using his immense soul power to lift Yingxi up, and after a brief moment, began to strike him. After a short while, Yingxi touched his skin, realizing that Douluo was merely venting his frustrations. He understood the reason behind Douluo's anger. However, as long as there was no reneging on their agreement, he accepted the punishment. "Old Poison Master, you have seen the toxic classics and extracted the celestial grade herbs. I am ready to take them back." Douluo glowered at Yingxi, feeling dissatisfied, as the earlier beating had not been sufficient. The constraints imposed by the soul contract constantly limited him. Yet, it seemed that the quantity of celestial grade herbs was inadequate. Douluo's expression suddenly turned into one of shock, followed by a furious outburst. "Wait, among all the celestial grade herbs here, which one is suitable for your daughter? But you retrieved the celestial grade herbs from my Binghua Liangyi Yin. Of course, I wouldn't neglect your granddaughter, but her herbs will need to be procured from elsewhere." Douluo furrowed his brow, looking at Yingxi with skepticism. Celestial grade herbs were not easily obtained. "I happen to have some information, so why the rush? We can go together, as I also require your assistance." Douluo, still skeptical, nodded and tossed Yingxi his soul guide. "Having received so many celestial grade herbs, I feel somewhat guilty. Allow me to give you a small token of appreciation." Yingxi donned his outer garments and retrieved a magical flying carpet from his soul guide. "What is this?" Douluo looked curiously at the intricately crafted carpet. "This is a magical flying carpet, capable of reaching speeds exceeding 2,000 meters per minute, and it is quite comfortable to sit on, perfect for someone of your stature as a title de law. However, its defensive capabilities are rather low, so a mere touch from someone of your caliber would render it useless. Controlling it requires mental energy." Douluo's interest peaked as he gazed at the magical carpet, his eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. Among the multitude of soul masters, flying-type soul masters were exceedingly rare. Despite Douluo's status as a titled Douluo, he still lacked the ability to fly. The creation of flying objects had long been a primary endeavor of several major empires. Old Poison Master, if you seek revenge on Jawagwan, I won't stop you, but I hope you can wait. Wait until your poison is lifted and until I can procure 2 soul bones for you. Otherwise, you might jeopardize my plans. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. With a sigh, Douluo slowly nodded. Since he had agreed, Ingshi no longer worried about Douluo reneging. Despite his unpredictable temperament, keeping his word was one of his defining traits. You can handle the roots and seeds yourself. I have some matters to attend to here. Douluo watched with growing interest as Ingshi began to take action. What are you up to? Ingshi removed the core of the bone knife that had been entwined around him. The bone knife had transformed into a striking combination of red and blue hues. He attempted to thrust it into a patch of weeds. Upon contact with the core of the bone knife, the weeds instantly disintegrated into ash. Indeed, the toxins of the 2 celestial grade herbs are as formidable as their reputation suggests. Even I find them difficult to endure. Now, the toxins of the Bajiao, Xianbing grass, and Lihua, Xingjiao Shu had all been funneled into the bone knife, and using it to vanquish foes would likely yield poison-infused attacks. Ingshi began to extract various components of the bone knife from the soul guide. I must say, you little rascal, what are these? I've never seen a knife that can be assembled. Douluo picked up a small piece of bone from the ground, examining it with interest, but after a while, he could not discern anything unusual. This is a fragment of the skeletal remains of a centaur king I once hunted. Although I am unsure of its utility, my bone martial soul is intrigued by it. Ingshi waved a golden bone thread before Douluo. A centaur? What is that? Douluo cast a glance at the golden bone thread in Ingshi's hand, but refrained from asking further. Everyone has their secrets, and as a bearer of divine legacy, so too did Ingshi. This bone bead is a remarkable item, a byproduct of a failed evolution of a golden sacred dragon. The processed bone blade is synthesized from the claw of a century-old dark golden terror bear. However, I only obtained a single claw, so I could only create a thin blade and affix it to the bone blade. Douluo was astonished, and upon hearing Ingshi's explanation, he found these small items to be quite fascinating. Your bones are relatively fragile, which I understand. However, these items are ultimately not part of your skeleton. They cannot truly integrate into your bone knife. Won't they come apart when swung? Douluo demonstrated a swinging motion as he spoke. Of course not. In Chapter 101, Zhang Sihua Duanchang Hong, Ingshi placed a bone bead at the end of the hilt as a decorative piece and carefully returned the remaining bone components to their rightful places. The bone martial soul instantly activated, causing the original core of the bone knife to swell significantly, binding the gaps between the bone components. Thus, while it may not be absolutely perfect, it would at least not easily fall apart. After chatting leisurely with Douluo, Ingshi approached the Zhang Duanchang Hong. The Zhang Duanchang Hong was known to test the sincerity of one's feelings, and Ingshi was quite intrigued by it. This is the Zhang Duanchang Hong? Douluo stroked his chin, gazing at the legendary celestial-grade flower with great interest. What, do you want to give it a try? Douluo expressed keen interest in whether she could gain the acknowledgement of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Ingshi let out a self-mocking laugh, saying, if someone like me could attain the recognition of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, that would indeed be remarkable. Nevertheless, Ingshi proceeded to pierce his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall gently onto the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. In an instant, his vision blurred, and time seemed to rewind to 5 years prior, when he first encountered Xiao Wu. The memories of uncovering Xiao Wu's identity, coaxing her, playfully bickering, and sharing slumber together rushed back to him with astonishing speed. He recalled the moment when Xiao Wu resolutely chose to sacrifice herself in front of Tang Hao, causing him to close his eyes. The pain of love is nothing more than yearning for the unattainable. Yet witnessing another's affection for him while he could not reciprocate left an undeniable ache in his heart. The image of Xiao Wu soon faded, replaced by that of Qian Renxue, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling Divian, and Meng Iran, until silence enveloped the scene. A bitter smile escaped Ingshi's lips. It was utterly unsurprising that if he were to gain the recognition of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, It would be a violation of natural order. Yingxi then approached the Qirong Tongtianju. It required only the petals to be plucked and consumed, after which one could refine it with soul power. Although she could consume the Qirong Tongtianju after harvesting it, the plant's vitality would be affected if it were to be transplanted. Conversely, if he merely plucked the petals without disturbing the rest, the growth of the Qirong Tongtianju would accelerate significantly. After all, the truly effective part of the Qirong Tongtianju is solely its petals. The roots possess no efficacy, making immediate consumption preferable. Following the use of Bajiao Zhuani Inko and Liehua Xingjiao Shu, Yingxi's cultivation had not advanced. Thus, after utilizing the Qirong Tongtianju to enhance his cultivation, it would not harm his foundation. The Qirong Tongtianju is resilient and indestructible. Within Yingxi's team, there exists no genuine defensive soul master, nor any entity that could match the Qirong Tongtianju. However, Yingxi had practiced the Prajna Dragon Elephant technique, and it was anticipated that the consumption of the Qirong Tongtianju would greatly benefit this technique. As he consumed the petals of the Qirong Tongtianju, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from within Yingxi. Instead of channeling his soul power for refinement, he continuously operated the Prajna Dragon Elephant technique. Almost instantaneously, the second layer of the Prajna Dragon Elephant technique was breached by the medicinal properties of the Qirong Tongtianju. With the passage of time, the third and fourth layers followed suit in rapid succession. Douluo remained silent, merely standing guard beside Yingxi, exhaling a long breath. Yingxi felt a tightening in his chest, his body shuddering slightly. He gradually withdrew his soul power, although he had not deliberately sought to enhance it. His soul power had nonetheless increased by 8 levels. Yingxi was now at the 42nd level of the Battle Soul sect, and upon acquiring a soul ring, he could achieve a further leap, potentially reaching levels 45 or even 46 or 7. However, after obtaining a soul ring, Yingxi would have to halt his growth for a period. Although celestial-grade herbs do not damage one's foundation, an excessively rapid growth rate is not necessarily advantageous. Additionally, with the Prajna Dragon Elephant technique breaking through to the 8th layer, Yingxi's power now equaled that of soul masters of the same level. Under the cover of night, Yingxi and Douluo quietly departed from the ice and fiery Yang Eye. "You little rascal, what are you planning to do?" Douluo inquired. "To procure celestial-grade herbs for your granddaughter," Yingxi replied, piquing Douluo's interest. "Not bad, lad. My kindness towards you is not in vain. Now tell me, where shall we go to obtain them? Come on, you just gave me a beating. How could I not notice?" Observing the gradually coalescing green soul power in Douluo's hands, Yingxi promptly fell silent and ceased his provocations. One of the 4 major sects under the Haotian sect, the Min family possesses a crystal dragon blood ginseng, equivalent to a millennium ginseng king. Your daughter has absorbed the entirety of a plant-type millennium soul beast essence. Can you imagine the benefits? Douluo furrowed his brow, having perused the toxicology tome extensively in recent days. While he had not delved deeply into it, he was aware of some basic effects. Though the Millennium Dragon Blood Ginseng is commendable, its primary use appears to be in strengthening vitality and healing injuries. Why do you assert that it will greatly benefit my daughter? Douluo, having studied the toxicology tome, now possessed a markedly different understanding, even if only after a few days of study. Although the Bailin snake has impressive toxicity, it remains merely a snake. Even upon evolving into the Snake Emperor, it still carries that limitation. When faced with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, it would be subjected to considerable suppression. Yingxi's evaluation of the Bailin snake found agreement with Douluo, acknowledging its reliance on external toxins for offense, which rendered its innate bloodline strength and lethality insufficient. The formation of the crystal dragon blood ginseng likely originates from the blood of a high-tier dragon species during a period of decline. Thus, it harbors a trace of draconic blood power, which would provide a qualitative enhancement to your granddaughter's martial spirit. Furthermore, for beast soul masters, the essence of vitality is paramount, and the crystal dragon blood ginseng precisely serves to replenish this vitality. Douluo looked at Yingxi in shock. The young man's grasp of certain hidden matters surpassed his expectations. Moreover, The Min family is one of the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, and the head of the Bai family is a relative of Tang Hao. Since I am at odds with Tang Hao, I will undoubtedly show no mercy. Douluo stared at Ing Shi, suddenly perplexed about his intentions. What exactly are you planning? To annihilate them. Ing Shi's lips curled into a smile. The Min family's only advantage lies in their speed, yet their offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to eliminate them directly, thus averting future complications. After all, the Min family is unlikely to align with Ing Shi, and rather than waiting for them to become adversaries, it is wiser to act preemptively. Ha, good lad, you are quite ruthless. Of course, Ing Shi and Douluo did not intend to directly slaughter the entire Min family. With Douluo's capabilities, obliterating them would pose little challenge. However, such an act would inevitably alert the 4 major sects of the Haotian sect. Thus, an elaborate plan would be required to eradicate the Min family. Observing Ing Shi retrieving a black cloak from his soul guide and handing it to Douluo, he remarked, "Old Poison Master, with your abilities, you should be able to incapacitate Bai He, considering he is merely a soul Douluo. At that point, we can search his soul guide. If you don't emerge, we will devise a plan." The disparity between a titled Douluo and a soul Douluo is significant. The 3 soul Douluos from the Tiando Royal Academy could hardly withstand the toxic Douluo unless he held back. Though Douluo is deemed a disgrace among titled Douluos, eliminating an opponent with an average martial spirit like Bai He should not prove difficult, especially in an assassination scenario. "What is this?" Douluo questioned, shaking the invisibility cloak in his hand, appearing bewildered. An invisibility cloak. As long as you don't make overly large movements, generally, no one will notice. Douluo cast a fleeting glance at Ing Shi, then chuckled as he remarked, "Young lad, does this imply that I have intervened on your behalf?" Ing Shi, refusing to back down, met Douluo's gaze defiantly and retorted, "Senior Douluo, are you perhaps daydreaming? If you truly believe that your granddaughter is indifferent to the crystal dragon blood ginseng, then we may as well depart now." Douluo clenched his fists, an inexplicable itch to strike rising within him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and inquired, "So, will that old man Bai He be eliminated or not? If we obtain the item, he shall be dealt with. If not, we shall let him linger in unconsciousness for a while. By the way, no poison should be used, only blades." With that, Douluo turned away, disregarding Ing Shi. Ing Shi contemplated how Douluo could obliterate the Min family in its entirety. With Douluo's stature, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly support him. After all, the Min family had never sought gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, nor sworn fealty to the Tiando Empire. If they were wiped out, who would care? However, such an act would undoubtedly raise alarms among the other 3 major affiliated sections. Therefore, Ing Shi needed to bide his time for a favorable opportunity. For the 4 affiliated sects implied the presence of at least 4 soul Douluo. Douluo returned swiftly, cloaked in invisibility, after just over an hour. "Here, this is the crystal dragon blood ginseng, and I have also procured a 30,000-year-old soul bone." Upon hearing this, Ing Shi felt elated. The Min family was already in dire straits, and now their 2 great treasures had vanished overnight. Moreover, Douluo had also brought along his soul guiding device. Ing Shi examined the soul guiding device of the Min family leader, and his heart sank. It was utterly pitiful. The leader of the Min family, a formidable 8-ring soul Douluo, had merely 15 copper soul coins in his soul guiding device. When had Ing Shi ever experienced such a dire situation? Furthermore, this soul guiding device was among the most inferior of its kind. As Ing Shi withdrew the crystal dragon blood ginseng, he could faintly sense the immense medicinal potency contained within. He then glanced at the 30,000-year-old right leg bone, which shimmered with a faint blue halo, exuding a sharp aura. It was likely a wind attribute soul bone, enhancing speed. Regrettably, it was too inferior. Ing Shi desired soul bones of at least 50,000 years or more, especially for the Shrek. No, Glory Battle Team. Ing Shi took the crystal dragon blood ginseng and tossed the soul guiding device along with the soul bone back to Douluo, old poison master. Where is my invisibility cloak? Douluo looked at Ing Shi with confusion, as if to say, What invisibility cloak? Did you give me one? Ingshi was momentarily taken aback. How could a titled Douluo behave like a child? And he was trying to swindle my belongings. Ingshi rolled his eyes and abandoned the idea of reclaiming the cloak. After all, it was not particularly precious. The cloak had only about a year of effectiveness left, and soul masters with strong spiritual power could detect it. Furthermore, it could not conceal sense. Be cautious, he advised. Douluo nodded, acknowledging that apart from the effective lifespan, Ingshi had made valid points. How could you be so brazen to present something with just a year left? Ah, so you admit it, a titled Douluo acting so sordidly, coveting the belongings of the younger generation. Douluo realized he had been outwitted and recognized the need for caution when dealing with Ingshi in the future. The following day, Ingshi gathered the 9 members of the Glory Battle team together. Xiaoxi, why have you summoned us? The fatty asked, first, excitement evident on his face. Past experiences indicated that whenever Ingshi summoned them with such seriousness, it usually boded well. This item is called the Chicken Crown Phoenix Sunflower. It can purify your phoenix flames and will greatly benefit you. Ingshi retrieved the Chicken Crown Phoenix Sunflower from the Rui treasure bag, gifted by Douluo, and handed it to the fatty. The fatty gazed at Ingshi with immense gratitude. Though he did not know what it was, he trusted that Ingshi would not harm him. Were it not for Xiao Wu's watchful presence, he would have likely lunged at Ingshi for an exuberant embrace. Ziyin, this is a 9th grade purple Ganoderma. While it may not be as precious as the fatty's immortal grade herbs, it will grant you soul power at levels 5 to 6, enabling you to commence your cultivation. Xiaoxi, I will remember this kindness. The fatty's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon receiving the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Ingshi nodded with a smile. Having decided to nurture these individuals as his allies, he would not hesitate to provide resources as long as they remained loyal. Zhu Qing. This is the immortal grade star spirit flower, which has a chance of enhancing your innate soul power. It is highly suitable for your Yuming spirit cat. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Iran. This is the water fairy jade skin bone. Your body harbors considerable toxins, and it can effectively improve your condition. Furthermore, when cultivating in the future, consuming this will expel the toxins into your martial soul, preferably a snake-type martial soul, as it is more adept at utilizing poison. The small jade vial contained Ingshi's blood, which could also help Meng Iran detoxify. Meng Iran's lips were purple, and her complexion was excessively pale. This was not a good omen. In contrast, the 2 elders, Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang, despite their age, had rosy complexions, unlike Meng Iran. Chapter 103. Harvest. Meng Iran stirred the contents, a faint blush appearing on her face. Ling Ling. This is the immortal grade 8-petal orchid. It can improve your constitution and assist you until you reach level 70. Yi Lingling smiled slightly, saying nothing. Her mind had been altered by the parasitic evil spirit, destined to accompany Ingshi for life. Yin Yin. This is the immortal grade crystal dragon blood ginseng. The only one among all immortal grade herbs that I managed to acquire, thanks to Senior Douluo. Thank you, Grandpa, and thank you, Xiaoxi. Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of wisdom, casting a satisfied glance at Ingshi. For him, the most pressing matter now was solely his granddaughter. Xiao Wu, let the first drop of blood be applied. Ingshi turned to Xiao Wu, presenting the Xiangxi Duanchang Red, yet refrained from elaborating on its specifics, fearing that Xiao Wu might not receive its recognition. Should he recount the tale of Xiangxi Duanchang Red and Xiao Wu fail to gain its approval, it would be quite awkward. Unlike Tang San, who possessed a pure heart, Ingshi's spirit was darker and more ruthless. In the previous world, Xiao Wu was infatuated with Tang San, and he reciprocated her feelings. Yet Ingshi found himself incapable of such sentiments. After much contemplation, Ingshi ultimately decided to let Xiao Wu try the Xiangxi Duanchang Red. Among all present, the purest heart belonged to the 1,000-year-old Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, she dripped a drop of blood onto the Xiangxi Duanchang Red. The mesmerizing hue of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong swirled gently as Xiao Wu slowly closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to some ethereal sensation. With the passage of time, the brilliance of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong deepened, and after a brief moment, The tendrils entwined around the Wu Ju Shi gradually loosened and fell to the ground. The Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong delicately landed in Xiao Wu's palm. Xiao Shi, may I refrain from consuming it? Xiao Wu, with her large, glistening eyes, gazed at Ying Shi with a pitiful expression, as if awaiting his affirmation. Absolutely not. Knowing the potential consequences, Ying Shi was resolute in preventing its occurrence. Otherwise, what would be the point of knowledge? He leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, ingesting it will completely conceal your presence, rendering you indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. He then retrieved the Wu Ju Shi from the ground and gently placed it in Xiao Wu's palm. From this day forth, let Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong be permanently integrated into your being, with Wu Ju Shi as your eternal companion. Xiao Wu's eyes shimmered with tears. Yet she chose to heed Ying Shi's words, her hand firmly clutching the Wu Ju Shi, unwilling to let go. Xiaowao, I have selected a celestial-grade herb for you called Shui Can, which possesses mild medicinal properties that are perfectly suited for you. Thank you, Xiao Shige. Xiaowao, as ever, expressed her gratitude with a deep bow towards Ying Shi. Xiao Ge, do you have any similar herbs that are not celestial-grade? Ordinary ones will suffice. Ying Shi looked at Oscar with confusion, for in his memory, Oscar was not one to be excessively greedy. Seeing Ying Shi's puzzled expression, Xiao Wu cheerfully explained from the side, Xiao Ao has found a girlfriend here, a support-type talent of considerable promise. I believe her name is Jiangzhu. Ying Shi nearly spat out his drink. It seemed Oscar indeed had a fondness for support types. This is a 9th rank Lingji. Its effects are comparable to those of the 9th rank Ziji, both being companion spirit herbs that provide significant benefits for soul masters below level 40. Thank you, Xiao Ge. Ying Shi then turned to Ning Rongrong, speaking with gravity. This celestial-grade herb is known as Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, a majestic specimen among celestial herbs. However, I have a stipulation. After you absorb the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, I will need to make 2 requests of your father. Regardless of his agreement, I will not pursue the matter further. I prefer a transaction of mutual benefit rather than to leverage favors. Xiao Shi, rest assured, I will assist you. Father hasn't visited me in quite some time, and I am quite upset. Observing Ning Rongrong's cheerful demeanor, Ying Shi couldn't help but smile. If my estimation is correct, this celestial-grade herb has the potential to transcend the limitations of the 7 treasures Liuli sect, leading to the establishment of the 9 treasures Liuli Pagoda. Everyone present gazed in astonishment at Ying Shi. The 7 treasures Liuli sect already represented the pinnacle of support-type soul masters, and the implications of surpassing the 7 treasures Liuli Pagoda with the 9 treasures Liuli Pagoda were indeed daunting. Though the 7 treasures Liuli sect was formidable, its martial soul possessed significant flaws. The original form of the 7 treasures Liuli Pagoda martial soul was akin to the gemstone-type martial souls encountered at Sanghui Academy. It is crucial to note that such martial souls, like diamonds and gemstones, lack inherent characteristics, and their future development relies entirely on the augmentation of soul rings. The emergence of the 7 treasures Liuli sect was the result of an extraordinarily gifted support-type soul master continuously evolving their martial soul, ultimately achieving the 9 treasures Liuli Pagoda. However, during the transmission of bloodlines, a portion of their power was lost, reducing it to the 7 treasures Liuli Pagoda, and those soul masters could only cultivate to level 79, unable to advance to the 8th ring. Ning Rongrong suddenly leapt towards Ying Shi, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Xiao Shi. The other girls present watched in astonishment as Ning Rongrong oscillated between demure and daring, their expressions shifting. Xiao Wu, in particular, pouted, her lips protruding as though they could hang a pot. Wow! Oscar and Fatty embraced each other, sharing mischievous grins as they regarded Ying Shi. Ying Shi did not linger on this incident and slightly stiffened as he turned to Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong merely shot Ying Shi a glance. Lu Erlong, your martial soul has mutated from the blue lightning tyrant dragon, possessing both lightning and fire attributes. While these 2 energies enhance your combat abilities, they may hinder your future cultivation. In a world of martial souls, only the extreme can forge unparalleled power. This substance is called fire dragon saliva, imbued with an exceptionally domineering fire attribute, capable of refining your fire dragon and gradually diminishing your lightning attribute. Lu Erlong merely smiled faintly, discreetly winking at Shi without uttering a word. Celestial-grade herbs typically hold little significance for high-level soul masters unless their similarities are exceptionally high. However, fire dragon saliva, being the condensed energy of the fire dragon king, would prove immensely beneficial for Lu Erlong. This is the right leg soul bone of a 37,000-year-old great strength gorilla, which will be advantageous for Teacher Zhao. This is a 23,000-year-old soul bone from a forest anaconda. Although it lacks potent toxicity, it should enable Senior Ko Xiangxiang to break through the long-standing barrier to the Soul Emperor level. When Senior Ko Xiangxiang reaches level 70, the power of your martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. All present received Shi's gifts, and the members of the Glory Academy would experience a significant enhancement in their strength today. Zhao Wujia, initially a 76th level battle soul saint, should reach 77 after absorbing the soul bone. Lu Erlong's talent far exceeded that of Zhao Wujia, but due to her previous distractions, her cultivation level remained lower. Chapter 104. The Surging Point of Fortune. With the addition of the Fire Dragon Saliva, Lu Erlong could further refine her Fire Dragon martial soul and might even surpass Zhao Wujia in one fell swoop. Hey kid, all these celestial-grade herbs you've taken are from me. What do I get in return? Douluo Bo glared at Shi with visible displeasure. Everyone present had benefited, yet he felt slighted for not receiving a gift. Do you even desire a common soul bone from 20 to 30,000 years? I remember this favor. I know where a soul bone is located, and you will not be deprived of my future benefits. Why rush? Douluo Bo was well aware of the situation, merely expressing his dissatisfaction for not receiving a gift. With Douluo Bo personally safeguarding them, the crowd settled down to absorb the celestial-grade herbs and soul bones. Shi also prepared to use the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu. Despite using 4 celestial-grade herbs within a few days, the benefits of each herb were intended for distinct purposes and would not adversely affect Shi's foundation. Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu would enable Shi's ZGMO Tong to reach the 3rd level of the Jiezi realm, significantly enhancing his spiritual power, which would prove invaluable once he entered the world of Harry Potter. Furthermore, with the assistance of Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu, Shi would no longer have any reservations about absorbing 10,000-year soul beasts. Shi dripped Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu into his eyes, gradually utilizing his spiritual power to absorb and digest it. His spiritual strength surged rapidly, and the ZGMO Tong, which had previously shown little progress, suddenly ascended to the 3rd level of the Jiezi realm. At this stage, he would essentially be immune to the environmental attacks of illusory-type 7th ring soul saints. Moreover, the absorption of soul rings under 50,000 years will no longer incur the backlash of soul turbulence. A surge of energy rapidly escalated, causing those present to experience breakthroughs. Notably, Xiao Wu, with the assistance of Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong, saw her level rise with astonishing speed. The true form that could initially be discerned with the ZGMO Tong has now become somewhat elusive. The potency of Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong's effects is indeed formidable, living up to its title as the Flower King of the Immortals. One must understand that the ZGMO Tong, having entered the Jiezi realm, can even perceive the 7th soul skill of a soul saint. Yet it faintly struggles to see the true form of Xiao Wu after she consumed Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong. Shi gradually retracted the violet glow from his eyes, calming the surging mental power within his spiritual sea. The first to awaken was Oscar, who, with the aid of the snow silkworm, elevated his soul power from level 31 to 37. It is certain that he will reach level 40 before the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. He may even surpass the original storyline, as consuming immortal-grade herbs early yields greater benefits. With the awakening of the Shrek members, Shi continuously received notifications from the system. The notifications indicated the severing of future ties between Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu with the protagonist, each granting rewards of 501,000 fortune points, totaling an impressive 2,500 points, undoubtedly the largest windfall in 5 years. Adding the previous 122 fortune points results in a total of 2,622 points. However, there was no information regarding Ma Hongjun, raising concerns about his identity and potential antagonism. Among the members of the Glory team, Ning Rongrong had the most significant gains, as her 7-treasure glaze tile evolved into the 9-treasure glaze tile, reaching approximately level 34. After absorbing a soul ring, her level should reach 36. Following her, the plump one experienced a substantial purification of the evil fire phoenix's flames, significantly augmenting his potential. Currently at level 33, he is expected to reach around level 35 after absorbing a soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial soul underwent evolution, transformed from the Nether Cat into the Nether Star Cat, with an almost 3-fold increase in speed. Originally terrifyingly swift, this evolution allows her to rival the best beast martial souls. Currently at level 34 and likely to reach 36 after absorbing a soul ring. Dugian's Bailin Snake evolved into the Bailin Snake King, and after absorbing several high-level soul rings, she is projected to reach level 45, currently at level 33. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, while not evolving, had its restrictions lifted by the immortal great herb. Consequently, 3 9-heart begonia martial souls can now coexist in the current generation, with her level at 41. Expected to reach 43 after absorption. Ingshi remains at a level over 40, likely reaching 43 or 44 after absorbing a soul ring. Meng Yiran also experienced a significant 7-level increase, achieving level 38, with the pallor on her face gradually fading. Though expelling all toxins into her martial soul will require additional time. Oscar's level increased from 31 to 36, the smallest gain among the group. But the subsequent effects of the herbs will continue to manifest, making level 40 achievable. Xiao Wu soared from level 32 to 42, and after self-condensing a soul ring, she could reach level 33. Among the mentors, Zhao Wujia unexpectedly advanced from 76 to 78, which took Ingshi by surprise. However, Zhao Wujia had lingered at level 76 for several years, making a 2-level breakthrough reasonable. Liu Erlong surged from 75 to 78, a remarkable 3-level increase within the Soul Saint rank, demonstrating the efficacy of the Fire Dragon Saliva. Additionally, the couple, the Great Dragon and Serpent, saw Chao Tianxiang break through the barrier of level 69 to reach level 70. Oscar's girlfriend, Jiang Zhu, also successfully advanced to level 34. Ziyin gained 6 innate soul power levels and can now commence her training. In light of Ma Hongjuan's contributions, Glory Academy exceptionally admitted Ziyin. Inevitably, there exists a realm of rivalry, and inequities are found in every corner of existence. All right, everyone, tidy yourselves up. In a few days, we will embark on a collective hunt for soul beasts. I have already prepared Xiao Wu's 1,000-year soul ring. You may rest for now. Xiao Shi, why not prepare a 10,000-year soul ring for Xiao Wu? Ingshi rolled his eyes, addressing Oscar. 10,000-year soul beasts will possess a level of intelligence, and the soul power impact during the absorption process is something you may not withstand. I suspect that among you, having 1 or 2 with a 10,000-year soul ring would be miraculous, given that it also depends on encountering suitable soul beasts. While higher-year soul rings are indeed superior, compatibility is of greater significance. Although Xiao Wu's soul ring may not be of high age, it is perfectly suited for her. Xiao Wu, sweetly clutching Yingshi's arm, expressed her delight, revealing that she had no soul ring. Rather, it was merely an excuse for her to self-condense a soul ring. Ningrongrong. Tomorrow morning, we will visit the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. All right. Ning Rongrong smiled brightly upon hearing Yingshi's words, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Chapter 105. 7-Treasure City. The 7-Treasure glazed tile sect is located not far from the imperial city of Tiando, in the city of 7-Treasure. This alone highlights the distinctiveness of the sect, as the vicinity of the imperial city is highly valuable. Yet the 7-Treasure glazed tile sect independently possesses a city. signifying its esteemed status. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect decide to retaliate, the Tiando city could be struck directly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is undoubtedly resplendent, fully deserving of its reputation as the wealthiest sect in the realm. Upon entering Seven Treasure City, the ground is paved with smooth blue stones, exuding cleanliness and order. The buildings are arranged orderly, evidently the result of meticulous planning, and towering structures resembling the Seven Treasure Glazed Towers can be seen intermittently throughout the city. Rongrong is back. A middle-aged man dressed in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect uniform awaited Shi and his companions at the entrance. The man smiled and greeted Ning Rongrong. "Greetings, Elder Six." Ning Rongrong politely saluted the middle-aged man, then addressed Shi and Dugubo Xiao Shi, Senior Dugu. "This is our sect's Elder Six, Ning Fengxing, part of the same generation as my father." Shi, too, respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Elder Ning. I am Shi, a junior." Although Dugubo's strength may be somewhat inferior among the titled Dalu, he is still a titled Dalu in his own right. Merely nodding to Ning Fengxing is already a considerable gesture of respect. His arrival, alongside several distinguished guests, truly warrants a grand reception. "Please come in. The sect master awaits you in the inner chamber." Ning Fengxing did not engage in excessive pleasantries. Although the Qibao Liuli sect is an auxiliary sect, as one of the top 3 sects, they possess their own sense of pride. Elder Lu, despite being ranked 6th, is one of the few sole emperors within the direct lineage of the Qibao Liuli sect. It is noteworthy that due to the influence of the Qibao Liuli Tower, the sole masters of this sect cannot cultivate to the level of an 8-ring soul Dalu. Therefore, sending a figure just below the sect master from the Qibao Liuli sect is quite a demonstration of respect. As soon as they entered the inner chamber, they beheld Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Qibao Liuli sect, along with a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, his posture impeccably straight. Though not youthful, he possesses striking handsomeness, regrettably still unwed. "Father, Grandpa Jian," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaping into Ning Fengji's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Then she hugged Jian Douluo, Jian Chenshin. "Rongrong, dear, today is not a day for reminiscing. Gentlemen, please follow me." Ning Fengji first comforted Ning Rongrong before leading Shi and Dugu Bo into the inner hall. "Father, today Shi is here to propose an alliance. He hopes that Dugu Bo's by Lin Shi family, the Gushi Long Shi couple, and the Jiao Exine Hai Tang sect can form an alliance, with each party taking up the role of guest elders in one another's sections." Ning Fengji was certainly aware of this matter. Shi and Dugu Bo's visit was indeed for this purpose. However, initiating such a discussion required a mediator, and Ning Rongrong was an excellent choice for this role. "I have heard from Rongrong that the Qibao Liuli sect has no objections and can dispatch direct disciples to become outer disciples of your side." Ning Fengji leaned on his cane, his demeanor warm and inviting, his tone gentle, evoking a sense of springtime tranquility. Had it been in his past life, Ning Fengji could have easily been a voice actor. Dugu Bo waved his hand and spoke. "You can discuss these matters directly with Shi. I have authorized Shi to take full responsibility for the negotiations with Gushi Long Shi and the Jiao Exine Hai Tang sect." Ning Fengji and Jian Chenshin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. While they understood that Shi was the facilitator of this arrangement, they did not expect his authority to be so substantial. While the alliance among the 3 parties required little negotiation, merely establishing a preliminary agreement, deepening cooperation would necessitate ongoing adjustments. Nevertheless, the level of trust exhibited was astonishing to both men. Dugu Bo and Gushi Long, she could be understood. Their family was modest. But the Jiao Exine Hai Tang sect was one of the top 3 sects, akin to the 7 Kills sect from which Jian Chenshin hailed. Had it not been for the scarcity of direct disciples in the top 3 sects, they might very well have become one of the 7 great sections. "Greetings, Sectmaster Ning, esteemed Jian Douluo." Shi stood, stepping forward with measured grace, bowing slightly, placing one hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. "I have heard Rongrong mention you. You are the one with the first spirit ring of 900 years, the second spirit ring of 3,000 years. and a third spirit ring that reaches a remarkable 10,000 years. Rongrong speaks highly of you. At this, Ning Rongrong suddenly lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks. Ingshi's expression remained unchanged, only a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sect Master Ning, you flatter me. Today, I represent Elder Douluo, the esteemed couple of Gu Shilong Shi, and the Jiao Xian Haitang sect, in hopes of forming an alliance with the Qibao Liuli sect and the Seven Kills sect. Rongrong is also on your team, so we just call me Uncle Ning. Very well, Uncle Ning, I shall not stand on ceremony. Elder Douluo and the couple of Gu Shilong, she will simultaneously serve as guest elders in both the Qibao Liuli sect and the Seven Kills sect, while the Jiao Xian Haitang sect will achieve strategic cooperation with both. Although both the Qibao Liuli sect and the Jiao Xian Haitang sect are auxiliary spirit masters. The former focuses on enhancement, while the latter emphasizes healing. Thus their functions do not conflict and can provide substantial weaponry. Ning Fengji nodded, fully anticipating these agreements. I have discussed this with Uncle Jian, and there are no issues. However, could you provide the production method for the Desert Eagle? Ingshi's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that composed smile. Uncle Ning's candor makes me feel respected. The production method for the Desert Eagle is not particularly difficult. I believe you have thoroughly researched it. The only requirement is the item known as bullets. To speak candidly, even if I provide the manufacturing process, you may struggle to produce them, as certain rare materials are not available here. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the manufacturing process of firearms is not overly complex, but the challenge lies in the bullets, particularly the small circle at the bottom and the powder within, which they cannot identify. Then how many bullets can you provide us, and what is the price? Ingshi inquired directly. Firearms come in various models. I categorize them into standard and enhanced versions. The Desert Eagle is a special item, boasting the highest power among handguns. Even standard firearms can inflict harm on soul masters below the 5th ring. 1 bullet costs 1 gold soul coin. As for the Desert Eagle, I can generously gift Sect Master Ning 10 units, along with 1,000 bullets. This price is consistent for both the Qibao Liuli sect and the Jiao Xian Haitang sect. A gold soul coin weighs at least 30 grams. And even if it is not pure gold, it is still substantial. 1 gold soul coin, needless to say, can manufacture not just 1 bullet, but even 1,000 bullets would suffice. Furthermore, Ingshi has already acquired a weapon factory capable of mass production, which can significantly reduce costs. Very well, then it is settled. We, the Qibao Liuli sect, will initially order 500 standard handguns and 500,000 bullets. Ingshi nodded, promptly retrieving blueprints from his soul guide. Chapter 106, Agreement Reached. The transportation of bullets is somewhat complicated, so I will leave the production blueprint for the standard handgun with Uncle Ning. I am certain you will find a way to manufacture it. If there are any components that cannot be produced, I am also open to trade. Ning Fengji regarded Ingshi with appreciation. In that case, we cannot allow our young friend to suffer losses. The Qibao Liuli sect will pay 1 million gold soul coins as a fee for the manufacturing process, with the remaining 500,000 for the bullets. Ning Fengji handed a black card worth 1,500,000 gold soul coins to Ingshi. The manufacturing process for firearms is certainly not something that 1 million gold soul coins could purchase. However, Ingshi has grasped the critical element of the bullets. If he were to withhold them, the so-called firearms would be worth less than a mere iron piece. Well, since the alliance has been established, I would like to engage in a personal transaction with Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji held no contempt for Ingshi. After all, with a millennium for the 2nd spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring for the 3rd, as long as she survived, becoming a titled Douluo was practically assured. Have you ever heard of the Jiobao Liuli Tower, Uncle Ning? Ning Fengji and Jian Qinshin, who had remained silent, were suddenly taken aback. Ning Sengti, Amuset, gazed at Ingshi and, with a hint of regret, spoke. I did not expect that young friend Ingshi was aware of the Jiobao Liuli Tower's existence. It has been a long-standing legend in our Qibao Liuli sect, yet no one has truly witnessed it. What piqued your interest, dear friend? Finally, Ingshi's ulterior motives were laid bare. What if I could elevate Rongrong's Qibao Liuli Tower martial soul to the Jiobao Liuli Tower? What price would Uncle Ning be willing to pay? Ning Fengji, was genuinely stunned. What could have emboldened Ingshi to make such a bold claim? Youngster, how can you guarantee that you can elevate Rongrong's martial soul to the Jiubao Liuli Tower? At the mention of Ning Rongrong, Jian Chenxin, who had remained quiet, could no longer hold back and interjected, Senior Sword Douluo, merely state what you can offer, and I shall find a way to prove it. Sword Douluo exchanged glances with Ning Fengji. If you can truly accomplish this, I will assist you once. Not enough. The Qibao Liuli Tower already reigned supreme. The emergence of the Jiubao Liuli Tower would undoubtedly elevate the Qibao Liuli Tower to new heights. Although Senior Sword Douluo, you are a dignified title Douluo of level 95. A single intervention cannot match this price. Then what do you desire? Sword Douluo nodded. Despite Ingxi's audacious demands, he spoke the truth. Help me seize an item, and additionally, assist me 3 times, regardless of the reason or the identity of the opponent. Sword Douluo pondered for a moment before nodding. Agreed, but you must specify whom to seize from and what to take. Seize the Shura goddess position from the son of Hao Yin Douluo. Boom! Both Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji stood up abruptly, while the languid old poison approached Ingshi, his verdant soul power fluctuating as if ready to strike at any moment. Old poison could not contend with Jian Chenxin and Bon Douluo, especially with the support of Ning Fengji, the sect master of Qibao Liuli. But he could drag the entire Qibao city down with him. Dad, what are you doing? Little Shi is my friend. Ning Fengji drew in a deep breath, still in disbelief as he stared at Ingshi, his expression stern. Are you speaking seriously? Of course. Otherwise, why would the esteemed Douluo, the renowned dragon snake couple, and the Jiuxin Haidang sect assist me so eagerly? If the Qibao Liuli sect is willing to support me wholeheartedly, I can guarantee that every century, at least one Jiubao Liuli Tower Soul Master will emerge from the Qibao Liuli sect. This is a promise Douluo can vouch for. Jian Chenxin and Ning Fengji exchanged glances. Ning Fengji's tone turned grave. Unless you present evidence, how can we easily trust you? After all, this is a gamble of the entire fate of our Qibao Liuli sect. In other words, if I can provide evidence, the Qibao Liuli sect will support me? Ning Fengji paced back and forth, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded vigorously. Fine, if it is merely Tang Hao, then it is acceptable. A smile crept onto Ingxi's lips. When you realize that the Haotian sect will produce 6 or 7 titled Douluos within the next few years, your confidence will wane. However, by that time, the Qibao Liuli sect will already be aboard Ingxi's ship, and disembarking will depend on Ingxi's discretion. Rongrong, manifest your martial soul. Ning Rongrong leaped from her seat and proclaimed, 9 treasures turn into Liuli, Jiubao Liuli Tower. As the 9-layered, multicolored Jiubao Liuli Tower materialized in the palm of Ning Rongrong's hand, Ning Fengji's astonishment was accompanied by sheer ecstasy. What you mentioned every 100 years. Ning Fengji hesitated briefly before urgently inquiring. The item that elevates Rongrong to the Jiubao Liuli Tower is a divine herb called Qiluo Yijingxiyang, which I obtained from Douluo. Ingshi explained, I have kept the seeds of Qiluo Yijingxiyang. In a minimum of several years, or a maximum of 100 years, they will surely grow again. Thus, my words hold truth. At this moment, Bon Douluo, who had been lurking, stepped forward and remarked, You lad have already administered Qiluo Yijingxiyang to Rongrong and then discussed terms with us. What do you think? Are you not afraid we might renege? Bon Douluo had indeed been cautious around Ingshi, but this was understandable. This meeting was essentially a negotiation between the Qibao Liuli sect, represented by Ning Fengji, and the 7 Killing sect, represented by Jian Chenxin. Although Bon Douluo was powerful, he did not fit into this negotiation. Despite explaining countless times, it remained essential to assert that Rongrong was my friend. Regardless of whether you agree, Qiluo Yijingxiyang will be given to her. If I provided it first and then requested repayment, that would be coercing with kindness. However, if it is a transaction conducted in advance, it becomes a straightforward exchange of interests, paving the way for deeper cooperation. Are you not afraid we might seize your divine heritage? The candidates for the heritage have already been determined. Killing me merely benefits others. If the candidates perish, the divine position will remain dormant for centuries, and you will gain nothing. Well, since an agreement has been reached, we will not go back on our word. However, would you be willing to become my son-in-law in the Qibao Liuli sect? Upon hearing Bone Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, and she covered her rosy cheeks. Rendered speechless, yet she offered no rebuttal. Ning Fengji observed Ingxi's calm demeanor throughout the discussion, lifting his regard for him even further. Strength is undoubtedly vital, but sometimes intellect and composure are equally essential. Otherwise, mere strength cannot lead one far. Ahem. At that moment, Douluo suddenly coughed several times, as if reminding Ingxi of something. Young friend, Ning Fengji began, but was interrupted once more by Douluo suddenly. Ning Fengji recalled that this old poison master also had a granddaughter, who seemed to be part of Ingxi's team. How about we eliminate him? Chapter 107. Tang Yuehua. Additional update. After departing from the Qibao Lily Sect's Qibao City, Ingxi raised his head to gaze at the clouds drifting across the sky, letting out a soft chuckle. Little one, what are you laughing at? Douluo observed the rare lightness on Ingxi's face, feeling curious. Since I was a 7th level soul master, I knew I had to face the Haotian sect, the #1 sect in the world, and the so-called youngest title Douluo. Now, without further ado, I can finally catch my breath. Douluo, who had previously regarded Ingxi with a teasing gaze, now shifted his perspective significantly, recognizing the vast gulf in status. It was remarkable that Ingxi could withstand such pressure. No wonder he was chosen by the divine as a candidate. This resilience is truly rare. Old poison, would you care for a drink? I have some fine wine. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Ingxi's shoulder. My dear child, have you not yet reached adulthood? However, it is rare to witness your enthusiasm, and as fortune would have it, we find ourselves at a splendid moment. Kulme, I shall take you to revel in some merriment. Ha ha ha. Old Douluo, do you still dare to indulge in such pleasures? Are you not afraid that Yin Yin might strip you of your beard? Douluo paused momentarily before delivering a hearty slap to Ingxi's nape, hastily clarifying. You little rascal, when I say I will take you to enjoy yourself, I mean to the finest establishment in the Tiando Empire, Yuxian. Yuxian? A familiar name suddenly surged into Ingxi's mind, that of the Royal Etiquette Academy established by Tang Yuehua, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. Douluo appeared momentarily surprised, casting a curious glance at Ingxi. Did you not just arrive in Tiando City a few days ago? How do you know so much about its splendid locales? Ingxi looked at Douluo, slightly discontented, and retorted, Old Douluo, you underestimate me far too much. Had I not prepared in advance, I would not be here today. It is not mere boasting. If I were to exert myself, I could indeed vanquish a soul Douluo. Such bravado. You, a mere soul master, yet to acquire your 4th soul ring? Douluo chuckled at Ingxi's audacity. For it was known that during this era, there were only a handful of titled Douluos and merely 100 or so soul Douluos. The idea that Ingxi could defeat a soul Douluo was laughable. Did he think that they could be easily dispatched like common vegetables? Old Douluo, even as a soul master without a 4th soul ring, I can represent you, the illustrious Long Shi and the esteemed Jiu Exine Haidang from the 3 major factions, in negotiations with the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School and the 7 Killing School. Douluo suddenly recalled this point. Until now, Ingxi had only revealed extraordinary talent and intellect, but his true strength had yet to be showcased. Just wait and see. The Min family, one of the 4 sects affiliated with the Haotian sect, will eventually be obliterated by me. The poisoned Douluo remained silent, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Placing his life and fortune in Ingxi's hands was undoubtedly a considerable burden, yet the potential rewards were equally significant. After all, providing aid in times of need and embellishing one's accomplishments are entirely distinct concepts. Feeling unusually relaxed, Ingxi accompanied Douluo to Yuxian, owned by Tang Yuehua, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. However, Tang Yuehua's martial soul was not the Haotian hammer, but rather an anomalous martial soul, and to this day, her soul power remained at level 9, failing to reach even the 1st ring. Yet, Ingxi was unaware of what Tang Yuehua's martial soul entailed. and even Douluo could only acknowledge her possession of a gifted domain known as the Noble Route. Today marked the annual graduation ceremony at Yuxian, which was precisely why Douluo mentioned the fortunate timing for a delightful outing. Typically, the graduation ceremony at Yuxian would only invite the families of the students. However, Douluo was a titled Dalu, and there were but a few on the continent. Even if Douluo did not attend the ceremony, the invitation still had to be delivered as a matter of respect. If the owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua, lacked this basic intelligence, she would have offended countless individuals. Yuxian only admitted 100 students each year, all of whom were young nobles under the age of 30. Although it was merely an etiquette academy, graduating from there would bestow a golden aura upon the graduates, earning them the title of true nobles who understood etiquette. Furthermore, it was rumored that Tang Yuehua shared a special relationship with the Snow Knight Emperor, although this remained mere speculation. These various factors contributed to the fierce competition among nobles for enrollment each year. Nevertheless, this situation appeared rather precarious. After all, Tang Yuehua was indeed a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. Old Douluo, is it true, as the rumors state, that Tang Yuehua has an affair with the Snow Knight Emperor? Upon hearing Ing Shi's words, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Given Ing Shi's humble origins from Immo Jia village, one would expect him to exhibit a certain reverence towards the emperor, one of the two great sovereigns of the realm. Yet, this fellow dared to utter such irreverent words, clearly lacking any sense of respect. My dear child, some matters are best left unspoken in public, Douluo advised, pausing briefly before continuing with a wry smile. However, according to the rumors, there does seem to be some truth to it. With hands clasped behind his back, Douluo strolled leisurely down the street. Of course, I'm not foolish. Ing Shi stretched widely, casually responding, observing the contemplative look in Ing Shi's eyes. Douluo suddenly recalled something, gazing at Ing Shi in disbelief. You're not contemplating taking action, are you? Ing Shi wore an expression of inevitability. Tang Yuehua hails from the Haotian sect, and our fates are destined to be intertwined in a deadly conflict. The numerous nobles of the Tian-Do Empire have dealings with her, coupled with her unknown ties to the Snow Knight Emperor. It is better to eliminate her. Douluo, upon hearing Ing Shi's words, felt a chill of sweat running down his back. This was no longer a matter of lacking awe. It was sheer audacity. Young man, those connections are merely rumors. You need not take them so seriously. Haha, where there's smoke, there's fire. If the winds are blowing, they must be stifled. What say you to indulging in some amusement after taking care of Tang Yuehua? Listening to Ing Shi's flippant remarks, Douluo could not help but twitch his lips, resolving never to inquire into Ing Shi's affairs again, for he might inadvertently find himself ensnared. As they stepped into Yuxian, the opulent decorations did not impart a sense of extravagance, but rather an artistic ambience. Under the guidance of Yuxian's staff, Ing Shi and Douluo entered the venue for the graduation ceremony. Each year, the ceremony featured a performance by the most outstanding graduate, and this year's graduate was a young woman around 25 or 26 years of age, clad in a flowing white garment adorned with exquisite golden threads. Her figure was accentuated by the fitted attire. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she was not a soul master, as the vast majority of soul masters would not squander their time here. It could not be deemed a waste per se. Simply put, the time of a soul master was invaluable, requiring extensive hours for cultivation, acquiring soul rings, honing their bodies, and fortifying their combat will. The younger one was the more suitable they were for training. Yet, studying etiquette at Yuxian was an exceedingly lengthy endeavor that could easily impede their cultivation. Ing Shi did not linger on the young woman, but instead surveyed the noble attendees surrounding them. Among these nobles, more than half appeared to lack soul power. How peculiar. Typically, noble bloodlines should be robust. How could there be so few soul masters? In response to Ing Shi's observation, Douluo chuckled softly. Ordinary commoners must rely on mutations to become soul masters, and only a fraction of those born from mutated martial souls possess soul power. Otherwise, do you think the number of soul masters would be so scarce? Ing Shi nodded thoughtfully, yet held a somewhat differing opinion. Several decades prior, The number of soul masters on Douluo Dalu remained below 100,000. However, in recent years, perhaps due to the influences of a grand era, the number of soul masters has surged dramatically, coupled with a significant enhancement in quality. Not to mention the unprecedented food type innate full soul power of Oscar, alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu, may be attributed to unique circumstances. Yet, Ning Rongrong, although not possessing innate full soul power, is nonetheless the most exceptional genius girl of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in a century. Qian Renxue, too, possesses an astonishing innate soul power of level 20. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall has seen a trio of prodigies break through to the rank of Soul King before the age of 25. These various signs exemplify the changing times. In such a grand era of conflict, the emergence of talented individuals is hardly surprising. Soon, Tang Yuehua emerged from behind the scenes. Clad in a noble robe, her alluring figure was accentuated by the elegant garment, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Her refined and mature visage exuded an enticing aura reminiscent of a ripe peach. However, what truly captivated was Tang Yuehua's presence. Despite her beauty being among the finest, there were many who could surpass her in looks, yet none could rival the serene tranquility she radiated from within. It is no wonder that rumors of an affair between the Snow Knight Emperor and Tang Yuehua have circulated. Such tales do not arise without cause. The Snow Knight Emperor likely harbors feelings for Tang Yuehua, yet hesitates to act due to her status. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua has chosen not to quell the spread of these rumors for the sake of maintaining stability within the Yuexian and preserving a fallback for the Haotian sect. The valedictorian commenced a harp performance, as Yingxi and Dugubo sat together, unreservedly lifting their teacups to take a sip. Tang Yuehua's teachings undoubtedly possess unique merits. The mastery of rhythm exhibited by this year's top graduate brought Yingxi a profound sense of comfort. It is noteworthy that in this modern age of information explosion, Yingxi had encountered a plethora of songs. Albeit some lyrics may seem somewhat coarse or restless, the overall compositions remain commendable. With fingers rhythmically tapping on the table and eyes closed in enjoyment, Yingxi contemplated deeply. Tang Yuehua's establishment of Yuexian in Tiando City could not have been a mere coincidence. However, it posed a considerable threat to Yingxi. In this world, the hierarchy of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher holds true as well. And Tang Yuehua's years of leadership at Yuexian have surely amassed substantial connections and resources. Were it not for the subsequent soul-hunting plan initiated by the Spirit Hall, which heightened the crisis awareness of the Tiando and Xingluo empires, leading them to ally with the 3 great sects against the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect would find it exceedingly challenging to re-enter the world without Tang Yuehua's assistance. Yingxi's collaboration with Qian Renxue equated to an alliance with the Spirit Hall, naturally necessitating a severance of the Haotian sect's support from all angles. Observing the bustling Yuexian, Yingxi's murderous intent grew increasingly palpable. As Yingxi maintained a placid demeanor while rhythmically tapping on the table, Dugubo felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Despite lacking soul power beyond level 9, even with the noble circle of the talent domain, her mental fortitude could not be exceedingly formidable. However, her noble circle possessed the ability to calm hearts, likely providing her with considerable resistance against the soul-snatching spell. Should she lose control, then she must be eliminated. Yingxi drained her cup of tea and stood, brushing off the dust from her attire. Old poison, let us depart. As the two distanced themselves from the crowd, Dugubo found himself unable to suppress his curiosity. Young one, what exactly do you intend to do? Yingxi strolled leisurely down the street, her mind devising schemes, yet her spirits were unusually lifted. Old poison, leave this to me. It would be best for you to refrain from involving yourself with Tang Yuehua. Yingxi revealed a mysterious smile, causing Dugubo to roll his eyes in exasperation. Oof. Just ensure that you do not seek my assistance in dealing with the 4 major sects of single attributes. Yingxi shrugged. Indeed, this matter was ill-suited for Dugubo's involvement. Dugubo's methods left heavy traces, making detection highly probable. Furthermore, although Yingxi lacked manpower, she could still leverage others. though they might not return. That little wealthy lady would certainly not be concerned about such trivialities. Upon returning to the Glory Academy, Ingshi was greeted by someone seeking her. In Tiando City, few were familiar to Ingshi, and even fewer would think to come looking for her at the Academy's entrance. Mr. Ingshi, our master requests your presence. Upon seeing the distinguished middle-aged man before her, Ingshi glanced at the luxurious carriage behind him. Oh, I have few acquaintances in Tiando City. May I inquire as to your master's surname? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, placing a hand over his left chest and bowing slightly. My master's surname is Shui. Might you have any recollection, sir? Ingshi nodded as anticipated. All right. Upon boarding the carriage, Ingshi encountered a familiar yet strange face, Shui Qinghe, adorned in splendid attire. This handsome gentleman. Do you prefer to be the dominant one or the submissive one? I can accommodate either. Shui Qinghe's previously calm expression instantly froze, and he regarded Ingshi with a peculiar look. I have heard of Mr. Ingshi. Oh, where did you hear that from? The web of information? Shui Qinghe raised an eyebrow, choosing not to continue the conversation. Observing the frozen expression on Shui Qinghe's face, Ingshi smiled and suddenly leaned in, planting a forceful kiss on Shui Qinghe's lips. Shui Qinghe's eyes widened in shock, instinctively gathering soul power in his palm to strike at Ingshi. In a desperate attempt, Ingshi merely grazed Shui Qinghe's lips before leaning back. Hey, wait. Seeing the mix of embarrassment and anger on Shui Qinghe's face, Ingshi quickly raised her hands in surrender. You recognized me long ago, didn't you? Noticing the jade hand emitting soul power just inches from her nose, Ingshi instinctively shifted backward. I'm not foolish. After all these years, piecing together this much information shouldn't be too difficult. Qian Rinxue huffed, retracting the soul power from her palm. Ingshi gleefully took a seat beside Qian Rinxue. Do you still have that fortune spirit potion? Ingshi boldly inquired, showing no reservations. Didn't you already use it at level 60? I do have subordinates. And winning hearts requires certain offerings. Ingshi nodded, retrieving 2 fortune spirit potions from her bosom. Each potion could be divided into 6 portions. However, Ingshi had not retained many over the years. Is this all? Qian Rinxue weighed the potions in her hand with a look of disdain. Is this all? With this, I could exchange for 100 beauties. As Qian Rinxue's sharp gaze scrutinized Ingshi, the latter wisely chose to remain silent. By the way, you actually facilitated the alliance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and Douluo and his companions. Are you not aware of their enmity with our spirit hall? Ingshi could not help but scoff at Qian Rinxue's words. Hatred? How profound could it possibly be? In this world, nothing is absolute. If it exists, it is merely due to insufficient price. Qian Rinxue cast a deep glance at Ingshi, asserting that he should manage accordingly. Ingshi nodded. He felt gratified by Qian Rinxue's trust in him. By the way, I will deal with the 4 major sects of single attributes and Tangyuehua next. And I need your assistance. Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, revealing some confusion. The 4 major sects of single attributes harbor deep resentment towards Heoshinzong. Why target them? After all, they are 4 soul Douluo. The Bai family of the Min family has yet to accept the subsidies from the Spirit Hall. And the head of the Bai family is related to Tang Hao. Do you think you will lean towards whom? The head of the Tai family from the Li family. Tai Long, despite his animosity towards Heoshinzong, remains loyal to Tang Hao. Do you think he would aid the Spirit Hall? Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows deeply, looking at Ingshi with astonishment. Where did you obtain this information? The Luo network lacks such intelligence. Ingshi extended a hand, adopting a wall-slamming posture, grinning mischievously at Qian Rinxue. You know that purchasing information from the Luo network requires gold soul coins. Of course, I am not lacking in that. How about we consider some flesh compensation? Qian Rinxue's lips twitched. Ingshi was indeed relentless. Stop fooling around. Quickly disclose your plan, or else. Ingshi shrugged helplessly. The head of the Yu family, Niu Gao, although he harbors animosity towards Heoshinzong, is a close friend of the head of the Li family, Titan. This situation is precarious. You could represent yourself to gather them, while the Pa family should be the easiest to recruit. Qian Rinxue nodded. With 2 soul Douluo and some clan members, They already held sufficient value for her to take action. By the way, do not forget to inform Shui Yi about this. After all, you are still the crown prince. I'm not a fool. No need for your reminders. Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes and paused before continuing. We should refrain from meeting for the time being. I suspect Ning Fengji will soon bring you to meet me. Lastly, regarding Tang Yuehua, according to reports from the spies of the Luo network, there are at least 2 soul emperors from Heao Shinzong beside her, but there should be no soul saints. However, due to her special identity, her demise could easily lead to complications, potentially exposing Heao Shinzong. Are you certain you wish to take action? Ingxi's brows knitted slightly. This was the most troublesome aspect. He was uncertain how resistant Tang Yuehua's noble ring was to the soul-seizing curse, yet she could not be disregarded. Enough, I will handle this matter myself. How many personnel can you mobilize for me? Ingxi rubbed his temples and inquired again. The Bishop, Salis. Additionally, I can provide you with an 86 level assault type, Soul Dalu. And if you desire more, I can only summon from the outside. What about the Luo network? No, we can hardly control the Soul Dalu from the Luo network. They may very well be spies from Tiando, and the risks of executing such a task are too great. Ingxi appeared despondent. When would he be able to charge through without hindrance? His brain cells were nearly exhausted. Upon returning to the school dormitory, as Ingxi was considered a semi-master of the school, the dormitories of the Glory Squad were all clustered together. However, it was uncertain what kind of stimulus had caused Xiao Wu to cling to Ingxi's dormitory for the past few days, refusing to leave, and even cooking for him daily. Cooking was one thing, but she had been preparing nothing but carrots, and during these days, it felt as though he would consume all the carrots in his lifetime, whether it was a psychological factor or not. Even as ZG Demon, I seemed to be significantly improving. Braised carrots, boiled carrots, steamed carrots, sweet and sour shredded carrots. Ingxi felt as if he was becoming carrot-flavored himself. The rest were tolerable, yet he truly could not accept the boiled carrots. That flavor sent shivers down his spine. The taste was indescribable. Looking at the table piled high with carrots, Ingxi felt utterly exasperated. Xiao Shi, come quickly. Today I have prepared a lot of delicious food. Seeing Xiao Wu's excited expression, Ingxi truly wished he could give her a good scolding. Even if he needed to replenish his body, shouldn't it be with something like Tiger Whip? Cough. Xiao Wu, your cultivation has been rather lax lately. Observing Ingxi's serious demeanor, Xiao Wu couldn't help but pout, looking utterly aggrieved. I just want to cook for you. Aunt Zhao said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Ingxi sighed. Currently, there were indeed more admirers around him, but what could he do with his charm? Is it my fault? Chapter 110, Ryan's Crisis. After calming Xiao Wu, Ingxi lazily reclined on his bed. Before addressing the 4 major sects of single attributes, Ingxi needed to make some preparations. For instance, regarding the 4th soul ring, he had long had a specific target in mind, and it was not located in the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, but rather in the frozen forest at the northern end of the Tiando Empire. However, due to Dugu Bo's insistence on solidifying their foundation, they had yet to set off. Thus, Ingxi decided to prepare in advance. In Diagon Alley, Ryan gazed at the several dark wizards before him and spat. In this chaotic Diagon Alley, he had long anticipated this day. However, he did not expect so many people to show up this time. Observing the 3 dark wizards clad in black robes, though their faces were concealed, their tone had already revealed their identities. It seemed the hidden danger left from Ingxi's last acquisition had finally erupted, having ordered over 10,000 galleons worth of goods. He was inevitably targeted. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely the seller who provided him the goods had leaked the information. Prior to that plea for help, Ingxi's demand for items was not urgent. Yet when he sought assistance last time, the urgency of his request left him unprepared, thus creating a significant risk. Ryan, we will not make things difficult for you. Simply give us 7,000 galleons each, and we will immediately withdraw. Ryan let out a cold laugh, his face filled with mockery. Even if I gave you that, do you think you would let me go? The danger of Diagon Alley does not solely stem from the frequent robberies. It is also due to the fact that when someone is successfully robbed, the spectators among the dark wizards will often come to rob again. This is what is known as kicking someone when they are down. If you simply call out your wealthy benefactor behind you, perhaps we can spare you. The dark-cloaked figures merely sneered. They certainly would not allow Ryan to escape. Ryan was merely momentarily disadvantaged. Once he left alive, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Since they were to act, they would strike with lethal intent. In that case, there was no need for further conversation. The dark wizards coldly chuckled, gazing at Ryan as if he were a beautiful maiden stripped bare. According to their intelligence, Ryan possessed at least tens of thousands of galleons. Such a vast sum could turn 140 kilograms into 140 pounds. No, I still believe some discussion is necessary. Otherwise, how could one explain the saying that villains often perish due to excessive chatter? Yingxi observed the numerous wizards before him, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded, dismissing the three dark wizards as if they were mere air. Upon witnessing his arrival, visibly exhaled in relief, inquiring, "Who are you?" Yingxi flashed a perfect smile, responding, "Are you aware of the temperature of flames?" "What?" "Lava fury." Three brilliant crimson flames surged into the sky, enveloping the three dark wizards in an instant. The onlooking dark wizards retreated, their expressions betraying a palpable fear. Within the wizarding world, none had ever wielded such terrifying flames. Not even Douluo could match it. Although Douluo's flames, conjured with his wand, spanned a considerable range, their temperature was far inferior to the lava fury unleashed by Fate. Even from several meters away, the scorching air was nearly unbearable for the dark wizards. The lava fury was swift in its arrival and departure. Within mere breaths, it dissipated, leaving behind only 3 charred corpses. Yingxi turned to survey the surrounding dark wizards, coldly questioning, "What? Have you not yet had your fill of the spectacle? Is there anyone else who wishes to test their luck?" The dark wizards, taken aback by his audacity, frowned but ultimately remained silent, considering his formidable combat prowess. Just then, a nearby owl, who had been watching the scene unfold, stepped forward. "Since you chose to spectate, why not see it through to the end? Coming out now, do you not fear swift demise?" In response to Yingxi's unabashed taunt, the Douluo also frowned, aware that while they had indeed been spectators, they were ultimately officials. Bound by a sense of duty, "I advise you to surrender or else." Yingxi scoffed derisively, "Or else you'll kill me. Do you have the audacity? Do you possess the capability?" The expression of one darkened immediately. Although they had intended to share as spoils, they had not anticipated such brashness from Yingxi. "Let us see if you can back that up," Douluo proclaimed, drawing his wand. Though they were fewer in number than the previous dark wizards, they were far from weak. In the realm of Harry Potter, wizards are categorized into 5 tiers: ordinary wizards, adult wizards, professors, and elders. The dark wizards just vanquished were situated between adult wizards and while the latter were all seasoned battle veterans. Yet Yingxi remained nonchalant, as if wholly unconcerned by the prospect of confrontation with Douluo. The wizards dispatched by the Huaxiao ministry to procure resources in Britain have faced 3 consecutive ambushes. And at the gathering place for British wizards, they were robbed by "Do you truly believe you will fare well?" Cautious by nature, Yingxi would never act without certainty. He had previously noted the presence of these 2 among the onlookers. Having dared to kill in front of them, he naturally had contingencies in place. Having developed within the Harry Potter universe for many years, and with the foundation of the Douluo continent, his rate of advancement was notably rapid. Presently, the Huaxiao ministry also had individuals who represented Yingxi, and after due arrangements, he had indeed acquired the credentials to engage in mutual exchanges with the British magical community. As for the alleged 3 assassination attempts, they were indeed fabrications. Though he could not prove they had occurred, neither could anyone prove otherwise. Yingxi, representative of the Huaxiao wizarding world and empowered to procure unique materials, held a significant status, making it improbable for them to employ Veritaserum against him. Moreover, the most intriguing aspect was that these 2 could not withstand scrutiny. Their very presence indicated ulterior motives. After all, if they could observe dark wizards robbing Lin without intervening, they would not have cared about Yingxi dispatching the dark wizards. "What, do you not believe me? Perhaps you should test it yourself?" Yingxi crossed his arms, exuding an air of invulnerability as he regarded the 2. The Douluo exchanged glances, hesitant to act. In the current world, the British wizarding community was acknowledged as the strongest, especially with the illustrious Dumbledore at Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard of the past century. Following closely was the populous Xiao wizarding community, which had seen a dramatic increase in its numbers in recent years. While they might not match the quality of British wizards, their sheer quantity was far superior. Chapter 111. Confrontation. If they were to engage with a Xiao wizard such as Yingxi, it could jeopardize diplomatic relations. The British wizards, despite their pride, would not risk offending a representative of another nation for personal gain, as the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, the mysterious assassination attempts could be thoroughly investigated. In that case, we shall not make things difficult for you, but it seems one will have to accompany us. Being Douluo indicates one is no ordinary individual. And with a single statement, they turned the tables on Yingxi. His purpose in stepping forward was to protect Lin. Allowing them to take him would be a significant loss of face and an affront to the Xiao wizarding world. After all, he represented them, and it would reflect poorly if they did not defend their own. Yingxi's expression darkened instantly. In that case, I shall pay a visit to your ministry to discuss this matter. The individuals who ambushed me were from the British wizarding community. I wonder if the information leaked from your end. The faces of the Douluo grew grim, caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet ultimately, Yingxi held the upper hand. One can eat their fill, but one must not speak carelessly. Rest assured, I still have their wands. Perhaps we should compare notes? Moreover, I was attacked there, and my friends in the British wizarding community were besieged by dark wizards. You Douluo simply stood by and watched, not lifting a finger. Once I dealt with them, you sought to apprehend me. Are you not conspiring? After years of navigating the wizarding world, many British wizards had met their demise at Yingxi's hands. Their wands had been casually discarded into the Soul Guide, and he found it fortuitous that he could utilize them today. The Douluo were evidently targeting Yingxi, yet they were unaware of his true identity, only perceiving his wealth as a motivation for their actions. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Yingxi's soul power infused into the Earth King's soul bone, transforming into fire, attribute soul power. The flames blazed in his palm, poised for action at any moment. Stop! At that moment, an aged yet weighty voice resonated. Yingxi turned to find Dumbledore approaching. What brought Dumbledore to the lair of dark wizards in the alley? What had transpired here? Dumbledore surveyed the 3 charred corpses on the ground, having sensed a formidable and peculiar energy moments prior. Professor Dumbledore, we are in the process of apprehending the proprietor of the dark magic shop, Ryan, yet he has obstructed our efforts. Dumbledore cast a glance at Yingxi, particularly focusing on the flames in his hand. It seems that the 3 corpses are indeed his doing, showcasing formidable strength and a ruthless disposition. I believe Professor Dumbledore, lauded as the greatest white wizard of the century, would not easily succumb to mere rumors. When it comes to intimacy with Dumbledore, Yingxi cannot compare to these 2 aurors, and Dumbledore's stature is entirely distinct from theirs. Yingxi could easily subdue the 2 aurors, yet he would find it exceedingly difficult to impose any constraint on Dumbledore unless he were to eliminate him in front of everyone. However, the likelihood of that happening is minimal, and even if successful, Yingxi would undoubtedly become a target of ire. All the painstaking efforts over the years would be in vain. Of course, I have always placed my faith solely in facts. Yingxi retrieved a document from the soul guiding device, issued by the wizarding communities of Huaxia in Britain, pertaining to the procurement of supplies. He stepped forward and presented the document to Dumbledore. After glancing at it twice, Dumbledore appeared somewhat astonished, as the British wizarding community has traditionally adhered to a policy of isolationism, with minimal interaction with the outside world. Surprisingly, Hogwarts is the most open, welcoming even mudbloods, those born of human parents with wizarding talents, suggesting that they might be allies of the Huaxia wizarding community. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Yingxi smiled gently, displaying a radiant expression. In an instant, he teleported beside an auror, deftly producing a syringe filled with veritaserum. Without hesitation, he plunged it into the neck of one of the aurors. What are you doing? Dumbledore's gaze instantly turned steely. However, in the next moment, a wall of fire erupted around Yingxi, forcing back the other Auror who had intended to charge forward. Do not be alarmed. I merely administered Veritasserum to him. It is difficult to persuade someone who speaks such nonsensical drivel through mere reason. Observing that Dumbledore did not draw his wand, Ingshi waved his hand, dissipating the surrounding flames. Let's speak plainly. What have you all been up to today? Upon hearing Ingshi's words, the nearby Auror became agitated, drawing his wand in an attempt to thwart him. Yet, just as he grasped his wand, Ingshi's figure appeared abruptly behind him, his hand slicing down upon the Auror's arm with a decisive blow. The sound of a bone cracking echoed, and the Auror's arm bent at a peculiar angle. Continue speaking. The primary objective today was to maintain a position, waiting for those 3 dark wizards to expose the benefactor behind Ryan, or to act after they had eliminated him, allowing us to partake in the spoils. Ingshi turned his gaze toward Dumbledore, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Is this how you British wizards treat your guests? First, 3 assassination attempts. And before I even set foot, you lay a trap for me. Your hospitality is truly remarkable. As he spoke, Ingshi emitted a series of ambiguous chuckles. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. The situation had escalated to a point where it could no longer be resolved privately. The area was surrounded by dark wizards eager to incite chaos, along with those reckless journalists from the wizarding world. Haha, I am certain there have been some misunderstandings. Moreover, those so-called 3 assassination attempts may not have been perpetrated by our British wizarding community. Rest assured, we will provide you with an explanation. Observing Dumbledore's perpetually cheerful demeanor, Ingshi pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, but I must personally handle the instigator behind the scenes. Representing the Huaxia wizarding community, Ingshi could not afford to back down before Dumbledore, lest he be perceived as weak, leading to further complications upon his return to Huaxia. Trust in our Ministry of Magic. We will ensure a fair resolution for you. Neither Ingshi nor Dumbledore could afford to yield. Hee. The Aurors of your British wizarding community are indeed quite just, Ingshi remarked, glancing at the Auror still under the influence of the Veritasserum, the mockery evident on his face. Chapter 112. Confrontation with Dumbledore, my dear sir. We are here to resolve issues, not to create them. Causing discord between our 2 nations serves no one. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, his previously gentle smile replaced by a glimmer of coldness. Indeed, but do you believe that a single statement from you can negate the multiple assassination attempts made by your Wine Nation's wizarding community, especially those involving officials? Who do you think is truly instigating the problems? Stepping forward without retreating, Ingshi firmly grasped the bone dagger at his waist, as if prepared to draw it at any moment. However, the laws of my Wine Nation's wizarding community do not permit private justice. Indeed, your Wine Nation's wizarding community forbids private justice, yet permits Aurors to execute foreign visitors, does it not? Dumbledore gritted his teeth in frustration. The situation had become exceedingly precarious, with Voldemort stirring restlessly. Provoking the formidable Huaxia wizarding community at this juncture would be unwise. Moreover, Ingshi had seized the initiative entirely. Although Ingshi had committed murder in the streets, the actions of the Aurors had profoundly embarrassed the Wine Nation's wizarding community. In the name of Dumbledore, I assure you that our Ministry of Magic will provide you with justice in accordance with our laws and will grant you appropriate compensation. Ingshi surveyed the gathering crowd, which continued to swell in number. Very well, since Professor Dumbledore is willing to guarantee his own reputation, I shall place my trust in you. As he spoke, Ingshi turned to leave, only to be called back by Dumbledore. Ingshi, do you harbor any thoughts of teaching at our school? Taken aback by Dumbledore's words, Ingshi had already abandoned the idea of attending Hogwarts. He had not anticipated such an invitation from Dumbledore. Are not all the teaching positions at Hogwarts filled? Would you truly make an exception for me? Noticing the shift in Ingshi's demeanor, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts has just departed. If you are interested. Ingshi's expression darkened instantly. It was evident that Dumbledore had ulterior motives. Considering the track record of defense against the dark arts professors in Harry Potter's world, how many had met a favorable end? Dumbledore's invitation for Ingshi to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor was clearly not made with pure intentions. It seemed Dumbledore was waiting for Ingshi's demise to sow discord between Tom and the Huaxiao wizards, thereby reaping the benefits for himself. Does Dumbledore truly regard me as a fool? Over the years, how many defense against the dark arts professors have had a good fate in terms of combat prowess? While Ingshi may not rank among the very best in the Harry Potter universe, he certainly stands among the upper echelons. However, when it comes to counteracting curses, he felt a profound lack of assurance. You are a wizard. Do you still believe in such rumors? Are you perhaps afraid? Dumbledore chuckled softly, his hearty laughter striking Ingshi as unexpectedly irritating. Haha, the national policy of Huaxia's wizarding community is to refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of other nations. What concern do I have with the conflict between you and Voldemort, Tom? Could it be that Voldemort's awakening has disturbed the greatest white wizard of the century, Professor Dumbledore? Since Dumbledore is being unscrupulous, then Ingshi might as well lay everything bare for discussion. The chaos in the British wizarding world has nothing to do with Ingshi. If it gets too tumultuous, he could always return home for refuge. Dumbledore's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. He did not expect that Ingshi, a foreigner, would possess such profound knowledge. Ingshi's words immediately ignited a great uproar, with many dark wizards looking at him with excitement. The days of the Death Eaters in the Y Country's magic community, under Dumbledore's protection, were far from easy, with Ingshi directly exposing the situation. Dumbledore found himself momentarily dazed, his gaze towards Ingshi filled with hostility. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore truly wished to test my strength, and I was equally eager to ascertain just how powerful this most formidable white wizard of the century truly is. As Ingshi uttered these words, he approached Dumbledore step by step, his right hand gripping the hilt of his bone knife, its icy blade glimmering ominously. Dumbledore, observing the excited dark wizards around him and the terrified white wizards, was also prepared to reveal his strength to encourage the white wizards and intimidate the dark ones. Seize your weapon. Under the influence of the ZG magic eye, Ingshi keenly detected 3 surges of magical energy. Triple casting. Dumbledore's movements were swift. Yet in terms of physical prowess, Ingshi surpassed him tenfold. Not to mention triple casting, even 9-fold casting would be of no use if it could not land a hit. The technique of instantaneous movement manifested once more, and Ingshi appeared almost instantaneously above Dumbledore. The bone knife, imbued with potent soul energy, swung down fiercely, the terrifying momentum causing Dumbledore's face to display astonishment. Armor protection. Once again, the triple casting. Few in the wizarding world could achieve such a feat. But Dumbledore had nearly turned it into instinct. However, Ingshi was no ordinary opponent. Years of cultivation should not be underestimated. The brilliance of the dragon's wisdom flashed across Ingshi's form, and the 3 layers of protective armor merely momentarily obstructed him. The bone knife sliced through the 3 layers of armor, crashing into the ground and splitting the flagstones. All petrified, seeing that Ingshi was not merely relying on a wand to cast spells, Dumbledore switched to sorcery. For an elder wizard like Dumbledore, the difference in time between casting the petrification spell and the weapon-seizing spell was negligible. With the wind at his feet and aided by the ZG magic eye, Ingshi deftly evaded all spells aimed at disarming him. Lava burst. Dumbledore, horrified, gazed at the searing energy beneath him, a chill striking his heart. Just as the lava burst was about to erupt from the ground, Dumbledore's form vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he employed the disillusionment charm to evade this lethal strike. It was not over. Ascending flames. The attack of the Earth King was divided into 2 phases, with slight variations based on the nuances of each Earth King. Ingshi's soul skill granted by the Earth King's bone also comprised 2 phases, lava burst and ascending flames. However, until now, Ingshi had never had the opportunity to unleash the second attack, and he unexpectedly found himself using it against Dumbledore today. Dumbledore had not anticipated that the lava burst would possess a second phase of attack. Caught off guard, he was scorched directly. Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not intended to kill Dumbledore. Although the power of the lava burst was terrifying, its initial movements were large, and the preparation phase was relatively lengthy, making it not overly difficult to dodge. While the second phase of the attack had remarkable effects, Ingshi had not held high hopes against someone of Dumbledore's caliber. He was surprised that it had actually struck home. Of course, if Dumbledore truly could not evade, it would not matter. Killing this most powerful white wizard of the century would undoubtedly elevate Ingshi's fame. The Huaxiao wizarding community would spare no effort to protect Ingshi, even risking enmity with the Y country's wizarding community, especially considering that Ingshi was merely in his early 20s. Ingshi's existence could very well lead the Huaxiao wizarding community to prosperity for decades, and such talent would not be easily relinquished by the Huaxiao Ministry of Magic. Nevertheless, at this stage, eliminating Dumbledore would yield more disadvantages than advantages. Sooner or later, Ingshi would replace Dumbledore, but it was best not to do so at this moment. As Ingshi awaited Dumbledore's next move, pondering whether he had truly perished, a melodious bird call resonated through the air. Beneath the flames of ascending flames, a silver-white phoenix appeared out of thin air, enveloping Dumbledore within its embrace, miraculously assisting him in withstanding the fierce blow of the ascending flames. Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the range of the ascending flames was somewhat smaller, its temperature surpassed that of the lava burst. He had not expected Dumbledore to endure it. Moreover, the Patronus Charm, a defensive spell, was not typically used to counter flames, so how could it withstand such heat? Furthermore, the defensive power of the Patronus Charm seemed extraordinarily high. The power of the lava burst unleashed by Ingshi had already reached the pinnacle of the Soul Master level, even surpassing some Soul King's attacks. Yet, the low-level wizard's Patronus Charm could withstand it. This was indeed peculiar. Seeing the situation was untenable, Ingshi waved his hand, and the flames of ascending flames gradually dissipated. Observing Dumbledore, who appeared slightly disheveled but suffered no substantial harm, Ingshi sheathed his knife, choosing not to press the attack further. However, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, manifested around him. Yet, Ingshi did not hurry to strike. Dumbledore was weaker than he had anticipated, but the disillusionment charm was exceedingly bothersome, and coupled with the unknown depth of the Patronus Charm, killing him proved to be quite challenging. Professor Dumbledore was indeed formidable. The 7 dark wizards who had ambushed me had not survived my previous attack. Watching Ingshi stand with his knife sheathed, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. Ingshi's destructive power was too terrifying, and his speed was swift. Unless he resorted to those lethal moves, it would be difficult to surpass him. Yet, while Ingshi dared to take a life, Dumbledore could not. Though Ingshi's abilities were powerful, they did not conform to traditional wizardry. Other wizards merely marveled at his prowess. But if Dumbledore were to employ the 3 unforgivable curses, his century-long reputation would be irreparably tarnished, for he was a white wizard. The Avada Kedavra. Just as both sides prepared to reach an understanding, an Auror, previously administered a truth serum, suddenly awoke. Drawing his wand, he aimed at Ingshi and cast the Avada Kedavra. In a moment of haste, Ingshi executed a tactical retreat, narrowly evading the attack, his expression darkening. Is this what your Y country's Ministry of Magic calls an Auror? How exceedingly righteous. However, the Auror could not possibly be so foolish. It was actually Ingshi who activated his soul skill, manipulating the Auror to turn against him. Thus, Ingshi found himself utterly invincible. The Auror from the Y country's Ministry of Magic brazenly cast the unforgivable curse in front of foreign dignitaries. And this incident could not be dissociated from Dumbledore. Well, Ingshi sneered in fury. The Y country's Ministry of Magic truly possesses remarkable tactics. Dumbledore's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated such audacity from the Auror, who dared to employ the Avada Kedavra curse against Ingshi in plain sight. Outrageous! Dumbledore exclaimed, swiftly approaching the Auror, disbelief etched across his face. That was not me. The Auror, visibly flustered, gazed at Dumbledore, fully aware that his actions had irreparably tarnished the moral standing of the Y country's wizarding community. Professor Dumbledore, I intend to kill. Will you stop me? Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed impossible to salvage the reputation of the Y country's wizarding world. Although he recognized the gravity of the situation, he could not fathom its origins. The speed of casting the soul curse was swift, yet the magical fluctuations were undeniable. This auror could not possibly be under the curse's control. Your Excellency, we acknowledge our fault. Please trust us. We will. You will uphold justice? Dumbledore interjected, his expression grim. However, the situation had escalated beyond his control. Moments ago, he had assured that the Y country's Ministry of Magic would act fairly and provide Ingshi with a satisfactory resolution, only for the auror to immediately cast the Avada Kedavra curse upon him, leaving Dumbledore's dignity in tatters. Ingshi stood to the side, tilting his head towards Dumbledore, curious to see how he would respond. Dumbledore inhaled deeply. As the most esteemed white wizard of the Y country, he could never resort to murder, and handing over his auror to Ingshi was hardly a commendable act. The illustrious white wizard of the past century, Dumbledore, took a resolute stand before the auror, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ingshi. With a hand over his heart, he performed a ceremonial gesture of profound respect among wizards. Your Excellency, this matter is indeed my fault. Please believe me, I will ensure he is prosecuted according to wizarding law, without any favoritism, and will provide you with ample compensation. Ingshi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Dumbledore had truly matured over the years. He exhibited the grace to humble himself before Ingshi, a younger wizard, not only granting him sufficient respect, but also promising adequate recompense. Consequently, even if the Huaxiao wizarding community sought to provoke conflict, they would find no legitimate grounds to do so. Furthermore, Dumbledore's unwavering commitment to the laws of the Y country's wizarding realm would undoubtedly enhance his standing, proving beneficial in the ongoing struggle against Voldemort. In that case, I shall await the outcome, Ingshi replied with a faint smile, bowing slightly before turning to enter Ryan's dark magic item shop. Chapter 114. The Tomb of Qin Shi Huang. As the crowd outside gradually dispersed, Ryan slumped on the ground, gazing at Ingshi with admiration. No need for words. You are truly something, my friend. Ingshi leaned against the shelf, chuckling softly. I mentioned that collaborating with me would yield more advantages than disadvantages. Although perilous this time, you shall undoubtedly gain immense renown. Ryan nodded in agreement. Ingshi's confrontation with Dumbledore had left many astounded. Not only had he forced Dumbledore to retreat, but he had also compelled him into a rather embarrassing use of the Patronus charm. The spell that unleashed terrifying flames was unprecedented, surpassing even the power of a formidable blasting curse. Ingshi lightly tapped the table, a hint of curiosity in his gaze as he inquired, "By the way, Ryan, wasn't the Patronus charm originally meant solely to repel Dementors? How could it possess such formidable defensive capabilities?" Upon hearing Ingshi's question, Ryan chuckled and responded. The Patronus charm was indeed initially designed to combat Dementors, but if a wizard's understanding of the charm transcends the ordinary, it can evolve further. Ingshi nodded in realization, becoming increasingly intrigued by the Patronus charm. Do you know how to cast it? Ryan shrugged helplessly. I may not be able to perform it, but I can certainly tell you the incantation. Focus entirely, recalling your most cherished moments. This is the prerequisite for casting the Patronus charm. When invoking this charm, one must conjure the essence of their happiest memories. In this lifetime, Ingshi's most beautiful moment was undoubtedly the day he returned from the Harry Potter world to the Douluo continent's nodding academy, beholding Xiao Wu's tear-streaked visage. That image remained etched in his memory, and each time he witnessed Xiao Wu in tears, he would recall that day, although Ingshi persistently refrained from admitting it. He had to acknowledge that this was the most beautiful moment he could envision. Yet, if he were to consider his past life, everyone possesses their own pinnacle of beauty and brilliance, the very essence that propels them forward, as well as the motivations that encourage them to bear everything for the sake of progress. Observing Ingshi's bewildered expression, a trace of melancholy appeared on Ryan's face. Unbeknownst to them, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. While Ingshi gazed vacantly out the window at the curtain of rain, a sense of confusion enveloping him. What was the driving force behind his relentless pursuit? Pressure? Power? Ambition? Or perhaps desire? What was Ingxi's ultimate goal? What was the purpose of his existence? For the first time, Ingxi felt perplexed, much like the myriad souls adrift in this vast world, lacking both lofty aspirations and short-term goals. They merely drifted with the tide, taking one step at a time. Those so-called words of wisdom held little value for Ingxi, who could not speak grand truths. Yet, the true challenge lay in the execution. Ingxi harbored no grand ambitions, no deep-seated hatred, nor any compelling reason to risk everything. He felt akin to a rootless reed, existing solely to survive, striving for a better life, and continuing to exert effort. But why he fought remained an enigma. Though I may not know the burdens you bear, I can sense your pressure. You are still young. Take a walk, Ryan said, patting Ingxi on the shoulder before returning to the back of the shop. Take a walk? Ingxi sighed slowly, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He was aware of who his enemies were, yet he bore no profound grudges. It was merely a conflict of positions. The relentless pressure he placed upon himself could only be described as a yearning, a desire to explore more of the world. The acquisition of fortune points could only be achieved through seizing opportunities. If Ingxi remained stagnant, his fortune points would not grow. Ultimately, he would find himself forever trapped in one world devoid of purpose. If one were to assert that Ingxi harbors a singular ambition, it would undoubtedly be to render his life more splendid, for it is the inherent duty of all beings to embrace the essence of humanity. Upon unlocking the grand entrance of Ryan's warehouse, Ingxi was escorted directly back to his base in Huaxia by Ryan. Over the years, Ryan had frequently assisted Ingxi in various matters, enabling him to utilize apparition to traverse to Ingxi's domain. The art of apparition, while not overly complex to learn, carries its own dangers. Typically, 7th grade wizards commence their studies in this discipline, and it is generally mastered by those of aura rank or higher. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, such as dismemberment, compounded by the formidable spatial barriers of Douluo, which had deterred Ingxi from practicing diligently. After several instances of apparition, Ryan's complexion had grown exceedingly pale, as the journey from England to Huaxia was a considerable drain on his vitality. Master, Mr. Ryan. As Ingxi and Ryan alighted, a middle-aged man clad in a suit bowed respectfully to them. Ryan has exhausted his magical energy. Please allow him to rest. Of course. My lord. Ingxi gently patted Ryan's shoulder before stepping outside. The weather in Huaxia contrasted starkly with that of Country Y, which was shrouded in persistent rain. While it was already evening in Huaxia, gazing upon the majestic tomb of Qin Shi Huang, Ingxi could not help but smile wryly. As a descendant of the Ying clan, this surname had been his sole pride since his previous life. However, he had never visited the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which he regarded as a poignant regret. If one were to seek moments of joy, Ingxi would prefer to return to Xiao Wu's side and relish simple pleasures. Yet, if he sought a philosophy to underpin his existence, he felt that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang might be the most fitting place. Although the tomb was long closed to the public, this posed no obstacle for Ingxi. As he ambled about, observing the surroundings, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, as if he were drifting in a realm beyond the mundane. Approaching the terracotta army pit, he stood in the corridor, feeling an inexplicable lightness within. His robes stirred without wind, and a peculiar energy began to ripple around him. The wizards accompanying Ingxi, sensing something amiss, refrained from disturbing him and instead cast a protective barrier against muggles in the vicinity. Ingxi's eyes fluttered shut, and a fleeting expression of pain crossed his face as his bone martial soul involuntarily awakened. Chapter 115. A unique soul ring. With a resounding crack, a segment of Ingxi's left arm suddenly extended, followed closely by a similar occurrence with his right arm. An abundance of intangible energy began to coalesce around him. The expression of his protector shifted to one of alarm. Given Ingxi's current state, it was evident that the simple barrier against muggles would prove inadequate. This protector, cultivated by Ingxi over many years, possessed the strength of a 500-year-old skull and had reached the pinnacle of a mature wizard, just one step away from becoming an auror. His face bore a grave countenance as he swiftly performed apparition back to the base. Upon his return, Ingxi was now surrounded by 3 to 5 additional wizards. albeit of relatively modest rank. When the Protector had summoned them, he had already briefed them on Ingxi's condition. Together, they initiated a powerful incantation to repel Muggles and strictly forbade others from interfering with Ingxi. Even the forces of the Muggle world were mobilized, and, at this moment, Ingxi's accumulated strength finally surged forth. The intangible energy surrounding him intensified, and subtle fluctuations began to manifest in his vicinity. To the Protector's understanding, they could not discern the nature of the energies enveloping Ingxi. "Lord Ryan, what on earth is happening?" Ryan, observing Ingxi, furrowed his brow. He too was at a loss. However, he could sense that the energy entwining Ingxi posed no threat to him, and indeed, Ingxi's aura was steadily amplifying. An endless flow of energy seemed to sweep across the entirety of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, gradually converging upon Ingxi. The previously formless energy began to emit a faint black-golden hue. As time elapsed, Ingxi found himself encased within a colossal black cocoon, its surface gleaming with intricate golden patterns that appeared almost alive, continuously shifting. Seconds turned into minutes, yet the black cocoon remained still, thickening and accumulating energy from the surroundings. The power Ingxi had amassed over the years erupted forth, akin to a finely tuned machine springing to life. Notably, those assisting Ingxi were individuals he had rescued from war-torn regions, who had gradually evolved into wizards with his guidance. Conversely, few of Ingxi's subordinates hailed from peaceful backgrounds. Among them, the one with the greatest talent had entered the Huaxia Ministry of Magic, facilitating Ingxi's acquisition of trade privileges with Country Y. 3 days later, Millie cast a worried glance at Ingxi. His unusual state had not drawn significant attention from the wizarding community. After all, Ingxi's influence extended far beyond the wizarding world. His power within the Muggle realm was truly formidable. With substantial financial resources and an advanced understanding of the world, he was a force to be reckoned with. 3 days prior, the corridors flanking the Terracotta Army Pit had exhibited potential safety hazards, prompting their temporary closure, yet the other pits remained operational, effectively minimizing the incident's visibility. Millie was diligently working within the Ministry of Magic to help conceal the unusual occurrences surrounding Ingxi. "How is it?" Millie inquired, her eyes filled with concern as she regarded Ingxi. "I am uncertain, but it appears to pose no danger to Ingxi." Millie nodded, rubbing her somewhat reddened eyes. She had gone several days without rest due to her worries for Ingxi. "Millie, you should return now. I will remain here. You needn't worry," Ryan reassured her. As Millie had been taught by Ryan in Ingxi's absence, she could be considered his apprentice. Millie nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, a fissure suddenly appeared on the black, golden-tinged cocoon enveloping Ingxi. The crack rapidly expanded like a spider's web, and a pale arm emerged from the black, golden cocoon. "It's happening," Millie exhaled in relief. Had Ingxi continued in this state, it might have attracted unwanted scrutiny. Although Ingxi wielded considerable power in both the magical and real worlds, such attention would not bode well for him. The black cocoon did not shatter as anticipated. Instead, it transformed into countless strands of black energy that gradually coalesced above Ingxi, forming a unique halo. Millie furrowed her brow slightly as she gazed at the youth clad in a black robe before her heart filled with hesitation. Is this Ingxi? If the former Ingxi could be described as a short yet wealthy and handsome young man, the current Ingxi embodies the stature of a tall, affluent, and unreasonably handsome figure. At this moment, Ingxi stood at a commendable height of 1.8 meters. His skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, and his exquisite visage radiated a masculine charm. His lustrous, raven-black hair flowed freely behind him, framing a face that was impeccably flawless, with eyes as bright as black pearls. Adorned in a long robe of pure black interwoven with countless golden threads, he epitomized the phrase, "a gentleman as pristine as jade," unparalleled in the world. Astonishingly, atop Ingxi's head rested a dark, lustrous soul ring, distinct from ordinary soul rings of 1,000 years, as it was adorned with an array of flowing golden patterns that seemed to pulsate with life. This was a bestowal from the Qin dynasty to its descendants, a legacy of the will of the great Qin. Qin Shi Huang, as the eternal emperor of Huaxia, made indelible contributions to history. Some may label him as tyrannical. But regardless of history's interpretation, he unified the 6 states and established the first great unified dynasty in Huaxia's history. Others argue that his exploitation of the populace led to the premature demise of the Qin dynasty. Yet the fact remains that he unified the 6 states and founded the first great unified dynasty in Huaxia. Some describe the Qin monarch as a man of ruthless precision, sharp-eyed and fierce-hearted, devoid of compassion. But even if true, what difference does it make? For he unified the 6 states and founded the first great unified dynasty in Huaxia's history. Qin Shi Huang was no sage. Surely he had his faults. Yet whether his merits outweighed his demerits or vice versa, he unified the 6 states, an undeniable contribution. Yingxi harbored no ambition for dominion nor aspirations for the world. However, this did not diminish his admiration. Gently, Yingxi bent at the waist, respectfully kneeling upon the ground, and bowed thrice in reverence towards the direction of the Qin emperor's tomb. In that half-dreamlike state, he envisioned the ancestors of the Ying clan, rising step by step from humble origins as horsekeepers, shedding the blood of countless generations to propel the Qin to its zenith. Alas, every man has his youth, and even the sun must set. Regarding the Qin, Yingxi felt no inclination to pass judgment. Regardless of their merits or faults, they were ultimately his ancestors. Chapter 116. Years of development. The soul ring bestowed by the Qin dynasty endowed Yingxi with 5 formidable abilities. The first ability, the domain of war, is less a skill and more a realm, akin to Tang Hao's killing god domain, a Yin's blue-silver domain, and Tang Yuehua's noble circle. The domain of war. With a coverage radius of 100 meters, all allied members receive an enhancement in battle intent, with a 10% increase to all attributes while suppressing the opponent's attributes by the same percentage. With companions in arms, a specific target can be marked, allowing mutual sharing of 10% soul power and establishing a life link to share 10% of damage. Piercing through armor. War form utilizing the battle intent of the Qin and his own bones to forge battle armor, further enhancing all attributes by 10%. The black and gold royal robe. Daily form significantly boosts perception. Note, in the Qin state, aside from the sovereign, there were no titles of king. It should have been the black and gold sovereign robe, yet it felt somewhat cumbersome. Battle intent unleashed. Allows for the manipulation of battle intent for attack or defense. Currently, Yingxi's attire of the black and gold royal robe represents the daily form, enhancing his ability to sense crises and malice exponentially. To illustrate simply, if someone were to aim a gun at Yingxi, while he may not discern the precise location, he would immediately feel an overwhelming sense of danger. The greater the threat, the more acute this feeling of vigilance would become. While this ability may not significantly augment combat prowess, it greatly enhances Yingxi's capacity for self-preservation. Are you mastering Shi? Millie blinked, her gaze lingering on him with a hint of confusion. Though she sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, his appearance had transformed drastically, and his height had surged remarkably. Yingxi smiled as he affectionately tousled Millie's hair, prompting a blush to bloom on her cheeks. A refined smile graced Yingxi's face, causing Millie's heart to race. He had always been handsome, but now he was strikingly so. You saved us from the flames of war and bestowed upon us a new life. It is our duty to repay you, Millie stammered, her previously assertive demeanor faltering under the weight of her shyness. Everyone, please withdraw. Thank you all for your hard work these days. Yingxi waved his hand, signaling for everyone to retreat in succession. The gains from this expedition were monumental. A single soul ring had directly granted Yingxi 5 exceedingly practical soul skills, one of which encompassed the domain. Upon returning to the base island, Yingxi leisurely made his way to his room. This chamber had been established for several years, yet Yingxi had scarcely resided within it. He retrieved a wand from his possession, adjusting his breath to cultivate tranquility within his heart. During the awakening process, he had already mastered the invocation of the guardian spirit spell. However, at that moment, Yingxi's domain of war activated autonomously, and his mental state became as serene as a still pond. The hem of his robe fluttered without wind, and a multitude of dark energy coalesced behind him, gradually taking the form of a soaring Xian bird. The Xian bird, born of the heavens, was the totem of the Qin people in historical legend. Is this the guardian spirit spell? Ryan scratched his greasy hair, gazing curiously at the Xian bird behind Ingshi. It is known that the guardian beasts summoned by the guardian spirit spell are typically silvery white. Yet Ingshi's Xian bird clearly embodied the power of the guardian spirit spell while being entirely black. In this world of sorcery, black energy is often associated with dark wizards. While this poses no significant threat to Ingshi, it remains somewhat troublesome. Moreover, this Xian bird bore a resemblance to Dumbledore's phoenix. Ingshi exhaled a breath of murky air. The power of the guardian spirit spell exceeded his expectations and could now serve as a trump card. Additionally, due to the Xian bird's unique nature, it possessed a remarkable resistance to most dark sorcery. Furthermore, Ingshi sensed a subtle resonance between the long blade at his waist and the guardian spirit spell. Grasping the bone blade in his hand, he gazed at the jade bead belonging to Yu Xiaojiang, along with the golden thread left behind by the King of Centaurs, and couldn't help but smile. Today had indeed proven to be a day of bountiful harvests. Mulan Island, purchased during Ingshi's second visit to the Harry Potter world, along with several surrounding islets, was now being transformed into a vast ecological sphere designed for the breeding of magical creatures. In ordinary times, only a portion of the individuals rescued from the war-torn zones are managed here by Ingshi. Ingshi prioritizes the selection of those with commendable character and a certain affinity for spiritual power. These individuals vary in age, yet each possesses some knowledge of sorcery. Among them, Mealy stands out as the most exceptional. Mealy's innate talent for spiritual energy is remarkably high, and although she lost a year or two, under Ingshi's request for Lion's assistance, her growth has been nothing short of astounding. Lion has long regarded Mealy as his sole apprentice, imparting knowledge to her with far more diligence than he ever did with Ingshi. With Ingshi's support, Mealy successfully secured a position within the Huaxia Ministry of Magic, becoming the foremost figure under Ingshi's command. Additionally, Ingshi gifted her a 30,000-year-old spiritual skull, greatly enhancing her abilities. Although Mealy now primarily oversees the affairs of the Ministry of Magic and has relinquished her duties as the caretaker of the island, she still wields considerable authority on the island. Under the authorization of the Huaxia magical community, Ingshi's island nurtures a diverse array of magical species. Ingshi will not intervene in their lives unless they are on the brink of extinction. In the struggle for survival, mercy towards the sheep can be cruelty towards the wolves. Thus, Ingshi does not deliberately alter the living habits of magical creatures, but will collect necessary materials from deceased magical beings. Because of this practice, Ingshi maintains a small yet significant share of the material trade within the Huaxia magical realm. Even this modest portion serves as the foundation for Mealy's gradual ascension in the magical community, especially since many magical materials are considered contraband, and only Ingshi possesses legitimate sales permits. The world of Harry Potter is replete with wondrous species, each more bizarre than the last. For instance, one creature possesses the body of a horse, yet has a mouth resembling countless tentacles. To be candid, Ingshi finds it difficult to appreciate such magical beings. Yet their tentacles serve as excellent magical materials. Chapter 117. Invitation Ingshi. This is the report for this year. After a long tour, Ingshi returned to his chamber, feeling somewhat fatigued. Mealy also returned to the island through a port key, presenting Ingshi with a document. The port key is a magical item that allows for swift travel between two locations. Its creation is not particularly difficult. However, due to its simplicity, its use is strictly regulated by the magical ministries of various nations. While Ingshi is indifferent to the ministry's opinions, he currently attracts too much attention. Any trivial matters that result in the creation of port keys, which are prohibited for personal manufacture, could lead to serious consequences. If discovered, Dumbledore would not hesitate to use his considerable influence accumulated over the years to crush Ingshi. After all, Ingshi possesses too much knowledge, and his ruthless nature makes him a formidable figure in a world of wizards where taking a life is common. Ingshi is viewed as a nefarious entity, one likely to broker a deal with Voldemort, an idea intolerable to Dumbledore. As dusk approached, to avoid disrupting his sleep, Ingshi brewed a pot of light tea, sipping it while listening to Mili's report. I have said before, there is no need for such formality in my presence. Please sit and speak freely. Mili nodded, cautiously taking a seat beside him, her stockings gently clinging to her fair thighs, as if inadvertently brushing against something. Ingshi scrutinized Mili, a smile creeping onto his lips as he recalled their first meeting, when she was clad in tattered, filthy garments, covered in grime. Now, she donned a pristine, tailored outfit, her refined demeanor enhanced by years of nourishment and her elevated status, evoking a newfound interest. This year, our faction has welcomed only 7 new wizards, bringing our total to 23, all rescued from the ravages of war without any external recruitment. The population on our island remains stable at around 100, with more than 10 wizards stationed here, while the others develop their skills in the Huaxiao wizarding community. Additionally, under your direction, 2 wizards have entered the Y Country magical realm to assist Lord Lion with business, with plans to establish a new shop in Diagon Alley this year. However, due to a lack of available rentals in Diagon Alley, progress has remained stagnant. Moreover, the Muggle world's influence has expanded to possess over $300 million in operating capital and tens of billions in equity. In recent years, the Muggle world has experienced the fastest growth, as Ingshi is acutely aware of what can swiftly generate substantial funds. I am confident that in a few years, Ingshi's influence in the Muggle realm will culminate in a formidable commercial empire. Very well, I shall leave the matters of the island in your capable hands. While the Muggle world is significant, this place remains our foundation. Only with sufficient deterrence can we continue to develop. How goes the refugee resettlement initiative? Ingshi inquired, directing his final question towards Mili. The talents under Ingshi's command primarily stem from 2 sources, those rescued from war-torn regions and the gathering of capable individuals. The strength of Ingshi's wizarding community is largely derived from rigorous assessments conducted here before recruitment. Of course, the Muggle world does not impose such strict standards. As long as an individual possesses sufficient power, they can be admitted, regardless of their origin. Ingshi's ability to expand his influence within a few short years is largely attributed to his bone martial soul. Without the soul bones produced by this unique ability, such growth would have been unattainable. After all, absorbing a soul bone results in a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes, enabling most individuals with slightly inadequate qualifications to become legendary wizards. It is this continuous influx of soul bones that allows Ingshi to gather such a multitude of wizards. Having resolved the majority of the lingering issues, Ingshi finally exhaled in relief. However, despite his success on the island, the current supply of galleons appeared insufficient. Whether for himself or for the Glory Squad and Qianren Shui, Ingshi required a substantial amount of Felix Felicis as support. Yet over the years, he had purchased nearly all the available stock from potion shops. There are only a few individuals globally capable of producing Felix Felicis, with an annual output of merely 5 or 6 vials, and such premium goods typically have fixed buyers. While Ingshi's progress in the wizarding community has been rapid, it cannot compare to those illustrious families with legacies spanning centuries. To procure Felix Felicis from them, Ingshi must pay a considerable price. However, the galleons at his disposal are insufficient, and it is uncertain whether they would even consider extending him a favor. Just as Ingshi pondered where to acquire more galleons, a sudden hoot from an owl captured his attention. In this wizarding world, owls hold significant meaning. With a subtle flick of his finger, a surge of soul power fully opened the slightly ajar window, allowing an owl to flutter inside. Receiving the letter clutched in the owl's beak, he unfolded it, and upon reading just a few lines, Ingshi's brow arched slightly. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the table. It was indeed true that when one is parched, the heavens bring forth rain. The letter was from Dumbledore, informing Ingshi that the 2 Aurors would be executed in 3 days, and the Y Country's Ministry of Magic had invited him to witness the execution. Furthermore, compensation from the ministry had also been arranged, which was rather intriguing. Dumbledore extended an invitation for Ingshi to become a professor at Hogwarts, along with the establishment of an additional course. This was no trivial matter, as Hogwarts had maintained its curriculum of 14 subjects for many years without any additions, making an exception for Ingshi. Merely the qualification to teach at Hogwarts was worth far more than a mere few thousand gold soul coins. With some time remaining before the start of the new academic year at Hogwarts, Ingshi could take this opportunity to make arrangements. After a year of teaching at Hogwarts, his reputation would undoubtedly soar once again. At that time, engaging in further transactions with Dumbledore might yield him a batch of Felix Felicis. With matters arranged, Ingshi found a moment to return to the Douluo continent. Chapter 118, Icebound Forest, Request for Subscription, in the Tiendo Imperial City at the Glory Academy. The guard nonchalantly blocked Ingshi's path. Apologies. Entry is restricted to students or instructors of the Glory Academy. After all, Ingshi had undergone a significant transformation. His appearance had changed drastically, and he had grown several inches taller. Smiling, he produced the Glory Academy badge from his pocket and handed it to the guard. "I am a student here, but I returned home for a while, so you may not remember me." The guard eyed Ingshi with suspicion, his expression still uncertain. "I am merely a humble soul sovereign. How could I possibly pose a threat?" After sizing him up, the guard nodded and returned the badge. Upon returning to the dormitory, members of the Glory team were gathered for a meal. The sudden entrance of an outsider caused a stir among them, and they appeared somewhat wary. "Who are you? Do you not know that this dormitory is exclusive to the Glory team?" The speaker was a stout individual, hands on hips, pointing accusingly at Ingshi. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu looked at Ingshi with a puzzled expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin also shared a similar sentiment, recognizing an uncanny resemblance to Ingshi, yet his appearance was different. Ingshi chose not to elaborate, conjuring a celestial book martial soul into his hand. "Ingshi, how have you changed so much?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, sitting beside him while accepting the tea she poured. "Have you heard of awakening?" "Awakening?" The others exchanged confused glances, unsure of its meaning. The concepts of martial soul mutation, evolution, and awakening were distinct. For soul masters, the likelihood of martial soul mutation was relatively high, though it could have both positive and negative consequences, with the latter being more common. Martial soul evolution occurred under specific circumstances, enhancing the martial soul's power. Awakening, however, was a rare occurrence, requiring the martial soul to possess strong potential for advancement and not fully manifest its power. Among the Glory team, only Ning Rongrong had experience in awakening. With Ingshi's explanation, the group barely grasped the concept, yet they understood it was a positive development. "Xiaoxi, Senior Dugu, said we are to hunt soul beasts tomorrow. I heard you are not going?" Xiao Wu pouted, tugging at Ingshi's arm with a pitiful expression. "I shall venture into the icebound forest to hunt soul beasts. Our paths do not align. With the prowess of the peerless Longsha duo, their protection is more than sufficient." Xiao Wu pouted, about to protest, but Ingshi interrupted her. He understood her intention was merely to accompany him to the icebound forest. While Xiao Wu joining him would not pose any issue, it was unnecessary. Ingshi's objective was clear: the mirror beast, akin to the future Oscar. Its abilities closely resembled replication, and Ingshi currently lacked offensive means. Perhaps the mirror beast would provide him with some surprises. The members of Glory Academy divided into 3 teams. Dugubo led Ingshi to the icebound forest to hunt for the mirror beast, while the peerless Longsha couple took the Glory team to the Sunset Forest for soul beast hunting. And Zhao Wujia guided some ordinary students from Glory Academy to hunt soul beasts, with everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. In the northern icebound forest of the Tiendo Empire, Ingshi rubbed his hands together, feeling the chill of the forest. Even his level 40 soul power struggled to withstand it. "Ingshi, why do you still refuse to reveal your awakened soul abilities?" Dugubo remarked, observing Ingshi's frosty demeanor with a hint of schadenfreude. Dugubo held high hopes for Ingshi's capabilities, yet his temperament could be infuriating at times. "What is your rush? You will see it eventually." Just then, a series of rustling sounds echoed around them, causing Dugubo to become alert. The icebound forest was far more perilous than the Stardow forest. home to numerous soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years in age. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Ingshi's eyes shimmered with purple hues. Is that an ice crystal wolf? The ice crystal wolf resembled the gale wolf of the Sunset Forest, a common soul beast. However, in the harsher environment of the icebound forest, the ice crystal wolf's combat prowess surpassed that of its gale wolf counterparts. Just some minor soul beasts. Shall we eliminate them or let them flee? Eliminate them. They are nuisances that serve no purpose. Douluo shrugged, unleashing a wave of light green soul power that instantly reduced the ice crystal wolves to ash upon contact. The reputation of the poisoned Douluo was indeed well-deserved. However, after dispatching another wave of soul beasts, a series of imposing roars resonated, their sounds deep and authoritative, causing even Douluo to feel a sense of pressure. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with a hint of unease. The intensity of these roars is quite terrifying. Only the two kings from the Stardow Forest could rival them. Ingshi's eyes also narrowed. The icebound forest harbored numerous fearsome entities, and those soul beasts were beyond his current capabilities. We must hasten our pace. If it comes to worst, we shall flee on our flying broomsticks. Douluo nodded in agreement, both of them retrieving their flying broomsticks to survey the skies. In the icebound forest, flying magical beasts were scarce, yet each was exceedingly powerful. To avoid attracting soul beasts that exceeded their capabilities, their exploration remained cautious and deliberate. Ingshi, utilizing the Ziji Madong, meticulously scanned the surroundings for 3 full hours. And at last, the two companions made some progress. Ingshi, why don't you use that Ziji Madong to see if the creature we need is that mirror shadow beast? As they soared past an ice mountain, a gathering of soul beasts captured Ingshi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spotted a mirror shadow beast that perfectly fit his requirements. Its size and age suggesting it had been around for approximately 20,000 years. Although half of the soul bones on Ingshi's body had been shared with Yi Lingling, the remaining portion was still sufficient for him to absorb the 20,000-year soul ring. After consuming the Wangchuan Qiushui elixir, he no longer feared the so-called soul shock. While the fourth ring of 20,000 years was on the lower end of the spectrum, any higher might bring unbearable soul vibrations. Within the Glory Battle Team, only Yi Lingling had the potential to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. With the aid of Ingshi's remaining soul bones and a plethora of magical potions, the probability of successful absorption stood at no less than 80%. As for the others, their mental fortitude was insufficient to endure a 10,000-year soul beast. Pursuing merely a few thousand years of soul ring cultivation was unnecessary. Chapter 119. Immortal Grade Snow Lotus. Old Poison, do you see that lotus? Is it the Immortal Grade Snow Lotus? Ingshi, riding his flying broom, inquired as he pointed at the lotus, seemingly puzzled by the gathering of soul beasts below. Although Douluo's cultivation was superior to Ingshi's, his vision was far inferior. However, Douluo had immersed himself in the study of herbs for decades, giving him an experience that far surpassed Ingshi's. It truly seems to be, this is a valuable find. Shall we seize it? Indeed, Old Poison. The soul beasts here range from 40,000 years to a minimum of 10,000 years. This is a splendid opportunity to acquire soul bones. Douluo, intrigued, gazed at Ingshi, who retrieved the fulling elixir from his soul guide and tossed it to Douluo. Oh, is this the fulling elixir you mentioned? Yes, accelerate your pace. Otherwise, we might lose the snow lotus. Without hesitation, Douluo consumed it. The third soul skill, by Lin Mi Hun Jun, unleashed a 1,000-year purple soul ring, enveloping Douluo in a torrent of emerald green toxic mist. Ingshi quickly ascended on his flying broom, avoiding the radius of the Bai Lin Mi Hun Jun. Beyond its corrosive properties, the Bai Lin Mi Hun Jun also restricted the opponent's movement. The overwhelming emerald mist descended rapidly, enveloping all the soul beasts within moments. Following this, a second Bai Lin Mi Hun Jun was deployed, cleaving through the toxic fog surrounding the immortal grade snow lotus. The mist spread like wildfire, forcing back the surrounding soul beasts, some of which were caught unawares and succumbed to the Bai Lin Mi Hun Jun. Despite being merely a third soul ring, Douluo's mastery of poisons was formidable. Soul beasts below 50,000 years could not withstand it. Those that encountered the toxic mist disintegrated rapidly, as if melting ice, their flesh and blood eroding swiftly, leaving behind only skeletal remains. The bones plummeted, interspersed with glowing soul bones, all exceeding 10,000 years, including one that was merely 20,000 years old. Ingshi hovered above, silently observing Douluo as he dispatched the surrounding soul beasts, deliberately avoiding the mirror shadow beast, which he restrained using his soul power to prevent it from moving freely. Although Douluo's individual combat prowess was not particularly strong, his crowd control capabilities were unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing the renowned Dalu. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years have been reduced to mere bones. Douluo waved his hand, creating an opening in the Bailin Mi Hunjun for Ingshi to enter. "Old poison, how did it go?" As soon as he landed, Ingshi eagerly inquired. "Kid, your fulling elixir truly is remarkable. In such a short time, I harvested 13 soul bones, 2 from 30,000 years, 3 from 20,000 years, and 8 around 10,000 years. It's a pity we didn't find any soul bones over 50,000 years. Those are the true treasures." Douluo sighed, somewhat dissatisfied. "This elixir can be used again. With your physical capabilities, waiting another 6 months will allow us to hunt once more. Next time, we should seek a better location. The Icebound Forest is a genuine treasure trove. There are very few ice attribute soul masters on the Douluo continent, and the soul beasts here have a notably high age due to the lack of variety. Here, kid, I've left the mirror shadow beast for you. Speed up your absorption." Ingshi nodded, drawing his bone blade, as a dark soul ring slowly emerged from his body, its golden patterns flowing across its surface. Douluo was taken aback by the sight of Ingshi's soul ring. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. "This is a special soul ring, a gift from my ancestors." Douluo nodded, though doubt flickered in his eyes. He chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and respecting others' privacy is a virtue. Ingshi tilted his head back, consuming the fulling elixir, then wielded his bone blade, plunging it into the mirror shadow beast's forehead. A black soul ring gradually emerged from the creature. Ingshi sat cross-legged, using his will to draw the soul ring to himself. The absorption process was remarkably smooth. Under the influence of Ingshi's formidable mental strength, the soul vibrations, though slightly turbulent, ultimately posed no threat. After half an hour, Ingshi rose, his bones cracking in a symphony of pops. "Kid, what is your 4th soul skill?" The 4th soul skill is named Zhao Mao Huahu. Ingshi's 4th soul skill bears resemblance to Oscar's 6th soul skill, yet it possesses distinct differences. Although cats and tigers are not vastly different in quality within the Douluo continent, given this world's reverence for soul power, a robust soul power can easily offset physical disparities. Ingshi's 4th soul skill requires the opponent's blood to activate. Upon obtaining it, he can replicate their martial soul, which can then be modified according to Ingshi's own characteristics. Additionally, every 3 years, he may replicate an opponent's martial soul. After the battle concludes, he can permanently solidify the replicated martial soul as his own, provided he has completely vanquished its original owner. Furthermore, Ingshi acquired an external soul bone, shaped like a diamond mirror, possessing the ability to reflect energy attacks back at the opponent, though it cannot reflect physical attacks. This capability instinctively reminded Ingshi of the Yada no Kagami from the island nation. However, upon further contemplation, he found it somewhat inappropriate, thus temporarily naming it the reflection mirror. Subsequently, Ingshi summoned the Tian Shu martial soul once more, commanding System, extract the 10-year Senyan gene E and offer it as a sacrifice. The Tian Shu martial soul radiated a soft, milky white glow, which gradually formed a small beast with 3 eyes on the ground before Ingshi. Douluo watched in astonishment, realizing that Ingshi never ceased to amaze him with surprises and unexpected developments. Immediately, the Sanyin gene Ni emitted a golden halo, its body gradually transforming into countless golden specks of light, which slowly converged around Ingshi. A sensation enveloped him, akin to returning to the womb, evoking a profound warmth. It seemed as though the will of heaven had begun to favor Ingshi, Yet this feeling was fleeting. Before he could fully savor it, a rose gold soul ring once again emerged above the black flowing gold soul ring. Chapter 120. Ice Emperor Ingshi concentrated deeply. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he could still perceive his surroundings. This was due to an additional eye that had manifested at the center of his brow, known as the Eye of Destiny, possessing a singular soul, skill, Destiny Judgment. The ability of Destiny Judgment was to impose a fate of retribution upon his opponent. For instance, if Ingshi's fortune was 100 and his opponent's was 10, by invoking Destiny Judgment, he could expend 5 points of his own fortune to diminish his opponent's fortune by 10 points, a soul skill that was decidedly self-serving, with a compensation ratio of 12. However, Ingshi had yet to contemplate any further implications. As for the soul skill of the 10-year San Yen Jin and I, it was solely mental sanctuary, capable of mitigating 3 spiritual attacks. You truly are remarkable, managing to acquire such enigmatic artifacts. The black flowing gold and the rose gold soul rings are indeed unprecedented. Just as Ingshi contemplated making a boastful remark, the ground began to tremble violently. The terrifying pressure of soul power rendered him breathless. 100,000-year soul beast was nearly equivalent to a level 95 title Douluo, and even Dugu Bo had not faced such immense pressure during his encounter at Juhua Pass. Run! Dugu Bo grasped Ying Yidanashcha firmly, attempting to flee. But the peculiar entity reacted with astonishing speed. A colossal icy claw suddenly emerged beneath Ingshi's feet, crashing down upon him and Dugu Bo. There was no time to evade. The attack was far too swift. Ingshi instinctively clasped Dugu Bo and utilized the soul bone skill, instantaneous movement. His figure abruptly appeared several meters away as the icy claw smashed into the ground, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Ingshi glanced skyward. The originally pale blue sky had inexplicably darkened. The pitch-black clouds quivered violently, and then, from the distant northern horizon, a layer of emerald green light swiftly spread forth. The darkened sky transformed instantaneously into a mesmerizing emerald hue, akin to the heavens morphing into a colossal emerald gem. Ingshi squinted slightly as a rustling sound emanated from the ground. A multitude of ice scorpions encircled him, and Dugu Bo narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of danger. As the emerald soul power in his hands began to ripple. Do not panic. Wait a moment. Ingshi urgently shook his head at Dugu Bo Kid. If you don't act now, it will be too late. This is one of the 3 kings of the north, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a soul beast nearing 400,000 years. Humans, where's the aura of the auspicious beast that just appeared? Hand it over, and I shall spare your lives. A melodious voice resonated from all directions, causing cold sweat to bead on Ingshi's forehead. It appeared that the aura of the San Yen Jin Ni that had been sacrificed had attracted it. The San Yen Jin Ni was an imperial auspicious beast with a unique trait. All soul beasts experienced doubled growth speed, and the difficulty of transcending heavenly tribulations was halved. This was particularly crucial for the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which was on the verge of facing its heavenly tribulation. Are you the Ice Emperor Scorpion? Indeed. Where's the imperial, auspicious beast? The terrifying pressure of soul power began to permeate the air, as Ingshi felt as though he were being crushed beneath a mountain. Struggling to breathe. You have reached the limit of 400,000 years. It is no wonder you seek the imperial, auspicious beast, likely to prepare for the tribulation of 400,000 years, correct? Accompanied by a soft sound, a massive scorpion slowly emerged. Although Ingshi had heard tales of the Ice Emperor Scorpion's beauty, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience entirely. Despite his lack of interest in scorpions, the Ice Emperor Scorpion exemplified a perfect golden ratio, its body remarkably translucent. Who are you, and how do you know these things? The Ice Emperor Scorpion did not immediately threaten Ingshi, but instead inquired curiously. Given the strength of Ingshi and Dugu Bo, escape from this encirclement was utterly impossible. Your Excellency, how I acquired this knowledge is of little importance. I beseech you to consider, even if you successfully transcend the tribulation of 400,000 years, then what? Do you believe that you can surpass the tribulation of 1 million years and ascend to divinity? Will the gods of the divine realm allow soul beasts to ascend to divinity? What you are doing is merely prolonging the inevitable. Upon hearing Ing-Shi's words, the Ice Emperor fell silent for a moment before coldly demanding, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly." Ing-Shi exhaled slowly, gesturing grandly as two soul rings gradually appeared above his head. "What is this?" Even the Ice Emperor, who had lived for nearly 400,000 years, had never encountered such bizarre soul rings. One black flowing gold and one rose gold. "Your Excellency, this second soul ring is a gift from the Imperial Auspicious Beast. It seeks to leverage my power, and once I ascend to divinity, it shall attain immortality." As Ing-Shi's words echoed, a prolonged silence ensued. The surrounding ice scorpions seemed to stir, poised to pounce, and shred Ing-Shi and Douluo into fragments at any moment. "Are you implying that you have the hope of becoming a deity?" The Ice Emperor scrutinized Ing-Shi coldly, as if attempting to discern whether he was lying. "To be precise, I have acquired the qualification for the Shura God S9 trials. Upon completion, I shall ascend to divinity." "How can you prove that you have already attained the Shura God S examination?" "I swear by my martial soul, Ing-Shi, have indeed obtained the qualification for the Shura God S9 trials." "What say you?" The Ice Emperor fell into a brief contemplation and stated, "Now is not the time. I shall grant you 10 years to reach level 60. After that, you may come find me." Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Ing-Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having reached this juncture, the Ice Emperor likely would not execute them, as it was no longer necessary. Furthermore, if the Ice Emperor wished to attain true immortality, it would indeed require Ing-Shi's assistance. Moreover, the Sanyin Jin's soul ring bore no trace of resentment, suggesting it was a product of sacrifice. Since the Imperial Auspicious Beast had chosen Ing-Shi, it could afford to wait and see. As the multitude of ice scorpions began to recede like a tide, both Ing-Shi and Douluo exhaled in relief. Although Douluo could have taken down all the surrounding ice scorpions in his final moments, it ultimately felt unworthy. "Human, tell this emperor your name." "I am Ing-Shi. Ing-Shi, I have left a mark within you. Should you find it necessary, feel free to utilize it. Remember to seek me out when you reach level 60. At that time, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity." Chapter 121. Night Raid, Riding the Flying Broomstick. Douluo and Ing-Shi still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The Ice Emperor, a pinnacle soul beast with a history spanning 400,000 years, is a rarity on the entire Douluo continent, with few who can rival its power. "I say, young man, even I was unaware of the terrifying entities residing within the icebound forest. How did you come to know of them?" Ing-Shi, appearing feeble despite lacking a girlfriend, lay atop the broomstick. "Old poison, I do not wish to deceive you, but the time to disclose this information has not yet arrived. I must tell you, Ing-Shi, I nearly met my demise alongside you, and you failed to inform me." Douluo glared at Ing-Shi, his beard bristling, yet he refrained from pressing further. Ing-Shi harbored too many secrets, especially those concerning the enigma of ascension to godhood. It was entirely reasonable for him to remain silent. Ing-Shi rolled his eyes disdainfully and said nothing. "By the way, young man, what shall we do about those soul bones? How about exchanging one piece of a 70,000-year-old mana ray soul bone for your 13 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones?" Certainly, once a soul bone reaches the 10,000-year mark, it is categorized into various ranks: 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, and 100,000 years. Even a 70,000-year soul bone can be considered a treasure within the Haotian sect, and after all these years, Ing-Shi possessed only this single piece. Originally, this 70,000-year soul bone was intended for Douluo, but giving it to Douluo now matters little. Whether Douluo or Douluo uses it, it results in no loss for Ing-Shi, as this soul bone was meant to win Douluo over. Moreover, Ing-Shi would additionally receive 13 pieces of soul bones over 10,000 years from Douluo. With these soul bones, the power of Ing-Shi's allies, whether on the Douluo side or the Harry Potter side, would undoubtedly expand further. Among the 13 soul bones, 2 were head bones, one 10,000 year and one 30,000 year. Upon returning to the Glory Academy, Ingshi found that the other members of the Glory team had also just returned, among whom Yi Lingling had garnered the most significant benefits. Yi Lingling, as expected, absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring and acquired a rare 10,000-year external soul bone, the Tianqing vine, the purely supportive 9-heart begonia. After obtaining the external soul bone, also gained a degree of controllability. The others had made considerable gains as well, but the most they managed was a single ordinary soul bone, while only Yi Lingling obtained a precious external soul bone. This surprised Ingshi, for the original Shrek 7 monsters were believed to possess far greater fortune than Yi Lingling. Yet it was she, a member of the original Emperor Do battle team, who uniquely acquired the external soul bone. Ingshi, on the other hand, had consistently obtained external soul bones, making the nature of fortune truly perplexing. Here stands Mr. Ingshi. I am Zhao An, a newly appointed teacher at our Glory Academy. Ingshi, with little to occupy his time, was leisurely strolling through the academy when he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao, and Ingshi scrutinized Zhao An, recognizing him as a subordinate of Qian Rinxue from earlier. What is it, Teacher Zhao? Zhao An smiled as he retrieved a thick tome from his soul guide and presented it to Ingshi, remaining silent yet smiling. Ingshi casually flipped through a few pages before storing it in his soul guide, casting a lingering gaze at Zhao An. From here on, I shall rely on your diligence. Teacher. Ingshi clasped his hands respectfully. Zhao An was essentially a messenger sent by Qian Rinxue to convey intelligence to Ingshi. The tome he had just handed over contained information compiled by the organization regarding the 4 prominent families with singular attributes. As night deepened, Ingshi donned a hooded cloak and proceeded to the designated meeting place, a small residence within Tiando City. A quick glance revealed that it included the newly appointed instructor, Zhao An. My lord, these individuals have been meticulously selected, each possessing strength above the Soul King level and are trustworthy. Ingshi surveyed the 21 individuals before him, casually presenting a selection of 21 formidable souls, among them 2 soul emperors and 1 soul sage. The foundation of the Spirit Hall is indeed formidable. Very well. I acknowledge that all present possess levels of cultivation that surpass mine, thus I should address you as seniors. However, within this context, there are only ranks of superiority and inferiority. Yes, we shall heed your commands, my lord. The leading soul sage immediately bowed, his age exceeding 70 years, with little hope of breaking through to soul Douluo in this lifetime. Nevertheless, Ingshi, at merely 14 years of age, had already attained level 46, a prodigious talent that is truly unparalleled. His future as a titled Douluo is nearly assured, and the respect shown was genuine. With the highest-ranking soul sage already expressing his deference, the remaining members naturally followed suit, bowing in respect and accepting Ingshi-'s orders. Excellent. Those among the Soul Kings with superior speed and stealth abilities step forward. Soul Sages and Soul Emperors, of course, cannot be excluded. Yet Ingshi possessed only 7 cloaks of invisibility, which was the maximum he could currently acquire. Acquiring more would lead to financial ruin within the Harry Potter wizarding world. This item is called an invisibility cloak. Once donned, it conceals one's form, yet rapid movement reveals slight distortions. Additionally, individuals with strong mental acuity may perceive the cloak, and its defensive capabilities are not particularly robust. These must be remembered. After speaking, Ingshi gestured for a Soul King to step forward and demonstrate publicly. As expected, during rapid movement, the Soul King experienced a faint sense of distortion in front of him. Albeit slight, it was not to be overlooked. Our sole objective for this mission is to annihilate the Li family. The Platinum Bishop Salus will assist us in restraining the Patriarch, Telon. Now, let the operation commence. The stealth team comprises 7 individuals, while the remaining members shall remain on standby outside the Li family's perimeter, ready to charge in at any moment. Ingshi was also among the stealth team, as his unique abilities rendered him nearly equal in combat prowess to a Soul King. Within the Leaf family, there are a total of 217 Soul Masters, including 1 Soul Douluo, 2 Soul Sages, 7 Soul Emperors, and 23 Soul Kings. The rest are mere drudges. The night raid against the Li family is not solely composed of Yingxi's group. However, the members of the Spirit Hall must remain concealed, lest they attract trouble. Thus, individuals privately recruited by Qian Renshue over the years serve as the bait, while the Spirit Hall members covertly assist Yingxi and his companions in their endeavor. The Li family's estate occupies a significant area within Tiando City, with 2 soul scribes stationed at the entrance. Yingxi stealthily approached the door, his bone knife transformed into a small bone blade. As if sensing something, the Li family guards touched their necks, inexplicably feeling a chill at the back of their necks. Just as one began to speak, Yingxi's bone blade plunged into the guard's neck, blood gushing forth. The other guard, terrified, attempted to cry out, but he was swiftly silenced by the Soul Sage under Yingxi's command. Though their initial coordination was not particularly harmonious, the Soul Sage managed to neutralize the threat due to his formidable strength. Chapter 122. Original Sin Ing. She meticulously stored the corpse within the soul guiding device, cautiously maneuvering along the wall. A swift glance around revealed that perhaps due to an extended period of tranquility, the defenses of the Li Ji clan were rather lax. The 7 individuals proceeded with their tasks, having previously reviewed the structural diagram of the Li Ji clan. She was primarily responsible for the front courtyard. The Li Ji clan provided varying accommodations according to the strength of its members. For instance, the clan leader Tai Long and his family resided in the innermost area of the clan. To execute an assassination, one must first cultivate a cold-blooded disposition. The elderly, women, and children, if they pose any threat, must be dealt with decisively, unless they are young souls yet to develop their mental faculties, who could be subjected to brainwashing by the martial soul hall before being trained. Yingxi's target was the residents on the left side, where families within the Li Ji clan were categorized. Within these families, any member whose strength reached a certain level could benefit from resource allocation. The families in the left residence primarily held strengths between Soul Zong and Soul Zun, while any Soul Wong would serve as a core strength within the clan. Positioned at the far end of the Li Ji clan, an incessant influx of soul masters surged into the Li Ji clan's estate, all clad in black and wearing masks, their numbers having already surpassed 50. Engaging in a nighttime raid with 50 against 200 was fraught with peril. Yet the element of surprise transformed the odds. After Ying, she had clandestinely eliminated 13 Soul Zun, 6 Soul Zong, and 1 Soul Wong. The nighttime raid was inevitably exposed. Who dares to invade the Li Ji clan? Roared the clan leader Tai Tan, his voice reverberating powerfully. Yingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. The response from the Tiando Imperial City would be swift, and despite the delays provided by Qian Renshue and Douluo, time was of the essence. Tai Tan's voice served not only as a deterrent, but also as a warning and a call for aid. At that moment, Yingxi had just infiltrated a room where a couple of Soul Zong, slightly stronger than him, resided. However, just as he was about to strike, Tai Tan's voice startled him. Yingxi's eyes narrowed further, and he swiftly brought down his bone blade. Before the male Soul Zong could finish his words, Yingxi's bone blade had already sliced into his neck. Husband! The female Soul Master gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she witnessed the blood gushing from her husband's severed neck, splattering her face. I will make you pay, she screamed, fury blazing in her eyes, oblivious to her state of undress, as a violet soul ring pulsated around her. 4th soul skill, Berserk Might. The female Soul Master's physique expanded dramatically, her chest resembling inflated silicone, defying gravity. Yet, Yingxi found no admiration for her gorilla-like form. With a flick of his wrist, the length of his bone blade surged. A dark golden soul ring appeared above his head. From his chest, shards of bone emerged, quickly enveloping his entire body in a layer of pristine bone armor. Domain of War. The female Soul Master felt an inexplicable dread, as if she were confronting an entire army rather than a single Soul Zone. She leaped high into the air, her fists poised to strike down upon Yingxi's head. As her blow was about to land, Yingxi's figure vanished, reappearing behind her. The terrifying force of her attack, empowered by her 4th soul skill, shattered the floor beneath them. How is this possible? The female Soul Master's eyes widened, astonished at Ing Shi's ability to teleport. Enraged, she lacked the presence of mind to consider the implications, and in a moment of carelessness, Ing Shi seized the opportunity. Sensing the impending danger, the female Soul Master turned hastily, crossing her arms to shield her face. As Ing Shi descended from above, he had already sheathed his long knife. Blade drawl to strike descended like thunder, infused with immense soul power. The female Soul Master's pupils dilated as agony coursed through her arms, leading her into unconsciousness. With a single stroke, Ing Shi severed her arms before decapitating her. He then turned toward a corner where a mere infant, startled by the commotion, was wailing. Sighing softly at the sight of the child, Ing Shi chose to leave without a backward glance. The long night stretched on, and the battle was far from over. The fate of the child remained uncertain amidst this tumultuous world, where the weak were often the bearers of original sin. Ing Shi, unwilling to perish and now burdened with his own concerns, resolved to grow ever stronger. The conflict continued, yet the Li Ji clan found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Despite their immense power, their vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. Confronted with the diverse martial souls of the Martial Soul Hall, they struggled to hold their ground. Ing Shi refrained from unleashing his domain of war, as he needed to maintain the concealment of his identity. To those unfortunate souls who had perished in battle, he could only express his sorrow. Third soul skill, giant power expansion. Before Ing Shi stood a chaotic melee involving 3 Soul Zone from the Li Ji clan and 1 Soul Wang, pitted against 2 Soul Zone and 1 Soul Wang from the Martial Soul Hall. First soul skill, confinement. A deep yellow soul ring emerged from Ing Shi, targeting the Soul Wang of the Li Ji clan, who was struggling under the pressure from the Martial Soul Hall as Soul Wang. An invisible force enveloped the Soul Wang, constantly restricting his movements. Although complete control was unattainable, limiting his actions was sufficient. The Martial Soul Hall's Soul Wang, seasoned in combat, recognized the hesitance in the Li Ji clan Soul Wang, ensuring their victory was all but secured. Damn it! The Li Ji clan's Soul Wang trembled, each movement becoming increasingly laborious and time-consuming. The Martial Soul Hall's Soul Wang's eyes gleamed as he spotted Ing Shi, who was currently deploying his soul skills. In this critical moment, support had arrived. 5th soul skill, Swallowing Return. The Martial Soul Hall's Soul Wang suddenly leapt onto a nearby rooftop, slowly sheathing his long knife as his 10,000-year soul ring ascended, emanating an aura of formidable power. Chapter 123. Assassination, however, just as the Swallowing Return was ready, Ing Shi felt a chill creeping up his back. Shield. Ignoring the backlash from his soul skill, he forcibly terminated it. As he turned, a bone shield manifested before him. Yet, the true strength of the Li Ji clan lay in their raw power, and the terrifying force shattered the bone shield, sending Ing Shi stumbling back several paces. Ing Shi glanced at his right hand, trembling violently from the overwhelming force, rendering him almost incapable of wielding his blade. His eyes narrowed slightly. Something was amiss with this adversary. Uncle Tai Gang, hold on. The Soul Master who had ambushed Ing Shi observed the struggling Soul King of the Leaf family with a hint of concern. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Ing Shi, determined to eliminate him swiftly. The Soul Master, in his 30s, wore a dark expression as he stared at Ing Shi, a blue-white gorilla materializing behind him. Ing Shi squinted. This Soul Master was different, seemingly wielding a mutated martial soul. The gorilla, resembling the color of the sky, possessed terrifying strength and considerable speed, while Ing Shi's right hand continued to tremble uncontrollably. Domain of War. Ing Shi's eyes narrowed again as the battlefield was enveloped by his power. This Soul Master, on the brink of becoming a Soul King, displayed some understanding of domains. Although it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, it bore striking resemblance to the legends. Tai Yao's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a domain, especially since Ing Shi had not even activated his spirit rings. Then let us conclude this swiftly. With a brief moment of focus, Ing Shi raised his left hand, a segment of his finger bone shooting forth directly towards Tai Yao's chest. However, Tai Yao was well prepared, aware that Ingshi had yet to reveal his martial soul. He narrowly evaded the attack, swiftly sidestepping to Ingshi's side. Flowing wave step. A gust of wind surged beneath Ingshi's feet as he narrowly dodged Taiyao's punch. Blade draw slash, forcing his trembling right hand into submission. He swiftly drew the bone blade from behind him. The blade aimed for Taiyao's neck, but was skillfully evaded. Rather than retreating after the missed strike, Ingshi pressed forward, utilizing the flowing wave step to unleash a flurry of slashes at Taiyao. Ingshi had honed his swordsmanship for several years. Though he lacked formal training, his skills were remarkably proficient. Without any blade-related soul techniques to practice excessively, he devoted nearly all his time to refining his swordplay. Ingshi's combat style was inherently unpredictable, as he did not adhere to the so-called martial ethics. Despite Taiyao's relentless assaults, he could not land a hit on Ingshi, whose flowing wave step had even garnered praise from Qian Rengshu. As Taiyao struggled to maintain his distance, a cold smirk emerged at the corner of Ingshi's mouth. The Barrett sniper rifle materialized in his hand. With a resounding bang, the specially crafted armor-piercing round shot forth, leaving Taiyao no time to react as it pierced through his chest. In disbelief, Taiyao stared at Ingshi, questioning why he had not employed such a formidable weapon earlier. Was it merely for that decisive strike? Were it not for the risk of exposing his identity with the Barrett, Ingshi would have utilized it sooner. Ingshi approached Taiyao's side, wielding the bone blade, and severed his head. He reloaded the rifle, aiming it at the Soul King of the Leaf family engaged in battle. Having witnessed the Barrett's power firsthand, he knew this shot could breach the enemy's defenses, especially amid such formidable foes. With the Leaf family Soul King targeted by Ingshi's sniper rifle, he could not afford to be distracted, constantly preparing to defend against Ingshi. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Ingshi slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils were filled with a violet hue. The martial Soul Hall Soul King had already been cooperating with Ingshi, attacking the other Soul King, who was unable to fully defend against Yen Fan's strike. At this moment, he was on the verge of exhaustion. Flaw. A flash of brilliance ignited in Ingshi's eyes as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing round swiftly exited the barrel, instantly penetrating the Leaf family Soul King's skull, brain matter splattering forth, marking the fall of yet another Soul King. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance had escalated to a boiling point. Although it was unseen, the waves of powerful soul energy sent shivers down Ingshi's spine. Retreat. The city guard is coming. Orders echoed repeatedly, prompting the members of the Martial Soul Hall to begin their withdrawal. Despite Qian Rengshu's efforts to delay, the extent of their success had reached its limit. Continuing to feign ignorance towards the plight of the Leaf family would likely expose Qian Rengshu. By this time, the Leaf family had been effectively decimated, with ordinary members suffering heavy casualties and the Soul Masters reduced by 70 to 80%. The retreat faced little resistance. Even when encountering the soldiers of the Tiando Empire, skirmishes were rare. Previously, the Li family had always been affiliated with the Haotian sect, and even after severing ties, they remained isolated, neither aligning with the Tiando Empire nor the Martial Soul Hall. Despite Titan's status as a relatively rare Soul Dalu, the Tiando Empire was reluctant to offend him, as they had no real title Dalu of their own. The Sword Dalu and Bone Dalu were both members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Poison Dalu was merely a guest elder, not involved in daily affairs, having stayed only to repay a favor to Prince Xuesheng. Now, those daring enough to ambush the Li family and restrain Titan were undoubtedly powerful beings above the level of Soul Dalu. Why would the Tiando Empire risk their stronghold for an inconsequential individual, potentially endangering their own elite? At this moment, deep within the Li family estate, Titan fumed, hammering away in fury, realizing that he was the last remaining high-level combatant. The Soul Saints and Soul Emperors of the clan had all perished, and the number of Soul Kings was yet unknown, but given the scale of the assault, their survival seemed bleak. Wu Hall, I shall make you pay. Titan bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a furious gorilla. What a joke. If not for the city guard's arrival, do you believe you would have survived? Solaras made no effort to conceal his identity. Facing an opponent like Titan without utilizing his martial soul would have been futile. few could elevate themselves to the level of Soul Daw. As the esteemed platinum bishop of the withTwin Hall, Solaras had always been at odds with Titan, making it impossible for Titan not to recognize him. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, Solaras ordered the surrounding members of the withTwin Hall who had been besieging Titan to withdraw immediately. Titan's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet he suppressed the turmoil within. At this moment, Titan, while not severely injured, found himself unable to retaliate against the onslaught of several powerful foes. Were it not for the imminent arrival of the Tiendo City's city guard, he would have faced certain doom. As he watched Solaras and the others retreating into the distance, Titan's fury manifested as he struck a nearby stone pillar, shattering it with a single blow. However, Solaras did not truly leave the Lee family's estate but circled back, positioning himself once more near Titan. The only distinction now is that Salas is adorned with an invisibility cloak. While a Titan in its full state might barely perceive the existence of such a cloak, it is utterly impossible for the Titan in its current state, a true powerhouse, to sense it. Salas diligently conceals his aura, refraining from utilizing his soul power, and cautiously approaches the Titan step by step. Tribe leader. A member of the Li tribe, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, stumbles to the ground, gazing at the Titan with anguish. You must avenge us. Uncle Gang, Uncle Amo, they are all dead. Upon hearing this, the Titan instinctively steps back, suppressing a surge of blood within his chest. The Li tribe can no longer afford to lose their leader. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the impending retribution from the withTwin Temple. Child, rise. We, the Li tribe, will surely seek revenge. However, the Titan could not finish his last words before he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Leader. The members of the Li tribe stare in shock at their leader, who is continuously bleeding. Their disbelief grows as their gaze shifts downward, revealing a hand that has pierced through the Titan's chest. The Titan struggles to turn his head, and Salas suddenly withdraws his hand and removes the invisibility cloak. What a splendid item. A cruel smile graces Salas's face. The Titan continues to cough up blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Farewell, Titan. Salas raises his foot, channeling his soul power to stomp down upon the Titan's chest, causing it to cave in. With one final spurt of blood, the Titan breathes his last. Leader. The remaining members of the Li tribe kneel in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. This is a sole Douluo, one of only 100 across the entire continent. The city guard arrived late, but managed to rescue the remaining members of the Li tribe. While the victorious Shi and his companions return merrily to the academy. The next day, Shi casually picks up a piece of bread while perusing intelligence reports from the net. Yesterday, the Li tribe suffered a surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of 172 soul masters and over 1,500 ordinary individuals. Among the soul masters of the Li tribe, only one soul emperor and 2 soul kings remain. All others are below the soul sect rank. As Shi reviews his heavenly book, he notes that he has completed more than half of the 4th trial of the Shura God. The reward for the 3rd trial was a level 1 soul power. But since Shi is on the verge of a breakthrough, he received a divine soul ring directly as a reward. However, he has not yet utilized this divine soul ring, storing it within the heavenly book's martial spirit. Shi finds himself conflicted about the use of this divine soul ring. With the assistance of the Fulling Potion, he can almost absorb a soul ring to obtain a growth-type external soul bone. Yet absorbing the divine soul ring would grant him a soul skill perfectly suited to him, albeit without an external soul bone. She taps rhythmically on the table, pondering that he still has more than half of the 4th trial left to complete, and eliminating the remaining members of the Li tribe would only account for half. It seems he may need to target the Min tribe as well. Just as Shi sets down the report, the door to his room swings open abruptly, revealing Douluo. Well, young man, you certainly act quickly. It has barely been a few days since the Li tribe was wiped out. Shi smiles faintly as he pours a cup of tea for Douluo. Old Poison Master, what brings you here today? Douluo unceremoniously accepts the teacup and gulps it down. Oh, it's just that last night. Prince Xuexing came to ask if I could lend a hand. Hearing this, Yingxi is momentarily taken aback. It appears that Prince Xuexing is indeed not as straightforward as he seems. Previously, Yingxi had heard that he held high hopes for Prince Xuebing to ascend the throne, and now it seems to be true. His actions are likely aimed at winning over the Liji tribe, which is not only powerful, but also quite adept at generating wealth. That being said, considering that Prince Xuexing dared to use the military forces of the Tiando Empire to compel the Jute Douluo and Ghost Douluo to retreat, thus saving the poisoned Douluo, he cannot possibly be a naive old fool. Listen here, young man. While Prince Xuexing may be your adversary, he is ultimately my savior, and I cannot allow you to harm him. Yingxi chuckles in resignation. Rest assured, I shall honor your face, regardless of the circumstances. I shall ensure that Prince Xuexing enjoys a life of wealth and prosperity. Even if I were to break his legs, I would ensure he receives treatment. Douluo strokes his chin and, after pondering, reluctantly nods. Regardless of who ultimately claims the throne, Prince Xuexing will surely remain steadfast. This can be considered a form of compensation, also serving to appease Douluo's concerns. What do you plan to do next? Douluo inquires, curiosity evident in his gaze. Since the establishment of the Tiando Empire, no one has dared to act so brazenly in the capital. Of course, the Wuhuan Temple is an exception. I must first complete last night's task by eliminating the remaining members of the Minji tribe before considering subduing the Yuji and Piji tribes. Douluo clicks his tongue in astonishment. Yingxi is indeed ruthless, having eradicated one family within mere days of arriving in Tiando City, and now he intends to eliminate another. However, Douluo does not intervene. There is no reason nor necessity to do so. Xiaoxi, come to dinner. Xiao Wu unceremoniously kicks open the door to Yingxi's room, causing Douluo to tense up. As a soul beast, she cannot help but feel some wariness towards the title Douluo. But upon seeing the milk and bread in Yingxi's hands, her frustration boils over. You little rascal. I am angry. Xiao Wu pouts, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. After I worked so hard to prepare breakfast for you, you actually... Observing Xiao Wu's tearful expression, Yingxi's lips twitch slightly. Senior Douluo, how about we share a meal? Douluo is momentarily taken aback, unsure why Yingxi is so averse to Xiao Wu's cooking. Fine, then I shall accompany you. Douluo thinks to himself that this will allow him to gauge the situation and assess the dynamics with his granddaughter. However, he soon regrets his decision. As he looks at the dining table laden with 7 large dishes, all filled with various types of carrots, Douluo realizes the predicament he has landed himself in. Surely, as a distinguished title Douluo, you wouldn't go back on your word? Chapter 125. The submission of the Liji tribe after breakfast. Yingxi departs from the Glory Academy under Douluo's resentful gaze. Draped in his invisibility cloak, he stealthily makes his way to the Liji tribe's encampment. At this moment, the city guards of the Tiando Empire have already retreated after assisting the Liji tribe in gathering the bodies. The remaining members of the Liji tribe are clad in white garments, mourning their losses. Yingxi's eyes swiftly scan the crowd, quickly identifying a soul master, and stealthily follows him. Li Shu, I'm going to the restroom, the soul master said to the person behind him. The figure known as Li Shu nodded and replied in a hoarse voice, Be careful. Don't worry, Li Shu, it's daytime. And the city guards of the Tiando Empire haven't been gone for long. Li Shu hesitated and sighed helplessly. The Li family has been destroyed. All their top combat forces have perished, and whether the immense wealth remaining within the family can be preserved remains uncertain. Without sufficient high-level combat power, the Li family will undoubtedly become a target for all the powerful nobles. Yingxi followed the soul master to the restroom. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that the members of the Li family had already gathered here. Perhaps out of grief, there was surprisingly no one near the restroom. As the sound of rustling echoed, the soul master of the Li family had just unbuttoned his pants when a dagger swiftly plunged into his neck. The soul master let out a muffled groan, wanting to scream, but Yingxi covered his mouth. After stowing the body in his soul guide, Yingxi glanced at the blood splattered in the restroom and chose not to leave, instead waiting outside in the corridor. After more than 10 minutes, Tai Li, growing increasingly worried as he awaited his nephew's return, frowned. Normally, he might not have cared, but given the current crisis facing the Li family, every member's life was exceptionally precious. Moreover, they had just faced an assassination attempt the night before. The prolonged absence was suspicious. I must check. His pace quickened, eventually breaking into a run towards the restroom. Bursting through the restroom door, he found it empty, though the blood on the floor testified to the unusual events that had transpired. At this moment, Ingshi had changed weapons, replacing the dagger with a triangular military knife, which he infused with soul power before stabbing it into Tai Li's heart. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from Tai Li's mouth, and he let out a series of agonized sounds, but Ingshi held his mouth tightly shut to stifle his cries. Tai Li's strength waned as he realized he was powerless to alter the fate of his fellow clansmen. In pain and despair, he slowly slumped to the ground. This was one of the few remaining Soul Kings of the Li family, and now they had suffered yet another significant loss. Walking through the corridor, Ingshi began to hunt indiscriminately, as the last remaining Soul Emperor was severely wounded. The Soul Kings posed little actual threat to him. After about 30 minutes, the urgent tolling of bells signaled the discovery of the clan members' disappearance. At such a critical moment, it was impossible for the Li family members to have fled without notification. They were not a family of cowards, and even the women were filled with the will to fight. However, regrettably, strength was ultimately absolute. Without it, nothing could be protected. Clad in invisibility, Ingshi moved freely among the Li family members, unnoticed by them. He wielded his bone blade, decapitating a soul master before anyone could react, and vanished once again under his cloak of invisibility. A group of soul masters, having released their soul rings, scanned their surroundings warily, but found nothing amiss. The prince has arrived. Outsiders stepped back. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding charisma, approached the Li family estate, flanked by 10 royal knights. Your Highness, the new leader of the Li family pleaded, we beg for your protection. We are willing to submit to you. Xue Qinghe's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, landing on the decapitated corpse nearby, earning a silent nod of approval in his heart. The Li family was already crippled. Annihilating them would not be difficult. But what would become of their wealth? For generations, the Li family had been comprised of blacksmiths, a profession not looked down upon, but rather one of considerable profit. Even in a small village, the wealth amassed over a century was astronomical, and once the Li family fell, all the noble sharks would come sniffing for blood. At that point, it would not be easy for Xue Qinghe to gain a share of the spoils, as he could not afford to offend the powerful. Otherwise, his followers would dwindle. To sever their financial lifeline would be akin to killing their parents. If the nobles did not receive their desired benefits, it could lead to a standoff between Xue Qinghe and Xue Bong, unless he employed the power of the withTwin palace. Achieving an absolute advantage like the present would be impossible. However, using the withTwin palace's power would mean exposure, jeopardizing his claim to the throne and possibly forcing him to flee. Thus, to fully acquire the Li family's wealth, he needed the overwhelming loyalty of the majority of its members. At that point, the mysterious force capable of annihilating the Li family would likely turn its attention to Prince Xue Qinghe. In the eyes of the many nobles of the Tiando Empire, Prince Xue Qinghe would have gained wealth but also earned the hatred of the strong. This transaction was a gamble, the outcome uncertain. Observing the indifferent expression on Prince Xue Qinghe's face, the new leader of the Li family revealed a glimmer of despair. Bowing his head in anguish, he knelt at Xue Qinghe's feet. Your Highness, we are willing to offer all our wealth in exchange for your protection. Finally showing a long-lost smile, Xue Qinghe replied, the misfortune of the Li family is indeed our responsibility. I can assure you in the name of the prince that I will do my utmost to protect the Li family. He helped the new leader of the Li family to his feet, patting his shoulder with a friendly smile. At that moment, Ingshi's dagger slashed through the throat of the last sole emperor of the Li family. The massacre had reached a temporary conclusion, stripped of their strong protectors. The Li family could only survive under the aegis of Xue Qinghe, thereafter lacking the ability to aid the Haotian sect. Chapter 126. Paving the way, the Pa family is willing to follow the prince. All 372 members, including 112 soul masters, are at your service. After a prolonged silence, Yang Wudi slowly knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty. Very well, Yupa family will first be stationed in the military camp for a period. Once matters are settled, you may emerge. Understood. The acceptance of Yang Wudi was remarkably easy, far simpler than anticipated. The many arguments prepared by Qian Rinxue proved unnecessary. Yang Wudi was a wise individual. During the peak of their strength, they had no means to contend with the Wuhuan Palace. Now, with Xue Qinghe personally extending an invitation, refusal could bring not only the Wuhuan Palace's wrath, but also that of the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, Yingxi continued to execute his assassination plans, unaware of the Min family's specific stance towards the Haotian sect. However, only by instilling fear could they be persuaded to join. The demise within the Min family continues unabated. On the path to the assembly point, those of insufficient strength, particularly the soul masters of the soul sect, numbering no more than 3, find themselves swiftly dispatched by Yingxi with astonishing speed. During conversations among the Min family soul masters in the martial world, they often discover, to their horror, that either their own chest or that of their conversing kin has been pierced by a trident dagger, or worse, their heads severed outright. Fear spreads like wildfire, especially in crowded gatherings, where few steps can lead to sudden collapses. All soul masters of the Min family unleash their martial spirits. Yet they find themselves utterly incapable of locking onto their targets. Their efforts merely squander their soul power. One soul master falls victim to Yingxi's lethal strike. And with each engagement, Yingxi skillfully alternates between weapons, striving to embody the guise of numerous assassins. What shall we do, clan leader? Do not approach. Fear permeates the air, especially as everyone senses the imminent approach of death, yet feels utterly powerless. With a sickening sound, another soul master is pierced through the heart by a trident dagger. Finally, someone loses their composure, turning to flee with their martial spirit in tow. One by one, Min family soul masters begin to scatter, some taking their families with them, leaving behind a cluster of the elderly, women, and children. The last one. After Yingxi claims the life of the final soul master surpassing his rank, he completes the 4th trial of the Azura God, accruing a notable increase in soul power. Casting a glance at the 5th trial of the Azura God, Yingxi's brow furrows. The 5th trial requires the defeat of Tang San. Task reward: Azura God's divine power, 3 strands. Yingxi had always believed that he would encounter Tang San only when he reached the rank of title Douluo. Yet he did not expect to meet him so soon. Fortunately, Yingxi's preparations are nearly complete. With adequate readiness, he feels confident in subduing Tang Hao, especially since Tang Hao is now missing an arm and has suffered significant injuries. With the 4 major sects nearly subdued, and the lessons from the Li family and Min family as precedents, the remaining prominent families will inevitably feel trepidation, relying solely on Qian Rinxue. Having subdued Qian Rinxue of the 4 major families, she does not return to her palace immediately, but instead walks directly into the imperial palace. Father. Xue Qinghe places a hand on his chest and bows slightly in respect. Qinghe, what brings you here? The Snow Knight Emperor taps his cane, observing a strange expression on Xue Qinghe's face. Just moments ago, he received news that Xue Qinghe had subdued the 4 major sects of singular attributes. Father, the situation is as follows. I have brought the 4 major sects under my banner, and the total number of soul masters among them is nearing 500. I am willing to contribute them all to bolster the military strength of our Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor nods in satisfaction. 500 soul masters is no trifling matter, particularly with 2 of them being titled Douluo level. He has been aware of Xue Qinghe's efforts to recruit soul masters over the years, but those were mere skirmishes. This time, however, the stakes are different. To put it bluntly, these soul stones are sufficient to incite a rebellion. While they may not necessarily risk their lives to support Xue Qinghe in revolt, with Dugu Bo backing the avalanche, any rebellion led by the Crown Prince would surely be quelled. Nonetheless, this cannot be underestimated. Xue Qinghe's understanding of the situation is commendable. Well done. But these individuals are the fruits of your labor, acquired at great risk. Will you so easily hand them over to me? The Snow Knight Emperor, though satisfied, wears an almost imperceptible smile. I believe that the only forces capable of annihilating the Leaf family overnight, apart from the upper three sects, Tiando, Xingluo, and the Spirit Hall, are non-existent. The Xingluo Empire would not venture so far to attack the Leaf family, and although they have distanced themselves from the Haotian sect, it was Haotian sect that was in the wrong first. Out of respect, the upper three sects would not intervene. Thus, only the Spirit Hall possesses the strength to act against them. Our Tiando Empire is merely a breath away from conflict with the Spirit Hall. Whether we oppose them now or later makes little difference. The mention of the Spirit Hall darkens the Snow Knight Emperor's expression. Their audacity has grown increasingly intolerable over the years, at times even disregarding his authority. Qinghe, you have done well, but this matter is your achievement. You shall be responsible for their integration. Xue Qinghe, displaying respect, shakes his head and speaks. I have conferred with the other major families. Apart from the Leaf family, which has given everything, the remaining three families will contribute a third of their soul masters to the army. I request that Father dispatch a knowledgeable general to assist me in organizing them, as their martial spirits are rather singular. Observing the selflessness of Xue Qinghe, the Snow Knight Emperor finds himself increasingly pleased. Regardless of whether Xue Qinghe is sincere, the mere act of uttering those words conveys intent. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Knight Emperor replies, General Wu Li's son, Wu Zheng, has been honing his skills in the army for 7 years. He is trained alongside his father and has reached the rank of Soul King. I shall entrust him to you. Xue Qinghe's eyes brighten. Although Wu Li is not the most formidable general in the Tiando Empire, his training methods for soul masters are of the highest caliber. Entrusting his son Wu Zheng to crown Prince Xue Qinghe effectively paves the way for his future ascension to the throne. Chapter 127. The opening ceremony, the Azura God trials, must take a temporary pause, as the 4 affiliated families of the Haotian sect have been largely dealt with, leaving only Tang Yuehua remaining. However, Yingxi has accomplished sufficient deeds within the Tiando Empire recently, and the various factions are currently in a state of heightened tension. In such circumstances, further action would be unwise. Thus, Yingxi decisively opts to temporarily leave the Douluo continent and venture into the world of Harry Potter. Taking a rare opportunity to rest, Yingxi spends these days in tranquility, focusing solely on cultivation and reading, devoid of any scheming. Life is rather leisurely. Boss, the day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony of Hogwarts. As a trusted professor, your attendance is required. Do you need to prepare in advance? Millie, clad in a fitted outfit, stands beside Yingxi. Though working in the wizarding world only necessitates wearing robes, each time she encounters Millie in recent days, he finds her dressed in a rather tailored suit. Very well, let us head to the platform now. After all, Hogwarts does not permit apparition. Understood, boss. At the Hogwarts opening ceremony, Yingxi sits among the faculty, observing the throng of young wizards below. In terms of physical age, many present are significantly older than him. Among them, he spots several familiar faces: Harry Potter, Hermione, Ron, the trio of protagonists. He wonders how much fortune he might gain from defeating them. Before the sorting hat ceremony commenced, Dumbledore stepped forward and addressed the multitude of young wizards gathered below. It is widely acknowledged that Hogwarts offers 14 specialized courses, and today, we are privileged to introduce the 15th, a practical combat course. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yingxi from Huaxia. Although Professor Yingxi is merely in their early 20s, their prowess exceeds even that of a full professor. Such capability is something I, in my earlier years, could not have attained. Dumbledore's words stirred a ripple of astonishment among the young wizards, except for a few who hailed from Muggle backgrounds and were unfamiliar with such matters. The remainder felt a sense of wonder. Dumbledore, renowned as the greatest white wizard of the past century, had a life filled with legendary tales. Now, let us invite Professor Yingxi to share a few words. As Dumbledore spoke, he graciously stepped aside, allowing Yingxi to take center stage. This gesture was not merely an act of favoritism. It was a privilege afforded to every professor. Yingxi rose smoothly, using a disapparition spell to traverse directly across the dining table to the podium, bypassing the aisles. Wow, several professors seated at the staff table remarked. Intrigued by Ingxi's instantaneous travel, particularly Severus Snape, who narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Hogwarts was safeguarded by powerful enchantments, unless Dumbledore willingly lifted the restrictions. It was impossible for anyone, especially a regular professor, to use disapparition within its bounds. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, regarded Ingxi with a nod of acknowledgement. Realizing that the rumors of Ingxi's previous exploits, including the swift defeat of multiple dark wizards, were indeed credible. Ingxi did not raise their voice, but instead channeled their magical energy to resonate throughout the Grand Hall. Greetings, everyone. The magic I have studied differs significantly from what you possess. Thus, I cannot assist you directly with your spells. However, I can enhance your combat experience, real-life battle experience. This display of ability significantly altered some professors' perceptions of Ingxi, who had initially doubted the rationale behind Ingxi's appointment at Hogwarts. Many believed it was merely compensation from the British wizarding community, not a testament to Ingxi's capabilities. Consequently, some professors harbored negative sentiments towards Ingxi, secretly hoping for a moment of embarrassment, much like Hagrid, a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, who resented Ingxi's rise to prominence on Dumbledore's reputation. Magic stems from life and is applicable to it. In the current wizarding world, only Dumbledore, among the few, could perform wandless magic. Ingxi's ability to effortlessly execute various wandless spells was a clear indication of their strength. My course will commence on the first day of the term, open to students from the 1st to 7th year, with no textbooks required, as we shall learn outdoors. After speaking, Ingxi once again utilized disapparition to return to the staff table, relishing the exhilaration of having made a grand impression, a feeling not experienced in quite some time. The following day at noon, Ingxi reclined on a branch of a tree outdoors, a blade of grass dangling from their mouth, casually tossing stones into the air. After checking their pocket watch and glancing at the young wizards waiting nearby, Ingxi leapt down from the tree. Upon surveying the gathered students, it was evident that most were in 5th to 7th year, as Ingxi's class focused on practical combat, pertinent for those on the brink of entering the magical society. Notably, the trio of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were also present. More attendees than I anticipated, Ingxi remarked, surveying the crowd. You are aware that I teach a combat course. Can anyone tell me what is necessary to achieve victory and survive in a wizarding duel? Magical strength, extensive spell knowledge, and rapid casting speed. A nameless 7th-year wizard promptly answered. Very good. 1 point for Slytherin. Ingxi held no biases against Slytherin. Among the 4 houses at Hogwarts, Slytherin boasted the highest combat proficiency. After all, Slytherin was a stronghold for pure-blood wizards, many of whom had received some form of magical education prior to entering Hogwarts. However, that is still insufficient. A faint smile graced Ingxi's lips as the young wizards exchanged puzzled glances, racking their brains for additional answers. While wizardry is undoubtedly enigmatic, it possesses a critical vulnerability, the necessity of a wand for spellcasting. Thus, the commonly employed combat spell, Disarming Charm, signifies the end of a duel once the opponent's wand is rendered ineffective. Therefore, magical strength and casting speed are pivotal factors determining the outcome of such confrontations. You have merely cited hard skills. However, in life-and-death battles among wizards, one must also maintain sufficient reverence. Reverence? The wizards exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of Ingxi's meaning. Even Dumbledore, observing through a crystal ball, found himself intrigued. How you perceive Muggles? Ingxi continued, not clarifying their previous statement. Muggles possess no redeeming qualities. They are foolish fools. Malfoy interjected, echoing the sentiments of his fellow Slytherins, who nodded in agreement. Among the pure-blood families, apart from the Weasleys, there was little affection for Muggles, as most were Death Eaters who regarded mudbloods as tarnishing the dignity of wizards, deeming them unworthy of the title. Having noticed that no one else was willing to speak, Ingxi pressed on. In terms of peculiarities, humanity is indeed no match for wizards. However, the number of wizards who have perished at the hands of foolish Muggles throughout history could fill Hogwarts to the brim. The assembled wizards stared at Ingxi in disbelief, unable to fathom how powerful wizards could suffer such casualties in conflicts with mere humans. During your leisure, I encourage you to visit the library. In the dust-laden uppermost section of the Wizarding History category, you will find that wizards have, in fact, been defeated by humans. Otherwise, why do you think that it is humans who currently dominate the world, not wizards? Impossible. We need only a killing curse to control the leaders of the Muggle world. And how would you approach them? Ingshi turned to the 7th-year Slytherins, the most skilled combatants among wizards, yet also the most exclusive. I know you do not believe me. How about we engage in a practical demonstration? A smile crept across Ingshi's face, as if they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. In the Quidditch Stadium, 6 7th-year wizards encircled Ingshi, with even the closest among them standing 30 meters away. I will not employ any wizarding powers. If you can jointly defeat me, each of you will be rewarded with 100 galleons. Ron's face immediately transformed into a starry-eyed expression, as it is known that Arthur, the head of the Weasley family, earns merely 50 galleons a month. He has never managed to save even a single galleon in his allowance. The 7th-year wizards exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. 100 galleons each was indeed a tempting bounty. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Suddenly, 3 stones materialized in Ingshi's hand, propelled forth with terrifying force. The sharp sound of 3 distinct impacts rang out as several wizards' wrists trembled, causing their wands to clatter to the ground. Petri Ficus Totalis. Ingshi, unarmed, found that their weaponry was of no consequence against him. It was far more effective to employ the Petri Ficus Totalis spell, which merely restricted their movements without any significant offensive power. Too slow. With a slight shift of his feet, Ingshi effortlessly evaded the beams of light emitted by the spell. At that moment, the ground at his feet bore 3 grayish-brown patches, the result of the Petri Ficus Totalis spell. How was this possible? The wizards present gasped in astonishment as Ingshi conjured 3 stones once more. Although his technique did not rival Tang San's mastery of hidden weapons, years of training had bestowed upon Ingshi remarkable accuracy. Another stone struck a 7th-year wizard squarely on the wrist, sending the wand he had just picked up tumbling to the ground once more. The remaining wizards, unwilling to yield, attempted the Petri Ficus Totalis spell again. Minutes later, several 7th-year wizards approached Ingshi respectfully, nursing their already reddened and swollen arms. By this time, the ground surrounding Ingshi had nearly been entirely petrified. Sir, the speed of the spell's beam is exceedingly fast, presumably surpassing the limits of human capability. How did you manage to evade it? Indeed, I cannot match the speed of the spell, but my cognitive speed surpasses yours. I can anticipate the direction of your spell casting, allowing me to evade in advance. From my perspective, the development of wizards is a distorted evolution, overly fixated on magic. While wizarding power is formidable, ordinary muggles, with specific training, possess methods to counter wizards. Although a wizard might forcibly take down a few muggles with them in their final moments, the number of muggles far exceeds that of wizards by thousands or even tens of thousands. The cost of training 10 soldiers specifically designed to confront wizards is significantly less than that of training a single wizard. As we say in Huaxia, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Only with sufficient respect for one's opponents can one remain undefeated. At the beginning of my lessons, I already hinted that I would defeat you using Muggle methods, yet you disregarded my advice entirely. That is your mistake. Moreover, while wizards wield wands, Muggles possess potent weaponry as well. Why just use were merely stones readily available, and I was holding back. Ingshi smiled at the awestruck gazes of the younger wizards. Thus, the first soft skill I impart to you is respect, while the hard skill is evasion. In wizarding combat, physical stamina is not paramount, and you can leverage the stamina that other wizards overlook to create an advantage. All aspiring aurors among the young wizards nodded vigorously. Being an auror is an exceedingly perilous profession, often confronting dark wizards. Dumbledore closed the crystal ball and tossed a honey-flavored candy into his mouth as the portraits in his office began to speak. It is hard to fathom that wizarding combat can take such forms. I recall you mentioning that he, at merely 20 years of age, instantaneously dispatched 3 dark wizards of auror caliber, potentially taking you down with him. We found it hard to believe. One portrait expressed in disbelief. This Yingxi from Huaxia is indeed formidable, possessing an alarming talent for combat, and at such a young age. What sort of power lies hidden within the wizarding community of Huaxia? Dumbledore's expression turned grave, but he soon shook his head. His most pressing concern was to deal with Voldemort. Everything else could be contemplated later. If Yingxi's power could be harnessed, it would certainly bolster their chances against Voldemort. However, Yingxi's intentions were too inscrutable, necessitating further observation. Chapter 129. The Centaur Uprising. In a bid for convenience, Yingxi conducted only one class per week, combining all students into a single session. The remaining hours were spent in the library studying. Once a soul master reaches level 30, they may begin mimetic training. Yingxi's one martial soul is the Book of Heaven, while the other is bone. Within the library, the environment is particularly conducive to mimetic training. Although the soul power in the world of Harry Potter is not as dense as that in Douluo continent, one can still achieve standards of normal training under the extreme mimetic training conditions. Hoo. Yingxi looked up to see his owl. After unsealing the envelope it carried, he furrowed his brow tightly upon reading the contents. The Centaur tribe from the Neural Plane had attacked the surrounding villages. This was a letter from Millie to Yingxi, stating that the Ministry of Magic in Huaxia was already collaborating with various countries to devise countermeasures. After glancing at the intelligence Millie had provided, a smile crept across Yingxi's lips, for this matter indeed originated from him. For years ago, in pursuit of initial funding, Yingxi ventured to the Neural Plane and happened to slay a Centaur king of awakened bloodline. Subsequently, Yingxi inquired with Ryan about the situation. The various magical ministries had indeed united to issue a manhunt for the criminal, but all the shell casings had been recovered by Yingxi, and all evidence that could be destroyed had been obliterated. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic did not take the matter seriously, and they lacked knowledge about which countries' dark wizards were involved. How could they pursue them? Additionally, a wizard capable of consecutively slaying over 30 centaurs, with more than 20 of those being slain during an encirclement, would be among the most powerful in this world. How many of their own would they lose in attempting to capture such a criminal? Thus, while the magical ministries presented a facade of readiness, their inaction behind the scenes thoroughly enraged the various centaur clans, especially since Yingxi had publicly executed the bloodline-awakened Centaur King. This enmity could be deemed a national grievance. Moreover, the news of the Centaur King's bloodline being slain spread, resulting in even more dark wizards attempting their luck in hopes of hunting down another Centaur King of bloodline. For all these reasons, the Centaur tribes were incensed, yet their united front was strikingly foolish. In the current world, the most formidable beings are muggles, followed by wizards, and then magical creatures. Even if muggles do not intervene, the combined forces of wizards from various nations could utterly annihilate the centaur race. Of course, this was merely Yingxi's rhetoric. He certainly would not be able to resist the urge himself, for the grudge runs deep. It appears that the various magical ministries across nations must undoubtedly devise some means to address the centaur uprising, whether through extermination or coercion into submission. However, the very nature of the centaurs is rooted in violence. To quell their tempestuous spirits, wizards must inevitably concede. Yet, wizards are, after all, wizards, looking down upon muggles and holding even greater disdain for magical creatures. In the eyes of the majority of wizards, magical beings are merely living materials, often tolerated only for the sake of sustainable development. This matter is truly beyond Yingxi's jurisdiction. Only the high-ranking officials of the respective magical ministries can make decisions. Nonetheless, the population of centaurs in the Neural Plane has indeed burgeoned rapidly in recent years, prompting wizards to consider exerting control. Yingxi stroked his chin, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Just then, a bright voice interrupted his contemplation. "Oh, Hermione? Why are you crying, little Hermione?" Upon seeing Hermione's slightly reddened eyes, Yingxi felt a flicker of understanding. Hermione is the quintessential scholar, genuinely passionate about learning. Although Yingxi has never been a top student himself, he has experienced the 9-year compulsory education of Huaxia. He understands the disposition of children, despite Hermione's lack of malice. Her tendency to lecture others does not endear her to her peers. Even though little Hermione is quite charming, having encountered more enchanting women, Ingshi finds himself indifferent towards her. Why are you being ostracized by your classmates? Ingshi waved his hand, incinerating the information in his grasp. Professor, open flames are prohibited in the library. Ingshi's lips twitched, indeed. Hermione is quite something. Your well-meaning lectures may not be comprehensible to your friends, as no one enjoys being lectured, at least, not by someone of equal standing. He patted Hermione's tousled hair and turned to leave. Initially intending to have a decent conversation with her, he reconsidered given the earlier situation. Professor Ingshi, Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you in his office. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, approached Ingshi. He smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement of her message. Upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, Ingshi noticed the doorkeeper incessantly reciting unfamiliar incantations. Instantly, a blazing fire ignited in his hand. What did you say? A half-smile appeared on Ingshi's face. Please, Professor Ingshi, come in. He waved his hand, dispersing the flames, and strode confidently into Dumbledore's office. Professor Ingshi, you've arrived, Dumbledore remarked as he popped a cockroach-shaped candy into his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here? Ingshi stood lazily before Dumbledore, but refrained from taking a seat, wary of any potential magical traps that might lie upon the chair. I assume Professor Ingshi has heard about the Centaur tribe uprising in Noir. Ingshi nodded, somewhat puzzled as he regarded Dumbledore. I hope that you, Professor Ingshi, can represent me in Hogwarts at the conference of the various magical ministries and academies. Ingshi was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Dumbledore. What do you think, Professor Ingshi? Are you interested? Ingshi teasingly looked at Dumbledore and replied with a grin. I must decline. Representing Hogwarts and Dumbledore at the conference would mean aligning himself with Dumbledore's faction, compelling him to join in the fight against Voldemort. Even if Ingshi chose not to, Voldemort would perceive him as part of Dumbledore's alliance. Dumbledore wore a benevolent yet cunning smile. I've heard you wish to open a shop in Diagon Alley for selling potions and acquiring magical herbs, correct? Ingshi's expression stiffened, scrutinizing Dumbledore as if contemplating something significant. Do not misunderstand. I am not threatening you. You should know I am not so foolish. Ingshi nodded slightly, momentarily believing Dumbledore was indeed threatening him, given Dumbledore's considerable authority in the wizarding world of White Country. If he truly wished to make things difficult for Ingshi, even the Ministry of Magic would not advocate for an outsider like him. After all, only days prior, Ingshi nearly eliminated 3 Aurors. Professor Dumbledore, if you have something to convey, it would be best to be direct. Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Do you remember the shopkeeper who betrayed your friend, Ryan? Ingshi opened his mouth, suddenly grasping the implications. Professor Dumbledore, you truly have a shrewd plan. Are you saying you refuse? Ingshi chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Dumbledore's intentions were indeed astute. Initially, Ingshi had intended to drag the shopkeeper who betrayed Ryan down with him, seeking vengeance and establishing his reputation, but he also aimed to seize the shop in Diagon Alley. After the Ministry apprehended him, the shop was confiscated. Ingshi had repeatedly attempted to acquire the shop through the Ministry, only to be thwarted time and again. Little did he know that it was Dumbledore orchestrating the entire affair. Are you planning to give it to me? A teasing glint flickered in Ingshi's eyes, causing Dumbledore's smile to falter. Surely you jest. The funds for the Order of the Phoenix are severely lacking. How could I possibly gift you a shop in Diagon Alley? Such a shop would require no less than 100,000 galleons to purchase. Of course not. You would purchase it with galleons, Dumbledore clarified. Ingshi bore a bemused smile, realizing Dumbledore's cunning scheme. By offering a shop that did not originally belong to him in exchange for Ingshi's prowess, Dumbledore aimed to profit from Ingshi's eventual purchase of the shop, thereby collecting a commission to support the Order of the Phoenix. In essence, Dumbledore merely leveraged his reputation to orchestrate this entire affair, reaping substantial benefits without much effort. Ingshi slowly shook his head. Acquiring a shop in Diagon Alley requires at least 100,000 galleons. It is impossible to produce such a large sum all at once. Presently, Ingshi had 2,000 galleons in liquid assets, although he knew that real estate prices in Huaxia far exceeded 100,000 galleons. He could not bear to part with his properties, which he had worked so hard to acquire, for the sake of a shop in Diagon Alley. Dumbledore once again donned his amiable smile. While the discussion ostensibly revolved around compensation for the Centaur tribe, the truth was that it concerned how to partition the assets. Given the overwhelming population of centaurs and the severe threat they posed to wizards, Ingshi's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he gazed at Dumbledore. Indeed, Dumbledore was worthy of his long existence as a remarkable figure. He had managed to manipulate the situation to his advantage. As expected, Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing, this time. You may represent Hogwarts in the expedition against the Centaur tribe, but we require 40% of the profits afterward, with the remainder going to you. Ingshi inwardly scoffed at Dumbledore's clever proposal, which, however, struck a chord with him. Nevertheless, such conditions warranted further negotiation. You must be aware that I have connections within the Huaxia wizarding community, and I could easily align myself with them. Why should I concede such a significant share to you? The Huaxia wizarding community boasts the largest population among all nations' wizarding societies, yet competition remains fierce. The benefits of collaborating with the Huaxia Ministry of Magic would pale in comparison to those of representing Hogwarts. Ingshi nodded in agreement. Dumbledore's assertion was indeed valid. As the preeminent wizarding academy of the age, Hogwarts would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from this expedition. Although Ingshi could align himself with the Huaxia Ministry, the competition would be exceedingly intense. Thus, even if he were to claim only 60% of Hogwarts' profits from this venture, it would still surpass the gains from working with the Huaxia Ministry. Having recognized this reality, there was no need for further pretense. However, the endeavor against the Centaurs posed considerable risks. Their offensive capabilities are formidable, and they possess significant magical resistance. Furthermore, Hogwarts has no other viable candidates for this mission. Dumbledore's words held truth, yet Ingshi's statements were equally factual. The most powerful professors within Hogwarts were unable to act, and the heads of the four houses could not be easily dispatched. Moreover, could Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the current era, truly venture forth to hunt centaurs? Not to mention, the Centaur tribe resided within the Forbidden Forest, and some of them were inclined to support Dumbledore. Thus, Ingshi required the prestige of Hogwarts, while Dumbledore equally needed a substantial amount of galleons to further the Order of the Phoenix. 30% is my final offer. Upon Ingshi's forthright declaration, Dumbledore hesitated slightly, then regarded Ingshi with earnestness. Agreed, but I do not require the wizarding shop in Diagon Alley. Instead, I need you to utilize your reputation to assist in acquiring a substantial quantity of Felix Felicis and other rare potions. Additionally, the baseline is for you to procure 10 vials of Felix Felicis. I will grant you 3% of the profits from this venture as a commission. For every additional 5 vials acquired, I shall provide you with another 3%. The price for 50 vials of this precious potion stands at 1,000 galleons, and I will grant you an additional 5%. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he could not directly profit from the shop acquisition, he could secure gains in another manner. If orchestrated properly, the returns could exceed initial expectations. Yet, procuring Felix Felicis was no simple feat. Only a handful of individuals on the planet could concoct it, and each vial required over 6 months to produce. Despite the lengthy cooldown period for Felix Felicis, its value remained undisputed. Ingshi had witnessed its effects firsthand. For Ingshi's 2 martial souls, aside from the divine bestowed soul rings, he required at least 10 vials of the divided Felix Felicis, equivalent to 2 complete vials. Each of the women accompanying him, except for Xiao Wu, needed a full vial as well. Additionally, individuals such as Qian Rengshu, Zhao Wujie, and Lu Erlong, whom Ingshi aimed to assist, also required the support of Felix Felicis. The demand for this potion was immense, and it was typically hoarded by affluent wizarding families. Unless Ingshi were to annihilate those families, amassing a substantial quantity would be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Ingshi's inability to purchase shops in Diagon Alley stemmed from the impending return of the Dark Wizard Voldemort. During that time, many white wizarding shops in Diagon Alley would be ravaged by dark wizards. At that point, the prices of the shops would plummet, making it unwise to invest now. Such folly was not within Ingxi's character. Deal. Ingxi and Dumbledore shook hands, marking a mutually beneficial agreement. As for Voldemort, what could he possibly offer compared to the allure of Xiao Wu or the beauty of Qian Rengshu? Should he dare to oppose, Ingxi would not hesitate to eliminate him, making quick work of him. Chapter 131. The just hunt. With the fundamental terms of their collaboration established, the previously tense relationship between the two eased considerably. Ingxi held no judgment regarding Dumbledore's character. He simply lacked interest. As long as Dumbledore could provide sufficient benefits, Ingxi would not hesitate to align himself with the protagonist faction to assist in vanquishing Voldemort. Conversely, should Voldemort offer Ingxi favorable terms, he would not shy away from facilitating a change in leadership within the wizarding community of Country Y. Having secured Dumbledore's approval, Ingxi returned to his island to summon all the wizards under his command. Upon learning of the situation, Ryan stubbornly insisted on accompanying Ingxi, expressing great interest in all profitable endeavors. Ingxi was pleased with Ryan's presence. Aside from the exceptionally gifted Millie, no one under his command matched Ryan's prowess. According to the magical hierarchy in the Harry Potter universe, the ranks are as follows: Junior Wizard, Adult Wizard, or Professor, Elder. There are only 5 levels in total, and once a wizard reaches adulthood, they typically possess the magical capacity associated with that rank. This is why the second level is referred to as Adult Wizard. Of course, magic capacity does not equate to combat effectiveness. Only 2 elder-level wizards exist in the world, both within Country Y. The most illustrious white wizard of the century, Dumbledore, and the infamous dark wizard, Voldemort. Ingxi lightly tapped the table, awaiting the gathering of his wizards. While his forces were numerous, their levels were generally modest. Though fortified by soul bones, each individual possessed only 1 on average. Millie, however, had received a 30,000-year-old head soul bone from Ingxi, which was the primary reason for her ability to surpass Ryan in 1 leap. Boss, the summons have been dispatched, and I can provide you with a detailed expedition list by tomorrow morning. The day after tomorrow, they can assemble. Excellent work, Millie. The Ministry of Magic still requires your oversight, so you need not attend. My available personnel are limited. Understood, boss. On the 3rd day, Ingxi officially received a message from Dumbledore, appointing him as the representative of Hogwarts for the negotiations regarding the harvest of the Centaur tribe. The venue for the International Wizarding Conference was selected to be within the confines of Country Y, as both elder-level wizards were present there. Upon entering the room, Ingxi beheld several familiar figures, one of whom was Millie. They exchanged a brief glance, refraining from any further interaction. After all, Millie's identity was confidential. She was a trump card hidden within the Huaxia Ministry of Magic. It is indeed peculiar that the governing body of the wizarding world is referred to as the Ministry of Magic. Is it magic or sorcery? Ingxi directly sat in the position originally held by Dumbledore. Both the Y Country Ministry of Magic and the Huaxia Ministry of Magic were aware that Ingxi was currently teaching at Hogwarts, but they had not anticipated that he would represent Hogwarts in this meeting. After all, there existed certain conflicts between Ingxi and Dumbledore. Yet despite this, Dumbledore still allowed Ingxi to attend, indicating his recognition of Ingxi's strength and capability. With his arms crossed, Ingxi observed the wizards bustling around him with an air of indifference. Soon, dozens of wizards had gathered, the majority of whom possessed the strength of advanced aurors, with several having reached the level of professors. Although the number of attendees was not vast, they represented numerous countries. The Y Country wizarding community, as the host, occupied 5 seats, including Ingxi as the representative of Hogwarts. The Huaxia wizarding community dispatched 3 representatives, one of whom was the minister of the Huaxia Ministry of Magic, another a professor from the Huaxia Magic Academy, and the last being Millie. Did you think that Ingxi's years of training and substantial funding were for naught? The number of representatives from the Huaxia Ministry of Magic was matched by several from other nations, including the German and American magical communities. As for the remaining countries, such as H country in Japan, only 1 representative each had arrived, as it appeared that the gathering was nearly complete. Minister Fudge of the Y Country Ministry of Magic stood up, casting his gaze over the assembled wizards before speaking. According to our investigations, The total number of centaurs has reached between 10,000 and 20,000 following the unification of their tribes. 10 to 20,000. Upon uttering this phrase, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Ingxi's brow furrowed slightly. Although the neural plane was vast, resources were limited. The existence of 10 to 20,000 centaur warriors would imply a total centaur population exceeding 50,000. Such a colossal number would likely lead to the collapse of the ecological chain in the neural plane, as centaurs are merely one type of magical creature, and the plane must also provide a habitat for other magical beings. Furthermore, the development of any species requires time. A sudden population explosion to such an extent is implausible. Ingxi deduced this, and the surrounding wizards shared his concerns. While there was no definitive evidence, it was reasonable to suspect that the rapid population growth of the centaurs was due to the awakening effect of the centaur king's bloodline on the tribe. Over the past 3 years, we can ascertain that at least 3 types of magical creatures in the neural plane have been hunted to extinction by the centaurs. And as wizards, we bear the responsibility of protecting the environment. Out of the corner of his eye, Ingxi cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Minister Fudge, truly embodying the righteousness of the cause. The justification for the impending slaughter of the centaur race was equally noble. However, if it was indeed the awakening of the centaur king's bloodline, then the total number of centaurs would likely be far less than Ingxi had anticipated. Thus, the total number of centaurs was estimated to be around 30,000, with approximately half of those being capable young warriors. We needed to reduce the centaur population to about 1,500, meaning the maximum number to be hunted was between 25,000 and 28,000. The allocation of hunting targets began with the Huaxiao Ministry of Magic, Y Country Ministry of Magic, and M Country Ministry of Magic, each responsible for eliminating 3,000 centaurs, while D Country, Pasta Country, and E Country were tasked with 2,000 each. The remaining countries and factions could state their maximum capabilities, and we would distribute the quotas accordingly. Minister Fudge scanned the room and stated, Hogwarts has 60 wizards and 1,000 centaurs. Ingxi surveyed the silent assembly and spoke first. You, a mere newly of age child, dare to make such grandiose claims? At that moment, the representative from Pickled Vegetable Country, looking somewhat disdainful, interjected, if you are dissatisfied, let us engage in a life-and-death duel, with the victor claiming all of the opponent's quotas. What do you say? The representative from Pickled Vegetable Country fell silent instantly. For news of Ingxi's recent annihilation of 3 advanced Aura-level dark wizards had already spread. In terms of combat strength, he could not match Ingxi. I request that we be stationed near the battlefield of Pickled Vegetable Country, so that if we are overwhelmed, we can promptly seek their support. A flicker of purple light suddenly sparked in Ingxi's eyes, and a terrifying mental pressure instantly enveloped the room. After obtaining the head-soul bone of the San Yanjin and I, although Ingxi's mental power had not significantly increased, there was now a palpable aura of righteous authority in his every action. Minister Fudge and the Minister of the Huaxiao Ministry of Magic exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. The other countries and factions may continue to voice their opinions. The representative from Pickled Vegetable Country protested a few times, but was ultimately silenced by the 2 major magical ministries. Although the population of Pickled Vegetable Country was considerable, and they had once boasted a few brilliant wizards, their wizarding community had long since declined, with even their wizarding academy housing only a handful of students. Strength is the best language in diplomacy. Ingxi alone commanded 60 wizards and potentially had the backing of the world's foremost wizard, Dumbledore. Although there was skepticism regarding Ingxi's ability to mobilize such a number of wizards, a mere 1,000 centaurs could easily spell disaster for those unprepared. Of course, Ingxi did not possess 60 wizards. He had only around 20, most of whom were adult wizards, with merely 3 to 5 being aurors. However, Ingxi had the formidable Ryan by his side, along with his own considerable combat prowess. Additionally, Ingxi could employ modern weaponry. Firearms were out of the question as they would easily expose him, but crossbows were still viable. The lethality of some finely crafted crossbows was by no means inferior to that of firearms. The allocation conference proceeded smoothly. with the Centaur tribe being depicted as unforgivable villains attempting to subvert the wizarding world. In contrast, Ingshi and his allies were portrayed as righteous hunters. It had been over a century since large-scale wizarding incursions into the Neural Plane, and numerous rare species were present. For instance, should they encounter magical creatures hunted by malevolent centaurs, the wizards could conduct necessary collections. This was the result of a reasoned argument, leading to an agreement among the magical ministries of various countries to hunt a total of 15,000 centaurs, with each nation possessing formidable strength allowed to hunt between 300 to 500. Naturally, Ingshi was allocated 1,000, partly because he represented the strongest institution of the age, Hogwarts, and the most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, and also due to the substantial support from the Huaxia and Wai country wizarding communities. However, the numbers were merely allocations. If Ingshi lacked the capability to claim this portion of the pie, it would undoubtedly be seized by others, who can clearly delineate vague figures. Otherwise, what need would Ingshi have to be so close to the wizards of pickled vegetable country? The major wizarding nations united to engage in open confrontations, while Ingshi and his companions delved into the depths of the Neural Plane for internal sabotage. In the world of sorcery, the harvests of wizards, no matter how abundant, necessitate mutual exchanges. Following these exchanges, the gains for the Ministry of Magic in various nations are invariably substantial. Thus, they must endure the greatest pressures. Ingshi has returned to his island and has acquired the keys to the depths of the Neural Plane. Master, the 12 adult wizards have gathered, and in addition, we have mobilized a group of 40 trustworthy mercenaries. Ingshi nodded and continued, no one is permitted to carry firearms. All shall utilize crossbows instead. Indeed, these adult wizards are merely for show. The true combat strength lies with the 40 mercenaries, each of whom has a family under Ingshi's influence. They have been under Ingshi's command for no less than 2 years, during which they have undergone rigorous training and indoctrination, thus earning a substantial degree of trust. As the others departed to make preparations, Ryan looked at Ingshi with confusion. Surely, Ingshi, you do not intend to utilize those humans to confront the centaurs? Moreover, without firearms? Surprised, Ingshi cast a glance at Ryan. Under Ingshi's guidance, Ryan has come to harbor a certain level of acceptance towards humans, no longer regarding them with the disdain he once did, as evidenced by his refraining from calling ordinary humans muggles. However, when it comes to combat prowess, Ryan remains skeptical of the average human's capabilities. Ryan, you are aware that wizards were once driven away by humans, who at that time possessed no firearms. Furthermore, while the rate of fire of crossbows may be slow, their power is considerable, and they inflict relatively minor damage to the hide. Ryan nodded hesitantly. Though he found it difficult to accept this notion, he chose to trust Ingshi's judgment. So when do you plan to depart? Tonight. Tonight? I thought the operation was scheduled for tomorrow. Before Ryan could finish his sentence, a look of realization crossed his face. You intend to preemptively hunt a portion of them? You're not one to seek small gains, are you? Ingshi, pleased, patted Ryan on the shoulder and said, Uncle Ryan, it is commendable that you could discern this. The number of centaurs has surged dramatically, leading to a decline in the price of their hides and entrails. But it will only drop minimally from 220 galleons to around 200. Moreover, after many years of development in the wizarding world of Huaxia, do you think it has come without cost? I have also mastered certain techniques in the crafting of dark magical items, combining them with modern industrial production lines. To put it bluntly, the raw materials of a centaur valued at 200 galleons can now yield a profit of 500 galleons through our processing. Furthermore, among our 60 individuals, 38 are muggles, meaning they require no galleons. I can exchange galleons for cash for them without any objections on their part. In other words, we only need to cover the expenses for the 12 wizards, understand? Most importantly, the Kimchi Kingdom has been rather unruly these past 2 years. Taking some of their possessions and eliminating a few of their people will serve as a celebration. Ryan paid no heed to the bloodthirsty words that followed from Ingshi, for all his mental faculties were focused on the prospect of the 200 galleons for centaur raw materials and a subsequent 500 galleons after processing. Chapter 133. The hunt begins. Ryan rose solemnly, suppressing the gleam of greed in his eyes as he regarded Ingshi. Adjusting his somewhat ill-fitting suit and slicking back his slightly disheveled and greasy hair with saliva. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ingshi, I shall also exert considerable effort in this endeavor. I believe 10,000 galleons. Ryan staggered back 2 steps, as if struck by a heavy blow. Well, I think I can manage to stay awake all night. 12,000 galleons. Even a senior orer from the Ministry of Magic would only earn a few thousand galleons at most from this operation. Ryan nodded fervently, as if in a frenzy, muttering, 12,000 galleons, 12,000 galleons. According to Ingshi's budget, his projected income should amount to 200,000 galleons. However, it is certain that Ingshi will not merely hunt such a trivial number of centaurs. Seizing hunting quotas from the Kimchi Kingdom is inevitable. Coupled with the processing later on, Ingshi's total profit is estimated to be around 600,000 galleons. Of course, this substantial sum is only attainable due to a rare opportunity such as this. Additionally, after deducting Ryan's 12,000 galleons, approximately 80 to 90,000 galleons will be allocated to Dumbledore. Ingshi intends to compensate Dumbledore based on the pure material profits. As he is no philanthropist, a sum as large as this could hardly be squandered. Furthermore, 2,000 galleons must be paid to both the Huaxiang Ministry of Magic and the Wei Kingdom Ministry of Magic, as a fee for ensuring his protection and securing such a significant hunting quota, an arrangement that had been previously established. After all, why would they suppress the Kimchi Kingdom for Ingshi's sake? Naturally, it is of no concern to Ingshi whether the 2,000 galleons line the pockets of the ministers of the Ministries of Magic or the departments themselves. In fact, Ingshi could leverage this situation to displace the minister of the Huaxiang Ministry of Magic, allowing Millie to ascend a few ranks. However, Millie's youth limits her current position to its utmost extent. Additionally, the 12 accompanying wizards will receive varying rewards ranging from hundreds to thousands of galleons. As the influx of centaur materials saturates the market, it will inevitably lead to inflation within the wizarding communities of various nations, and after accounting for certain deductions, Ingshi's total income will essentially amount to approximately 350,000 galleons. This sum translates to nearly 100 vials of Felix Felicis. However, even if all the Felix Felicis in existence were combined, they would surely not total 100 vials. If Dumbledore can secure 7 or 8 vials for Ingshi, he will be satisfied. As dusk deepened, the meeting room on the island was already filled with participants. The 12 adult wizards and the 40 mercenaries were seated on either side. All of you are the backbone of my Dachin Glory Company, and I am not one for frivolity. Esteemed wizards of the wizarding community, our expedition will last approximately 10 days. Each of you will receive a housing allowance of 300 galleons, and for every centaur you hunt, a reward of 60 galleons will be granted. Whether you choose to cooperate or not is of no consequence. A well-bred centaur will earn you 60 galleons. I understand this price may seem low, but in order to secure this quota, Dumbledore claims 30%, while the Huaxiang Ministry of Magic and the Wei Kingdom Ministry of Magic each claim 10%. You're all aware of this. If anyone wishes to withdraw from this hunt, I shall not obstruct you. The adult wizards nodded in agreement, well aware of the situation and perceiving no unfairness in it. Although each centaur is formidable enough to rival an adult wizard, the greatest peril in hunting centaurs lies in the method of infiltration. However, with such a formidable assembly of wizards, the risks involved in hunting centaurs will be significantly mitigated. A reduction in danger naturally implies a decrease in profit, which is only fair. In the realm of ordinary humanity, every successful hunt of a well-formed centaur yields a reward of 500 pounds. The exchange rate between the wizarding world's galleons and the Muggle currency is virtually non-existent. However, Hogwarts grants some young wizards hailing from Muggle backgrounds an exchange privilege of 100 galleons, with a conversion rate that suggests 60 galleons could equate to 300 pounds. Nevertheless, since no one has ever exchanged galleons for pounds, a more generous amount is offered. Lacking grandiloquent expression, Ingshi is acutely aware that absolute loyalty is a myth. Yet, as long as the incentives are sufficient, betrayal becomes unlikely. Ingshi promptly activated the port key, leading the group directly into the depths of the Nuara Plains. To his delight, they had indeed stumbled upon their quarry. Upon landing, he immediately activated the purple extreme magic eye and spotted a herd of centaurs, numbering in the dozens. Though they appeared to be predominantly young, nonetheless, this was advantageous for the hunt. Attack, he commanded. The activation of the port key was discreet, yet conspicuous enough for the centaurs to detect the intruders. With a swift stride, Ingshi surged forward, and the others promptly followed suit, charging at the centaurs, who were merely 100 meters away. The centaurs, realizing the sudden appearance of their foes, reacted quickly. However, the seasoned mercenaries were already on the offensive, unleashing nearly 40 crossbow bolts upon the unsuspecting centaurs. "Run!" cried the few centaur warriors, attempting to brace themselves against the assault. Yet, Ingshi, with his wizardly prowess, was ready with his spells. The spell Shatter was unleashed, and several rushing wizards were struck, despite the centaurs' considerable resistance to magic. Enduring multiple instances of Shatter proved overwhelming for them. One centaur, struck thrice by the spell, was torn asunder, leaving Ingshi shaking his head in dismay. The creature's hide was ruined, and it was uncertain how many of its organs could be salvaged. However, if the two centaur warriors retaliated, Ingshi's side would undoubtedly suffer casualties, as their javelins were remarkably precise and devastating, a lesson Ingshi had learned the hard way. In the midst of this battlefield, as Ingshi's thoughts settled, an invisible domain expanded around him. All combatants on his side received a 10% enhancement in their capabilities, while the centaurs experienced a 10% reduction in their attributes. In such close proximity, the centaur speed advantage was rendered moot. Ingshi refrained from further casting spells, recognizing that competing for the spoils with his subordinates was not a prudent practice. Chapter 134. Initial victory. The battle concluded with remarkable ease. Aside from a few unfortunate wizards sustaining minor injuries, the remainder emerged unscathed. Ingshi activated the port key to transport the centaur carcasses back to the small island, leaving behind only the diminutive centaurs that had not yet reached a meter in height. The haul yielded a substantial number of intact centaur bodies, 63 in total, translating to nearly 30,000 galleons in gross profit. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the mercenaries to form hunting teams. Their combat prowess was indeed impressive. Devoid of soul bones, they nevertheless surpassed wizards in combat effectiveness, having emerged from the crucible of warfare. Despite the stable lives Ingshi had afforded them, their instinct for slaughter remained intact. Moreover, the legal bounty for each centaur slain stood at 500 pounds. Each team comprised both wizards and mercenaries, equipped with magical devices capable of preserving the centaur hides in pristine condition. Ryan assumed the role of central command, coordinating rescue efforts for any teams in need. Usually, Ingshi held a certain interest in hunting, but the true experts among them had other objectives. He retrieved a flying carpet from his magical device and consulted the map to navigate the Nuara Plains. According to the intelligence provided by Mealy, the heart of the Nuara Plains was home to numerous rare magical creatures, such as unicorns. Ingshi's aim was precisely these unicorns, while he too sought galleons. Certain rare magical beings were of even greater necessity. For instance, the pure unicorn-esque blood was known to extend lifespan. Yet slaying a unicorn to obtain its blood would invite a curse, transforming the perpetrator into a half-human, half-ghost abomination. However, should one merely extract the blood without harming the creature and instead provide it with a bounteous existence, the curse could be avoided. After all, many esteemed potions contain unicorn blood. It would be absurd for longevity potions to bear a curse. Moreover, Ingshi had previously administered potions containing unicorn blood to old man Mo Zhang, resulting in remarkable improvements to his health. Additionally, dragons were also among Ingshi's targets. Although they resembled winged lizards, their combat capabilities were formidable. Should he manage to tame a few dragons, it would significantly bolster his influence. Nevertheless, the depths of the Nuara Plains were not without peril. Over the years, dark wizards had infiltrated the area, yet none had ever returned alive. This time, the magical departments of various nations sought not only to profit, but also to pillage the depths of the Nuara Plains. Ingshi's prowess Having felled 3 Auror-class dark wizards with a single strike, coupled with Professor Dumbledore's endorsement for his position at Hogwarts, further solidified his reputation. With Mealy's recommendation, he successfully secured a position among them. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Ingshi finally located the designated rendezvous point, where 5 or 6 wizards had already gathered. Among them, he recognized 3 individuals. The mightiest Auror of the Huaxia Ministry, Ming, known solely by this moniker and a mask, his true identity a mystery to all, Ouyang Bing. The aged minister of the Huaxia Ministry, robust in his prime and a formidable combatant. And finally, Mad-Eye Moody, who would later become the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Mad-Eye Moody possessed a compelling charisma during the past confrontations with Voldemort. He had guided many Death Eaters back to the path of righteousness, albeit from his own perspective. Such courage to forgive those once aligned with darkness was rare. Yet according to Mealy's intelligence, Moody was said to have retired long ago. It was surprising to find him summoned by the Y Country's Ministry of Magic. His reputation in the wizarding world was a blend of both honor and infamy, with rumors suggesting that half of Azkaban cells were filled due to his exploits. Azkaban is a notorious prison within the magical realm of Y Country, guarded by a multitude of Dementors, and instills fear in the hearts of all dark wizards. To be precise, it is a prison constructed by Y Country's magical community, having no jurisdiction over the incarceration of wizards from other nations. Although Mad-Eye Moody is no longer in his prime, and his combat prowess has diminished, it is often said that age brings wisdom and experience. A battle-hardened veteran, like him, is particularly formidable, especially in the wizarding world. The other attendees were not familiar to Ingshi. He merely exchanged nods with a few acquaintances and quietly stood aside, disregarded by the others. Those who find themselves in this gathering typically meet certain criteria. First, they must possess considerable strength, as anyone present could be regarded as a prominent figure within their respective wizarding communities. Secondly, the power of the nation backing the wizard cannot be feeble. Ingshi stands behind the Huaxia wizarding world, under the esteemed reputation of the contemporary strongest white wizard, Dumbledore, which barely allows him to join this assembly. Conversely, other wizards like Ming from Huaxiao enjoy a far more illustrious reputation in their homeland compared to that of Mad-Eye Moody in Y Country. After all, Ming is currently in a phase of ascended strength, while Moody's era has long since passed. This Huaxiao wizard, Ming, is poised to become the first elder-level wizard in Huaxia in nearly a century. Ingshi stood with his arms crossed, but he concentrated his soul power in his leg soul bone, ready to teleport away at the first sign of trouble, retreating back to the Douluo continent for safety. The power of wizards pales in comparison to that of soul masters, yet their level of cunning far exceeds that of soul masters. For instance, the soul ring of the 10,000-year-old Duancong Lu that Ingshi absorbed acted like a cursed potion in the wizarding world, effectively erasing a significant portion of Duancong Lu's soul energy. Meanwhile, soul masters in the Douluo continent have no means to counteract this, unless they absorb a head soul bone with tens of thousands of years of mental energy, which could potentially withstand the soul shock from a deceased 10,000-year soul beast, regardless of whether it belongs to a plant-type soul beast with weak soul energy. Chapter 135. Exploration. Now that everyone has arrived, it is time to discuss how we will allocate roles, said Mad-Eye Moody, his impatience palpable as he surveyed the gathered individuals. There is no specific plan for this endeavor. The primary reason for convening everyone is merely to share the risks. A wizard from America spoke up, and it was evident that the attendees were quite satisfied with this explanation. Those who could arrive here are undoubtedly the elite of their respective wizarding communities, possessing substantial confidence in their own abilities and naturally reluctant to share the spoils with others. Thus, it is for the best. Mad-Eye Moody's mechanical eye coldly scrutinized the crowd before he took the lead in departing from the gathering. Ingshi merely nodded at a few familiar faces, enveloping himself in an invisibility cloak before quietly leaving the assembly. While assistance could be sought if needed, there was no obligation to help others, and any assistance rendered would require appropriate compensation in galleons. Although the invisibility cloak is quite valuable, it is not particularly noteworthy to those present, as everyone should possess one. Only some wizards, too proud to utilize it, refrained from doing so. Ouyang Bing admired Ingshi as he donned his invisibility cloak. Powerful wizards are not inherently terrifying, but those who possess great strength yet lack the arrogance typical of wizards are the truly fearsome entities. Ming nodded silently, his aloof nature preventing him from speaking. The reason these top-tier wizards have reached this point is not due to reliance on excessive external aids, but rather their own formidable magical abilities and profound understanding. Indeed, many consider the need for external assistance to be a source of shame for wizards. However, Ingshi is different. He was once an ordinary person, a humble being, and believes that any means to enhance combat and survival capabilities are valid. The location of the Null Plain is a forest, reminiscent of Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest, but far more perilous. Ingshi sprinkled a powder to mask his aura and utilized the invisibility cloak to conceal his form, allowing him to evade most dangers. The forest is peculiar. Certain areas are lush and verdant, while others appear unexpectedly desolate, with trees reduced to mere trunks. Ingshi furrowed his brow. Ever since entering this forest, he has felt an unsettling strangeness that he cannot quite articulate. Miasma? It does not seem so. He retrieved a mask from his soul guiding device and donned it, not anticipating such an environment in the Null Plain. Even if the mask offers little protection, it will provide some degree of safety. Soon after, Ingshi took out an infrared detector, at which point he suddenly heard a rustling sound surrounding him. This sound is eerily familiar, reminiscent of a multitude of spiders. Ingshi halted, activating his purple extreme magic eye to scan the vicinity. However, he found nothing. An ominous premonition gripped him, prompting thoughts of retreating from this place. Just then, he heard a series of clattering noises around a nearby corner. Ingshi frowned deeply. He had not seen anything there moments ago, so how could there be sounds now? He cautiously advanced step by step, the purple extreme magic eye constantly surveying the surroundings. As he approached a tree so immense that it would take several people to encircle it, he was suddenly met with the sight of a cave. Muggle repelling? Although the tree is large, it is insufficient to obscure the probing of the purple extreme magic eye. Furthermore, Ingshi's purple extreme magic eye has reached the 3rd level of the seed realm, rendering Muggle repelling techniques incapable of deceiving him. Ingshi lightly stamped his foot, causing his soul power to surge, and his bones swiftly grew, forming a protective armor around his body. This armor boasts considerable defense, based on his previous assessments. It can withstand bullets from small-caliber firearms. As he ventured further, the scenery abruptly transformed into a space akin to a small world. Ingshi retrieved a compass from his soul guiding device, and the needle wavered before pointing straight ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the cave and retraced his steps to the massive tree. Throughout his journey, he kept an eye on the compass, which consistently directed him towards the previously encountered small world. Ingshi could not help but smile wryly. He had overthought the situation. It was merely a well-concealed valley, not the legendary small world he had imagined. The reason it could evade detection by the purple extreme magic eye was likely due to its resemblance to a natural formation. Rapidly returning to the valley, Ingshi continued to explore while also verifying the usability of the door key. Caution has been the cornerstone of Ingshi's survival thus far, and with the door key confirmed operational, he felt he now had an escape route, allowing him to proceed with confidence in his exploration. After walking for more than 10 minutes, it seemed as though the creatures in this area had hidden themselves away, aside from a few small insects. There were no other discoveries to be made. Truly, it felt like a ghostly encounter. Ingshi, feeling somewhat irritated, scratched his head, particularly troubled by the bizarre circumstances that made his heart race with unease. Since he could not find anything for the time being, he decided to cease his search and postpone it until tomorrow. He retrieved a tent from his soul guide device and set it up to rest. However, resting in such an unfamiliar location was inherently unsettling. The dawn light had barely begun to brighten when Ingshi awoke. After a quick wash, he resumed his search. Perhaps it was a change in mood or simply a stroke of luck, but after only 20 minutes of searching, he made a remarkable discovery. The ZGMO Tong, accompanied by a surge of purple energy at the corners of his eyes, expanded his field of vision. Before him stood the Ingma Shou. This creature, resembling a horse in size but possessing the head of an eagle and adorned with wings, is a rare, yet not particularly powerful magical beast. Legends suggest that the horse symbolizes masculinity, while the eagle embodies the ambition to conquer the world, rendering the Ingma Shou a rather proud entity. However, the creature's true combat prowess is a stark contrast to its name's implications. Similar to a centaur, it is a physical attacker but lacks the intelligence and magical resistance of its counterparts. Were it not for its ability to carry humans into the skies, its classification as a magical creature would be debatable. Nevertheless, due to its symbolic significance, many prestigious wizarding families are willing to pay a hefty price to raise them. Before Ingshi were at least 3 Ingma Shou, likely an entire family. With their exceptional speed and flight capabilities, Ingshi realized that if he did not subdue them swiftly, they could easily escape. Once airborne, he would truly be powerless against them. While he could shoot them down with a sniper rifle, the materials of the Ingma Shou were not particularly valuable. Their worth lay in their living forms. Ingshi produced a tranquilizer gun from his soul guide device. Although he was unfamiliar with the Ingma Shou's anatomy and the dosage of sedative they could withstand, he had no choice but to take the risk. Exhaling slowly, the purple energy in his pupils intensified, and in that moment, he felt as though he had become one with the tranquilizer gun in his grasp. With a near-silent shot, the tranquilizer dart struck the rear of one Ingma Shou. In an instant, he swiftly retrieved another tranquilizer gun, aiming at the remaining adult Ingma Shou. Although the dosage was substantial, it would still require a minute or two to take effect, as his objective was to capture the Ingma Shou alive rather than acquire their corpses. This brief window provided ample opportunity for escape, but there remained a juvenile Ingma Shou. The instinct to protect one's offspring is innate and, as a parent, the Ingma Shou would likely attempt to flee if necessary. With the activation of his first soul skill, Ling Ling Jin Ji, a deep yellow soul ring rippled outward, instantly binding the juvenile Ingma Shou with invisible soul power. The 2 adult Ingma Shou rushed over, desperate to assist the juvenile in escaping. However, lacking claws, their hooves were ineffective in lifting the trapped creature. The adults nudged the juvenile gently and let out low, distress calls, yet the Ingma Shou remained unmoved. Sensing something amiss, the 2 adults turned their gaze toward Ingshi. With a piercing cry reminiscent of both an eagle's screech and a horse's neigh, they issued a warning. The 2 adult Ingma Shou charged towards Ingshi from either side, intent on blocking his escape. Their wings unfurled, propelling them forward with newfound speed. Oh, such capabilities! Ingshi had always assumed the Ingma Shou's wings were solely for flight, but now he realized they could also be used for acceleration. With their already impressive speed enhanced by their wing beats, the 2 Ingma Shou appeared before Ingshi in the blink of an eye. Suddenly halting, they raised their front hooves as if to attack. In a flash, Ingshi vanished, the binding effect of his first soul skill dissipating simultaneously. With a swift motion, a metal rod materialized in his hand. Although his control over bone martial souls had significantly improved, forcibly manifesting bones from his body still caused considerable pain. So he opted for the iron rod instead. After all, the Ingma Shou were not particularly formidable foes. He swung the rod, infused with soul power, down onto the side of one adult Ingma Shou. With a mournful cry, the creature stumbled, its body swaying to one side, while the other adult rushed to support it, preventing its fall. What in the world? Ingshi's expression turned peculiar. Did they dare to display affection before him at such a moment? Did they not realize that showing affection could lead to peril? He intended to eliminate the Ingma Shou, but ended up merely transporting the entire family into a key, sending them to a small island. Gazing at the lush greenery before him, Ingshi sighed. He truly missed the technological advancements of modern society. If only he had a drone at that moment. He wouldn't have to wander blindly. Although drones had been successfully developed, they remained in the possession of developed nations. Despite being a wealthy individual, Ingshi found it unlikely to engage in military endeavors. In this world reminiscent of Harry Potter, while wizards were shrouded in mystery, one should never underestimate the intelligence agencies of any nation. High-ranking officials were certainly aware of the existence of wizards. Acquiring drones posed challenges, not to mention the complexities of their operation and duration, prompting Shi to consider waiting a couple of years before pursuing that avenue. Continuing forward, perhaps due to his deeper venture into the heart of the Nuo Air Ping Yuan forest, Shi encountered a variety of magical creatures. While none were particularly astonishing, they did provide him with valuable experiences. Upon capturing a bird-like magical creature, coiled like a green rubber ball, and placing it into the key, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. Shi squinted, peering through his protective goggles toward the source of the sound. Indeed, to catch these potentially toxic avian creatures, he had donned protective gear. Survival was Shi's utmost priority. He gestured, unleashing his soul power to disperse the birds, and mounted his flying broom. Soaring toward the direction of the sound, the roar was unmistakable. It was the call of a dragon. This was one of Shi's objectives for this journey, as dragons were among the most formidable beings in this world, with most dragon species possessing power exceeding that of an Auror. Even the vast majority of Douluo would not dare to confront him forcefully. Should Shi manage to tame a few dragons, his power would increase significantly. If he could subdue more than 10 dragons, he might even stand a chance against Dumbledore, assuming Dumbledore does not resort to apparition to escape. Mounting his flying broom, Shi hastened toward the source of the dragon's roar, for dragons do not roar without reason. It must be that a wizard or a formidable creature has encroached upon their territory. Tong Tong Shihua. At that moment, an intense surge of magical energy erupted behind Shi, and a spell shot towards him like a lightning bolt. In an instant, an invisible shield appeared behind him, effortlessly blocking the Tong Tong Shihua, which unexpectedly revealed a texture resembling stone. However, as the soul power continuously surged, the effects of Tong Tong Shihua were swiftly negated. While Tong Tong Shihua is a non-lethal spell, in the context of Shi's rapid flight on his broom, it bore a resemblance to the Avada Cadaver Curse. Once ensnared by Tong Tong Shihua, his magical energy would be confined, and emotionless Shi would plummet, making survival improbable. This was strikingly similar to Shi's first soul skill, Luling Jingji, which possesses the ability to lock onto targets, leaving no room for evasion, only the option to endure. In contrast, some powerful wizards could forcefully interact with Tong Tong Shihua through their own magical flow, courting death in the process. Thus, Shi merely needed to channel his soul power to dispel the effects of Tong Tong Shihua. Armored protection? The wizard attacking Shi from behind furrowed his brow slightly, yet failed to discern any trace of his presence. Could it be an invisible shield? Shi snorted softly. While he may not be particularly formidable in the Douluo continent here, he possessed ample capacity for self-defense. With a subtle grip of one hand, the final remnants of the stone texture of the Duankong shield dissipated, reverting once more to invisibility. Nevertheless, Shi continued to channel his soul power incessantly, causing the Duankong shield to gradually expand, its edges sharpening with each passing moment, and it began to spin, accelerating rapidly. He could even hear the sound of wind rushing from the area behind him. The mutated version of the Duankong shield shot toward the wizard behind him at a speed far beyond the latter's expectations. By the time the wizard heard the sound of the spinning Duankong shield, it was too late. The frenzied rotation transformed into a razor that cleaved through his chest, severing him in two. The flying broom, deprived of its spiritual support, plummeted, and the bisected wizard cascaded downward, spilling a torrent of blood. With a wave of his hand, the Duankong spinning wheel vanished into thin air. Having felled a wizard, Shi felt invigorated. In the Douluo continent, his strength was inconsequential, reliant on intellect without any powerful backing. Yet now, he could charge forward recklessly, exhilarated by the thrill of battle. Ignoring the fallen wizard, he pressed on toward the source of the dragon's roar. As Shi gracefully dismounted from his broom, he gazed at the wizard before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. He recognized this individual, the golden-haired, blue-eyed wizard hailed from the M-Country's wizarding realm, possessing considerable strength, as evidenced by the two fallen wizards beside him. It is worth noting that there were only about 10 wizards who had ventured here. However, as Ingshi's peripheral vision swept over the two corpses, he was struck with surprise. He had not encountered their faces before, yet the gaping wounds in their chests seemed eerily familiar. These are gunshot wounds. And it dawned on him that these two wizards were not part of the group that had accompanied him previously, but had likely been summoned later through the key. Lacking a powerful wizard at his side, and with Ryan and Millie preoccupied elsewhere, Ingshi could only venture forth alone. "My friend, are you from the Huaxiao wizarding realm?" The wizard from the M country smiled brightly at Ingshi, his grin radiant. If not for the two corpses at his feet, Ingshi might have almost believed his facade. Ingshi returned the smile, yet in the next moment, both recognized the true nature of their adversary. They were of the same ilk. Ingshi activated his third soul skill, Luling Duancong, as the invisible shield manifested once more, narrowly deflecting the American wizard's gunfire. Ah, it seems we are indeed kindred spirits. However, as Ingshi prepared to fire his own weapon, the American wizard suddenly leapt backward, his body transforming into a swirling vortex before vanishing from sight. Apparition. Just as the American wizard disappeared, a column of fire erupted from the spot where he had stood. The Earth King's soul bone skill, lava eruption. Although the activation emitted some fluctuations of soul power, this M-country wizard was clearly no ordinary foe, detecting the threat with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, Ingshi felt a surge of magical energy behind him, and the next second, a black vortex materialized directly at his rear. Avada Kedavra! Almost instantaneously, as the wizard reappeared, the spell was unleashed, and it was one of the most unforgiving of the three forbidden curses. The Duancong shield swiftly positioned itself behind Ingshi, thwarting the deadly curse. Ingshi refrained from teleporting, having just emerged from a battle. Although his soul power was not extensively depleted, he could not afford to waste it. He had only just arrived at the dragon's lair and was already facing two assassination attempts from wizards. Who knew what else lay ahead? With a flick of his wrist, two desert eagles appeared in his hands, a purple aura rapidly enveloping his vision. Bang, bang, bang. The two desert eagles fired in rapid succession, shattering the wizard's protective armor in an instant, revealing yet another layer of defense beneath. 3 spells in quick succession, a triple casting, truly formidable. While the protective armor was impressive, the force of the desert eagles was not easily mitigated. Within mere seconds, the second layer of protective armor was similarly shattered, scattering into countless invisible shards. Both Ingshi and the opposing wizard's pupils constricted simultaneously. Neither was the traditional archetype of a wizard, rigid and inflexible, but rather adept at utilizing muggle weaponry. Although Ingshi possessed soul skills, he had yet to master many spells. Martial arts had their merits, yet lacked sufficient power. Hence he had not dedicated much time to their study. Ingshi's foot surged forward, and the ground beneath the wizard radiated a searing heat. The golden-haired wizard's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated such terrifying attacks could be unleashed in succession. Nonetheless, upon this realization, his movements quickened, and he cast Illusionary Shift once more. Chapter 138. The Great Battle, however, just after the golden-haired wizard executed his apparition, the seething flames beneath his feet vanished in an instant. The magma fury unleashed by the King of Earth was indeed formidable and terrifyingly potent, yet the consumption of soul power was exceedingly great, making it impossible for even Ingshi to sustain its use continuously. The first soul skill, Commanding Restraint, was a perilous endeavor to master. A moment's lapse could result in one's body being cleaved in twain. The golden-haired wizard, however, seemed to possess an abundance of magical energy within, resembling a furnace aglow with intense heat. Thus, Ingshi refrained from casually employing his first soul skill, as its soul power consumption depended on the energy of the opponent. Now, although utilizing the first soul skill would also entail a dreadful drain, if he could maintain control over his body while casting apparition, would he risk being split in two? If not, he could only resolve this with a precise shot. If it were feasible, then all would be well. In an instant, invisible soul power ensnared the golden-haired wizard, abruptly interrupting his apparition. A flicker of terror flashed through the wizard's pupils, but it was too late. The upper half of the golden-haired wizard vanished in an instant. Reappearing behind Ingshi while the lower half remained in place. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yingshi's lips as he waved his hand, causing his first soul skill to dissipate. However, the wizard's self-control exceeded Yingshi's expectations, despite enduring the excruciating pain of being bisected. He still struggled to raise his wand toward Yingshi, casting the powerful explosive curse. Yingshi's pupils contracted, unlike the Avada Kedavra, which delivered a linear attack. The explosive curse's potency varied according to the caster's magical strength and inflicted area damage. The golden-haired wizard, knowing he could not survive, evidently intended to take Yingshi down with him, channeling all his magical energy into this strike, while apparition allowed movement within a 5-meter radius. Yingshi was uncertain he could evade the blast radius of the explosive curse. With no time to hesitate, Yingshi invoked his third soul skill, Commanding Void. Although he previously aimed to conserve soul power, he could no longer afford to do so. The invisible barrier of Commanding Void surged forward, colliding directly with the explosive curse. As Yingshi swiftly utilized apparition to retreat from the battlefield, quickly distancing himself. His movements were rapid. He leapt onto a tree trunk, using its recoil to propel himself backward. Simultaneously, he aimed his Desert Eagle at the golden-haired wizard. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in succession toward the wizard, just as the explosive curse collided with the Commanding Void barrier. A terrifying explosion unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending dust swirling into the air. Yet before Yingshi could feel relieved, an even more horrifying explosion reverberated once more. The Commanding Void barrier suddenly sprouted countless fissures, and Yingshi barely had time to channel soul power to mend it before the barrier shattered entirely. Commanding Void. The black, millennial soul ring encircled Yingshi once again, and the Commanding Void barrier appeared before him in a flash. In the next moment, a clattering sound echoed as numerous shrapnel pieces materialized before Yingshi's protective shield. Were those grenades? No wonder they could breach Yingshi's Commanding Void barrier, which had previously withstood the strongest attacks from Soul King. Gasping for breath, Yingshi realized that the relentless combat had drained the majority of his soul power. Although his mental fortitude remained intact, his magical prowess was far from noteworthy. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. Yingshi swiftly turned around, drawing his long knife from his waist, eyes alert as he scanned the area behind him. Previously, we speculated whether your strength was fabricated, but it appears you are indeed formidable. As he beheld the 2 figures before him, Yingshi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a measure of relaxation while still maintaining a baseline of vigilance. These 2 individuals were none other than prominent figures from the Huaxiao wizarding community. Among them, Ming exerted significant pressure on Yingshi, who sheathed his bone knife but kept his right hand poised on the hilt. You flatter us. Are you also here to seek the dragon? Indeed. However, rest assured, there is no need for hostility between us previously. Our Huaxiao wizarding community has experienced a prolonged period of stagnation, resulting in numerous members but lacking in quality. Thus, we are not renowned among the wizarding circles of various nations. You have certainly brought fame to our Huaxiao wizarding community. The minister of the Huaxia Magical Department smiled at Yingshi, placing his wand in plain view as a gesture of sincerity. Are you interested in collaboration? How shall we divide the ensuing profits? Yingshi wasted no time with pleasantries. The division of interests was an unavoidable matter. An uneven distribution could easily lead to discord. In truth, we were already aware of the dragon's lair. We just lacked its precise location. The lair is vast, and once we enter, we will act separately. Before that, we propose a profit-sharing arrangement of 65% for us and 35% for you. How does that sound? Upon hearing the minister's proposal, Yingshi nodded. Such a division was indeed quite generous. Given that his combat strength was reduced to half, securing 35% of the profits was a favorable outcome. It was worth noting that there were 3 individuals present, and their status far surpassed his own. In this world, strength undoubtedly spoke volumes. The initial ability to negotiate Dumbledore's interests to such an extent stemmed from Dumbledore's inability to muster sufficient manpower. If he were to forfeit cooperation with Yingshi, he would gain nothing. Thus, it would be prudent to acquiesce. A smile graced Ingshi's face as he slightly nodded at the two, maintaining a respectful distance. Did you encounter a wizard from M Nation earlier? What kind of battle could yield such tremendous power? The minister of the Huaxia Magical Department, astonished by the scene of destruction before him, observed that even trees too thick to be embraced had been violently severed in half. Yes, a golden-haired, blue-eyed wizard who wielded guns and explosives. Upon hearing Ingshi's words, even Ming, who had remained silent until now, looked at him with astonishment, his eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. Did he not have a long scar over his left eye, yet his sight remained intact? Ingshi pondered momentarily before nodding slowly. Goodness, you actually managed to kill him. The minister of the Huaxia Magical Department gazed at Ingshi in astonishment, his perception of Ingshi's combat prowess significantly refreshed. Is this individual truly that formidable? Chapter 139. The Dragon's Lair. The minister of the Huaxia Magical Department nodded in agreement. This individual is a notoriously infamous dark wizard from M Nation, yet he disregards the use of Muggle items and possesses astonishing combat abilities, which led to his recruitment by the M Nation's Magical Department. Since his enlistment, he has accomplished numerous tasks for the department. It is truly unexpected that he would fall at your hands. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to keep this matter under wraps. While we do not fear the M Nation's Magical Department, complications are bound to arise. Ingshi nodded kindly to the minister of the Huaxia Magic Department, sensing something peculiar about him. His magical energy surged outward, presenting an aura that was not typical of a conventional wizard. Instead, it evoked a feeling of being out of place. Contemplating the earlier wizard, Ingshi could not help but voice his curiosity. As a potion master himself, although not an expert in potion making, he had a particular fondness for enhancement potions, which he had developed in collaboration with other potion masters. While the effects were commendable, they, however, obstructed a wizard's path to magical advancement, making them a choice only for those who had exhausted all other options. Ingshi nodded in understanding, but expressed his concern about the cost of manufacturing such a potion. How potent was it? If it could be mass-produced, it would certainly pose a significant problem. The minister of the Huaxia Magic Department chuckled and shook his head, revealing that the cost of a single potion exceeded 5,000 Jin Galuan, and the production time surpassed that of Fu Ling potion, requiring at least 7 months, with a success rate of only 40%. As for its effects, they were indeed formidable. A junior Auror consuming, it could potentially rise 2 ranks to attain the level of a senior Auror, while a senior Auror might even have a chance to advance to the status of a professor. Ingshi furrowed his brow, despite the numerous side effects. The potency of this potion was astonishing. The connection to the M Country's Magic Department indicated that at least 6 types of dragon blood were necessary for the enhancement potion, along with unicorn blood to supplement its vitality. Their purpose for coming here was precisely to gather these resources from the dragon's nest and obtain unicorn blood. Ingshi slowly nodded. Although there was no direct conflict between the Huaxia and M Country's magic departments, neither wished for any single nation's magic authority to dominate the others. Balance was the sole principle that governed their interactions. As they conversed, the minister shared more intelligence they had gathered, noting that the dragon's nest was vast, and no single nation's magic authority could monopolize it. Given Ingshi's background, he possessed considerable connections and resources in both the Muggle and wizarding worlds of Huaxia. Thus, fostering a good relationship with him could yield substantial benefits for the minister. This also prompted Ingshi to reconsider his intention to expedite Millie's promotion, as her current capabilities did not suffice, and her youth was a hindrance. It seemed that maintaining the status quo was the most prudent course of action. Ingshi consumed a piece of dragon grass leaf to restore some of his soul power, and upon entering the dragon's nest, the two parties parted ways. Upon stepping into the dragon's nest, Ingshi acutely felt the pressure. Despite having consumed the dragon grass leaf, his soul power had only recovered to about 60%. With his ZGMO Tong activated, the dragon's nest differed greatly from the outside world. Even though the dragon species from the Harry Potter universe were considerably inferior to those from the Douluo continent, the dangers here were equally high, particularly as this was a gathering place for various dragon species. Dragons, by nature, are proud beings. It is already a rarity for a male and female to appear on the same mountain, with at most a single clan residing on an island. The congregation of multiple dragon varieties here was indeed exceptional. When Yingxi had mentioned this earlier, Ming and the others seemed to avoid the topic, and he chose not to pursue it further, realizing that this might be their true objective for coming here. Probing too deeply could lead to undesirable outcomes. Utilizing the abilities of his ZGMO Tong, Yingxi scanned the vicinity in search of the whereabouts of the dragons. Since entering the dragon's nest, the sounds of battle had been incessant, primarily arising from dragon attacks rather than those of wizards. For most wizards, the loudest sound during combat would be the incantation of spells, barring the exceptions of explosive curses. There, soon, Yingxi made a discovery and swiftly utilized his Ling Bo Wei Bu to approach the source. His eyes narrowed slightly as he beheld a dragon before him, its scales shimmering like pearls in a rainbow of colors. Yingxi marveled at the sight. The dragon in front of him was an Australian white-eye, aptly named for its lack of pupils. Despite the somewhat awkward and unappealing name of the Australian white-eye, it was considered the most beautiful of all fire dragons in existence. This dragon preferred to inhabit valleys and was of moderate size, weighing approximately 2 to 3 tons. For wizards, everything about a dragon was treasure. Its skin, blood, heart, liver, and horns all possessed immense magical properties. Any dragon egg was a highly coveted material, classified as a Class A non-trade commodity in all wizarding magic departments. For Yingxi, the living value of a dragon far outweighed its dead counterpart, particularly since he possessed a sizable island where a dead dragon would merely yield materials for sale. However, if alive and under his command, the dragon could significantly enhance Yingxi's combat capabilities. Dragons are exceptionally proud creatures, and there are only 2 pathways to tame one. The first is to raise it from a young age, allowing it to develop an emotional bond with its caretaker, which can facilitate control. The second is to subdue it through sheer strength. Rising to his feet, Yingxi activated his war domain, his black and gold soul rings slowly emerging around him, and simultaneously withdrew a massive iron rod from his possession. The abilities of his soul bones also began to activate. Currently, his left arm soul bone was that of the Earth King, aged 49,999 years. His right arm soul bone belonged to the silverback gorilla, aged 53,000 years. His left leg soul bone was that of the lightning rabbit, aged 49,999 years. And his right leg soul bone was that of the storm wolf, aged 52,000 years. The reason the Earth King and lightning rabbit soul bones had not surpassed 50,000 years was due to their rarity. Yingxi had not procured the remains of soul beasts of that age, thereby preventing advancement. Although soul bones of different ages exhibit a certain disparity, the difference is not vast, while the gap between 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul bones is monumental. Once a soul bone reaches 10,000 years, every increment of 10,000 years results in a significant enhancement in power, with 2 major thresholds between 49,999 and 50,000 years, and a similar gap between 99,999 and 100,000 years. Yingxi's skeletal martial soul could indeed create soul bones and stack the ages of soul bones from the same type of soul beast. But to surpass the formidable barrier of 50,000 years, a complete skeleton of a soul beast aged over 50,000 years was necessary. Instantly, the right arm's silverback gorilla soul bone activated, and Yingxi's strength surged threefold in an instant. Under the influence of the war domain, the Australian white-eye dragon's combat power was suppressed by 10%, while Yingxi's strength increased by 10%. His raw power had reached a staggering 440%, and with the enhancement of his soul power, it would become even more formidable. Although the soul bone technique can continue to amplify power, Yingxi's physique may not withstand such formidable strength. The Australian Bayankyu Long slowly rose to its feet, eyeing the uninvited guest before it. The dragons of Huaxia and those of the West represent entirely different entities. In Huaxia, dragons symbolize faith, whereas in the West, they embody malevolence. Dragons are inherently combative. To subdue this Australian Bayankyu Long completely, one must confront it head-on. As a gust of wind suddenly enveloped Ing Shi's right leg, his speed surged dramatically, propelling him towards the Australian Bayankyu Long. With a fierce roar, the Australian Bayankyu Long unleashed a colossal pillar of fire towards Ing Shi. He swiftly leaped forward, evading the fiery assault. However, the Australian Bayankyu Long's flames were not merely a fleeting strike. The fire pillar relentlessly pursued Ing Shi as he advanced closer to the dragon. In that fleeting moment, Ing Shi discerned a hint of mockery reflected in the creature's eyes. Abruptly, the iridescent scales of the dragon radiated a brilliant light, momentarily blinding Ing Shi. To his astonishment, the dragon possessed this additional offensive capability. Ing Shi had previously believed that the dragon's scales were merely aesthetically pleasing and served as formidable armor, not anticipating such an attack. He closed his eyes, feeling the intense heat rising beside him, realizing that the fire pillar was swiftly approaching. He quickly sensed his surroundings. Activating his teleportation soul technique, he appeared directly before the Australian Bayankyu Long, even catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from its maw. Despite the dragon's unpleasant name, it was indeed a magnificent creature, yet its breath was no less offensive. How ironic it was that appearances could be deceiving. With a powerful swing of the iron rod imbued with immense soul power, Ing Shi struck the dragon's jaw. Although he had intended to launch an attack earlier, the dragon's blinding assault had momentarily thwarted him. Nevertheless, he maintained his sense of direction. Despite being a medium-sized dragon, the Australian Bayankyu Long still weighed several tons, and each of its movements was accompanied by tremendous force and noise. Yet, Ing Shi did not hear the sounds of its movement. The Australian Bayankyu Long was not a martial artist, unaware of the concept of moving with ease. Channeling the terrifying soul power combined with the skills of the soul bone, Ing Shi struck the dragon's jaw with such force that the fire it was expelling was abruptly halted, akin to being choked while drinking water. Moreover, the power of the fire pillar was considerable, and in the confined space of its mouth, the explosion would be substantial. Activating his third soul technique, Lu Ling Duancong, an invisible shield of disruption unfolded, enveloping Ing Shi. With a resounding crash, the dragon's tail slammed against the shield, producing a cacophony of strained creaks. With his eyes still closed, Ing Shi hastily retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his soul guide device. Grateful that he had purchased them for the sake of showmanship and had left them behind, he donned his sunglasses and cautiously opened his eyes, though the world remained a blur, revealing only vague outlines around him. Seizing this opportunity, the Australian Bayankyu Long's tail struck again against Ing Shi's shield. The successive powerful impacts began to strain the shield's integrity. Ing Shi, with a quick movement, bent down just in time to avoid another strike as the Barrett sniper rifle appeared in his hand. With a deafening crack, a devastating armor-piercing round struck the Australian Bayankyu Long's tail, leaving a significant gash. The dragon roared in agony, its claws swinging violently towards Ing Shi. However, due to being choked, the Australian Bayankyu Long was unable to expel flames once more. Now it was Ing Shi's turn. Lava Fury. The barrier of disruption immediately shielded him from the dragon's claw, though it was already riddled with cracks. A wave of intense heat surged from beneath the dragon's feet, followed by a terrifying inferno erupting upwards, engulfing the Australian Bayankyu Long. The dragon howled in torment, despite being a fire dragon. Its ability to breathe flames did not render it immune to fire. Suddenly, Ing Shi recalled his recent consumption of a Liehua Xingjiao Shu, which had significantly heightened his fire resistance. Yet, he was uncertain if he could withstand the dragon's flames directly. Why endure when he could evade? Moreover, his soul guide device and the infinitely stretchable bag might not withstand such fiery onslaught. A battle without the risk of clothing destruction is hardly a true battle. As the remnants of lava fury dissipated, the ground around him was scorched, and Ing Shi advanced once more. He aimed the iron rod at the dragon's jaw, swinging with all his might. Though he could not lift the 2 to 3 ton beast, the sheer force of his strikes was sufficient to inflict intense pain upon the Australian Bayankyu Long. In Chapter 141, Dragonkind Army, it became evident that Ing Shi's most potent attack, Lava Fury, merely charred the dragon's scales. Only with larger weaponry could he hope to inflict significant damage. While the Australian Long had been driven into a cave, and she was determined not to let it escape now that he had come this far. Seeing the Australian Long lacking any intent to retaliate, and she unlocked the door and spoke a few words, prompting a young wizard to emerge. This wizard was one of the few Ing she had recruited, possessing limited power but specializing in dragon language. Ing Run. The middle-aged wizard bowed respectfully. Though he was not of Huaxia descent, years of living there had enabled him to learn the language and some cultural customs. Yingxi gave a slight nod and then spoke to him, instructing him to convey that if he followed her, he would be well fed with sheep every day, along with shiny treasures and a clean cave. However, the condition was loyalty to her. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to end its life in this cave, skin it, draw its sinews, and drain its blood. The corner of the middle-aged wizard's mouth twitched ominously. Dragons are proud creatures, and such words would naturally provoke a fierce response from them. Yet, observing the pitiful state of the dragon before him, he might have struggled to recognize its breed had it not been for the unmistakable lack of pupils in its eyes. The middle-aged wizard let out a helpless smile before cautiously relaying Yingxi's words to the Australian white-eyed dragon before him. The dragon's language differed from the earlier roar. It had a deeper tone and a rhythmic cadence. The previous anguished wails of the Australian white-eyed dragon sounded more like the exclamations of exasperation from the lords, a blend of plant-like and emotional vernacular. Upon hearing the wizard's translation, the dragon roared angrily at Yingxi, yet no flame spewed forth from its mouth. Yingxi remained silent, merely lifting the iron rod in her hand and waving it gently before assuming a striking pose. The dragon's roar abruptly ceased, an expression of embarrassment surfacing on its charred face. Yingxi chuckled softly and retrieved a handful of gold soul coins from her soul guide, letting them clatter to the ground, instantly capturing the dragon's attention with their glimmering allure. However, Yingxi's actions were not yet complete. Both intimidation and temptation were essential. Excessive coercion without compensation could lead to half-hearted efforts, while pure temptation without sufficient intimidation might result in rebellion. She tossed a high-explosive grenade aside. The ensuing explosion sent debris flying, startling the Australian white-eyed dragon. She then replaced the grenade with a bundle of dynamite and exchanged her handgun for a sniper rifle, showcasing the terrifying power before it. She conveyed that her purpose was to recruit powerful and adorable creatures like it. If it assisted her in subduing other dragons, it would earn 300 such gold coins for each dragon captured. Yingxi had no intention of offering it Jin Jialong. Although both Jin Jialong and gold soul coins are types of gold, the former is imbued with magical restrictions and is the sole universal currency in the wizarding world, while the latter is merely ordinary gold. The wizarding community does not acknowledge common gold, but only values gold Jialong with magical constraints. For dragons, what they desire are merely shiny objects. The distinction between gold Jialong and gold soul coins is inconsequential. In the future, when her accomplishments were sufficient, she could even construct a shimmering cave for it. The middle-aged wizard recounted Yingxi's words, and the Australian white-eyed dragon appeared hesitant, seemingly weighing the importance of its pride against the allure of glittering gold. After a long moment, as it slowly lowered its head, the middle-aged wizard felt a mix of emotions. He had devoted his life to studying dragons, only to be rejected by numerous dragon-raising institutions, while Yingxi had willingly accepted it. Now, he witnessed a dragon bowing its noble head in submission to her. Observing the dragon's lowered head, Yingxi gently placed her hand atop it, caressing its slightly charred skin and scales. She glanced at the middle-aged wizard, who promptly retrieved 2 sheep from another layer of the door key. Sheep were the Australian white-eyed dragon's favorite food, but Yingxi had none of them, only other types of sheep. You'll have to make do for now. When we return, I shall provide you with the finest treatment. As the dragon gazed at the sheep, its eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a dragon's lair, a hunting ground for all dragons, where weaker creatures had long been eradicated, and it had not truly feasted in quite some time. The Australian white-eyed dragon devoured 4 sheep in quick succession, finally satiating its hunger. Yingxi asked the wizard if there was anything it wished to take with it. After a brief discussion, The Australian white-eyed dragon led Ingshi to its nest, which was constructed from branches and housed 3 gray-white dragon eggs resembling fossils. "Is this a female dragon?" Ingshi exclaimed in surprise at the charred Australian white-eyed dragon beside her. "Yes, my lord, this is a female dragon. The male has long since vanished." Ingshi fell silent. Although she yearned to be a dragon rider, she did not wish to ride this female dragon. "Very well. I shall henceforth call you Xiaobai." Observing the charred skin of Xiaobai, Ingshi decisively bestowed upon her a lovely name. With Xiaobai as her guide, Ingshi swiftly approached the second dragon. This time, she was less courteous, directly binding it and preparing to bring it back to the island for gradual training. However, capturing each dragon entailed significant effort. Even with the assistance of those on the island, Ingshi worked diligently until nightfall, ultimately capturing 13 adult dragons, 7 juvenile dragons, and over 20 dragon eggs. As the number of submissive dragons increased, so did the intimidation factor. At times, she need not even intervene. The dragon lair was experiencing a shortage of food, yet due to some peculiar energy fluctuation, they were reluctant to leave. However, over the years, that energy fluctuation had gradually diminished. Ingshi was quite intrigued by this fluctuation, as it had drawn together so many different breeds of adult dragons, a feat not easily achieved. Additionally, she collected a considerable amount of dragon bones. Although the dragon skins had decayed, most of the bones still retained substantial magical properties. Just then, an intense, rumbling sound erupted from a distance. "You should return. I will investigate." Ingshi instructed the dragon language wizard behind her, then turned and ushered him into the door key. Chapter 142. The eerie black mist riding her flying broom, she swiftly made her way toward the source of the sound. However, as she stepped into view, she was amused by the sight of dozens of welding masters gathered together, attacking a semi-transparent barrier with electric welding. What is happening here? Ingshi nudged the minister of the Huaxia Ministry of Magic, Ouyang Bing, beside her. "This is what I mentioned, the core of the dragon lair. Currently undergoing a joint effort to break the seal." Ingshi nodded thoughtfully. "All right," she said, folding her arms and watching the actions of the welding masters. With a crisp crack, the magical barrier shattered like glass, and dark mist surged forth. Ingshi quickly retreated alongside Ouyang Bing. Meanwhile, she retrieved some gas masks from her soul guide and handed them to Ouyang Bing and Ming. They accepted without hesitation, as the precise composition of the black mist was unknown to anyone. A continuous stream of black mist surged forth, the initially dark vapor gradually diluted by the surrounding air. However, as the black gas incessantly poured out, the atmosphere around began to be suffused with darkness. Ingshi furrowed his brows tightly, unsure of the composition of this black fog, which even his ZG-Mo Tong could not penetrate. Without further hesitation, he prepared to activate the spatial portal to escape. The powers of the sorcerers were exceedingly treacherous, and a careless encounter could lead to a fate worse than death. Yet, despite multiple attempts to activate the portal key, there was no response. Trouble loomed. The portal key was unresponsive. Ingshi cast a grave glance at Ouyang Bing beside him. War Domain. The black, flowing soul rings swiftly emerged above Ingshi's head, and the ethereal realm expanded rapidly. His ZG-Mo Tong was activated to its maximum capacity. However, it proved futile, aside from sensing a few individuals nearby. He could not perceive anything else. Although Ingshi's current mental power had reached the pinnacle of a professor level, merely a step away from elder status, he was astonished that he could not see through this ancient sorcerer's creation. As the black mist thickened, Ingshi's field of vision, augmented by the ZG-Mo Tong, dwindled to a mere 3 meters. A ferocious roar echoed, causing Ingshi's body to tremble. This was evidently a dragon's roar, and the pressure it exerted far surpassed that of the previous Australian protein-eyed creature. The heavy sound of footsteps approached, and cold sweat began to bead on Ingshi's forehead. Should he perish honorably in battle, he would have no grievances, but not being able to discern the enemy before him made the prospect of death unbearably frustrating. Terrified screams resounded around him, yet Ingshi stood firm, brandishing his bone knife. At this moment, he could no longer see Ouyang Bing beside him. Accompanying the dragon's roar were hissing sounds reminiscent of serpents. What is happening? Isn't this a dragon's lair? Why are there so many snakes? Retreat was the only option. Ingshi resolved to avoid further confrontation. One dragon was manageable, but the multitude of snakes was beyond his capacity to withstand. He turned to flee in the opposite direction from the source of the sounds. However, he had previously tested the limits of his flying broom, which was ineffective. Each increment in altitude exponentially increased his mental energy consumption. As he sprinted, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced the silence. Instantly, he activated his teleportation, shifting backward, just as a massive claw slammed down where he had just stood, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The already obscured visibility was rendered utterly impenetrable. Ingshi swung his bone knife, aiming at the creature before him, but it merely produced the sound of metal clashing. He felt no resistance. The blade did not meet flesh. Another slicing sound rang out, and the ZGMO tong was activated to its fullest extent, barely allowing him to glimpse a colossal tail sweeping toward him. In a hurried retreat, he narrowly avoided the powerful blow. Quick, wind summoning spell. Suddenly, a sorcerer shouted, invoking the spell with a booming voice. Damn it! Ingshi cursed silently. He had never learned the wind summoning spell. After all, its utility was limited. Even a novice auror's casting of the spell equated to the force of several fans, lacking any lethal power. Thus, Ingshi had dismissed it as too trivial to learn. However, while he was unfamiliar with the wind summoning spell, he was adept at harnessing soul power. Concentrating, he gradually accumulated soul energy, and with a sweeping gesture, unleashed a soul storm that swept away the surrounding black mist. Ingshi shook his head and smiled ruefully. Initially, he had fallen into a mental blind spot, believing that a fog capable of imprisoning space and depleting mental energy could not be dispersed by wind. The wind summoning spell indeed proved to be an effective method. As the sorcerers reacted, the black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the original surroundings. At some point, countless serpents had emerged, along with 3 massive dragons. Each dragon, varying in shape, weighed no less than 10 tons, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Even a gentle flap of their wings generated powerful gusts. Everyone, powerful explosive spell. Someone shouted amidst the chaos, and the group collectively began casting explosive spells. In such a dire situation, cooperation was essential for survival. If the sorcerers managed to escape, they would achieve nothing from this endeavor. Boom! In an instant, the dragon before Ingshi was struck by 3 successive explosive spells. Ingshi refrained from attacking, as the dragon had fixated its gaze upon him, as if searching for a flaw. The enormous tail swept past him, raising a cloud of dust. As he braced himself, he was propelled backward, but the sorcerers beside him were not as fortunate. The dragon's tail swept through them, obliterating their bodies into countless pieces. The surrounding sorcerers, witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, could not help but retch. Chapter 143. Experimentation Base Accelerate. Ingshi felt a tightening in his chest as he beheld the dragon's blood-red eyes. This beast had gone berserk. Despite his previous mental assault, it had yielded no response, as if it possessed no soul. However, in the presence of so many sorcerers, Ingshi could not utilize firearms. Though the scene was gruesome, the sorcerers present were the elite of the elite. With mental preparation, they would not be overly affected. Boom! More explosive spells were cast, yet the colossal dragons remained unfazed. No choice, use the Avada Kedavra. Ingshi yelled back to Ming. The dragon likely had no soul, merely a shell devoid of life. Unless it was dismembered, it would be difficult to make it cease its rampage. Having endured 6 or 7 explosive spells with no effect, the sorcerers surrounding Ingshi acted without hesitation. 3 sorcerers near him simultaneously cast the Avada Kedavra. Teleportation. Ingshi's form suddenly vanished from his previous location, and in the next moment, an Avada Kedavra shot through the space he had just occupied, striking the dragon. As he turned around, he sensed the malevolence of the caster behind him. Despite not recognizing the individual, it was clear that they intended to take his life. The colossal size of the dragon renders it nearly impossible to miss. 3 casts of the Avada Kedavra curse struck the dragon instantaneously, yet merely faltered momentarily before unleashing an even more ferocious roar. How absurd! The combined might of 3 Avada Kedavra spells had utterly no effect. Ingshi cast a fleeting glance at the wizard who had attempted to ambush him, and with a fierce incantation, magma surged forth. The searing flames erupted skyward, engulfing the would-be assailant, and when the flames dissipated, only a charred corpse remained. "What are you doing?" Another wizard bellowed angrily at Ingshi. With a cold smile, Ingshi activated his teleportation technique once more, and the bone dagger flashed through the air, executing a swift draw and sheath. A head sword high, followed by a torrent of blood gushing from the neck. Ingshi grasped the lifeless body with a surge of soul power and hurled it toward the dragon. Without hesitation, Ingshi charged into the unknown cave. Having previously experienced the vanishing black mist, Ingshi knew the key could be used again. It was time to delve deeper. His actions provoked the other wizards, for these 3 dragons seemed like glitches in the fabric of reality. Even the seemingly insurmountable Avada Kedavra curse merely tickled them, while powerful explosive spells seemed to have no effect whatsoever. In the brief skirmish, the 3 dragons and dozens of venomous snakes had dispatched over 10 wizards, all of whom were formidable aurors at the very least. Such immense losses could not go unaccounted for. Ingshi led the way into the dragon's lair, with the remaining wizards following closely behind. Clutching the key tightly, he was prepared to activate it to retreat to the island at the first sign of danger. Initially, Ingshi had little interest in the dragon's den, but the emergence of the black mist had piqued his curiosity. Perhaps this was an innate inclination towards peril. It was unfathomable that although the passage within the dragon's lair was not particularly narrow, it could not accommodate the 3 dragons. So where did they come from? The key? Suddenly, Ingshi felt an intense, pulling sensation, and in the next moment, he was swiftly drawn into a black hole in the ceiling with no time to react. Upon checking his celestial book soul, he found it was still usable. With an escape route available, his courage surged. As his vision cleared, Ingshi found himself before 3 diverging passageways. He glanced back. The other wizards would soon follow. With limited priorities, he chose the left passage and plunged into it. The corridor was far cleaner and more orderly than he had anticipated, its smooth stone slabs seemingly products of a bygone era. Suddenly, his Ziji Modong detected an anomaly, and in the next instant, a green ray shot toward him. Avada Kedavra? But that was not all. Several more green rays followed, coming at such speed that Ingshi had no time to react. His 4th soul skill, Duankong, activated, creating an invisible shield before him that absorbed the frontal assault. The Avada Kedavra curse posed no threat to inanimate objects, targeting only the living. Clearly, Ingshi's Duankong possessed spatial cutting properties, offering formidable defense against the curse. He endured 3 to 4 strikes without significant harm. Magma surged once more. Utilizing his soul bone technique, the searing visage erupted from the ground, incinerating all mechanisms within the corridor before him. This time, Ingshi conjured flames purely through his soul power, which streamed down the passageway, incinerating the decrepit magical devices. He gasped for breath, the continuous battles having drained much of his soul power, leaving him with less than 30% remaining. He could scarcely endure another bout of such high-intensity combat. Yet the sight of the stone door prompted no thoughts of retreat. Withdrawing now would render all prior efforts futile. Retrieving a grenade from his soul guide, Ingshi hurled it at the stone door. The explosion echoed, but the door's resilience exceeded his expectations. Even the previous magma eruption had merely destroyed the devices, but not the corridor itself. Who knew if it would collapse? Yet Ingshi had no other options. The key and celestial book soul were still available, providing a fallback. With a C4 bomb affixed to the stone door, a violent explosion ensued, sending debris flying. The door was successfully obliterated. As Ingshi stepped through, he was greeted by a plethora of intricate instruments, resembling those used by Professor Snape for potion brewing, yet far more complex and grotesque. The sides of the chamber were lined with numerous cultivation vessels, their liquids long dried, with the remains of their biological contents reduced to mere bones. After a cursory inspection, Ingshi determined there was little danger here, though also little of value. at least from his perspective. The sound of footsteps approached. Someone was taking the same passageway as Ingshi. Turning, he was greeted by the sight of Ouyang Bing and Ming. Ingshi offered a resigned smile. I just arrived, and I assure you, I haven't taken anything. He shrugged, truly having found nothing, yet now covered in filth. If they suspected him of having looted the place, it could spell trouble. At this stage, Ingshi wished to avoid conflict with the Huaxiao wizarding community. Of course, with this much dust, any disturbance would leave traces. Ingshi noted with satisfaction before inquiring, I can let you have this place, but what do I gain in return? 3 dragons? Any breed of your choosing. Deal. The wizards under Ingshi's command were not particularly formidable. The ancient spells would be of little use to them. Even if the Huaxia wizarding community achieved some success, Ingshi could always acquire the desired spells through melee. Having made the agreement, Ingshi saw no reason to renege. After all, the Huaxia wizarding community was vast and powerful, unlikely to offend someone as gifted as Ingshi over a mere 3 dragons. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Ingshi turned to leave, having lost interest in the wizard's experimental base. The age of the facility was far too ancient. Even if there were treasures, they would have likely become obsolete over millennia. The remaining items of value were likely mere documents, and he would leave the research to the professionals, content to reap the rewards of their efforts. The affairs concerning the sorcerer's experimental base will not be interfered with by Ingshi. However, the grand endeavor of dragon capturing within the dragon's nest must continue. The disputes at the sorcerer's experimental base were brief, a contest of national strength and existing power. Under the allure of immense wealth, the sorcerers displayed formidable plundering capabilities. Within merely a single day, it became virtually impossible to find any living dragons within the dragon's nest, except for the 3 indomitable giants. Faced with such monstrous beings, sorcerers from various nations exhibited no noble spirit of self-sacrifice. Thus, upon encountering those colossal dragons, they could only retreat, although many sorcerers had already perished beneath their wrath. Nonetheless, such losses did not deter the sorcerer's insatiable greed. Even the rare herbs found here were completely ravaged. Ouyang Bing demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, directly providing Ingshi with 3 dragons that very day. By the end of the day, Ingshi had amassed over 20 dragons, including 13 adults. Upon returning to the Nuo plain through the spatial gate, Ingshi encountered a disheveled Ryan. Previously, Ryan was merely slightly unkempt, but since taking on his apprentice, Mealy, he had improved considerably. However, now he appeared not only dirty, but as if he had rolled multiple times in a muddy pit. Covered in dust. How could he have descended to such a state in just a day and night? Ryan, what has happened? A look of guilt clouded Ryan's face, rendering him unable to meet Ingshi's gaze. Although he bore the title of Dark Sorcerer, Ryan had never taken a life. The previous scapegoats Ingshi had found were merely death row inmates, leaving him with little psychological burden. This time, however, it was different. Causing the death of several unfamiliar commoners might have been inconsequential, but the thought of his own negligence leading to the demise of his subordinates weighed heavily upon him. 1 sorcerer and 2 mercenaries perished due to an ambush by the pickled cabbage pot. Upon hearing this, Ingshi could only shake his head in resignation. To be frank, he felt little about the loss. 3 individuals, after all. Before arriving at the Nuo plain, Ingshi had been well aware that casualties were inevitable. Although the sorcerers were conducting a large-scale hunt for centaurs, the centaurs were not without their defenses, and some losses were unavoidable in the face of a desperate counterattack. However, Ingshi had not anticipated that the pickled cabbage nation would dare to strike against its own people. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, no matter how formidable Ingshi seemed. His subordinates constituted merely a single faction, far too weak compared to an entire nation as sorcerer community. I am aware of this matter. Inform them that the compensation for the deceased will be tripled, and their family shall be supported by our glory company. As for revenge, leave that to me. Ingshi offered Ryan a brief consolation, observing his haggard state. You don't seem well. Perhaps you should rest before we continue? Ryan, seeing Ingshi's equally weary appearance, expressed his concern. Ingshi had entrusted him with these individuals and had cautioned him to be wary of the sorcerers from the pickled cabbage nation, yet he had still been careless. Do not worry. I am always precise in my actions. Ryan feebly nodded, though his expression remained grim, inquiring about the addresses of the sorcerers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Ingshi activated the key to the gate, summoning forth the scorched Australian Dragon Eye. Mounting his steed Xiaobai, Ingshi swiftly made his way to the gathering place of the sorcerers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. According to his understanding, the sorcerer base comprised only 30 individuals, 25 of whom were adult sorcerers, with the remaining 5 being aurors. However, in Ingshi's eyes, only the elder-level sorcerers posed any real threat. Despite appearing travel-worn, Ingshi's soul power was nearly overflowing. After all, the Australian dragon I had been primarily responsible for attracting the dragons, leaving Ingshi largely unengaged in the conflict. Xiaobai passed through the gate, arriving before Ingshi, who gently patted the dragon's head, saying, "Xiaobai, you have worked hard this time." All the sorcerers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation were gathered at their camp, chattering anxiously. "Mr. Minheo, do you truly believe that Ingshi possesses such formidable strength?" Minheo, a top sorcerer in the Korean sorcerer community and a participant in the quest to explore the dragon's nest, narrowed his eyes slightly before responding. This Ingshi is not merely a sorcerer. His physical prowess is remarkably strong, capable of single-handedly stalling an indomitable giant dragon. Is that so? I must thank you for the compliment. As the assembly of sorcerers overheard this seemingly incomprehensible Chinese dialogue, they tensed, recalling their recent treachery against Ingshi subordinates and entering a state of heightened vigilance. Just as the sorcerer known as Minheo stood, a torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the entire tent. The dragon breath of the Australian Dragon Eye, more accurately described as a counterfeit dragon breath, filled the air. In that instant, Ingshi, wielding his guns, spotted a sorcerer escaping the flames and immediately executed a headshot. Avada Kedavra! At that moment, 2 Avada Kedavra curses shot toward Ingshi. The 4th soul skill, Void Break. The Void Break shield instantly intercepted the curses, transforming into an invisible wheel that surged toward the flames. The violet magic eyes expanded to their fullest extent. The flames consuming the tent gradually extinguished, yet the Australian dragon I was not merely a spectator. Another blast of dragon breath swiftly enveloped the surrounding sorcerers. Ingshi drew his bone dagger, his soul power surging violently as he plunged into the fray. The sorcerers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation were indeed quite competent, yet they had simply been caught off guard by Ingshi's ambush. Over half of them fell victim to the dragon breath of the Australian Dragon Eye. 5 minutes later, Ingshi slowly sheathed his dagger. The first act of revenge had concluded. However, he harbored another intention that would have to wait until the current hunt was over. News of the complete annihilation of the Pickled Cabbage Nation's sorcerers spread swiftly, although no evidence remained to indicate who was responsible. Many bore grudges against the Pickled Cabbage Nation, yet the one with the most recent conflict was undoubtedly Ingshi. Furthermore, Ingshi's camp was the closest to the site of the incident. That night, his camp remained eerily quiet. Regardless of the explosions and battles erupting at the Pickled Cabbage Nation's base, it showed no signs of interference or support. Thus, it was evident to all that Ingshi had orchestrated the attack. Given his fearsome reputation, no one dared to covet Ingshi's prey any longer. Although the sorcerer community of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was not particularly strong, it still represented a nation's sorcerers. The swift obliteration of their ranks extinguished many individuals' ambitions. Ingshi, in turn, returned to his island, commencing the training of the dragons in his possession. With the arrival of a new month, Ingshi discovered something remarkable within the Book of Heavenly Martial Souls, the Sharingan. The Sharingan bloodline possesses an extraordinary essence within the realm of ninjas, with each stage offering distinct enhancements. The first, second, and third tomo, while lacking any overtly unique abilities, enable the wielder to analyze an opponent's movements, predict their next actions, and replicate their ninjutsu. One wonders, however, whether the Sharingan can also emulate sorcery. Upon exchanging 300 luck points for the Sharingan bloodline, a surge of warmth coursed through Ingshi's body, gradually expanding until it coalesced within his eyes. His pupils transformed from their usual black and white into a vivid crimson, a pitch-black tomo swirling within. Yet Ingshi soon sensed an unsettling discord. The Sharingan clashed with the Ziji Mojing, despite the two not being inherently antagonistic. Their coexistence did not enhance one another. Rather, it created a hindrance, preventing the full potential of either from being realized. Determined, Ingshi infused his eyes with a hint of purple energy while activating the Sharingan. The Ziji Mojing's violet essence shattered like a broken mirror, yet instead of falling apart, the fragments gradually merged into the Sharingan. The Sharingan began to spin rapidly, its velocity increasing, causing the Tomo to split into two and then three. Each possessed distinct abilities. The Ziji Mojing could extend 1's mental prowess for distant vision, while the Sharingan leaned toward offensive capabilities, an aspect Ingshi sorely needed. The three Tomo spun incessantly, drawing upon years of training with the Ziji Mojing to nourish the Sharingan. Additionally, the residual potency from the Wangchuan Qiushui potion surged forth, invigorating the process. As the Tomo intertwined, they formed a circular pattern encasing a hexagram. Marvelous! Ingshi smiled in satisfaction, having amassed so much mental energy that it finally erupted. Though he had yet to fully grasp the concept of ocular power, the myriad of peculiarities in the sorceress realm and the plethora of healing soul weapons from the Douluo continent posed no significant challenge for him. Days passed, and the wizarding community of Pickled Cabbage Nation voiced escalating protests against Ingshi, who remained conspicuously silent, as if he had vanished into thin air. Boss, the dissent from the Pickled Cabbage Nation's wizarding community is intensifying, and I'm struggling to maintain control, Millie expressed, worry etched across her face. Ingshi nodded. Managing to suppress the uproar for so long was commendable, considering he was not a member of their system. Had there been sufficient evidence linking him to the incident, it would have spiraled out of control long ago. Do not fret. Today, everything will come to an end. A radiant smile graced Ingshi's face, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. On this moonless night, the conditions were remarkably favorable. The 10-headed dragons awaited, poised for action at a mere command. With a turn of the key, the stone dragon soared into the sky, unleashing torrents of flames that ignited the buildings of the Pickled Cabbage Nation's wizarding community. The key, a forbidden tool in any nation's magical realm, was a simple yet devastating weapon for ambushes. As 10 distinct dragons ascended, their powerful breaths enveloped the area, overwhelming the surrounding wizards. The dragon's formidable scales absorbed most magical attacks, while Ingshi casually hurled oil from his soul-guided devices. He had meticulously prepared 3 devices filled with oil sufficient to reduce the entire gathering of the Pickled Cabbage Nation's wizards to ashes. Riding on Xiaobai, he liberally dispersed the oil, with sporadic spells intercepted by his defensive barriers. Thick black smoke darkened the skies above the wizarding community, the acrid scent of burning filling the air. Xiaobai gradually descended, and Ingshi leaped to the ground near the ancient linga of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Humanity's innate greed prevailed, as the denizens, indifferent to the calamity befalling their homeland, seized the opportunity to loot amidst the chaos. Numerous wizards, frustrated by the dragons soaring above, turned their attention to the nearby shops and residences, with many, like Ingshi, fixating on the opulent linga. However, the strength of the Pickled Cabbage Nation's wizarding community was not formidable, and the defenses of the linga were inadequate. Stand Azida. The guard of the linga barely had time to utter a word before being overwhelmed by a barrage of spells. His protective armor was instantly shattered. The fall of the guard incited the wrath of the remaining defenders, each of whom possessed strength equivalent to that of an auror or even a professor, hence the linga's reputation as the safest haven in the wizarding world. Yet, the linga's defenders numbered only a handful against dozens of wizards, rendering their efforts futile. Quickly retreat. No, it is our duty to protect the property. I will not back down. A small defender broke free from the captain's grasp, unwilling to abandon their post. It's untenable. Fall back. We will have our chance for vengeance later. No, Before the words escaped her lips, a lethal Avada Kedavra struck her down, leaving her lifeless on the ground. Maya. Ingshi, unfazed by the fierce battle within the linga, swiftly made his way into the inner vaults. With a resounding explosion, the vault door burst open, revealing gleaming piles of golden galleons. Ingshi waved his hand, channeling his soul energy to engulf the galleons, which numbered just over 10,000, a mere fraction compared to the wealth stored in the numerous vaults meant for the elite. After clearing the third vault, the wizards outside finally breached the premises. With a flick of his wrist, Ingshi hurled 2 high-explosive grenades onto a hastily constructed wooden cart. While the protective armor could absorb some impact, it was utterly ineffectual against the explosive force and shrapnel of the grenades. The cart and its occupants were obliterated in an instant, and Ingshi hastened his looting efforts. As more and more wizards breached the Vault of Gringotts, Ingshi decisively opted for retreat. The objectives of this venture had been achieved, having effectively devastated more than half of the wizarding community in Paokai-gua and looted over 100,000 galleons, marking a bountiful harvest. If one were to assess Ingshi's destructive impact on the wizarding realm at 30%, then the wizards of Paokai-gua had inflicted at least 40% damage upon their own community. Ultimately, Ingshi had merely seized a Gringotts that was not inherently part of the Paokai-gua wizarding industry. Thus, the effort was somewhat futile. In contrast, they had nearly plundered their own resources, reclaiming 10 dragons before Ingshi returned to his island. Not long after Ingshi's departure, a multitude of wizards entered the beleaguered wizarding realm of Paokai-gua through the portal. Witnessing the ancient streets ablaze and thick plumes of black smoke rising into the sky, one wizard gazed in horror at the scene before him. Just moments ago, they had received a message stating that the wizarding community of Paokai-gua was under attack. They had found it hard to believe, yet here was the undeniable truth. Smoke billowed and flames roared. Even standing still, one could feel the searing heat and the acrid smell of charred remnants permeating the air. Ouyang Bing, the minister of the Huaxia Ministry of Magic, surveyed the devastation and suddenly recalled Ingshi. The wizarding community of Paokai-gua had protested numerous times over recent days, yet Ingshi had remained a timid turtle, never expecting such a fierce retaliation. If one were to deny any connection between this incident and Ingshi, Ouyang Bing would staunchly refuse to believe it. Few possessed such formidable strength. However, there was one matter that puzzled Ouyang Bing. The complete taming of 10 dragons in less than half a month was no ordinary feat. Typically, wizards required years of nurturing a bond with a proud dragon from infancy to exert control over it. Yet, according to the descriptions provided by the wizards on site, the dragons present were all fully grown. The record for the fastest taming of an adult dragon in the wizarding realm stood at 6 months. Thus, the Paokai-gua wizarding community was wholly unprepared for such an assault, and it was unprecedented for them to experience an event of this magnitude. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that wizarding communities across the globe had risen significantly in recent years, and Paokai-gua was no exception to minor provocations. This assault had effectively halved the strength of the Paokai-gua wizarding community, not to mention the considerable material losses incurred, with Gringotts suffering a staggering loss of over 90% of its galleons due to the overwhelming onslaught of wizards. Following this incident, the headquarters of Gringotts would need to deliberate extensively before considering the establishment of a branch in Paokai-gua. Cough, cough. Since we are here, let us do our utmost to stabilize the situation and prevent the flames from spreading too far. Ouyang Bing gently coughed and addressed the Aurors behind him. Yes, Minister. At this moment, Dumbledore also received news from Paokai-gua. After reading the letter, Dumbledore let out a profound sigh and handed the letter to Professor McGonagall. Oh, Albus, I cannot discern whether your invitation to Ingshi to join Hogwarts was a blessing or a curse. Ingshi had only recently arrived at Hogwarts, yet he had already caused a series of troubles, each more closely tied to him than the last. While his prior slaying of several wizards from Paokai-gua could be overlooked, his audacity to launch a surprise attack on the Paokai-gua wizarding community was beyond description. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, hoping for the best. Perhaps Ingshi had become the final straw that broke the camel's back, or perhaps the old era was drawing to a close, making way for a new age, as the unrest among the wizarding communities worldwide could no longer be suppressed. The wizarding communities were not like the Muggle world, where various matters intertwined. There was virtually no communication among them. They lacked even embassies, and if it were not for the previous cooperative hunt in the Nuaur Plains, the news of the burning of the Paokai Guo wizarding community would not have spread so swiftly. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, Ingshi practiced his swordsmanship on a secluded island, having never had a distinguished swordsmanship mentor, as most individuals in Dalu primarily focused on their martial spirits. There were few who specialized in sword techniques beyond the level of Soul Douluo. Though Ingshi wielded considerable power, he lacked the means to have a Soul Douluo-level swordsman instruct him directly. Thus, he sought to learn from those who possessed true expertise in swordsmanship within the Harry Potter universe. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. Ingshi found his experience in the Harry Potter world quite fulfilling. In his leisure, he instructed young wizards while dedicating his days to cultivating his skills and practicing swordplay, leading a carefree and content life. During this time, Dumbledore was tirelessly working to procure galleons, ultimately securing 10 doses of Felix Felicis and numerous high-level potions for Ingshi. Additionally, Ingshi had acquired a pair of unicorns during the last venture in the Nuaur Plains. Despite the prior provocations from Paokai Guo, they had become significantly more subdued following Ingshi's fiery retaliation. Yet at this stage, what Ingshi desired most was the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary treasure of the magical world said to possess the power of resurrection. Such an artifact was undeniably coveted by Ingshi, who had been closely monitoring Harry Potter. As night deepened, Ingshi noticed the trio of protagonists donning an invisibility cloak, leaving their dormitory. He maintained a discreet distance, patiently waiting for them to press onward, biding his time until they confronted Voldemort. Observing Harry Potter collapse, Ingshi finally revealed himself, calmly approaching the flames to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. "Professor Ingshi," an elderly voice called from behind him just as he picked up the stone. "You have always been so well-behaved since arriving at Hogwarts. What brings you out for an evening stroll today?" Ingshi smiled slightly, recognizing that the old bee had been keeping a close watch on this matter. "Arriving just in the nick of time." "Haha, Professor Dumbledore, it is rare to see you in such high spirits, is it not?" Dumbledore, stroking his long white beard, regarded Ingshi with a cheerful demeanor. "Professor Ingshi, you have undoubtedly incurred Tom's wrath. Why not join forces with me to confront him?" Ingshi raised an eyebrow, silently cursing the old fox while refusing to show any sign of weakness. "Tom is a formidable adversary, were I to ally with him. I could easily demand not just one Philosopher's Stone, but 10. Dumbledore observed Ingshi, his expression inscrutable as he lifted Harry Potter to examine his injuries. "By the way, I just saw that Ron has perished. Any guesses as to who is responsible?" Ingshi raised an eyebrow, under the protective aura of the protagonist. Ron would not easily meet his demise, for it was Ingshi himself who had struck him down to accumulate luck points. Unexpectedly, the male second lead of a world only bestowed Ingshi with a mere 200 points of luck, which is rather stingy. "How about we strike a deal?" Ingshi smiled charmingly at Dumbledore, weighing the magic stone in his hands with a casual motion. "I propose to exchange the whereabouts of all of Tom's Horcruxes for your fox and this magic stone." Dumbledore's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Yet he gazed at Ingshi with a hint of disbelief. How could he possibly know about the events that transpired in the magical realm? Moreover, Tom's era was over a decade ago. How could Ingshi possess such detailed knowledge? "I understand your skepticism, but allow me to reveal 2 pieces of information to establish the truth." Observing Ingshi's earnest demeanor, Dumbledore found himself swayed. What is the purpose of Harry Potter's existence, if not to vanquish Voldemort? If he, Dumbledore, could eliminate Voldemort himself, it would indeed be an excellent outcome. "Very well. If what you say is true, I agree to this transaction." Upon hearing Dumbledore's agreement, a satisfied smile graced Ingshi's face for Fawkes. While not the sole phoenix in the Harry Potter universe, was undoubtedly the most potent source of luck. The phoenixes in that world are known for their elusive nature. Apart from Dumbledore, no one else had ever possessed a phoenix. Furthermore, Ingshi intended to use it for a rather ruthless purpose. With the deal struck, Ingshi's objectives in the Harry Potter realm were essentially fulfilled, leaving little reason to linger. Noticing the time, Ingshi turned and returned directly to the Douluo continent. At this moment, only a few days remained before the Grand Soul Master Tournament, and within the Glory Academy, there were already 9 formidable Soul Masters at the Soul Sect level or above, including a Soul Sect ranked over level 45, Yingxi at level 47, Devian at level 46, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yiran, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun at level 41, Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling at level 33, and Jiang Zhu at level 37, and Jing Ling and Huang Yuan at level 35. This lineup was formidable enough that, aside from the withTwin Temple team, the rest posed no threat, and given that Yingxi and the withTwin Temple were allies, battling amongst themselves would merely amount to infighting. Yingxi, the leader of the Jiao Xan Haitang sect, is waiting for you outside. Xiao Wu cheerfully pushed open Yingxi's door and leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against him incessantly. After Yingxi's prolonged absence, Xiao Wu adamantly refused to leave his side upon his return. That evening, she was insistent on staying in his room, leaving Yingxi with no choice but to accommodate her. However, once she was settled, it became impossible to extricate her. Yingxi playfully flicked her forehead. I understand, but you must focus on your training. The elite tournament is fast approaching. Xiao Wu pouted but nodded, unwillingly rubbing against Yingxi in his arms. Exiting the dormitory building, Yingxi respectfully addressed the leader of the Jiao Xan Haidang sect. Uncle Yi, what brings you here today? Sect leader Yi smiled as he scrutinized Yingxi, nodding in satisfaction. I have come with a request. I hope Lingling can be the first to compete. Yingxi paused momentarily, then comprehended sect leader Ye's intentions. The Jiao Xan Haidang sect was unwilling to remain stagnant in its current position and sought to advance further. As one of the 3 sects, the Jiao Xan Haidang sect held an awkward status, with most Soul Masters being entirely unaware of its existence. Uncle Yi, are you planning to revitalize the sect? Upon hearing Yingxi's words, Uncle Yi chuckled heartily. Indeed, we owe this endeavor to you. Without your intervention, our sect would not possess 3 combatants comparable to title Douluo, nor would we enjoy such prominence today. Yingxi nodded thoughtfully before responding. I can assure you that Lingling will face off against the 5 Elements Academy in the first round, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. That is more than sufficient. Knowing that only the 5 Elements Academy posed a genuine threat in the preliminary rounds of the Grand Tournament, as long as they could triumph over the 5 Elements competitors, the Jiao Xan Haitang sect's reputation would soar. Moreover, Lingling was the only one among Yingxi's circle, aside from him, who possessed a 4th ring of 10,000 years. A significant declaration in itself. With sect leader Ye's concerns addressed, Yingxi returned to his room. However, shortly after bidding farewell to the sect leader, a messenger from Qianrenxue arrived, delivering the competitor information for the Heaven Do Empire segment of the Grand Soul Master Tournament. Yingxi skimmed through the documents, slightly puzzled. Qianrenxue should know that he was not particularly invested in the Grand Tournament, which held little significance for him. Yet, she had personally dispatched someone to inform him, indicating some misunderstanding. However, as he continued to read, his expression shifted dramatically. He had spotted a familiar name, Tang San. Tang San had joined an academy that was also participating in the Grand Tournament. According to intelligence from the Luo network, the Academy Tang San belonged to was named Eoklin Academy, which housed a total of 4 Soul Masters above level 40, rivaling the 5 Elements Academy in strength. Of course, apart from Tang San, the other Soul Masters at level 40 had reached their age limit and would be unable to participate in the next elite tournament. Nonetheless, this was already quite formidable. The protagonist's luck was indeed extraordinary. However, given this situation, Yingxi felt no need to hold back. Please inform her to summon the 2 elders from the Elder Hall. I intend to eliminate Tang San and his father during this tournament. I will ensure the message is delivered. Furthermore, when encountering Tang San, remember to notify Senior Douluo, Sect Leader Yi of the Jiao Xan Haidang sect, Sect Leader Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Sword Douluo to accompany me. Understood. Upon hearing this, Yingxi abruptly lifted his head, intrigued by the messenger's reference to him as a subordinate. Yes, your highness has commanded it. I am but your subordinate. Yingxi regarded him with interest, then slowly nodded, waving him off to depart. Now, The time has come to resolve all grievances. 7 days later, the Grand Soul Master Tournament commenced as scheduled. The Grand Soul Master Tournament, as the most prestigious competition in the Douluo continent, was co-hosted by the withTwin Temple and two great empires, aimed at showcasing the prowess of young elite Soul Masters. This grand event not only garnered the attention of the Soul Master community, but also attracted nobles and commoners alike. For the Soul Master world, it was an excellent opportunity to scout talent, while ordinary nobles and commoners hoped to recruit promising young Soul Masters to strengthen their own power, even if it meant sending their daughters to compete. As long as a powerful martial soul can be bestowed upon the family and passed down through generations, any means are deemed acceptable. This is the reason why the nobility continues to grow stronger and the empire becomes increasingly stable. However, the common people have always remained the oppressed. For those who ascend to become Soul Masters can transform their status from that of a commoner to that of a noble, while ordinary nobles may elevate themselves to high-ranking noble Soul Masters. The majority of the common populace merely spectate, reveling in the rare opportunity to witness the battles of young Soul Master elites, an event not easily encountered. This is indeed one of the few forms of entertainment available in the Douluo continent. Naturally, a small number of exceptionally beautiful common girls adorn themselves splendidly and gather early around the entrance to the arena, hoping to catch the attention of outstanding young Soul Masters, aspiring to soar to new heights. Each year, a few fortunate and beautiful common girls manage to capture the favor of some elite young Soul Masters, such as the captivating Ziyan. On a crisp morning, as the sun has yet to rise above the eastern horizon and the sky remains dimly lit, the grand competition of the elite Soul Master Academies across the continent is about to commence. The venue for this momentous occasion has been transformed from the Douluo City Great Spirit Arena, which required extensive preparation in advance for such a rare event that occurs once every few years, naturally yielding substantial profits. It is no exaggeration that nearly every citizen with a bit of spare change in Douluo City attends, for this is one of the few entertainment offerings available in the Douluo continent. On the podium, three figures stand: the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. Recently, Salus has been in remarkably high spirits, as the Haotian sect's four affiliated sects have been swiftly dealt with a notable achievement indeed. The opening ceremony of the Elite Soul Master Academy competition is rather dull, a mere formality devoid of substance, evoking within Ing Shi a sense of drowsiness akin to attending a school sports day or opening ceremony in a previous life. The three prominent figures deliver speeches meant to inspire the pride of their respective academies, encapsulating their sentiments in simple phrases. You are the future of the Soul Master realm, the pride of the empire. It is merely a display of their presence. What makes Ing Shi feel particularly awkward is Ning Fengji's assertion that the ultimate champion will undoubtedly belong to the empire, a statement that leaves her feeling quite embarrassed. One wonders how many times Ning Fengji has made such claims, only to have them met with disappointment, yet he speaks with such unabashed confidence. Yet, there are those among the populace and some Soul Masters who still buy into such declarations. Could it be that Ning Fengji refers to the champion of the preliminary rounds? Each of the three speakers effortlessly articulates words of encouragement for the youth, earning Ing Shi's admiration. Salus, in his audacity, openly solicits the Soul Masters present, revealing his intentions without reservation, which elicits unease among the assembled Soul Masters, even if the ordinary commoners remain unaware of the implications. As a resounding call of the horn echoes, accompanied by the host's exuberant voice, the competing teams emerge from the passage beneath the arena, taking their places on the expansive battlefield, basking in the attention of countless gazes filled with admiration, desire, and reverence. The young competitors stand tall and proud, relishing this moment of being the center of attention. The three representatives of power on the platform beam at the unfolding scene, recognizing that this is indeed the time for these young champions, their moment in the spotlight, a fact beyond dispute. Ing Shi, not being a member of Shrek and lacking financial constraints, naturally opts against the humiliating school uniform, thus entering without encountering ridicule. The first match pits the Glory Academy against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. This matchup is no mere coincidence. Ingshi has already informed Salis to arrange for a confrontation with the Tiando Royal Academy. She harbors little interest in the battle, save for the desire to demonstrate to Old Master Imo Zhang the current state of her abilities, proving that his initial judgment was correct. Following the first battle, Ingshi intends to conserve her strength for the remaining contests, aiming to resolve matters during this grand competition. Please unleash your martial souls, the host declares to the two teams below. Ingshi gestures for everyone to proceed without further ado, believing that actions speak louder than words. Soon, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd as 4 members of the Glory team reveal their martial souls, each having reached level 40, a standard comparable to that of the 5 Elements Academy. Among them, 3 boast levels nearing 45, with one even possessing a 4th ring of 10,000 years, while another wields a soul ring of truly terrifying colors, yellow, purple, and black. In stark contrast, the highly popular second team of the Tiando Royal Academy has none who have reached level 40, a disparity that is far from easily bridged. Swiftly, Ingshi motions, yet she refrains from engaging, as does Yi Lingling. It is difficult to believe the formidable background of the Glory team. The vice-captain, Douluo, is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, while another vice-captain is the granddaughter of the legendary dragon snake. The support-type soul master among them possesses a 10,000-year soul ring and hails from the Jiao Xian Haitang sect, one of the 3 major sects. Ingshi glances up at the podium, pondering whether it is a scheme orchestrated by Qianren Shua, and then shifts her gaze back to the figures above. Within the Tiando Empire's Great Spirit Arena, there exists one main stage alongside several auxiliary stages. All stages engage and battle simultaneously, ensuring that each team's strategies remain concealed. Ingshi and Yi Lingling remain stationary, refraining from initiating combat, while the 2 vice-captains, Douluo and Meng Ran, charge forward. Douluo, whose martial soul has successfully evolved into the Bailin Snake Emperor, immediately activates her martial soul, unleashing a dense green toxic mist that envelopes the area. Quickly retreat. The captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's team urgently signals, aware of the terrifying potency of Douluo's toxins. Given her former status as a vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy, even as the members of the Tiando Royal team attempt to counterattack, their soul power is swiftly consumed by the toxic mist. This is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, the very one who withdrew from the Tiando Royal Academy due to Tang Hao's actions? Indeed, Your Majesty. In fact, the young lady is part of this Glory team. If all goes well, that captain will become the future husband of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oh, so this team has been nurtured by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? On a snowy night, the great Emperor Xia gazed with great interest at Ning Fengji beside him. It is indeed rather peculiar when one considers the origins of the Glory Academy. Peculiar? How so? He inquired. Originally known as Lamba Academy, its principal, Lu Erlong, is the illegitimate daughter of an elder from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. The formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, along with the poisoned Douluo, serve as patrons of this institution. Oh, so this academy possesses quite a remarkable background. Shuya felt no surprise at the defeat of the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Following a prior incident, even the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy had 2 members who had yet to reach level 40, let alone the second team. Thus, Shuya had little expectation for this tournament. After all, the strength of the Tiando Royal Academy's team was apparent, while the Spear Hall squad was touted as the Golden Generation. At that moment, in the Soul Arena, as the toxic mist gradually advanced, the members of the Royal Academy's second team found themselves forced to retreat to the edge. We concede. The captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, witnessing his constantly retreating players, raised his hand in resignation. Although 5 had joined the fray, only Douluo had truly engaged in combat, single-handedly defeating an entire team, which could be considered a remarkable tale. The swiftness of the battle's conclusion surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet, given the disparity in strength, it was a natural outcome. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, the Glory team gracefully descended from the stage. Every individual, regardless of their virtue, harbors a sense of vanity, whether strong or weak. Naturally, Ingshi was no exception, relishing the applause, the cheers, and the admiring glances of the crowd. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long were finally released, and Ingshi understood why nearly every soul master would exert themselves to take part in this elite competition. Not merely to find a suitable backing for themselves, but also to bask in such adulation and glory. In a previous life, he had been powerless. In this life, he dared to act only after much contemplation. This sensation was truly indescribable, an ineffable delight. Walking through the corridor of the arena, Ingshi couldn't help but laugh aloud. How do you like this feeling of being the center of attention? Lu Erlong smiled at Ingshi, her elegantly arched eyebrows rising slightly, as if teasing him. Indeed, it is an indescribable exhilaration. Then let us strive for excellence. Our Glory Academy must secure a flawless victory and make our name known. Of course, that is my wish as well. With that, the members of the Glory Academy returned to their resting quarters, engaging in their respective training or casual conversations. After a couple of hours, Lu Erlong pushed open the door to the resting room. Her expression markedly relaxed. Tomorrow, we will face the Shenkong Academy, which, like the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, does not have a single soul sect member, so there is little need for concern. Ingshi nodded thoughtfully, withdrawing from his meditative state to briefly peruse the information on Shenkong Academy. The academy boasted rather ordinary martial spirits that posed no significant threat. The team for the upcoming battle would consist of Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, Oscar, Devian, Xiao Wu, and Meng Iran. In the forthcoming battles, unless we encounter the Five Elements Academy or the Oakland Academy, you are free to devise your own strategies, Ingshi stated, passing the roster to Devian. After the battle concluded, the Glory Team did not receive invitations from the nobility due to the formidable background supporting them. Following the first contest, the number of applicants wishing to join the Glory Team surged significantly, predominantly from noble families. Originally, Lamba Academy did not accept noble students, but this regulation was amended upon its transformation into Glory Academy. Those who sent their children here did so primarily to climb the social ladder. Not to mention, individuals like Ning Rongrong, Duge Yin, Meng Iran, and Yi Lingling possessed backgrounds that were simply terrifying. Merely associating with them could lead to prosperity. Furthermore, these families had established strategic partnerships and, under the auspices of Xue Qinghe, successfully integrated into the Tiando Empire's patrons. Consequently, no one dared to covet the Glory Academy any longer. Xue Qinghe would certainly not allow such advantageous support to slip away. As for Ingshi's absence from the battlefield, it left many feeling uneasy. The adage, "the barking dog seldom bites," rang true, as his lack of participation meant that opponents could not ascertain his soul abilities, rendering them unable to formulate strategic countermeasures. In an age where information was predominantly accessible through the Luo network, Ingshi had never publicly showcased much of his strength. With only whispers of his impressive close combat skills circulating, the rest remained a mystery, compounded by the assistance of Qian Renxue, who helped him erase traces of his presence. The more enigmatic Ingshi became, the more unsettled the teams from the Five Elements Academy grew. For ordinary academies, Ingshi's participation was inconsequential, even without him. They could not contend with the Glory Team. However, for the Five Elements Academy, abstaining from battle would be a humiliating defeat, and they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the forces backing their school. On the seventh day of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, the Glory Academy unsurprisingly achieved a flawless victory, yet they had not encountered any of the Five Elements Academies. However, this serene existence was destined to come to an end today, as Lu Erlong entered with a document in hand, her previous light-hearted demeanor replaced by seriousness. Tomorrow, we face Shenkong Academy. Upon hearing this, Ingshi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Among the Five Elements Academies, Shenkong Academy was the most formidable, particularly due to Feng Xiaotian. With his mutated martial spirit and self-created soul techniques reminiscent of chaotic winds, his battle prowess was exceedingly terrifying. He was the only individual in single combat capable of forcing Tang San to deploy his second martial spirit, with the support of several auxiliary spirit masters from Shenkong Academy. His combat effectiveness would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. His exceptional offensive power, rapid speed, healing abilities, and terrifying self-created techniques rendered him a prodigious talent beyond mere description. Had it not been for the caprices of fate, Feng Xiaotian might well have ascended to godhood. In recent matches, Shenkong Academy had achieved overwhelming victories against the control-oriented Plan Academy, with Feng Xiaotian only needing to utilize his first two soul techniques to secure wins, even against non-restraining attributes. Yingxi nodded, recognizing that among the 5 Elements Academies, the Plan Academy posed the most significant challenge. A skilled control-type soul master could easily dominate those within 10 levels of their own. The combined control capabilities of 7 proficient control-type plant soul masters were exceedingly formidable, compelling even the Glory Team to deploy Ma Hongjun. Although Duguyan's toxins were effective, their potency would be greatly diminished against plant opponents. Yingxi lightly tapped his fingers on the table while contemplating the roster for the upcoming battle. Xiaoxi, I implore you, allow me to participate. Ma Hongjun approached Yingxi with a pitiful expression, only to be dismissed with a swift slap. Your abilities are of great utility. You are our trump card against AO, Kulan Academy, and Jiwu Academy, but you must not reveal yourself before that. Ma Hongjun hung his head low and disconsolately walked aside. Oscar hurriedly ran over, conjuring a large sausage, waving it in front of Ma Hongjun as if to taunt or perhaps to offer comfort. The bond between these two good friends was indeed inscrutable. Ye Lingling, Meng Iran, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan shall be the ones to fight tomorrow. Xiaoxi, why am I not being sent out? Duguyan grasped Yingxi's arm, playfully pouting. Until your offensive capabilities can transform into an energy form, the wind attribute will restrain you even more than the plant spirit. After all, a mere gust can disperse toxins and may even affect us adversely. Duguyan sulked, her lips forming a small pout, yet she stubbornly held onto Yingxi's hand, as if seeking solace. No, Xiaoxi, I was hurt earlier, I want to be comforted too. Xiao Wu, observing Yingxi gently stroking Duguyan's head, eagerly approached, her rabbit ears twitching with anticipation. Yingxi's lips twitched in disbelief. Hurt? You, with your indomitable body, are actually injured. The situation on the field seemed to spiral out of control. Lu Erlong stood nearby, pouting in displeasure, her fists clenched tightly, resembling a tempestuous creature on the brink of eruption. Zhao Wujia glanced at the escalating tension in the arena, which was gradually morphing into a battleground, and discreetly cleared his throat before suggesting, shall we discuss the battle strategies for tomorrow? Yingxi cast a grateful glance at Zhao Wujia. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I shall bring you a she-bear one of these days. Teacher Zhao, do you think the claws of the dark gold terraclaw she-bear could assist in alleviating some of your bothersome issues? Amidst the lively banter, they finally returned to their dormitory, where Yingxi announced a sense of impending breakthrough and desired to enter seclusion for cultivation. However, outside Yingxi's door, there were incessant knocks. First Xiao Wu inquiring if he wished to partake in her carrot feast, which she had been experimenting with, and then Duguyan wanting Yingxi to experience medicinal toxic dishes to help improve his physique for the sake of future generations. Such burdensome yet blissful troubles overwhelmed Yingxi, leading him to reflect on the solitude of life, akin to snow. Chapter 150. The Battle, 7th Preliminary Match. Shenkong Academy versus Glory Academy. As a venerable powerhouse among the 5 Elements Academies, Shenkong Academy had previously achieved remarkable results in the elite competitions between the two realms and had recently triumphed over Jiwu Academy. Although this was Glory Team's inaugural encounter with a 5 Elements Academy, they were anticipated to be the most formidable dark horse in this competition. Let us now review the roster for this match. Shenkong Academy opted for the same lineup used against Jiwu Academy, while Glory Academy made some adjustments. The 47th level captain of Glory Team finally made his appearance, though the vice captain Duguyan had been replaced by another soul master. Unbelievably, Glory Team now boasted 7 soul masters. an unprecedented feat in previous tier competitions. In light of such vast disparities in soul power, what performance could Shun Feng Academy possibly deliver? Ingshi regarded Feng Xiaotian, who wore a mask, a smile gracing his face. Captain of Glory Team, Ingshi, Captain of Shun Feng Academy, Feng Xiaotian. While Feng Xiaotian's expression was obscured by his mask, the gravity in his eyes was unmistakable. This time, you shall indeed strike. My self-created soul skill has been long awaited. Feng Xiaotian's gaze bore unprecedented fervor. You may be disappointed, Ingshi replied with a faint smile. His ambition did not lie with the Five Elements Academies before facing Tang San. He wished not to reveal too much of his prowess. What? Feng Xiaotian's expression faltered, his white brows knitting tightly, as if affronted. Both sides prepare. I shall make you pay for your arrogance. Feng Xiaotian's tone grew ominous. He had always been the favored one, never having experienced such disdain, especially not from someone like Ingshi. Do you believe you have misunderstood? The battle commenced. As soon as Ingshi spoke, the announcer, Douluo, declared the commencement of combat. First soul skill, law of command. Ingshi's movements were swift, and Feng Xiaotian's response was equally quick, with the full force of his soul power. Feng Xiaotian's speed surged to an alarming level. Third soul skill, Gale Rise. This was the soul skill of the auxiliary soul master of Shun Feng Academy, capable of enhancing the target's speed and wind attribute attack power by 30%. While this was only slightly inferior to Ning Rongrong's abilities, her soul skills would amplify in accordance with her soul power growth, while the enhancement from Shun Feng Academy's auxiliary soul master remained fixed at 30%. Oh, Captain Ingshi of Glory Team has activated his soul skill for the first time. A deep yellow soul ring manifested around Ingshi, undulating gracefully. Douluo, the announcer, hurriedly raised the microphone, stating, Feng Xiaotian's speed is astonishing, breaking through the protective ranks in an instant and charging directly at Ingshi. Or rather, it seemed that the members of Glory Team did not attempt to impede him. An invisible force pressed relentlessly against Feng Xiaotian's body, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Just as he sought to retreat, it was already too late. Ingshi's soul power was far more profound than Feng Xiaotian's, and with negligible expenditure, he swiftly forced all of Feng Xiaotian's soul power back into his body, even extinguishing the spirit that had possessed him. Second soul skill, Serpent Blade Thrust. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran simultaneously launched their attacks, advancing rapidly towards Feng Xiaotian at such close range. Feng Xiaotian's countenance darkened as he beheld the two approaching women. No matter how he attempted to unleash his internal soul power against this peculiar confinement, he could not break free. Not even an inch of his body could move. Quick, save the captain. The members of Shun Feng Academy rushed forward, realizing Feng Xiaotian's predicament. Yet, Glory Academy was not to be trifled with. Zhu Zhuqing, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan swiftly intercepted the four members of Shun Feng Academy. However, aside from the auxiliary soul master, one other member of Shun Feng Academy managed to breach the encirclement and made a beeline for Ingshi. Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran struck Feng Xiaotian's abdomen in quick succession, the terrifying force propelling him backward as if he were a cannonball, ultimately sending him flying out of the Duhan arena. It was astonishing that the once invincible captain of the Shun Kong Academy team, Feng Xiaotian, was eliminated in a single blow before he could even summon his martial soul. Douluo, flapping her pristine white wings, swooped down to assess the situation. The moment Feng Xiaotian landed, the invisible force that had encased him dissipated, granting Ingshi her freedom. Feng Xiaotian, incredulous, rose to his feet and gazed at the distant Ingshi, who wore a gentle smile, his expression remarkably vivid. Now, it is your turn to exit. A fellow soul master from Shun Kong Academy, ranked at level 40, had already approached within 3 meters of Ingshi, his wind blade poised to strike. As a control-type soul master with formidable control but weak attack and defense capabilities, she found herself in a precarious position against a powerful assault-type soul master. Although Feng Xiaotian had been eliminated, he had created an excellent opportunity for his teammates. However, neither Xiao Wu nor Meng Yiran displayed any sign of anxiety as the Assault-type Soul Master advanced on Yingxi. Having withstood Meng Li's attacks as a Soul Zune, Yingxi was now an entirely transformed individual. Banruo Longxiang, she murmured softly, and in the next instant, her body was enveloped in a faint golden light. The wind blade struck her, but produced a sound akin to metal colliding. Suddenly, Yingxi leaped into the air, grasping the head of the Assault-type Soul Master. Despite his combat experience, he instinctively activated his third soul skill in a desperate attempt to escape Yingxi's grip while aiming to deliver a heavy blow to her. Third soul skill, Wind Explosion. First soul skill, Ruling Confinement. Once again, the familiar first soul ring activated, interrupting the Soul Master's skill and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yingxi's intention was not to confine him, but simply to disrupt his ongoing soul skill. Chapter 151. Thoughts Ying, she exerted her strength, her arm muscles bulging as she pressed the head of the Assault-type Soul Master into the ground before kicking him towards Xiao Wu and Meng Aran. In that moment, Xiao Wu swiftly utilized her teleportation soul skill, appearing beside the Assault-type Soul Master in the blink of an eye. 8 Dawn Soi. Xiao Wu's yellow and purple soul rings flashed as she executed a waist throw that sent the Soul Master into the air. In mere moments, she completed a consecutive 3 moves, muttering, "Let us see how Sister Xiao Wu will teach you a lesson for daring to ambush Xiao Shi." "All right, Xiao Wu, that's enough." Xiao Wu pouted, and although she felt the fight had become less intense, she chose to follow Yingxi's command. At this stage, there was little need to continue the battle, as 7 members of the Glory Team remained while 2 main combatants from Shenkong Academy had already been eliminated. Furthermore, Yingxi's formidable strength far exceeded their expectations, having already assisted her teammates in achieving a double elimination with just her first soul skill. Shenkong Academy. We concede. The team leader of Shenkong Academy raised his hand in resignation, his voice tinged with reluctance. Continuing the fight was futile and could lead to serious injuries among his teammates, jeopardizing their future battles. As a powerful Soul Duo, the team leader recognized that Xiao Wu had held back during her 8 Dawn Sai. If she had unleashed her full power, that Soul Master would be incapacitated for months, forever bidding farewell to this elite Soul Master competition. A cruel fate indeed. The leader of Shenkong Academy nodded towards Yingxi as a gesture of goodwill. Regardless of his reluctance, he had no option to retaliate. With that, Shenkong Academy voluntarily conceded, and Glory Academy emerged victorious. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, their cheers resonating like a tidal wave. The strength of Glory Academy was indeed formidable, effortlessly overcoming even Shenkong Academy. What soul skill did Ning Zhongzhu use? The Snow Knight Emperor narrowed his eyes at Yingxi, struggling to comprehend. Preoccupied with administrative duties, he lacked deep understanding of martial souls and soul skills. Yingxi's first soul skill, Ruling Confinement, was a remarkably powerful technique that could entirely immobilize an opponent's soul power, rendering them unable to move while the user remained stationary. Even so, it was an exceptionally formidable skill. And the second soul skill? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired further. The second soul skill builds upon the first, making Yingxi a unique master of extreme control. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, refraining from pressing further. Soul skills are inherently private matters for soul masters. Asking about a couple was already a courtesy, and further inquiries could be inappropriate. What do you think are our chances of winning the championship? The Snow Knight Emperor posed a question he most wanted to know. Throughout many continental elite soul master competitions, the champions had invariably been from the Martial Soul Hall. If all goes well, the chances are significant, especially since Yingxi has many hidden strengths. Beside him, Salus remained silent, merely smirking. Although lacking absolute certainty, he was almost convinced that Yingxi belonged to the Martial Soul Hall and held a considerable position, as evidenced by her ability to relay commands directly to the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City. In the resting area of the Shenkong team, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu had unexpectedly arrived. Typically, it was Feng Xiaotian who clung stubbornly to the resting area of the Qihua team. Feng Xiaotian, what on earth was Yingxi's soul skill? The team leader mentioned you didn't even have a chance to use yours. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu understood well how formidable Feng Xiaotian was, yet being so easily defeated defied all logic. Feng Xiaotian gulped down a drink. Not because he couldn't accept defeat, but because he could not reconcile himself with such a devastating loss. Yingxi's soul skill was exceedingly peculiar. Resembling Shui Bingya's soul skill, Lockdown. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang exchanged glances. It was a remarkably powerful soul skill with potent effects. When Yingxi used her soul skill, I felt as though my surroundings were imprisoned, my soul power forcibly repressed, and my martial soul could not be unleashed, rendering me incapable of activating my soul skills. Was there any side effect when Yingxi used her soul skill? Huo Wu pressed eagerly. Feng Xiaotian pondered briefly before responding. It seems the only flaw is her difficulty in moving. Once the confinement on me lifted, she was able to act again. That must be the sole limitation of that soul skill. Huo Wushuang furrowed his brow involuntarily, finding the soul abilities of Yingxi exceedingly troublesome, even more so than those of Shui Bing. Very well, I understand. Huo Wushuang massaged his temples, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of the Glory Team. Their combination of martial souls was remarkably well-balanced, with hardly any discernible weaknesses. Moreover, should the Glory Team display their full combat prowess, they could field 7 Soul Lords in a single battle. Facing such opponents was hardly different from confronting the Spear Hall team, especially with the likes of Yingxi, who possessed nearly insurmountable control abilities. Well, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. Huo Wushuang lamented, rubbing his temples again, for the current intelligence was woefully insufficient. It is well known that the potency of soul abilities increases significantly as one progresses. And if Yingxi's first soul ability is already this formidable, what level of control might her subsequent abilities reach? The 5 great elemental academies wore expressions of concern, while the Glory Team was filled with laughter and joy. Generally, the top 5 positions in the preliminary and advancement rounds are dominated by the 5 great elemental academies, with few other institutions capable of snatching a place from their grasp. Thus, the majority of academies merely sought to showcase their presence and recruit some talented students. The recent triumph of the Glory Team over the Shenkong team was a considerable honor, prompting all members to envision the future prosperity of Glory Academy. However, Yingxi remained cautiously optimistic. A crushing display of absolute strength was not a cause for celebration. She wished to focus most of her thoughts on her impending duel with Tang San. Chapter 152. The final encounter. The preliminary rounds passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had elapsed. Yet, Yingxi had still not crossed paths with Tang San. Based on her observations over the past few days, Tang San and his teammates had become increasingly synchronized in their cooperation. Hence, Yingxi resolved not to wait any longer, anticipating potential changes. She instructed Salas to ensure that her Glory Team would face off against the Oakland Academy the following day. Furthermore, just 2 days prior, 2 elders from the Elder Hall had arrived, stationed nearby Glory Academy and ready to act at a moment's notice. Additionally, Yingxi had informed Douluo, Jian Douluo, Ning Fengji, and the Gaishi Longxi couple to arrive the next day to support her. Notably, she did not arrange for Old Master Mo Zhang to join, merely suggesting he take a stroll. She did not wish for him to witness a desperate battle. Tang Hao had suffered a severed arm in his previous confrontation with 200,000-year soul beasts, and his accumulated injuries had significantly diminished his combat effectiveness. However, Yingxi believed she could defeat Tang San. Although Tang San was the son of the Haotian law, he had not formally joined the Haotian sect, making it feasible for her to eliminate him. Despite being expelled from the Haotian sect, Tang Hao remained a part of it, and the sect's leader was Tang Hao's brother. Thus, Yingxi could slay Tang San, bearing a portion of Tang Zhao's wrath, while allowing the Spirit Hall to eliminate Tang Hao, incurring the full ire of the Haotian sect. After all, their coexistence was an impossibility. To ensure those around her would follow her and abandon the formidable Haotian sect, Yingxi needed to instill in them a sense of confidence. Tomorrow's adversary would be Oakland Academy, which had not withdrawn. Liu Erlong placed the information on the table and turned his gaze toward Yingxi, worry etched on his face. "Boss, what shall we do tomorrow?" observing Yingxi's grave expression. The portly Ma Hongjun cautiously spoke, recalling how Yingxi had previously expressed her concerns regarding Oakland Academy. However, the others found it difficult to comprehend why Yingxi, who disregarded the 5 great elemental academies, would place such significance on this relatively weaker institution. I have but one demand for tomorrow. Kill. A sudden flash of crimson murderous intent ignited in Yingxi's eyes. There was neither anger nor hatred, only the purest desire to kill. Do not worry about the organizing committee. I will handle that. Even if we are disqualified from this Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, I will ensure you find another opportunity to continue participating. Yingxi surveyed the room, noting the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces but refraining from immediate explanation. Boss, we understand the extent of your assistance. I will certainly support your decision. The portly one declared, thumping his chest with unwavering loyalty. Indeed, we shall assist you. But could you explain why? Oscar interjected, pushing the portly one aside. His voice tinged with hesitation. Have you all considered this? I can explain, but once I do, you all must remain within Dean Lu Erlong's sight until tomorrow's match concludes. Observing everyone nodding in agreement, Yingxi felt no further need to conceal the matter. It was destined to be revealed tomorrow, and she preferred to provide them some insight. Have you heard of divine positions? Among the crowd, only a few women who were privy to Yingxi's situation shook their heads in confusion. In Douluo continent, no one had ascended to a divine position in 100 years. Such knowledge was merely passed among a select few titled Douluos. I have received the assessment of the Shura God S9 trials and have completed 4 of them. If I can finish all 9 exams and reach level 100, I can ascend to the Shura God position and become the new Shura God. Everyone's mouths fell agape, their pupils involuntarily contracting and expanding. My 5th trial requires me to slay Tang San, who is one of the 3 candidates for the Shura God, and the battle with him comes with considerable constraints. So I wish to resolve this matter tomorrow. Should anyone wish to refrain from participating, I will not compel you. Merely raise your hand, and I shall not include you in the lineup. Junior, we may not grasp the significance of this so-called divine position, but we understand what it means to reach level 100. I am willing to assist you, even if it means perishing in tomorrow's battle. Huang Yuan was the first to step forward, respectfully bowing to Yingxi. He had always believed her ambitions merely encompassed becoming a titled Douluo. He never imagined she aspired to transcend even that legendary realm. No one raised their hand. Everyone was willing to support Yingxi in battle, ready to sacrifice themselves if necessary. Perhaps this was the essence of pursuing enlightenment, even at the cost of death. The lineup for tomorrow's match will be me, Meng Yiran, Du Viyin, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling could assist Yingxi in continuously recovering from injuries, while Ning Rongrong could provide substantial enhancements. Ma Hongjun's flames could counter Blue Silver King, though the effectiveness of that counter remained uncertain. As for the others, their strength stemmed from their profound soul power. Everyone, return to the academy for now. Since tomorrow will be a battle to the death, we must devise a solid strategy. Zhao Wujia's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with hatred and determination. Xiaoxi, I will support you from Glory Academy. Pursue your desires. Lu Erlong gazed at Yingxi with tenderness, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well. The next day, the sky was cloudless, and the sun shone brightly, a rare occurrence of splendid weather. With Xiao Wu's assistance, Yingxi chose not to don the uniform of Glory Academy. Instead, she opted for a wizard robe inspired by the Black Gold King robe from the Wizarding World, a bone dagger hanging at her waist. At the main arena of the Great Soul Arena, since Glory Academy had recently triumphed over 2 major elemental academies, they had consistently occupied the finest stage for each battle. Incredibly, Yingxi, who had not appeared even against the Academy of Fiery Flames, unexpectedly made her entrance in the battle against the Oakland Academy. If one were to discuss the most enigmatic figure of this competition, it would undoubtedly be her, as she had only utilized her first soul skill. Moreover, her exquisite beauty significantly enhanced her popularity, drawing countless cheers from the audience the moment she appeared. Not to mention, Yingxi was adorned in a uniquely elegant robe, further accentuating her refined demeanor. She pressed her lips together, having deliberately consumed a potion of fortune prior to this battle to increase her chances of victory. It was strange that Ingshi would show up in this match. Beside her, Xiaodadi stroked his beard, casting a dubious glance at Ning Fengji and the Sword Dalu. Typically, the Sword Dalu and the Bone Dalu would alternate appearances daily in the Grand Soul Arena, and since the Sword Dalu had already appeared for 2 consecutive days, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement upon hearing the voice of the Blood Emperor. Ingshi's presence was not merely surprising. She had also invoked a favor, which was indeed a significant matter. One could not help but wonder what would unfold today. For some reason, Ning Fengji had an inkling that something monumental was about to occur. Chapter 153. The Soul Battlefield. I am Tang San, and it is an honor to battle with you. Observing the dignified and courteous Tang San before her, Ingshi could not help but let out a sigh. She greatly admired Tang San's character. However, it was regrettable that if not for standing on opposing sides, they might have become good friends. Opposing sides? Tang San looked at Ingshi in confusion, wishing to inquire further. But the host, Douluo, had already begun to speak. In this match between Oakland Academy and Glory Academy, it was astonishing that there were 2 new faces among the ranks of Glory Academy. One could only wonder what surprises they would bring. The captain, Ingshi, who had only participated in 2 battles since the start of the competition, was making her return, which was truly remarkable. Moreover, her attire was simply stunning. Oakland Academy also had 2 fresh faces, with a formation similar to their first battle. Tang San had previously triumphed over the Xiangjia Academy, thanks to his exceptional control. The formation of Glory Academy was making its debut, yet their strength was well known to all. What tales would unfold from the clash of these 2 prodigious youths, each with soul rings far exceeding the norm? Next, let us examine the combatants' profiles. Oh, unbelievable! Unbelievable! Douluo exclaimed in rapid succession. The 2 newcomers from Oakland Academy were both level 40 Soul Masters, bringing the total to 4 Soul Masters above level 40. In contrast, Glory Academy showcased a Soul Master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and a possessor of the top-tier Beast Martial Soul, the Fire Phoenix. With all members reaching level 40 for this battle, the battle began. As the lengthy introductions concluded, Ingshi swiftly placed her hand upon the bone dagger at her waist. The dagger was drawn, reflecting a mysterious blue light under the arena's illumination. Was this a soul bone? It must be noted that the use of external weapons was prohibited in the competition. Surely, Ingshi would not undertake such a foolish act. A series of whispers, seemingly from ancient times, resonated as Ingshi's robe billowed without wind, and an eerie mental force emanated from the bone blade in her grasp. This peculiar power manifested as a pure golden hue, gradually coalescing behind her into the form of a centaur. Arise, ancient centaur king. Come forth and display your power in this world. Ingshi raised the bone blade high above her head, while the golden centaur mirrored her action, lifting its golden longbow, which was instantly drawn into a crescent shape. Quickly defend yourselves. Tang San's pupils constricted as he sensed an overwhelming pressure from the golden centaur behind Ingshi. Alas, it was too late. 7 golden bolts of energy were unleashed, and as they shot forth, the golden centaur instantly dissipated into a myriad of golden light points. What was this? A soul skill? A soul bone? All eyes were drawn to the enormous shadow cast upon the arena, even causing other battles to momentarily halt as they turned their attention to Ingshi in the main soul arena. The 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Tang San sensed something amiss upon seeing the centaur's phantom and immediately summoned his teammates with the skill control Crane Seizing Dragon. A massive blue-silver prison enveloped everyone, while the golden arrows surged toward the shimmering blue-silver prison. Boom! The terrifying attack struck the blue-silver prison with ferocity. Even the awakened blue-silver prison struggled to withstand the Centaur King's devastating blow. Yet this was not the end. 7 arrows struck the prison in succession, causing it to sway perilously, while the swirling dust obscured everyone's vision. Observing Tang San's plight, Salas could not help but smirk, having recognized Tang San's identity and relishing in his misfortune. As the dust gradually settled, the blue-silver prison had been torn apart, revealing that only 3 members remained standing from the Oakland Academy team, the rest having succumbed to the overwhelming shock and collapsed, unconscious and unaware of their fate. Why did you strike so ruthlessly? Tang San's expression darkened, as if he were about to weep. For him, his comrades were of utmost importance. I have said it before. Were it not for our opposing factions, we might have become great friends. Yingxi's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy, but she soon steeled herself. The Seoul battlefield. Target established. Tang San. Yingxi took a few steps forward, arriving at the center of the arena, and then slowly extended her hands. An invisible force enveloped both her and Tang San, for the Seoul battlefield could only accommodate 2 individuals, with only one permitted to leave alive. The victor would claim everything of the vanquished. The price of the Seoul battlefield was steep, requiring 300 fortune points, and it could only be employed once. The Seoul battlefield instantly sent Tang San's teammates flying, the strange force casting the others beyond the arena's confines. At this moment, only Yingxi and Tang San remained upon the stage. The leader of the Oakland Academy was about to speak, but was abruptly restrained by Douluo, who warned, "Speak another word, and you shall perish, along with your entire family." Faced with Douluo's chilling gaze, the leader of Oakland Academy swallowed back the words of surrender. "What is this?" Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eyes, surveying the bizarre membrane surrounding them. Everything transpiring exceeded his expectations. This is the Seoul battlefield. Only one person can leave alive. A satisfied smile graced Yingxi's face, for the regulations of the Shura God examination mandated that she must personally defeat Tang San. While external assistance was permissible, it could not extend beyond reasonable limits. Can you tell me why? Tang San's expression turned calm, for his past life had accustomed him to slaughter and the realities of life and death. However, Yingxi merely smiled in silence, gazing at the figure in the black cloak not far away. "I, representing Tang San, concede defeat." A venerable voice resonated throughout the grand arena of the Do Aoencham, its volume modest, yet unmistakably reaching the ears of every individual present. "Is this the esteemed Haotian Douluo?" Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure. "Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent, have you finally ceased your concealment?" Yingxi's voice traversed the battlefield of souls, standing resolutely before Tang Hao without yielding an inch. Chapter 154, A Fight to the Death, Haotian Douluo. A name steeped in legend suddenly unearthed the buried memories within everyone's hearts. Ning Fengzhu immediately comprehended the purpose behind Yingxi's summons. "Young man, activate that barrier, or else." Tang Hao's cold voice echoed with an inexhaustible aura of menace, the domain of the god of slaughter unconsciously activated. However, due to the previous skirmish and the strain of contending against 2 formidable domains, the god of slaughter's domain had become somewhat fragmented, its effectiveness severely diminished. Moreover, Tang Hao had lost the fervor of his earlier days, rendering the god of slaughter's domain somewhat misleading in its name. "Or perhaps you intend to kill me. Ning Zongzhu. You owe me an opportunity to act, and I hope to exchange it for assistance from the Sword of Law to stall Tang Hao for a time." Yingxi directed his gaze towards Fengzhu on the observation platform, who could not help but emit a bitter smile. Yet, having come this far, he was resolute not to breach the agreement. The fates of Yingxi and Long were now intertwined. He must assist Yingxi in holding back Tang Hao. Certainly, he would never resort to killing Tang Hao, for should matters reach that point, the 3 sects would undoubtedly fracture. Predecessor poisoned all, and the 2 illustrious figures, please, as previously agreed, stall this Haotian law for a while. Rest assured, young man, I shall fulfill my promise. A cold smirk crossed S face as he slowly rose. 9 soul rings gradually manifesting around him, clearly indicating his intent. Ensure the protection of Yingxi. Young man, what grievance do you hold against me that drives you to seek the demise of my son? Tang Hao's piercing gaze fell upon Yingxi, his mind a whirl of confusion. Though he had many enemies, had he ever faced one so young? At this juncture, does Haotian Douluo still require concealment? I, along with Tang San, underwent the trial of the Shura God, Only one among us may perish for the chance to inherit that divine position. The moment Yingxi's words escaped his lips, an uproar rippled through the crowd. Divine. Such a grand term. How many years had it been since a deity appeared? To think it would manifest today. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. He was unaware of this revelation. Yet at this point, there was no resolution left but to forcefully eliminate Yingxi and depart with Tang San back to the Haotian sect. With the status of a Shura god inheritor, Haotian sect would undoubtedly accept Tang San. Do you believe you can obstruct me? Tang Hao surveyed the individuals around him, dismissing all but the sword Douluo Qinshin, who he presumed would not fight him to the death. After all, Tang Hao was ultimately a member of the Haotian sect, a fact that could not be overlooked. In a sudden motion, Yingxi flicked his wrist, producing a card. Consuming 1,000 fortune points, he summoned the true red-eyed black dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The card transformed into a black void, from which a dragon erupted. The terrifying presence had reached the caliber of a 10,000-year beast. The appearance of the true red-eyed black dragon was remarkably fortuitous. All of Tang Hao's focus was on guarding against the titled Law nearby, utterly oblivious to Yingxi's actions. In a moment of surprise, the true red-eyed black dragon seized him, forcefully propelling him out of the Grando Onchong. Fragments of stone cascaded from the arena's apex, but fortunately, many powerful individuals were present, and together they repelled the falling debris. I entrust this to you. Yingxi cast a serious glance at the few allies he had summoned. The battle among the titled Dalu had shifted outside, leaving only the confrontation between Yingxi and Tang San within. With the emergence of 3 titled Dalu and a 10,000-year soul beast, the remaining schools gathered their students close, yet none were willing to retreat. This was a war for divine position, and they were witnesses to this epic clash, destined to become legends. Now it is your turn, Tang San. Yingxi fixed his gaze upon Tang San, his expression heavy with gravity. Though Tang San was merely at level 45, his combat experience far surpassed that of Yingxi. The members of the Glory Team had not retreated. They remained within the confines of the Grando Onchong, as the battlefield of souls belonged to Yingxi, granting him a modicum of control. Should he find himself outmatched, he would willingly destroy the battlefield to effect his escape. It appears that one among us must perish. Tang San inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on Yingxi, filled with determination. At that moment, a copious amount of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, surging towards Yingxi to ensnare him. The first soul skill, Law of Restriction. However, as the intangible force coalesced around Tang San, it was abruptly shattered by waves of power. Was this soul bone? The energy of 3 10,000-year soul bones rendered his most straightforward combat method ineffective, leaving him unable to control Tang San. Then, I must resort to brute force. This marked the first time Yingxi's soul skill had failed. A sudden gust swept beneath his feet, accelerating his speed exponentially. Countless strands of blue-silver grass charged toward Yingxi, yet they could not match the velocity of his attack. With a swift motion, he brandished his bone blade forward, targeting Tang San. Tang San did not summon the Haotian hammer, but instead retreated swiftly. However, Yingxi's intention was to force Tang San back. Placing one hand on the ground, he captured Tang San's blood in his grasp. The fourth soul skill, Mimicry. The 10,000-year soul ring ascended slowly, causing Yingxi's form to swell. His lustrous black hair rapidly transformed to blue. As Tang San observed this transformation, a sense of foreboding gripped him. An abundance of blue-silver grass surged towards Yingxi to bind him, yet Yingxi did not evade, allowing Tang San's blue-silver grass to ensnare him. Tang San repeatedly commanded the blue-silver grass to deploy its venomous spikes, yet there was no response. Having absorbed Tang San's blood, Yingxi had gained access to 2 of his martial souls, endowing him with a degree of control over blue-silver grass. However, while he could not manipulate it to attack Tang San, the same was true in reverse. Tang San could not employ blue-silver grass to assault Yingxi. In that moment, Yingxi slowly extended his right hand, revealing a Haotian hammer. Is this the Haotian hammer? Is he also a disciple of the Haotian sect? Emperor Xia gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene between Yingxi and Tang San, his expression rife with confusion. It must be a replication of martial soul ability. Never did he anticipate it could be replicated to such an extent. Ning Fengzhu murmured softly, his expression laden with complexity, assisting Yingxi in eliminating Tang San. He pondered whether this choice was right or wrong. Nearby, Sanatho sensed something amiss. Was Yingxi not aligned with the Spirit Hall? How then did he become entwined with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect? However, the two titled Douluo from the Elder Hall had approached him recently, compelling him to trust the judgment of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 155, The Golden Sacred Dragon. What a pity. The Haotian hammer is nothing more than this. Yingxi's lips curled into a smile laced with malice as he struck down with a single hand, hammering fiercely onto the Haotian hammer, which crumbled like parchment into countless particles. The powder formed from the Haotian hammer swiftly coalesced into the bone knife held by Yingxi, gradually emanating a metallic texture coupled with hints of lightning. This marked the activation of his fourth soul skill, Zhao Mao Hua Hu, which allowed him to alter the opponent's martial soul according to his own characteristics, enabling it to adapt to Yingxi himself. Following the conclusion of the battle and the demise of Tang San, Yingxi would eternally possess this martial soul. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Yingxi before him. Astute as he was, he quickly discerned Yingxi's capabilities. With the revelation of his second martial soul, the need for concealment had vanished. With a solemn expression, Tang San waved his hand, and the Haotian hammer materialized instantly in his grasp. Its two crimson 10,000-year soul rings dazzling to the eyes of all present. De Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu gazed on with tears brimming in their eyes. Yet they bit down hard to suppress any signs of vulnerability. This was no jest, whether it was the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengzhi, or Salus. Everyone was astounded by this 10,000-year soul ring. In the realm of the continent, only a select few possessed such a rarity: Tang Hao, Bibi Dong, and Qian Dalu. As for Tang Chun and Poseidon, they had long since faded from the public eye. The appearance of a 10,000-year soul ring on a mere soul zone was truly astonishing. With a cold chuckle, Yingxi activated the soul rings of his second martial soul. A black and gold soul ring alongside a rose gold soul ring appeared above his head, setting the stage for a monumental clash, a battle destined to be etched in history. Cheers, gasps, and exclamations filled the air, presenting a spectacle most would never witness in their lifetime. Was this the hidden power of Yingxi? Even the members of the Glory Squad were taken aback, having not anticipated Yingxi's possession of a second martial soul and two such extraordinary soul rings. Let my Haotian sword test your Haotian hammer, Yingxi murmured softly, as magma erupted beneath Tang San's feet, but Tang San deftly evaded it with his ghostly shadow steps. Yingxi, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique, was relentless, swinging the Haotian sword down again and again, each strike imbued with the force to cleave mountains. The Haotian hammer clashed with the Haotian sword, causing the ground beneath Tang San to shatter inch by inch. Yingxi's two soul rings did not grant him overwhelming offensive soul skills, while Tang San's soul skills were terrifying, capable of draining his entire soul power in an instant. Thus he refrained from using them recklessly. War Domain. The black and gold soul ring above Yingxi's head suddenly radiated, unleashing an invisible domain power that rippled outward. This was a domain. All soul masters who recognized its significance gasped in astonishment. How many possessed a domain? Even the vast majority of title Douluo lacked such a capability, as it was exceedingly rare to attain unless one's martial soul reached a certain level. The war domain instantly suppressed Tang San's combat power by 10% while enhancing Yingxi's by the same amount. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck by the Haotian sword, causing the ground beneath him to fracture, and his legs buckled as he struggled to maintain his stance. Blue-silver domain. As Tang San regained his composure, he activated the blue-silver domain, momentarily stiffening Yingxi's movements. Third soul skill, Duankong. An intangible Duankong shield manifested before Yingxi, firmly absorbing the impact of Tang San's Haotian hammer. However, the shield shattered into countless fragments under the force of the Haotian hammer. The combined power of two 10,000-year soul rings pushing Tang San to the brink of his limits. Ingshi raised the Haotian sword to shield his chest. Yet the might of the Haotian hammer remained undiminished, striking hard against the Haotian sword, which bent slightly under the force. Before Ingshi could fully brace for the impact, Tang San unleashed his chaotic cloak hammer method. The second strike followed swiftly, causing Ingshi to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The Haotian sword's attack power was formidable, yet its weight could not compare to that of the Haotian hammer. Coupled with the overwhelming force of the chaotic cloak hammer method, it was a burden too great for Ingshi to bear. Third strike. The Haotian sword slipped from Ingshi's grasp, and a torrent of blue-silver vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Tang San's calves in an attempt to hinder his movements. Yet, it was futile. Tang San, as the blue-silver king, wielded the blue-silver emperor's bone, granting him unparalleled control over the blue-silver grass, far surpassing Ingshi's efforts. Merely achieving self-preservation had become a considerable challenge. War mode. The second skill of Ingshi's first soul ring activated, enveloping his body in layers of bone, forming an invisible armor. Fourth strike. Ingshi narrowly evaded the blow using Lingbo Weibu, but Tang San's ghostly shadow steps were equally adept, relentlessly pursuing him with the Haotian hammer. The fourth strike landed again, shattering much of Ingshi's armor. His internal energies were in complete disarray. "You are indeed powerful." Ingshi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly. However, Tang San uttered not a word, charging towards Ingshi once more, refusing to grant him even a moment's respite. Ancient Sacred Dragon awakened, summoned the Divine Guardian. A bone pearl within the Haotian sword shattered, revealing a trace of the golden Sacred Dragon's bloodline that had coalesced within Yu Shaojiang. With the aid of potions and the summoning of the Divine Guardian, Ingshi could call forth the golden Ascending Dragon. This was the progenitor of dragons, the golden Sacred Dragon. Yu Tianxin, the captain of the Thunder Academy, gazed in astonishment at the phantoms emanating from Ingshi, his hands instinctively tightening. Although the blue lightning tyrant dragon was renowned as the strongest beast martial soul, it was overshadowed by the higher existence of the golden Sacred Dragon. That was the true apex of the dragon lineage, capable of dominating all dragon species, snake species, and 99% of beast martial souls. As the figure of the golden Sacred Dragon manifested, all beast martial soul masters within the Grand Soul Arena felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Chapter 156. Explosion of Rings. The golden Sacred Dragon, akin to the previous Centaur King, was constructed from countless rays of golden light, with Ingshi positioned at the dragon's brow. While the golden Sacred Dragon was indeed powerful, its strength was ultimately finite and merely a phantom. Tang San raised the Haotian hammer, aiming it at Ingshi, his gaze devoid of malice, exuding only calmness. "Is that so?" Ingshi's lips curled into a smile, for he had several trump cards up his sleeve. "Great Shura God, grant me a soul ring for my advancement." Yingxi aura surgir rapidement, breaking through the 50-level barrier in the blink of an eye. She has utilized all the third-level soul power in the Divine Soul Ring he had previously preserved. Applying them here is certainly not a waste. Are you out of your mind? Absorbing a soul ring requires absolute silence. Ingshi did not respond to Tang San, but a gentle laughter echoed in the air. On the viewing platform, Ning Fengji gazed at the soul ring that suddenly appeared above Ingshi's head, muttering to himself. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is distractedly controlling it. Indeed, with the golden Sacred Dragon safeguarding Ingshi's body, there is no so-called soul shock from the Divine Soul Ring. It merely observes Ingshi's physical limits. Once he absorbs the soul ring, not only will he acquire an additional soul skill, but all his statuses will also be fully restored. This implies that if Ingshi can awaken before absorbing the soul ring, it will signify his victory. Of course, Ingshi's capabilities extend beyond this. Within the Fortune Mall, there exists a soul ring absorption acceleration card that can hasten the speed of his absorption. "You are courting death." Tang San's composure finally faltered, as a series of events made him acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Chaotic Cloak. Tang San swung the Chaotic Cloak and struck fiercely at the head of the golden Sacred Dragon. However, the dragon, composed of energy, remained unshaken, retaliating with an energy beam that forced Tang San back. In the blink of an eye, the fifth soul ring above Ing Shi's head transformed from white to yellow. Gritting his teeth, Tang San realized that his chaotic cloak technique was still not sufficiently refined, allowing him to execute at most 36 strikes, but at that point, he would inevitably be drained. Yet, there was no room for choice. Only one person could emerge from the soul battlefield. A resounding dragon roar erupted as the golden sacred dragon soared into the sky. Despair flickered in Tang San's eyes. He lacked the ability to fly. In the ensuing battle, the golden sacred dragon would continuously attack Tang San, depleting his soul power, until Ing Shi's status was fully restored. However, the height of the soul battlefield restricted the flight altitude of the golden sacred dragon. With a maximum altitude of merely 10 meters, and given the dragon's massive size, Tang San could leap and strike at the golden sacred dragon. Chaotic cloak. 17 strike. Tang San's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, yet he leaped high, bringing the Hao-Ian hammer down heavily upon the golden sacred dragon's waist. Ing Shi, amidst the absorption of the soul ring, also sensed a tremor. Though the golden sacred dragon was formidable, it was ultimately a fleeting force that could not be sustained for long. At this moment, the soul ring above Ing Shi's head had already reached the level of 10,000 years. Waves of soul power surged, continuously washing away Ing Shi's constraints. Yet his body was beginning to struggle under the pressure. The limit of Ing Shi's fifth soul ring was approximately 50,000 years. But having been previously injured by the Hao-Ian hammer, his condition was far from optimal. Meanwhile, the onlookers, engrossed in the spectacle, could no longer afford to hesitate. Following their planned course of action, Ma Hongjun stood at the back, condensing all his soul power into a sphere, which he slowly transmitted to Ning Rongrong, thereby enhancing her support abilities. Utilizing the fusion ring skill, she passed it to Duguyen, who in turn relayed it to Xiao Wu, and then to Meng Aran, finally infusing it into Yi Lingling's body. The nine-heart begonia in Yi Lingling's hand expanded significantly as it was imbued with immense soul power. A surge of vitality radiated from her, manifesting the true form of the begonia. The leader of the nine-heart begonia sect was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected application. However, manifesting the martial soul's true form not only required overwhelming soul power, but also necessitated one's mental strength as a foundation. Thus, Ing Shi had specifically gifted a 50,000-year spirit skull to Yi Lingling for her absorption. This was a request made to the affluent Qian Renshu, as the head spirit bones were far too precious for Ing Shi to acquire at that moment. The healing effects of a nine-heart begonia were instantly concentrated upon Ing Shi alone, mending the once chaotic meridians within his body. The speed at which he absorbed the soul ring became increasingly rapid. Absorbing the first 50,000-year soul ring posed no challenge. But the concern lay in how long Ing Shi could endure. The darkness of the fifth soul ring deepened, and Tang San's anxiety grew. Yet, despite executing the chaotic cloak technique up to the 17th strike, he could merely shake the golden sacred dragon. At this rate, even reaching the 36th strike would only manage to barely shatter the golden sacred dragon, at which point he would have to confront a fully restored Ing Shi. Exploding ring. A sudden resolve flashed in Tang San's eyes. He had previously heard Tang Hao mention some details about the exploding ring, but had never attempted it himself. With no other choice, he resolved to try it now, otherwise he would surely be dragged down. The first 100-year soul ring erupted instantaneously, transforming into countless soul powers that replenished Tang San. Chaotic cloak, 18 strike. Boom! This blow caused the golden sacred dragon's body to develop slight cracks, although they were healing. The golden hue of the dragon was waning. Tang San's combat prowess was astonishing, his offensive power reaching an indefensible level, compelling Ing Shi to stall. There's hope. Observing the cracks on the golden sacred dragon, Tang San's eyes brightened. He keenly sensed that the dragon was gradually weakening. 19th strike. Gritting his teeth, Tang San unleashed the 19th strike, and the golden sacred dragon emitted a pained cry, resembling a living being. Its massive tail swept powerfully, colliding with Tang San's hammer. causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the arena might collapse. The tail of the golden sacred dragon was shattered into a myriad of golden light particles by the Haotian hammer, and Ingshi understood that a direct confrontation was unwise. Although the golden sacred dragon was formidable, it ultimately derived from the body of the master from the 29th level. Thus its power was inherently limited. The golden sacred dragon ceased its resistance and soared directly into the air, attempting to evade Tang San's assault. Exploding ring, the second 10,000-year soul ring, signifying the awakening of the blue-silver king, erupted instantaneously, unleashing terrifying soul power that replenished Tang San's body once more. Coupled with the inherent soul power from the awakened soul ring, his soul power experienced a significant restoration. Chapter 157. The 100,000-year soul ring 10,000 years. At this point, the age of Ing-Shi's fifth soul ring had reached an incredible 70,000 years, and the power of the nine-heart begonia was fervently replenishing him. Ing-Shi's body was continually being ravaged by the tumultuous energy of the soul ring, yet the nine-heart begonia promptly repaired the damage, creating a cycle that incessantly augmented Ing-Shi's physical prowess. The third soul ring, observing that Ing-Shi was nearing his limit, Tang San could no longer afford any delays. The third soul ring detonated. The Haotian hammer, infused with terrifying thunder and power, struck upwards with ferocity, precisely hitting the golden sacred dragon in conjunction with his hidden weapon techniques. To protect the head of Ing-Shi, the golden sacred dragon had no choice but to block the thrown Haotian hammer with its recently restored tail. Yet this was just the beginning. At this moment, a series of blue-silver grasses lifted Tang San into the air, astonishingly allowing him to continue using the chaotic wind technique even after casting the Haotian hammer. Tang San's innate talent was truly terrifying. The fourth soul ring detonated. The chaotic wind hammer technique, the 30th strike. Tang San's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of an old duck's croak, yet the fearsome Haotian hammer was already upon him, unavoidable. The sacred dragon's essence. The true form of the sacred dragon. The color of the golden sacred dragon suddenly transformed into a pure golden hue, as if reflecting a moment of brilliance. All of his strength was concentrated into this one strike. The sacred dragon's true form collided violently with the Haotian hammer, and the terrifying energy fluctuations surpassed even the combat level of a soul emperor. The arena of the Great Soul Arena was continuously shattering, and several iron pillars nearby were slowly collapsing. 80,000 years. A trickle of blood flowed from Ing-Shi's lips as the turbulent soul power within him surged violently. Nevertheless, Ing-Shi gritted his teeth and endured, determined to possess a 100,000-year soul ring like Tang San. Unconsciously, Ing-Shi's eyes became bloodshot and the Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably. The explosion generated by the clash between the sacred dragon's true form and the Haotian hammer stirred up immense dust. However, the persistent energy fluctuations quickly dispersed the haze, and the body of the golden sacred dragon began to wither from the tail, transforming into countless specks of light scattered across the heavens and earth. Hee! Tang San let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the abyss. Yet at this moment, Ing-Shi was not in a much better state. Your time of death has come. Tang San's eyes glowed with an intense purple hue, beneath which lay a plethora of crimson. Ing-Shi remained seated in meditation, allowing himself to fall. The Haotian hammer swung once more, and Tang San's remaining soul power surged towards Ing-Shi. Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm, her gaze filled with terror. Susanoo, a skeletal form enveloped Ing-Shi once again, this time representing Ing-Shi's true power, his ocular technique. However, the Susanoo was perhaps still in its nascent stage, shattering upon mere contact. Yet it mattered not. Ing-Shi opened his eyes, and the Sharingan spun wildly. The original pattern almost indistinguishable. This was the culmination of his ocular technique, but upon closer inspection, one would find that Ing-Shi's eyes lacked any color, resembling a state of blindness. His consciousness was primarily focused on regulating the rampant soul power within him, and opening his eyes was merely to activate Susanoo. As Susanoo shattered, Another Susanoo enveloped Ingshi anew. Moreover, the previously solitary ribs were swiftly encased in flesh. As Susanoo evolved further, "Are you finished yet?" Tang San roared in fury, his countenance turning grim. This was already the third attempt. To this point, he still had not broken through. Another strike shattered the defense, yet it was futile. As Susanoo was rapidly evolving at an observable pace, its defensive power increasing swiftly. Tang San clenched his teeth. Detonation ring. The first red 100,000-year soul ring of the Haotian hammer instantly exploded, releasing the soul of the Titan Great Ape immediately. However, within mere minutes, the Titan Great Ape's soul would dissipate entirely from existence. The terrifying power of the 100,000-year soul ring surged into Tang San's body, causing blood to erupt from his arms and thighs, a result of the rampaging soul power. Yet the blue-silver emperor's leg bones continually healed Tang San's body, and unbeknownst to them, Ingshi and Tang San achieved an astonishing synchrony. At that moment, Susanoo reached its fourth form, just a step away from its complete state. However, Ingshi understood that the complete Susanoo could only be attained with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet this was not the end. Ingshi sensed the immense soul power within Tang San. His next strike would undoubtedly be earth-shattering, and to be caught would mean certain doom. Invocation of the Divine Guardian. In the instant Susanoo vanished, a phoenix enveloped Ingshi, immediately followed by Susanoo, akin to armor, encasing the phoenix's form. The black phoenix raised its head high, emitting a noble and elegant cry. The phoenix flapped its wings, soaring gently into the air. Retreat! Tang San suddenly hurled the Haotian hammer, and at that moment, the front half of his left elbow exploded into a mist of blood. However, almost instantly, Tang San's left arm began to visibly recover. Under the influence of the overwhelming soul power, repairing the body of a mere soul master was a trivial task. Due to the rampaging soul power within him, Tang San lacked the energy to aim accurately. Ingshi's phoenix narrowly evaded the pursuit of the Haotian hammer, which crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. This time, the stage was truly breached, collapsing rapidly, yet fortunately, it was less than 10 meters above the ground. The phoenix, emerging from the invocation, soared in the sky, continuously calling out and evading the strikes of the Haotian hammer. At that moment, Yi Lingling and the others fainted, exhausted from overexertion of their physical and spiritual strength. Xiao Wu barely managed to carry everyone away, using the last remnants of her soul power to escape the impending collapse of the battlefield. The Haotian hammer struck the barrier of the soul arena with immense force, sending ripples surging outward. Meanwhile, Ingshi's soul ring had reached an astonishing 99,900 years, just a hair's breadth away from the final step. Boom! The arena of the Great Soul Arena could no longer withstand Tang San's ferocity. Massive stones began to fall, and Tang San was forced down to the ground below. Simultaneously, Ingshi's soul ring transformed into a blood-red hue, 100,000-year soul ring achieved. Chapter 158. Narrow Victory Huang, Zi Hei Hei Hong. 5 soul rings slowly floated around Ingshi, who had now returned to peak combat condition. Ying Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, activating the soul absorption technique. Ingshi suddenly turned his gaze towards the Titan Great Ape. Titan Great Ape, you should know who I am. Do not resist. Ingshi transmitted this information telepathically to the Titan Great Ape, who nodded weakly, now too feeble to be of any use. Tianqing Yolong, you should know who I am. I can offer you refuge in exchange for your self-detonating soul ring. Ingshi gently descended to the ground, yet did not cancel the phoenix enveloping him. Upon hearing Ingshi's words, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. All this time, the Titan Great Ape and the Tianqing Yolong had been relatively compliant. But due to the forced self-detonation of the 100,000-year soul ring, they too sustained immense damage, and their control over their soul rings had plummeted to a freezing point. A resonant hiss of a serpent emanated from the soul ring atop Tang San's head. Moments ago, he had glimpsed Xiao Wu and witnessed the dissipating soul of the Titan giant ape being absorbed by Ingshi. Instead of gratifying his nemesis, he resolved to assist Xiao Wu's companion. for there might still be a chance for survival. At this moment, the last of his 100,000-year soul rings trembled violently. Tang San attempted to suppress it, yet the restless soul power within him incessantly constrained his spirit. Sur bonne technique, sur charge. During the battle, Ingshi had deliberately absorbed a head soul bone. Though it was merely 2,000 years old, it bestowed upon him a formidable skill. A torrent of soul energy coalesced into a concentrated point, hurtling towards Tang San with a fierce roar. Tang San swung the Haotian hammer, launching it toward Ingshi. The power of thunder, a manifestation of the heaven's vast essence, possessed a certain restraint against soul energy. Bang! Ingshi felt a jolt to his head, but forcefully activated soul charge once more. 3 soul charges surged forth, one of which finally broke through the blockade of the Haotian hammer and struck Tang San. However, knowing he could not evade it, a resolute glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. The blue-silver Emperor Spear, though a soul technique, was uniquely formed from his own bloodline, making it the only soul technique he could wield without the aid of Soul Ring. He infused all his soul power into the blue-silver Emperor Spear, executing the Tang sect hidden weapon technique, Bat Wing, Reincarnation. The spear split into 10, each tracing an arc as it shot toward Ingshi. Ingshi hastily maneuvered to dodge with the Phoenix, yet the Bat Wing Reincarnation attacks were inescapable, having calculated all of Ingshi's potential escape angles. Moreover, Ingshi had overexerted himself with the Susanoo today, rendering his vision a blur. Tang San let out a painful wail as the surging soul power within him spiraled out of control, even causing some of his internal organs to twist into disarray. Fortunately, the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone mitigated the damage. Otherwise, Tang San would have perished countless times already. Nevertheless, his eyes still glimmered with a violet radiance. 4 iron darts of varying sizes had inexplicably drawn near to Ingshi, colliding with one another, unleashing a torrent of penetrating steel needles that instantly engulfed him. Simultaneously, the blue-silver Emperor Spear severed Ingshi's left hand, which was flung aside by an unknown force, revealing 2 nerve-wrapped eyeballs within his palm. At that moment, Ingshi's eyes had turned into hollow, bloodied sockets, and his body was riddled with countless steel needles. His left hand, right leg, and part of his ear had been brutally severed by the blue-silver Emperor's Spear. Both were gravely injured. Ning Fengji gazed incredulously at Ingshi, questioning if all his preparations had merely led to mutual destruction. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Tang San's final soul ring detonated in an instant, tearing him into countless fragments with a horrific explosion of soul power that threatened to shake the entire arena. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Ingshi's body suddenly ignited, engulfed in black flames. His clothing rapidly disintegrated, revealing a blood-red pattern resembling a mythical bird. Just by looking at it, one could sense that the creature appeared almost alive. Indeed, this was the reasoning she sought the immortal phoenix from Dumbledore. Utilizing its blood to inscribe a magical array could grant him a second chance at life. However, the array's duration was severely limited, 3 months. Should it go unused during that time, it would be rendered futile, as the flames gradually consumed Ingshi's form, reducing him to a mound of ash. His body slowly reformed within the inferno. He summoned his martial soul, revealing no abnormalities. The black flowing gold soul ring of his bone martial soul and the rose gold soul ring, along with the 5 soul rings of the heavenly book martial soul, yellow, purple, black, and crimson, illuminated in succession. With the activation of the black flowing gold soul ring, Ingshi was enveloped in a golden robe, no longer bare. The Sharingan activated. The mist before him seemed ineffective against Ingshi, who could now perceive every corner of the arena. With waves of soul power surging, Ingshi directly absorbed Tang San's 3 soul bones into his grasp and opened a dimensional portal to cast them into the heavenly book martial soul. As Ingshi's soul guide had been incinerated, he had no means to utilize it. Thus, all that remained were his soul bones. With Tang San's demise, they naturally fell into Ingshi's possession, a fitting compensation given that Tang San possessed 200,000-year soul rings. Failing to acquire any soul bones would be unacceptable. Next, Ingshi seized the two eyeballs he had previously discarded and tossed them into the dimensional portal, alongside the soul of the Tianqing Yomang. At that moment, a gust of wind swept away the dust, revealing Yingshi's location. "Yingshi, you are still alive." Ning Fengji rushed to Yingshi's side, examining him with relief as he found him unscathed. If Yingshi had perished along with Tang San, Ning Fengji would have gained nothing, having offended both the Haotian sect and those surrounding Yingshi. "I possess a unique ability to evade death. Thus, I have survived." Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Yingshi casually reached out, channeling a surge of soul power to reclaim the soul bones he had cast aside earlier. 3 of the soul bones were of 5,000-year age, while the remainder was approximately 49,900 years, an exquisite gift for Ning Zhongzhu. Upon uttering these words, Yingshi presented all 6 soul bones to Ning Fengji. No, such valuable items are too much for me to accept. Ning Feng ti ethklaimet. Uncle Ning, my soul guides have all been destroyed. How can I carry them away? Besides, your assistance to me is far too significant to be repaid with mere gifts. Upon hearing Yingshi's words, Ning Fengji instantly comprehended his intent. Each of the 6 soul bones was over 10,000 years old, with 3 being 5,000 years old. Even some titled Douluo would covet such treasures. Yingshi could not retain them for himself, so rather than allow others to covet them, he preferred to gift them to Ning Fengji. "Then I shall not be polite." Ning Fengji promptly stored the soul bones within his soul guide. Yingshi briefly conversed with Ning Fengji before the phoenix swiftly descended and took to the skies. Not far from Tiando City, several titled Douluo were engaged in fierce combat. The sword Douluo, however, hesitated to strike, as battles among the top 3 sects were anything but straightforward. Thus, the battlefield relied on the 100,000-year true red-eyed black dragon as the primary force, while Douluo and the couple, the dragon and serpent, were tasked with containment. In his prime, Tang Hao would have had no fear of such encirclement, but now, his combat prowess had dwindled to merely half. As Yingshi rode the phoenix to the battlefield, Tang Hao's heart shattered. The soul battlefield could only accommodate one survivor. He understood all too well what that entailed. Yet he found it hard to accept this reality, for it represented his hope for vengeance, and more importantly, his son. "I will kill you." In an instant, the 3 remaining soul rings of Tang Hao detonated completely, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. Yingshi's expression remained unchanged. From the moment he arrived here, he had mentally prepared himself for this moment. The true crimson-eyed black dragon was a being he was destined to abandon. With only a few minutes left in the 1-hour control time, it was time for the true crimson-eyed black dragon to unleash its final embers. "Block him." The true crimson-eyed black dragon roared in fury. This strike would undoubtedly be Tang Hao's peak attack, and enduring it would either lead to its demise or grievous injury. However, the true crimson-eyed black dragon could not resist Yingshi's command. Yingshi cast his gaze toward 2 individuals not far away and slowly nodded at them. These 2 were the 6th and 7th elders of the Elder Hall, brothers who wielded the Panlong staff as their martial spirit. In an instant, they understood each other. Just as Tang Hao's Haotian hammer expanded to an unparalleled size, ready to strike the true crimson-eyed black dragon, the 2 of them appeared simultaneously behind Tang Hao. Tang Hao's mind had been disrupted, all hopes of revenge shattered, causing him to overlook the ambush from behind. They had not anticipated that so few titled Douluos would gather in this place. Both elders unleashed their 9th soul skills. Tang Hao's body, already burdened, was shattered into 2 pieces in an instant. The majestic Haotian hammer, which nearly obscured the sky, disintegrated into countless particles of light, dissipating into the world. The 6th elder hurriedly grasped Tang Hao's remains and forcibly extracted 2 soul bones from his body. Upon seeing the 2 elders, Douluo's expression changed slightly. But recalling Yingshi's earlier words, he quickly retreated to Yingshi's side. He remained vigilant against the 2 titled Douluos of level 95. A severely wounded Tang Hao had already put them in a perilous situation, and with these 2, there was not a shred of chance for victory. At that moment, Jianduo Chan Xen suddenly appeared beside Yingshi. He could not kill Tang Hao, but could eliminate the elders of the Spirit Hall. Although all three were titled Douluos of level 95, with Ning Fengji support, as well as the combat prowess of the two titled Douluos and a 100,000-year soul beast. Chen Xin had a firm assurance of victory. I say, you too, do you plan to take those two soul bones over 70,000 years from Tang? How, so easily? Ingshi stood atop the phoenix, coldly gazing at the 6th and 7th elders. What? Are you planning to offer the soul bones within your bodies as well? The 7th elder snorted dismissively, crossing his arms and regarding everyone with disdain. After all, this is the Tiando Empire. You two should not be too reckless. Although Tang Hao was expelled from the Haoyan sect, he is still one of its own. Are you from the Spirit Hall, truly going to kill him? Ingxi's words were directed at the citizens of Tiando City, making it clear that it was the Spirit Hall who sought Tang Hao's death, not him. As the conversation unfolded, Ning Fengji and several soul fighters of the Tiando Empire hastened to arrive. Witnessing the remains of Tang Hao in the hands of the 6th and 7th elders, fear flickered in everyone's eyes. Fengji, since we have encountered them, we might as well leave them all behind. It would provide an explanation to the Haoyan sect. Ning Fengji glanced back at the combat strength of the soul fighters present, including Douluo, the unparalleled dragon serpent, and Jianduo, along with the 100,000-year soul beast. He felt confident they could detain the two elders. Ning, I can hardly control the 100,000-year soul beast. Noting Ning Fengji's indecisive demeanor, Ingshi whispered to him, with Shui Yi the Great Emperor nearby. This was not only directed at Ning Fengji, but also meant for Shui Yi. Ning Fengji calculated briefly. Under his support, Jianduo, Chen Xin could deal with one elder. However, the gap between each level among titled Douluos was vast. Douluo was merely a level 92 titled Dalu, and the unparalleled dragon serpent could only contend with a titled Dalu through their martial spirit fusion technique. It was quite a stretch to fight a level 95 titled Dalu. Most importantly, if a 100,000-year soul beast went berserk within Tiando City, the losses would be catastrophic. The 6th and 7th elders exchanged glances, then transformed into streaks of light. Swiftly retreating. Your Majesty, Uncle Ning, I need to return to handle that soul beast. Ning Fengji nodded hurriedly, pulling Ingshi back to the Great Soul Arena. Ingshi waved at Lu Erlong. Under Ingxi's relentless training, Lu Erlong had swiftly advanced several levels within a year, reaching the rank of an 80th level soul fighter, perfectly poised to absorb a soul ring. Human, I will soon tear you to shreds. Ingshi glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained before the true crimson-eyed black dragon would break free. The dragon could even speak now. Yet, a cold smile crept across Ingxi's face. In my grasp, how could it possibly escape? The 100,000-year soul ring above his head manifested instantly, and Jian Shenexia, along with Douluo, gazed in astonishment at Ingshi, who possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. 5th soul skill, execution. Ingxi's intention was to have this true crimson-eyed black dragon sacrifice itself, with the target being Lu Erlong. However, after the sacrifice, the soul beast would entirely vanish, leaving nothing behind. Such a waste of the dragon's scales, a precious resource. Typically, a 100,000-year soul ring would endow 2 soul skills, but Ingxi's singular soul skill allowed for execution under complete control of the target. Ingshi coolly regarded the haughty, true, crimson-eyed black dragon before him, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Kneel, under absolute control. The true, crimson-eyed black dragon had no strength left to resist, helplessly bowing down as Ingshi placed his foot on its head. Execution, scale removal. Following Ingxi's instructions, Jian Chen Xin continuously infused soul power into Ingshi, ensuring he had sufficient strength. With a pained roar, the true crimson-eyed black dragon cried out, its skin swelling as if shedding, scales gradually peeling away. Execution, skin removal. The 100,000-year soul ring shimmered once more, and the dragon's skin, resembling a rolling curtain, was gradually stripped away before everyone's eyes. The true crimson-eyed black dragon's vibrant flesh was exposed, a sight that horrified onlookers. Execution, bloodletting. With a wave of his hand, torrents of dragon blood sprayed forth like columns of water, directly filling several large wooden barrels nearby. Finally, bone removal. Several ribs of the true crimson-eyed black dragon were forcibly extracted, bringing it to the brink of unconsciousness from pain. Yet it was not over. Seeing time drawing near, Ingshi pointed at Lu Erlong with one hand and commanded, "I order you to sacrifice. Designate the external soul bones and obliterate your own soul." The true crimson-eyed black dragon's pupils constricted suddenly, but before it could unleash a roar, its entire body transformed into a streak of light, rushing into Lu Erlong's body. A scarlet soul ring pulsated rhythmically around Lu Erlong's body. Due to Ingshi's intervention, the battle could not proceed today. However, no one on the field made a move to leave, even if they could not be driven away. 100,000-year soul beast was dismembered before everyone's eyes. An experience that defies description. As it was a sacrificial act, the time consumed was brief. After a minute or two, Lu Erlong once again opened his eyes. He gently clenched his fist, and a magnificent dragon fire erupted from his hand. Although the combat prowess of the scarlet-eyed black dragon was not exceedingly high, it was an ancient species comparable to the Titan great ape. The soul ring of the scarlet-eyed black dragon was sufficient for Lu Erlong's martial soul to undergo an evolution. His martial soul was already a mutated fire dragon, infused with a hint of lightning attribute. However, after absorbing the soul ring, Lu Erlong's dragon fire transformed entirely into dark flames, devoid of any lightning attribute. This transformation was advantageous for soul masters, who sought the power of mechanisms rather than diversity in attributes. Simultaneously, a tangible dragon wing manifested behind Lu Erlong, a gift from the scarlet-eyed black dragon in the form of an external soul bone. Additionally, the scarlet-eyed black dragon also released 2 soul bones, one for the left arm and one for the right. Lu Erlong unhesitatingly handed over both 100,000-year soul bones to Ingshi, at which point all eyes were drawn to this moment. 100,000-year soul bones were the pinnacle of existence, coveted by countless individuals. Ingshi pondered briefly before directly passing both soul bones to Douluo. "Bo, young man, I appreciate your goodwill, but having the same person absorb the same soul ring will maximize the effects of the soul bones." Ingshi smiled and shook his head, responding, "Director Lu Erlong, I have my own plans. These 2 soul bones are given to you because they are highly compatible with you. Your attribute is poison, while the scarlet-eyed black dragon possesses both dark and fire attributes, making your toxins fall under the category of darkness. After merging these 2 soul bones, you could transform your toxins into something akin to toxic fire, undoubtedly elevating your combat strength to a higher realm. Furthermore, possessing 1 external soul bone is already ostentatious enough. With the addition of 200,000-year soul bones, Director Lu Erlong will inevitably face countless assassination attempts in the future. Douluo contemplated for a moment before nodding with deep emotion. Ingshi then turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji, summoning the Haoyan sword from within. After Ingshi slew Tang San, the Haoyan sword had become his martial soul, but due to being dragged down by Tang San at that moment, Ingshi would likely have invoked his final measure had it not been for the bloodline of the Phoenix. Thus, by a series of coincidences, the Haoyan sword had become a separable martial soul. "Uncle Ning, this is a martial soul I refined using the divine power of the Shura God, my own bones, and the Haoyan hammer. Absorbing it should allow you to reach level 80, serving as a reward for your assistance." Ning Fengji's eyes instantly lit up, though a bitter smile crept upon his lips. This Haoyan sword was forged with Tang San's martial soul, and merging it would mean irreconcilable conflict with the Haoyan clan. However, Ning Fengji found it impossible to refuse such a gift. If successful, given his talent, he could very well become a title Douluo. At that time, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would boast 3 title Douluo, undoubtedly achieving great renown. This was precisely why Ingshi chose to bestow the Haoyan sword upon Ning Fengji. Though Ingshi similarly lacked offensive means, his level was already established, and he would not see significant improvements in the short term. In contrast, if entrusted to Ning Fengji, his capabilities could swiftly elevate him to the level of a title Douluo. Ning Fengji had been stuck at level 79 for an indeterminate number of years, with his soul power accumulating to a terrifying degree. Envisioning a title Douluo-level individual possessing strong self-defense capabilities was a remarkable concept. Ingshi then turned his attention to the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, who were gazing at him eagerly. He whispered in their ears, 2 5,000-year soul bones, 1 7,000-year soul bone, at least one of which is from a subdragon species. Ingshi did not possess these soul bones, but the spirit hall did. The 2 7,000-year soul bones belonging to Tang Hao were actually Ingshi's, as Qianren Xue had promised them to him, which emboldened Ingshi to boast once more. First, he borrowed a soul guide from Jian Xinshin, placing all the materials inside. Chapter 161, The Gift. Accompanied by Douluo. Ingshi then went to the lounge to find Yi Lingling. Ingshi was now undeniably the center of attention. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, so he must exercise utmost caution. To aid herself, Yi Lingling activated her martial soul's true form, which took a significant toll on her body. Although she had prepared beforehand, it was still a considerable drain on her vitality. Thus, Ingshi needed to compensate her accordingly. "Old poison, please wait for me here." Douluo nodded, saying nothing, merely casting a sharp gaze over all the surrounding soul masters, warning them not to harbor any ill intentions. Pushing open the door, Ingshi slowly walked into the lounge. "Thank you all for this. I've prepared the gifts, and you will receive them shortly." No, boss, we really haven't done anything." The chubby one quickly shook his head, not wishing to accept Ingshi's gifts, as he felt he had already received enough from him. "A 1,000-year soul bone is nothing to refuse, but I suggest you don't absorb it yourself. The age is too low. You might as well sell it." The others were more amenable, but Jing Ling and Huang Yuan's expressions shifted in an instant. A 1,000-year soul bone, although such a soul bone is of lower quality, is still a soul bone. Selling it could yield tens of thousands of gold soul coins. After a brief discussion, Ingshi asked the others to leave, leaving only himself to care for Yi Lingling. As he watched the others exit, Ingshi retrieved the blue-silver emperor's leg bone from his Tian Shu martial soul. The blue-silver emperor's leg bone exhibited remarkable effects, especially for battle-oriented individuals. Its endurance was essential for everyone. However, Yi Lingling was equally suited for this soul bone. The blue-silver emperor's leg bone could regenerate severed limbs, and Yi Lingling's ability was inherently healing. Coupled with her external soul bone, the Tianqing vine, this amalgamation signified a qualitative transformation for her. After integrating the blue-silver emperor's soul bone, Yi Lingling's healing abilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, and it would not be long before she could achieve the capability of limb regeneration. Gazing at Yi Lingling's face, which resembled that of a sleeping beauty, Ingshi felt a surge of tenderness. Channeling his soul power, he guided the blue-silver emperor's leg bone to gradually merge with Yi Lingling's body. As both were botanical entities, there was no conflict between them. The fusion process proceeded smoothly, and Ingshi could even sense Yi Lingling's soul power rapidly increasing. However, perhaps due to her need for nourishment, Yi Lingling only reached the peak of level 43 before her growth halted. However, Yi Lingling's originally pale complexion had taken on a much rosier hue, and her soul power had stabilized significantly. It is believed that with a bit more time for recuperation, Yi Lingling will fully recover without any lingering effects. Observing that Yi Lingling was doing well, Ingshi finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. The completion of the 5th trial of the Shura God awarded him a soul power level, and the 6th trial in the City of Slaughter resulted in a 20 consecutive victory, granting him a 10% affinity with the Shura God power. The situation he had long feared had indeed come to pass. He had wished to avoid Tang Chun, but it now seemed unavoidable. Ingshi was currently in a relatively safe position, yet after achieving 20 consecutive victories, that 10% affinity with the Shura God would become a harbinger of doom for him. Tang Chun was a level 99 title de law, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Even if Ingshi sought the assistance of Qian Dalu, victory would still be uncertain. As he pondered, Ingshi suddenly recalled his external soul bone, the life seed. The life seed was an item formed from the essence of soul beast that had lived for 100,000 years. Given enough time, it could revert to its original form. Was it possible that Ingshi could use the life seed to create a clone of himself? He could send the clone to the city of slaughter to accomplish tasks he had no time for. However, the immediate priority was to stabilize the enraged Tang Xiao. Ingshi remembered that several elders of the Haoyan sect had repeatedly requested the sect to intervene again. Although he was uncertain of the current state of the Haoyan sect and how many title Douluo they possessed, it was wise to remain cautious. Yet, the time was not right. Ingshi needed to wait until Douluo finished absorbing the soul bones before taking action. Publicly slaying a disciple of the Haoyan sect who might ascend to godhood, while exposing his own potential for divinity, could provoke dangerous reactions from others. Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujin remained by Ingshi's side, unwilling to leave him for a moment. With their presence, even a typical soul Douluo would struggle to contend with them. Although it took a single breath to absorb 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Douluo did not take too long. An hour later, when Ingshi saw Douluo again, he had advanced to level 94. At the title Douluo level, each increase was no longer merely a boost in soul power, but required a certain level of comprehension. During the absorption of the soul bones, Douluo entered a remarkable state, and the immense soul power provided by the bones allowed him to ascend 2 levels. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I must sincerely thank you this time, Douluo exclaimed, striding in with a smile. The leap from level 92 to 94 was a significant breakthrough, one that many could only dream of achieving in their lifetime. All right, old poison, my things are not so easily taken. You might even need to pay with your life. Old poison shot Ingshi a glare, admonishing him for speaking such ominous words, and declaring he would see how to deal with him later. Now that you have completed the absorption, let us set off quickly. There is much to be done. Ingshi clapped his hands, and a figure clad in black swiftly emerged from the shadows. My lord, the target is preparing to leave Tiando City, accompanied by 2 soul emperors and 3 soul kings. Old poison, did you hear that? Prepare to depart. Ingshi commanded. The target? Douluo, having cultivated to this level, was no fool and instantly understood whom Ingshi referred to. In today, as Tiando City, aside from Tang Yuehua, who else could have such a close relationship with the Haoyan sect? Are you planning to act against the Haoyan sect so soon? Douluo hastily pulled Yink in iced, lowering his voice as if fearful of being overheard, revealing how terrifying he perceived the Haoyan sect to be. I have prepared a grand gift to present to them in the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. A gift? I suspect it is the kind that could take lives. Ingshi said with a faint smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. What are you planning to do? Ingshi smiled slightly, but refrained from elaborating. Chapter 162. Ascension to Kingship. Although Ingshi had temporarily departed, the atmosphere within the Great Soul Arena remained electric with excitement. Following such a significant event, no one was willing to leave. They all wished to witness the ensuing developments. In the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition, killing was strictly prohibited, yet Ingshi had brazenly slain Tang San before everyone's eyes, seemingly premeditated. It was uncertain how the Tiando Empire would resolve this situation. Meanwhile, on the way back to the palace, Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, sought out the Snow Knight Emperor. Father, how do you intend to deal with Ingshi? The Snow Knight Emperor regarded Shui Qinghe with interest, having heard of her multiple encounters with Ingshi. Have you managed to recruit Ingshi? Qian Renshua's eyes instinctively narrowed slightly as she respectfully replied, Not yet. Although my previous attempts at recruitment were unsuccessful, he does not harbor ill feelings towards our Tiando Empire. Absence of ill feelings does not equate to support. Mere neutrality is insufficient. Shui Qinghe quickly nodded in agreement. Accepting her father's lesson, who do you think should be supported more, Ingshi or the Haoyan sect? Shui Qinghe raised her head slightly. Naturally, she wished to support Ingshi without hesitation, but as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, she feigned a moment of contemplation. The Haoyan sect has always subtly supported the Star Luo Empire. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful now, if we can support Ingshi until he ascends to godhood, perhaps everything will change. That could be the moment our Tiando Empire unifies the world. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with ambition. her aspiration being to pacify the realm. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded in approval. The Haotian sect had never truly aligned with the Tian-Do Empire. If they could win Shi over, it would mean antagonizing the Haotian sect. After all, in the Snow Knight Emperor's mind, the Haotian sect had only two titled Douluo, and now one had perished outside Tian-Do City. The remaining one was not to be feared, especially since Tang Hao had fallen to the Spirit Hall, leaving room for negotiation. What do you think about the ascension to kingship? Xue Qinghe nodded eagerly, praising, Father, your wisdom is unmatched. However, it is best for him to choose his own title. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow and looked at Xue Qinghe. His eyes filled with inquiry. With Shi's talent, even if he does not ascend to godhood, he will likely become one of the most elite titled Douluo. It is worth the effort to attract him with a royal title. However, once he ascends to godhood, he will be a deity above and a king of the underground empire, which could be troublesome. Although Shi might not care about these matters, the debt of gratitude is not easily forgotten. I fear he may seek retribution in the future. Conversely, if we allow him to choose his title, it might slightly diminish his dignity, but compared to the potential benefits, those concerns are trivial. The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze narrowed as he began to contemplate Xue Qinghe's words carefully. Given the normal pace of cultivation, he would likely not witness Shi's ascension to godhood, so his focus should be on preparing for the next emperor, Xue Qinghe. Although Xue Qinghe's talent for cultivation may not be exceptional, his extensive experience in handling state affairs has endowed him with a commendable understanding of politics and national policy. Given this, let it be as you wish. However, Wang Hao has allowed Shi to choose for himself. There is no need for the common populace to be privy to the decisions of others. The emperor of the Xue dynasty cast a warning glance at Xue Qinghe, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable meaning. Soon, the news of the emperor personally bestowing the title of Qin Wang upon Shi spread rapidly. And as the youngest person ever to be granted such a title, Shi's name resonated throughout the Xue dynasty. If the previous divine ranks seemed too distant for the ordinary people, the term Wang felt particularly tangible. Outside Tian-Do City, Tang Yuehua hastily led 5 disciples of the Hao Tian sect toward a nearby forest. Hurry, we must move quickly. As Tang Yuehua's soul power had not yet reached the 10th level, she had to rely on others for support to increase her speed. In that moment, she lacked the elegance she once possessed. Her splendid garments were wrinkled, and her hair appeared disheveled due to the wind and dust. Tang Hao was a rare prodigy of the Hao Tian sect, the most gifted talent since Tang Qin. Unfortunately, due to the troubles with Ayin, he was first pressured by the Wuhuan Palace, and after finally having a son as talented as Tang San, he was ultimately slain by Shi. Alas, how did it come to this? Yuehua Jie, on the Hao Tian sect's Soul King side. This group had supported Tang Hao and awaited his return, hoping that the dual stars of Hao Tian could once again shine brightly. At the mention of Tang Hao, a hint of desolation crossed Tang Yuehua's face, her eyes reddening as if tears could fall at any moment. She wiped her eyes, striving to calm her emotions. There is no need to dwell on such matters. What is most important now is to relay this news back to the sect. With the sudden appearance of 2 elders from the Wuhuan Palace and Shi's evident targeting of Tang San, it is clear that the Hao Tian sect has already been entangled in this scheme. You speak the truth. The Hao Tian sect has indeed been drawn into this. At that moment, Shi appeared before Tang Yuehua and the others, riding a phoenix. Tang Yuehua's expression darkened upon seeing Shi's face, but when she noticed Douluo beside him, she could not help but grit her teeth. Douluo was one of the few titled Douluo of this generation and had recently acquired 2 pieces of 100,000-year-old spirit bones, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Even without those spirit bones, he would still be far beyond their capacity to resist. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Hao Tian sect? I have always been your irreconcilable enemy. Do you not find such a statement childish? The disciples of the Hao Tian sect, though aware of their disadvantage, bravely summoned their martial spirits, preparing for a final struggle. Before Douluo could finish his words, a significant surge of soul power erupted, as over 100 cavalrymen from the Royal Knights appeared in the sky. The Royal Knights were the most formidable legion of the empire, each member possessing the ability to fly, with soul power levels that were quite formidable. However, only the Shui Emperor had the authority to summon the Royal Knights, and even the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe could not command them. How could they have arrived here? As Ingshi furrowed his brow in confusion, a familiar voice reached his ears. I wonder what the Qin Wang and Duge Gongfeng are doing here. Ingshi exchanged glances with Duge Bo, both astonished that Tang Yuehua had a trump card capable of summoning the emperor of the Shui dynasty. However, this development could lead to complications. Your Majesty, do you know who I just killed? The Shui emperor's brow furrowed slightly, realizing what Ingshi was implying. There is no need to worry about that. Tang Hao was expelled from the Hao Tian sect years ago, and moreover, he died at the hands of the Wuhuan Palace. Our Shui dynasty will assist you in communicating with the Hao Tian sect. Ingshi smiled faintly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Thank you for your kind offer. Your Majesty, may I request a conversation with Miss Tang Yuehua? A radiant smile graced Ingshi's face, sincere and earnest. Your Majesty, upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua grew anxious. Knowing that Ingshi had brazenly slain Tang San in front of everyone, she understood the extent of his audacity. Surrendering herself to Ingshi was fraught with uncertainty. Whatever it is, Prince Qin, you may speak here. I assure you it will not be relayed to others. Ingshi's expression darkened completely. It seemed the Shui Emperor was resolute in protecting Tang Yuehua. Old Toxin, kill. Duge Bo looked at Ingshi with disbelief. Anyone who dares obstruct my path to divinity shall meet with merciless slaughter, and their entire lineage will be exterminated. Ingshi's demeanor transformed into one of ferocity, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. Duge Bo glanced at Ingshi and then at the horrified Shui Emperor, gritting his teeth resolutely. 9 soul rings appeared on Duge Bo's body, and a cold voice reverberated through the air. The 3rd soul skill, Bilin Mi Wujin. The Shui Emperor looked on in terror as Duge Bo's actions surpassed his expectations, causing his entire body to tremble. Duge Gongfeng, have you lost your mind? Duge Bo paid no heed to the Emperor's inquiry, instead gritting his teeth and addressing Ingshi. Little one, I have placed all my bets on you. Please do not let me down. The Shui Emperor anxiously glanced at several powerful individuals behind him, including a soul Douluo expert. The soul Douluo clenched his teeth, knowing that against the titled Douluo, he could only buy a few seconds with his life. He feared death, yet he had no choice but to act. Suddenly, a crimson light shot into the sky, exploding in a deep red firework. Quick, this is a distress signal, Ingshi exclaimed, retreating hastily. The battle between titled Douluos was beyond Ingshi's intervention. His presence would only hinder Duge Bo's performance. Duge Bo's soul power surged wildly, the Bilin Shahuang immediately manifesting. Empowered by the 2 pieces of 100,000-year-old spirit bones, the Bilin Shahuang evolved, with golden patterns emerging on its previously green form. The once ominously terrifying Bilin Shanao exuded a hint of righteous vigor. The Bilin Mi Huinjin was swiftly completed, enveloping the surroundings in a green toxic mist, forming a semicircular barrier that trapped the Shui Emperor and his companions within. Meanwhile, Jindo Luo and Ning Fengji abruptly turned back, staring at the red firework in the sky, momentarily stunned. In the imperial city of Tiando, the red firework signified a life-threatening situation for the royal family. Furthermore, this so-called royal family referred to the direct line, namely the Shui Emperor, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, and the 4th Prince Shuebeng. Jianshu quickly. The 7 treasures glazed tile, sect demands haste. The instantaneous surge of 80% dramatically escalated the speed of Jiandoluo to a terrifying level. Concurrently, crimson fireworks erupted in an instant, capturing the attention of the prince, Shui Qinghe. As Shui Qinghe gazed at the scarlet fireworks in the sky, his expression involuntarily shifted. The direct royal family was facing a life-threatening crisis. Aside from her, only the Emperor Shui Yi and Shui Beng remained. Within the Tiando Empire, Shui Beng had offended numerous individuals, yet few dared to take his life. Those who would dare to act must surely be affiliated with Qianren Xue. But she had not taken such actions recently. Thus, only two possibilities remained. First, that Emperor Shui Yi had been ambushed. Second, that Shui Bong sought to fabricate a murder scenario to intervene in the prince's contest. Ordinarily, the second scenario would be the most plausible, yet for reasons unknown. Qian Rinxue faintly sensed that the first was more likely. Two individuals are approaching. Quick, to the rescue! Qian Rinxue's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within. If Emperor Shui Yi had indeed been attacked, it could only have been orchestrated by the Xinghua Empire or the Spirit Hall. However, if neither of these factions were involved, only one person remained, Ying Shi. After all, Emperor Shui Yi had always had a Soul Douluo by his side, and forcing a Soul Douluo to call for aid would undoubtedly require multiple Soul Douluos or title Douluos. There were only a few title Douluos within the Tiando Empire: Douluo, the Poison Douluo, Jian Qinshin, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo. The latter two had no possibility of clashing with Emperor Shui Yi, while Douluo was currently closest to Ying Shi. With the assistance of Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jian Douluo's speed was remarkably swift. In less than 2 minutes, he had reached Ying Shi's location. At this moment, over 90% of the Tiando Empire's royal knights had perished, and that Soul Douluo was gravely wounded. Is this the Bai Lin mist formation? Jian Douluo Jian Qinshin stared in horror at the Bai Lin mist formation before him, utterly perplexed as to why Douluo would clash with Emperor Shui Yi. Jian Qinshin's fingers came together, forming a sword-like gesture. The immense sword aura coalesced with formidable soul power, crashing down upon the Bai Lin mist formation. In an instant, the formation was shattered by the soul power. Little one, this is dire. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji have arrived. Ying Shi's eyes narrowed. Increase your speed. Soul Bone skill, Dragon Fury. The soul power transformed through the soul bone into a dark green dragon flame. The dragon flame aimed directly at Emperor Shui Yi, as if it were poised to turn him to ashes in the next moment. Yet at that critical juncture, a massive sword interposed itself before Ying Shi, shattering the dragon fury. Ying Shi, what are you doing here? Ning Fengji looked at Ying Shi in disbelief. Given Ying Shi's current status, he was basking in an era of boundless glory and promising prospects. Why would he engage in such actions? Uncle Ning, I truly did not wish to meet you in this manner. A hint of mockery crept upon Ying Shi's face as he regarded Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, accompanied by a resigned smile. Chapter 164, Regicide, Part 2, Observing Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji. Ying Shi could not help but wear a wry smile. However, beneath the smile lay a profound seriousness. Ying Shi was uncertain whether Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji would choose him or Emperor Shui Yi, but he was acutely aware that Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly side with him. Qian Rinxue had 2 title Douluos by her side, both at level 95. If they could delay their arrival, Ying Shi would have the opportunity to reclaim the ultimate authority. Emperor Shui Yi, gripping Tang Yuehua, quickly approached Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji. The once imposing Emperor Shui Yi now appeared disheveled, his golden armor riddled with corrosive holes. Tang Yuehua was no better off, her splendid attire torn, revealing ample fair skin. Despite being middle-aged, her skin remained taut, akin to that of a young maiden. Ning Zhongzhu, Jian Douluo, I am aware of your close relationship with Ying Shi. Yet, how dare he openly attack me here? Such a crime is utterly unforgivable. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ning Fengji's face. Though not a tyrant, he was a competent ruler. He pondered the implications of their actions, prioritizing the interests of his sect. Although his friendship with Ying Shi was relatively new, the rapid development of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had exceeded his expectations, with its weaponry dramatically enhancing the combat capabilities of its direct disciples. With proper utilization, they could even slay countless Soul Kings. Furthermore, Ying Shi's status had changed significantly. Are you truly prepared to make an enemy of me? You both must know that if we are determined to flee, you cannot detain me. Jian Douluo found Ying Shi surprisingly agreeable in this situation, which he had not anticipated. He turned to Ning Fengji, awaiting his decision. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, glancing at the furious Emperor Shui Yi before looking back at Ying Shi. In this matter, Emperor Shui Yi was a quintessential example of being blinded by emotion. Ing Shi had delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Haotian sect in front of everyone. Even with the mediation of the Tiando Empire, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly retaliate against Ing Shi. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had recently acquired the Haotian sword, forged from the remains of Tang San, further complicating their enmity with the Haotian sect. To his astonishment, Emperor Shui, after just a few words from Tang Yuehua, sought to reconcile Ing Shi with the Haotian sect. Was that even possible? Furthermore, the most crucial point was that while Douluo might be unable to defeat anyone, it would be exceedingly challenging for a titled Douluo to kill him. Douluo, at level 92, had managed to preserve his life when facing the level 95 of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Now, having obtained 2 pieces of 100,000 years soul bones, his power had risen to level 94. Even with Ning Fengji's ultimate support, capturing Douluo would be arduous. His area damage capability could obliterate any sect or city, which was unacceptable to Ning Fengji. Considering this, Ning Fengji's expression shifted as he regarded Emperor Shui of the Tiando Empire. However, given that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was situated adjacent to the imperial city of Tiando City, he had to intervene. Yet, the extent of his intervention remained uncertain. If he deliberately allowed Ing Shi and Douluo to escape, Ing Shi's capabilities would undoubtedly discern his intentions. With a heavy sigh, Ning Fengji expressed his regret. Ing Shi, your talents are extraordinary. Why must you engage in such actions? However, since His Majesty has issued a decree, I must take action, Ning Fengji declared with grave seriousness. Seizing an opportune moment when Emperor Shui was distracted, he winked at Ing Shi and Douluo as if indicating something. Ing Shi instantly grasped Ning Fengji's meaning, but he felt a sense of reluctance. Douluo nudged Ing Shi with his elbow, seemingly inquiring about their course of action. Upon witnessing Ning Fengji's subtle gesture, Douluo's anxious heart was finally set at ease. As long as Douluo remains, his granddaughter Douluyen will be safe. On this day, even though the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, was seething with rage, he had to endure. Wait. Suddenly, Ing Shi raised a hand and turned to face Emperor Shui. Are you truly prepared to act against me for the sake of Tang Yuehua? Do you comprehend what it means to strike at me? It signifies that if I flee, I shall seek refuge with the withTwin temple, which will wholeheartedly support me, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Tiando Empire. Can you bear to see the century-old foundation of the Tiando Empire crumble in an instant? How will you confront the ancestors of your empire? Emperor Shui's countenance grew exceedingly grim, yet he had no path of retreat at this juncture. Your Majesty, sometimes even when wrong, it is the fault of the subjects. It was no longer a matter of whether he wished to acknowledge this error. The circumstances had shifted. When an emperor's authority wanes, those beneath him may rise with ambitions unbefitting their station. Shui clenched his fist, but with soul power exceeding level 40. He could not even contend with Ing Shi. At that moment, Shui Qinghe arrived with a dozen experts. Father Master, what has transpired? Upon seeing Shui Qinghe accompanied by a formidable entourage, Emperor Shui felt a slight relief, as long as he could detain Ing Shi and his companion. Despite the inevitable losses, it would reduce future threats, and he could exchange Ing Shi's head for the support of the Haotian sect. In time, the Tiando Empire would gain the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the most powerful auxiliary sect, and the Haotian sect, the foremost weapon spirit sect, making the annihilation of the withTwin temple and the Xingluo Empire a feasible endeavor. Hear my command. Seize Ing Shi's title of Qin Wang, usurp Douluo's position, and show no mercy. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Shui, the eyes of Prince Shui Qinghe changed instantly. Father, are you truly intent on this course of action? Qinghe, do you dare defy my command? Emperor Shui's voice was cold, his eyes narrowing with an undeniable authority. In a moment of panic, Shui Qinghe stepped forward, as if to kneel and offer a profound bow. However, the unexpected occurred. With a swift motion, Shui Qinghe drove a dagger through Emperor Shui's heart, leaving everyone in shock. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Sword Daw were equally stunned. Even Douluo was taken aback, while a satisfied smile graced Ing Shi's face. Qinghe, have you lost your senses? Ning Fengji gazed incredulously at Xue Qinghe. Previously, it had been rumored that the second and third princes had met their demise at his hands, yet now he dared to commit regicide. Xue Qinghe respectfully bowed to Ning Fengji and declared, "Master, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation." He then turned to his followers. Emperor Xue Yi was lured out by Tang Yuehua and assassinated by the Haotian sect, mortally wounded. Who has an issue with this? As he finished speaking, one of his soul masters revealed his martial spirit, as if to say that any dissenters would be dealt with severely. Those who followed Xue Qinghe were his true confidants. Yet a warning was still prudent. Yes, your highness, should we capture Lady Yu? Or rather, Tang Yuehua? Xue Qinghe turned his gaze towards Ying Shi, who spoke unabashedly. You may detain her for now. When the time comes, his highness shall interrogate Tang Yuehua. Xue Qinghe's subordinates exchanged glances, uncertain whether to heed Ying Shi's words. What the prince commands, I shall comply. Understood. As those around them departed, only 7 remained. Sword Douluo Jianshun, Ning Fengji, Douluo, Qinhuang Ying Shi, the soon-to-be Emperor Xue Qinghe, and 2 elders of the Wuhuan Temple. Observing the cleared surroundings, Ying Shi pulled Douluo to stand behind Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, how will you explain this situation? Ning Fengji's expression was exceedingly somber. As Xue Qinghe's mentor, he too would bear the weight of his pupil's actions. Should I disclose everything? Qian Rinxue turned to Ying Shi, seeking his counsel. Ying Shi nodded slightly. At this point, there was no longer anything to conceal. I deeply epalizais, sect masternin. I have deceived you. Deceived? In what manner? Just then, Xue Qinghe radiated a brilliant light, and his disguise was cast aside. Qian Rinxue, before everyone, transformed back into her true form, an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This is dire. The Tiando Empire is likely to face extinction. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Qian Rinxue, and I have impersonated Xue Qinghe for many years. These 2 are our esteemed elders of the Wuhuan Temple, both of whom are titled Douluo at level 95. The 2 titled Douluo position themselves to block Ning Fengji and Jianshun, leaving not only them, but even Douluo nearly speechless. What is the meaning of this? Ning uncle, Jian uncle, I must be frank. I have known Qian Rinxue for many years. In fact, I was one of the founders of the organization that orchestrated the assassination of Tang Hao, and it was I who summoned Qian Rinxue for this purpose. We have been colluding for many years. Ning Fengji's expression finally darkened. The ever-genteel man was now truly furious, though perhaps his anger was merely a facade. What, do you intend to eliminate us? Observing the murderous intent emanating from the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, Ying Shi could only shake his head in resignation. You are aware of my relationship with Rong Rong. Regardless of your choices, I will not act against you. I can only assure you both that what the Tiando Empire offers, the Wuhuan Empire shall equally provide. Wuhuan Empire? Is it established by the Wuhuan Temple? The current Wuhuan Temple indeed possesses such strength. As long as the 7 treasures glazed sect aligns with the Wuhuan Empire, they will endure as long as the Wuhuan Empire exists, and they shall stand as the most formidable auxiliary sect in the entire continent. Ning Fengji and Jian Chan exchanged glances. They were overwhelmed by the plethora of revelations they had received today, struggling to digest it all. The Tiando Empire was essentially finished. Since Qian Rinxue dared to lay her cards on the table, an avalanche of retribution would inevitably follow, and Xue Bing was likely already met with misfortune. Although the royal family of the Tiando Empire still had other branches, finding a figure capable of uniting them would prove challenging. In the ensuing power struggle for the throne, the Tiando Empire's national strength would undoubtedly suffer, while the 7 treasures glazed sect would be unable to participate. How would the Wuhuan Empire and the Tiando Empire coexist? Surely, the 2 empires could not merge. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ying Shi sensed an opportunity. Currently, within the Tiando Empire, there were 4 title law above level 95 from the Wuhuan Temple, along with a level 94 poison Douluo. If the 7 treasures glazed sect did not surrender, they would likely face immediate annihilation. The absence of direct action was likely a reflection of Ying Shi's influence. Why should they not? Is it not splendid to form the Wuhuan Empire by taking 2 characters from both the Wuhuan Palace and the Tiando Empire? The suggestion of selecting two characters from each left all present in a state of bewilderment. The Wuhuan Palace would take the characters for Wuhuan, while the Tiando Empire would take Empire. Is this not fair? Fairness indeed. The refined Ning Fengji silently cursed in his heart. Why not take Palace from Wuhuan Palace and Tiando from Tiando Empire, thus naming it Tiando Palace? At that moment, Qian Renxue could not hold back and let out a soft laugh. Picture it. His Highness, Prince Xue Qinghe, marrying the Saintess of Wuhuan Palace, Hulaina, with the bloodline passed down from the Tiando imperial lineage. It is not unreasonable for the Wuhuan Palace to gain a slight advantage in name. The notion of unfairness is laughable. Once Qian Renxue ascends the throne, she would likely endeavor to significantly weaken the imperial lineage of the Tiando Empire. Moreover, that so-called bloodline is merely a nominal connection. After several decades, it could be claimed that the imperial Wuhuan has mutated into that of the Wuhuan Palace. Eventually, the entire Tiando Empire would be entirely consumed by the Wuhuan Palace, leaving nothing behind. We have articulated our thoughts. I absolutely will not take action against Uncle Ning. However, I can only offer suggestions regarding the Wuhuan Palace without any control. At this point, Ingshi paused. Nevertheless, I hope both of you will give due consideration to Rongrong, the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Being the most powerful auxiliary spirit on the continent, sees countless soul masters vying to recruit a few of its members as breeding stock. The current tranquility is due to the pressures from both the Tiando Empire and the seven-treasure glazed tile school. And the demise of the latter would signify dire consequences that both of you understand. In such a scenario, Ning Rongrong would become a hunted stray dog, vulnerable to predation. And even I may not be able to protect her. While it is an exaggeration to say I could not protect her, harsh words must be spoken for Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo to take heed and persuade the remaining members of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, providing them with a reason to surrender. Chapter 166. A great gift. Having finished speaking, will you not spare us? The Sword Douluo, Jian Chun, narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly, watching the others warily. Your Highness, we... The Swordfish Douluo quickly stepped forward, whispering in Qian Renxue's ear. Qian Renxue did not respond immediately, but turned her gaze towards Ingshi. Ingshi slightly shook his head and spoke, both of you. My relationship with the Wuhuan Palace is merely one of cooperation. I can fend off the Wuhuan Palace once or twice, but I cannot withstand them thrice or 4 times. From what I know, there are likely more than 10 titled Douluo within the Wuhuan Palace. Such a formidable force could probably overwhelm the combined might of the 3 sects. Upon saying this, Ingshi stepped aside, opening the passage and gesturing for the two to proceed. Watching the retreating figures of the Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, Ingshi's brow furrowed slightly. Is Ning Rongrong under control? Qian Renxue stepped forward to stand alongside Ingshi and spoke. Has she not been controlled? Ultimately, she is your person, and I cannot act against her. As Ingshi spoke, he regarded Qian Renxue with some surprise, not expecting her to be so meticulous. Do you think Uncle Ning might? Qian Renxue gazed pensively at the departing figures, her tone tinged with melancholy. One cannot expect human beings to be devoid of emotion. Over the years, Ning Fengji has provided significant assistance to Xue Qinghe, although his aid was directed towards Xue Qinghe rather than towards Qian Renxue. Nonetheless, it leaves an uncomfortable feeling in one's heart. Uncle Ning is a wise man. There are at least 5 titled Douluo surrounding the seven-treasure city. If Uncle Ning does not wish for the seven-treasure glazed tile school to perish, he would not act foolishly. Moreover, I have extended the olive branch and outlined the benefits. Should Uncle Ning still refuse, I would have no further recourse but to spare their lives. The nearby titled Douluo looked at Ingshi in surprise. They had observed the relationship between Ingshi and Ning Rongrong, but were taken aback by the severity of Ingshi's stance. Yet, upon reflection, the seven-treasure glazed tile school is the second largest sect in the world, its overall strength even surpassing that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. After all, each soul master from the seven-treasure glazed tile school is paired with a powerful attack-type battle soul master, effectively doubling their numbers. Additionally, the seven-treasure glazed tile school is the only major sect that recruits external soul masters, making its power exceedingly formidable. Such a powerful threat, if not brought under one's control, must be eliminated. Using Ning Rongrong as leverage is my final concession. As Ingshi spoke, he waved his hand, dragging the trembling Tang Yuehua along, and departed with Douluo. Douluo still harbored some reservations towards the withTwin palace. Little one, you are quite bold today. What shall we do with Tang Yuehua? We cannot leave her here. If you dare to keep her, not only will Qian Rinxue turn against you, but I will as well. Ingshi discarded Tang Yuehua, whose combat prowess was too feeble to be a concern. He callously grasped her delicate chin. Leaning closer, he inhaled lightly. How to phrase it? The fragrance of a mature woman. What do you intend to do? Tang Yuehua looked at Ingshi in fear, struggling to free herself from his grasp, but to no avail. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuehua was already in shock, unable to fathom the many hidden intricacies involved. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire was actually affiliated with the withTwin palace, and the very Ingshi who had just clashed with the withTwin palace was likewise connected to them. Moreover, it appeared that the seven-treasure glazed tile school might also lean towards the withTwin palace. The Haotian sect was in trouble. Soul-seizing curse. Ingshi withdrew a magic wand from his soul guide and waved it gently at Tang Yuehua. Without much resistance, her eyes instantly glazed over. Ingshi then retrieved a map of the area surrounding Tiando City from his soul guide and laid it before Tang Yuehua, pinpointing the precise location of the Haotian sect. Is it? Tang Yuehua, in a dazed state, asked, taking the pen Ingshi offered and began sketching the route bit by bit. Soon, she had clearly outlined the location of the Haotian sect. This place is rather interesting. Douluo glanced over. The location was a perilous terrain, unexpectedly situated in such a treacherous area. Ingshi did not respond to Douluo's comment, but continued, aside from you few. Are there other members of the Haotian sect within Tiando City? Yes. Every 3 months, a procurement team from the Haotian sect comes to gather supplies, and there are a few disciples of the Haotian sect still within the city. Ingshi shook his head helplessly. Although he was mentally prepared, it still felt somewhat disheartening. Can you contact them? Yes. Tang Yuehua nodded in a daze. Are you planning to eliminate all the spies of the Haotian sect? Looking at Douluo, Ingshi slightly shook his head. If it were me, I would not place all my bets on one individual. Besai Tang Juhu. It is highly likely that the Haotian sect has other spies just well hidden. What then? If that is the case, it poses a significant problem. The occurrences of recent times will quickly reach the Haotian sect. Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. How many title Douluo are currently with the Haotian sect? Aside from Brother Hao, there are currently 4 title Douluo. The affectionate nickname for Brother Hao is indeed heartwarming. Old Poison, keep an eye on her for me. I will return shortly. Ingshi spoke, and in an instant, the heavenly book Martial's soul manifested in his hand, and the dimensional portal opened before him. Utilizing the key to this door, Ingshi immediately transported himself to his weapon factory. My lord, summon the supervisor at once. In the world of Harry Potter, Ingshi had established a significant presence, leaving a wizard in charge of nearly all his enterprises. My lord, what are your orders? Fill these spatial bags with fuel and explosives, Ingshi instructed, handing 6 bags, enchanted with the spell of infinite extension, to the factory supervisor. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback. The 6 bags possessed at least hundreds of cubic meters of space. The potential devastation of an explosion from such quantities was unimaginable. At this stage, it was exceedingly difficult for Ingshi to acquire nuclear weapons from nations possessing them. Hence he resorted to this method. 5 hours later, Ingshi returned once more to the Douluo continent, where Douluo awaited with Tang Yuehua. Old Poison, you haven't done anything to Tang Yuehua, have you? Douluo rolled his eyes in exasperation and scoffed. You really are incorrigible. Do not entertain thoughts about Tang Yuehua. I shall eliminate her, if necessary. No need. I am gifting a grand present to the Haotian sect. Chapter 167. Explosion. Tang Yuehua, covered in dirt and disarray, finally arrived at the Haotian sect's encampment, specifically the small village at its entrance. Despite possessing only a 9th-level soul power, her status within the Haotian sect was considerable, as she was the object of affection for countless disciples. Thus, upon entering the village, she was quickly noticed by several of the Haoyan sect as disciples. "Hey, is that Tang Yuehua?" One disciple elbowed a companion and whispered. The other disciple furrowed his brow, observing the distant figure, graceful yet soiled. But wait, didn't Tang Yuehua usually come with a crowd? Why is she alone today? We need to check. Anxiously, the disciples rushed forth, surrounding Tang Yuehua. Upon closer inspection, despite her dusty appearance and disheveled hair, it was indeed Tang Yuehua. "Tang Yuehua, what happened? Where are Hu and the others?" One disciple hurriedly approached, supporting her. "Quick, take me back to the sect." Tang Yuehua gasped, her tone urgent and her gaze dazed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the disciples swiftly carried Tang Yuehua toward the Haoyan sect's headquarters. Above them, Yingxi, Lu Erlong, and Douluo Bo stood upon the ethereal guardian, silently observing the unfolding events. The Haoyan sect was situated in an impregnable location. Without 100-fold military strength, it would be nearly impossible to conquer. It could be said that one man could hold the fort against 1,000. Watching the frantic movements of the Haoyan sect disciples, Douluo Bo could not help but click his tongue. Flying soul masters are exceedingly rare. If the Haoyan sect severed the chains connecting the peaks, they could cut off the only access point. After that, aside from flying soul masters, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to breach their defenses. In truth, had we not been pressed for time, we could have easily dispatched an army to besiege the Haoyan sect. Although they have built their sect in a natural fortress, they still rely on external supplies for sustenance. Once we sever all connecting chains, they will be like trapped beasts, finding escape nearly impossible. Hearing Yingxi's analysis, Douluo Bo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Haoyan sect, while renowned as the foremost martial soul sect, possesses little flying capability among its ranks. Even if they are titled Douluo, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Patience. Once the gift arrives, we shall cut off their escape routes. What exactly are you preparing? You are so mysteriously secretive. Douluo Bo remarked. Yingxi merely smiled, not offering a direct response. Rest assured, it is a grand gift. You shall soon see. The path leading to the Haoyan sect was treacherous, with countless perilous routes. Without a soul power of at least level 40, ascending was nearly impossible. Finally, after considerable effort, the disciples returned to the Haoyan sect's headquarters, carrying Tang Yuehua. Upon learning that all of Tang Yuehua's guards had perished and that the layout of Tiando City was in complete disarray, several elders hastened to the scene. "Yuehua, quickly, tell us what transpired." Tang Yuehua's expression momentarily blanked before transitioning to sheer terror as she stammered, Lan. Just uttering that single word caused her to clutch her head in agony, and her heart-wrenching scream resonated painfully in the air. "What Lan? Speak. Fourth elder, be quiet." Tang Xiao snapped, slamming the table in anger before turning to Tang Yuehua with a gentle tone. "Yuehua, please remain calm. Blue lightning. Blue lightning? What about blue lightning? The blue lightning tyrant dragon clan?" Simultaneously, this thought flashed through the minds of all present. Humans possess an innate tendency to fill in gaps, enhancing credibility by allowing their imaginations to connect the dots. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Tang Yuehua's hands. In the next moment, her body exploded before the eyes of everyone, scattering countless fragments of flesh and blood across the floor and walls. Yet that was not the end. 6 bags, enchanted with the spell of infinite extension, also detonated. Unlike soul tools, the space within these bags was not stagnant. They were connected to the external environment. The horrifying explosion instantly tore apart the bags, causing a deluge of fuel and explosives to cascade down. "Run!" Tang Xiao's pupils constricted as he bellowed. But it was too late. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound of explosions reverberated, and the main hall of the Haoyan sect was engulfed in roaring flames, followed by successive blasts that shattered the hall into countless fragments. "By heavens!" Douluo Bo exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer power. The force rivaled that of a full-powered strike from a tidal daw, and the blazing inferno would surely result in heavy casualties among the lower ranks of the Haoyan sect. "Old poison. Why not just wipe out the Haoyan sect with poison?" Douluo Bo chuckled, gazing at the inferno below, then turned to Douluo Bo. However, it was Shi who responded, "There is no need. I have already shifted the primary blame to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. While they may not believe it, that is sufficient. Moreover, a cornered rabbit will bite. The Haotian sect harbors several titled Dalu. Leaving some disciples alive allows for a glimmer of hope, but without those burdens, what do you think these madmen would do?" Douluo contemplated the matter and indeed found it to be true. He was taken aback when he first learned of the presence of several titled Douluos within the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect boasts the most superior weapon martial soul, and under the amplification of such an exceptional martial soul, their combat prowess would undoubtedly far exceed that of other soul masters of the same rank. The presence of several unburdened titled Douluos from the Haotian sect would be sufficient to completely disrupt the Spear Hall. However, would it be wise to speak of this in her presence? Douluo glanced at Lu long beside Xi. His expression tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Although Lu Erlong harbored little affection for the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan, her closest relatives remained within it. The Spirit Hall had made several attempts to woo the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan, all of which had been rebuffed. Yet, should war break out, the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan would likely suffer devastating losses, thus intensifying the conflict between the Haotian sect and the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan might present an opportunity for alliance. In the following chapter, titled Invitation, Lu Erlong nodded, and instantly 2 deep black dragon wings emerged, while her fiery dragon martial soul manifested behind her, engulfing the iron chains in a surge of fierce dragon flames, incinerating them. Douluo smiled faintly, releasing several soul power spheres, each one shattering countless chains. As they observed the raging flames atop the Haotian sect's mountain, Shi let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Following this calamity, it was likely that the top combat forces of the Haotian sect would suffer no significant loss. After all, it was not a nuclear bomb, and while such an explosion posed a threat to titled Douluos, killing them would still prove a formidable challenge. However, for the soul masters below the titled Dalu rank, their fate was far less fortunate, as the explosion had claimed the lives of over 30% of the Haotian sect's soul masters, inflicting varying degrees of injury on several titled Douluos, thereby granting Shi a precious opportunity. From the following day, tumult erupted across the Tiando Empire. The emperor, Shui, was assassinated by members of the Haotian sect, leading to the ascension of the crown prince, Shui Qinghe. Furthermore, the fourth prince met his demise within his residence. Though this remained undisclosed, Shi chose not to return to the Glory Academy, but rather opted for an overnight stay at a hotel. On the following day, during the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition, Shi also refrained from participating. Nevertheless, she received word that Ning Rong remained within the Glory Battle team and had not been taken away by Ning Fengji, making his intentions clear. Additionally, reports from spies within the Qibao Liuli sect indicated that Ning Fengji had gone hunting soul beasts alongside Douluo, with the Haotian sword bestowing upon him the capacity to reach the 80-level soul Dalu rank, necessitating the absorption of 8 soul rings in succession. Moreover, all 8 of these soul rings could potentially exceed 10,000 years in age. As for the immunity method concerning twin martial souls, Shi had already informed Ning Fengji. Acquiring full-body soul bones was not an insurmountable task for the Qibao Liuli sect, though it was not trivial either. According to Ning Fengji, he possessed 3 soul bones: the head bone, torso bone, and right arm bone, all exceeding 70,000 years in age, as he was the sect master of the Qibao Liuli sect. However, the unfolding events exceeded Shi's expectations. On the 3rd day after launching the attack on the Haotian sect, she received a report from the net, revealing that the Haotian sect had escaped. After severing all chains surrounding the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall had dispatched numerous soul masters to implement Shi's original plan, intending to besiege the Haotian sect to death. However, the Haotian sect had exhibited no further response, not even repairing the iron chains. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the number of personnel within the Haotian sect had significantly diminished, an indication that they had long been prepared with a secret escape route. Dang Xiao, having fled, was leading the entire Haotian sect towards the Luo Empire. Although they were still en route, their general direction was ascertainable. Shi carelessly tossed the intelligence report onto the table, reclining on her bed and stretching languidly. It seemed that continuing the elite competition would pose considerable difficulty. Just as she pondered this, a knock resonated at her door. "Milady Shi, tomorrow marks the final battle of the preliminary rounds, with the Glory Academy facing the Tian Shui Academy. Do you wish to participate?" The last day had arrived for Tian Shui Academy. "I shall participate tomorrow. Let them decide the rest of the combatants themselves." "Understood. I shall relay this immediately." The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Since that day, Shi had remained in seclusion, as she had garnered too much attention recently. "I shall convey this." With the Haotian sect fleeing towards the Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire collaborating with the Spirit Hall to pursue them, the disturbance would undoubtedly be immense and could not be concealed. The emperor of the Luo Empire, provided he possessed any sense, would surely dispatch troops to offer assistance. At that juncture, how could the two nations engage in warfare while also hosting an elite soul master competition? It was utterly absurd. The Douluo continent was destined to be engulfed in flames of war, although it might also be resolved at a remarkable pace. The next day, the Great Soul Arena, having repaired the damage from the previous battle, welcomed the Glory Battle Team to the arena. Once again, the captain of the Glory Battle Team, Shi, would make her appearance. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome her. The moment she appeared, an overwhelming wave of applause and cheers erupted, nearly piercing the heavens. The final round of the preliminary matches was about to commence. Although the 5 qualifying spots had been confirmed, the audience could still anticipate an exhilarating battle. Shi paid little heed to the cheers from the crowd, her gaze solely fixed upon Shui Bing'er, the captain of the Tian Shui team. "It is an honor to battle with you. I hope you will unleash your full potential." Shui Bing'er offered an almost flawless smile, gazing at Shi with admiration. "Before we commence, I would like to ask you a question." Shui Bing'er inquired, "Here curiosity piqué. Would you be interested in following me? If you're willing to do so, I possess a 30% certainty of assisting you in ascending to divinity. The remaining 70% would suffice for you to become an unparalleled Douluo." Upon hearing Shi's words, Shui Bing'er's mouth fell agape, momentarily at a loss for words. "Your martial soul must be the Ice Phoenix. In terms of innate talent, even I cannot rival you. What you lack is merely an opportunity. All right, enough of this. Let us commence the battle. I wish to witness your capabilities." Shi, the captain of the Glory Battle Team, held the rank of 51st in Control-type Battle Soul Masters, while Shui Bing'er, the captain of the Tian Shui Battle Team, ranked 43rd in Control-type Battle Soul Masters. Shui Bing'er, slightly taken aback, had to admit that Shi's words stirred her heart. Ascending to divinity was an unparalleled honor, and her family would take pride in her, ensuring a legacy that would endure for thousands of years without decline. However, what mattered most now was to showcase her talent before Shi. Shui Bing'er glanced at Shui Wu, preparing to initiate their martial soul fusion technique. Suddenly, a black golden soul ring erupted from above Shi's head, and an invisible wave of energy rippled outward as the battlefield of war was activated. A formidable pressure began to sweep towards the Tian Shui team. During the battle, Shi refrained from taking action, merely observing from the rear after activating the battlefield of war. The Glory Battle Team's levels were generally superior to those of the Tian Shui team, and with Shi's words, the outcome was practically decided. "Alas, Lingling, how do you feel?" Shi gently nudged Yi Lingling with his elbow and inquired with a smile. In recent days, to avoid causing trouble for the students of the Glory Academy, Shi had scarcely made an appearance. He was aware that Yi Lingling had recovered, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of her condition. "I owe much to that item of yours. I have reached level 49, significantly enhancing my healing abilities. I suspect that once I attain the rank of Soul Emperor, I might even be able to regenerate severed limbs." Chapter 169. The situation develops indeed. The Blue-Silver Emperor's 100,000-year soul bone elevates the healing prowess of Jiao Xian Haidang to a new level. Yingxi. Observing Yingxi and Yi Lingling conversing freely, Shui Binger felt a pang of insult. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Ice Seal is an exceptionally powerful skill. As a 4-ring soul master, Shui Binger can instantaneously unleash her first soul skill 4 times simultaneously. With each additional soul ring, she can cast Ice Seal once more. Ice Seal not only immobilizes the target, but also suppresses their soul power. If struck by Ice Seal, escaping becomes exceedingly arduous if one soul power is inferior to Shui Binger's, necessitating a greater expenditure of soul power. Even if one's soul power surpasses hers, the cost to break free from Ice Seal is still considerable. First soul skill, Law Binding. Second soul skill, Law of Command. With a flurry of soul skills unleashed, Shui Binger's body suddenly froze, and the previously flickering first soul skill rings gradually extinguished. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger's body rigidly turned, directing her first soul skill towards her own teammates. Captain, what are you doing? The members of the Tinshui battle team exclaimed in shock, gazing at Shui Binger in confusion. Unbelievably, is this the soul skill that Captain Yingxi has been concealing all along? It can actually manipulate the opponent's body. Shui Binger, this is unacceptable, Yingxi remarked, controlling Shui Binger's arm to squeeze her chest firmly. Given your youth and potential for growth, I shall temporarily spare you. Yingxi's voice echoed clearly in Shui Binger's mind, yet unexpectedly went unnoticed by the others. Shui Binger's face flushed crimson, but her body was entirely beyond her control. Shui Binger's sudden betrayal caught the Tianshui battle team off guard. In an instant, the remaining 2 assault-type soul masters were struck by Ice Seal, followed swiftly by the last 2 soul venerables. But this is not the end. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Yingxi commanded Shui Binger to exhaust her entire soul power in one go. With the precise coordination of the Glory team, only 6 ice sculptures remain on the battlefield. Shui Binger regained her freedom, her expression one of indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yingxi, biting her red lip, yet at a loss for words. Yingxi, we shall see about this. Shui Binger stomped her foot in frustration and turned away angrily. Xiaoxi, what did you say to Shui Binger to provoke her so? Yi Lingling regarded Yingxi with a blank expression, though her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I merely offered a bit of guidance regarding Shui Binger's future path, nothing of great significance. Yingxi replied with an innocent expression, as if nothing had transpired. Just after stepping off the stage, Shui Binger was summoned by the leader of Tianshui Academy. The Shui family is considered a prominent clan, with a soul Douluo and several soul saints among their ranks. Essentially, every generation enters Tianshui Academy for their education, which makes the leader of Tianshui Academy quite concerned for Shui Binger. Seeing the area empty, the leader of Tianshui Academy addressed Shui Binger. What are your thoughts on Yingxi's invitation? Upon hearing this, the pride and anger in Shui Binger's face slightly subsided. To be honest, I am quite tempted. The leader of Tianshui Academy smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Shui Binger's mother is also her close friend, so she is genuinely invested in Shui Binger's future. You know, several members of Yingxi's team are merely 15 or 16 years old, yet are already on par with you in terms of level. According to the intelligence I have gathered, they have advanced nearly 10 levels within a year. 10 levels. As one progresses in soul power, the advancement becomes increasingly challenging. To gain 10 levels in just a year is an astonishing feat, although you are the epitome of ice and your initial training speed is slower with your talent. Becoming a titled Douluo in the future should not pose a problem. However, achieving the status of a peerless Douluo will be quite challenging. Recently, those who assisted Yingxi, Ning Fengji acquired a second martial soul, and Dugu Bo obtained 200,000-year soul bones. The couple, Geisher Long Shi, may have received something significant as well. And that Lu Erlong, whose 8 soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring, along with an external soul bone of the same age. What does that signify? Aunt Bing, do you wish for me to follow Yingxi? The leader, Aunt Bing, nodded. I must admit, I have my own selfish motives. If you truly ascend to divinity, it would bring immense honor to Tianshui Academy. Even if you do not reach that level, becoming a peerless Douluo would still protect Tianshui Academy for a millennium. Shui Binger nodded vigorously and then spoke. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to compete in this tournament for Tianshui Academy before considering anything else. Aunt Bing smiled gently, playfully ruffling Shui Binger's hair. Silly girl, this tournament will only extend to the qualifying rounds. There will be no finals. Shui Binger paused, looking at Aunt Bing in confusion. Aunt Bing glanced around and then whispered into Shui Binger's ear. The Haotian sect has been attacked, with 40% of their disciples tragically perishing, while the remaining soul masters fled to the Douluo Empire. What? Shui Binger was stunned. While others may not be aware of the Haotian sect's existence, she, as a descendant of a prominent family, certainly knew of the Haotian sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the world and its formidable strength. Who was responsible? It is said to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. After all, Tang Hao killed Yu Tianheng, but it is likely the Spirit Hall that is behind it. Moreover, it seems the Tiando Empire may be involved as well. This suggests that the Tiando Empire is likely collaborating with the Spirit Hall. Collaborating? How is that even possible? Does the Tiando royal family lack common sense? Aunt Bing shook her head, her expression one of confusion. It is said that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The Tiando Empire's soul masters are vastly outnumbered by those of the Spirit Hall. To ally with the Spirit Hall instead of collaborating with the Douluo Empire is truly perplexing. Therefore, your decision to decline this option is indeed wise. It is best for us to observe for now. At this very moment, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has also received news. Among the top 3 sects, both the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have their bases in remote locations, while only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is deeply entrenched in the world. However, the development of the network has made the exchange of information among various clans exceedingly fluid. The Haotian sect has been forced to abandon their base, instilling a profound sense of crisis within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. They can deduce that the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly behind the attacks, but they cannot comprehend why the Tiando Empire would ally with them. Elder, the envoy from the Douluo Empire, is awaiting an audience outside. Shall we receive him? Chapter 170. The Spirit Empire. The discussions between the envoy of the Xinghua Empire and the venerable patriarch of the Lan Dianba, Wang Long family, remain shrouded in mystery. However, this prompted the Lan Dianba, Wang Long family to convene an urgent family meeting. Among the top 3 sects, the internal discord within the Lan Dianba, Wang Long family is particularly intense. While the Haotian sect also experiences divisions between supporters and detractors of Tang Hao, these conflicts merely pertain to individual approaches to problem solving. Conversely, Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect commands the unwavering support of 2 titled Douluos, granting him near absolute authority over all decisions. As the meeting hall filled with members, the elder patriarch Yu Yuanjin cast a discerning gaze around the room. The Lan Dianba Wang Long family boasts 1 titled Douluo, 3 sold Douluos, and 10 esteemed elders. With the alliance between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire firmly established, my personal inclination leans towards forging an alliance with the Xinghua Empire and the Haotian sect, asserted the elder patriarch Yu Yuanjin with a commanding presence. Yet, he acknowledged the weight of his years, realizing that he might be losing the vigor to handle matters effectively. I oppose this, interjected Yulami, one of the 3 soul Doa elders of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, who is inherently opposed to Yu Yuanjin's stance. His discontent is exacerbated by the strained relationship stemming from the incident involving Yu Shaojiang. Moreover, Liu Erlong has already sent word to him regarding the affiliations of Yingxi and the potential benefits of siding with her. Previously, Yingxi had refrained from revealing her identity due to fears of retaliation from the Haotian sect. However, with the arrival of several titled Douluos from the Haotian sect into the territory of the Xinghua Empire, the threat of assassination against Yingxi has diminished, allowing her to express her true allegiance. The Haotian sect, originally hosting 4 or 5 titled Douluos, has seen several members advance in rank, now boasting a total of 7 titled Douluos, including a level 96 titled Douluo. This formidable strength, alongside our own and that of the Xinghua Empire, is sufficient for a decisive confrontation. However, a battle is merely a battle, and we cannot place the fate of the Lan Dianba, Long family solely on the will of the elder patriarch, Yu Yuanjin. Observing Yu Luomi's resolute expression, a contemplative look crossed Yu Yuanjin's face. Let's speak plainly. What is your true meaning, Elder Yu Luomi? Yu Luomi regarded Yu Yuanjin with a penetrating gaze. Despite his grievances against the elder patriarch, he acknowledges that the elder's actions stem from a desire to preserve the Lan Dianba Long family. I propose that the Lan Dianba Long family be divided into two factions. Regardless of who emerges victorious, our family may be weakened, but we shall not face annihilation. At this moment, Yu Luomi's countenance exhibited an unusual tranquility, devoid of prior subterfuge. As the second most powerful sect in the realm, the Lan Dianba Long family must inevitably engage in this conflict. Nonetheless, choosing either side carries the risk of total collapse. While Yu Luomi harbors certain selfish motives, his primary concern remains the continued legacy of the Lan Dianba Long family. Very well, our next encounter shall be one of life and death, Yu Yuanjin declared, a rare smile gracing his features. Yu Luomi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words as he departed with his companions from the Lan Dianba Long family. A significant number of individuals followed Yu Luomi's lead, constituting nearly half the family's strength, some of whom were even arranged by Yu Yuanjin himself. Given the current circumstances, where the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire are on the offensive, they might suffer fewer casualties by aligning with Yu Luomi. In quick succession, the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall jointly issued a proclamation. The Tiando Empire's crown prince, the current emperor Xue Qinghe, became engaged to the holy maiden Hulaina of the Spirit Hall. However, in consideration of the recent death of the previous Emperor Shui Yi, the engagement was merely formalized for the time being, with further arrangements to be discussed after the mourning period. The Tiando Empire was officially renamed the Spirit Empire, with Emperor Xue Qinghe and Empress Hulaina at the helm. The Spirit Hall's presence throughout the land remained unchanged. The Spirit Empire was divided into civil and military factions, with all former officials of the Tiando Empire now serving as civil officials, overseeing administrative matters, while the local spirit halls managed the Soul Masters. Bibi Dong presided over all Soul Masters of the Spirit Empire, holding the esteemed title of Empress, while Yingxi was designated as the Qin Wang, sharing equal status with the Empress. The former elders and honored positions of the Spirit Hall underwent no alterations, now serving as the honored members of the Spirit Empire. New appointments included the Bon Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Sword Douluo from the Seven Killing sect, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and Dugibo, the head of the Dugu family, alongside the formidable couple Long Sha and Gui, as well as the former title Douluos under Bibi Dong, Zhu Thuowan, and Gay Ovime. While this division of civil and military power appeared equitable, it was evident to any discerning mind that it was inherently unfair. The notion that political power stems from military strength underscored the reality that only those with sufficient power could hold sway over politics. Under the present circumstances, should the Spirit Hall retaliate, none would stand in their way. The institutional reforms of the Spirit Empire progressed with remarkable speed, facing little resistance amidst the overwhelming suppression by the numerous honored members of the Spirit Hall. The prepared armies swiftly advanced, and with the backing of a multitude of high-quality soul masters from the Spirit Hall, the four former vassal kingdoms of the Tiando Empire succumbed without a fight. The Spirit Empire swiftly achieved unification. As for the promotion tournament, it was rendered impossible. Instead, all academies within the Spirit Empire underwent reorganization, with no one daring to refuse, for any dissenters would face dire consequences. On the day the new regulations of the Spirit Empire were announced, Shui Binger officially joined the Glory Academy. Furthermore, the Tianshui Academy and the Qihua Academy, along with the Tiando Royal Academy, were merged into the Glory Academy. Glory Academy now possessed all the teaching resources of the former Tiando Royal Academy, and the 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy became part of the Glory Academy's committee. In the ensuing days, Shui Bing succumbed to illness, prompting Prince Shui Xing to sense the shifting tides. He resolutely relinquished all his powers and chose to surrender. With Douluo as protection, Prince Xuexing retained his princely status and all associated privileges, though he would never again enter the core of power. Yet, this was sufficient. In such tumultuous times, merely surviving in happiness was a fortunate circumstance, leaving little room for discontent. Chapter 171. Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected encounter at Glory Academy. A teacher called out, "Zhu Zhuqing, there is someone outside the school gate looking for you. It seems you share the same martial soul." The same martial soul? Upon hearing the teacher's words, Ning Rongrong and the others turned their attention toward Zhu Zhuqing. They were well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's background, and in this extraordinary moment, the arrival of someone seeking her seemed ominous. "Zhuqing, do not fear. We will accompany you." With comforting words, Xiao Wu grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand. A trace of worry lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's face as she lightly bit her lip before nodding in agreement. "Let us seek Vice Dean Zhao Wujing. Having him accompany us should offer greater safety." Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, and a group of them marched out of the Glory Academy. The Glory team's reputation had soared in Tiando City, and they drew crowds wherever they went. Upon seeing the people outside, a look of uncontainable joy spread across Zhu Zhuqing's face. Within the Zhu family, only a few treated her well, and her uncle Lu often looked after her. Zhuqing. Noticing the few individuals behind Zhu Zhuqing, Uncle Lu couldn't help but smile wryly. "He is the one who treats me best. I trust him." Observing the determination on Zhu Zhuqing's face, the members of the Glory team nodded in agreement. "Zhuqing, how is your relationship with Yingxi?" Uncle Lu pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside and asked earnestly. "It's good. Why do you ask, Uncle Lu?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, slightly puzzled. "You see, Tiando is at war with the Wuhuan Empire, and the latter has a higher chance of winning, coupled with our family's ties to the royal family. If we were to lose..." Uncle Lu's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. The Zhu family held significant status in the Star Luo Empire. And due to the Wuhuan fusion skill, nearly all the princes of the Star Luo Empire would marry into the Zhu family. Hence, if the Star Luo Empire were to be defeated, the Zhu family would likely perish alongside it. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. She was unaware of Yingxi's standing in the Wuhuan Empire. "Although he bore the title of Prince Qin, I know you have many grievances with the Zhu family. But they're still your kin," Uncle Lu said, a hint of urgency in his expression. "But even after arriving in the Tiando Empire, they have not ceased their attempts on my life. Dai Mubai is dead, and I nearly lost my life as well." Uncle Lu's expression froze. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Impossible. The Zhu family's power in the Wuhuan Empire is entirely under my control. What assassination? Moreover, according to intelligence, the first prince has shown no signs of having eliminated Dai Mubai. How can this be possible?" Zhu Zhuqing's cat ears perked up at the mention of Yingxi. Considering Yingxi's series of unusual actions, she felt the likelihood of this possibility increasing. "Uncle Lu, do you think it's possible that Yingxi orchestrated the assassination?" Uncle Lu swallowed hard, his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing shifting. "No, it was done by Davis and the others. Yingxi has no part in this." Uncle Lu firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, gazing intensely at her as he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Do you understand? Yingxi is our family's final refuge. This matter has nothing to do with him." Zhu Zhuqing nodded numbly, her eyes reflecting disbelief. "You should return now and inquire about Yingxi's thoughts." Uncle Lu sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration, watching Zhu Zhuqing return to Glory Academy in a daze. Xiao grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, puzzled, and asked what happened. "Zhuqing, we are partners. You must tell me if something is wrong." Zhu Zhuqing forced a smile and nodded stiffly. "It's a matter concerning my family. By the way, do you know where Yingxi is? I need to find him." Zhao Wujia scratched the back of his head and replied, "You can check at the Qin Palace. If he isn't there, then try visiting Elder Dogu." After some twists and turns, Zhu Zhuqing finally found Yingxi. She turned and shut the door behind her, standing before Yingxi and staring at him in silence. Yingxi casually tossed the information he held onto the table. The conversation between Uncle Lu and Zhu Zhuqing had already reached him. "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" Observing Yingxi's ambiguous smile, Zhu Zhuqing's face suddenly flashed with anger. This scoundrel had deceived her for so long and showed no sign of remorse. Did you arrange for Dai Mubai's assassination? Ingshi's face finally revealed a smirk. According to the intelligence, Zhu Zhuqing had blocked the rest of the glory team at the door and entered alone, indicating her desire to keep the matter discreet. How fortuitous, Ingshi mused, but it will be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity that has come knocking. Do you remember what I taught you about being certain before taking action? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Watching the increasingly strange smile on Ingshi's face, she suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Laws of restraint. Zhu Zhuqing's body froze. Her arms stiffly raised as her garments slipped away one by one. The following noon, with the sun high in the sky, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes wearily, glancing at Ingshi beside her, and instinctively muttered, "What a scoundrel." In the presence of the entire Wuhuan Empire, the resting place of the Blue-Silver Emperor had been located. The distance between the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Blue-Silver King was relatively short, especially as the Blue-Silver King was nearing a cultivation of nearly 100,000 years. Yet under the assault of several tidal Douluos, he had lost the ability to fight back. With the immense vitality of the Blue-Silver Emperor and Blue-Silver King, Ingshi's seed of life successfully took form, transforming into an external incarnation, albeit without independent consciousness for the time being. Nevertheless, this marked the first step of a long journey. Simultaneously, a new planar coordinate appeared within the heavenly book martial spirit, heralding the commencement of an entirely new expedition. As for the conflict between the Wuhuan Empire and the Star Luo Empire, Ingshi, although the instigator, remained merely a soul king, and his combat prowess was insufficient to engage in this turmoil at present. The opening of the new world provided Ingshi with fresh aspirations. After acquiring greater power in that realm, he could better support the Douluo world. Traversing the spatial passage and surveying the surroundings, Ingshi's brow furrowed. However, he soon found an answer. A ninja clad in a tight combat suit, wearing a forehead protector, appeared before him. In the world of Naruto, the primary energy system was chakra, a force generated by harmonizing one's essence, spirit, and energy independent of external forces, forces that Ingshi could neither sense nor absorb at that moment. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Ingshi raised his hands, signaling that he bore no weapons or ill intent. The Konoha ninja immediately drew a kunai, watching Ingshi with suspicion. "What do you want? Who are you?" Ingshi opened his palms, indicating his lack of weapons and hostility. "I merely wish to inquire who the current Hokage of Konoha is." Having lost track of the specific timeline in Konoha, he could only estimate the time frame based on the present Hokage. The Konoha ninja looked at Ingshi as if he were joking, but upon seeing the serious expression on Ingshi's face, he cautiously replied, "The current Hokage is the 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade." Recently, significant events have unfolded. The ninjas of Konoha village have grown increasingly vigilant, their kunai poised as if ready to strike at Ingshi at any moment. Ingshi gave a slight nod, a radiant smile gracing his face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a pale yellow soul ring emerged, instantly binding the body of a Konoha ninja. In a swift motion, a bone spike pierced through his skull. However, the next moment, two figures appeared abruptly behind Ingshi. Was it a Shunshin technique? With the target immobilized and lifeless, the soul skill was automatically released. Ingshi activated his teleportation skill, materializing behind the two ninjas. With a resounding crack, 2 bullets were fired, piercing through the backs of the 2 ninjas. This was not the end. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, their bodies transformed into wooden stumps. The Sharingan activated, swiftly capturing the fleeting images of the 2 ninjas. The gun was repositioned, and with 2 gunshots, blood splattered forth. One ninja fell dead on the spot, while the other, grievously wounded in the abdomen, was clearly not long for this world. Approaching the wounded ninja, Ingshi maintained a smile of delight. "Could you enlighten me about the recent significant events? Who exactly are you?" The Konoha ninja struggled to speak, blood gushing from his mouth. Ingshi shook his head in exasperation. He merely sought information, yet it had turned into a life-or-death struggle. Nevertheless, since he could no longer extract answers, it was time to eliminate him, for he had become utterly worthless. However, it was unlikely they would lie, especially regarding the 5th Hokage, a matter that could be easily verified. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, indicated the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha had come to an end, and the Akatsuki's scheme to capture the tailed beasts had likely commenced, though it remained uncertain how far they had progressed. Regardless, Ingshi resolved to locate Orochimaru or Kabuto. Mastering the Edo Tensei technique was imperative, and acquiring more Sharingan was equally essential. Not to mention, that entity, known as Yakina, was a terrifying presence. Yet, escaping this place proved to be no simple task. For reasons unknown, Konoha had marked Ingshi as a target and dispatched numerous ninjas to pursue him. Ingshi excelled in direct combat, but was not adept in evasion or pursuit. In the forest, his speed was remarkable, especially enhanced by the War Domain and Soul Bone, further augmenting his velocity. Presently, his strength could be likened to that of a Jonin, yet the peculiarities of his abilities surpassed those of most Jonin, albeit with certain flaws. For instance, his recovery capability was alarmingly slow in the world of Naruto, rendering him unable to endure high-intensity battles. Thus, mastering chakra was imperative. Should a conflict arise with his soul power, he would have to cease immediately. Although chakra and soul power were not vastly different, the upper limit of soul power far exceeded that of chakra. The world of Naruto offered no pathway to divinity, unlike that of Dalu. Observing the tenacious pursuers behind him, a cold smile crept across Ingshi's lips. On level ground, there might have been little concern, but this was a forest. With a flick of his hand, he combined two incendiary devices with a timed bomb and discarded them on the ground. Ingshi weaved through the trees, alternating his direction. Aoki, wait, does it seem like this ninja is circling us? Captain Aoki furrowed his brow upon hearing his comrade's words. This individual was a trusted partner, whose combat prowess was modest, yet his sense of direction and intuition were exceptionally accurate. Hinata-me, what did you observe? Captain Aoki turned to her. The Hinata clan, known for their Byakugan, had a final form comparable to the Rinnegan. However, awakening the Byakugan was far simpler than the Sharingan, with nearly every adult member of the Hinata clan easily achieving it. This led to the main house implementing caged bird techniques to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out. Captain, I sensed something odd earlier. I couldn't discern his direction, but he frequently left behind box-like objects. However, they lacked any explosive energy, so I refrained from mentioning this. Captain Aoki gritted his teeth in frustration. You were too careless, Hinata-me. Yet, it was too late to retreat. The timed bomb detonated instantaneously, triggering the incendiary devices, engulfing everyone in flames within mere moments. Even with chakra protection, there was no chance of enduring such searing heat. Though the incendiary devices had a brief duration, it was sufficient. The successive explosions ignited the surrounding trees, and the scorching flames transformed into serpentine fire, ensnaring the pursuing squad within. Ingshi halted behind a large tree, summoning the Barrett rifle into his hands. He aimed at one of the pursuers and pulled the trigger. However, the battle conditions were not as he had anticipated. The heat and airflow within the inferno rendered it impossible for Ingshi to predict his shot's trajectory. Thus, even with the assistance of a Sharingan, hitting his target remained elusive. Chapter 173. The plan, since it was impossible to keep all the ninjas here, Ingshi decided to retreat. The cover of the fire facilitated his escape. Although the world was predominantly ruled by the 5 great ninja villages, numerous smaller ninja villages existed. Ingshi unfolded the map in his hands and swiftly locked onto a target near a small ninja village. Hanin Village was a ninja village established by the Flower Country, functioning as a military system akin to national governance. Yet, Ingshi pondered why such a powerful ninja village would not take the initiative to assimilate the smaller villages behind it. Hanin Village boasted only 1 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 12 Jinin, rendering its strength rather feeble. The Flower Country itself was merely a diminutive nation. Frankly, 3 Jonin could easily obliterate it. Consequently, the daimyo's entourage was not numerous, and the strongest among them was just a Chunin. Please do not approach. I can offer you money. Ingshi regarded the quaking daimyo of the Flower Country with derision, smirking as he pulled out his wand. Soul separation. The daimyo's eyes glazed over, and given the circumstances, he would not hesitate to offer up his wife and daughter. Go, summon the Jonin from Hanin village and tell him. Ingshi paused momentarily, initially intending to assassinate the Jonin upon arrival. However, he realized he had no time to gradually develop the strength of the ninja village. Never mind. Bring me all the intelligence from your flower country, especially regarding the dragon vein. Indeed, Ingshi's objective is that dragon vein, which possesses the ability to traverse time and even alter the future. However, before pursuing this goal, Ingshi wishes to undertake some preliminary endeavors. Only by acquiring that power can Ingshi develop more effectively. Although the soul-seizing technique is ingenious, with Ingshi's current mental strength, he can only control 1 or 2 upper ninjas. If it were a shadow-level ninja, Ingshi would be utterly incapable of exerting control. Yet, within this world of Hokage, there exists a force known as Baishinshin, which is impervious to any shadow's resistance. Additionally, Ingshi possesses a parasitic malevolent spirit insect, but there is only one, recently cultivated over the past few days. The Land of Flowers does possess some ninjutsu scrolls, albeit not particularly formidable ones, primarily consisting of the most basic techniques. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for Ingshi, as his physical prowess far exceeds that of an upper ninja and is already comparable to many shadow-level warriors. Of course, this does not consider the fact that Ingshi has yet to extract chakra from his body. After refining chakra, he will find himself endowed with 2 forms of energy. As long as there is no conflict, Ingshi's combat prowess will multiply. Chakra intertwines the power of his cells with his mental strength, and the potential of the human body is immense. If all the strength contained within an individual's cells were unleashed, it could obliterate the earth. 1 week later, an overwhelming chakra was extracted from countless cells within Ingshi's body. He was enveloped in a layer of pale blue chakra that resembled flames. Has he succeeded? Such is the advantage of possessing a formidable physique. Master, do you have any commands? The daimyo of the Land of Flowers awaited outside the door like a humble servant, respectfully inquiring. Execute according to the plan, ensuring there are no mistakes. Yes, my lord. Ingshi had deliberately journeyed to the Land of Flowers, choosing to control its daimyo, not for the sake of a few inferior ninjutsu. At present, Ingshi had only mastered a handful of techniques, and even then, it was under the condition of utilizing the Sharingan to replicate them. Now, he needed not only to accomplish his goal, but also to battle powerful opponents to replicate more techniques. Presently, Ingshi had only learned some rudimentary B and C-ranked ninjutsu, augmented by upper ninja-level chakra. His transformation technique could allow him to take the form of a frog, approximately the size of an average frog. Anything smaller would be impossible, as transformation techniques have their limits. Upon returning to Konoha Village, the leading village among the 5 great nations, blessed with abundant resources, Ingshi successfully infiltrated Konoha without drawing attention. Aided by his transformation technique and an invisibility cloak, his mission encompassed 2 primary objectives. The Sharingan of Danzo in his left arm were the Forbidden Technique Scroll. The priority was the Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, as seizing it in the past would likely result in the disappearance of the current one. Thus, by gathering it in advance, Ingshi desired to assess the situation. If feasible, acquiring 4 Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shursui would equate to 4 instances of Baishinshin. Each usage of Baishinshin incurs a 10-year cooldown period. Currently, Konoha is experiencing a semblance of peace, albeit vigilant, primarily focusing on village defense. Danzo typically operates within the roots, undertaking actions shrouded in secrecy, necessitating a proactive approach to draw him out. Entering Konoha in advance was a strategic move to ascertain the location of the Forbidden Technique Scroll. Ingshi's plan was straightforward. Request the incorporation of the Land of Flowers into the Land of Fire, with the Flower Ninja Village merging into Konoha. The Land of Flowers is relatively weak, and the strength of the ninja village is quite diminished, rendering it almost insignificant in Konoha's eyes. However, the issue lies in the fact that the Land of Flowers, despite its frailty, is still a nation akin to a king. Even a humble king retains his sovereignty, and enticing other ninja villages to submit is a remarkable feat. This would significantly bolster the reputation of the Land of Fire, garnering accolades that Danzo would be keen to seize, ensuring his inevitable appearance. Ingshi would personally lay an ambush to ambush Danzo, while the Forbidden Technique Scroll would be entrusted to an Umbu ninja. Of course, this Umbu ninja was already under Ingshi's control via the soul-seizing technique, specifically chosen to be manipulated while returning home and falling into slumber. Regarding the allegiance of the Land of Flowers, many sensed something amiss. Although the Land of Flowers lived in a somewhat humble manner, it was still a sovereign entity, and such an unprovoked allegiance raised suspicions. However, the daimyo of the Land of Flowers had declared that if the Land of Fire rejected them, they would seek another alliance with the Land of Earth. Chapter 174. Forbidden Technique Scroll. In the conference room of the Hokage building in Konoha, several key figures from the village convened, including the two inconspicuous individuals, the fifth Hokage Tsunade and Danzo from the roots. We, the Land of Flowers, request to be fully incorporated into the Land of Fire in Konoha. However, we also require adequate benefits and provisions. Danzo and his associates would not refuse the inclusion of the Land of Flowers, knowing that they would not bear significant costs in return. Reputation is merely a name. What truly matters is strength. With only a solitary upper ninja in the Flower Ninja Village, Konoha would hardly be affected. They would not significantly augment their power, and would even need to allocate personnel to monitor them for some time. Meanwhile, within the hidden domain of the Forbidden Technique Scroll, a butterfly, transformed through a transformation technique, slipped past the defenses under the watchful eyes of the controlled Umbu ninja. With a puff of white smoke, the butterfly swiftly morphed into a humanoid form. The dragonfly ninja exchanged glances with the Umbu ninja, confirming their shared understanding through their vacant expressions. The Forbidden Technique Scroll bore a unique chakra energy, rendering it impossible to be stored within a scroll and transported away. One could only clumsily carry it. However, Ingshi had conducted experiments, discovering that chakra energy from the world of Hokage posed no issues for soul-guiding devices. The Forbidden Technique Scroll embodies the culmination of countless generations of Hokage's efforts, housing many techniques with devastating potential. Should they be exposed, the consequences would be dire, such as the reanimation technique. The reanimation technique is, in fact, one of Ingshi's objectives. The Umbu ninja swiftly approached the Forbidden Technique Scroll and promptly stored it within a soul-guiding device, selecting a belt of a conventional style, eschewing the use of the infinite expansion technique, as the latter could not shield against certain probing. The soul-guiding device, however, could obscure all forms of detection. The dragonfly ninja nodded at the Umbu ninja and then drew a kunai from his pocket, swiftly plunging it into the Umbu ninja's abdomen. The Umbu ninja coughed up blood, yet displayed no signs of pain on his face. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes and slipping into unconsciousness. What has happened? What transpired was nearly instantaneous. As the Forbidden Technique Scroll was seized, several ninjas outside were alerted. In the blink of an eye, the wooden door was forcefully kicked open, and numerous ninjas surged inside. The dragonfly ninja appeared startled, hurriedly shouldering the Forbidden Technique Scroll and dashing outward. The fire release, Great Fireball technique unleashed a colossal fireball towards the approaching ninjas. However, those tasked with guarding the Forbidden Technique Scroll were not mere chunin, but special jonin. Although the attack was swift, they were adequately prepared to counter the Great Fireball without issue. The dragonfly ninja cast a reluctant glance at the fallen Umbu ninja on the ground before leaping out. Suzuki, are you all right? One of the ninjas remained behind, hastily lifting the unconscious Suzuki. After a brief examination of his injuries, the ninja sighed in relief. Although a kunai had pierced his abdomen, under normal circumstances, he would have been beyond saving. But he was a medical ninja. As a gentle wave of pale green energy radiated from his hands, it spread across Suzuki's wound, visibly accelerating his healing process. Quickly, pursue the Forbidden Technique Scroll. His transformation technique is formidable. Suzuki, now aware of his recuperating body, weakly urged them to chase after the Forbidden Scroll, his voice frail and intermittent. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for failing to safeguard the scroll, a treasure of Konoha that even they were unworthy to examine. Losing this scroll under his watch was an unforgivable transgression. Rest assured, he is merely a special Jonin proficient in transformation techniques, and we have 3 Jonin on his trail. At this, the medical ninja nodded earnestly. The loss of the Forbidden Technique scroll was not solely Suzuki's fault. He was merely responsible for the innermost area, having permitted a transformation specialist ninja entry. They too bore considerable responsibility. At the Jonin level, one becomes a pillar of their ninja village, and this holds true even among the 5 great shinobi countries. Moreover, they were seasoned Umbu members, selected through stringent criteria, possessing commendable qualifications, family backgrounds, and connections. As long as they captured the ninja who pilfered the Forbidden Scroll, the repercussions would not be severe. A special Jonin adept in transformation could hardly evade 3 Jonin, one of whom belonged to the Hyuga clan. In less than 20 minutes, they had him cornered. Had it not been for the concern over damaging the Forbidden Scroll during battle, this transformation expert would not have managed to escape for long. Release the Forbidden Technique scroll and divulge your mastermind. I may spare your life, one of the Konoha Jonin stated coldly. Those who enter the Umbu are not without blood on their hands, having slain from the elderly to the innocent. The dragonfly special Jonin's expression remained inscrutable. Hidden behind a mask, quietly, he retrieved a cloth bag from his robe, which had been enchanted with an infinite expansion jutsu, filled entirely with explosives. Stop him. One Jonin, uncertain of the bag's contents, felt a sudden pang of intuition, a sensation that had saved him countless times in battle. Fire release. Fire Phoenix technique. 7 fireballs erupted from the dragonfly special Jonin's mouth, 6 serving as a diversion, while the final one was directly unleashed upon the bag in his hand. A deafening explosion ensued, sending plumes of smoke billowing upward and shaking the ground. The ninjas at the epicenter of the blast were obliterated, their bodies torn apart by the ferocity of the explosion. Meanwhile, the Hokage and his council, engaged in deliberations regarding suitable merger strategies, were jolted by the tremors beneath them. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, gazed in shock at the rising smoke outside. That direction was where the Forbidden Technique scroll resided. Tsunade's pupils constricted, her icy gaze shifting to the dazed daimyo of the Land of Flowers. Her white fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Tsunade was no fool. In all her years, the Forbidden Technique scroll had faced issues on only 2 occasions, one of which was a deliberate arrangement by the 3rd Hokage for Naruto. Was this mere coincidence? Had news of the potential merger with the Land of Flowers leaked, inciting disruption from other ninja villages? Yet, without concrete evidence, Konoha would find it challenging to act against the modest Land of Flowers. The ongoing conflicts among the ninja villages rendered mutual hostilities commonplace, each side dragging the other down. If there was insufficient proof that the Land of Flowers was culpable and Konoha took action against them, the other nations would likely sensationalize the event. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Konoha was powerless against the Land of Flowers. The ninja world often saw life and death as mere trifles. The annihilation of the Land of Flowers by rogue ninjas was not beyond the realm of possibility. Danzo, his expression grim, observed the explosion from the window and snorted derisively before departing the conference room. With matters reaching this juncture, there was no longer room for further discussion. Just as Danzo exited the meeting, 2 members of Root approached him promptly. Go and ascertain what has transpired. Yes, sir. Every member of Root had undergone brainwashing, their loyalty to Danzo unwavering. Moreover, they were each imbued with various forbidden techniques designed to ensure compliance and prevent information leaks. Danzo, much like Ingshi, was selfish and ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve his objectives. Whether this was right or wrong was open to interpretation. Konoha had faced numerous tribulations in recent years, but had enjoyed relative tranquility lately, especially with the Akatsuki organization relentlessly hunting tail beasts, inducing widespread alarm among the major nations. However, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remained the last target, providing a semblance of safety. Danzo felt an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. With the merger discussions with the Land of Flowers having faltered, there was little reason to linger. As Danzo departed the Hokage building, he chose to traverse sparsely populated areas. Being the shadow of Konoha, entering a dim alley, Danzo furrowed his brow, plagued by an inexplicable sensation of being watched. This feeling was decidedly unsettling. Concealing his hands, he began forming seals. As a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, performing one-handed seals was trivial, particularly as one hand remained sealed. Not far away, Ingshi, cloaked in invisibility, also frowned at Danzo's heightened vigilance. He was truly alert. Even in his own territory, he remained cautious. Taking a few steps forward, Ingshi sensed the flow of chakra emanating from Danzo. Cursing silently, he realized that a surprise attack might be unfeasible. Instantly unleashing his first soul technique, Binding, followed by his second soul technique, the two techniques activated simultaneously. Yet, in an instant, Ingshi felt his soul power diminish by 70%, the cause of which remained a mystery. However, the reason for not initially employing the soul technique was due to concerns regarding the consumption of soul power. Tuanzang struggled to raise his right hand, the tremor in his grip revealing that Tuanzang's resistance made it difficult for Ingshi to maintain control. The chakra of an Ingji is no insignificant force. In the realm of Naruto, the distinction between a Jonin and an Yingji is monumental, with a vast range of power among the latter. If translated to the levels of Douluo Dalu, this equates to a spectrum from Soul Emperor to Soul Douluo. Without relying on the Sharingan, Tuanzang essentially stood at the level of a Soul Sage. The possibility of him even reaching the status of a titled Douluo was not beyond reason, as the soul power within him surged violently. Gritting his teeth, he manipulated his own body to forcibly remove his eye, blood trickling down from the hollow socket as the Mangekyo Sharingan fell to the ground. Yet in that very moment, Ying Onze's Soul technique collapsed. With a single hand forming a claw, Ingshi drew the fallen Mangekyo Sharingan into his palm. However, in retrieving the eye, Ingshi's position was revealed. Capture him. Ingshi wiped the blood trickling from his mouth due to the backlash of the soul technique and donned his invisibility cloak once more. Meanwhile, several members of the Umbu and the Root swiftly converged from all directions. Previously, Tuanzang had employed some means to connect with those from the Root, but they could not pinpoint Ingshi's exact location, leading them to refrain from attacking. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Lightning Release, Body Flicker, numerous ninjutsu, swiftly surged toward Ingshi, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Surrounded by several Jonin and an infuriated Ingji, the speed of the lightning release, Body Flicker was astounding, striking Ingshi in an instant and paralyzing his body. The invisibility cloak could not endure the might of the strike and was instantly obliterated. The intricate patterns of the cloak shattered, revealing the original black fabric. Ingshi briefly closed his eyes before reopening them, the crimson hue of his gaze exposed before all. Sharingan. The three tomo of the Sharingan instantly evoked the memories of the Konoha ninjas. Yet this was not the end. The three tomo began to spin rapidly, forming a structured pattern. Susanoo. Dark energy surged forth from an unknown source, enveloping Ingshi completely, as a massive skeletal figure took shape. First, the ribs and arms formed, followed by a colossal skeleton encompassing Ingshi. Multiple ninjutsu struck Susanoo in rapid succession, yet it remained unyielding, not even trembling in response. This was not the end. Flesh and veins rapidly spread across the skeletal structure. The third form of Susanoo was completed, and a sinister smile graced Ingshi's face as he turned his gaze toward Tuanzang. Tuanzang's pupils constricted, having studied the Sharingan for countless years. He was well aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan's potential. Amaterasu. Black flames instantly engulfed Tuanzang. Reflector. This was the external soul bone granted by Ingshi's fifth soul technique. Resembling a mirror, the reflector suddenly shone with a devastating light, absorbing all ninjutsu within its radiance. Another reflective dimension appeared. The reflector's external soul bone was composed of two mirrors, one designed to absorb energy impacts while the other was meant for release. Under specific conditions, they could rapidly interchange. Ingshi maneuvered Susanoo to leap high into the air, placing the reflector face down, redirecting the absorbed ninjutsu back at the surrounding ninjas. Susanoo landed heavily, its massive arms sweeping through, reducing nearby wooden structures to mere splinters. Chapter 176. The plan. A cloud of dust enveloped the surrounding streets, leaving only the towering form of Susanoo barely visible. Seizing this opportunity, a spatial portal opened, transporting them directly back to Douluo Dalu. The immense Susanoo shattered the rooftop as it emerged within the confines of Tiendo City. Stand down. The moment Susanoo appeared, numerous knights of the Spirit Empire swiftly surrounded Douluo's estate. Douluo. Upon seeing Douluo, the knights immediately knelt respectfully. Stand back. This is my self-created soul technique. No need for disturbance. Douluo glanced back at Susanoo and calmly addressed the knights before him. The leading Soul Emperor Knight scrutinized Douluo, then glanced at the imposing Susanoo behind him. It was evident that Douluo was using this as an excuse. Which soul master could have a soul technique that detached from their body so? However, given Douluo's unique status within the Spirit Empire and his close relationship with the King Qin, they could not voice their objections. After dismissing the knights of the Spirit Empire, Douluo swiftly leaped several times to reach the location where Yingxi was in seclusion. Yet, he did not intrude directly, but waited outside. Watching the spatial portal gradually close, Yingxi finally exhaled, slowly retracting Susanoo. Observing Yingxi's blood-red right eye and the blood trickling from the corner, Douluo's brow furrowed slightly. What is this? The last time Yingxi had utilized Susanoo, Douluo was not present. Though he had heard of it before, this was his first time witnessing it. However, this Susanoo was indeed intriguing. Yingxi, originally a Soul King, had ascended several ranks upon utilizing it. Shaking his head, Yingxi realized that pushing Susanoo to its third stage had placed an immense burden on his eyes. Yet, during his previous battle with Tang San, Yingxi had already removed his eyes. However, now was not the time for fusion. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan required the fusion of 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. But, given Yingxi's abilities were overly simplistic, he wished to explore whether he could integrate additional Mangekyo Sharingan to expand his capabilities. Most of Yingxi's abilities leaned toward support, lacking powerful offensive techniques. Thus, he sought additional Mangekyo to enhance his prowess. Kid, are you alright? Douluo casually tossed a handkerchief from his soul guide to Yingxi, encouraging him to wipe his face. It's nothing. This is quite a significant gain. Yingxi gazed at the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui in his hand, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui possessed several foundational abilities. In addition to Kotoa Mitsukami, the extent of Kotoa Mitsukumi's power was unclear to Yingxi, yet altering the mindset of a Soul Duo was well within reach. Douluo looked curiously at the eye in Yingxi's hand, sensing an ominous aura. Haha, old poison master, this is truly a fine treasure. Oh, how so? Observing the old poison master's inquisitive gaze, Yingxi suddenly hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Then a thought struck him. By the way, old poison master, is your son's corpse still here? Lao Duwu paused momentarily upon hearing this, then shook his head with a hint of melancholy. To prevent them from desecrating my son's remains, I turned him to ashes. Yingxi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What is it, little one? Is something troubling you? After careful consideration, Yingxi decided it would be best to delay discussing this matter. After all, should he speak of it, Douluo might feel a deep sense of guilt. Douluo was a rare friend to Yingxi, as well as his peculiar father-in-law, and Yingxi felt the need to be considerate of Douluo's feelings. It's nothing. Lao Du, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Seeing the perplexed expression on Lao Duwu's face, Yingxi licked his lips and swiftly opened a dimensional portal to seek refuge in the world of Harry Potter. The influence of the Harry Potter world on Yingxi had diminished significantly. The potions within had become rather ineffective for one at the level of Soul Saint or higher. He could only rely on sheer volume to gradually accumulate some effect. However, there were increasingly strange occurrences in the Harry Potter realm, such as wizards who had long remained hidden now being recognized by ordinary people at an alarming rate. Yet, for Yingxi, this did not pose a significant immediate concern, prompting him to ignore it. After 3 days of seclusion in the Harry Potter world, Ingshi returned once more to the Naruto realm. Previously, he would not have traversed dimensions with such audacity, but now, endowed with abundant luck points, he could afford to indulge somewhat. Draped in an invisibility cloak, he returned to the Naruto world without drawing anyone's attention, as the passage between dimensions was intangible and imperceptible. Ingshi's primary concern was whether the Byakugan could penetrate the invisibility cloak. To mitigate this, he had directly seized the protagonist's Death God cloak. The Byakugan functions like a 360-degree magnifying glass, and while the invisibility cloak offers concealment, it does create a subtle distortion when in motion. Cautiously distancing himself from the vicinity, Ingshi noticed that while the defenses of Konoha had significantly increased, he remained undetected. He stealthily approached the home of the controlled Umbu member. During the 3 days of interrogation by Konoha, the Umbu had revealed nothing, as he was under the control of the soul seizure curse, rendering him devoid of independent thought, let alone fear of interrogation. Sensing Ingshi's arrival, the Umbu member opened a window, pretending to ventilate, and placed the curse scroll within a soul guide on the table, vanishing without a trace. However, just as Ingshi exited Konoha village, the Umbu member committed suicide. During the period of control, most of Ingshi's mental energy had been restrained, making it manageable to handle minor foes. But even a moment's hesitation against shadow-level opponents could prove fatal. According to the intelligence reports, the Land of Flowers had not merged with Konoha, and Konoha's counterattack was swift. Within these 3 days, the Flower Ninja village had been utterly annihilated. The assailants were rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, having no ties to Konoha whatsoever. Chapter 177. Uchiha. Although Ingshi had acquired a rough location of the Dragon Vein, locating the so-called Dragon Vein proved to be quite arduous. After a fortnight of travel, he finally discovered the site of the Dragon Vein seal. However, this time spent journeying was not in vain. From the Forbidden Scroll, Ingshi had finally mastered the Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clone is indeed a formidable skill, capable of dividing a person into countless duplicates. As long as there is sufficient energy within, one can create numerous clones, allowing for simultaneous learning as if there were countless versions of oneself. The efficiency of such learning is exponentially increased. With his current ability, Ingshi could create up to 2 shadow clones, and even with just 2, his training speed could be doubled, allowing for continuous practice day and night. Ingshi extended 2 fingers in a cross shape. Shadow Clone technique. With the emergence of 2 clouds of smoke, 2 identical Yinxes appeared beside him. Now we can have 3, or rather 4, to play with. Ingshi nodded, gesturing for the shadow clones to retrieve the celestial book's martial soul. Observing the 2 celestial martial souls before him, each adorned with 10 soul rings, Ingshi's eyes narrowed slightly. The shadow clone indeed possesses an eerie quality. While it dissipates upon taking damage, it remains a terrifying ability. He felt the soul power and chakra within him. Upon employing the shadow clone, all energy would be evenly distributed. Experimenting further, Ingshi separated his soul power and chakra, assigning one clone to be solely composed of soul power while the other contained only chakra. This way, Ingshi could utilize the shadow clones to manage affairs in both realms, delegating responsibilities accordingly. If urgent matters arise, I can simply dispel the clone, and I will be informed. The 2 shadow clones nodded in agreement, breaking the seal left by Feng Bo Shui Men. In an instant, Ingshi was swept into the Dragon Vein. Within the rush of the Dragon Vein, Ingshi's consciousness gradually faded, and after an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes. Rubbing his temples, the headache subsided slightly. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast desert. The land of Lulon, where the Dragon Vein was situated, had once been a powerful nation and a beautiful oasis. However, due to the overuse of the Dragon Vein's power, it had suffered a backlash, ultimately transforming into its current desolate state. Here, one could not ascertain the precise time. The existence of Lulon was uncertain, yet its transformation into a desert indicated that it was likely a recent occurrence. This suggested that the continent's geographical features had not significantly changed. allowing for the use of previous maps. Taking out a compass and determining a general direction, Ingshi followed the map back. In the Naruto world, the main narrative unfolds in Konoha, so his initial destination was to gather information from there. If he found nothing of value, he would then explore other locations. The search for the dragon vein consumed considerable time, yet the return journey was relatively brief. Aided by modern vehicles, he reached the vicinity of Konoha in just 3 days. Upon making some inquiries, he discovered an intriguing development. The fourth Hokage, Fong Boshuei Min, had perished in battle, and the third Hokage had returned to manage Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had not yet attempted a coup, thus avoiding extermination. Who goes there? A member of the Konoha security force suddenly blocked Ingshi's path. The Konoha security force had always been the domain of the Uchiha clan, the only territory they held. I am Ingshi, here to seek the Uchiha clan. The member of the security force regarded Ingshi with surprise and then, with slight perplexity, inquired, I am of the Uchiha clan. What business do you have with us? Ingshi smiled faintly, a mysterious grin gracing his lips. Closing his eyes briefly, when he opened them again, his blood-red eyes revealed 3 spinning tomo. The member of the Jinbeichu from the Uchiha clan couldn't help but click his tongue. While he was aware that some members of the Uchiha clan had fallen into obscurity, and every so often someone would claim to be a descendant wishing to return to the family, instances of individuals returning after awakening their Sharingan were exceedingly rare. The odds of awakening a Sharingan were quite low, even among the clan members. Only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals possessed such capability. Wait here. I will find someone to switch shifts. We shall directly seek out the clan leader. If Ingshi were to come here, so naively seeking the Uchiha clan, it would be a stroke of luck if he were not turned away, let alone meet the clan leader. However, Ingshi's strength had already reached the level of an elite Jonin, and his ocular technique had attained the level of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, making it plausible for him to meet the clan leader given his age. Moreover, internal strife is a characteristic of humanity, and the infighting within the Uchiha clan was particularly fierce, with factions vying for power. To rally a formidable expert to his side would be a significant achievement for the clan leader, one that could yield considerable rewards. Clan leader, I have brought a talented individual from outside. I hope you will grant him an audience. The member of the Jinbeichu stood respectfully at the door, slightly bowing as he awaited the response. Come in, came the authoritative voice of Uchiha Fugaku. The guard promptly opened the door and gestured for Ingshi to enter. Inside, a serious-looking man in his 30s or 40s was kneeling. This man was indeed Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Greetings, clan leader Fugaku. My name is Ingshi. I have never been trained in etiquette, so I shall forego pleasantries. Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Ingshi, immediately noting his youth and talent, though he seemed somewhat arrogant. In truth, I have come here seeking some resources from the Uchiha clan. My ocular power has been severely depleted. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Although every clan member who awakened their Sharingan possessed ocular power, it was uncommon for a first, second, or even third Tomo to result in severe depletion. Such a state of exhaustion was typically only seen in those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a hint of astonishment gracing his features as he gazed at Ingshi. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the most powerful ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, and very few had awakened it simultaneously. Chapter 178. Natural disaster. Ingshi slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the 3 Tomo spun rapidly, ultimately forming a peculiar pattern. Indeed, it is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened instantly. If another wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan were to join the Uchiha clan, it would enhance their capacity for both offense and defense significantly. Then why do you claim your ocular power is depleted? Ingshi feigned a dramatic sigh, expressing regret as he replied, Alas, I faced a formidable enemy and pushed Susanoo to its 3rd stage. The 3rd stage? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. The combat prowess of Susanoo was exceptional. The initial stage merely manifested as a skeletal arm, which would then evolve into the 1st stage, enveloped in chakra for enhanced defense. Albeit with gaps at the feet, The second stage would see it adorned with flesh and blood, enabling the user to unravel seals and wield personal weapons and ninjutsu. The third stage, building upon the second, would include a helmet, further bolstering defense. However, each stage demanded a substantial amount of ocular power, and to elevate Susanoo to the third stage in one go would deplete an astronomical amount of ocular energy. Currently, I have yet to discover a means to replenish my ocular power. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in mild disappointment. My ability is rather unique. I can utilize the Sharingan to restore my own ocular power. Furthermore, I require the methods of Ikinasya and Ikiname. Should you provide me with these, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. At this moment, Ingshi slightly bowed his head and performed a deep bow towards Uchiha Fugaku. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. While some could bow in submission, their hearts remained unyielding. He was well aware of the duplicity that existed in the world, having engaged in such dealings himself far more smoothly than Ingshi. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fugaku did not refuse. He had already awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan and understood its formidable nature. If an elite Jonin like Ingshi were to unleash the full potential of a Mangekyo, his combat prowess would likely rival that of a Kage. Such an entity was one that must be courted and kept close. Apart from him, only a few elders within the Uchiha clan were privy to this secret technique. If he were to withhold it, the other elders might choose to share it with Ingshi. It was better to grant it directly than risk Ingshi being swayed by others. After all, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. Only when the Uchiha clan grew strong could they protect Ingshi's eyes from the covetous gaze of outsiders. Very well, let us proceed. I shall show you. The Uchiha clan possessed a stone tablet that detailed their secret techniques. Of course, this tablet had been altered, but that mattered little to Ingshi. This is the most I can offer you regarding the Sharingan. For total, all passed down from generations of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku handed over 4 orbs encased in a crystal vial to Ingshi, who accepted them with a smile. Though fewer than expected, they were still sufficient. However, just as Ingshi was about to speak again, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the sky. The sound was so overwhelming that it caused Ingshi to shudder involuntarily. Shortly thereafter, a series of distorted spatial phenomena flickered across the sky, with countless chains descending from above. What is happening? Ingshi gazed in horror at the celestial upheaval. His brow knitted tightly. Warning, the main deity is absorbing this world. Please evacuate immediately. The system had finally activated once more. Since Ingshi had acquired this system, it had only manifested proactively twice. First to inform him of its existence, and now again. Main deity? What on earth? Please evacuate promptly. Douluo continent and the Harry Potter world are similarly affected. Immediate evacuation is imperative. Ingshi instinctively glanced at Uchiha Fugaku beside him. Clan leader. We must urgently summon the clan members. Otherwise, we shall face great peril. Observing the terror in Ingshi's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku nodded gravely. Such celestial disturbances heralded significant events, and chaos often presented opportunities for the Uchiha clan. However, as Uchiha Fugaku pondered, Ingshi suddenly lunged at him, gripping his eyes with both hands. In an instant, a tome of celestial secrets materialized in Ingshi's grasp, emanating a subtle luminescence, and in the blink of an eye, Ingshi's form vanished from sight. All that remained was Uchiha Fugaku, who, with 2 gaping wounds and a visage contorted in agony, flailed desperately with the kunai in his hand. Having just returned to the Dalu, Ingshi gazed at the distorted sky and the chains that appeared to writhe violently in an effort to break free, prompting him to curse under his breath. Little one, do you comprehend what is unfolding? Quickly, Douluo approached Ingshi, his expression one of terror as he surveyed the ominous chains above, which instilled fear even in a title Douluo like him. Ingshi gestured for Douluo to remain silent, for he required further inquiry. System, what is transpiring? In his mind, he fervently called out, Ding, the Master God is not a deity, but rather an intelligent system designed for the mass cultivation of warriors. The Master God can seize worlds, transforming the inhabitants into commodities or soldiers. provided they undergo continuous assessments to acquire greater power. What on earth? In simpler terms, it involves simultaneously casting creatures from multiple worlds into one to fend off the invasion of the abyssal plane. Does this apply to Dalu, the world of Hokage, and the realm of Harry Potter as well? Ding, indeed. But within Dalu, there is divine protection. However, this protection is not everlasting. After a certain period, all individuals within Dalu may become commodities or soldiers, forcibly participating in the defense against the abyssal incursion. Commodities? Becoming a soldier is one thing, but to be reduced to a commodity is utterly unacceptable. Ingshi was resolute in not permitting such an occurrence. Is there a solution? Ding. The world being consumed has become a settled matter, irreversible. The Hokage world can withstand for about a week. The Harry Potter world can endure for 3 days. Due to the divine protection of Douluo, the divine realm can resist the Master God for a maximum of 1 month. Chapter 179. The nuclear bomb cleanses the earth enough of the nonsense. Simply provide a solution. Ingshi rubbed his temples, exasperated. Within a month, attain the divine position of the Shura God, and then sacrifice this divine position to unlock a private space. The Master God cannot capture beings within the private space. However, the system will face total annihilation, as the ultimate reward of the system is that private space. Upon hearing this, Ingshi paused momentarily. Annihilation? Ding. This system was created by the Cosmic Alliance to unearth exceptional warriors. Upon acquiring the private space, it will transform into an intelligence governing that space, leading to its own obliteration. Ingshi rolled his eyes in resignation. This was what they termed annihilation. Nevertheless, with a solution laid before him, there was no room for hesitation. He needed to expedite his efforts. This crisis presented an opportune moment. Even those who held divine positions were but humans who harbored fears and reverence. The denizens of the divine realm possessed eternal life, yet they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding numerous worlds. The most formidable Shura God was severely injured upon confronting the Master God, illustrating the Master God's terrifying might. However, would the Master God truly sacrifice so many deities for mere mortals? Among those mortals, countless beings will emerge, surpassing even the gods. Understanding dawned upon Ingshi, his eyes slowly opening, filled with a steely resolve. Old poison, dedicate yourself to training. I shall be ready at any moment. Ready for what? Pray, elucidate. Observing Ingshi's departing figure, Douluo shook his head in bewilderment. The upheaval of the heavens suggested that Ingshi possessed knowledge of certain matters. Indeed, the choice made previously had proven to be correct. Ingshi surged directly into the imperial palace, and due to his status, no guard dared obstruct his path. Upon encountering Qian Rinxue, Ingshi wasted no time and immediately broached the subject. Quickly, take me to see the Pope and your grandfather. What is the matter? Noticing Ingshi's grave demeanor, Qian Rinxue realized the gravity of the situation. The entity in the sky was known as the Master God, who intended to thoroughly dominate this world, leaving us with the grim fate of becoming commodities or warriors under his command. I must attain the divine position of the Shura God with utmost haste, and then sacrifice it to secure a glimmer of hope. Qian Rinxue did not doubt Ingshi's words. He had consistently exhibited an air of mystery, and it was inconceivable that he would jest about such a monumental matter. Let's proceed at once. Grandfather, I shall rely on you. The elder nodded, realizing that this newly established martial soul empire was on the brink of collapse. Instead of following Qian Rinxue, Ingshi pivoted and entered the world of Harry Potter, a realm characterized by low-level wizardry. Although technological prowess was still viable, facing such an entity was an insurmountable challenge. Millie, Ryan, you must seek refuge there. Do not ask questions, simply stay safe. Moreover, is there anyone else you wish to bring along? Millie and Ryan shook their heads, refraining from further inquiries. From this moment forth, you shall never return. Prepare yourselves. Millie, an orphan, and Ryan, a solitary dark wizard, had minimal connections beyond Ingshi. Ingshi, too, held little sentiment for others, deeming it unnecessary to squander resources on anyone else. The private space had limited capacity, and it would not sustain many. Gather supplies as much as possible. In addition, procure some compressed food. Prepare as much as you can, understood? Understood. You attend to your matters. We shall manage here. However, at this stage, the prices of all goods will surge dramatically. Spare no expense. That island and dragons are of no use. They shall be discarded. All right, we will handle it. Millie nodded, her expression growing exceedingly serious. The sudden appearance of chains in the sky instilled a profound sense of terror in everyone. And without a doubt, Ingshi was their pillar of support. The world was undergoing violent transformations, rendering previous norms obsolete. As long as survival was ensured, no expense would be spared. The nuclear bomb was also a vital objective for Ingshi's presence here. Previously, had Ingshi seized a nuclear weapon, the repercussions in the real world would have been monumental. Thus, he had refrained from such actions. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Nuclear weapons represented the pinnacle of offensive capability for nations, with a single explosion surpassing the power threshold of a tidal Dalu. Even Tang Chun, nearing demigod status, could withstand one, but perhaps not a dozen. The Y nation first acquired nuclear capabilities in 1950. Ingshi was unaware of the exact number of nuclear warheads possessed by Y, but he was certain there were at least 3 to 5, which would suffice for his needs. With Ingshi's current mental fortitude, controlling hundreds of ordinary individuals posed no challenge. The management of nuclear weapons was undoubtedly stringent. However, no matter how stringent, there would always be individuals tasked with their operation. While those wielding nuclear weapons were generally deemed reliable, under the influence of the soul-seizing spell, even the most steadfast individuals would divulge their innermost secrets. The terror of the soul-seizing spell lies in its very essence. While a steadfast mind may resist its influence, when faced with a significant disparity in mental strength, all resistance proves futile. The Y nation possesses an even greater arsenal of nuclear weapons than Ingshi could have imagined. Although Ingshi acted with remarkable swiftness, the Y nation's government is not to be underestimated. They managed to track Ingshi's movements, even with several key officials under control, and initiated a capture. The transgressions committed by Ingshi are monumental, and neither Mealy nor Ryan can expect any leniency. Thus, Ingshi directly transported the two back to Douluo Dalu, albeit for only a day. Nevertheless, Ryan managed to gather sufficient provisions for 10,000 people for half a year, utilizing the space key to accomplish such an extraordinary feat. Otherwise, the sheer scale of the food transfer would have attracted undue attention. In doing so, Ingshi nearly sacrificed his commercial empire in that island, as relocating such a vast quantity of supplies without detection would have been impossible, achievable only through the infinite expansion spell. Furthermore, Ingshi executed a reckless assault on 2 shops dealing in potions, leaving behind a substantial sum of gold coins, which, in the foreseeable future, would amount to little more than mere stones. In Douluo Dalu, Qian Rinxue had already made arrangements, with most matters well in hand. As for the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong was well aware of its location. With her guidance, alongside Qian Daolu and 6 nuclear warheads, it would be sufficient to eliminate Tang Chun. Chapter 180. Ambush outside the city of slaughter, a flight-type soul carried Ingshi and his companions, hovering above the city of slaughter. Only a select few could partake in this operation. The unparalleled 99th level Dua, Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong, the 95th level title Dua, Sword Dua, and Bone Dua, Soul Dua Ning Fengji, and 2 elders of the 7 treasures glazed tile school at the soul sage level, who could bolster the capabilities of the other soul masters. Additionally, there were the formidable Ju Dua and Gue Dua, both possessing the ability to create a polar stillness. The lineup was nothing short of terrifying. Your Holiness, may I have a word with you privately regarding the divine position of the Rakshasa god? Qian Rinxue gazed at Ingshi in astonishment, as he had not previously disclosed this plan to her. Bibi Dong cast a puzzled glance at Ingshi, but at this juncture, he had become the beacon of hope for all. Moreover, there seemed to be a subtle shift concerning the divine position of the Rakshasa god, as if the deity were eagerly anticipating her ascension. Stepping aside into a nearby grove with Bibi Dong, who held her staff with an air of authority, She regarded Ingshi with a complex expression. "What is it? You may speak now." Bibi Dong's gaze towards Ingshi was fraught with complexity, given that Qian Rinxue was his beloved, and her feelings toward Qian Rinxue were equally intricate. A radiant smile illuminated Ingshi's face. Empowered by the Shura god, no more celestial. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Bibi Dong. Yet, the Shura god's power exerted considerable suppression over the Rakshasa god. Moreover, due to the constraints imposed by the Rakshasa god's trial, Bibi Dong's own strength was stifled to the 98th level. The terrifying mental energy intertwined with her ocular prowess swiftly engulfed Bibi Dong. Obey, absolute obedience. The psychological suggestion was insidiously implanted into Bibi Dong's mind. Her psyche, already altered by the Rakshasa god, found the subsequent implantation relatively effortless. Pain etched itself across Bibi Dong's face as her violent soul power surged, causing the surrounding trees to tremble ominously. "Your Holiness!" Zhu Douluo and Douluo attempted to investigate the commotion, but were intercepted by Qian Rinxue. Soon after, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo approached, coldly regarding the duo. Zhu Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, aware that facing several titled Douluo of comparable strength would lead to a swift demise. With a resigned smile, they withdrew their soul power, signaling their intention not to intervene. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa god appeared to react to the Shura god's power. "Rakshasa god, you are but cannon fodder now. If you assist me this once, I will ensure that Bibi Dong inherits the divine position of the Rakshasa god at the earliest opportunity, and you will be free." Ingshi was enveloped in the Shura god's power. Though he was uncertain of the relationship between the Shura god and the Rakshasa god, it was evident that some discord existed. Otherwise, the Rakshasa god would not impede Tang Chun's ascension. At that moment, the Rakshasa god's power began to wane, rapidly dissipating as the overwhelming Shura god's force surged into Bibi Dong's consciousness. After 5 minutes, the terror that had previously gripped Bibi Dong had vanished, replaced by a rare smile. "Greetings, Ingshi. Let us rekindle our acquaintance. In truth, Qian Rinxue yearns for your concern. Remember to show her affection." Bibi Dong nodded gently, her demeanor devoid of any trace of the Pope's former arrogance. Though she still bore a fragment of Xiao Wu's soul bone, it could not be extracted at present, lest it disrupt the forthcoming battle. Due to the earlier incident, the constraints imposed by the Rakshasa god's trial had been lifted, allowing Bibi Dong to unleash her full potential as a peerless Douluo. Observing Ingshi and Bibi Dong's return, Zhu Douluo and Douluo released a sigh of relief. "Now, let us prepare. Following the explosions, radiation will ensue, and we must devise a method to draw it out." The city of Slaughter lay underground, with the only access point concealed within a small town. The power wielded by the martial soul empire exceeded all imaginations. As they breached the city of Slaughter with little resistance, thanks to the full assault of a soul Douluo and 2 soul sages, the city of Slaughter, formidable as it was, seldom stationed its mightiest guardians at the entrance. Most were within the city's confines. 3 nuclear warheads had been successfully infiltrated into the city of Slaughter, sufficient to reduce it to rubble. It is crucial to understand that the bomb's most devastating effect arises from detonation within a confined space, rendering the potential destruction unparalleled. The city of Slaughter served as such an enclosed environment, and under the violent explosion of the 3 warheads, even Tang Chun might not survive. Moreover, with so many titled Douluo assaulting him, even if Tang Chun were to endure, escape from such relentless pursuit would be impossible. With a series of terrifying explosions resonating, the ground trembled violently, and the distant earth rolled as if a dragon were stirring beneath. A vast cloud of dust ascended, enveloping the surroundings. Qian Rinxue glanced at the waiting flight type, soul sages, and waved her hand slightly. The soul masters promptly took action, harnessing their formidable soul power to disperse the swirling dust. As for the radiation, it was no longer within Ingshi's considerations. In due time, Douluo Dalu would cease to exist, rendering concerns of pollution irrelevant. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the scene unfolded. A creature, adorned with blood-red bat wings and lacking any unscathed flesh, soared into the sky. This entity was none other than Tang Chun. However, the terrifying temperature generated by the nuclear explosion threatened to melt his very form. Despite the protection afforded by the power of the Shura god, Tang Chun had still been reduced to this state. Withdraw. Keep your distance. Ingshi commanded the several titled Dalu behind him. Leave it to me. After all, he is a familiar adversary. Suddenly, Dalu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I appreciate your assistance, senior. Dalu regarded Ingshi with an enigmatic gaze. It was evident that Ingshi was destined to be the future husband of Rinshue, yet he found himself entangled with Bibi Dong, which created an awkward situation. Nevertheless, in terms of affection, Dalu's feelings for Rinshue far surpassed those he harbored for Shuanji. Chapter 181. Ambushed Dalu immediately ascended into the air, activating his martial spirit. 8 black and 1 red soul rings emerged, creating a fearsome spectacle. Dangjian! Dalu unleashed his soul power and let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating into the ears of the King of Slaughter. At this moment, Tang Chun was indeed the King of Slaughter. However, in the final moments of inheriting the power of a Shura god, he had fallen prey to a surprise attack from the Rakshasa god, resulting in utter failure and the loss of his very consciousness. He had been parasitized by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, becoming the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. During his years of dominion over this city, another aspect of Tang Chun's consciousness had gradually taken shape, suppressing his original self. Tang Chun turned his gaze toward Dalu. Given that they were engaging in a siege, there were naturally no holds barred. Bibi Dong stood beside Dalu, concealing her presence, waiting for Tang Chun to fall into their trap. The supporting allies, also poised for action, awaited in silence. Observing Tang Chun's charred skin and the blisters forming due to the intense heat, Dalu exhibited a hint of reluctance. After all, he and Tang Chun were old friends and rivals. Witnessing Tang Chun reduced to such a state stirred a sense of pity within Dalu. Tang Chun, my old rival, let today be your release. Dalu's expression grew solemn, his robe fluttering in the wind. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, true body of the 7 treasures. As the battle was about to commence, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, activated his martial spirit's true form, significantly reducing his soul power consumption. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's 5th soul skill enhanced attack, while the 6th soul skill augmented the strongest attributes. This was sufficient to exert some pressure on Tang Chun. Both Dalu and Tang Chun had completed the 8 tests of the gods, with Tang Chun being just a step away from full realization. The consumption of soul power to enhance their attributes was substantial. Ning Fengji's 5th soul skill bolstered attack power, while the 6th amplified the most potent attributes, allowing Dalu to impose a degree of restraint on Tang Chun. Ingshi shifted his gaze to Bibi Dong, who smiled and nodded at him. Although this smile did not go unnoticed by Rinshue. As Rinshue's peculiar expression fell upon him, Ingshi could not help but twitch his lips, instinctively turning his head away from the two. Meanwhile, a soul saint from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was tasked with augmenting Bibi Dong. The augmentation levels were identical, yet the durations differed, with Ning Fengji evidently able to sustain his enhancements for a longer period. 7th soul skill, Angel's true form. The angel domain was activated. 9th soul skill, Angel's judgment. In an instant, Dalu unleashed his most formidable offensive, determined to eliminate Tang Chun with utmost haste. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong utilized her external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings, gently floating in the sky. The domain of the god of death was unleashed, a manifestation of Bibi Dong's martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. The death domain possessed 3 significant effects. Firstly, it increased all her attributes by 10% while reducing those of her enemies by 20%. Secondly, within the domain's range, enemies were unable to execute any concealment or instant teleportation skills, while also imposing mental intimidation, enhancing her mental strength by 20% while diminishing that of her opponents. Thirdly, the domain was suffused with the Death Spider Emperor's potent venom, corrosive properties, and diffusion effects, further decreasing the speed of foes by 10%. Due to BB Dong's possession of two martial spirits, she could simultaneously utilize both domains without interference. The three domains encircled Tang Chun, severely restraining his capabilities. Although Tang Chun was a half-divine titled Douluo, the parasitism rendered him incapable of unleashing his full strength. In this fleeting moment, Douluo's angel's judgment descended with thunderous force. A colossal angelic silhouette manifesting behind him, wielding a holy sword that radiated boundless light. In contrast, Tang Chun was an amalgamation of blood red and black, representing a clash between light and darkness. Yet, Tang Chun, despite the circumstances, was still a 99th level title Douluo, emanating a nauseating stench of blood that gradually enveloped him. Perhaps it was due to the Shura god's power or Tang Chun's formidable strength. His skin began to heal, especially the peculiar blood-red, demonic mark on his forehead, which glowed ominously. Douluo's brow furrowed slightly. Tang Chun's recovery rate was alarmingly swift. The once horrific wounds were mending at an astonishing pace. The Judgment Holy Sword crashed down, and Tang Chun's two bat wings unfurled. The formidable power of these wings was undeniable. They closed, shielding Tang Chun from Douluo's strike, effectively blocking an attack that surpassed his own capabilities. A violent clash of soul power erupted, generating terrifying shockwaves that swept away the trees below, creating a vast clearing. Meanwhile, BB Dong, having activated her martial spirit's true form, unleashed her own most potent assault, ninth soul skill, Abyssal Slash of Space Rending. This was one of BB Dong's most formidable attack soul skills. Two colossal emerald green giant crabs cleaved through the air, unleashing a breathtaking green blade of light that tore apart the surrounding space, engulfing everything within its reach. Tang Chun, already struggling to withstand Douluo's ultimate attack, now faced BB Dong, whose strength was no less formidable. He sought to retreat, but the Judgment Sword held him firmly in place, leaving him unable to divert even a fraction of his focus. The Abyssal Slash tore through space, arriving at Tang Chun's back in the blink of an eye, striking the two massive batwings. Tang Chun let out a pained roar, the sensation of every cell in his body being torn apart overwhelming him with agony. Tang Chun's Shura god was originally a manifestation of judgment power. Although its strength inclined towards darkness, it cannot be deemed evil. However, after being parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King and influenced by the Rakshasa god, his power transformed into this malevolent form. The pure light power of Dalu posed a significant challenge to Tang Chun. While Dalu and BB Dong, two extraordinary Douluo, unleashed their most formidable attacks. Ning Fengji and an elder from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were amplifying their strength from behind, couldn't help but turn pale. Particularly, the elder appeared as pale as a corpse, his complexion frighteningly ghastly. The milky white and blood-red energies merged in an instant and then erupted violently. Ingshi felt an immense force, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, rushing towards him. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to use his soul power to anchor his body to the ground as firmly as possible. Suddenly, Dalu retracted his power and, disregarding the consumption of soul power, unleashed another colossal judgment blade that crashed down. In that moment, Dalu had invoked the divine power of the angel god, fully committing himself to the fray. The impact was like a cannonball, crashing down with tremendous force. The energy waves did not spread far, with a diameter of merely 300 meters. However, within this radius, all plants and stones vanished entirely, not reduced to ashes, but simply disappeared into thin air. The ground now bore a gaping pit, 300 meters in diameter and over 100 meters deep, trembling with a terrifying quake. Yet this was not the end. Dalu recklessly poured forth his soul power from the sky, and BB Dong did the same. Soul power bombs, formed from concentrated soul energy, rained down, creating numerous large craters and raising vast clouds of dust. He has been restrained. Accelerate the attack. Ingshi, with his Sharingan, clearly observed Tang Chun lying motionless on the ground and immediately called out to his companions behind him. Attack with all your might. He has been controlled. The sword Douluo soared first, wielding a colossal sword that nearly covered the sky, crashing down and stirring up another wave of terrifying dust. The ninth, soul skill. The integration of sword and man was unleashed, while the Bone Doa and the golden crocodile Dalu similarly directed their entire soul power downward. 10 minutes later, as Ingshi observed the exhausted titled Douluo beside him, he finally received the system's notification sound. Ding, the 6th, 7th, and 8th trials of the Shura God have been completed. Ding, the 9th trial of the Shura God, slaying Tang Chun, has been accomplished. You have attained a 100 affinity with the Shura God power. Please merge with the Shura God position within 3 days to ascend to the divine realm. 3 days? It seemed the Shura God was eager to find a scapegoat quickly. The might of the main deity was indeed terrifying. System, sacrifice the Shura God position. Excitement flickered in Ingshi's eyes as he could hardly contain himself. Ding. Eligibility for the inheritance of the Shura God position detected. Absorbing the Shura God position now. Ding. Sacrifice successful. Private dimension opening. Ding. Initial area acquired. 200 square kilometers. Space gate. 5. Ding. Map of the divine positions in Douluo continent. 1. Ding. Shura God power. 10 units. Ding. The system mall is opening for the last time. Fortune points will be permanently cancelled. Each unit of Shura God power equates to a strike from a deity. Ding. System mall opened. Current remaining fortune points, 7,000 points, including the slaying of Tang Chun and obtaining the Shura God position. The mutated transmission tower, physical item 5,000 points, includes soul ring aura elimination technique, artificial soul ring technology, soul ring storage capacity, etc. Dimension territory, 10 fortune points per square kilometer. Explosive ring capability, 10 fortune points, available for all soul masters. Transplant scroll, can transplant a piece of Douluo continent not exceeding 10 square kilometers into the dimension for 100 fortune points. In the end, the system mall contained only a handful of items, yet each was remarkably valuable. The transmission tower was a must exchange. Those soul masters accompanying Ingshi into the private dimension would require soul rings for their advancement. If they left Douluo continent, all soul masters would lose their means of progression and become obsolete. The initial area of 200 square kilometers is not fixed. Each sacrifice of a god position can yield varying increments to the area. Ascending to the position of a god king is nearly impossible. With a first-level god increasing the area by 100 square kilometers and a second-level god by 50 square kilometers, each conferring additional benefits. Observing the numerous candidates surrounding him, Ingshi disclosed the truth about the main deity's matters. This is the distribution map of the divine positions in Douluo continent. However, you must consider carefully. All deities presently desire to relinquish their positions swiftly to avoid the main deity's onslaught. You may attempt this, but be sure to protect yourselves. Otherwise, if you cannot return, I will be unable to assist. The temptation of divine positions was immense for them. Ingshi spoke candidly, yet they remained skeptical. It would be better for them to experience it firsthand. Furthermore, all were resolutely hunting soul beasts, and I have found methods to collect soul rings. If we encounter rare soul beasts, we can capture them. Upon hearing Ingshi's words, the hearts of all present began to sway toward belief. The space gate could remain open for an extended period. Ingshi's first task was to retrieve the Ice Fire Tuinai, then, alongside Douluo, to take away the Ice Empress and the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Their strength was formidable, and they sensed the shifts in the world. The soul masters of the withTwin Empire mobilized completely. Only by establishing certain merits could they enter Ingshi's private dimension to continue living. Ingshi's private dimension currently measured only 200 square kilometers, equivalent to a fraction of Hong Kong, capable of sustaining about 1 million inhabitants. However, to be cautious, self-sufficiency in food must be ensured. Of course, the total number of soul masters across the continent is merely around 100,000, which is sufficient. Yet, if this number is not kept to a minimum, how could they feel a sense of crisis? After all, the exploitation of labor is a fundamental quality for any employer. Upon learning of this matter, Zhu Zhuqing instructed her sixth uncle, to relay the message back. Ultimately, Ingshi retrieved the soul bone of Xiao Wu's mother from Bibi Dong. With the enhancement of Shura God power, he utilized the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, along with the Da Ming Tian Qing Yomang and Air Ming Tai Tanju Yuan. The soul bones of Da Ming Tian Qing Yomang and Air Ming Tai Tanju Yuan were in Ingshi's possession, their souls also captured within his Sharingan. It was precisely for these reasons that Ingshi had refrained from merging his ocular techniques. Chapter 183. 7 days of development. B. Tian Shun had already been utilized once. The next use would not occur until a decade later. After 10 years of development under the brilliance of the main deity, B. Tian Shun's efficacy would diminish significantly. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku, Ingshi's nearly blind Mangekyo Sharingan, and a Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shursui were all present. The amalgamation of these items is sufficient to elevate Ingshi's kaleidoscope to the level of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, simultaneously replacing its rather inconvenient ocular technique. During the process of this advancement to the eternal kaleidoscope, Ingshi's vision will temporarily succumb to blindness. However, Ingshi's mental fortitude is remarkably substantial, enabling vision through mental exploration, albeit with a peculiar sensation. As the divine beings gradually relinquish their positions, the resistance of Douluo Dalu against the supreme deity will progressively weaken. Consequently, what was once capable of withstanding a month may dwindle to less than a week. Therefore, urgency is paramount. All soul masters above the rank of Soul Emperor shall be dispatched to gather resources and hunt soul beasts. Excluding the resurrected Da Ming Tian Qing Yomang and Air Ming Tai Tanju Yuan. These two are tasked with penetrating the star Luo Empire, tasked with restraining the numerous tidal Douluo within, ensuring they do not interfere with Ingshi's undertakings. As for soul kings and those beneath that rank, they shall be dedicated to construction. Once noble soul masters now toil profusely, needing to rapidly construct dwellings for survival within Ingshi's small realm. Meanwhile, Ingshi accompanies Douluo on a ruthless hunt for soul beasts. Douluo's prowess is particularly suited for slaughter. Kid, do we truly need to engage in such extensive extermination of soul beasts? Old Poison, are you not growing soft-hearted? Douluo shook his head helplessly. Should his toxins sweep through without restraint, it is likely no soul beast below 60,000 years would survive. Such an outcome would be akin to genocide. This world is destined for ruin, devoid of hope. We must accelerate our efforts. Just as he spoke, Ingshi sensed yet another expansion of his small realm. The divine position of the Rakshasa god was entirely sacrificed, and the offering of a first-level divine position directly augmented the area of Ingshi's private realm by half. Meanwhile, Bai Dong and Qian Dalu are proceeding to the sea god's territory with the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, seeking the sea god Douluo Bosaishi. Bosaishi had previously stated that she would align with whoever among Tang Chun and Qian Dalu ascended to divinity first, though she may harbor a preference for Tang Chun. Her feelings for Qian Dalu are not insignificant. Currently, due to special circumstances, Qian Dalu has surpassed the more talented Qian Renshua, directly inheriting the position of the angel god, which should facilitate the smooth acquisition of Bosaishi and potentially subdue several tidal Douluo. Additionally, they could easily slay the deep-sea demon Whale King. Under the combined might of the two gods, the Whale King stands no chance of survival. As for Ingshi, Douluo's capabilities are indeed formidable, rendering him an unparalleled force in area attacks. The toxic miasma spreads, with vegetation wilting and all life extinguished, leaving only a few soul beasts to perish under the combined efforts of the soul Douluo. Soul rings that can be absorbed are taken on the spot, while those that cannot are sent directly to the transmission tower. The remains are fashioned into jerky, as this marks the final frenzied hunt. Thus, Douluo consumed an entire portion of the Fortune Spirit Potion. Within a single day, they slaughtered over 1,000 10,000-year soul beasts, with countless others under 10,000 years, resulting in an impressive bounty of soul bones. One of the 3 major soul beast gathering locations in Douluo Dalu has been entirely cleared. The Shrek's 7 monsters have all been released, their fortuitous energies remarkably potent. Astonishingly, for among them have earned the favor of divine beings, or perhaps fallen victim to divine machinations, successfully inheriting divine positions. Out of trust in Yingxi, they willingly offered their divine positions, further expanding Yingxi's private realm. What surprised Yingxi was that Shui Binger had caught the eye of the Phoenix God, inheriting the Phoenix Goddess position. To his astonishment, Shui Binger directly sacrificed the divine position to Yingxi without testing it. The seventh day inevitably arrived. Although many were reluctant, this world is unyielding to individual desires. The general sky of Dalu is shrouded in chains, and a terrifying aura descends. Within these 7 days, the area of Yingxi's private realm has reached an astonishing 700 square kilometers. The 3 offerings of the martial soul empire returned gravely injured after inheriting divine positions, not having time to offer their positions before meeting their demise. This incident dispelled any lingering doubts regarding Yingxi. Due to the numerous transitions of divine positions and the fall of deities, Dalu is on the brink of collapse within just a week. Within this realm, Yingxi has managed to transport virtually all resources available. The soul beasts have been either exterminated or retained, with only the Ice Emperor Tian Bingxuan, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Titan Giant Ape, the Tian Qing Yomeng, ZG by G, and a few lesser soul beasts remaining by Yingxi's side. Taking one final glance at Dalu, knowing he would never see it again, Yingxi gazed deeply before vanishing from a spot. Yingxi successfully relocated a total of 130,000 individuals, including 30,000 soul masters. Some were unwilling to follow Yingxi, doubting his words. However, the Lan Dianba Wang Long family ultimately chose to trust him, moving their entire clan into Yingxi's private realm. Various sects, including the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 9-Heart Sea Petal School, the 7 Killing School, and the Elephant Armor School, also migrated their entire families. A significant portion of these individuals are not soul masters, yet their presence will inevitably lead to the emergence of numerous soul masters in the future. Additionally, the vast majority of the Royal Knights have brought their families here. Now, Yingxi's private realm has expanded to 700 square kilometers, easily capable of sustaining over 10,000 individuals. In Yingxi's original world, only barren lands existed, despite their fertility. It would require countless years for vast forests to flourish. Therefore, Yingxi promptly dispatched individuals to transport all the trees from Dalu, many of which are even soul beasts of the plant type. Within the brief span of 7 days, the power of the soul masters has become manifest. The combined force of 30,000 soul masters is akin to moving mountains and filling seas. Vast expanses of lush forest have sprung forth. Had it not been for the refreshing soil underfoot, one might scarcely believe this place was artificially cultivated. Chapter 184. Entering. Although the transmission tower is merely a name for an organization from the latter stages of Dalu, it now stands as a colossal tower. Within, the facilities are abundant. The body and soul rings of the million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, lie within a chamber of the transmission tower, where the space is exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a soul guiding device. The corpse of the million-year soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, is also stored here. Yingxi will not easily part with these 2 soul beasts. A million-year soul ring is an extraordinary treasure, capable of effecting a qualitative transformation for any individual fortunate enough to absorb it. The transmission tower houses over 200 10-year and 100-year soul rings, more than 60 1,000-year soul rings, and over 13 10,000-year soul rings, with more than 300 rings exceeding 5,000 years. It has effectively emptied the majority of soul beasts from Dalu. These soul rings will suffice for use until artificial soul rings can be developed. The Wuhuan Empire met an inexplicable demise, yet it managed to endure within this realm. Here, the development surpassed that which Bai Dong could have managed effectively. What Yingxi must now do is enter the battleground designated by the Master Deity and reap the benefits from there. Furthermore, it is imperative to acquire more resources. One cannot allow these individuals to remain forever in Yingshi's private world. Otherwise, one day, this private realm will inevitably become unsustainable. Though 700 square kilometers is vast, if peace allows for the development of several generations, resources will undoubtedly fall short. Moreover, the might of the master deity is unfathomable. Thus, it is crucial for Yingshi to quickly secure a lofty starting point and wield formidable power. If one seeks higher development, that place will be the optimal choice. In other words, one can choose a stable life devoid of a future, or gamble their life for a chance of perhaps death, or perhaps a brighter and stronger future. Clearly, Yingshi opted for the latter path. Within this small world, there is no need for Yingshi to establish a Wuhuan empire. Here, Yingshi possesses the highest authority and can even mobilize the power of the small world to suppress others. Gazing through the spatial portal at the apocalyptic scene in Douluo, everyone fell into a profound silence. Countless chains cascaded from the heavens, their roots seemingly embedded in the void, completely invisible and inescapable. Witnessing familiar and unfamiliar figures ensnared by chains and dragged into the abyss, Yingshi let out a soft sigh. That place marked the commencement of Yingshi's journey, yet it concluded so unexpectedly. Diling, Yingshi murmured, and suddenly, a distorted space appeared in the surrounding air. A small, dark bird struggled to emerge from the warped dimension. Indeed, this was the former system of the Ying-I series. Now, in this small world, it is the D-Ling of the private realm, tasked with managing all affairs of the small world in Yingshi's absence, such as regulating soil fertility and determining whether rain shall fall from the sky. Xiaohei, how fares the master deity? Yingshi inquired without turning, hands clasped behind his back. The master deity has designated the trial planet, akin to the technological world of your previous life, came the response. A technological world? Yingshi's brow furrowed slowly. This was not due to any disdain for the technological realm, but rather the understanding that true valiant warriors are forged through blood and fire, and such individuals seldom emerge from a peaceful technological society. Never mind, pondering the master deity's matters is futile, Yingshi murmured to himself in the new calendar. How is the arrangement proceeding? He inquired regarding entry into the master deity's world. It has been arranged. We lost 3 spatial gates and nearly 100 square kilometers of land, but we secured a direct entry quota, came the reply. Yingshi nodded. As a product of the Cosmic Human Alliance, his small system can negotiate or bribe for entry, provided it does not interfere with the selection of warriors. Understood. Prepare for entry. Yingshi had already communicated with Xiao Wu. There was little significance in further delay. The black bird nodded its petite head, its eyes filled with an earnest demeanor. Yingshi gradually closed his eyes, enveloped by the silver-white power of space. Within this radiant glow, his consciousness seemed to plunge into a deep abyss, while Xiao Wu and the others silently observe his actions. With Xiao Wu placing her hands together in prayer before her chest, silently wishing for Yingshi's success. Is the new journey finally about to commence? Yingshi's figure suddenly vanished from his location, and upon reappearing, he found himself atop a platform. Beep. Detecting that the small system host is actively participating in the selection war, data processing initiated. Yingshi age, 15 years height, 180 centimeters energy. Douluo Dalu, soul power level 53 Soul King. Fire Shadow World Elite Jonin skills. 15 soul techniques, including 5 special soul techniques granted by unique soul rings. Ninjutsu. 1 S rank, 3 A rank, 17 B rank. 35 C rank bloodline skill. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan comprehensive evaluation. Cosmic Alliance evaluation standard level 3. Beep. Detecting target as an outsider. Balance system activated. Beep. Current identity. Douluo Wuan Empire Qinhuang. Beep. Requires 100,000 points for freedom. Due to special participation in selection, required points reduced to 1/10, i.e. 10,000. Beep. Upon acquiring freedom, can become an evolver, enjoying all rights of an evolver and erasing identity differences. Beep. After obtaining freedom, can access the evolution mall. Beep. Detecting possession of a private realm. can summon it here for 1/10 of normal points. Ingxi's brow slightly arched. These were unavoidable matters. With the strength of the Cosmic Alliance's level 3, Ingxi held a significant advantage in entering here. Beep. Selection competition initiated. Beep. 1 million evolvers selected from around the globe. Entities from other worlds will enter the selection gradually based on their levels. Beep. The first batch of otherworldly entities to enter is soul beasts under 1,000 years from Douluo Dalu and shinobi-level genin from the Fire Shadow world. A list of hundreds of worlds unfolded before Ingxi, a revelation granted by the master deity due to his unique identity. The sky distorted once more, and a cacophony of beastly roars echoed from above. Dozens of monstrous creatures plummeted from the sky, some as large as lions and others as small as puppies. Yet they posed little threat to Ingxi. He leaped high from the platform, his bone blade swiftly piercing through the head of a lion-like beast. Chapter 185. The path of evolution piercing through the beast's skull and exiting through its jaw. Ingxi swiftly dispatched one creature. However, more and more monsters continued to descend from the sky. They were likely under the protection of the master deity. For falling from such heights would typically result in severe injury or death. Susanoo. A surge of black material enveloped Ingxi, quickly forming a giant. Screams of terror erupted as not only did the creatures witness the giant form of Ingxi, but they also continued to rain down. Normally, upon reaching the third stage of Susanoo, one could wield its weapons, yet for some reason, Ingxi had yet to manifest any weapon. It was only upon the emergence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that he finally discovered his weapon. With one hand, he grasped a long black blade, rapidly accumulating bone-like material until the sword took form. With a thunderous roar, Ingxi beheld a familiar presence, a dragon. It was the dragon from the Harry Potter realm, though he could not ascertain if it was the one he had nurtured on the island. However, Ingxi suddenly stepped forward, wielding his long blade in a fierce horizontal cut towards the heavens. The terrifying power bestowed by Susanoo instantaneously cleaved the descending dragon in twain. The system chimed, indicating the slaying of a dragon species and rewarding him with 500 points. Naturally, flying creatures yielded a greater number of points compared to others. The system continued to announce the detection of over 100 entities surpassing the second tier, initiating the second phase of deployment. The second phase? Ingxi scarcely had time to ponder, as a multitude of blood-red giants descended from the sky. Were these the Titans from Shingeki no Kyojin? The Titans were the failed products of human experimentation, primarily drawing their energy from the sun, with their sole weakness being a specific spot on the nape of their necks. However, it was not necessary to sever that particular flesh to vanquish them. In the state of Susanoo, the long blade in Ingxi's hand possessed unique energy. Striking the nape of a Titan would surely ensure their demise, as Susanoo's energy would instantaneously obliterate the flesh at that vulnerable point. Several Titans rapidly descended around Ingxi, encircling him. 3 giants, each towering over 5 meters, formed a tight circle around him, with a steady stream of monsters approaching from all directions. Ingxi retreated a step with his right foot, slowly closed his eyes, and placed his right hand on the hilt of his long blade. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a crimson glow. Full moon slash. This technique was imparted to Ingxi by the sword duelist. Although the sword duelist wielded a sword while Ingxi brandished a blade, the essence of their paths converged. A black energy swiftly enveloped Ingxi, carving a circular arc that inflicted deep gashes upon the necks of the 3 nearby giants. A plume of steam erupted from their bodies, as the technique directly severed their vital points. The giants slowly toppled to the ground, crushing several cars beneath them. Under the sunlight, they dissipated like melting snow. The system chimed again, announcing the slaying of 3 giants and awarding an additional 300 points. Yet this was not the end. As if sensing Ingxi's formidable combat prowess, an unceasing torrent of monsters descended from the sky, including several dinosaurs. Were dinosaurs classified as first-tier creatures? Their size and combat strength far surpassed that of a first-tier entity. Was this the second phase deployment mentioned by the main deity? A Tyrannosaurus Rex descended from above, landing on a nearby building. The immense weight of the creature caused the floor to buckle, sending a cascade of debris crashing down. The Tyrannosaurus focused its attention on Ingshi's Susanoo, leaping toward him with its massive frame. Its large, bell-like eyes coldly scrutinized Ingshi as its mouth slowly opened, releasing a foul breath. At this moment, Ingshi found himself trapped between the Tyrannosaurus behind him and two colossal monsters before him, particularly a lion radiating with electrical energy. With a sudden surge of determination, Ingshi stepped forward, causing a massive spike to erupt from the ground, impaling one of the dinosaurs. The dinosaur's colossal size rendered conventional spikes ineffective for a swift kill, necessitating a tremendous expenditure of chakra to ensure its defeat. The eye technique, Invisible Blade. The patterns within Ingshi's pupils spun rapidly, distorting the air around him as silver blades manifested from thin air. These blades were weapons inherent to Susanoo, complementing Ingshi's long blade, thus providing both melee and range capabilities suitable for single combat and group assaults. The invisible blades, infused with a trace of spatial power, attacked the enemy without being seen. Their only drawback was the significant mental energy they consumed. 3 invisible blades began to rotate, forming silver rings around Ingshi's Susanoo. The thunderous lion advanced, its golden fur bristling in a display of majesty. With a flick of his hand, Ingshi commanded one of the invisible blades to descend upon the thunderous lion. Sensing the imminent threat, the lion concentrated a massive surge of electricity at its horn, launching a bolt of lightning to intercept the invisible blade. The remaining 2 invisible blades maneuvered from the sides, attempting a surprise attack from behind. Although Ingshi's combat prowess surpassed that of the thunderous lion, he was left with only his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as his most potent offensive capability, while an endless stream of monsters continued to emerge, necessitating judicious conservation of his stamina and energy. However, perhaps due to Ingshi's elevated status, the surrounding creatures shifted their focus entirely onto him. A silverback gorilla, towering 4 to 5 meters, descended with the force of a cannonball, its hairy fist crashing down upon the back of Ingshi Susanoo. While it failed to breach his defenses, the strain on his mental energy was considerable. First soul skill, Law of Confinement. Second soul skill, Law of Manipulation. 2 soul rings emerged successively. Among the myriad of monsters, the silverback gorilla was the most fitting target for Ingshi's control. Although he had not extensively trained in hand-to-hand combat, the gorilla, being a humanoid creature, employed attack methods similar to those of humans. The invisible force of confinement swiftly enveloped the silverback gorilla. Chapter 186. 2 Types of Ghouls. The gorilla lacked any internal energy, relying solely on its formidable physique, making it relatively easy to control. Shadow Clone Technique. A mist enveloped the area, and a shadow clone of Ingshi emerged, shrouded within Susanoo for protection. The shadow clone was tasked with controlling the silverback gorilla, safeguarding Ingshi's Susanoo. The power of Susanoo was finite. Enduring excessive attacks would significantly deplete his mental energy, thereby diminishing the strength of Susanoo. 3 invisible blades surged forth from different directions toward the thunderous lion, while giants and dinosaurs surrounded Ingshi from multiple angles. The silverback gorilla immediately blocked the remaining monsters as the thunderous lion posed the greatest threat, its horn brimming with lethal potential. The invisible blades, infused with spatial energy, possessed an unimaginable sharpness. Glimmering with silver light, they sliced through the air, directly cleaving the lightning and brutally striking the horn atop the lion's head. It was evident that the lion's horn was not composed of ordinary material, faintly radiating a metallic sheen. Empowered by the force of lightning, it withstood the assault of the invisible blades. Yet, as the invisible blades continued to sever the lightning, bolts of electricity erupted chaotically, sending shards of stone flying. The thunderous lion's immense claws recoiled, unable to advance amidst the tumultuous clash. In that moment, 2 invisible blades, one from the left and one from the right, sliced in unison. Accompanied by 2 streaks of silver light, the thunderous lion's lightning power began to dissipate, and blood gushed forth from its wounds. At this moment, the silverback gorilla, having sustained significant injuries while blocking several nearby monsters, stood resolutely as a shield before Ingshi, even if it meant sacrificing its own life. With the silverback gorilla as a bulwark, Ingshi wielded the intangible blade with all his might, unleashing a flurry of glimmering silver light, causing monsters to fall lifelessly into pools of blood. 2 minutes later, tears of blood streamed slowly from Ingshi's eyes. Although the battle was not particularly fierce, the toll it took was immense, especially on his mental fortitude. Ingshi could feel his will beginning to wane. As Susanoo gradually dissipated, he stood atop the fractured ground resembling a spider's web, blood rising to his ankles. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ingshi stepped through the sea of corpses. A notification chimed. 10,000 points consumed, evolutionary qualification obtained. Another notification followed. Loading reserve number. And yet another. Evolutionary, extraordinary ability selected. Finally, he received S-Class Extraordinary Ability, Hell's Praise. Hell's Praise. The first stage requires the sacrifice of 100 tons of flesh and blood. After the sacrifice, one may acquire. What kind of ability is this? Ingshi glanced back at the mound of corpses. Among the recently fallen monsters, a small portion were those titans, which left no remains upon death. The thunderous lion that had advanced to the second tier weighed no more than 400 or 500 kilograms, merely 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary lion. A silverback gorilla's weight was not substantial either. Collectively, these corpses scarcely amounted to 10 tons. Where would he procure 100 tons of flesh and blood? However, now that Ingshi had secured his freedom, he could enter the evolutionary mall to exchange items. With a few leaps, he swiftly entered a nearby inn. Many monsters still roamed outside, and while he could not guarantee the safety of his surroundings, Ingshi felt relatively secure with his shadow clones providing protection. After redeeming his freedom, he found himself with 6,000 points remaining. A brief scan of the evolutionary mall revealed an extensive array of items, ranging from towels, toothbrushes, and sanitary pads to various artifacts and humanoid products. Among them, he spotted a familiar face, Harry Potter, the protagonist from a low-tier wizarding realm, available for exchange at 9,000 points. Additionally, there were characters from the world of Naruto, commoners, lickers from Resident Evil, and soul masters from Douluo Dalu. Yet, conspicuously absent were any provisions. Among the myriad offerings, one item piqued Ingshi's interest, Flame of Energy, priced at 13,000 points. This flame could merge the energies within his body into a unified form. Presently, Ingshi possessed soul power, chakra, and a minuscule amount of magical energy, excluding mental and ocular power. If he could fuse his soul power with chakra and eliminate all his soul rings, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, potentially reaching the 4th or even 5th tier. It is worth noting that the power contained within soul rings is immensely potent. Combined, they likely exceed the energy currently within Ingshi. Just as he retrieved a boxed meal from his soul guide and began to eat, 2 individuals abruptly burst into the room. Ingshi twirled his chopsticks, intrigued by the man and woman before him. Their attire could only be described as disheveled or exceedingly revealing. The woman wore a thin layer of fabric that barely concealed her skin, her stockings shredded in tatters. The man was clad in nothing but a single bath towel. With a smirk, Ingshi remarked, "Did you two just barge in here?" Before he could finish his sentence, a shriek erupted from behind him. A humanoid creature with 3 blood-red tails appeared, its eyes entirely black, adorned with dark markings that formed a fish-like pattern at the corners. This was a ghoul. Observing the tails, Ingshi deduced it was a scaled ghoul. With a flick of his wrist, a steel needle shot forth from his fingers, striking the ghoul squarely in the forehead. However, that was only the beginning. He sensed an increasing number of monsters flooding into the inn. What is happening? Ingshi furrowed his brow, disregarding the couple. Shifting slightly, he sat on the bed and drew back the curtains. Outside, a multitude of hunched creatures crawled along the ground. Was this a ghoul? This ghoul was not the same as others. It resembled those from the world of Warcraft, appearing gruesomely terrifying. From his vantage point, Ingshi could see at least 100 ghouls on the street. Chapter 187. Exchange the World of Warcraft was the last place Ingshi wished to encounter. Its minions were numerous, and powerful elite soldiers abounded. The strategy of overwhelming numbers, combined with elite decapitation tactics, rendered it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand. The abilities of small ghouls were straightforward. They consumed corpses and transported supplies. While their combat prowess was not particularly impressive, a young man armed with a weapon could at least hold his ground against them. Yet the problem lay in the ghouls' relentless fearlessness. Their sharp claws posed a significant threat, as few from peaceful times possessed such ferocity. With another flick of his wrist, a steel needle materialized in Yingshi's hand. Ever since acquiring Tang San's hidden weapon mastery, he had practiced with these projectiles for some time. While his skills could not match Tang San's, eliminating these small ghouls posed no challenge whatsoever. A notification chimed. Slayed a low-tier creature, small ghoul, awarded 1 point. Seriously? A mere point for a small ghoul? What good is that? Nevertheless, even the weak have their methods. Yingshi rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a small cloth bag designated for ammunition. He clapped his hands, and his shadow clone swiftly emerged from the side. You know what to do with this, he instructed, tossing the small bag to the clone. Inside were numerous bullets and 2 Gatling guns. The powerful recoil of the Gatling guns would be difficult for the shadow clone to manage. However, Yingshi was well versed in sorcery. A levitation spell combined with an infinitely expandable ammunition box and recoil-dampening magic would resolve these issues perfectly. The shadow clone nodded, ready to hunt small ghouls from a discreet corner, exchanging bullets for points. Whether this was a loss or gain was debatable, but Yingshi needed points urgently. Many items in the evolutionary mall possessed unique qualities, and the sooner he redeemed them, the better. The shadow clone, equipped with a spatial bag, sought out a location with a relatively dense population of small ghouls who possessed little intelligence and were driven solely by the desire for flesh. The sounds of gunfire erupted as the Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, tearing the small ghouls into countless pieces, among which were some ghouls possessing distinctive traits. The ghoul possessing a Kakuja exhibits a complete human consciousness, albeit gradually warped by the incessant consumption of human flesh. Nevertheless, it retains the primal instinct of self-preservation. In the bustling commercial street flanked by towering skyscrapers, these ghouls ascend the vertical edifices, using their Kakuja as claws. Above them, 2 ghouls endowed with wings prepare to launch an attack from the sides. The evolved beings hunt otherworldly creatures to accrue points for their own evolution. While this select group of ghouls seeks to redeem themselves through the slaughter of humans or fellow otherworldly beings, much like Yingshi, the shadow clone wields a Gatling gun in each hand, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the surrounding ghouls. The firepower of the Gatling gun is truly terrifying. Even the current Yingshi cannot withstand its prolonged onslaught. The concentration of RC cells within the ghouls makes their bodies increasingly resilient. Ordinary handgun bullets pose little threat to high-ranking ghouls, but in the face of a Gatling gun, even A-rank ghouls cannot survive for more than a few breaths. The shadow clone is tasked with clearing out the numerous lesser ghouls while Yingshi focuses on dealing with the small bosses that have infiltrated. At this stage, utilizing Susanoo seems unnecessary. Not only does it consume a significant amount of energy, but it may not yield substantial points either. With a flick of his wrist, a sniper rifle materializes in Yingshi's grasp, and his 3-tomo Sharingan activates instantaneously. Assisted by the Sharingan, Yingshi's marksmanship becomes relatively precise, as it allows for predictive aiming. With the aid of specialized armor-piercing rounds, he dispatches foes almost effortlessly. Should he find himself unable to kill them with a shot, he charges in for a close-quarters execution. The onslaught of ghouls is swiftly interrupted by Yingshi, with a mountain of spent shells accumulating beneath his feet. Within a short span, he has eliminated over 300 small ghouls and 6 other ghouls. However, the rapid firing rate of the Gatling gun proves to be a challenge. Even with a spatial pouch to replenish his ammunition, Yingshi cannot sustain continuous fire. After the demise of several small ghouls, their brethren grow increasingly cautious. Sensing the overwhelming scent of blood, the once vibrant commercial street is now littered with corpses. Observing the scant remnants of a dozen small ghouls, Yingshi contemplates ceasing fire. Just then, a malevolent aura emanates from behind him. By the time he reacts, it is too late. A dagger plunges into his heart, and the shadow clone is unexpectedly slain. The assailant is a creature capable of invisibility, moving with such stealth that only a faint energy presence is detectable upon attack. Is this an assassination demon? Such a creature belongs to the Abyss, and it is astonishing that the Abyss has initiated its invasion so swiftly. As the figure of the assassination demon begins to fade, Ingshi's three-tomo Sharingan spins rapidly, forming a distinct pattern. Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu engulf the assassination demon, an inferno that cannot be extinguished, destined to incinerate its target. As a mere second-tier entity, the assassination demon proves powerless against the third-tier strength of the Amaterasu flames. Yet, this assassination demon appears to be merely the precursor, as a myriad of abyssal demons descend upon Ingshi from unknown origins. Is this a form of punishment? Ingshi's combat prowess exceeds the current stage, thus attracting the majority of powerful entities to his vicinity. Ding! Within the next 3 days, evolve or no. 07 will consecutively face similar assaults. Normalcy will resume after 3 days. Indeed, the Master Deity has granted Ingshi some forewarning. Before him looms a massive creature reminiscent of a colossal insect, a 3-meter-tall minotaur wielding a gigantic axe, and a diminutive demon with wings. How utterly absurd! Ingshi inwardly curses the doctor, realizing that the recent exertion of Susanoo has drained him significantly, rendering him somewhat troubled in the face of such formidable foes. War Domain. The black, flowing soul rings rapidly emerge above Ingshi's head, enveloping everything in an invisible field of power. Chapter 188. Exchange, Part 2. Layers of skeletal armor swiftly encase Ingshi, while a pale, bone blade gradually forms in his hand. Erupting with volcanic force, a torrent of magma ascends, enveloping the demon hunter in its fiery embrace amidst the multitude of abyssal creatures. The Minotaur boasts unparalleled destructive and defensive capabilities, while the demon hunter wields razor-sharp, blade-like legs. The diminutive demon, while slightly bothersome due to its flight, poses little genuine threat. The Minotaur's defensive and offensive prowess is commendable, yet its sluggish speed is a significant drawback. Thanks to the Sharingan, dodging the Minotaur's strikes is manageable, but the multiple, knife-like legs of the demon hunter present a lethal danger. Therefore, Ingshi resolves to eliminate the demon hunter first before addressing the remaining abyssal creatures. The scorching magma engulfs the demon hunter, eliciting a pained shriek. The harsh environment of the abyss imbues its denizens with remarkable vitality, and the demon hunter is no exception. However, its emaciated form has limitations in withstanding harm. As it struggles to escape the magma's grasp, the Minotaur's colossal axe descends with great force. Ingshi leaps forward, narrowly evading the blow, which cleaves a nearby vehicle in two. The Sharingan spins wildly as Ingshi deftly dispatches the small demon, preparing to ambush him. The magma continues to char the demon hunter's body, yet does not inflict fatal wounds. The demon hunter retaliates with its blade-like appendages, slicing through the air and decimating several small demons, with no route for retreat. The Minotaur's relentless swings of its massive axe block any escape. There is no way out. Gritting his teeth, a fatigued Ingshi activates Susanoo once more. The skeletal form rapidly materializes, enveloping him within its protective embrace. The clash of blades and axes resonates as Ingshi's newly summoned Susanoo nearly falters under the onslaught. The urgency of the situation forces Ingshi to manifest only the second stage of Susanoo, causing blood to flow from his eyes as ethereal blades coalesce. 3 invisible blades flicker into existence, swiftly severing several of the demon hunter's legs. Meanwhile, the Minotaur's axe, imbued with terrifying abyssal power, crashes against Ingshi's Susanoo, eroding its energy shield. The abyssal force exerts an unexpectedly potent suppression over Ingshi's armor. Ethereal blades. 3 invisible blades, unable to harvest the lives of the surrounding minor demons, were forcibly recalled by Ingshi. The blade traversed to the neck of the colossal ox demon. However, the dark power of the abyss proved formidable enough to withstand them. The clash between the invisible blades and the abyssal force erupted in a shower of sparks. This will not do. Retreat. Although the ox demon was merely a pinnacle of the second tier, Its defensive capabilities were terrifyingly overwhelming. Retreat. Ingxi's body suddenly jerked backward, causing a space pouch imbued with an infinite extension spell to fall to the ground. With the full force of the Gale Spirit Bone unleashed, Ingxi's figure vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. A deafening explosion shattered the glass of nearby buildings, while the giant ox demon appeared somewhat disheveled, though merely so. Ingxi massaged his temples. The emergence of such bizarre abilities was truly vexing. While it was not impossible to eliminate the ox demon, as he still possessed 2 nuclear bombs capable of obliterating it, the entire city would be lost in the process. Although this would yield substantial points for Ingxi, it would simultaneously obliterate the remnants of his moral compass. Ingxi had never been a paragon of virtue, yet he had no desire to trade the lives of hundreds of thousands for points. Glancing at his points, he noted that he had over 13,000 remaining. After the recent battle, Ingxi had altered his initial intentions. He had initially aimed to fuse the energy within himself before considering other options. However, he had discovered that the abyssal force possessed a remarkably corrosive nature. The energy barrier of his Susanoo had been violently breached for the first time, rather than merely shattered, especially by a being of lower tier. This suggested a suppression of energy quality, as the abyssal force was on par with the source energy within the Cosmic Alliance, and such suppression was inevitable. Now, Ingxi contemplated a different approach. While transforming his energy system into source energy was crucial, this exchange option was not limited in quantity and could be done at any time. However, the ethereal abilities of Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan were indeed spectacular. Ingxi's own Mangekyo ability allowed him to manipulate, akin to the 6 avatars of the Rinnegan, though with considerable restrictions, only permitting control over beings of the same species. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito required a staggering 30,000 points, a sum that was undoubtedly insufficient. Normally, after the exchange, one would merely acquire 2 ocular orbs, which imposed a significant burden when used, as evidenced by Kakashi, who had struggled for years to reach the level of a Kage, hindered by the weight of the Sharingan. Ingxi, being of the Uchiha bloodline and possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, could absorb Obito's ocular powers. The sudden appearance of the Ox Demon plunged the bustling district into another crisis. This creature was not akin to the lesser ghouls, and even evolvers found themselves lacking the capacity for resistance. Ingxi had no intention of launching an assault. Trouble would surely seek him out. Rather than perusing the evolution shops list, he scrutinized the exchange list for individuals within his small world. The points required for exchanges within his realm were a mere tenth of the standard. For Ingxi to redeem himself, he would expend only a tenth of the points, excluding the enhancement from his identity, roughly equivalent to 80,000 points worth of exchanges. Thus, 1/10 would amount to 8,000 points. Currently, Ingxi stood as a 5-ring Soul King, augmented by the chakra of a Jonin, with combat prowess equivalent to that of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. However, there were few 6-ring Soul Emperors around him, most of whom were unfamiliar and untrustworthy. Chapter 189. The final battle of the chosen summoners were Shui Binger and Dugian, a decision grounded in simplicity, their beauty. Shui Binger wielded the Ice Phoenix, a revered symbol of auspiciousness in ancient Chinese culture, embodying a spirit that resonated with righteousness and was particularly apt for rallying hearts in these apocalyptic times. Dugian, on the other hand, was selected for her toxic prowess. Disregarding the ordinary citizens in the city, her lethality rivaled that of Ingxi when he activated Susanoo. Both were control-type battle spirit masters, each possessing a century-old spirit bone that significantly enhanced their abilities. They swiftly regained the points Ingxi had expended within a week. Meanwhile, Ingxi had gathered enough points for the exchange to acquire Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon merging another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Ingxi felt his ocular power intensify. The city, known as Jinxiushi, succumbed to calamity with alarming swiftness, compounded by the lack of military forces, resulting in a near-total collapse of resistance. Under the mobilization of the few remaining city officials, the populace embarked on a desperate flight. During their escape, Ingxi, armed with heavy weaponry, could effectively harvest lower-tier enemies en masse. Amidst the slaughter, he successfully obtained a city heart, which, when planted, would yield a well-equipped city. This city would possess a structured evolution pathway, and given Ingshi's similar system, he opted for the Soul Master route. The city heart was aptly named the withTwin Holy City. As he began to establish a foothold, he initiated large-scale summoning of Soul Masters from his small world. Of course, Ingshi would not engage in foolish acts that would harm himself without benefiting others. All Soul Masters retained their families within the small world. Prior to paying fivefold the points for his own redemption, he lacked sufficient freedom, and only during the first month post-summoning were they exempt from interest. Beyond this period, greater points would be required. Yet, no one refused this stipulation, for without Ingshi, they would not exist. Aware of the debt of gratitude owed to him, they preferred to remain in his small world. Thus, Ingshi arranged for an environment that, while freer on the outside, was equally perilous. Several families of redeemed Soul Masters perished at the hands of interdimensional creatures after leaving the withTwin Holy City, an outcome that had been orchestrated by Ingshi himself. Consequently, all were acutely aware of the significance of the withTwin Holy City, and no one wished to leave this sanctuary lightly. Following this event, a substantial benefit arose. All Soul Masters recognized the degree of danger present outside. Hence, they chose to leave their families within Ingshi's small world, both as a means of leverage and because the dimensional passage to the small world lay at the heart of the withTwin Holy City. To forcibly breach the small world would necessitate the annihilation of the Holy City itself. Perhaps due to shared animosity, or because the lives of the Soul Masters' families were firmly in Ingshi's grasp by the third month of the apocalypse. The number of Soul Masters under his command exceeded 300, all of whom were at the Soul Sect level. It is precisely due to this snowballing tactic that, in the 7th month since the apocalypse commenced, Ingshi has successfully summoned all the Soul Masters from the small world to this place. The withTwin Empire has once again been established, with Emperor Qianrengshu, Pope Bibi Dong, and High Elder Qiandu, while Ingshi retains his position as the original Qin Wang and Beijian Wang. Emperor Qianrengshu has taken residence in the Imperial City, overseeing the majority of the political affairs of the withTwin Holy City. Pope Bibi Dong has settled in the withTwin Hall, managing the affairs of the Soul Masters, including all military matters of the withTwin Hall. High Elder Qiandu continues to preside over the Elder Hall, commanding all the titled Douluo level elders. On the day the withTwin Holy City was established, Qianrengshu conducted a large-scale selection of concubines, including Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling, Dugian, Meng Iran, Shuai Binger, Hu Wu, Hu Laina, Lu Erlong, as well as the sorceress Millie and Hinata Hyuga from the world of Naruto. Nearly all the outstanding Soul Masters from Douluo continent have entered Qianrengshu's harem. However, according to unreliable intelligence, although Ingshi possesses the Qin Wang mansion, it has long been unoccupied. If not for the relatively short duration since the apocalypse began, spiderwebs would likely have nearly blocked the entrance. Furthermore, the relationship between Ingshi and the withTwin Emperor Shueqinghe is extraordinarily close, as he almost spends every night in the palace, emerging each time with trembling legs. Pope Bibi Dong also enjoys residing in the Imperial Palace, occasionally engaging in intimate acts with Emperor Shueqinghe, often seeking Prince Qin as a judge. According to reports from an anonymous palace maid, the sounds of men can often be heard resonating from the Windy Hall, while the voices of women are conspicuously absent. Soon after this discovery led to a palace maid becoming a traitor, she mysteriously vanished within days. As for the state of her remains, that remains unknown. Returning to the main subject, life appears to be quite satisfactory, yet the apocalypse is far from simple. Following the complete arrival of the alternate world, a massive influx of abyssal demons will gradually invade. In the first year and 5 months of the apocalypse, the endgame battlefield finally opened. The endgame battlefield is a place where all individuals yet to be exchanged in the Evolution Mall are thrown together to engage in mutual slaughter, with a time limit of 1 month. After 1 month, everyone regains their freedom. Those like Ingshi, as evolvers, can also enter, but their lives cannot be guaranteed. This will be the last battle before the abyssal invasion. For instance, among the characters from the Naruto world, there have arrived Otsutsuki Yui, the sage of six paths. His younger brother Otsutsuki Himura, the progenitor of the Hyuga clan, Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Azura, as well as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In summary, all the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages that have not been exchanged have been summoned, although it is perplexing that both Indra and Azura, in their original and reincarnated forms, appear simultaneously. This is the enigma of the supreme deity. Ordinary shadow-level powerhouses are relatively manageable, their strength approximating that of a sole emperor. And due to the versatility of ninjas, many evolvers prefer to exchange them as subordinates. Thus, the remaining ninjas are primarily those not among the strongest. Additionally, characters from One Piece, Bleach, and the 4 Emperors have largely yet to be exchanged. At this moment, Ingshi has reached the 7th rank, while the Otsutsuki clan members are merely at the same rank as him. There are a total of 300 city hearts, each in different hands. Individuals like Ingshi, who have cheated their way in, typically possess one if they're still alive. Although the city heart is heavily reliant on probability under the constraints of rank, the extensive slaughter of beings from alternate worlds significantly increases the chances of acquiring a city heart. Within the palace, Ingshi languidly reclines in a chair, surrounded by the core figures of the withTwin holy city. Xiao Shi, will you attend the decisive battle in the Naruto world? Xue Qinghe inquired, furrowing his brows with a hint of concern. We should go. After the invasion of the alternate world, the abyssal invasion will follow, which is truly hellish. There are many resources from the Naruto world that we need, thus it is imperative to go. Indeed, even if we cannot recruit those individuals, we must ensure their elimination to extract equipment and gain points. Qian Oliu's gaze gleamed with wisdom, reflecting the numerous experiences he has amassed during his tenure in the withTwin Hall. Whom will you take with you? He turned to Ingshi, asking with utmost seriousness. I will take the Ming, Air Ming, just the 3 of us. Upon hearing this, all present suddenly understood. Due to the differing laws of this world, under the divine authority, the technique of Edo Tensei cannot be utilized. Thus, the Evolution Mall does not offer this skill, nor any individuals capable of it. However, Ingshi possesses it, and the Supreme Deity is aware that the existence of Ming and Air Ming is excessively formidable, which has significantly increased the points required for their exchange. Ingshi exerted considerable effort to redeem Ming and Air Ming. Their combat prowess is comparable to that of 5th-rank powerhouses, though they are somewhat disadvantaged against 6th and 7th-rank entities. Nevertheless, their immortal bodies and boundless energy suffice to neutralize these disadvantages. While they may not be capable of delivering powerful attacks, serving as formidable shields is sufficient. Of course, this does not come without its drawbacks. The Edo Tensei technique from the Naruto world was invented by Senju Tobarama, and it remains uncertain whether he left behind any hidden mechanisms. Currently, the strongest individual within the withTwin Holy City is Ingshi, followed by Bibi Dong, who stands at half-step 7th rank, and then Qian Rengshu and Qian, both at the pinnacle of 6th rank. Ding, Evolver number 07. Do you confirm entry into the endgame battlefield? Confirm. Evolvers may bring 3 subordinates. Please select. Ingshi glanced back at the individuals behind him, hesitating momentarily. At this juncture, there are very few individuals possessing Edo Tensei within the withTwin Holy City, including Xiao Wu's mother and Ming and Air Ming. While Edo Tensei does confer a powerful immortality effect, it also means that one's own strength will not improve in the slightest. However, Xiao Wu's mother has not even reached the soul Douluo level. Even with the immortality conferred by Edo Tensei, she would be of little assistance in battles at that level, and might even face various restrictions, such as injuries inflicted by Otsutsuki Kagaya that cannot be healed by an Edo Tensei body. Furthermore, many individuals proficient in sealing techniques will also be present in the endgame battlefield. Sending Xiao Wu's mother there could yield little benefit. Selected Ming, Ming. Ding. Selected subordinates are Ming, Tianqing Yolong, and Air Ming, Titan Giant Ape. Ding. Transportation commencing. Ingshi's body suddenly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a cave. Prostrate beside him were De Ming and Air Ming, for whom Ingshi had previously exchanged a certain amount of chakra energy. He had also imparted to them the seal for Edo Tensei, enabling them to face formidable ninjas and granting them the ability to shrink their bodies at will. Their massive size made them easy targets on the battlefield, rendering them unlikely to survive. Upon arrival, Ingshi heard an authoritative female voice. "I'm Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra." Ingshi slowly lifted his head, gazing at the ethereal figure of Daitongmu Kagaya, who floated in the air. The sky gradually dimmed, with the moon hanging high in the firmament. A full moon illuminated the night, its silvery light casting a reflection of the 9 Magatama of the Rinnegan. "My child, in this tumultuous era, do you still intend to seal me away?" Daitongmu Kagaya observed her 2 sons before her, her eyes tinged with sorrow. For the actions they had taken in the past had deeply wounded her heart. Daitongmu Yui and Daitongmu withTwin exchanged glances. They had once sealed their mother for reasons they believed justified. Yet in this world teeming with formidable beings, they remained a family, at least for now, still able to find solace in one another's company. "Very well, we consent." Daitongmu Yui nodded in agreement, only to suddenly lift his head, sensing a powerful chakra rapidly approaching them. Among all those who had yet to be redeemed, each individual needed to atone for their existence. The sole means of redemption was through bloodshed. By eliminating an evolver, one could directly redeem themselves, and slaying an equal could also grant them the same. Furthermore, after vanquishing a target, there was a chance to acquire their equipment. As several figures dashed forward, Daitongmu Kagaya, Daitongmu Yui, and Daitongmu withTwin found themselves encircled by a multitude of ninjas. The 6 paths forms of Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Madara, as well as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama, among others, converged upon them. Dozens of silhouettes enveloped the Daitongmu trio entirely. The 6 paths form was renowned as the pinnacle of strength in the world of Hokage, and those who attained it would ascend to the 6th or even 7th tier. Wood release, advent of the divine tree, wooden shield, wood clone technique. It remained unclear why Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Bito, both in their 6 paths forms, chose to oppose the Daitongmu family. Perhaps it was due to their lingering memories, knowing that the greatest threat lay before them in the guise of these individuals. Ingshi had not brought Daming and Erming with him. He had ventured alone into the distant woods. The energy within Ingshi had fully transformed into the source power of the human alliance, granting him formidable suppression over chakra, ensuring that as long as he did not reveal his identity, he would not be easily detected. The battle was imminent. Naruto immediately employed the shadow clone technique, conjuring thousands of clones amidst a cloud of white smoke, nearly filling the battlefield. The chakra of the 9 tails enveloped Naruto, while Sasuke's Susanoo encased the 9 tails in a secondary layer. The fated pair of Sasuke and Naruto possessed immense karmic power. Yet even in the presence of several generations of protagonists, they remained among the most formidable forces. Sage Art, Tail Beast Bomb. The 9 tails lifted its head, a dark red energy sphere rapidly coalescing within its mouth. Daitongmu Kagaya, lacking extensive battle experience, could only rely on her overwhelming power for suppression. However, Daitongmu Yui was different. He possessed immense combat experience, having survived numerous great battles. Chapter 190. The conclusion to Daitongmu Yui flashed before the 9 tails, generating an energy sphere that he promptly pressed against the beast's head. A deafening roar erupted as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, shattering the armor of Sasuke's Susanoo, while the 9 tails head was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a massive crater as earth and stone were sent flying. Yet the onslaught had not ceased. Daitongmu withTwin swiftly appeared beside him, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, wielding astonishing physical prowess. With a single strike, he repelled Senju Hashirama's wooden construct and deftly intercepted Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's powerful attack. Meanwhile, Daitongmu Kagaya would not remain idle, invoking her most potent technique, Tenshi no Shinjutsu. Stop her! Although the current alliance of individuals appeared to have the upper hand, it was merely due to their numerical advantage. Should Daitongmu Kagaya succeed in executing Tenshi no Shinjutsu, effectively dividing them. Daitami Yui and Daitami withTwin would be more than capable of obliterating their foes. Obito's eyes spun rapidly, and he vanished into the void, reappearing behind Daitami Kagaya. The invocation of Tenshi no Shinjutsu was forcefully interrupted, and Daitami Kagaya's expression remained devoid of emotion, as years of sealing had robbed her of the ability to display feelings. 80 God's Vacuum Attack. Daitami Kagaya concentrated chakra into her palm, unleashing a multitude of chakra-infused punches into the air. With the aid of her Byakugan, she left no blind spots, and the surrounding shadow-level beings were swiftly overwhelmed by the barrage of fists. In the distance, Ingshi closed his eyes momentarily when he opened them again. They had transformed into the Sharingan, which rapidly rotated into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the Eternal Mangekyo continued to spin, it ultimately evolved into the Rinnegan. However, that was as far as it could go. While Ingshi could exchange for the wooden shield, the Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan, there were no entities beyond the Rinnegan available in the evolution marketplace. Thus, he could only acquire it from his realm. Ingshi weighed the spatial pouch in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the Daitangmu were formidable. Not even nuclear bomb might extinguish their lives, especially Daitangmu Kagaya, who was essentially immortal. Yet, all was not lost. The spatial pouch contained 3 nuclear devices and all the explosives in Ingshi's possession. These bombs were sufficient to send the area skyward. While they might not be able to slay Daitangmu Kagaya, Yui, Yugen, Obito, Achihara, Naruto, or Sasuke in their 6 paths forms, they should suffice to eliminate the other foes. However, the time was not yet ripe. The battle raged on, as 7th tier and 6th tier beings clashing fiercely, while those around dared not approach. The nearby forest trembled under the immense shockwaves, reduced to countless fragments, as the earth seemed parched, riddled with fissures and deep pits. Ultimately, Tenshi no Shinjutsu was successfully invoked, albeit at a cost. To ensure Daitami Kagaya's successful execution of the technique, Daitami withTwin suffered a grievous injury, losing an arm to Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking ball, which had transformed into a blade. As a swirling vortex appeared, Ingshi's figure slowly merged into it. When he re-emerged, he stood directly above Daitami Kagaya. A feather, radiating a silvery glow, drifted from Ingshi's hand, and as it descended, the 5 worlds conjured by Tenshi no Shinjutsu began to collapse and vanish. Subsequently, the spatial pouch dropped and the nuclear explosion was initiated. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, and the terrifying shockwave sent the surrounding trees crashing to the ground, some uprooted entirely. With a sweeping gesture, Ingshi summoned a terrifying tempest that gradually coalesced in his hand, capturing the mushroom cloud of smoke that had just risen. He casually hurled a massive sphere of wind, brimming with boundless sandstorms, to the other side, while simultaneously receiving a series of electronic notifications. Ding. Slayed the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, 5th stage, earning 730,000 points. Ding. Slayed the first Mizukichi. Numerous electronic prompts and an array of equipment materialized in Ingshi's grasp, including Senju Hashirama's wood-release system. Retrieving these items, he cast a cold gaze upon the few below. In an instant, Ingshi appeared behind Otsutsuki Kagaya, where a colossal figure emerged, engulfing her entirely. This was the manifestation of Ingshi's ability after evolving into the Rinnegan, a guardian spirit. As Nagato would describe it, a 6-paths puppet. Although it was impossible for Ingshi to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya at this moment, he could certainly consume her, converting her power into his own. All eyes suddenly fixed upon Ingshi, whose abrupt appearance and dual powerful attacks obliterated all present below the 6th stage. He then swallowed Otsutsuki Kagaya whole. The numerous circles within his Rinnegan began to whiten, while a fissure resembling that of Erlang Shun appeared in the center of his forehead. This crack continued to expand, eventually forming a vertical pupil that transformed into a blood-red hue, with dark Tomo coalescing, swiftly evolving into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. His energy was surging, compelling him to eliminate his foes with increasing urgency. Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed at Ingshi, feeling the escalating aura with a glint of terror in her eyes. A quick reaction, but alas, it was too late. Regardless, Ingshi was a formidable 7th-stage warrior, with combat experience that, if not unparalleled, was certainly extensive, unlike Otsutsuki Kagaya, who relied solely on her immense power to fight. Even though a majority of Ingshi's strength was engaged in digesting Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was sufficient to withstand the several 6th-stage adversaries. The massive Kyubi and Uchiha's Susanoo attacked Ingshi from opposite sides, yet he suddenly leapt into the air, soaring into the clouds. Shinra Tensei. Ingshi's assault was swift, catching Uchiha Madara unprepared as he was struck directly. The overwhelming repulsion descended, pinning both Susanoo and Kyubi to the ground in an instant. Shunshin. Sasuke, alongside Uchiha Madara and Naruto, materialized behind Ingshi. Indra's arrow. This was Sasuke's most formidable single-target attack. A terrifying tempest of thunder and storm descending like a natural disaster. Susanoo. However, Ingshi's Rinnegan powers were primarily focused on restraining Otsutsuki Kagaya, rendering Susanoo incapable of countering such an assault. Thus, he resorted to phasing. Ingshi's figure abruptly became ethereal. The terrifying Indra's arrow passed through him, crashing into the ground behind, unleashing a cataclysmic tempest that obliterated a swath of forest into dust. Shinra Tensei. Ingshi opened his palm once more, unleashing repulsion. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara confronted him head-on. Shinra Tensei. Despite Ingshi's formidable strength, the combined assault of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara momentarily halted his attack. In that brief interval, Ingshi's eyes lost their Rinnegan form, transforming into pure white. Otsutsuki Kagaya's Byakugan, while the eye on his forehead transcended the Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo into the Rinnegan. However, this was merely the beginning. The first Tomo gradually formed. Meanwhile, the energy of Otsutsuki Kagaya behind Ingshi diminished as he began to assimilate her power. Concurrently, Obito emerged from the void, launching a Shinra Tensei at Ingshi. Caught off guard while grappling with Sasuke and Madara, Ingshi was suddenly propelled away by the repulsion, as the 3 Uchiha members simultaneously unleashed a formidable technique. Chibaku Tensei. 3 small black spheres floated nearby, forming a triangular formation that threatened to utterly tear Ingshi apart. Phasing once more, Ingshi's form shifted directly before Uchiha Madara. Among the gathered, Naruto and Sasuke possessed immense, fortuitous power, while Uchiha Obito's phasing ability proved quite troublesome. Thus, he redirected his focus onto Uchiha Madara. Reikoken. This was the most potent attack Ingshi had devised over time, condensing his source energy into a singular point with the most destructive lightning attributes. The sudden strike hit Uchiha Madara, cleaving his body in two, even bypassing Susanoo's defenses entirely. Seal. An endless flow of source energy surged from all directions, immediately binding Uchiha Madara. In that instant, Uchiha Sasuke activated his teleportation ability, appearing before Madara, reaching out to absorb the seal that Ingshi had placed upon him. However, to his dismay, Uchiha Madara's form twisted and was sealed away into the realm of thought by Ingshi. Shinra Tensei. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yatsutsuki manipulated their own Shinju, appearing before Ingshi like countless black spears poised to pierce him. Yet an attack that had been charged for so long could not be so easily executed. Space became confined, unable to phase or teleport. The reason for restraining Otsutsuki Kagaya made Susanoo difficult to deploy. Shield. Ingshi's inner bone shields surged forth, enveloping him in a colossal white cocoon in an instant. The spears formed from the Shinju pierced the cocoon like drills, splintering bone fragments in every direction. Accelerate. He must not be given a moment to breathe. Yet, Ingshi's bones were inherently robust, and, after a year and a half of development, their resilience was extraordinarily rare even among 7th-stage warriors. How could these 6th-stage beings hope to breach them? Although the Shinju was quite peculiar, it could not easily overcome Ingshi. Within the expansive white cocoon, Ingshi sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fully concentrating on refining Otsutsuki Kagaya. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and at last, The enormous white bone cocoon was breached, yet all present displayed expressions of despair. Ingshi's state had transformed. His eyes now bore the blue hue of the Rinnegan, while a 9-tomo Rinnegan spun continuously in the center of his forehead. Cloaked in the garb of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and surrounded by the dark and profound Shinju, he smiled with a fierce grin. I've kept you waiting for so long. Space confinement. Ingshi utilized the last feather capable of confining space, causing the scattered bones on the ground to coalesce instantaneously, piercing through Uchiha Obito's body. In the next moment, his head was severed by Ingshi's blade. Sasuke and Naruto suddenly looked up as a terrifying force coalesced into a tailed beast ball within Kurama's jaws. This was an intention to perish together. Raikoya. The light pierced through the dual defenses of Susanoo and Kurama, subsequently penetrating Sasuke's body. Compared to Naruto's formidable regenerative abilities, Sasuke was significantly more vulnerable, especially under the influence of the main deity, where the power of fortune had been diminished to its limits. 80 empty, you wretched void, Otsutsuki Yumura proclaimed, as if preparing to unleash the mightiest attack. However, Ingshi suddenly lunged forward, gripping Otsutsuki Yumura's head and pressing it into the ground. A bone blade materialized in his hand, ready to strike down Otsutsuki Yumura. Yet, Otsutsuki Yui would not simply stand by. The tailed beast ball transformed into a spear aimed viciously at Ingshi. At that moment, Uchiha Madara re-emerged, several tailed beast balls morphing into shields to block this assault. Nevertheless, something seemed amiss with Uchiha Madara. He bore several black earrings adorning his ears and nose, marking the presence of the Six Paths clones. The battle concluded with the annihilation of all the highest combatants from the Naruto universe, leaving only Otsutsuki Kagaya partially intact. However, under Ingshi's relentless onslaught, while Kagaya's power could not be extinguished, her consciousness would gradually be hollowed out. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Otsutsuki Yui, Otsutsuki Yumura, Uchiha Obito, and Uzumaki Naruto represented Ingshi's Six Paths clones, 6 formidable entities of the 6th tier, a truly terrifying force. Moreover, these 6 6th-tier clones were virtually immortal. As long as Ingshi remained as the core, continuously providing energy, their immortality was assured. At this moment, Ingshi's true form had nearly reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, just a step away from successfully ascending to the 8th tier. Upon reaching that threshold, even within the Cosmic Alliance, Ingshi would represent a significant combat force. Furthermore, this battle yielded a plethora of powerful equipment, sufficient to elevate the combat prowess of Ingshi's subordinates by yet another tier. This confrontation seemed to lay the final foundation for Ingshi's path of war, as the 6 clones each possessed tremendous combat strength, inheriting the primal powers of the Naruto world. Though their energy tier could not compare to the source power of the Cosmic Alliance, their peculiar abilities sufficed to neutralize such disadvantages. A month swiftly passed, during which Ingshi eradicated numerous characters from various anime, securing all that he desired before ceasing his attacks, as there was no longer a necessity. Ingshi's power had coalesced into a comprehensive system, albeit somewhat chaotic. As long as he could thoroughly clarify it and discover a path of his own, he would be on the verge of entering the 9th tier. Another month elapsed, and the invasion of the Abyss commenced. A decade later, Ingshi ascended to the 9th tier, with the martial soul sacred city single-handedly blocking 3 spatial fissures from the Abyss. 30 years later, Ingshi formally entered the Cosmic Alliance, successfully becoming the fleet commander of the Alliance. Summary: 1st Martial Soul, Heavenly Book Martial Soul, 2nd Martial Soul, Bone Martial Soul. Have you witnessed the strategic flow of Dalu? Have you seen a protagonist and his father nearly succumb to treachery from the very beginning? Have you encountered the Chinese wizarding world within the realm of Harry Potter?